The first thing I did after being reborn was to find the campus bell and pour out all my knowledge to her. But unexpectedly, he first ran into his future mother-in-law at the bar. I ducked my head and prepared to make a quick getaway. This was 2002. What kind of good student would be hanging out at bars? I must not leave a bad impression of being a street loafer in front of my future mother-in-law. But at that very moment, a bald, burly man swayed over to her, with a lecherous grin. "Hey beautiful, are you alone?" The bald man sat down unceremoniously as if they were old friends. A pair of lecherous eyes roamed over her body. Lin Yusen's mother frowned slightly. "Excuse me, I want to be alone for a while." The bald man persisted, moving even closer. "Drinking alone is no fun, let me keep you company." As he spoke, he began getting handsy. His mouth spewed vulgarities. What kind of decent woman would come to a place like this? "Stop pretending, how much for the night?" "I'll pay." "Screw you, meow." Lin Yusen's mother was utterly furious. He grabbed the wineglass and splashed it hard onto the bald man's face. The entire room fell silent in an instant. The bald thug wiped the alcohol from his face, completely blown up. "You dare splash me? I'll beat the hell out of you today." He grabbed Lin Yusen's mother's wrist firmly. Ferocious looking. "Want to leave? No way. See the wine on the floor? Lick it clean for me." In the blink of an eye, several burly men closed in, blocked all escape routes. "Damn it, how dare you splash our brother Lu? You must have a death wish." Bald Lu pointed at the wine stains on the floor, spitting viciously. "You're not licking it clean for me today. Don't even think about walking out that door." I saw her completely panicked, that look in her eyes. Helpless, terrified. I know it was 2002, when thugs and hoodlums roamed everywhere. She wanted to pull out her phone to call the police, but her hand was tightly gripped. She wanted to cry for help, but seeing the indifferent onlookers around her, swallowed the words back again. This woman's got quite the strength. Bald Lu grinned viciously. His lackeys also started egging him on. "Brother Lu, it's more fun when it's strong, or should we brothers give you a hand?" With that, several filthy hands reached out toward her. The future mother-in-law was so frightened that her face turned pale. She knew she was doomed today. The onlookers shook their heads one after another, thinking it was none of their business. Bald Lu had completely lost his patience. With a ferocious snarl, he roared, "Drag this bitch out. Dare to splash me? I'm gonna have my way with her today." They really did it. He grabbed her by the arm and dragged her outside. Her future mother-in-law was trembling with fear. Unable to utter a word, tears welled up in her eyes. "No, no," the voice was filled with despair. At that moment, I pushed through the crowd, walked over harmlessly. I stood by her side, curling the corner of my mouth, with a standard smile. "Auntie, do you still remember me? I'm Xiaoyi, Lin Yusen's classmate." She froze, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. She had a vague impression of me, because her precious daughter Lin Yusen always mentions me in front of her. At this moment, she was both embarrassed and anxious, at a loss. "Xiaoyi, it's you, I remember you." Seeing her hand gripped by the bald man, I didn't waste any more words. With a sharp slap sound, I grabbed the bald thug's wrist and flung him aside with all my strength. "Shove him away directly." Then I grabbed Yu Cyan by the arm. "Auntie, you're here to watch the World Cup final too? Come, let's go to my spot, the view's better." Of course I knew I wasn't as strong as him. It all depends on the element of surprise. This move was to rack up brownie points in front of his future mother-in-law. It's also because I'm loaded now. With confidence in hand, saving a damsel in distress is only natural. However, Bald Lu reacted. He blocked my path, and started cursing. "Where the hell did you come from, you little bastard? You dare to meddle in Brother Lu's affairs?" His underlings instantly closed in around him. They surrounded me and Yu Cyan. Without hesitation, one of them, he threw a punch straight at my face. "Fuck that shit, I'll beat the crap out of you, you pretentious asshole." I was already prepared, leaning back slightly. Easily dodged. "Xiaoyi." Yu Cyan let out a terrified scream, clinging tightly behind me. At this moment, I became her only lifeline. Though this straw appears fragile and feeble, she's an adult. How could I let a child take a beating for me? Yu Cyan wanted to step forward and shield me behind her, but I gripped her arm tightly, firmly blocking her way. I stood alone against those burly men. She was stunned, feeling like a delicate woman being protected by me, but I was clearly her daughter's classmate. "She's my aunt." I stood tall, smiling fearlessly. The stark contrast left her staring in stunned silence. "Xiaoyi, don't push yourself too hard," she whispered a reminder. I smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Auntie, everything's fine." I turned to look at Bald Lu, my smile growing even brighter. "Didn't you bother to find out who your young master is before making a move? Don't bite off more than you can chew." Hearing this, Bald Lu and his gang were instantly intimidated. They sized me up from head to toe. He looks like nothing more than a half-grown kid. But this aura, such composure is definitely not something an ordinary person would have. "Who the hell are you? Who's your dad?" They didn't dare to make a move anymore and started sizing me up. The onlookers were also stunned by my imposing demeanor, including Yu Cyan. She even forgot I was just a student. His hand unconsciously tightened around mine. Stay safely behind me. I sneered, who do you think I am? I am your father. Holy shit. Bald Lou was completely enraged. You're fucking messing with me. Hit him. Everyone rushed at me. Yu Cyan screamed in terror, convinced this was the end. At this critical moment, I suddenly laughed and shouted toward the bar entrance. Brother Chen, you're here? Look at this mess. Ah, young Master Liang. A loud voice rang out, Baldy Lu. You dare lay a hand on young Master Liang? I'll fucking kill you. The speaker was none other than Shen San, the owner of this bar, the undisputed boss of this entire area. Shen San was the one I tipped off in advance, and I took him to bet on football. He made a fortune. I am his god of wealth. Now the god of wealth was being bullied on his own turf. Can he take it? Bald Lu, young Master Liang is my honored guest. If you dare lay a finger on him, I'll kill you. Get the hell out of here. Shen San rushed over in a few strides, brimming with menace. Bald Lu was completely dumbfounded. Brother Chen, what the hell? Stupid Baldy. I raised my hand and slapped him with the back of it. He slapped Baldy Lu hard across the face. Get lost. Bald Lu covered his face, his eyes red with rage, itching to strike back. Shen San kicked him to the ground with a single stomp. Get lost when you're told to. Young Master Liang hitting you is doing you a favor, how dare you not appreciate it? Get lost now, or I'll break your leg. Get lost. Get lost. Bald Lu didn't dare let out so much as a peep. He scrambled to his feet in a panic, nodding and bowing obsequiously. Brother Chen, I didn't know this young master was your esteemed guest. I failed to recognize Mount Tai when I saw it. After saying that, he fled in disgrace with a bunch of bewildered underlings in tow. The storm was quelled in an instant. Everyone understood. I'm a friend of Boss Chen San, but that phrase young Master Liang added another layer of mystery to my identity. I smiled and said to Chen San, Brother Chen, thanks. Chen San laughed heartily. Young Master Liang, you're too polite. How could I let you suffer any grievances on my turf? If you're still upset, I can call that guy back, so you can slap him a few more times. I waved my hand, with the air of a magnanimous adult who doesn't hold grudges against petty people. You have to understand, I'm only 18. That Bald Lu was already pushing 40. But right now, I am the adult. He's just a pathetic loser who slunk away in disgrace. Chen San before leaving, he gave me a meaningful glance at Yu Xian behind me. That playful smile I understood instantly. Young Master Liang, enjoy yourself. He wisely left. I nodded. Yu Xian rubbed her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. She knew I was her daughter's classmate, but now, the look in her eyes was filled with unfamiliarity and shock. Xiao Yu. She stammered for a long time but couldn't get the words out. I immediately switched back to my harmless student persona. With a faint smile. Auntie, it's alright. There were too many scorching gazes around, so I pointed at the seat. Auntie, let's sit down and chat. Okay. She nodded and returned to her seat. Blue Harbor, bathed in dim, slightly suggestive lighting. Liang Feng gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, curvy hips, long legs, and a face so breathtakingly beautiful it took his breath away. He couldn't help but marvel, no wonder that bald man was so obsessed with her. She's a rare beauty indeed. But after pondering for a long time, he couldn't recall her name. That was understandable. Who would remember the name of a classmate's mother? If she didn't resemble Lin Yusen so much, Liang Feng probably wouldn't have recognized her at all. He continued to address her as Auntie. Auntie, did you hurt your hand? No. Yu Xian blushed slightly and waved her hand. She had recently divorced. The reason was her husband had cheated on her. Divorced is divorced, it's more carefree and more at ease. But she was worried about her daughter being hurt. She didn't know how to explain it to her daughter, so she came out to walk around and clear her head. She ended up accidentally stumbling into this bar and getting into this situation. Looking at her daughter's classmate, she said with a touch of embarrassment, Liang Feng, I've heard Yusen mention you. She said you're very smart and kind to others, but you were pretty fierce today, you scared everyone away. Auntie, this bar is owned by my cousin, so I dared to be a bit bold. Normally, I wouldn't dare. Liang Feng chuckled and asked, Auntie, you're here to watch the game too, right? Yeah. Yu Yuan could only nod vaguely. In 2002, people's minds weren't as open yet. People believed that anyone who went to a bar wasn't a good person. Especially a woman going to a bar late at night, it was hard to say anything nice about it. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly changed the subject. Well, I was worried about disturbing Yusen's studies, so I came here on my own. She added, oh, by the way, thank you earlier. Thank your cousin too. No need. Liang Feng smiled faintly, picked up his beer glass, and took a sip. Yu Yuan was still confused. Everything felt unreal, like how the man Liang Feng called his cousin was addressed as Mr. Liang and treated with such respect. Additionally, Liang Feng remained calm and composed in this situation, giving her the impression that he was someone who had been around the block a few times. Such questions were swirling in her mind. But she didn't know how to start. Because the previous scene had been too awkward. Being protected by such a young boy. As an aunt, she felt utterly humiliated. She could only take a sip of wine in silence. Glancing secretly at the young man before her with his red lips, white teeth, tall stature, and handsome features, she suddenly felt as though a new light had shone upon her. He was towering, handsome, and composed beyond belief. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, no wonder my daughter keeps talking about him. He's truly an outstanding young man. She even felt a bit envious of her daughter for meeting such an outstanding young man at such a young age. Unlike herself, who had chosen the wrong person. At the thought of this, her mood plummeted once more. Why was her life so bitter? Chapter 4, The beautiful aunt was drugged. Yu Yen was once a renowned beauty in the area, known for her beauty, sweet voice, and figure. She had countless suitors, including many sons of high-ranking officials. In the end, she picked and chose, and ended up marrying Lin Yusen's father, Lin Zhanshan. A man who seemed honest but was full of deceit and ulterior motives. Just thinking about it, she couldn't help but feel angry. How could she have chosen him? His family had recently set up a coal washing plant and made some money. He started fooling around outside. He was even caught by her in bed. Both of them were naked. Yu Yen saw clearly that the girl, aside from being younger, was no match for her in terms of figure or appearance. But sometimes men are like that. No matter how delicious the food at home is, they still want to eat out. But she couldn't tolerate it. After a year and a half of back and forth, she finally decided to divorce. At that moment, she was alone, and she had long wanted to forget all those troublesome things. Fortunately, she took a deep breath, raised her glass, and said with a touch of nonchalance, "That bald guy just now was talking nonsense, but he was right about one thing, drinking alone is no fun. Come, have a drink with Auntie." Seeing Liang Feng raise his glass, she stopped him and said, "But there is one thing you mustn't tell Yusen about this today, understand?" "Don't worry, Auntie, I won't say a word." Liang Feng raised his glass and said politely, "Auntie, may you always stay beautiful." "You little rascal, you know how to talk." Yu Yen smiled with dimples, picked up her glass, and downed it in one gulp. The result. After finishing, she suddenly felt that the taste of the wine was off. It was bitter, clearly different from the taste earlier. But she didn't think much of it. She stretched out her long, shapely legs in black stockings, her ample breasts resting on the table, and blinked her big eyes at the tall, handsome young man in front of her, smiling and saying, "Liang Feng, I have to say, the way you shielded me behind you just now was so cool. If it had been a little girl, she would have fallen head over heels in love with you and never been able to let go." "Auntie, you're exaggerating." Liang Feng could tell that Yu Yen was in a bad mood, so he kept her company with small talk. Yu Yen extended her white, delicate fingers, waving them as she laughed. No, not at all exaggerated. You looked really handsome just now, so masculine. I felt a deep sense of security, let alone those little girls." She added, "By the way, aren't you afraid they'll attack you?" "I'm scared." Liang Feng smiled and pointed to a waiter in the distance, saying, "Here's the thing. When I saw you being bullied, I had already talked to the waiter and asked him to notify my cousin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the courage to do that. So, Auntie, you're really overpraising me." "Oh, I see. I was wondering how you happened to be there at the right time." Yu Yen suddenly understood, but then said, "However, this just proves that you're both brave and clever. Auntie really has a newfound respect for you." "Exactly. You're brave and resourceful, not just acting on impulse. At your age, you can stay so calm in such a situation. It's truly impressive." She kept praising him with a smile. "I've met many men in my life, but there aren't many like you. So, Auntie's praise for you is not flattery, but genuine admiration." She spoke these words with a smile on her lips, her words coming straight from the heart. But as she spoke, a warm sensation rose in her abdomen, clearly different from before. She furrowed her brows and shook her head involuntarily, as her consciousness began to grow fuzzy. Liang Feng noticed this immediately and asked, "Auntie, are you feeling unwell?" A little. It's probably because there are many smokers here, making the air stuffy. Why don't you stay here for now, and we can talk later?" Yu Yen suddenly felt her whole body grow hot, her head spinning, and her body feeling extremely uncomfortable. She decided to leave and go outside for some fresh air. She didn't want to make a scene again. She picked up her bag, pulled out $100, and said, "Young man, today I'll treat you. It's to thank you for helping Auntie out." She was about to leave. But suddenly, everything spun before her eyes, and she stumbled, unable to steady herself. Liang Feng acted quickly, stepping forward to catch her, and said, "Auntie, have you had too much to drink? Let me help you out for some fresh air. That should make you feel better." "That's a good idea." Yu Yen felt her body growing hotter and hotter, her head spinning, so she agreed, leaning on Liang Feng's arm as they walked out slowly. A small horse pulling a big cart. "Humph. Mr. Liang is in for a treat tonight." "No, at 30 she's like a wolf, and at 40 like a tiger. Only a young man in his late teens could handle her." The bar owner Chen San watched the scene unfold and smiled knowingly. Outside the bar, the moon was bright, the stars were clear, and the place was bustling with people. Every bar was packed, with everyone watching the World Cup final. Liang Feng supported Yu Xian as they walked along the street lined with bars. The summer breeze of late June blew gently. Yu Xian not only failed to regain her senses, but her entire body grew increasingly hot, her breath feeling as though she were breathing fire. The most alarming change was that her consciousness began to grow hazy. Additionally, she felt a strange tingling sensation between her legs. Yu Xiyuan wasn't stupid. She had already realized that she had been drugged. She had only heard about such things before, never expecting to experience it herself. The person who drugged her. It must have been that bald man. Therefore, Yu Xiyuan must hurry home, otherwise something serious could happen. Liang Feng, please help auntie call a car. She is in a hurry to go home. Her voice suddenly became soft and trembling, with drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her body grew increasingly limp, like a piece of dough, completely collapsing onto Liang Feng's body. All right. Liang Feng saw clearly, supporting Yu Xiyuan's limp body. He waved his hand and called a taxi, saying, "Auntie, let me help you." Liang Feng, you really saved me today. Without you, who knows what would have happened. She got into the back seat. Yu Xiyuan thanked him, but the feeling grew stronger. She glanced at the taxi driver, a middle-aged sleazy-looking man, and felt a surge of panic. She said, "Liang Feng, please help me all the way. Take auntie home. I'm not feeling well." "All right, sure." Liang Feng paused briefly with a slight hesitation before getting in as well. "Driver, take us to Ruian Garden Community." Yao Xiyuan saw Liang Feng get in the car and felt slightly relieved. She gave him a grateful smile and shouted the address to the taxi driver before collapsing onto the back seat like a pool of water. Huff! Huff! She exhaled hot breath, her breathing growing increasingly rapid. Her entire body felt unbearably hot. The long, shapely legs wrapped in black stockings twisted restlessly, and her head grew increasingly dizzy. The sensation was growing stronger and stronger. "Driver, please go faster." Yu Xiyuan clenched her teeth and murmured. The driver replied indifferently, "There's heavy traffic. If I can go faster, I will. But if I can't, there's no point in you asking." Liang Feng pulled out $100 and threw it forward, saying, "Don't use the meter. The money is yours." "That's easy." The taxi driver, seeing the money, was naturally willing to go the extra mile for a generous customer. He gave a sly smile, stepped on the gas, and began weaving through traffic at high speed. Chapter 5. Everything seemed so natural. "Auntie, it's okay. We'll be home soon." Liang Feng realized that Yu Xiyuan must have been drugged by that bald-headed Lu in advance, so he nodded reassuringly at her, hoping she could hold on until they got home. Once they got home, everything would be fine. Huff! Huff! She was panting heavily. Yu Xiyuan felt an intense sensation throughout her entire body, making it unbearable. From her toes to the tips of her hair, it felt like she was screaming. At that moment, Liang Feng's body emanated a masculine scent that seemed to ignite her, drawing her in deeply, unable to resist. Her eyes were slightly hazy as she swallowed hard, looking at Liang Feng as if he were her savior, and murmured, "Liang Feng, do you know what's wrong with auntie?" Her whispering voice, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Liang Feng, seemed almost seductive. Liang Feng sighed and nodded, saying, "I heard my cousin mention it. It should be the same." One sentence said it all. At that moment, Yu Xiyuan suddenly let go of her inhibitions, grabbed Liang Feng's hand, and placed it on her black stocking-clad thigh, pleading, "Help auntie, I can't take it anymore." This. Liang Feng awkwardly shook his head, thinking to himself, "How can I help you? I see you as my future mother-in-law, and you see me as your savior. Auntie, it'll be quick. Just bear with it." He urged the taxi driver, "Driver, please go faster. The fare is negotiable." Result. Yu Xian couldn't take it anymore. Like an old hen pouncing on a rabbit, she suddenly lunged forward and murmured, "Tear my stockings to shreds and kiss me." Liang Feng was completely stunned. He never imagined such a scene would unfold. With wide eyes, he felt the mature, beautiful body pressing against him and pushed her away, saying, "Auntie, this isn't right. I'm Rain Xian's classmate. I'm divorced." Yu Xiyuan leaned close to Liang Feng's ear and whispered those words. It seemed to shatter the last line of defense. Liang Feng lost his composure. He too was dazed. The taxi driver, however, understood immediately. He laughed, found an intersection, drove in, and got out with a practiced ease. He chuckled, 300 yuan. Not a penny less. Then he walked far away, lit a cigarette, and sat down to wait for the outcome. Half an hour later, Yu Xiyuan was dressed neatly, her cheeks flushed pink. She dared not look directly at Liang Feng and said, "Liang Feng, you know the whole story. Don't blame auntie. But you absolutely must not mention this to Yusin. Also, I'm divorced now, and you should be at least 18, so this is completely legal. Don't feel any guilt about it. Although I'm much older than you, I can tell you're quite experienced. Let's just pretend it never happened. We're even." She was speechless, too ashamed to believe that she had just been with her daughter's classmate in a taxi. Ah! She sighed bitterly, feeling ashamed and ready to get out of the car and leave. Liang Feng wiped the red lipstick mark off his body, feeling a bit nostalgic. There was nothing he could do. The soul is old. Facing this curvaceous young beauty, he didn't feel he was at a disadvantage. Instead, that feeling lingered, prompting him to light a cigarette and say, "Don't worry, I won't mention it to anyone." "Thank you." Yuan rolled up the torn stockings, stuffed them into her bag, and got out of the car, looking dejected. The taxi driver saw this and hurried over, saying, "Young man, pay up. $300, as agreed." "Don't worry, I won't short you." Liang Feng pulled out 300 yuan and handed it to the driver, saying, "Take me back to the Blue Harbor bar." "No, never mind, take me back to the Steel City residential area." "Alright, where should we go?" The taxi driver smiled and drove out of the alley, looking around. Seeing that the woman had already run far away, he said, "Young man, you're something else, a small horse pulling a big cart. Ha, you're both handsome and rich, you really know how to have fun. You like older women, don't you? That really fits the saying, better drive an old Mercedes-Benz than a new Passat. Just drive." Liang Feng opened the car window, letting the summer breeze blow against his body. He felt a bit like he was in a dream. The one thing he had always wanted to do in this life was to win over Lin Yusen and make up for the regrets of his previous life. Instead, he had ended up in this complicated relationship with her mother. What should I do now? Ah. He sighed deeply, lit a cigarette, and wore a troubled expression. However, one must admit, Yuan, nearing 40, still maintained such a good figure, truly a feast for the eyes. His soul was older than Yuan's age, so after such things, he didn't feel particularly cheated. It was just that she was Lin Yusen's mother, which made him headache. Future mother-in-law, ha. He smiled bitterly, yet couldn't help but reminisce, this young widow, has she been divorced too long, using the medicine as an excuse to act recklessly? Definitely. And she made me tear her stockings to shreds. That's really something. The main issue is, how am I supposed to face Lin Yusen in the future? His mind was in a complete mess, jumping from one thought to another. His carefully planned life after reincarnation had been completely thrown into disarray. He never imagined that such a scene would unfold in this lifetime, but here it was, real and undeniable, causing him to sigh deeply once more. He felt both amused and helpless, enjoying the situation yet unable to escape it. Yuan just ran out of the alley in a hurry and happened to spot a taxi. She frantically waved it down, jumped in, and rushed home. On the road, she pulled out a small mirror from her bag and kept touching up her makeup, afraid her daughter would notice. But every time she thought about what had just happened, she was overwhelmed with guilt and shame. She had actually had a relationship with her daughter's classmate. And it had happened in a taxi. Recalling the scenes from earlier, she blushed deeply with embarrassment. She had been divorced for over half a year, and after the Cold War that followed, she hadn't been with a man for nearly a year. Today, she had acted impulsively, partly under the influence of the medication. From start to finish, she had been completely proactive. Thinking about it, she blushed again, filled with shame, and sighed to herself, Yuan, have you gotten addicted to older men? But the sensations that the young body beneath her had given her made her unable to resist reminiscing. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help but recall that muscular, youthful body, making her feel restless and unable to resist. No wonder wealthy women prefer younger men. Youth is truly appealing. Yuan let a faint smile escape her lips, but quickly dismissed the thought, saying, Yuan, you must stop. You can't go any further. He's your daughter's classmate. But then she thought again. She was already divorced, and he was over 18, legally permissible. What was the problem? Thinking about that bad boy, doing whatever he wanted with her, she couldn't help but laugh again. He seemed to enjoy it too. She smiled to herself, lost in her thoughts. She was completely unable to resist. Chapter 6, Youth is like a storm. Tangcheng is a city with relatively developed heavy industry. Its main industry and economic pillar is the steel industry. Therefore, there are many children of steel mill workers. Liang Feng is one of them. His parents are both employees at the Tangcheng steel plant. The residential area where he lives, Steel City Community, is part of the employee housing provided by the Tangcheng steel plant. At this moment, as the morning sun shines into his room, his parents had already gone to work. Liang Feng sat alone, staring blankly at his surroundings, still feeling as though he were in a dream, unable to believe that he had traveled back in time. In over a decade, this area would be demolished and leveled to the ground. By then, Liang Feng would have long since moved away, yet he had returned specifically to take one last look at the large locust tree outside the window, which had brought him countless childhood memories. Seeing it still there now left him utterly baffled. Have I really traveled through time, or have I arrived in another dimension, or perhaps another parallel world? Liang Feng shook his head. However, the fact that he had transformed from an overweight, greasy man back into an 18-year-old young man still filled him with excitement and joy. Though he had been in this world for over half a month. But when he was alone and calm, he still found it hard to believe. He couldn't help but lean toward the window, gazing at the clear blue sky, and thought that if there was a divine being helping him, he must thank him. So this life must not be wasted. He had already made a detailed plan for his life. Step by step, he would achieve all his life goals. No time travel. But even with the best plans, unexpected things can still happen. For example, everything that happened last night. Just thinking about it gives him a headache and leaves him feeling helpless. Life is full of such chaos. Even if I were reborn, I couldn't escape it. Last night, he even dreamed of Usain in his sleep. It left him speechless. Despite his young body, he had an old soul, so he couldn't help but be drawn to the voluptuous, busty, curvy, and mature beauty. This damn obsession with mature women. He shook his head helplessly with a wry smile. Fortunately, he slapped his forehead hard, refusing to let himself dwell on it. He decided to leave it to time and try to forget it gradually. He picked up the notebook and pen from his desk, flipped to a new page, and began writing his diary. June 30th, 2002. Brazil defeated Germany. I ate a peach. He smiled slightly, closed the notebook, and tried not to think about it anymore. But then he spotted another notebook deep in the drawer. He picked it up, wiped off the dust, and glanced at it, unable to help but laugh. The me from 2002 was so sentimental? There's even a songbook. Liang Feng, who lived in this era, had completely forgotten about it. In those days before the internet was widespread, singing along to lyrics, copying poems, these were the things a slightly literary teenager loved to do. Liang Feng was no exception. Look, what did I copy when I was 18? He flipped open the first page with a smile on his lips. It was Su Wei's Once Upon a Time. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, seeing the splendor of the world. In my youth, I was always a bit reckless. Now you roam the four seas. He muttered to himself. He thought of Xiaolu. He also thought that if he wanted to become a singer, it would probably be within his reach. Then he suddenly remembered. At his 18th birthday, he had begged his mother to buy him a guitar, intending to play it beautifully. But it wasn't until his second year of college that he finally picked it up and started learning seriously. At that moment, he immediately started rummaging through his belongings, pulling out the nearly brand new Laves brand guitar. My goodness, it's still a Lavis. I completely forgot about it. Liang Feng stroked it, sat at his desk with his legs crossed, and flipped through his songbook. A song titled Flowing with the Current, Against the Current caught his eye. He plucked the strings and began to sing softly to himself. I wonder if there's an end to that horizon. I only know that time that is past will never return. Every tear, accompanying every dream, slips away unnoticed. Singing and playing. Liang Feng suddenly had an epiphany. In his previous life, he had gone with the flow, drifting aimlessly through the sea of time, and had lived out his life in a haze. So in this life, he would be a countercurrent. Let me fulfill all those dreams. Yes, swim against the current and make the most of this life. He smiled and continued to pluck the strings of his zither. The result. A voice suddenly rang out from the window. Hey, Liangzi, when did you learn to play the guitar? A head peeked out. It was Liang Feng's best friend, Wang Shan. Wang Shan was tall and stocky, with a round face covered in acne, and he urgently urged, hurry up and open the door for me. You scared me. Liang Feng scolded him, put down the guitar, and went to open the door. In a dual-income household, the house was usually empty at this time of day. Wang Shan acted as if he were at his own home, changing into slippers and strutting into Liang Feng's room. He flopped onto the bed and hummed, Liangzi, I've been wondering why you've been acting so strange lately. So you've been secretly learning to play the guitar, huh? You're so girly, learning something like that. Lying on the bed, he couldn't resist touching his acne again. Liang Feng looked at this old friend who had spent his entire life fishing, playing cards, and joking around with him, and said with a smile, your acne is getting worse. I ate some fish yesterday, and they flared up again. But it's okay. My mom said they'll go away after you turn 20. Wang Shan suddenly sat up and said, by the way, what song were you playing earlier? It sounded really nice. You tell me first. What are you doing here? Liang Feng went to the refrigerator, fetched a drink, and handed it to him, saying, you and your acne. Let me tell you, if you don't take care of it, you'll still have it when you're in your 30s or 40s. Nonsense, who in their 30s or 40s still has acne? Wang Shan rolled his eyes, took the drink, and chuckled, you're a good friend. You know I love this. Gulp. Gulp. After taking several big swigs, he said, Feng Yan invited us over to her place to play. She said we can have lunch there too. Lin Yusen is coming too. Lin Yusen. Upon hearing the name Lin Yusen, Liang Feng froze. Wang Shan suddenly stood up and chuckled, I knew you had a thing for Lin Yusen. How about it, you're admitting it yourself. If it were yesterday. Liang Feng would have been so excited he would have trembled. To see Lin Yusen again at 18, to make up for the greatest regret of his previous life. It was the one thing he had always wanted to do in his life. But now. He sighed and said, why did she come all the way here? It's just the four of us? The old man's interest lies elsewhere. This matter is more complicated than it seems. Wang Shan chuckled and said, didn't our steel plant get a new plant manager transferred down from headquarters? His daughter is the same age as us and is also going to first middle school. Isn't Feng Yan's mother from the factory's living quarters department? She used that as an excuse to invite the girl over, saying it was so the girl could get to know some first middle school students first, so she wouldn't be alone when school starts. It's really just to butter up that general manager. By the way, the girl's name is Zhang Hongyao. What do you think her parents were thinking? Why name her Hongyao? Why not just call her Hongyao water? As they spoke, they tilted their heads back and gulped down their drinks. It's her. Liang Feng suddenly remembered there was such a girl. She had only been there for half a semester before transferring schools, so they weren't in the same class and hadn't had much interaction. As for this date? He couldn't even remember if there was one. He only remembered that the girl was tall, slender, and very beautiful, not inferior to Lin Yusen. She had caused quite a stir at school. Years later, I heard from others that Zhang Hongyao had gone abroad and hadn't returned. As for her family background, it was said to be very influential. Her mother was a diplomat. Her father later became the chairman of the headquarters of the company. At that moment, I never imagined there would be such a connection. Alright, hurry up and change your clothes. Dress nicely and try to wrap things up with Lin Yusen sooner. Wang Shan stood up and urged him. Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry, wanting to say, the emperor isn't in a hurry, why is the eunuch so anxious? Wang Shan added, once you've handled Lin Yusen, have her introduce her best friend Yuan Xia to me. Then the two of us can escape singledom together. How great would that be? You're the man. Liang Feng gave him a thumbs up, laughed, and went to get dressed. But as he thought back to everything that had happened last night with Yu Yuan, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Mother and daughter. He dared not think about it. Chapter 7, Reuniting with 18-year-old Lin Yusen. Feng Yan, Liang Feng, and Wang Shan attended the same elementary school, then different middle schools, and eventually the same high school. They were even in the same class in elementary school, true childhood friends. Going to her house had become routine. Feng Yan's family was better off than Liang Feng's and Wang Shan's families. A 3-bedroom apartment. The interior was lavishly decorated. As soon as you enter the door, there is a solid wood landscape screen, with various Chinese-style ornaments displayed inside. This time, to welcome the daughter of the factory director, they had specially tidied up, making it even neater. Liang Feng and Wang Shan walked in and saw Feng Yan smiling sweetly, greeting them and saying, Liang Feng, Wang Shan, why did you take so long? Lin Yusen and the others live farther away, so they arrived before you. Lin Yusen has already arrived? Wang Shan chuckled and nudged Liang Feng. Liang Feng took off his shoes and walked in, just in time to see Lin Yusen sitting quietly on the living room sofa. The sunlight streaming through the window fell upon her. She wore a simple white blouse with embroidered edges, a black waist-cinching princess-style skirt, and her snow-white, slender legs were exposed. Her eyes sparkled with shyness, and her lips curved into a smile as she happened to look over. With her classic beauty, oval face, high straight nose, cherry red lips, and big eyes blinking, she locked eyes with Liang Feng. Liang Feng, you're here. She greeted him first, smiling and waving her hand. Liang Feng was overjoyed. He had dreamed of this moment countless times in his dreams, never believing that time could actually turn back. She was still the same. Still as beautiful as ever. But, seeing her, Liang Feng suddenly thought of the woman in the taxi, and the two faces merged together, instantly pulling him back to reality, and his excited mood was slightly dampened. He merely nodded slightly and said, Yusen, you're here so early. After saying that, he felt it was too awkward, so he blurted out the lines he had prepared, Yusen, it's so good to see you again. Seeing an empty seat next to her, he fortunately sat down. Lin Yusen's cheeks flushed red. As the object of his secret crush, she couldn't help but feel shy, and she blushed even more when he sat down. Liang Feng looked at the 18-year-old Lin Yusen and couldn't help but exclaim, Yusen, you're so beautiful at 18. Lin Yusen felt that Liang Feng was acting strangely today. She was afraid that others might notice, so she hurriedly said, what nonsense are you talking about? It's like I'm only 18 today. Aren't you also 18? She was wearing a white button-down shirt with embroidered edges, a black waist-cinching skirt with a puffy hem, revealing her snow-white, slender legs, a delicate waist, and a full bust. Liang Feng couldn't help but take a closer look, silently marveling, she must have taken after her mother. She's just as stunning, long legs, full bust, slim waist, and her butt isn't small either. He felt so wicked, and why was he always thinking about her mother? He focused his attention on Lin Yusen and tried to start a conversation. By the way, I heard from someone a few days ago that you've been studying at home every day and couldn't come out. How come you have time to come out today? Lin Yusen extended her white, delicate fingers, picked up a slice of watermelon, and handed it to Liang Feng, saying, my mom was in a particularly good mood today, so she didn't make me study and gave me the day off. That's why I had time to come out. Ha? Your mom is in a particularly good mood? Under normal circumstances, Liang Feng wouldn't have thought much of it. But at that moment, he suddenly recalled that face, the one in the taxi, biting her lip in ecstasy. Thinking back to Lin Yusen's words, he felt a sudden jolt of shock and hurriedly asked, are you sure your mom is really in a good mood? Of course. Lin Yusen nodded with a smile, I don't know why either. Since we came back last night, my mom has been really happy. She even played music while taking a shower. Since I started high school, my mom rarely plays music anymore, afraid it'll distract me from my studies. But last night she suddenly played some. This morning, she was also in a good mood, humming a tune while making breakfast for me. Chapter 8, Lin Yusun's mom is very happy. Oh my god. Liang Feng felt like a million horses were galloping through his mind. Since last night, that's been after they've been separated. Looking at it this way, this auntie was like an old cow munching on tender grass, enjoying it to the fullest. She was even humming a little tune. He was holding a watermelon but couldn't bring himself to take a bite. Last night, he had already figured out that this young woman was taking advantage of the medication to act recklessly, but he never expected it to be true. It left him rolling his eyes. His future mother-in-law. She's really not someone to be underestimated. She's enjoying eating this young grass. Damn it! Liang Feng couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, feeling like he was being toyed with. The originally cheerful mood was dampened, and she ate a slice of watermelon without enjoying it, muttering, "As long as your mom is happy." Lin Yusun blinked her big eyes in confusion and asked, "Liang Feng, I said my mom is happy. Why are you sighing? And why that expression?" Nothing. Liang Feng gave a faint smile, regained his previous expression, and waved his hand. Lin Yusun followed quietly, "I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else. My mom and dad are getting a divorce. My dad has already moved out, and my mom was so happy last night. I think she must have gone to see him. They? I think their feelings might be reigniting." He raised his eyebrows, smiled broadly, and happily ate the watermelon. Liang Feng scratched his head, thinking, "Your parents have already divorced. Your mom is happy because she found you a new stepfather, and that new stepfather is me." Thinking about that, he felt a headache coming on. What kind of situation is this? He had only acted out of goodwill, wanting to make a good impression in front of his future mother-in-law, so he stepped in to help. He never expected so many things to happen. Even if it did happen, his mood wasn't particularly bad. Thanks to his old soul, he was still quite satisfied with Yu Siyuan. No. He was quite satisfied. She has an amazing figure, the face of a mature woman, and the perfect body of a young wife. Everything about her is excellent. It happened, so it happened. Who would have thought? She was even happy and humming a tune. You really enjoyed that. Humph, don't let me catch you. If I do, just wait until I humiliate you. Liang Feng ate the watermelon angrily, taking big bites, as if he were eating Yu Siyuan again. As for the room, the others had also found familiar faces to chat with. Feng Yan's family had a computer, which became a gathering spot for the boys. Wang Shan had already joined them. The other girls were chatting animatedly about gossip. Only Liang Feng and Lin Yusun, a boy and a girl, were chatting together. Feng Yan decided to tease the two of them. She had already noticed that the two of them were interested in each other, so she wanted to use this opportunity to bring them together and break the ice. However, before she could speak, the phone rang. Everyone stopped talking instantly. In 2002, having a phone at home wasn't something ordinary families had. This also highlighted the privileged background of Feng Yan's family. She hurried over to pick up the phone and politely asked, "May I ask who's calling?" No one could hear what the other person was saying. One by one, they sat back down and stopped chatting. Feng Yan listened politely and then said, "Oh, it's Auntie. Yes, I'll get Yusun to take the call." She then called out to Lin Yusun, "Yusun, it's your mom." Chapter 9, Yu Siyan twists her ankle. Lin Yusun froze for a moment, wondering to herself, why is mom calling me at this time? When she first arrived at Feng Yan's house, she had used Feng Yan's phone to call her mother and let her know she was safe. Her mother knew the number here. Now the call came suddenly. She felt a bit annoyed. Everyone was having a good time, and she had already asked her mom for permission to stay out, promising to be back by 4 p.m. Why was she calling now? She felt annoyed but still went over to answer the phone, asking in a displeased tone, "Mom, what's the matter?" Yu Siyuan's helpless voice came through, "Yusun, Mom didn't mean to disturb you. But I accidentally twisted my ankle just now, and it hurts so much I can't move. I need you to come back and take me to the hospital." She added, "Your aunt is at work and can't come. I'm in so much pain, I have no choice but to ask you." Lin Yusun's heart tightened, and she hurriedly said, "Mom, don't worry. I'll come back right away." She hung up the phone. Everyone was taken aback. Feng Yan hurriedly asked, "Yusun, what's wrong? Is Auntie okay?" Lin Yusun sighed helplessly, "My mom twisted her ankle. She's alone at home, and she wants me to take her to the hospital." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Oh no, that must be serious. You should go back right away." "Yes, call a taxi and go back right away." No one tried to stop her, and they all stood up to see her off. Liang Feng, who had initially been startled to hear that it was Yu Siyuan who answered the call, couldn't help but feel secretly delighted upon hearing that she had sprained her ankle. He muttered to himself, "You little vixen, Yu Siyuan. You must have gotten too carried away and now you're paying for it. Serves you right." The result. Feng Yan escorted Lin Yusun to the door and said, "Oh, Yusun, you can't possibly help your mother back alone, and even if you could, it would be a hassle. Why don't you? She looked inside the house and called out, Liang Feng, here's your chance to prove yourself. Go with Yusin. Me? Liang Feng felt 1,000 curses racing through his mind. He thought to himself, what? Me? We just had a little brush with each other yesterday. Seeing her today would be so awkward. He froze, but then thought, well, if we're going to see her, I might as well tease her a bit and see what this little vixen has to say. He said, Yusin, wait for me. I'll go with you. Chapter 10, Reunion with Yusin. Liang Feng and Lin Yusin rushed downstairs, hailed a taxi outside the community, and hurried over. They arrived smoothly at Yusin's doorstep. Lin Yusin took out the keys, unlocked the door, and whispered, don't say anything inside. My mom is very sharp. Okay. Liang Feng nodded. Click. The front door opened. Liang Feng followed Lin Yusin inside. As soon as they entered, the first person to catch their eye was Yusin. She was wearing a cream-colored spaghetti strap nightgown, curled up on the sofa, her feet throbbing in pain, unable to move a muscle. Her snow-white body was fully exposed. The strapless nightgown was short, barely reaching the top of her thighs, revealing her fair, slender, and curvaceous legs, stretched out like a mermaid, long and beautiful. Her long, flowing black hair was tied up high, revealing her fair collarbone and slender, swan-like neck. The most alluring part was the majestic, snow-white peaks on her chest, faintly visible through the fabric, creating a deep, alluring valley that drew one's gaze irresistibly toward it. Is this the woman I got last night? Not bad. Liang Feng hesitated for a moment. Last night, the dim lighting had made him think of Yusin as a stunningly beautiful, graceful, and irresistibly seductive woman. At that moment, a ray of sunlight fell on her, adding a touch of sanctity, making Liang Feng hesitate for a moment. Last night, I got this woman? She is a real catch? No, she's a goddess. What kind of woman could make a man linger and forget to leave? It is one who, after taking a single bite, discovers that the bite they took was not the sweetest or the most delicious, and continue to savor it. At this moment, Liang Feng felt exactly that way. The bite he took wasn't satisfying. He had to take a big bite to satisfy his craving. That's right. That was exactly what he was thinking at that moment. If he saw a beautiful woman, he wouldn't be thinking such things. But this woman, he had already tasted a bit of her, so his thoughts were inevitably more explicit. Because Yusin was lying on the sofa with her beautiful legs stretched out, she was simply too tempting. Liang Feng couldn't help but think about it more. Mom, are you okay? Lin Yusin rushed over anxiously, not even bothering to change her shoes. I just twisted my ankle. Yusin was in so much pain she dared not move. Seeing her daughter return, she finally exhaled, feeling as though she had been saved. However, there was a young man following behind. She froze for a moment, then craned her neck to look, and was instantly speechless. It was Liang Feng from last night, his eyes wide open, never expecting to encounter this scene. Especially since she was wearing a nightgown with a lace pattern. In this state, how could she have run into Liang Feng again? Her face flushed red, and she awkwardly pulled her skirt down. Lin Yusin was straightforward and introduced, Mom, this is my classmate Liang Feng. I've mentioned him to you before. You twisted your ankle, and I was worried I couldn't take care of you alone, so I called him over. After saying that, she noticed her mother was dressed lightly and felt a bit awkward. She turned to the inner room to find some clothes and draped them over Yusin. Lin Yusin didn't notice the expressions on their faces and continued introducing them. Liang Feng, this is my mom. Say hello. Liang Feng politely said, hello, auntie. Okay. Yusin blushed and dared not meet Liang Feng's gaze, responding vaguely. The awkwardness was so intense it felt like they could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with their feet. Chapter 11, Familiar Faces, Burning Jealousy. Lin Yusin looked at her mother's foot, which had swollen into a round bump, and asked with concern, Mom, does it still hurt? Yusin nodded helplessly. Let's go to the hospital and get it checked out. Lin Yusin got up to prepare, but then asked, oh, Mom, why didn't you call Dad? Didn't you two make up last night? Yusin thought to herself, we're not reconciled. We're divorced. But she couldn't say that to her daughter, so she brushed it off, I don't want to deal with him. The two of you. Lin Yusin sighed and said to Liang Feng, don't just stand there. Carry my mom downstairs. She can't walk properly. I'll go call a taxi. We won tea keep you waiting. What? All right. Liang Feng hesitated for a moment, clenched his teeth, and agreed. Yusin's face flushed red, and she hurriedly said, oh, no need to carry her. Just help her walk. Lin Yusin insisted, Mom, don't be stubborn. It's decided. She then called out, Liang Feng, come over here. Liang Feng walked over and knelt down beside the sofa. This scene made both of them even more awkward. But Lin Yusin was watching from the side. Yusin could only sit up straight and wrap her arms around Liang Feng's neck from behind. Logically speaking, after what they had done last night, it shouldn't have been that awkward. But this moment was even more awkward than if nothing had happened. Yusin's entire body was flushed with embarrassment, pressed against Liang Feng's back, daring not to move an inch. Liang Feng, with Yu Siyuan on his back, felt the familiar body and was equally awkward. But with Lin Yusen standing nearby, he could only muster the strength to lift her completely onto his back. I'll go press the elevator button. Lin Yusen ran to press the elevator button. Liang Feng and Yu Siyuan were left alone, so embarrassed they wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Ah! Liang Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he walked out step by step. Yu Siyuan's face turned red, and she dared not look at Liang Feng. She bit her lip, blushing and sighing to herself, what have I done to deserve this? How did I attract him? Last night had been memorable, but she dared not act recklessly, even thinking that it would be better if they never saw each other again. Little did she know that less than 24 hours later, they would meet again and in such a situation. Ah! Yu Siyuan couldn't help but sigh as well. But both of them were sighing inwardly, making no sound. Hurry up, the elevator's here. Lin Yusen urged from outside. Liang Feng hurried up. To be honest, although Yu Siyuan looked quite curvy, she wasn't particularly overweight, so carrying her wasn't too tiring. They managed to get into the taxi smoothly. Once Liang Feng, Yu Siyuan, and Lin Yusen arrived at the hospital safely, Lin Yusen hurried to register. Liang Feng and Yu Siyuan finally had a chance to be alone. Both of them didn't know what to say and just sat there awkwardly. But the longer they sat, the more awkward it became. Liang Feng held it in for a while, but it became unbearable. He couldn't help but let out a snort and sarcastically remarked, so, I heard from Yusen that you were singing and playing music last night after you got home. You seemed pretty happy. The moment those words left his mouth, Yu Siyuan's face turned bright red, like a ripe red apple, and she covered her face in embarrassment, saying, no, that didn't happen. Liang Feng sneered, don't be shy. You're just an old cow eating tender grass. If you're happy, just be happy. There's nothing to be ashamed of. He added, by the way, you said you're divorced, right? I'm an adult now. Legally speaking, there's nothing wrong with us being together, right? Yu Siyuan didn't know how to respond. She lowered her head, covering her face, and asked, you didn't tell Yusen, did you? Liang Feng snorted, I'm not crazy. Why would I tell her? I'd be the one feeling embarrassed. Yu Siyuan heard this and felt a little upset. She muttered softly, you were so skilled last night. Did you not enjoy it? Did you secretly enjoy it when you went home? Besides, even though I'm older than you, there are plenty of people who chase after me. You're not at a disadvantage. Don't make it sound like I'm forcing you. Liang Feng sneered, right, I'm not at a disadvantage. So we're even. He glanced at Yu Siyuan. She had the face of a standard beauty, with long hair tied up, almond-shaped eyes, and a figure that was both curvy and graceful. She was undeniably a stunningly beautiful woman. The two of them just now felt more like a couple arguing, which couldn't help but make one laugh again. Yu Siyuan felt the same way, especially since Liang Feng knew she had been very happy last night. She felt like she was standing naked in front of him. She had sent Lin Yusen to a classmate's house early that morning to avoid running into Liang Feng. She had only agreed because the classmate was a girl, but it turned out she couldn't escape him after all. What a hassle. But then she remembered last night's events, feeling both embarrassed and curious. She decided to ask, by the way, I have something I've been meaning to ask you. You just turned 18, yet you were so composed last night. You don't act like someone your age. Also, is Chen-san really your cousin? I asked around, and he is the notorious gang leader in that area, the so-called boss of the underworld. You wouldn't be hanging out with them, would you? You're so young, don't go down the wrong path. After she returned home last night, she tossed and turned, thinking about it over and over. She just felt that Liang Feng was off. He doesn't act like an 18-year-old, he acts more like a seasoned veteran who's been around the block a few times. And he seems very capable. He even felt that Chen-san wasn't Liang Feng's cousin, but rather his subordinate. Because Chen-san is very respectful toward Liang Feng. At that moment, he couldn't help but blurt out, just say it. Liang Feng glanced at her impatiently and said, just focus on your treatment. Mind your own business. Poof. Yu Siyuan snorted. She felt a little upset inside. Though she was older, she was still a stunning beauty. You've taken advantage of me, yet you're still so unhappy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Fortunately, she said nothing more. Both fell into silence. Chapter 12, The Bald Matchmaker Lu. Liang Feng and Yu Siyuan sat in the hospital corridor, both silent, looking like a pair of young lovers in a sulk, neither of them looking at the other. As it turned out, it was quite a coincidence. The bald-headed Lu they had encountered last night was passing by with 3 or 4 people, laughing and chatting cheerfully. Liang Feng hadn't noticed yet. Yu Siyuan spotted him first, her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly called out, Liang Feng, Liang Feng. What's the matter? Liang Feng turned his head and saw it was Bald Lu, instantly understanding the situation. At the same time, Bald Lu was chatting and laughing. He glanced up and saw the two of them, immediately breaking into a smile. He pointed at them to the person beside him and strode over. They're not here to get revenge, are they? Yu Siyuan grew even more frightened, feeling uneasy, and muttered, how did they know we were here? Her heart was pounding. She tried to move, but her feet were swollen like purple eggplants and she couldn't move at all. Don't be afraid. Liang Feng stepped forward, once again blocking Yu Siyuan, and said, "This is a hospital, not a bar. They won't dare to cause trouble here." Her eyes narrowed, fixated on the bald-headed Lu. Yu Siyuan looked at Liang Feng standing in front of her and recalled last night's events, feeling a pang of emotion. This young man wasn't very old, but he always dared to step forward. He was so much braver than those so-called adults. How many people could be like him, facing danger and always protecting their woman? Yu Siyuan looked at Liang Feng's back, her heart aching as she thought to herself. She had never met a man like him before. But he was just a young man. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh, feeling that she was born in the wrong time. If only she had met him when she was younger. Looking at Liang Feng's back, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. As for Bald Lu's side, the situation suddenly changed. When Bald Lu was still 3 or 4 meters away from Liang Feng, he suddenly bowed and greeted him, saying, "Oh, Mr. Liang, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. I'm Bald Lu. Do you remember me?" He introduced himself to the people around him, saying, "This is the Mr. Liang I was talking about, the good brother of Qin San." 2 young women dressed in flashy outfits were following him, looking to be around 20 or 21 years old. They were wearing light blue denim miniskirts and patterned t-shirts. They had the distinctive straight hair of that era, and when they swayed their hips, they caught everyone's attention. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "So you're Mr. Liang? I heard you took Brother San to gamble and won over 10 million. Is that true?" Third brother said it himself. "There's no way it's a lie." Third brother said, "You're his money god. Everyone has to treat you well. Anyone who dares to mess with you is asking for trouble. Little handsome guy, is that true? That's over 1,000,000 yuan. A few people gathered around while talking. Liang Feng had already prepared himself for a fight. He thought it was a case of enemies meeting by chance. Though they were in the hospital, if these people were bold enough, they might still attack. At that moment, upon hearing what Bald Lu said, he realized that these people must have found out about his affairs and were too scared to act. Liang Feng sighed in relief, chuckled, glanced at them, and said, "That's all nonsense. Don't mention it." He didn't want to reveal too much about himself in front of Yu Siyuan, so he changed the subject and said, "Bald Lu, I remember you. What are you doing here at the hospital?" Bald Lu chuckled and said, "Mr. Liang, it's good that you still remember me. You see, one of my friends had a car accident this morning, so we came to visit him. I never expected to run into you again. I'm really lucky." He added, "By the way, Mr. Liang, about last night, it was my fault for not recognizing your status. I apologize for offending you. Please forgive me. You're a big man, don't hold it against a small-time guy like me." He laughed as he glanced back and saw Yu Siyuan. He said, "Mr. Liang, I'm truly sorry for last night. I didn't know this beauty was your relative. I gave her some medicine. Are you okay, beauty? I was wrong. I apologize." He bowed and slapped himself twice on the cheeks. Yu Siyuan was utterly stunned, completely unprepared for such a scene. Several burly men were acting like cowards in front of Liang Feng. And then there were those words. Gambling on soccer matches, 1,000,000 yuan? She was dumbfounded, staring at Liang Feng, feeling even more intrigued by him. At that moment, seeing Bald Lu apologize to her, she dared not respond, waving her hands and hiding behind Liang Feng, saying nothing. "Enough, stop wasting time. Go back to what you were doing." Liang Feng didn't want to waste his time with these low-life thugs. Annoyed, he waved his hand dismissively. Bald Lu wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. He grinned and said, "Mr. Liang, are you still angry with me? Why don't you slap me a couple of times to vent your anger? We're all in the same line of work. Enemies should be reconciled, not made. Who knows, we might end up working together on the streets someday. Why create an irreconcilable grudge?" He reached out to grab Liang Feng's hand, hit me twice. His persistent and shameless manner was truly hard to refuse. But when it comes to surviving on the streets, he really knows his stuff. Liang Feng laughed sarcastically, "I'm fine. Why would I hate you? In my eyes, you're no better than an ant. Why would I bother with you? Alright, let's go." Bald Lu rubbed his bald head and hurriedly said, Right. I'm just an ant. With your help, you made over 10 million for third brother. I'd be satisfied if I could earn 1,000,000 in my lifetime. Compared to you, I'm just a little ant." The 2 seductive girls beside him quickly batted their eyelashes. "Mr. Liang, how did you know the match results in advance? You always bet correctly. Third brother said he didn't believe you at first, so he made less money. Otherwise, he could have made 100 million. Third brother also said you're a big shot, even knowing the World Cup football trends. You must have made at least 100 million yourself, right? Handsome guy, tell us about it. We heard you're worth at least 100 million now." They moved closer to Liang Feng. The 2 girls weren't much older than Liang Feng, maybe 2 or 3 years older, but they were dressed in a very unconventional, provocative style. Liang Feng looked down on them and said impatiently, "Stop making things up. That's all nonsense. He added, just leave. Why all the nonsense? The girls didn't care and smiled, saying, hands off a smiling face, is that really necessary? That's right. If we met you sooner, we could made some easy money. Handsome guy, give us your phone number. If there's any good money making opportunities in the future, think of us sisters. We won't let you down. They kept trying to squeeze into Liang Feng's arms. He couldn't push them away. Liang Feng was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Yuan watched from behind, feeling a bit jealous. She wanted to stop him, but she had twisted her ankle and couldn't move, so she could only stand there, fuming. Fortunately, Liang Feng grew angry and snorted loudly, I told you to leave. Can't you understand? He had already urged them to leave several times. This time he shouted it out loud. Bald Lu saw the situation and hurriedly said, alright, Mr. Liang, you go ahead with your business. We won't bother you. We'll leave. We'll meet at the bar another time, and I'll buy you drinks and apologize then. He dragged the two girls away. In truth, a weight had been lifted off his chest. He had been worried that Liang Feng would hold a grudge, but after apologizing today, he felt much more at ease. He left with his men, bowing and scraping. The two provocatively dressed girls lingered behind, looking back every few steps. Bald Lu snorted and said, they don't want you to. Let's go. Ah. The two girls sighed helplessly and finally left. Chapter 13. Liang Xiao, Liang Dashi. Liang Feng, which one of you is the real you? Yuan stared at Liang Feng in utter shock. The words she had just heard were too shocking. She had heard about Chen San and knew he was a ruthless man, one of the most feared in Tang City. She never expected that Liang Feng was his moneymaker. He had helped him make over 10 million yuan. Over 10 million yuan. For ordinary people, that's an unimaginable fortune. He's become incredibly wealthy. Later, it was said that Liang Feng himself had made at least 100 million, making him a billionaire. That's something ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream about in their wildest dreams. At that moment, after the others had left, Yuan couldn't help but ask, Liang Feng, did you bet on the World Cup? Do you have inside information? That's why you won so much money? Liang Feng impatiently waved his hand and said, don't listen to those baseless rumors. It's all nonsense. He added, how could you possibly believe what those people say? Yuan pouted and muttered, you're right. But as she looked at Liang Feng, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He didn't seem like an 18-year-old at all. Especially after their conversations today. She felt more and more like she was talking to someone her own age. If it were any other 18-year-old, they wouldn't be so composed. Yuan couldn't help but hum, anyway, you're definitely hiding something. Looking at Liang Feng. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that while those words might be a bit exaggerated. For example, saying 1 million is 10 million, or 10 million is 100 million. But even 10 million was an astronomical figure. She looked at Liang Feng, her astonishment growing deeper, and she was increasingly convinced that this man must have many secrets. Especially last night, Liang Feng had acted so confident and composed, not at all like a young upstart. Thinking this, Yuan pinched Liang Feng on the arm and chuckled, no matter what you're capable of, I'm telling you, you can't mention our relationship to my daughter, understand? Liang Feng rolled his eyes, pinched her face hard, and said, don't worry, I'd rather die than tell her. But after pinching her, he suddenly realized how intimate their actions were and quickly stepped back. Yuan's cheeks flushed red. She covered her face, but a strange feeling welled up inside her. Not only did she not feel pain, but she actually found it quite pleasurable. She couldn't help but glance at Liang Feng again. She sighed, wishing she were a few years younger. Ah! Another long sigh. She even recalled an ancient saying, I was born before you, and when you were born, I was already old. She felt uneasy with her springtime melancholy. But Liang Feng always seemed eager to distance himself from her. Yuan grew unhappy again and huffed, Liang Feng, can you stop making that face? I don't owe you anything. Besides, this isn't the first time. Is it really necessary? Men don't lose out in these matters. And anyway, weren't you satisfied last night? The question was too direct. Liang Feng startled, snorted, and said, pleasurable, very pleasurable. Is that enough? Are you satisfied now? Yuan rolled her eyes and said, satisfied. She crossed her arms angrily, but then remembered that if it weren't for Liang Feng saving her last night, she would have been bullied by those bald men, and might even have been taken advantage of by other thugs. If that had happened, she wouldn't have dared to report it to the police, and she would have had to suffer in silence, which would have been even more painful. Thinking about it, Yuan couldn't help but say, thank you for last night. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to me. Actually, last night. Liang Feng was still reminiscing. This beautiful young woman was exactly his type. He also understood that Yuan was a victim as well. Fortunately, he decided to ease the tension and sat down beside Yuan, looking at each other and both smiling. Yuan tucked her long black hair behind her ear, leaned close to his ear, and whispered with a playful smile, I had a great time last night. It's been a while since I've done that. But you're a bad boy. You kissed me so much that my skin is all red. So don't pretend you didn't notice. Right, no pretending. Liang Feng gave her a playful glance. Yu Siyuan giggled, right. We know each other inside out now. No need to pretend. She laughed, exuding the carefree charm of a mature woman. This feeling was even more alluring to Liang Feng, whose psychological age was still that of a teenager. Stop, let's not talk about this. I'm afraid we'll get carried away. Liang Feng quickly stopped talking. Yu Siyuan giggled again. The atmosphere grew even more ambiguous, their eyes locked on each other, almost melting. There was nothing they could do. Once a man and a woman cross that line, they can never be strangers again. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Yusin returned after registering and hurriedly said, "Mom, the registration is done. It's almost our turn over there. Let's go quickly." "All right." Yu Xian tried to stand up. "Let me do it." Liang Feng crouched down and picked Yu Xian up again. Lin Yusin led the way. In 2002, the hospital didn't have many amenities yet. Many areas still required climbing stairs, and there were no wheelchairs available. Liang Feng had no choice but to carry Yu Siyuan on his back. Yu Siyuan clung to Liang Feng's neck and their breath mingled, making her heart race and her blood boil, even giving her a sense of happiness. Liang Feng could clearly feel her body heat and the comfort it brought. Especially the friction from her snow-white peaks made him unable to resist the temptation, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "This little vixen is tempting me." He turned around. Their eyes met. Yu Siyuan's eyes were filled with tears, and her smile was enchanting. Oh no. Liang Feng quickly turned away, afraid he might succumb to this little vixen's charm. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they arrived at the examination room. The process was straightforward. The doctor gave her a quick examination and said she needed an X-ray. So, Liang Feng was once again escorted by Yu Siyuan to get the X-ray. After the X-ray was taken. After getting the X-ray, Liang Feng carried him back to the examination room. The doctor took a look and said, "From the film, there's nothing serious. Just some bruising. I'll prescribe some medicine for you to apply at home." Ah! The weight on his heart finally lifted. As long as it didn't hurt the bone. All three of them exhaled deeply. Yu Siyuan, holding her foot, asked excitedly, "Doctor, how long will I have to stay off my feet?" The doctor replied, "The longer you stay off your feet, the slower your blood circulation will be, making it harder to heal and increasing the risk of bruising. Start walking slowly now. You don't need a cane. Don't worry about the swelling, it's not that bad. Go ahead and walk." "Oh, okay." Yu Siyuan was completely relieved, but she still felt some pain. However, since the X-rays were taken and the doctor said it was fine, it must not be anything serious. Liang Feng switched from carrying her on his back to supporting her. They took the medicine and hailed a taxi back home. After all that, it was almost 3 in the afternoon. Chapter 14, The gentleman has feelings, the lady has intentions. Upon returning home, Yu Xian sat on the sofa, blushing and muttering, "I'm so sorry. I thought I'd broken a bone, so I made you go through all this trouble. Now you've missed your class reunion." Lin Yusin waved her hand and said, "Mom, as long as you're okay, that's fine. I thought you broke a bone too. The doctor said you should get up and walk around a bit, but don't overexert yourself. Anyway, I'm on vacation, so I'll take care of you." "Alright, that's fine." Yu Siyuan smiled slightly and said, "Yusin, here's some money. You and Liang Feng go out for a meal. It's really inconvenient for Liang Feng to come all this way." She gave Liang Feng a playful smile. Liang Feng shook his head and said, "It's okay, auntie. I'll just eat at home." He prepared to leave. Lin Yusin smiled and said, "Mom, you haven't eaten either. Let me go to the restaurant and order a few dishes. You two wait for me, and we'll eat together later." As soon as she said this, Liang Feng and Yu Siyuan were both speechless. A man and a woman alone in a room, how inappropriate. But who could have guessed there was that complicated relationship between them? Lin Yusin finished speaking and left with a smile. In the room, only Liang Feng and Yu Siyuan remained, the atmosphere growing tense, filled with a faint, slightly ambiguous aura. It was Yu Siyuan who broke the awkward silence, saying, "Why don't you help me apply some medicine to my foot? You little rascal, bring me the medicine." "Yes, bad auntie." Liang Feng rolled his eyes, took the medicine, and handed it to her, but couldn't help saying, "Bad auntie, do you need help?" Yu Xian smiled, bit her lip, and nodded, saying, "Bad auntie, I need your help." The atmosphere grew even more ambiguous. "Damn it!" Liang Feng muttered a curse under his breath, opened the ointment, and began applying it to Yu Siyuan's ankle according to the instructions. Yu Siyuan bit her lip, furrowing her brows slightly as she felt a bit of pain. Liang Feng dared not apply too much force, gently rubbing it in with light strokes. The air grew increasingly charged with tension. Liang Feng felt an unexpected physical reaction. Coincidentally, this moment was caught by Yu Siyuan. She smiled and said, "You're such a little rascal." Liang Feng was so embarrassed he tried to cover it up, saying, "I'm done. I'll go wash my hands." As he stood up, Yu Siyuan suddenly grabbed him, her eyes filled with a hint of seduction, biting her lip. Liang Feng couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly pressed himself against Yu Siyuan. Ah, she cried out. Yu Siyuan clung tightly to him, as if afraid he would run away. Lin Yusin ordered 4 or 5 dishes, including kung pao chicken, stir-fried pork with wood ear mushrooms, fish-flavored pork slices, and a small bowl of braised pork. After returning home, she steamed some rice, and it was almost 4 o'clock. The 3 of them finally sat down to eat. At the dinner table, Yu Xian smiled slightly. Liang Feng was focused on eating. Lin Yusin served herself some food and thanked Liang Feng, saying, "Liang Feng, you worked hard today. Eat more." Liang Feng nodded vaguely and continued eating in silence. Yu Siyuan, however, extended her delicate white foot and gently rubbed Liang Feng's calf. This made Liang Feng even more flustered. In truth, he knew deep down that he was like a man who had fallen into a river and couldn't swim out. Looking at Yu Siyuan across from him, with her rosy cheeks and seductive appearance, he knew their relationship was now official. There was nothing he could do. This feeling was too much for him to bear. Yu Siyuan was beautiful and had a great figure, and this feeling was too forbidden. But perhaps it was precisely this forbidden feeling that made him even more impulsive. Under the table, he extended his foot to respond to Yu Siyuan's calf. Yu Siyuan's face lit up with joy, and she grew even happier, biting her chopsticks and batting her eyelashes. Ah! Liang Feng sighed bitterly. He was completely captivated. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Liang Feng finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and said, "Well, I'm full. Auntie Yusin, I'll be going now." "All right." Lin Yusin smiled and said, "Mom, I'll see Liang Feng off." Yu Xian nodded with a smile and said, "All right, go ahead." The 2 of them went downstairs together. Lin Yusin kept praising Liang Feng with a smile. "Liang Feng, you did really well today. You carried my mom all the way and didn't even complain about being tired." Liang Feng thought to himself, "That's your mom, and she's also my woman. Even if I'm tired, I wouldn't complain." But he couldn't say that out loud, so he just replied, "Auntie, it's not heavy, it's not tiring." "That's true." Lin Yusin smiled again and said, "When you get back, tell Feng Yan and the others to get together again. I'll invite them. I feel a bit embarrassed today." "Sure, okay." Liang Feng replied vaguely. They chatted casually, one word here, one word there. As they were about to leave the residential area, Lin Yusin suddenly tiptoed up and kissed Liang Feng on the cheek, then covered her face and ran away with a smile. "Oh my." Liang Feng covered his cheek, feeling a mix of emotions. If it had been before, he would have been so excited he would have punched the air in celebration. But now, he watched from afar, thinking about what had just happened with Yu Siyuan, and couldn't help but sigh. The first time he met Yu Siyuan was a series of misunderstandings, but what had just happened? It was clearly mutual attraction. He shook his head helplessly and could only take things one step at a time. When Liang Feng returned home, the gathering at Feng Yan's house had already dispersed. The people had dispersed. Only Wang Shan was left under the large locust tree in the neighborhood, playing with a group of elementary school students, teasing cats and dogs, while waiting for Liang Feng. Upon seeing Liang Feng return, he immediately rushed over, slung his arm around his shoulder, and laughed. "How did you do? Did you impress your future mother-in-law? Satisfied?" She was very satisfied. "Humph, she even praised you endlessly." Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and replied with a double meaning. "Not bad, you little rascal." Wang Shan praised him. "You landed the school beauty." "Hee, as your brother, I feel honored by association." The 2 of them walked toward Liang Feng's house together, arm in arm. Wang Shan sniffed and said, "What's that sweet smell on you? When did you start wearing perfume?" "There's none." Liang Feng, of course, smelled of Yu Xian. He waved his hand and said, "I'm carrying Lin Yusin's mother to the hospital. It's probably her scent." "Oh." Wang Shan chuckled and continued, "By the way, Feng Yan invited us again. She said we should go hiking and swimming at Hulushan this Sunday. Are you coming?" Liang Feng snorted, "We're almost in our senior year of high school. We should be studying at home instead of running around all day. Do you think our parents would agree?" Wang Shan said, "That is exactly why we should have some fun now. Once we start senior year, we'll be exhausted. They asked me to ask you if you'd come, and even Zhang Hongyao agreed." Liang Feng wasn't interested and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, I need to study." He added to Wang Shan, "Senior year is important. You shouldn't be running around either. Study more. It's not like it matters if you skip a day or 2. Work and rest should be balanced." Wang Shan grabbed Liang Feng's arm and wouldn't let go. "Shen Feng is going too. That guy has always had a grudge against me. If we really fight, I might not be able to beat him. Without you there, I don't feel confident, brother." All right, I'll go with you, brother." Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. His brother was truly something else. He never went into a fight unprepared. Deal then. Sunday, no backing out. Wang Shan gave a wicked grin and ran off. Liang Feng calculated the time but shook his head. He had his own plans, and running around aimlessly wasn't an option. Chapter 15, The Source of the Money. Liang Feng had already set clear goals for his life and didn't want to waste time on opportunities like this. He currently had over 5 million yuan in his possession. He planned to make that money work for him. Though it was enough to last him for a while, it wasn't what he ultimately wanted. On the way back, he had already made up his mind. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. That's why he refused Wang Shan, but Wang Shan is an old friend, so he had to give him some face and agreed. With that decision, time was even tighter. Because there was a pressing issue he needed to resolve immediately. That was the issue of where the money he had in his hands came from. Though it wasn't yet the era where banks would scrutinize income sources in detail. But it's not the 1 in 10,000 you fear, it's the 1 in a million. He has no roots or connections, and getting a second chance at life is too precious to waste. There can be no mistakes, we must act quickly to clean up the source of this money. Now that he's an adult, if the money from gambling is reported and he gets arrested, the money will definitely be confiscated, and he might even end up in prison. This isn't something to take lightly. He must prepare for the future. He can't afford any mistakes in his life. He doesn't want to spend another life in prison. This isn't Liang Feng scaring himself. Take today's encounter with Bald Lu, for example. It's clear that word about his affairs has already begun to spread in Tangcheng's underworld, and it's inevitable that someone will take notice of him. Though he had hidden his true identity deeply before, using connections and creating multiple aliases. But the problem was that his parents' situation was well known, they were workers at the Tangcheng steel plant. His identity is also easy to trace. Therefore, he must strengthen his own power base. After much consideration, he felt compelled to act urgently. That meant finding a legitimate source of income. Because he would also earn a lot of money that he couldn't disclose to outsiders. Given the current situation, opening an internet cafe was an excellent solution. From 2002 to 2010, over the course of 7 or 8 years, internet cafes were a cash-guzzling industry. All you needed was some computers, a rental space, and a few connections, and you were set. It was very simple. There aren't many internet cafes in Tangcheng yet, but in the coming years, they'll pop up like mushrooms after rain, becoming wildly popular. Many internet cafes will even be so crowded that there won't be a single seat available. The main reason was that this allowed them to justify the source of their income while also building their own influence, so they wouldn't be at the mercy of others. Money is important. Power is also crucial. Thinking about this, a name suddenly popped into his mind: Yu Xian. Opening an internet cafe, managing cash flow, and building his own small faction, these were all plans he had already laid out. But he was only 18, too young to take the spotlight, and he didn't want to anyway. Who was suitable then? No one was more suitable than Yu Xiyuan. He didn't want his parents to find out about his plans. So he chose Yu Xiyuan. Yu Xiyuan was divorced, had a social background, and was close to him. With this arrangement, Yu Xiyuan would definitely be fully committed to him. He had made up his mind. He thought about some details. The next morning, Liang Feng called Yu Xiyuan. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Yu Xiyuan's mature voice came through. Who is this? Although there was caller ID, Yu Xiyuan wasn't familiar with Liang Feng's home phone number. Liang Feng laughed and teased, "Bad auntie, who else could it be? Can't you tell? It's your little rascal." Yu Xiyuan's heart skipped a beat, and she perked up instantly, smiling and saying, "You little rascal, you're pretty bold. Aren't you afraid that Yusin might answer?" "Humph, we agreed not to let Yusin know about our relationship." Liang Feng hummed, "If it's Yusin, I'll just say I'm looking for her. If it's you, I'll say I'm looking for you." Smart. Yu Xiyuan giggled, sitting on the sofa with her smooth legs stretched out, twirling the phone cord with her fingers, sounding like a young girl in love. "Little rascal, what do you want from the bad auntie?" Deep down, she was actually very happy. Liang Feng had taken the initiative to call her, which meant he cared about her and also proved her charm. Thinking back to yesterday, even though she had twisted her ankle, she had gone out of her way to please him. Just thinking about it made her blush. She couldn't help but tease him. "What's wrong? Addicted already? I'm telling you, if you get addicted, the bad aunt won't be responsible." Liang Feng snorted. "They say women at 30 are like wolves, and at 40 like tigers. At your age, you're like a wolf and a tiger, always thinking about such things." Can't I call you for something else?" Yu Xiyuan smiled, biting her lip, and hummed in response, "Then tell me, what do you want from the bad auntie?" Their words grew increasingly provocative. There was nothing to be done. As someone who had been there before, Yu Xiyuan had lost the shyness of a young girl and gained the boldness of a mature woman. Especially after they had opened up to each other last night, she felt even more at ease. She pouted playfully. "Last night, the bad auntie twisted her ankle, and you didn't even let me off the hook." At your age, it would be strange if you didn't want to." Liang Feng had no words to respond. This woman was truly something else. He simply said, "All right, I've thought about it. Is that good enough?" Yu Xiyuan grew even happier, giggling. "If you want it, just take it. You're still shy with me? How embarrassing." Enough, stop it." Liang Feng had important matters to discuss and couldn't linger on the topic. He changed the subject and asked, "Is your leg better?" The question came out of nowhere, and Yu Si-yuan felt a warm glow in her heart, thinking that Liang Feng was concerned about her. She smiled and said, "It's almost better." The doctor was right. Walking around helps the swelling go down, and it doesn't hurt as much anymore. That's good. Liang Feng hesitated, unsure how to continue the conversation. Yu Si-yuan smiled and said, "Yesterday, even though it hurt so much, you didn't let it stop you from with me. Today, you can relax and enjoy yourself, but it just won't be at my place." "Oh, it's not that." Liang Feng thought for a moment, realizing it wasn't appropriate to discuss it over the phone, and said, "It's hard to explain over the phone. How about this? Can you come out? I'll meet you near your place." Yu Si-yuan giggled, "You little rascal, you've been talking for so long, you just want to take me out, right? Alright, there's a budget hotel near my place. Come over, I'll be waiting for you." Liang Feng was speechless. This woman was truly irresistible. He had opened Pandora's box and couldn't close it anymore. All she thinks about all day is this nonsense. His lecherous soul couldn't help but mutter, "Don't you have any other ideas? I'm trying to talk to you about something serious. Is there a coffee shop or tea house nearby?" Yu Si-yuan blushed and smiled, yes, there's a place called One Curtain of Dreams Coffee House. Come over, I'll wait for you there." "Alright, we'll talk when we meet." Liang Feng hung up the phone, went out to hail a taxi, and rushed over. Chapter 16, The Ambiguity at the Coffee House. Yu Si-yuan was over the moon inside. Men and women are the same. They all prefer the young. Yu Si-yuan must be thrilled to have found such a young and strong boyfriend. And this boyfriend was so masculine, so handsome, so well-mannered, and so capable. He was so much better than her previous husband. That's how women are. The main reason they can't move on from a previous relationship is because they haven't met someone better. Once they find someone better, they forget the others in no time. Especially when the other person has betrayed and cheated on them. So at this moment, Yu Si-yuan has completely moved on from her previous relationship, no longer thinking about it, and even regretting that she wasted so much time and didn't meet Liang Feng sooner. Although there is an age gap between her and Liang Feng, the feeling between them is still quite beautiful. Yu Si-yuan loves romance. Though life has smoothed out the rough edges after marriage, this sense of romance still brings her joy. She feels like she is young again. Especially after being nurtured twice. She felt her skin had become radiant, and the small freckles that had appeared on her cheeks after giving birth had disappeared. They say women are made of water. But this water can't exist without a man. She understood this deeply. So whenever she thought of Liang Feng coming over, she felt a bit flustered, so she quickly got up, took a hot shower, dried her hair, applied some light makeup, and chose a nice outfit. Just then, Lin Yusin returned from buying groceries and saw her mother standing in front of the mirror selecting clothes. She asked, "Mom, your leg is still swollen. Are you going out?" Yu Si-yuan sighed helplessly, "There's something urgent at the office, and I have to go. But don't worry, it's not too far." "What about lunch?" Lin Yusin held up a bag of groceries. Yu Si-yuan sighed, "Let's save the vegetables for dinner. You can eat first." "Oh, okay." Lin Yusin didn't want to meddle in her mother's affairs, so she muttered, "Alright, then I won't cook either. We'll do it tonight." She added, "Mom, be careful not to overexert yourself." "Don't worry, I'll be careful." "Alright, you stay home and study. I'll definitely be back for dinner." Yu Si-yuan dressed neatly, checked herself in the mirror, and walked out looking beautiful. Lin Yusin couldn't help but compliment her, "Mom, you look so beautiful today." "Thank you." Yu Si-yuan smiled slightly, then happily left the neighborhood. She limped a bit, but it didn't matter. She arrived at a cafe next to the neighborhood and sat down. She was filled with anticipation for this date. Because this was the first time Liang Feng had ever asked her out. She couldn't help but take out her compact mirror and take another look at herself. She even pulled her clothes down a bit. Not bad. Yu Si-yuan, with her legs elegantly stretched out, ordered a cup of coffee and waited comfortably. Occasionally, men would pass by, all stealing glances at her. The guy from the couple at the next table would sneak a peek whenever his girlfriend wasn't looking. "Ha ha." Yu Si-yuan laughed. She didn't like this feeling, as if she were being invaded. But it also proved her charm. It made her even more confident. After being a housewife for so many years, this time, I'm going to become a beautiful woman again. She smiled, sipping her coffee, ignoring the men's attention, and waiting patiently for Liang Feng. After about 10 minutes, Liang Feng looked around and walked in. Yu Si-yuan excitedly stood up and waved at him, saying, "Here I am." Liang Feng waved back and walked over. Seeing how she had dressed up, he was momentarily dazzled and smiled, saying, "What's all this? I just wanted to talk to you about something. Is this really necessary? And those high heels? Don't your feet hurt?" She wore a pink and white Korean-style blouse that clung to her chest, revealing her curves, paired with a denim hot pants and black stockings that reached her thighs, and she was wearing a pair of high heels that were at least 7 or 8 centimeters high. She was dressed like a high-class, fashionable woman. Her fiery, sensual figure was wrapped in curves that were irresistibly alluring. In modern terms, it was a blend of cold elegance and temptation. In 2002, that was definitely a bold choice. Liang Feng felt his second bite wasn't as sweet anymore. He sighed, I have to admit, with your current look, even if you said you're 29, people would believe you. You're truly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Yu Siyuan gave a faint smile, playfully tossed her long black hair, and pouted her sensual red lips, asking, what would you like to drink? Liang Feng waved his hand, anything is fine. Yu Siyuan waved over a waiter, ordered a cup of espresso, and stirred it leisurely with a spoon before asking, alright, little man, what's the real reason you called me here? Liang Feng got straight to the point, I want to go into business with you. What? Yu Siyuan considered various possibilities but never expected this. She looked stunned and asked, what do you mean? You want to go into business with me? What are you talking about? You've got me all confused. Before coming here, she had assumed Liang Feng wanted to discuss matters like their future relationship or how to stay in touch. But instead, he came straight out and said he wanted to do business. She was completely caught off guard, her eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Right. Liang Feng pulled out a bank card and pushed it toward her, saying, there's 5 million in here. Go register a company, and the main business will be operating internet cafes. 5 million? Yu Siyuan was stunned again. She hadn't expected Liang Feng to come out with this right off the bat, let alone give her 5 million yuan outright. She was so shocked she gasped for air, stammering, Liang Feng, what are you trying to do? And is there really 5 million yuan in this card? Recalling what Bald Lu had said yesterday, she exclaimed in shock, you didn't really make $1 billion from gambling, did you? Liang Feng spoke honestly, not 100 million, but 50 million is possible. So I need to find a way to launder this money, a legitimate source of income. If we get caught, we're in big trouble. That's why I want you to help me open an internet cafe. That way, my income will have a legitimate source. Plus, running an internet cafe is actually pretty profitable. Yu Siyuan had her own full-time job at a multinational corporation, working in administration, and she was considered part of the high-income group in Tangcheng. Yesterday, she sprained her ankle and took a day off from work. The company was very considerate and approved a week's leave. Yu Siyuan loved her job and had seen a lot of the world through it, but she never imagined that the young man in front of her, who was roughly the same age as her daughter, could offer 5 million yuan and already be worth over 50 million. She simply couldn't believe it, feeling that the whole thing was too unreal. This also made her even more curious about Liang Feng's mysterious nature. Yu Siyuan held the bank card, staring at it for a long time, unable to speak, as if she could see the balance on the card. Chapter 17, pointing Yu Siyen in the right direction. Yu Siyuan put the bank card back in place and asked half jokingly, half seriously, little rascal, you wouldn't be thinking of selling your old aunt, would you? Liang Feng smiled, reached out, and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, why would I sell you? You're my old flame. I'm not old, I'm just older than you. Yu Siyuan blushed and dodged away, scolding playfully, don't let anyone see. But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. The phrase old flame was still flattering, though she didn't like the word old. She said, just call me your lover. Alright, my lover sister. Liang Feng sweetly replied. Put. Yu Siyuan laughed, her heart filled with sweetness, unable to express her joy. Deep down, she knew very well that she and Liang Feng could never marry, so she gladly accepted the title of lover. But the matter of opening an internet cafe. She thought it through calmly before continuing, I heard from a friend that opening an internet cafe can be quite profitable these days, but the paperwork is no easy task. You need to connect with the right people, choose the right location, and the investment is significant. Just then, the waitress brought Liang Feng his coffee. Liang Feng took it, sipped it, and said, you're right. That's why I'm giving you 5 million. This covers everything: connections, location, equipment, and hiring staff. You need to plan this money carefully and write down the specific uses. You must submit a written report to me. Family is family, but business is business. Even if we're like a married couple, the accounts must be clear. If we make money, we'll split it 50-50, how about that? You're so annoying. Yu Siyuan's face turned red again. She calmed down and thought about it. 5 million should be more than enough. But she still couldn't believe it and pouted, alright, but it feels like a dream. It doesn't feel real or stable. Liang Feng stood up and said, what's there to feel unsettled about? Come with me. I've already picked out a piece of land to open an internet cafe there. I guarantee we'll make a fortune. You'll become a little rich lady everyone envies. Yu Siyuan froze for a moment, still processing the words, but Liang Feng had already reached out to pull her. She reluctantly pulled his hand and stood up, muttering, let me think about it. I haven't decided yet. Let's go. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. My naughty auntie. Liang Feng joked again, this time, you don't need me to carry you, do you? Stop teasing me. Yu Siyuan playfully hit him and followed him out of the cafe. Let's go. Liang Feng hailed a taxi with ease and headed toward the first internet cafe he had chosen. On the way. Yu Siyuan was still dazed, not having snapped out of it yet. Watching Liang Feng's determined gaze, she felt even more confused. This guy must be hiding so many secrets. How had she ended up on his ship? He couldn't help but sigh. Liang Feng patted her stocking-clad, shapely legs and said, "Don't worry, I've only brought you surprises." I believe you." Yu Xian nodded obediently, accepting his words. After all, he was the one who saved her. She gave a faint smile and added, "You little rascal, I'll always believe in you." "That's good." Liang Feng stared intently ahead, confident and resolute. Yu Siyuan watched him, slowly growing more confident herself. When they arrived at their destination, Liang Feng pulled Yu Xian out of the car and pointed around, explaining, "Go east from here, and it's less than a 10-minute walk to a vocational school. Go south for about 20 minutes, and there's a high school. The transportation is convenient here, so opening an internet cafe is sure to be profitable." Yu Siyuan furrowed her brows and reminded him, allowing minors into internet cafes is illegal. Liang Feng shrugged it off. In a small city like this, kids have few opportunities to experience the outside world. For them, getting exposed to the internet early, even if it's just playing games or chatting aimlessly, might affect their studies, but it also lets them get a glimpse of the future. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay. Yu Siyuan, still limping from her injury, asked as she walked, "So where do you plan to rent?" Liang Feng pointed to a 3-story building ahead and said, "That one. I've checked it out. The annual rent for the entire building is only 70,000 yuan, making it the largest ground floor commercial space in this area. If we rent the first, second, and third floors and fill them with computers, it'll be the largest internet cafe in Tangcheng." Yu Siyuan was a bit surprised. 70,000 yuan was the entire savings of many middle-class families. But in Liang Feng's eyes, it wasn't much. And that was just the rent, it didn't include other expenses. So, when he thought about it, this business was still quite large. Liang Feng's gaze was firm as he looked at Yu Siyuan with enthusiasm and said, "The rest is all up to you. This is also my test for you. If you can't do it, then forget it. If you can, you'll be the richest woman in Tangcheng in the future." Yu Siyuan was speechless, her eyes dazed, feeling as though she were still dreaming. Liang Feng saw through her thoughts and said, "I'll say it again. The 5 million is in your hands. There are some things I can't handle personally, so I'll have to rely on you. If you're not sure, go to the bank and check your account. There's an ATM right next to it." "Right, I should check the money first." Yu Siyuan followed Liang Feng to the ATM, inserting her card into the machine as if she were a thief. Liang Feng said beside her, "The password is 123456. Yu Siyuan entered the password and saw that there was indeed 5 million in the account. She was so shocked she couldn't speak, finally realizing that everything Liang Feng had said was true. Her head was still spinning, and she sighed to herself, "I really need to think this through." However, she couldn't deny that since meeting Liang Feng, her life had undergone a complete transformation. And she seemed to like this change quite a bit. So, what about becoming a boss and opening an internet cafe? Upon further consideration, it wasn't such a bad idea. She had startup capital, a promising future trend, and Liang Feng, this mysterious little troublemaker. All she had to do was follow his instructions. Where else could she find such a good opportunity? If she misses this opportunity, she might regret it for the rest of her life. She felt her life was ready for a new chapter, so she bit her lip, made up her mind, grabbed Liang Feng's arm, and nodded, saying, "Alright, I'll give it a try." That's the spirit. Liang Feng gave her a firm slap on her full buttocks. Yu Siyuan smiled seductively, wriggled her body, and asked shyly, "What's next? What should we do?" "There's a budget hotel nearby." Liang Feng raised his eyebrows. He was really tempted to have a third taste of Yu Siyuan's outfit today. There was nothing he could do. She was too tempting. Especially those snow-white peaks peeking out from the split fabric, swaying seductively. "What are you waiting for?" Yu Siyuan covered her mouth and smiled, nodding her head. The two of them, without any shame or hesitation, began again. Chapter 18, Ambitious Yu Siyuan. Liang Feng no longer bothered to think about it. Just do as you please. Yu Siyuan, on the other hand, was a woman who took her feelings seriously. Before her divorce, she had never even considered such things. After the divorce, she hadn't even considered finding another man. But after this unexpected turn of events, she actually felt it was good, even feeling as though she were young again. She now had someone who appreciated her. Moreover, this person was far superior to her ex-husband in every way. She couldn't resist leaning in and kissing Liang Feng on the cheek. Liang Feng couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. Regarding this relationship, he felt even more excited now, tossed away his cigarette, and laughed, "Let's keep the music playing and keep dancing." The following days, Liang Feng and Yu Siyuan basically spent their days in this shameless, carefree lifestyle. Yu Siyuan had 7 days off. She was hardly ever idle. Every day was filled with non-stop action. Sometimes they spent the entire day in a budget hotel. As night fell, the two reluctantly parted ways and returned home. Then the next day, they would move to a different location and continue. As for the matter Liang Feng had entrusted to her, she had thought about it during her free time and felt it was feasible, so she began making inquiries and leveraging connections to get things moving. Liang Feng didn't rush her. He had already made his intentions clear. It was now up to Yu Siyuan to decide. If she didn't have the heart for it and only cared about the pleasures of the bed, that would be cheating in bed. If she took it seriously and did it well, that would be cheating in bed and doing business with a partner. Therefore, Liang Feng basically left her to her own devices, never once urging her, and even acted as if the matter didn't exist. However, Yu Siyuan's efficiency still surprised Liang Feng by the 5th day. Yu Siyuan walked up to Liang Feng with a smile, holding a contract in her hand, and said with a touch of pride, "Mr. Liang, we made a deal. Even if we're husband and wife, we have to keep the accounts clear. This is the contract for renting that 3-story villa. The lease is for 5 years, with an annual rent of 60,000 yuan, and I've already paid for the first 2 years." She then handed the contract to Liang Feng with great respect, saying, "Mr. Liang, please review it." "All right." Liang Feng took it and looked at it, his eyes filled with surprise. "These past few days, you've been meeting with me almost every day. When did you manage to handle this? You're moving faster than I could have imagined." Yu Siyuan smiled mischievously. "Every time before we meet or after we part, I take the time to handle these matters. My plan is to rent the house first, renovate it, and then buy a computer. As for the paperwork, I asked around, and it's really something you don't know until you ask. The business license for an internet cafe isn't something just anyone can get. I'm currently trying to figure it out through connections." "All right." Liang Feng raised his thumb in praise, "Well done. At this pace, everything should be sorted out by September 1st when school starts. You'll be the hero then. As long as you're satisfied, boss." Yu Siyuan curved her lips slightly, smiling triumphantly. She had never imagined herself getting involved in business or becoming a boss. However, her years of administrative experience had equipped her with the necessary skills to handle tasks efficiently. Plus, she had ample financial backing. Everything was progressing smoothly. She outlined her next steps. "Next, I plan to hire some people to help with the renovations, paperwork, and keep things moving along. However, regarding salaries, I'd like to consult with you, the boss, first." Liang Feng raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Don't bother me with the details. You handle everything. Just remember what I've told you. First, the computers must be the best available on the market. Remember, they must be the best, and we should aim to avoid replacing them within 3 years. Second, the fiber optic internet must be the fastest available, ensuring the fastest connection throughout Tangchung. Money is no object. Third, the renovation must be of the highest quality. Hire attractive female staff for the internet cafe, and make sure there are plenty of restrooms, separated by gender. Everything else is up to you." "Yes, boss." Yu Siyuan nodded and jotted it down, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss, I'll do exactly as you said." Then, with a touch of teasing, she added, "Boss, if we end up losing money, don't blame me, I did everything exactly as you instructed." Liang Feng laughed heartily. "Don't worry, just wait and count the money until your hands cramp up. Hee, that's the best outcome." Yu Siyuan smiled, having previously confided in her friend about the procedures for opening an internet cafe. Her friend had told her that the internet cafe business was quite profitable, but required significant initial investment and complicated paperwork. If they could actually get it up and running, opening a larger internet cafe could bring in a fortune. Yu Siyuan was new to the industry and knew she had to take things slowly. She wasn't in a hurry. Seeing that Liang Feng completely trusted her, she grew even happier, wrapped her arms around his arm, and smiled, "My dear little husband, you're so kind." She leaned in, ready for a sweet kiss. Liang Feng stopped her and said, "Let's talk business first. What's your next plan?" "Ha?" Yu Siyuan thought for a moment and said, "I want to say it. I want to go to the job market to hire a few people to help me with some paperwork. Because I don't want to quit my current job just yet, and my foot." Liang Feng understood Yu Siyuan's thoughts and shook his head immediately, denying her, No, I understand your thoughts. You don't want to quit your job too soon, but what's most important for you right now isn't hiring people, it's buying a car." "Buy a car?" Yu Siyuan was taken aback by the suggestion. In 2002, buying a car was still a pipe dream for most families. Ordinary people dared not even dream of owning a car in their lifetime. Everyone felt that buying a car was something far beyond their reach. Mainly because no one felt it was necessary to own a car. Hearing this, she was filled with surprise and couldn't understand why Liang Feng would say such a thing. Buying a car? Is that important? Chapter 19, Yu Siyan's car buying adventure. Important? Of course it's important. Liang Feng explained, people are judged by their clothes and horses by their saddles. If you're always taking taxis or buses, no one will believe you're capable, which one help you in your work. So you need a good car. Of course, it doesn't have to be too flashy, something like a Honda Accord or a Toyota Camry is perfectly fine. This was something Liang Feng had already considered. If everything goes smoothly, Yu Siyuan should have a car. Otherwise, running errands would be quite troublesome. Seeing how efficient Yu Siyuan was at her work, he brought it up. Yu Siyuan hadn't expected it and was startled again. Because the cheapest of these two models costs over 300,000 yuan, and the Toyota Camry even costs over 400,000 yuan. Back in 2002, the average monthly wage for an ordinary person was only 4 or 500 yuan. To save up 30 or 40,000 yuan, one would have to work for 10 years without eating or drinking. She was stunned and kept waving her hands, saying, "Oh, no need for that. We can wait until we make some money. I haven't accomplished anything yet, why buy a car?" Liang Feng shook his head and said, "No, this is exactly when you need it most. If you wait until after you've accomplished something, it'll be too late." This. Yu Yuan blushed and waved her hands. "I still think it's too early. You're an adult, you don't have a driver's license, do you?" Liang Feng was taken aback. At that time, it wasn't very common for women to get their driver's license. But he assumed that as a knowledge worker in a foreign company, she should already have one, so he asked again, "Do you have a driver's license or not? If not, go get one right away." "Of course I do. I've had it for over 10 years. Yu Yuan smiled proudly. "Then what are you waiting for? Let us go buy a car." Liang Feng grabbed Yu Yuan's hand and started walking out. Yu Yuan hesitated before finally asking what was on her mind, muttering, "But how are we going to pay for it?" Liang Feng burst into laughter and said, "Such a small thought. The money will naturally be charged to the company's account. It's the company's car, and you can drive it. I'll even reimburse you for the fuel costs. Is that okay?" "All right." Yu Yuan giggled happily. Not having to pay out of her own pocket and still getting to drive a car, it couldn't get any better. She secretly rejoiced that her driver's license, which she had studied for so long and was almost about to let expire, would finally come in handy. Among her classmates and friends, there were a few who owned cars. But they were mostly Santanas, Jettas, or Autos. Now that Liang Feng was offering to buy her a Honda Accord or a Toyota Camry, she was naturally overjoyed. In 2002, it wasn't like today where almost every household had a car. Those who owned cars were mostly business owners. At that moment, Yu Yuan truly felt like she had become a boss. Looking at Liang Feng, she couldn't help but hug him tightly and kiss him passionately, saying, "My little husband, having you is so wonderful." Sappy. Liang Feng rolled his eyes. Yu Yuan giggled, her laughter filling the air, then sighed dreamily, "Meeting you was the best thing that ever happened to me, my little bad boy husband." Sappy, sappy. Liang Feng laughed heartily, pinching her nose affectionately and said, "Meeting you has been great for me too." "Stop it." Yu Yuan, blushing, couldn't care less about anything else. She hugged Liang Feng and kissed him passionately, not stopping until her lipstick was gone. In 2002, forest stores began popping up like mushrooms after rain in various small and medium-sized cities. Toyota and Honda, as major manufacturers, had already established dealerships in Tangchang. Liang Feng and Yu Yuan hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Toyota forest store. Yu Yuan was torn between the Honda Accord and the Toyota Camry, but she preferred the Toyota Camry. The Toyota Camry was an imported vehicle, with a base price of nearly 400,000 yuan. In a few years, it would be produced domestically in a joint venture, becoming the Camry of later years. However, at the time, it was known as the Toyota Camry, a purely imported vehicle. At its peak, it had nearly reached 600,000 yuan. However, this amount of money is nothing to Liang Feng at present. The two of them made plans to visit the Toyota Forest dealership together. There were many people looking at cars inside the store. In 2002, while the lives of ordinary people had not yet improved significantly, most were still struggling to maintain a modest standard of living. However, some people had already become wealthy ahead of their time, and buying a car had become one of the earliest ways for people to flaunt their wealth. The forest store was bustling with people, many of whom had come to look at cars. Yu Xian, tall and graceful with a slender figure, immediately caught the attention of many as she walked in. A young male salesman in his 20s noticed her and immediately approached with a broad smile, nodding and asking, "Beautiful lady, what kind of car are you looking for?" Yu Yuan, confident and well-off, replied with a smile, "I'd like to see the Toyota Camry." "Sure, please come inside." The salesman led the way. Yu Yuan, wearing dark green high heels, walked with graceful steps, her long, shapely legs swaying lightly, her sensual, slender waist and full, rounded hips swaying seductively. She walked forward with her head held high, confidently showcasing her stunning, fiery figure. Liang Feng followed behind, observing everything around him. In his eyes, everything before him seemed outdated. Yet in this era, everything here almost represented the pinnacle of modern standards. "It's thriving and quite impressive." Liang Feng smiled as he watched. He and Yu Yuan had already agreed that in public, they shouldn't be too affectionate, so they walked one in front of the other, addressing each other as brother and sister. Just then, suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, isn't that Xian? What are you doing here?" "Ha?" Yu Yuan froze upon hearing the voice, stopped in her tracks, and looked in the direction of the sound. She saw a woman with heavy makeup and a strong scent of perfume, smiling broadly as she waved and walked toward them. Yu Yuan was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, "Xiaoju, it's you. What are you doing here?" The person before her was none other than Yu Xian's childhood friend, Gong Xiaoju. They are of similar age. They grew up together from childhood. However, Gong Xiaoju's face looked noticeably more aged, though her heavy makeup made her appear quite presentable. Carrying a khaki leather handbag, she swayed her hips and laughed, "Oh, I'm just here to buy a car. What about you?" What are you doing here? Before Yu Si-Yuan could respond, she continued with a smile, Si-Yuan, I heard you got divorced? I heard your husband was seeing someone else, and I heard you caught him in bed with her. Is that true? Yu Si-Yuan's face stiffened slightly. She thought to herself, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. I've only been divorced for a short while, and even Gong Xiaoju already knows about it. It seems that among friends, everyone already knows everything. In 2002, divorce wasn't something to be proud of, especially when her husband had cheated on her and abandoned her. It was something people talked about behind her back. Yu Si-Yuan felt a bit awkward and nodded slightly, saying, yes, we did get divorced, but it was my decision. Gong Xiaoju exclaimed, oh my. You were kicked out by your husband, weren't you? Let me tell you, back when you and your husband got married, I could tell he wasn't a good man. He kept glancing at me and flirting with me all the time. Yu Si-Yuan felt 1,000 horses galloping through her mind. She thought to herself, back then, my sister was as beautiful as a flower. How could her husband possibly have fallen for someone like you? But she couldn't say that out loud, so she emphasized again, Xiaoju, it was me who initiated the divorce. He begged me, saying he wanted to cut ties with that person, but I ignored him. I was the one who kicked him out. Gong Xiaoju didn't even acknowledge this, continuing to chuckle, you, being able to stay with him for so many years is already tough enough. Who knows how many other women he has been with on the side? She covered her mouth and giggled, women these days are so dirty. You better not catch anything from him. Yu Si-Yuan was so angry she clenched her teeth. She never expected Gong Xiaoju to say such vicious words. She opened her mouth to retort. But Gong Xiaoju changed the subject again, saying, speaking of which, you're still working at that foreign company, right? How much do you make a month? I bet it's only 1,000 or 2, right? That's way too little. These days, I have to do business. Look at me. She extended her hand, revealing a gold bracelet, and the diamond ring on her finger sparkled. With a gold necklace around her neck, she smiled and boasted, look, all these are newly bought. There are even more at home. I'm too lazy to wear them anymore. She continued to boast as if she had finally found a place to show off, speaking rapidly like a machine gun, and I just agreed with the salesperson to buy a Corolla to drive around in. She strutted around, her neck held high in a show of superiority, looking down on Yu Si-Yuan with disdain, feeling utterly triumphant inside. Chapter 20, Yu Si-Yuan's sister. Yu Si-Yuan was so flustered she couldn't breathe. She had never been good at arguing since she was a child. She wasn't the type to fight back. Being berated by Gong Xiaoju like that made her so angry she could barely breathe. Now that she finally had a chance to speak, she wanted to say a few harsh words. She wanted Gong Xiaoju to know the truth about her. She wasn't kicked and she wasn't sick. But then, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked over from a distance. Gong Xiaoju immediately turned around and called out, husband, over here. The middle-aged man walked over. He immediately spotted Yu Si-Yuan, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized her from head to toe. When he noticed the impressive curves of her chest, he paused for a moment, staring for a few extra seconds before asking, Xiaoju, who is this beauty? What beauty? She's just my classmate. She was just kicked out by her husband. Gong Xiaoju chuckled and said, this is my husband. How about him? Handsome, right? Yu Si-Yuan was furious. This woman was just looking for an opportunity to show off in front of her. Looking at the old man in front of her, she thought to herself, I should find a new husband too. He should be handsome, rich, and young. She rolled her eyes and said, Xiaoju, you sure change husbands often. What are you talking about? Gong Xiaoju smirked, Si-Yuan, I think you should get a divorce now. I know some wealthy businessmen. I can introduce you to them. Maybe you won't have to work that lousy job every day anymore. Yu Si-Yuan knew that Gong Xiaoju had always been competitive with her since childhood, and now she finally had the chance to show off. Yu Si-Yuan had never taken her seriously before, but now, because of a divorce, she was being looked down upon by her. She sneered and said, Xiaoju, aren't you curious about why I'm here? Gong Xiaoju wasn't interested in continuing the conversation, she just wanted to find ways to belittle her. She couldn't compete with her when they were young, but now that she's this age, she's finally found an opportunity to vent her frustration, and she wouldn't let it slip away. However, since Yu Si-Yuan had asked, she replied coldly, what else could you possibly be here for? Are you here to buy a car too? Yu Si-Yuan laughed and said, yes, I'm here to buy a car too. I want to buy a Toyota Camry. What? You're buying a Camry? Gong Xiaoju was surprised. She had just boasted about wanting to buy a Toyota Corolla. The Corolla is the later model Toyota Corolla, also known as the Levin. It's a whole different class from the Camry, they can't even compare. She couldn't help but look utterly amazed. Yu Si-Yuan, seeing her reaction, let out a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, of course not. I wouldn't even look at a cheap car. It's not worth it. This left Gong Xiaoju speechless for a moment. She bit her lip and asked, Si-Yuan, you're buying a Camry? Are you serious? Don't fool me. Yu Si-Yuan turned to the salesman and said, salesman, tell her what kind of car I want to buy. The salesman, who had been listening carefully, noticed that Gong Xiaoju was dressed in a tacky manner and couldn't compare to Yu Siyuan's elegance. He chimed in, "Ma'am, you're looking at the Toyota Camry." This left Gong Xiaoju feeling humiliated, and she swallowed her pride once again. Just then, Liang Feng suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Sister Siyuan, who is this auntie?" He deliberately called Yu Siyuan sister and Gong Xiaoju aunt. Gong Xiaoju heard this and froze, snorting, "Who are you? How dare you call her sister and me aunt? How do you figure that out?" Liang Feng replied seriously, "This lady looks much younger than you. You look like her aunt. Is there a problem?" The salesperson couldn't help but giggle. Yu Siyuan followed up, "Don't be silly. This is my classmate. She just looks a bit older, but she's still my classmate." Saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Gong Xiaoju was so angry she clenched her teeth and shouted, "You little brat, are your eyes just for venting?" Liang Feng wasn't one to spoil her. He snorted, "You're the one who looks old, yet you blame others. Oomph, ugly people are always causing trouble." Oh my! Gong Xiaoju was even more furious. She had always had a temper, and now that she felt wronged, she wanted to take it out on Liang Feng. "I'll tear your mouth off." Liang Feng warned her with a smile, "Let me tell you, this is a public place. If you cause a scene, I'll call the police." "I'm not afraid of you, you little brat." Gong Xiaoju wanted to continue the argument. The salesperson hurried over to intervene, "If you two have an issue, please take it outside. This isn't appropriate here." In 2002, a Toyota 4S store was considered a high-end place. Gong Xiaoju wanted to cause a scene but dared not. At that moment, everyone around them turned to look. This made her even more reluctant to cause a scene. The man beside her, seeing the situation, chimed in, "Come on, why bother arguing with a child?" Poof. Gong Xiaoju glared at Liang Feng, swallowed her anger, then turned to Yu Siyuan and asked, "Siyuan, where did you get the money to buy a jiame? Is it real or fake? I still don't believe you." Yu Siyuan smiled triumphantly, "Stock trading. I've made over 100,000 from stocks lately, so I thought I'd buy a jiame to drive around for fun. By the way, I've rented a 3-story building on Yuhua Road and plan to open the biggest internet cafe in all of Tangcheng. Come by and check it out when it's ready. I'll give you a 99% discount." Tangcheng was a third-tier small city. At the beginning of the century, stocks were still a novelty to most people, and few understood them. Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaoju and the middle-aged man named Na Ming both perked up. When he mentioned opening an internet cafe, they were even more amazed. Opening an internet cafe was a high-cost endeavor for ordinary people, prompting them to ask, "You really made money from stocks? You're really going to open an internet cafe?" Yu Siyuan laughed, "Of course, why would I lie? Alright, go back to your flower crown. We'll get in touch if there's an opportunity." After saying that, she swayed her hips and walked away with a smile. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and leaned close to Gong Xiaoju's ear, saying, "By the way, my ex-husband and I haven't had a proper marital relationship for years. Even if he did, I wouldn't want to. But I think this guy might have something wrong with him. Don't let him infect you." After saying that, she laughed heartily, took Liang Feng by the hand, and left happily. What nonsense are you talking about?" Gong Xiaoju clenched her teeth in anger, trembling all over. You who can play the stock market and run an internet cafe? You must have hooked up with a rich guy, that's why you divorced your husband." She turned her head and noticed the middle-aged man staring intently at Yu Siyuan swaying, round buttocks, unable to look away. Gong Xiaoju pushed him aside urgently, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay." The middle-aged man, seeing this, snorted, "We agreed, I'll only pay the down payment. The interest is on you." "Alright, I understand." Gong Xiaoju was extremely frustrated. She had intended to show off, but never expected to be outdone. She was so upset that she couldn't stop sighing, occasionally glancing at Yu Siyuan. She couldn't believe she was actually going to buy a Toyota Camry. That's a car that costs $4,000 or $50,000. In the end. Soon, Liang Feng and Yu Siyuan finalized the purchase, signed the contract, and made the payment. Gong Xiaoju couldn't help but ask the salesperson, "That woman really bought the Toyota Camry?" "Yes, she did." The salesperson smiled. Gong Xiaoju rolled her eyes in frustration, feeling even more dejected, but still asked, "Did she pay in full or take out a loan?" The salesperson replied, "That lady was very decisive, she fell in love with it at first sight and paid in full." Gong Xiaoju was even more furious. She never thought that at her age, she still couldn't compete with Yu Siyuan. But there was nothing she could do, so she could only stare blankly. Yu Siyuan walked out of the 4S store with a big smile on her face. Not only had she bought the car she wanted, but she had also gotten a chance to show off. In a great mood, she went to a secluded spot, wrapped her arms around Liang Feng, and kissed him passionately, saying, "Thank you so much, my little husband. Without you, I wouldn't have known how to deal with that woman." Liang Feng lit a cigarette and said, "Women are just trouble when they're ugly." Yu Siyuan agreed, "That's right, ugly women are troublesome." Toyota cars are in high demand, so we had to wait a few days to pick up the car. But the wait was worth it. In 2002, not many people in Tangcheng could afford a Toyota Camry. With this car, Yu Yuan would truly become a big boss. In a good mood, she playfully draped her arm around Liang Feng's arm and cooed, "My little husband, no, my good boss, I'll work hard and never let you down." That's good. Liang Feng pinched her cheek, looking at the brilliant sunlight of 2002, knowing deep down that this was just the beginning. The future would undoubtedly be even more exciting. Chapter 21, Chen San's Gangster Affairs. Once one gets involved in the underworld, it's hard to extricate oneself. Liang Feng had never wanted to have too much to do with these so-called underworld figures. But then, Chen San suddenly called him. He had bought a new phone, and only a few people knew the number. He had done so for convenience when he was involved in illegal gambling. He had told Chen San. Now he called out of the blue. Liang Feng didn't dare to answer. Since Chen San had always treated him with great respect, he answered and laughed. "Chen Go, what's the wind blowing you here, calling me?" Chen San's cheerful voice came through. Well, tomorrow is my birthday, I'll be turning 45. The friends are planning a party so I was thinking of inviting you, Liang Xiao, to join us for some fun and excitement. Liang Feng laughed. "Oh, so it's your birthday, Chen Gu. Happy birthday in advance. No need to be so polite." Chen San laughed heartily and said, "So, Liang Xiao, what about tomorrow?" "Chen Gu, don't worry. I'll definitely be there tomorrow." Liang Feng was now wealthy but not very influential. In a city like Tangcheng, having such a friend wasn't entirely a bad thing, especially since it was his birthday, so he readily agreed. "Alright, I'll call you tomorrow to set a specific time." Chen San smiled happily. Liang Feng said, "Alright, I'll wait for your call." "Alright, that's settled." Chen San hung up the phone. Liang Feng tossed his phone aside. Yu Xian was lying there, shaking the drum, and turned around to ask, "Chen San? What did he want?" "It's his birthday, and he invited me to attend." Liang Feng had already told Yu Yuan about his relationship with Chen San and didn't hide anything. He continued, "We're going tomorrow, but the exact time hasn't been decided yet." "Ha?" Yu Yuan bit her lip, feeling the impact, and muttered, "He's that kind of person you'd be better off staying away from him." "I know, don't worry." Liang Feng spoke quickly, and the conversation soon came to an end. Later, Yu Yuan, with a hint of a smile on her lips, couldn't contain her joy as she drew circles on Liang Feng's chest and said, "Now that you're so wealthy, there's no need to keep associating with those people. They're not the kind of people who walk the straight and narrow path." "Don't worry, I know." Liang Feng held Yu Yuan back, smoking a cigarette afterward, and said, "A man knows what to do and what not to do, and when to do what." Slap. She tapped the round drum and said, "Come on, make up for tomorrow." Yu Yuan nodded with a smile on her lips and began again. The next day, Chen San told Liang Feng the exact time and meeting place early in the morning. At the agreed time, around 5:30 p.m., Liang Feng prepared a gift and rushed over. It was in a rural courtyard at the urban-rural fringe of the southern part of the city. The entrance was filled with various so-called luxury cars of that era, such as Toyota Land Cruisers, Toyota Camrys, BMW 528s, Beijing Jeeps, and so on. The main gate opened, and many people were coming and going. Inside, the place was already packed, bustling with activity. Large stoves had been set up, with meat dishes simmering and skewers grilling. Liang Feng carried his gift and walked inside on his own, recognizing few people. Everyone had a stern expression, sizing up Liang Feng with curiosity, wondering what this bookish young man was doing here. Once inside, he finally spotted the main figure, Chen San. Chen San was wearing a light yellow Tang-style robe, holding a beautiful white jade bracelet in his hand. He smiled and waved to his men as they bustled around, then immediately greeted Liang Feng. "Oh, Liang young master, you're here. Why didn't you give me a heads up? I could have gone to the entrance to greet you. Brother Chen, today is your birthday. You're the boss." Liang Feng laughed it off, presented the gift, and said, "Wishing Chen Go a happy birthday. May you have many more years like today, and may you grow younger and wealthier with each passing year." "Ha, I love hearing that." Chen San took the gift and saw it was a pure gold Buddha statue, about the size of 2 fists, clearly very valuable. "Mr. Liang, I invited you here to have fun. Why did you spend so much?" "It's only right." Liang Feng nodded and smiled. Chen San was delighted and patted Liang Feng on the shoulder again, saying, "Mr. Liang, meeting you is like meeting a true deity. Haha, what gods or Buddhas? None of them compare to you. Ha ha." He laughed again and said, "Come on, Mr. Liang, I'll show you around. This is my old family home. I had it completely renovated." Tangcheng had developed rapidly over the past 2 years. The city was expanding rapidly. Many rural areas have been leveled and turned into part of the city. This has also created more urban-rural fringe areas. This is one of them. The asphalt road has been extended all the way to the village entrance, making it very convenient. Chen San already had some wealth, and this time, following Liang Feng, he made another few million, so renovating his house was quite normal. At this moment, a large courtyard with 3 entrances and exits, with a 2-story house covered in white tiles being built at the back. In the central courtyard, artificial hills, vegetation, and a small bridge over a stream have all been arranged. Shin-san said proudly, once I finish building this, it'll be worth several times more than those million-dollar villas in the city. He added, of course, Mr. Liang has seen the world, it wouldn't even catch your eye. It's already quite good. Liang Feng, looking at it with the perspective of the future, actually thought it was even better. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, having such a large courtyard was much more comfortable than living in the city center. I'm also planning to build a swimming pool here. The fortune teller said that water symbolizes wealth, and having water at home brings prosperity. Shin-san proudly introduced, once it's finished, I'll invite you, Mr. Liang, to come and take a look. Sure. Liang Feng agreed casually. At that moment, as they walked further in, they reached the third courtyard's rear room. Inside, a crowd of people were gathered, the air thick with smoke and chaos as they gambled, shouting, Open! 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 There were both men and women. As soon as Shin-san entered, they immediately shouted, Oh, Brother-san is here. Brother-san, play a few rounds. Right, we've been waiting for you for ages. Today's your birthday, so you have to play with us. Shin-san, with the swagger of a gangster boss, waved his hand and said, Alright, I'll be the dealer. You guys can bet whatever you want. Today, I'll let you kids win a few. He then turned to Liang Feng and said, Liang Xiao, let's have some fun together. Liang Xiao? Shin-san's shout caused everyone to look up. Everyone realized that this pale-faced young man was the infamous Liang Feng from the underworld, Shin-san's money god, and they all immediately turned to look at him. Brother Chen, this is the money god you were talking about? He's pretty young. Ha, he is really handsome. Men and women chatted and laughed, watching the scene unfold. Shin-san rolled up his sleeves, sat down in the middle, lit a cigarette, and called out, Old 3, give me 2,000 first. I'll pay you back later. He added, of course, Liang Xiao is both handsome and wealthy. You young ladies should seize this opportunity. He is handsome. Mr. Liang, let's get to know each other. The girls swarmed around him in an instant, not wanting to miss the chance to meet the money god. Chapter 22, The Beautiful Woman in Debt. Liang Feng stood there, clearly different from the rough and tumble crowd. He wore light blue jeans, a plain white t-shirt, and a pair of black canvas shoes. His composed demeanor naturally drew the girls' admiration. The girls were all quite young, mostly in their early 20s, with the oldest looking no older than 23 or 24. They were tagging along with these so-called big brothers of the underworld. At that moment, they were all smiling like cats that had found something delicious surrounding him. Mr. Liang, you're so handsome. Mr. Liang, let's get to know each other. Mr. Liang, you really can predict the outcome of the match in advance. One after another, they surrounded Liang Feng in an instant. Liang Feng remained as still as a pine tree, smiling faintly without a care in the world. Don't listen to what the third brother is saying. I'm not some kind of money god. It's just that the third brother has good fortune. You're good with words. Shin-san laughed heartily, alright, let's play cards. Don't crowd around Liang Xiao. Liang Xiao, you can't back out now. I'll take a look first. Liang Feng smiled and nodded. But the people couldn't help but keep glancing at Liang Feng. Lately, there had been plenty of rumors about Liang Feng, and they had been passed around so much that they had become almost legendary. Everyone wanted to see him and get to know him. But Shin-san spoke up, and the card game resumed, so everyone refocused their attention on the game. Only a stunningly beautiful girl with the most striking features and the tallest, most graceful figure in the crowd continued to linger around Liang Feng. She stood over 5 feet 7 inches, with a non-mainstream hairstyle, a cigarette dangling from her lips, and asked with a smile, Mr. Liang, I heard you have friends abroad who already know the World Cup scores. Is that true? The World Cup? You're talking about fixing the results? At that moment, someone interjected with a snort, of course they can fake it. Otherwise, how did that bunch of Koreans make it to the semi-finals? Exactly, it's definitely rigged. They're all in cahoots with those casino tycoons in Las Vegas. He chuckled again and asked, Mr. Liang, is that right? Liang Xiao smiled faintly and didn't respond. Shin-san picked up the cards and dealt them, saying, hurry up and place your bets. I'm letting you win. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, hurry up. Right. I'll bet 500. I'll bet 200. Everyone placed their bets. They were playing the simplest form of Pai Gao. 4 suits. 2 cards per door, comparing their values. The game began in a lively atmosphere. The girl dressed in an unconventional style still leaned toward Liang Feng. Mr. Liang, they say you don't hit a smiling face. I'm being so proactive in talking to you, why aren't you responding? This girl was extremely beautiful. She had a delicate face, large eyes, a straight nose, a small cherry mouth, and fair skin. She was tall and slender, with a graceful figure. Unfortunately, she had a non-mainstream, messy hairstyle. Liang Feng couldn't bring himself to admire her and said, let's play cards. Third brother said we should lose a little for everyone. How much can you win anyway? The non-mainstream girl snorted, glanced at Liang Feng, and said, with a little money, what are you trying to be? I've seen it all. She then walked away. Ha ha. Liang Feng laughed instead. Non-mainstream girls of this era were still so full of flavor. As for the card table, the rounds kept going. Shin-san won several hands in a row, laughing heartily, and said, I wanted to let you win a little, but you're not trying hard enough. Hurry up and play, hurry up. Come on, let's keep going. Damn it, I'll bet 1,000. I'll bet 800. One after another, they rolled up their sleeves and kept betting. The more you bet, the more you win. Shin-san held the playing cards and continued dealing. At that moment, Bald Lu suddenly ran in, spotted Liang Feng immediately, and burst into laughter. Oh, Mr. Liang, you're here too? Hee, we meet again. You're here too? Liang Feng snorted with a smile. This bald-headed Lu was the matchmaker between him and Yu Yuan. But this guy was a complete scoundrel, and Liang Feng didn't bother to speak to him politely. It's third brother's birthday. How could I not come? Bald Lu chuckled and added, Mr. Liang, I need to speak with third brother. Please go ahead and enjoy yourselves. He pushed through the crowd and whispered a few words into Chen-san's ear. Chen-san furrowed his brows and snorted, why is she here? Alright, let her come in and see me. Alright. Bald Lu turned and left. The card game continued. A few moments later, Bald Lu walked in with a tall, slender, and graceful young woman. She hesitated. However, her graceful and alluring figure was exceptionally striking. Standing over 1.7 meters tall, she had long, slender legs, a slim waist, a full bust, and a petite face, the so-called nine-headed beauty. She wore a tight-fitting black strapless long dress, with her long black hair flowing freely over her shoulders. Her large eyes, adorned with mascara, blinked rapidly, revealing a look of urgency. Her delicate nose and cherry-red lips added a touch of softness. No matter how you looked at her, she was a true beauty. At that moment, she stood there, instantly drawing the attention of many people. Third brother, she's here. Bald Lu shouted. Shen-san continued dealing cards, not even glancing up as he muttered, I told you before, you must repay the money within 3 days. If you don't, I'll break your arm. I. The beautiful young woman stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Bald Lu leaned over to Liang Feng and said with a smile, Mr. Liang, this woman has been gambling with third brother and lost over 50,000. She can't pay it back. Liang Feng had no interest in this. Gamblers aren't worth pitying. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating he didn't want to listen. At that moment, Shen-san stopped dealing cards, his gaze fixed on the woman, and he growled harshly, I heard you got divorced and you're raising a daughter. She's studying at first middle school, isn't she? By the way, her name is Lu Duo, right? Don't you dare lay a finger on my daughter. The beautiful young woman panicked, trembling with fear. Liang Feng was equally stunned. Because he knew Lu Duo, she was one of the school beauties, though she was in class 4 and they didn't interact much. But upon closer inspection, she did indeed bear a striking resemblance. He was even more certain, so he leaned over to Bald Lu and asked, how did she lose over 50,000? Bald Lu explained, I'm not exactly sure either, but I heard it was a game where you double your bet each time, and whoever loses doubles their bet again. He added, apparently, in the last round, she wanted to borrow $1 million from the third brother to keep doubling, but he refused. Otherwise, she would have lost again. Oh, I see. Liang Feng thought about it and everything made sense. Lu Duo came from a privileged family, was always outstanding at school, and could dance. There had been rumors that she was planning to take the entrance exam for the Beijing Dance Academy. Every time she danced, many boys would gather around to watch. Liang Feng remembered that he had also gone to watch once. Later, she ended up attending a vocational college, and rumors began to circulate that she had been promiscuous, with numerous boyfriends both in society and at school. By the time she was in her 40s, she was still unmarried. Little did anyone know that the reason was all here. It was because her mother lost over 500,000 yuan, leading to a family crisis. That was over 500,000 yuan in 2002. It's not the same as 500,000 yuan today. These days, a decent house only costs around $5,000 or $6,000. For the average person, having 50,000 in debt means either losing the house and land or simply being unable to pay it off. Shen-san slapped the table and said, the money was borrowed, with a written agreement and your red fingerprint. Do you think you can renege on the debt? Let me tell you, even if you sell everything you have now, you still have to pay it back. The beautiful young woman stammered, I. Almost crying. She wasn't just in debt for over 50,000, she'd lost everything she owned. It started as just a bit of fun, then doubled again, thinking that if she could win big, she could recoup everything she had lost. The result? She kept losing, not winning a single game. Not only did she lose everything she had, but she also ended up owing over 50,000 yuan. The World Cup ended. She suddenly came to her senses, wishing she could slap herself, regretting her actions deeply. But what could she do? The debt was already incurred. They had to be repaid. At that moment, she wished she could die. But death wouldn't solve anything. Her daughter is still alive. If she dies, her daughter will suffer. She couldn't let her daughter die too. The beautiful young woman seemed to have made up her mind, clenching her teeth and saying, third brother, the money was mine to borrow, and I'll repay it. Even if you make me sell myself, I'll pay you back. But please, don't touch my daughter. Shen-san snorted, debt must be repaid, it's only fair. As long as you pay it back, why would I harm your daughter? He spoke each word slowly. The beautiful young woman clenched her teeth and felt a little relieved. That's good, that's good. With tear-filled eyes, she accepted her fate. Because there was nothing she could do to change the situation. Chapter 23, The Beautiful Young Woman Lu Bingyan. The beautiful young woman was named Lu Bingyan. She was graceful and elegant, with a slender figure, and was a well-known professional dance teacher in Tangqing City. She took excellent care of herself, with a fair complexion, snow-white skin, and a seductive figure. She exuded the aura of a modern fitness beauty, with a full bust, a slim waist, long legs, and a curvaceous figure that was hard to miss. Her daughter was already in her senior year of high school. She is exceptionally talented in dance and once won third place in a national-level dance competition. At the time, she caused a stir throughout Tangcheng, and upon returning home with her accolades, she became a minor celebrity in the city. Otherwise, Shen-san wouldn't have lent her such a large sum of money. After graduating from the dance academy, she leveraged her fame and professional skills to open her own dance academy, which thrived and brought her a prosperous and comfortable life. Even after going through a divorce, she still had many outstanding suitors around her and a lovely daughter by her side, leading a smooth and worry-free life. But little did she know that a casual bet on a football match would lead her into such a desperate situation. In 2002, the World Cup in Japan and South Korea was held, with the match times perfectly aligned with China's time zone. Additionally, the Chinese national team had qualified for the World Cup, making it a topic of national discussion. Even those who had no interest in football would take a glance. One day, Lu Bingyan went to a bar with friends and accidentally came across sports betting. Prior to that, she had barely even played poker or mahjong. Her friends claimed they could guarantee a win. She decided to join in for fun and played a few rounds. Surprisingly, she won. It felt easy. So she started betting on sports. But then she started losing. She thought that if she lost 10,000, she would bet 20,000, and if she lost 20,000, she would bet 40,000, naively believing that as long as she won once, she could win back everything she had lost. However, football is round, and fate loves to play tricks on people. She lost so badly that it was heartbreaking, and the more she lost, the more she wanted to recover her losses. In the end, she not only lost all her savings but also accumulated a massive debt of 500,000 yuan. Deeply mired in debt, she still harbored the delusion of borrowing 1 million to turn things around. However, as a dance teacher in 2002, even with some fame, who would be willing to lend her such a huge sum? Shen-san refused her loan request, which was actually a way of saving her, as she knew nothing about football and was simply betting blindly. Now, she has nothing left except her still beautiful and graceful body. Lu Bingyan came from an educated family, with both parents being teachers. She was pampered and raised as a princess from childhood, studying dance. Her family nurtured her with care, treating her like a princess. She never imagined she would end up on such a desperate path. But the harsh reality was staring her in the face. If she chose to end her life, her creditors would certainly not spare her daughter or her elderly parents. She knew that the money had been borrowed from them, and that repaying debts was only fair. With no other options, she gritted her teeth and endured the pain, her heart filled with sorrow as she silently shed tears. At that moment, Bald Lu, with a lecherous expression, chuckled, "Lu, the beautiful lady, since you're out here selling yourself, I'll show you the ropes first. Women who sell themselves are different from decent women." Saying this, he lunged toward Lu Bingyan with a menacing gesture. Lu Bingyan couldn't bear such humiliation and quickly dodged to the side. Bald Lu, seeing this, didn't press the matter. He shrugged and said, "See? I told you we needed someone to lead the way. You thought selling yourself was that easy? I'm one of the better-looking ones among the customers. Whether it's old men, cripples, blind men, lame men, or cute little girls, you have to take them all. Remember what the big brother said, you have to love what you do if you want to make money." He laughed hysterically while relentlessly attacking Lu Bingyan's last psychological defenses, making her wish she could die right there. "That's terrifying." Bald Lu grinned and said, "Lu, the beauty, you owe the third brother over 50,000. Even if you sell yourself for 1,000 each time, how many times would you have to do it? In the future, you might encounter someone like me. I'll show you the way and teach you a lesson. Isn't that a good idea?" Everyone looked at Lu Bingyan, the beautiful young woman, and joined in the laughter. "That's right. If you want to make money, don't be picky. We could all become your customers. Today, we'll all give you a head start." Facing the shy, curvaceous beauty, how could anyone not be envious? They all smiled lewdly. Moreover, Lu Bingyan was a minor celebrity in Tangcheng. Under the glow of her fame, she only fueled the men's desires. They laughed heartily, eager to get a piece of the action. Lu Bingyan was filled with anger and resentment, but she had no strength to resist. For her daughter's sake, she could only grit her teeth and nod in humiliation. Because she knew this was her only option. Her dance school couldn't possibly afford to pay back so much money. Ha ha. Bald Lu, seeing this, laughed unrestrainedly and stepped forward to wrap his arms around Lu Bingyan's slender waist. But just then, a girl suddenly burst in, shouting loudly, "Don't touch my mom. The sharp voice startled everyone. Everyone turned to look, only to see a tall girl wearing jeans overalls, a white t-shirt, and a playful ponytail running in. She bore a striking resemblance to Lu Bingyan, though she had a few more innocent, youthful features. She rushed excitedly to her mother's side and shielded her with her body. This was none other than Lu Bingyan's daughter, Lu Duo. Lu Bingyan, seeing this, hurriedly said, Duo, why did you come here? This has nothing to do with you. Lu Duo cried out, Mom, what are you doing? You can't give up on yourself. We'll sell everything we have to pay them back. As she spoke, she clung tightly to her mother, unwilling to let her endure such humiliation. The earlier conversation. She had overheard some of it and couldn't believe her mother had become so desperate. Mom, no, absolutely not. Lu Bingyan sighed helplessly and said, Duo, I've already mortgaged our house and the dance studio. We've lost everything. Mom has no other options. Upon hearing this, Lu Duo was completely stunned. Lately, she had noticed her mother's obsession with gambling, watching TV all day long, sometimes until the early hours of the morning. She had never paid attention to such things before, but later discovered that her mother was borrowing money from friends and relatives. But she never imagined her mother was so deeply involved, not only losing everything they had but also owing money to the mafia. She knew the debt amounted to 50,000 yuan. Because Chin-san had sent people to their home to demand payment. Today, Lu Duo finally realized that her mother was about to do something reckless, so she rushed over in a panic, leading to the scene before her. But she never imagined that the family home and all their assets were gone. Her mother was so deeply entangled. She was completely stunned, knowing that this time it was truly over. Chapter 24, The Dancing Beauty Lu Duo. Inside the room. Chen-san looked at the innocent young girl and said with a smile, if this were in the past, I, Chen-san, would have made things difficult for you. But now, to be honest, I don't even care about your measly money. All I want is to get back the money your mother borrowed from me, with interest. As I said before, debts must be repaid, it's only fair. I can say that anywhere and it's still true. As long as you pay back the money, anything is fine. Lu Duo hesitated for a moment, then shouted, Mom, let's go find my dad and ask him to help you. Lu Bingyan sighed bitterly, I've already begged your father, but he doesn't have that kind of money, and besides, he's already married. How could he help me? She didn't want to lose all her dignity in front of her daughter. All along, she had been her daughter's role model, guiding her in dance practice and pursuing her stage dreams. At this moment, she couldn't bear for her daughter to witness such a humiliating scene. But some things can't be hidden forever. Sighing, she said, Daudu, go to school and study. Let the adults handle adult matters. The debts I owe, I will repay myself. Saying this, she gently pushed Lu Daudu aside. Lu Duo couldn't bear to see her mother like this. She grabbed her mother's hand and said, I'll go find my father. Pay it back. We'll figure something else out. There must be another way. Go. She pulled her mother forcefully outward. Lu Bingyan knew that she had already considered every possible solution. She was truly at the end of her rope. She didn't want Chen-san to send people to cause trouble and disrupt her daughter's life, so she had come here as a last resort. Now her daughter had seen her. Her heart was as cold as ashes. She sighed helplessly, Dodo, let the adults handle this. You should go back first. No, I can't. Lu Duo pulled her mother tightly. Just as she was pulling her mother toward the exit, she suddenly caught sight of Liang Feng, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines and froze in surprise, never expecting to encounter an acquaintance here. She looked closely and confirmed it was indeed Liang Feng. Liang Feng was quite famous at school, handsome, and academically gifted. Especially during school basketball games, he always stood out on the court, which is why Lu Duo recognized him, though they weren't close and had only exchanged a few words occasionally. Seeing him here now, Lu Daoduo's face flushed bright red. Such an embarrassing situation she hadn't expected to run into someone she knew. She turned her head, hoping Liang Feng wouldn't recognize her. But how could that be? At that moment, Lu Daoduo was so ashamed she wanted to find a place to hide. Liang Feng also never expected to see his classmate here. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, he thought about the possible fate that Lu Duo might face in the future. Once again, Lu Duo saw him. Fortunately, he stepped forward once again to rescue the damsel in distress and said, Duo, is that your mother? As soon as he spoke, everyone froze, their eyes, which had been watching the spectacle, now turned to Liang Feng in confusion. Including Chen-san. Chen-san was taken aback and asked in astonishment, Mr. Liang, what? Do you two know each other? Liang Feng nodded and smiled, what a coincidence. She's my classmate. Your classmate? Chen-san froze for a moment, then looked at the two of them and understood. He laughed heartily, his tone noticeably more polite. He stood up from the card table, took a look around, and said, isn't this like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, where even family members don't recognize each other? Alright, since you know Mr. Liang, I won't make things difficult for you too. I'll give you another month to figure out a way to pay back the money. By the way, I'll waive the interest. Just pay back the principal. He laughed again and turned to Liang Feng, saying, Liang Xiao, this money was borrowed from me in good faith. I need to get the principal back, so this is the only option. That's fine, third brother. Liang Feng nodded, thanks. Chen San waved his hand dismissively and laughed, no need to be so formal. For the bond between brothers like us, this is nothing. He laughed again, waved his hand, and said, alright, let's call it a day. The front yard should be taken care of. Let's go drink and eat. Let's go, let's go. He called out to the others and led them outside. As they passed by Lu Bingyan and Lu Duo, Chen San smiled again and said, Miss Lu, your daughter and Liang Xiao are classmates. Why didn't you mention it earlier? If you had, there wouldn't have been such a commotion. Then he turned to Lu Duo and said, little beauty, don't overthink it. Talk it over with Mr. Liang. If it doesn't work out, I'll give you another month. The same rule applies, just return the principal. With that, Chen San smiled broadly and led his men away. This entire incident. It was a clear show of respect toward Liang Feng. Liang Feng couldn't help but thank him again, Brother San, thanks a lot. No need to be so formal. Between us, don't mention that word. We're family. Chen San displayed the generous spirit of a gangster boss, laughing heartily as he led everyone away. The room was now empty except for Liang Feng, Lu Bingyan, and Lu Duo. Lu Bingyan and Lu Duo couldn't believe how the situation had turned from hell to heaven in the blink of an eye. The two of them blinked rapidly, frozen in place, their heads buzzing. They never expected things to suddenly take such a turn. And the one who had caused this sudden change was none other than Liang Feng. Lu Duo stared at Liang Feng in shock, her eyes sparkling. Their previous relationship had been nothing more than exchanging a few words and nodding in greeting when they met. Now, she never expected him to help her so much. Especially when she heard Chen San address him as Mr. Liang, with such politeness. She asked in astonishment, Liang Feng, you know them? And why do they call you Mr. Liang? You. She was so flustered she didn't know what to ask next. It felt too unbelievable. Everything before her eyes felt unreal. Including Lu Bingyan. She was also shocked and confused. Because she knew very well that Chen San was infamous for his brutality, a notorious figure in the underworld. Just mentioning his name in Tangchung was enough for everyone to know who he was. Yet, he was so polite to Liang Feng. Liang Feng had only said one simple sentence, he's my classmate. Chen San not only agreed to take back the principal without interest, but also extended the repayment period from 3 days to 1 month, and then further extended it to 2 months. This clearly indicates that the young man in front of them must be someone of great influence, or the child of a powerful figure. She couldn't help but ask, Daodu, is this your classmate? Is there someone like this at your school? Lu Duo nodded excitedly and said, yes, his name is Liang Feng. He's in class 2 of our grade, and I'm in class 4. After speaking, she gave Liang Feng a sweet smile and said, Liang Feng, thank you so much. Liang Feng waved his hand, no need to be so formal. We're classmates, of course I'll help you. Chapter 25, The Handsome Liang Feng. Liang Feng had helped out mainly because he was thinking about Lu Daodu's future. Such a pretty young girl shouldn't be treated this way. If it were someone like Lu Bingyan, a gambler, he wouldn't bother. Such gamblers aren't worth pitying. Even knowing she was Lu Duoduo's mother, he didn't say a word. She deserved it. But Lu Duo was caught up in it, and her fate took a sudden turn for the worse. He had always had a good impression of Lu Duo, she always greeted him with a polite smile. After high school graduation, the two had crossed paths a few times in society, always maintaining a polite demeanor. So even now, Liang Feng still remembers this girl who always smiled sweetly at him whenever they met. The dance goddess, Lu Duo. That's why he decided to help her. He hadn't expected Chen San to give him such face, so he smiled and explained, I have some business dealings with Chen San, so he just did me a favor. It's not as exaggerated as you might think. You do business? Lu Duo looked at Liang Feng in surprise and said, you really are a hidden gem. I never would have guessed at school. That's because I hid it well enough. Liang Feng laughed it off. Oh, no wonder we didn't notice. Lu Duo giggled. The atmosphere instantly became more cheerful. Her gaze toward Liang Feng grew increasingly intense. Such light-hearted banter made her feel at ease, knowing that Liang Feng was intentionally teasing her to help her recover from her earlier sadness. She couldn't help but express her gratitude once more. Thank you so much, Liang Feng. You saved us from a dire situation. If it weren't for you. She didn't know what to say next. Lu Bingyan hurriedly nodded in agreement, expressing her gratitude. Yes, thank you so much. She knew clearly that since Chen San was being so polite to Liang Feng must be someone of great importance. Coming here by such a coincidence today. It was truly a stroke of good luck. But Lu Duo knew Liang Feng's background. He had never been from a wealthy family at school, and she had never heard of his family being particularly wealthy. Moreover, she knew that Liang Feng, like Zhang Yun from their class, was the son of a steel mill worker. How could someone from such a background become so powerful? And he has even called Liang Xiao? She was still curious and asked again, Liang Feng, what does your family do? Why do they call you Liang Xiao? Liang Feng laughed heartily and said, didn't I already tell you? I just have some business dealings with Chen San. That's just a term of respect. He continued, Duo, your mom is right. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. You need to focus on your studies. I'm sure Auntie will handle this, right? He glanced at Lu Bingyan, looking down on her deeply. Though she was beautiful in his eyes, a gambler was no better than a worthless person. In fact, she was worse than a worthless person. At least a worthless person wouldn't drag their family down at worst, they'd just be a freeloader eating a few bowls of rice. He hoped to snap Lu Bingyan out of it, so she wouldn't ruin Lu Duoduo's future. He didn't want such a beautiful, cheerful little girl to end up as miserable as she had in her previous life. Lu Bingyan understood what he meant and hurriedly nodded. Right, Dodo, Mr. Liang is right. Don't worry about it. Just focus on your studies. Mr. Liang, he has already helped us extend the debt repayment by 2 months. In the next 2 months, I'll figure something out. I'll definitely pay it back. Lu Duoduo was still dazed and could only respond vaguely, But she was deeply worried inside. Where could she come up with 50,000 yuan in 2 months? Even without interest, 50,000 yuan was no small sum. The family home and the dance studio were already gone. This debt was like a dark cloud hanging over her head, impossible to shake off. She looked at Liang Feng, who stood there with a gentle expression, and thanked him again. Liang Feng, thank you so much. Without you, my daughter and I wouldn't know what to do. As she spoke, she took a step forward and suddenly bowed deeply to Liang Feng at a 90-degree angle. Yes, thank you. Lu Bingyan followed suit with a 90-degree bow. Liang Feng hurriedly waved his hands and said, Dodo, don't do that. Didn't the teacher say that classmates should help each other? Ha ha. Lu Duoduo bit her lip and laughed, knowing that Liang Feng was teasing her. She found him even more charming, tall, and handsome. She felt completely different. She thought to herself, no wonder Lin Yusen had been flirting with Liang Feng for so long. Turns out Liang Feng was this kind of guy, he was really great. At that moment, Chen San's birthday party officially began outside. Lu Bingyan and Lu Duoduo hadn't received an invitation, so they naturally had to leave. The tall girl with the unconventional, messy hairstyle suddenly walked in, leaned against the doorframe, and sneered, the hero who rescued the damsel in distress, Mr. Liang, haven't you finished chatting yet? Third brother's party has already started, he's just waiting for you. She glanced at Lu Bingyan and her daughter with disdain. Today, third brother gave you plenty of face. If you don't accompany him for a drink, how will you repay him for his kindness? Alright, I understand. Liang Feng glanced at Lu Bingyan but said nothing. He turned to Lu Duoduo and said, Duoduo, go home safely. Leave adult matters to the adults. As I said before, focus on your studies. If I find your grades dropping or you're not paying attention in class, I'll call Chen San to come to your house every day to collect interest. Tell me, are you afraid? I'm scared. Lu Duoduo giggled and nodded. Alright, I understand. I'll study hard and aim to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. That's the spirit. Liang Feng laughed heartily, waved his hand, and followed the non-mainstream girl out. The non-mainstream girl said as she walked, you're pretty good at making girls happy, aren't you? Why are you so cold to me? What makes me worse than that girl named Lu Duoduo? I can tell you just like to act pure. Seeing that Liang Feng wasn't responding, she said, what are you doing? I'm talking to you. Liang Feng responded vaguely, finding this non-mainstream girl rather exhausting. The non-mainstream girl decided to get straight to the point. Let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Chen Shanshan. I'm the younger cousin of your third uncle, from the same grandfather's side. Oh, I'll remember that. Liang Feng looked at her and smiled. Chen Shanshan, that's a nice name. That's right. Chen Shanshan asked curiously, by the way, tell me quickly, how did you know the World Cup results? Is the World Cup really controlled by those casino tycoons in Las Vegas? Liang Feng had no idea about that, but he needed to give some explanation, so he smiled and made something up. It's not just the World Cup. The Olympics, the European Cup, our Asian Cup, and the top 5 European leagues are all the same. The results are all predetermined and manipulated. Oh, I see. Chen Shanshan suddenly understood, her face filled with astonishment. In this world, nothing is real. She sighed and added, if I had known you were so amazing, I would have convinced my parents to sell the house and land and put up more collateral. Our family could have built a 2-story Western-style house by now. Liang Feng laughed heartily. Alright, wait 2 years until the European Cup. I'll let you know if there's any news. Chen Shanshan was overjoyed, wrapping her arms around Liang Feng's arm and excitedly said, that's a promise. Alright. Liang Feng agreed, finding this unconventional, tall beauty quite interesting. Chapter 26, The Fate of Lu Duoduo. In early July, the sky in Tangchung grew dark late. The courtyard in the rural area was still brightly lit. There were over 20 tables inside and out, each laden with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, with a variety of dishes. Relatives and friends gathered in large numbers, and even a dance troupe had been invited to perform on stage. Liang Feng was among the crowd, eating, drinking, and having a great time. Today, Chen San had once again given Liang Feng a lot of face. Liang Feng naturally drank a few extra cups. On the outskirts of the crowd, Lu Bingyan and Lu Duoduo quietly slipped out from the backyard, watching Liang Feng and Chen San clinking glasses and chatting animatedly before quietly leaving. This Liang Feng, don't let his young age fool you. He's only 18, yet he's already so familiar with these seasoned veterans. He really is impressive. Indeed, ambition knows no age. On the way home, Lu Bingyan sighed. Today, she had come to Chen San's house with everything on the line. She couldn't let them come to her house and block the door demanding money. Little did she know that heaven had intervened, sending Liang Feng to save her. She clasped her hands together and silently prayed, "Heaven, please protect me and help me overcome this crisis. As long as I can get through this, I swear I'll never gamble again. I'll light incense on the 1st and 15th of every month." But she shook her head and smiled. Heaven's protection was indeed the right choice, but it was mainly because she had met Liang Feng. She suddenly remembered Liang Feng's words. She knew exactly what Liang Feng intended. He didn't want Daodu involved. If Daodu hadn't come today, none of this would have happened. She gripped Lu Duoduo's hand tightly and said earnestly, "Duoduo, remember what your mother says. Focus on your studies and don't worry about your mother's affairs. I'll find a way to raise the 50,000 yuan within 2 months." She comforted her daughter again, saying, "Although our house and the dance studio are both mortgaged, they're still in our name. Paying a little interest isn't a problem. Just focus on your studies and don't worry." Lu Duoduo couldn't help but ask, "Mom, how do you plan to raise the money? 2 months is a short time." Lu Bingyan thought for a moment and said, "Your maternal grandparents still have some old acquaintances. I'll go borrow some money from them. I also have classmates and friends who can lend me some. We'll see how much we can borrow first, and then I'll pay it back slowly. Of course, you must study hard. Only if you succeed can you help your mother. Otherwise, everything your mother does will be in vain." She paused for a moment and added, "This is all Mom's fault. Mom will never gamble again in her life. Daodu, you have to believe Mom. Mom really made a mistake that will haunt me forever." Lu Duoduo suddenly hugged her mother tightly and said, "Mom, I believe you. Don't worry. I'll study hard and never let you down." Good. Lu Bingyan hugged Lu Duoduo. The mother and daughter embraced each other uncontrollably, their figures appearing extremely fragile in the night. But then she thought of Liang Feng. Lu Duoduo's eyes sparkled with a smile. Without this man, the two of them would have been doomed. Fortunately, they had met him. This gave her a new sense of strength, making her feel that they could definitely get through this ordeal. "Mom, let us both keep going." "Okay." Lu Bingyan nodded in agreement. Seeing her daughter so determined, she was inspired as well. She clenched her teeth and prepared to endure everything. "Daodu, don't worry. Your mom will definitely make it." "Yes, I will too." Lu Duoduo nodded in agreement, her gaze determined, filled with confidence in the future. Her life and destiny suddenly took a dramatic turn. Liang Feng accompanied Chen San until the early hours of the morning, drinking until they were both drunk. The next morning, early in the morning, he was still suffering from a hangover and had a splitting headache. He had to take a hot shower to feel a bit better. He leaned against the bed, pressing his thumb against his head, planning to take a quick nap to clear his head. But then, Wang Shan, who was standing by the window as usual, suddenly shouted, "Liang Feng, forget it. Let's go to Wulushui Reservoir today. Hurry up, we're just waiting for you." Okay. Liang Feng looked around. It was Sunday, hadn't he forgotten? He had no choice but to get dressed and go out. Under the large locust tree, Feng Yan, Zhang Hongyao, Wang Shan, and a few others from the last gathering stood there looking young and vibrant, but Chen Feng was missing. "Where's Chen Feng?" Liang Feng looked around. Feng Yan snorted, "What, do you want to return him? He had a last-minute appointment and couldn't come. I miss him, but I can't." Liang Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. He had initially agreed to help Wang Shan because Wang Shan had said he was afraid Chen Feng would beat him up, and he wanted to be a backup. Now that Chen Feng wasn't there, he looked at Wang Shan and said, "Now you don't have to be afraid, do you?" "I'm afraid of him? I can beat him to death." Wang Shan shot Liang Feng a sideways glance. Liang Feng chuckled and said nothing. Wang Shan perked up, pulled out the light blue swim trunks he had prepared, and said, "Ladies, have you all prepared your swimsuits? I've been ready for ages." Feng Yan shot him a disdainful glance and said to Zhang Hongyao, "We've been wild since we were kids. In summer, we often go swimming at the reservoir. But don't worry, the reservoir is fenced off, just like a small lake, with a little waterfall too. It's very beautiful." Zhang Hongyao had grown up in the capital and was the pampered daughter of her family. She had never had the chance to go swimming at a reservoir. But she had heard her father mention that when they were children, they could swim in the moat in the reservoir, so she was quite excited about this trip. "No problem, I'm a good swimmer. I also want to try swimming in the reservoir and see what it feels like." "That's good." Feng Yantian smiled sweetly, glanced at the time, and said, "Alright, let's go. As for swimwear, we can buy it there." "Alright." Everyone headed out of the residential area. At that moment, Zhang Yun, a senior in class 4 of the same high school in Haicheng, suddenly spoke up. By the way, Liang Feng, what's your relationship with Lu Duo from our class? Last night, she suddenly called me asking about you. Zhang Yun was the daughter of a steel mill worker. However, she wasn't from the same neighborhood as Liang Feng, Wang Shan, and Feng Yan. They only started interacting more after enrolling at Haicheng No. 1 High School. They didn't know each other before. However, since their parents both worked at Tangcheng Steel, they were all considered steel mill workers' children, which added another layer of connection. Liang Feng suddenly remembered that Lu Duo and Zhang Yun were in the same class, so he scratched his head and said, "What could I possibly have to do with Lu Duo? You're really making things up." Zhang Yun, who was plump and fair-skinned with big eyes, crossed her arms and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? She called me specifically to ask about you. She asked about your family situation, your circumstances, and was even about to ask if you have a girlfriend." She added, "Liang Feng, I've noticed you're quite popular with girls. You've got Lin Yusen wrapped around your finger, and now you're involved with Lu Duo. You're something else. Liang Feng, you're seeing Lu Duo? Is that true?" Wang Shan and the others immediately started gossiping. Liang Feng never expected that his heroic rescue of a beauty would have such side effects. He shook his head vigorously and said, "Zhang Yun is making things up. She's teasing me. You all believe her?" Zhang Yun snorted, "I swear to heaven. If I'm lying, may 5 thunderbolts strike me down." Boom! Crack! Liang Feng shouted, "Even heaven can't bear to watch this." Ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Yun tried to say more. Liang Feng kept giving her meaningful glances. Zhang Yun rolled her eyes and shut her mouth in a huff. Feng Yan walked ahead and said, "Hongyao, there's a bus to Walushui Reservoir right outside our neighborhood. It's Route 49, very convenient. Let's take the bus there." She added, "Let Liang Feng treat us. After all, he was the last one to arrive." "Alright, I'll treat." Liang Feng agreed readily, pulling out a 10 yuan bill and saying, "That should be enough, right?" "Enough. Everyone laughed. Zhang Hongyao smiled and nodded along, as if taking the bus was just another way to experience life. Chapter 27, A Chance Encounter at Hulu Mountain. In early July, the summer heat was unbearable. Going swimming or hiking wasn't a bad choice. Liang Feng, Wang Shan, Zhang Hongyao, Feng Yan, and Zhang Yun boarded a bus, traveling leisurely and chatting all the way to the foot of Hulu Mountain. Unexpectedly, Lin Yusen and a group of students from Tangcheng First High School were already waiting at the foot of the mountain. There were quite a few of them. My goodness, how did so many people show up? Wang Shan's mouth formed an O in shock. Feng Yan pouted, "I don't know either. Maybe it's because you invited me, and then more people joined in." Seeing Lin Yusen waving enthusiastically in their direction, Feng Yan nudged Liang Feng and said, "I didn't tell you that Lin Yusen was coming on purpose. I wanted to give you a surprise. How about it? Was the surprise nice?" Liang Feng smiled and said, "Yeah, it's nice." For some reason, every time he saw Lin Yusen, he couldn't help but think of Yusayan, and even more so, the various chaotic scenes of the two of them in bed. He even started imagining Lin Yusen's naked form. He shook his head involuntarily, trying to stop himself from thinking about such things. He quickened his pace, raised his hand toward Lin Yusen, and asked, "Yusen, is your mom's leg better?" Lin Yusen was wearing a white cartoon t-shirt, light blue denim shorts that showed off her snow-white legs and slender neck, and a pair of sandals. She smiled and walked up a few steps, saying, "My mom was fine the next day. She told me to thank you properly." Liang Feng thought to himself, "Whether your mom is better or not, I probably know better than you." He maintained his calm expression, smiled slightly, and said, "Alright, I'm relieved. Yeah, my mom is so amazing. She went back to work the next day. Now she's as lively as ever, a real ray of sunshine." Lin Yusen smiled sweetly as she spoke. Liang Feng thought about his plans to meet Yu Yuan the next day, feeling slightly awkward. He sighed inwardly, "Your mom is really amazing. She didn't miss a beat." He mumbled a vague response, "That's good." Today, quite a few students from First Middle School had come, numbering around 20 or 30. Those who knew each other greeted each other warmly, showing no intention of climbing the mountain. Lin Yusen looked around curiously and asked, "Besides us, who else is here? Why aren't they leaving yet?" Liang Feng was equally clueless and looked around, asking, "Yeah, who are we waiting for?" Hua Lei and Gu Yuan also said they're coming. Zhang Yun knew and explained. Everyone suddenly understood. Gu Yuan was the school's renowned beauty, skilled in ballet, and dubbed the ballet goddess, enjoying great fame on campus. Hearing she was coming, the students naturally wanted to wait. As for Hua Lei, he came from a wealthy family, was good-looking, and was the school heartthrob, the object of many girls' secret crushes. So there were also many girls who came for the same reason. No wonder so many people are here, it's because this couple is coming. Feng Yan sighed. Wang Shan snorted disdainfully, "Hua Lei is just a show-off. I can't stand him." Zhang Yan rolled her eyes and laughed, "Wang Shan, you're just jealous because you can't compare to him." "I envy him? Nonsense, there's no way. Wang Shan's face turned red. Feng Yan laughed. Alright, even if you do envy him, it's not something to be ashamed of. Hua Lei's family is worth over 10 million, his parents are both successful businesspeople, and he's dating Gu Yuan, a beautiful woman who can even dance ballet. Who wouldn't envy him? I don't envy him. Wang Shan stubbornly insisted. Alright, you don't envy him. Feng Yan didn't bother to respond to this stubborn fool. As expected. Just as he spoke, it happened. 3 cars suddenly sped toward them. The first one was a Toyota Land Cruiser, followed by 2 taxis. In 2002, a Toyota Land Cruiser was quite rare, with various tariffs and other fees, costing over 600,000 yuan. Everyone couldn't help but glance at them. They must be here for mountain climbing. Let's give them some space. Right, don't block the entrance. In 2002, in the average person's understanding in Tangcheng, people who drove a Toyota Land Cruiser were considered wealthy and possibly connected to organized crime otherwise, who would drive such a vehicle. The students stepped aside one by one. However, Hua Lei, wearing sunglasses, stepped out of the driver's seat with an air of superiority and waved his hand arrogantly. At the same time, the passenger door opened as well. A stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress, tall and slender, followed closely behind, smiling and saying, "Students, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." Even more flashy than Hua Lei. This was none other than the ballet goddess Gu Yuan, who had been mentioned earlier. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, it's Hua Lei and Gu Yuan." Lei Gu, when did you learn to drive? Yeah, Lei Gu, that's so cool. Everyone laughed in surprise and gathered around. In 2002, it wasn't like today people didn't start getting their driver's licenses until they were 18. These days, few people learn to drive. That's why the students were so surprised. Hua Lei was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a black classic Adidas t-shirt, a pair of black and white Adidas sneakers, and a pair of Levi's jeans. His hair was slightly long. He nonchalantly took off his sunglasses, tucked them into his chest, and smiled, saying, "I've known how to drive for a while. After my birthday, I had someone help me get a driver's license. Hee, now that I have it, I'm just out here having some fun." That's right, Lei's driving skills are top-notch. He's so cool. The 2 taxis behind them were filled with Hua Lei's classmates or followers, and within moments, over 10 people got out. There were both men and women, mostly classmates from Hua Lei's 8th grade class. The atmosphere was naturally very lively. At that moment, Wang Shan muttered under his breath, "I told you so. Hua Lei is just putting on a show. You didn't believe me, but now you do, right? He has the real deal to back it up. You just wish you could pull that off." Zhang Yun rolled her eyes and defended Hua Lei. It was clear. This little chubby girl had a crush on Hua Lei. He was her secret crush. Wang Shan crossed his arms and complained, "Zhang Yun, why are you always taking Hua Lei's side? Don't you forget he has a girlfriend, Gu Yuan? Hee, you wouldn't be secretly crushing on him, would you?" "No way, Wang Shan, you're making things up." Zhang Yun's face flushed red, and she raised her fist to chase after him. Wang Shan laughed hysterically, running away while shouting, I think so. If you dare say that again, I'll beat you up." Zhang Yun was so angry her face turned bright red as she chased after him. Wang Shan chuckled and ran up the mountain, shouting, "Come on, hurry up and climb the mountain." Zhang Yun can't wait anymore. "Wang Shan, don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I'll bite you to death." Zhang Yun blushed bright red and chased after him with all her might. Wang Shan ran as fast as he could. "Let's talk about it when you catch me." Ha ha. Everyone looked over, laughed, and called out to climb the mountain together. "Alright, let's hurry up and climb the mountain." Right, let's climb the mountain. Come on. Some boys who disliked Hua Lei's showboating shouted as they climbed up. Everyone began climbing up the mountain together. Hua Lei and Gu Yuan still wanted to show off, letting their classmates gawk at his Toyota Land Cruiser like old women visiting the Grand View Garden. They were indulging in their vanity. However, because of the commotion, they lost their chance and could only wave their hands in frustration, saying, "Alright, let's go." One by one, they finally began climbing the mountain in earnest. Lin Yusin followed Liang Feng and suddenly leaned close to his ear, smiling and saying, "I've been watching you for a while, and you're still the handsomest. You have good taste." Liang Feng chuckled and leaned close to Lin Yusin, saying, "I've been watching for a while too, and you're the prettiest." "You're so annoying." Lin Yusin giggled but then asked, "Where am I prettier than Gu Yuan? Tell me." She looked at Liang Feng suspiciously, waiting to see what he would say. Liang Feng leaned close to her ear and laughed, "Your chest is bigger than hers. She dances ballet so much she's almost flat-chested, unlike you, with your curves. You're a pervert." Lin Yusin's face flushed red. She hadn't expected Liang Feng to say that. She quickly covered her chest and glared at him angrily, "If you keep being such a pervert, I won't talk to you anymore." Liang Feng burst into laughter. "What's so lecherous about that? Formula milk will be expensive in the future and even unsafe. I'm just thinking about my future child's food supply. What are you talking about? You're being a pervert." Lin Yusin couldn't bear to hear such bold words and kept hitting Liang Feng. Liang Feng laughed again, ran forward, and shouted, "Come catch me. Come catch me." Lin Yusen, furious and embarrassed, chased after him. Such a handsome man and a beautiful woman were truly a match made in heaven, drawing the envy of many. Chapter 28, The Troublemaker Lu Duo Duo. Hulu Mountain was quite famous in Tang City, named for its shape resembling a gourd. The summit and mid-slopes are adorned with traditional pavilions, and well-maintained staircases wind along the path. On ordinary days, many people come here to sightsee, and there are also many couples who come here to relax. At that moment, although it was the height of summer and not ideal for strenuous activities. However, as soon as one enters the forest, it becomes noticeably cooler. Young men and women chatter and laugh as they climb joyfully, not feeling particularly tired. Watching the swaying tree shadows and feeling the mountain breeze, they actually find it quite refreshing. Liang Feng blends in with the crowd. He had grown accustomed to life after his journey and was gradually coming to appreciate this feeling. Feeling the vitality of his young body, watching his young companions and their vibrant smiles, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Youth is truly wonderful. Once one grows old, one might not even be able to climb a mountain anymore. He wasn't playing around with Lin Yusen. Following behind her, he admired her long, straight, snow-white legs and her delicate, graceful figure, thinking to himself, Yusen's figure must have come from her mother. Long legs, round hips, a slim waist, and, most importantly, a generous bust. I used to think that Yusi Yuan was the mature version of Lin Yusen, but now I feel like Lin Yusen is the younger version of Yusi Yuan. I guess I really have a thing for married women. I prefer beautiful married women. Liang Feng felt a headache coming on. Why bother with a young, innocent girl of 18 or 19 when he could be with a beautiful woman in her 30s? If anyone found out, he wouldn't know what to say. What can he do? With his old soul, he just can't help but be more attracted to beautiful married women and mature women. Ah, this damn young married woman obsession is leaving me powerless to resist. He let out a bitter laugh. At that moment, Lin Yusen walked in her flip-flops, clap, clap, and suddenly stumbled backward. Liang Feng acted swiftly, one hand grabbing her waist and the other supporting her delicate, round buttocks. Lin Yusen let out a soft ah, her cheeks flushing bright red. She quickly pushed away Liang Feng's hands and scolded playfully, "What are you touching?" Wang Shan stopped teasing Zhang Yun and followed behind Liang Feng. Seeing the scene, he chuckled and teased, "Where else could he touch? I saw everything." Liang Feng hurriedly defended himself, saying, "I was just saving the damsel in distress. I didn't do it on purpose." Whether it was on purpose or not, you have to tell the beautiful Lin Yusen. "I won't count." Wang Shan chuckled. Lin Yusen's cheeks flushed red, and she didn't say anything else. She pinched Liang Feng's arm and said, "All right, keep climbing." "All right." Liang Feng continued to follow behind. But when he looked at Lin Yusen's tight little round but wrapped in jeans, he couldn't help but think of Yu Xian's large, white drum-like but lying there. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but feel a bit parched, muttering to himself, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. A daughter is not her mother, and a mother is not her daughter." Only then did he slowly calm down and stop indulging in such thoughts. The topics of conversation among the others most revolved around the upcoming senior year, filled with both anticipation and fear. Thousands of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge, it's so exhausting. One can't help but sigh again. If only I were like Lei Gu, with a wealthy family, I wouldn't have to struggle so hard. You're right, but we don't have Lei Ge's luck. Yeah, we can't compare. Everyone was busy flattering him. Someone said, Lei Gu has already decided. After high school, he is going to study abroad in Los Angeles, at UCLA. Really? That's so envy-inducing. Yeah, Lei Gu, don't forget about us. Everyone fawned over him, turning their heads to look down. Hua Lei waved his hand dismissively and laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I won't forget about you guys." He adopted the posture of a superior. Wang Shan couldn't help but complain, "He's really good at putting on a show. There's no one better at it." Enough, keep climbing." Liang Feng followed behind Lin Yusen, urging them on. At that moment, a student from class 2 suddenly said, "By the way, Liang Feng, last night Lu Duo called me to ask about you." She asked in great detail. "I told her we were coming to climb Hulu Mountain today, and she even asked if you were coming." He chuckled, "How did you end up hooking up with the beautiful Lu Duo again?" At that remark, everyone couldn't help but look over. At school, Hua Lei and Gu Yuan were a couple, openly so. But in many people's eyes, Liang Feng and Lin Yusen were also a couple, though not publicly acknowledged. At that moment, upon hearing that Liang Feng is connected to the dance goddess Lu Duo, everyone was taken aback, including Lin Yusen, who immediately pouted unhappily and turned to glare at Liang Feng. Zhang Yun, who was enjoying the spectacle, chimed in with a smirk, "I told you so. Lu Duo asked me about Liang Feng, and you didn't believe me." "Oomph," she asked in great detail. Wow. The scene grew even more chaotic. Wang Shan, who was also enjoying the spectacle, chuckled, "Haha brother, I can't save you this time. Better explain yourself quickly." Feng Yan also smiled slyly, "Yeah, how did you end up getting involved with Lu Duo? Most of the others cast envious glances, thinking to themselves, "You can't even handle Lin Yusen, and now you're involved with Lu Duo? That's too much." Even Hua Lei and Gu Yuan looked at Liang Feng in surprise. Liang Feng sighed helplessly and explained, "Stop making things up. I've barely spoken a few words to Lu Duo. What kind of relationship could we possibly have? As for her asking about me, I have no idea." The tone was somewhat serious. The others didn't say much more. Wang Shan saw this and chimed in, "Maybe there's something going on. It's not as gossipy as you all think." Right. Yuan Xiao chimed in, afraid that Lin Yusen would be left in an awkward position. The atmosphere finally relaxed. Liang Feng raised his eyebrows at Lin Yusen, signaling her not to overthink it. Lin Yusen pouted and went ahead on her own. "Keep up." Liang Feng called out, his mind racing with 100 thoughts. Rescuing the damsel in distress, and now he's caused trouble. This is such a headache. This Lu Duo is also something else. Why did you go asking so many people about me for no reason? Fortunately, Lin Yusen still trusted Liang Feng. If Liang Feng and Lu Duo had any issues, they wouldn't have waited this long, so she didn't say anything else and continued climbing the mountain. Since everyone was moving slowly, they walked and stopped, enjoying the mountain breeze and the scenery along the way. Someone suggested playing a game of riddles, telling jokes, and passing the time. Taking turns. Someone shouted, "Liang Feng, tell one." "Right, you tell one. Don't always be so lovey-dovey with Lin Yusen." "No way." Lin Yusen's face turned red. Liang Feng had plenty of riddles in his mind, so he didn't refuse. He smiled and said, "Alright, I'll tell one. Let's all have some fun." After thinking for a moment, he asked with a smile, "My riddle is, how many brothers does Aladdin have?" This unexpected question left everyone speechless. Everyone knew Aladdin from the story of 1001 Nights. But had anyone ever heard of Aladdin having brothers? As they slowly climbed the mountain, they shook their heads in disbelief, scratching their heads and muttering, "This. No way. Yeah, I've watched the animated film Aladdin and the Magic Lamp, and there was only him. Where would he have siblings?" Exactly. That's a strange question. Where did he get a brother? I read the story in 1001 Nights, and it didn't mention anything about it. They looked at each other, all puzzled. Lin Yusen stared straight at Liang Feng, her mind racing with guesses about what trick he was up to next, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to his words. "How many?" Lin Yusen asked. Chapter 29, The Riddle Master. Liang Feng chuckled and said, "Aladdin has 4 brothers. He's the 4th. The eldest is called Aladdin A, the second is Aladdin B, the third is Aladdin C, and the 4th is Aladdin." "Haha, how about that?" "This." Everyone heard this and burst into laughter, rolling their eyes. "Liang Feng, you're really making things up. What kind of riddle is that? It's ridiculous." "Exactly, Liang Feng, this isn't even a riddle. It's just a brain teaser. Who could possibly guess that? Aladdin is a translated name. There's no such thing as A, B, C, D." The students complained to Liang Feng, but they couldn't help but smile, finding it amusing. This included Hua Lei, Gu Yuan, and others, as well as Zhang Hongyao, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines. When they knew the answer, they all smiled. Amused by the riddle, someone said, "This riddle is interesting. Liang Feng, give us another one." "All right." Liang Feng was in a good mood and didn't hesitate. He took a riddle from the future and adapted it to this era, saying, "I'll give you an easier one. Aladdin has an uncle. What's his name?" "What? Aladdin again? Haha, Aladdin has an uncle?" Everyone was dumbfounded again, looking at each other and laughing. "I've read 1001 Nights. There's no such character as an uncle in that story. Just make something up. Hurry up and tell us his name." At that moment, Zhang Hongyao thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "Is it called Arabian?" "Smart." Liang Feng clapped his hands and laughed, "Red medicine, you're so smart." "That's right, the uncle of Aladdin is called Arab." "Ha ha." Zhang Hongyao's face flushed red. The students burst into laughter, standing on the stairs and pointing at Liang Feng, laughing. "Liang Feng, you're so good at making things up. How did you come up with that riddle?" "Yeah, Aladdin's uncle, Arab." "Haha, you're really something. Keep going, we're listening. Let's see what other strange riddles you can come up with." Everyone was in high spirits, and fortunately, they didn't climb the stairs anymore. They urged Liang Feng to continue, wanting to see what other riddles he had up his sleeve. "Yeah, Liang Feng, tell us another one." Gu Yuan smiled and chimed in. Liang Feng smiled and posed another question. "Aladdin has a dog. Guess what its name is? Why is it always Aladdin? You're so predictable with your questions. First it's Aladdin's brother, then Aladdin's uncle, and now you're bringing up Aladdin's dog? Alright, that's really interesting." Everyone laughed and pondered. Liang Feng stood with his hands on his hips at the top of the stairs, looking down at everyone and laughing. "Hurry up and guess. Once you've guessed this one, there's more." Alright. Everyone understood Liang Feng's trick. It felt like a pun game. But what kind of dog was it? They looked at each other, but couldn't figure it out. Zhang Hongyao, Gu Yuan, Hua Lei, Wang Shan, and others all furrowed their brows in thought, but after a while, they still couldn't figure it out. At that moment, Lin Yusen suddenly had an idea and said, I've got it. Alaska, right? Liang Feng raised his thumb in praise and said, it's no wonder it's our classmate Lin Yusen. You're so smart. It's definitely an Alaskan. That's right. Zheng Hongyao sighed with a sigh, tapping her head and lamenting why she hadn't thought of it. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Gu Yuan followed suit, sighing and stamping her feet. Lin Yusen explained happily, Alaska is a type of sled dog from Scandinavia. My aunt has one, and I've seen it before, which is why I remembered. Aladdin has a dog named Alaska? Humph, Liang Feng, you're really something. Feng Yan smiled and said, Liang Feng, keep going. I want to hear what other strange questions you have. Go on, ask more. Everyone looked at Liang Feng eagerly. They weren't as eager for the answer as before, they just wanted to hear how many more Aladdins Liang Feng had up his sleeve. Listening was quite interesting. They had never heard such riddles before. Liang Feng gave a mysterious smile and said, I'll tell you the last one. You'll never guess it. Alright, go ahead. Everyone looked eagerly anticipating. Lin Yusen, Zhang Hongyao, and Gu Yuan were especially eager, clenching their teeth determined to figure it out. Liang Feng spoke slowly, Aladdin has a sister. What's her name? This. Everyone fell into deep thought. How did Aladdin suddenly get a sister? She must also have Aladdin in her name. What could her name be? Humph, today we've really stumbled into Aladdin's nest. Right, we checked Aladdin's household registration. Everyone was giggling and racking their brains trying to guess, but none of them could figure it out. Their eyes all turned to Zheng Hongyao and Lin Yusen, thinking the two girls might know the answer. Because earlier, only the two of them had figured it out. As a result, Lin Yusen and Zhang Hongyao fell into deep thought. Only Gu Yuan's eyes lit up and she smiled and said, I know. It's the female protagonist from IQ Doctor, right? Her name is Alael, isn't it, Liang Feng? Liang Feng slapped his forehead and laughed, that's right. Aladdin's sister is Aladdin. You actually guessed it. Gu Yuan, you're pretty good too. What? Aladdin's sister? I've never seen that animated series. I didn't know either. The others were stunned. Gu Yuan, feeling proud, hurriedly explained, this cartoon is called Dark Strange and the Robot Girl in our country. Aladdin's sister is the main character and she's also called Xiao Shui. The others finally caught on. Oh, that's the little girl who's always playing with poop. Ah, yeah, that's her. Her name is Aral? I always thought her name was Shui. One by one, they nodded in realization, then asked, Liang Feng, where did you learn this riddle? It's so interesting. Yeah, we've never heard of it before. Your riddles are all in sets, that's really interesting. Liang Feng waved his hand and said, I just happened to see them and wrote them down. He added, alright, let's go hiking. After finishing the riddles, everyone stopped in their tracks. Only then did they resume their pace. They couldn't help but ponder, Aladdin's brothers are Aladdin A, Aladdin B, and Aladdin C. Aladdin's uncle is Arab. Aladdin's dog is named Alaska. He also has a sister named Alael, haha, Liang Feng, you're really something. Yeah, I've written it down too. I'll tell others, and they'll definitely laugh. That's right, it's both a riddle and a joke. Everyone chatted and laughed, finding it all very amusing. Liang Feng had really made a name for himself. At that moment, Hua Lei felt a bit uncomfortable. He had driven here today just to show off, but he hadn't even had a few minutes to brag, let alone let his classmates take a look at his car, before they started climbing the mountain. He looked at Liang Feng's riddles again, drawing the conversation back to him. His girlfriend, Gu Yuan, was very enthusiastic toward Liang Feng. He instantly grew unhappy and muttered, damn it, those are just riddles he heard from others. What's so funny about them? I've heard them before, but I just didn't call him out on it. That's right. His sycophant immediately flattered him, Brother Lei, you've heard them before? Lei Go has seen so much, he must have heard them before. I was just wondering why Lei Go looked so disdainful earlier. Turns out he'd heard them before. In front of Lei Go, Liang Feng's riddles aren't worth mentioning. It's just those little girls. He's just that kind of person. Humph, all talk. Exactly, how can he compare to Lei Gu? Laughter and giggles. By putting Liang Feng down and praising Hua Lei, the originally cheerful atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Chapter 30, Everyone's Different Fate. The once joyful scene filled with laughter vanished in an instant. Everyone could tell that Hua Lei was mocking Liang Feng. The two had had some conflicts at school before. During a basketball game in their sophomore year, Liang Feng had led his class to defeat Hua Lei's class, leaving a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. But that had been over half a year ago. Everyone had long since forgotten about it. At that moment, Hua Lei suddenly brought it up again, and everyone fell silent. Only Wang Shan snorted and said, I told you so. Someone loves to act tough, and you didn't believe me. Wang Shan, who are you talking about? One of Hua Lei's henchmen immediately snorted and shouted loudly. Wang Shan looked innocent and chuckled, I said someone loves to act like a fool. Why are you so upset? It turns out it's you. You bastard, are you looking for a beating? He glared with wide eyes, ready to fight. The boys from Class 8 glared angrily and were about to attack. They outnumbered him, and with Hua Lei backing them up, they were used to bullying others at school and didn't think much of Wang Shan. Fortunately, Feng Yan snorted, we're all just here to have fun. If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Don't ruin everyone's mood. Wang Shan, climb your mountain. Wang Shan chuckled, climbing the mountain, then. He took big steps upward. The students from Class 8 gritted their teeth, but they remembered this grudge, holding back their anger, looking as though they wanted to eat Wang Shan alive. Lin Yusen leaned over to Liang Feng, gripping his hand, and whispered, don't take him seriously. He's just jealous of you and wants to show off. Yusen, you used a bad word. Liang Feng pointed at her. Lin Yusen giggled, shook her head, and said, I don't care. What's the big deal? She then pulled him up and said, come on, let's climb the mountain. All right. Liang Feng followed. The two of them held hands and climbed up. They looked just like a couple. Feng Yan smiled to lighten the mood. Liang Feng, Lin Yusen, are you two going to make it official? I think so. Zhang Yan smiled and followed suit, picking up her pace. Pollution isn't very high. It took less than 20 minutes. The group soon reached the pavilion halfway up the mountain. Everyone sat down one by one, panting slightly, feeling the mountain breeze, and looking down at the scenery below. One by one, they couldn't help but sigh. Do you think, after we graduate from high school and go to college, we'll still be able to meet up like this and go out together? Someone replied, let's strive for it. Right, we must strive to be able to gather like this again. It's really meaningful. Everyone felt exceptionally at ease. Though they felt some fear toward the upcoming senior year of high school, they were also filled with anticipation and looked forward to the future with hope. However, Liang Feng already knew that these classmates would each face different destinies in the future. Watching them now, so young and full of hope for the future, he felt truly happy from the bottom of his heart. But reality was harsh. Among them, some will be involved in car accidents and die young. Some would become alcoholics, suffering strokes in their 40s and ending up in wheelchairs. Others will fail in their investments, accumulate massive debts, and lose their families. Still others will fade away quietly in the years to come, completely losing touch with their classmates. Ah, that's life. Liang Feng sighed. Fortunately, now they are all still young, able to enjoy all the beauty that youth has to offer. Enjoy it to the fullest, for once this opportunity passes, it may never come again. At that moment, Lin Yusen, sitting next to Liang Feng, suddenly shrugged and said, do you know what I regret the most right now? Ha? Liang Feng was taken aback by the question and asked, what is it? I'm not as good at studying as you are. We definitely won't be able to go to the same university. Lin Yusen blinked her big eyes, pursed her lips, and sighed as she looked at Liang Feng. She had secretly kissed Liang Feng that day, effectively making it public. Now, holding hands like a couple, the topic became even more direct. Liang Feng smiled and ruffled her hair, saying, it doesn't matter. If our feelings are true, they'll last forever. You're so annoying. Lin Yusen's cheeks flushed red, and she playfully hit him. Such playful teasing, a gentle touch on the head, a light tap. Everyone watching couldn't help but cheer. Liang Feng, Lin Yusen, you two should just make it official already. Yeah, what are you two doing here? Liang Feng, you're not man enough. Wang Shanhai shoved Liang Feng aside, causing him to fall into Lin Yusen's arms. Lin Yusen blushed and pushed him away, saying, stop it, Wang Shan, you're so annoying. Ha ha. Wang Shan laughed loudly. Just then, everyone was laughing and chatting. At the staircase entrance, suddenly, there was a loud bang. Bang, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. There stood Lu Duo and a girl, both panting heavily as they climbed up. Lu Duo was wearing a light blue tight-fitting jeans, hugging her long, slender legs, with a pink spaghetti strap t-shirt on top. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she was sweating profusely as she crossed her arms and hummed, you didn't even wait for us. Now we had to chase you all the way. What? Duo, you came too? The students from Class 4 gathered around, surprised that their class's beauty was also there. If they had known, they would have waited for her. You should have told us earlier. If you had told us, we wouldn't have waited for you. Lu Duo rolled her eyes and said, didn't I tell you? I'm only coming if Liang Feng comes, and here he is. What? At that, everyone was speechless. They never expected Lu Duo to say something like that. Earlier, someone had mentioned that Lu Duo was asking about Liang Feng and even asked if he wanted to come, but Liang Feng denied it, saying it was nonsense. But now, Lu Duo was clearly targeting Liang Feng. And she said it so directly. What's going on here? Is she just openly confessing her feelings? That's way too blunt. Everyone immediately turned to look at Liang Feng in shock. Liang Feng nearly fainted, coughing once before quickly standing up and saying, Dodo, you can't joke like that. I can't handle it. No. Lu Duo smiled, her face flushed, and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She walked over to Liang Feng and said with a gentle smile, I brought you some Coke. Are you thirsty? She pulled out a can of cola from her pants pocket as if showing off a treasure and said, I specially brought it from home. It's still cold. Drink it quickly. At that moment, everyone present couldn't sit still. This gesture clearly meant she liked Liang Feng. Back in military training, a girl buying an ice cream bar for a boy on the way home could be talked about for 3 years. This was even better, she had brought it all the way from home. Everyone was stunned. My goodness, no way. What is going on here? Lu Duo, you must like Liang Feng, right? Everyone turned to look at Lin Yusen. Lin Yusen and Liang Feng were just holding hands and sweetly touching each other's heads. This was clearly an official announcement of their relationship. How did Lu Duo suddenly appear out of nowhere? Everyone was completely baffled. Especially Lin Yusen, who was pouting and glaring angrily at Liang Feng. Because Liang Feng had lied to her. Liang Feng denied having any connection with Lu Duo. But now it was obvious they were involved. Oh my god. Liang Feng looked at Lu Duo speechlessly and said, Duo, you can't repay kindness with ingratitude like this. Chapter 31, The Hot-Tempered Liang Feng. Lu Duo looked wronged, pouting her lips, holding a can of cola awkwardly, her hand still suspended in midair, shaking her head and saying, I didn't do anything. I just saw it was hot, so I brought you a drink. Oh, come on. Technically, there was nothing wrong with that. But to teenagers at 18, it was like a confession. Otherwise, why would a girl go out of her way to bring a bottle of Coke for a guy from her home? Liang Feng felt his head spinning. Fortunately, he planned to clarify the situation and explained that he had only helped Lu Duo out. He didn't want to misinterpret Lin Yusen's kind intentions. However, Lu Duo suddenly turned to Lin Yusen and said seriously, Yusen, are you angry? Lin Yusen was so angry her hair was about to stand on end. This was a direct challenge to her. But regardless, in an instant, everyone felt that a show was about to begin. Two beauties were about to fight over Liang Feng. This was a rare sight. Liang Feng, you're really something. Wang Shan couldn't help but laugh and praise him. Envious praise. There were only a few recognized beauties in the school, and yet Liang Feng had managed to win over 2 of them. Lin Yusen, Lu Duo. The objects of countless boys' secret crushes. Who wouldn't be envious? Even Hua Lei was overshadowed. Hua Lei clenched his teeth in frustration. He had come today specifically to show off, but the spotlight kept getting stolen by Liang Feng. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he gave a subtle nod to his henchman, Chao Ming. Chao Ming immediately understood. With a wave of his hand, he led several boys from Class 8 over, cursing and spitting. Wang Shan, what are you laughing at? Who did you call a show-off earlier? You better make yourself clear. 4 or 5 boys surrounded him, ready to fight. The scene changed instantly. Wang Shan couldn't help but take a step back, feeling afraid. Liang Feng quickly stood up, stepped forward, and snorted, we're talking about you guys. What's the problem? He added, no, you're not worthy. We're talking about that Hua Lei who was showing off. What's the problem? Oh my god, you're asking for a beating. Chao Ming, known as the second in command among this group, was the second most powerful after Hua Lei. He glared angrily and swung a punch at him. Wang Shan wasn't stupid. Seeing Liang Feng standing up for him, he immediately grabbed a brick from the side, blocked Chao Ming, and shouted, that's right, he's cursing at Hua Lei. What's the big deal? You're just a pretentious jerk. What do you have to brag about? Beat them up. Hua Lei, who had been bullying others at school for years, gritted his teeth and shouted from behind. There were 4 or 5 people following Chao Ming up front. Behind Hua Lei were a few more. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, and they were about to surround them in an instant. Liang Feng and Wang Shan were no match for them. The other boys from their class had already scattered. This group had a reputation for being troublesome at school. Only Feng Yan, Lin Yusen, and Zhang Yun spoke up, shouting, what are you doing? Bullying people? That's right, don't bully people. They stepped forward to stop them. Wang Shan shouted, if you're so tough, let's fight. Are you brave enough? A fight? Fine, but we'll beat you up first. Chao Ming pushed Feng Yan aside and tried to push Lin Yusen. Liang Feng had already grabbed the brick from Wang Shan's hand, stepped forward suddenly, and smashed it down. Thud. It hit Chao Ming's head. In an instant, his head was split open and blood gushed out, streaming down his face. What? Everyone was surprised that Liang Feng dared to hit someone. Moreover, after hitting him, Liang Feng didn't wait for them to react. He kicked Chao Ming, who was still dazed, to the ground, mounted him, and continued hitting him with the brick. Bang! Bang! After 7 or 8 blows, his head was covered in blood like a blood-soaked gourd. This time, even though they were all hot-blooded high school students who didn't care about their lives when fighting, they were all completely terrified. They never expected someone would go all out like that. Using a brick to hit someone wasn't that bad. But after hitting someone, then smashing their head like that, that's clearly an attempt to kill someone. This was truly terrifying. Everyone was frozen in terror. Feng Yan, Lin Yusen, Zhang Hongyao, and the other girls were so shocked they covered their mouths, staring in disbelief. The boys like Wang Shan were no different. Especially Wang Shan, who even forgot to help, never expecting Liang Feng to be so ruthless. Smack! Smack! He hit him another dozen times. Liang Feng saw that Chao Ming had been beaten into unconsciousness and stood up, spitting out, "I'll do it again. I won't let you bunch of scum bully me like this. Liang Feng, you. Feng Yan stammered, unable to form coherent words, completely terrified. It felt like a murder was about to happen. Everyone instinctively stepped back, including the boys from Class 8, who looked at Liang Feng in fear, afraid that they might be the next one to be hit, or that they might be dragged into this murder case. One by one, they looked at Liang Feng, who was holding the blood-stained brick, scanning the area, and all hid. There was nothing they could do. This kid was too ruthless, acting without a word. No. It's not ruthless, it's reckless. As the saying goes, people fear those who don't care about their lives. That's what it means to be reckless. Who wouldn't be afraid? Liang Feng held the brick, stood up, and his eyes blazed like fire. Without saying a word, he confronted Hua Lei. Such a worthless scoundrel. He didn't even bother to look at him. If you want to fight, fight Hua Lei. Got money at home? Just driving a beat-up BMW and acting all tough. I've got 50 million in my account. Liang Feng strode toward Hua Lei. Hua Lei was also a bit stunned. They had always bullied others together, but they had never seen anyone this ruthless, smashing someone's head like that. Seeing Liang Feng charge toward him again, he shrunk back in fear and shouted, "Third brother, Big Road, let's beat him up. We can handle him." Everyone watched the scene, too scared to move. They even thought Liang Feng had killed someone. So no one moved. So, Liang Feng easily walked over, grabbed Hua Lei by the collar, and slammed him down, shouting, "I'm hitting you, you bastard." The result. Hua Lei was prepared, raised his arm to block the blow, then swung it hard and shouted, "Liang Feng, you're crazy, crazy." He struggled to break free. He dared not fight back, just trying to get away. "You're the one who's crazy." Liang Feng slapped him several more times, mostly hitting his arms, but a few landed on Hua Lei's face. The blows swelled Hua Lei's face. He finally let go and ran off as fast as he could. The other boys and girls from Class 8, including Gu Yuan, saw what was happening and started running downstairs frantically, shouting, "Liang Feng, he's gone mad, he's gone mad." The shouts echoed throughout the entire Hulu Mountain. Everyone fled in panic. Liang Feng finally laughed, dropped the brick, and said, "I thought you were so tough, but you're just a bunch of cowards." Chapter 32, A Doctor for Life. The middle of Hulushan Mountain. The remaining people, one after another, looked at Liang Feng in terror and fear, and at Chao Ming lying on the ground with blood pouring from his head like a gourd. They were all petrified with fear. Especially Chao Ming, who lay motionless on the ground. No one dared to approach him. Wang Shan was the first to snap out of it. He quickly knelt down to check Chao Ming's pulse and found it still there. "Hurry up and take him to the hospital. If he dies, we're finished." "Yes, let's take him to the hospital." Feng Yan snapped out of her shock and spoke up. Lin Yusen suddenly burst into tears, her face covered in snot and tears. She ran toward Liang Feng, wailing, "What are you doing? Don't you care about your future? How could you do this? Wah! Wah!" She clung to Liang Feng's neck, crying hysterically. It felt like a scene of life and death. The others felt the same way, as if Liang Feng had given up everything and was fighting for his life. They felt sorry for him. Even Lu Duo was no exception. At first, she had thought that Hua Lei and the others were just clowns, mere underlings in front of Liang Feng. But later, when Liang Feng suddenly started hitting people, she was so scared she couldn't think straight. She felt he was being too reckless and blurted out, "Liang Feng, you shouldn't do this. You're being too reckless." Liang Feng's life plan was never to be a reckless fool, letting his blood boil and fighting to the death with others. So he knew how to control his strength. He even had a lot of self-control. Because he had studied medicine in university and had spent his entire life as a doctor. This perfectly mirrors a highly publicized incident from later generations. A girl stabbed her ex-boyfriend over 30 times, each stab carefully avoiding vital areas. Liang Feng struck the wall several times with a brick, yet he did not harm any vital areas. He laughed and said, "Everyone, don't worry. I know my limits. I just knocked him out. He'll be fine in a moment." He patted Lin Yusen's back reassuringly. Lin Yusen cried, "Wah! Wah!" She couldn't hear anything and looked at Liang Feng, saying, "Liang Feng, you can't do this, you can't, do you understand?" I know. I won't do it again." Liang Feng laughed heartily. Wang Shan couldn't hear either and said worriedly, "Stop saying useless things. We need to take her to the hospital right away." He tried to help her up and called for help, "Come help me. Let's carry her down and take her to the hospital." Liang Feng snorted and laughed, "No need. Don't worry. He'll wake up soon." Having been a doctor all his life, Liang Feng was confident in his abilities. Sure enough. Chao Ming shook his head, "Oh my. Oh my." The one in pain suddenly woke up, holding his head and even sitting up, "Oh my head, my head. My goodness, he's really awake." Wang Shan was startled. The others let out a sigh of relief. Oh, that was a scare. Zhang Hongyao sighed deeply. Lu Duoduo, Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, and Yuan Xia all felt the same way, sighing with relief. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Yes, as long as you're okay, that's a relief. Lu Duoduo even leaned forward to ask, Xiao Ming, are you okay? It hurts so much. Xiao Ming touched his head, his hands covered in blood, terrified, his head feeling like it was about to explode. He said, am I going to die? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Wah! Wah! They burst into tears. Coward. Liang Feng kicked him and said, don't worry, I hit your forehead, the hardest part. You're fine. Get up. Xiao Ming looked around and saw that everyone else had already fled, leaving only Liang Feng, Wang Shan, and others. He cowered, holding his head, pretending to be injured, and lay back down, saying, I can't do it. I can't move. I need to call the police. Dial 120. Ha ha. Liang Feng laughed, alright, call 120. I'll watch you do it. I don't have a phone. Go down the mountain and call for me. I can't move. I'm in pain. My head hurts so much. Xiao Ming snapped out of it and began preparing to extort money from Liang Feng. Liang Feng snorted and said, then just wait there. He then looked down the mountain, furrowing his brow, thinking to himself, it should be about time now. Sure enough. Soon. Hua Lei and the others who had run down the mountain were dragged back up one by one, to the stunned gazes of the crowd. What the hell? I told you to run, run. Damn it, that was a lot of effort. At the front was Chen Shanshan. There were also other men and women dressed in non-mainstream styles, all holding baseball bats and wearing leather jackets, dragging Hua Lei, Gu Yuan, and the others back up. Liang Xiao, if you don't take me out for drinks tonight, this isn't over. Chen Shanshan, with her usual unconventional hairstyle, shoulders slung over a baseball bat and wearing Martin boots, spoke boldly. Earlier, when the altercation occurred on the hillside, Liang Feng sensed that a fight might break out. To be on the safe side, in case things got physical, he sent Chen Shanshan a text message beforehand, asking her to bring some people over to help. The two had exchanged phone numbers the previous day, with Chen Shanshan insisting on getting his number. Little did he know it would come in handy today. Moreover, pollution was not far from Chen's village. So she arrived quickly with her people. That's how this scene unfolded. You little bastard, you think you can run? You ran into the forest, tearing my leather jacket to shreds. I'll slap you to death. A tall, unconventional-looking man slapped Hua Lei hard across the face with a loud smack. The slap left 5 finger marks on Hua Lei's face. He clutched his face in fear, trembling all over, tears welling up in his eyes, too scared to utter a word. These so-called school bullies who acted tough at school were no match for real gangsters. They were all scared less, turning into crying children. Chen Shanshan and her group clearly looked like real gangsters. How could they not be afraid? Their lips trembled as if they were about to cry. After the non-mainstream man finished hitting him, he raised his hand to scare Hua Lei again before grinning at Liang Feng and saying, Mr. Liang, I paid over 500 for this. It's a Roman. All because of this bastard, he ruined it for me. We'll talk about it at dinner. Liang Feng walked over arrogantly. At that moment, everyone was stunned again. These gangsters in their tough attire dragged Hua Lei, Gu Yuan, and the others forward. They were all shocked. At that moment, these people all shouted for Liang Feng, apparently recognizing him. They were even more stunned. Lin Yusin, Feng Yan, Wang Shan, Zhang Yun, and others, including Zhang Hongyao, who had been standing on the sidelines observing the situation, were all stunned into silence, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They never expected this. These people were the ones Liang Feng had called. Especially the phrase young master Liang. It must be Liang Feng, right? In an instant, everyone was stunned, their mouths forming an O shape. Only Lu Duoduo's eyes sparkled, knowing that the real show had just begun. This was the one and only, the truly stunning Liang Feng. He's so handsome. Lu Duoduo stared intently with her eyes fixed on him. Chapter 33, No more pretending, I'm laying my cards on the table. Feng Yan, Wang Shan, and Liang Feng had grown up together since they were kids. But at this moment, they all felt like they didn't recognize Liang Feng anymore. The two of them even rubbed their eyes unconsciously, trying to confirm that this was indeed the Liang Feng they knew. After confirming it, they found it even harder to believe. Because this scene was simply too unbelievable. Liang Feng, how did you become Liang Xiao? I've met his father before. He's not a high-ranking official or a big boss, is he? Wang Shan and Feng Yan muttered to themselves. Everyone else was just as stunned, completely speechless. Including Lin Yusin, who felt that this wasn't the same guy she knew, the handsome, studious guy who had been flirting with her. She stared in disbelief as Liang Feng walked toward the group. Chen Shanshan, with her non-mainstream hairstyle, eyeliner on her lashes, holding a baseball bat and lighting a cigarette, said arrogantly, Liang Xiao, what should we do? She didn't even ask who these people were or what they had done to him. Just one word, what should we do? Liang Feng surveyed the group of bullies who had been strutting around and bullying others at school, thinking themselves superior, and said, you think you're so tough every day? Don't you think you're pretty tough? Damn it, you bunch of jerks, start slapping each other first, or I'll break your legs. Everyone was stunned. They never expected Liang Feng to be so ruthless. They looked at each other hesitantly. Chen Xianxian strode over, slapped Gu Yuan across the face with a loud smack, and said, "You little, I told you to hit her. Didn't you hear me? Let the women off the hook." Liang Feng sighed wryly and gave a subtle signal. Chen Xianxian grabbed Gu Yuan and several girls from Class 8, then brandished a baseball bat at the group and said, "Hit each other in the face. If you don't, I'll break your legs." At that, everyone was scared, crying out, "Wah! Wah!" and begging for mercy. "Liang Feng, we know we were wrong. We won't dare again. Please spare us. Lay good, say something." Begging and pleading. Although he was already 18 years old. But the childishness hadn't completely faded away, and whenever something scared him, he would still cry. Hua Lei covered his face and mustered all his courage to shout, "My father is Hua Duqing. My family is wealthy. I'm telling you, if you mess with me, I'll tell my father. You're such a big kid, and you're still using your parents to threaten us. Aren't you ashamed?" Chen Xianxian stepped forward and kicked Hua Lei hard, sending him flying to the ground. She then asked, "Who did he say? Hua Duqing? Do you know him?" Hua Duqing. All the non-mainstream boys and girls shook their heads. One of them shouted, "Oh, I know. Does your family run a repair shop?" "Yes, yes." Hua Lei found his savior and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, Duqing's car repair shop, that's my family's business." "Xianxian, you know now." The man laughed heartily. Chen Xianxian lit a cigarette and laughed, "I thought it was someone else. It's just Hua Dai too. Your dad still owes my older brother 3,000 yuan. Damn it, is that Toyota Land Cruiser at the foot of the mountain yours? Just consider it payment. Hand over the keys." She directly searched Hua Lei and found the keys. Hua Lei was speechless, crying, "That's a customer's car that was brought in for repairs. It's not mine. I was just driving it secretly. I don't care. Debts must be repaid. It's only fair." Chen Xianxian happily played with the keys and said, "Today was a 2-for-1 deal. We killed 2 birds with 1 stone." She added, "Didn't Liang Xiao just say so? Let's slap each other in the face for me." "No, we've already hit him." One by one, they raised their baseball bats, ready to strike. The men from Class 8 saw there was no one to save them, looked at each other, and could only slap themselves. Smack. Smack. Hit harder. Chen Xianxian shouted. The force of the blows grew stronger. Even Hua Lei was being hit and hitting others, all of them sobbing and crying while they fought. The sound of slaps echoed continuously. It was quite a spectacle. "You really know how to play, Liang Xiao." Chen Xianxian watched with a smile. Liang Feng dared to do that. Actually, he had known all along that the Hua Lei family wasn't wealthy at all, they were just putting on airs. This matter was revealed later when he became a doctor and happened to meet Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan told him about how she had been deceived and wasted 10 years of her youth. At that moment, it was like helping her escape her misery early. Liang Feng smirked as he walked toward Hua Lei. Hua Lei shrunk his neck in fear, finally realizing how formidable Liang Feng was. He never expected there to be such a powerful figure hiding in the school. He dared not look directly at him, his eyes darting away, no trace of his earlier arrogance remaining. "You're poor, why are you pretending to be rich? Damn it, how many girls have you deceived in this school? You little bastard, you deserve a beating." Liang Feng kicked him hard, sending him flying to the ground. "In front of your classmates, explain yourself. What's your family's real situation?" Hua Lei couldn't bring himself to speak. Almost everyone had been deceived by him. Girlfriends, brothers. Without exception. Hua Lei hesitated, unwilling to speak. "I think you haven't had enough of a beating." Liang Feng slapped him hard across the face. Hua Lei winced in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and stammered, "My family runs a repair shop, we do have some money, just not that much." "Bull, tell the truth." Chen Xianxian, who knew him well, spat out, "How much money does Chen Daitu have?" "I know all about him. The money he makes from that shabby repair shop isn't even enough to cover his gambling losses." Another kick followed. Hua Lei lowered his head. Chen Xianxian snorted, "Their shabby repair shop barely makes a few thousand a month if they're lucky. His mother is good at managing money, but his father gambles every day and has piled up a mountain of debt. The son, though, is pretty arrogant. He takes customers' cars out to show off, pick up girls. What a jerk, he deserves a beating." A baseball bat came down with a loud thud. "Ah!" he screamed. It hit Hua Lei's back, causing him to wince in pain and tears to stream down his face. Chen Xianxian shouted, "Tell your father it was me, Chen Xianxian, who hit him. Tell him to pay back the money immediately. If he doesn't, I'll keep beating you." Wah! Wah! Hua Lei could only cry. Today, he had come here to show off. He never imagined that all his dignity would be shattered and his face completely disgraced. He dared not meet the gaze of those around him. Especially Gu Yuan, who was so ashamed she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Hit him. Keep hitting each other. Liang Feng didn't bother with this loser anymore. He was too cowardly and weak to waste his breath on him. Hua Lei was terrified, stood up, and swung his arms again, smack. Smack! They started slapping each other. Liang Feng turned his gaze to Chao Ming, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Does your head still hurt?" Chao Ming was so stunned he covered his head and shook it repeatedly. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I don't feel a thing." "Then get out of my sight." Liang Feng kicked him. Yes. Chao Ming got up and moved to the side. He touched the swollen lump on his forehead, utterly confused. He had been beaten so badly that his head was bleeding and he had fainted, yet now he felt almost no pain. This was truly baffling. Chapter 34, A Silver Tongue. Half an hour earlier. At the foot of the mountain. Hua Lei was still in the limelight, boasting and bragging. In the blink of an eye, he had embarrassed himself beyond belief. So Hua Lei's family isn't that wealthy after all. Feng Yan, didn't you say his parents were businesspeople worth over 10 million? I just heard it from someone else. I didn't know it was fake. Hey, what is show off? Wang Shan seized the opportunity, crossed his arms, and sneered, I told you so. This kid is just a poser. You didn't believe me? Now look, right? Right? He was talking to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's cheeks flushed red and she rolled her eyes and said, You're right. You have good judgment. We were all fooled. Is that enough? That's more like it. Wang Shan laughed heartily. But everyone present still found it hard to believe and couldn't help but wonder what was going on with Liang Feng. But Liang Feng stood there. He couldn't say anything, so he just endured it. Including Lin Yusen, who had many questions but felt the timing was wrong, so she remained silent. At that moment, with the sounds of snap, Hua Lei and his group's dignity was completely shattered, their faces swollen and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Liang Feng let out a breath and nodded. Chen Shanshan understood and shouted, You bastards, a bunch of cowards. Today, Liang Xiao let you off. If you dare to show off in front of Liang Xiao again, I'll kill you. She walked toward Hua Lei and said, Remember my name, Chen Shanshan. My older brother is Chen San. If you want the car, come find me. Thud. He kicked Hua Lei to the ground again. But Hua Lei didn't have time to care about that. He felt like he'd been granted a pardon and hurried to run away. Chen Shanshan scolded again, What's the rush? All of you thank Mr. Liang. Thank Mr. Liang for being so generous and letting you off. If it were me, I'd make you fight until nightfall. Everyone was taken aback, but they still turned to Liang Feng and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Thank you, Mr. Liang, for your kindness. Thank you, Mr. Liang. One after another, they bowed and spoke. Get out. Chen Shanshan finally waved her hand. Hua Lei and the others fled in a hurry. Gu Yuan and the other girls, including Chao Ming, lowered their heads and followed them down the mountain, leaving the pavilion. Ha ha. Wang Shan was the first to laugh out loud. The others saw this and followed suit, all laughing as they felt a sense of relief. Even some of the girls laughed, finding it amusing. Over the 3 years of high school, Hua Lei and his gang had caused no end of trouble, bullying others. Whenever they encountered them in the hallways, everyone had to step aside voluntarily if they didn't they'd be shoved aside roughly. It was brutal. Who would have thought that they were all just bluffing, completely useless? I never thought they were so cowardly. Yeah, Liang Feng is really impressive. Liang Feng, you really don't act unless you have to, but when you do, you make a big splash. Yeah, you're so impressive. Enough with the nonsense. Shut your mouth. Chen Shanshan didn't bother listening to the nonsense and snorted. Everyone immediately shut up and dared not laugh anymore. Stop fooling around. Liang Feng waved his hand. Chen Shanshan giggled and walked over to Liang Feng, teasing him, Tonight, you have to treat us. If you don't, I won't let you off the hook. She waved her baseball bat and said, Mr. Liang, it's okay. We're leaving now. Alright, see you tonight. Liang Feng waved goodbye. Alright, see you later. Chen Shanshan waved her hand. And the group all nodded and smiled at Liang Feng, shouting, Mr. Liang, see you tonight. See you tonight, Mr. Liang. We're leaving now. They all left with smiles on their faces. For these people, fighting and brawling were just everyday occurrences, nothing worth taking seriously. They all found it quite amusing. The result. Chen Shanshan suddenly turned her head to look at Lu Duo and said, By the way, your name is Lu Duo, right? Have you already pledged yourself to Liang Xiao to warm his bed? If not, you're really not being very considerate. Damn it. Liang Feng felt 100 horses galloping through his mind. Sis, why are you bringing this up? In an instant, everyone suddenly remembered what had happened before the fight. Liang Feng, Lin Yusen, and Lu Duo were still dealing with their love triangle. They couldn't help but look at the three main characters again. Of course, everyone was most curious about Liang Feng's situation. Everyone was eagerly watching Liang Feng, hoping he would give them an answer. Why was that? Why do those people hold Liang Feng in such high regard? And why do they call him Liang Xiao? So many questions were on everyone's mind. And then there's Lu Duo. That's another question. Lin Yusen, Feng Yan, Wang Shan, and the others, seeing that everyone had left, were about to speak up. Liang Feng spoke first, Don't ask yet. Listen to me first. Once I'm done, you'll understand. Here's what happened. Last night, I went to the internet cafe to play games and didn't get home until very late. On the way home, I encountered Lu Duo, who was being harassed by 3 thugs, so I stepped in to help her. But I couldn't beat them. Just then, Chen Shanxian and her group happened to pass by. The woman leading them was Chen Shanxian, whom I know from playing games together. Seeing the situation, she brought her friends to help and drove the thugs away. That's why Lu Duo asked about me and brought me a drink because I saved her, and she wanted to thank me. As for why I didn't want to talk about it, it's because I didn't want to cause trouble. He looked at Lu Duo sternly and said, Lu Duo, is that how it happened? Yes, that's exactly how it happened. Lu Dao dared not say a word. If she did, they might never speak again. Moreover, if she admitted that her mother gambled and lost so much that she had to sell herself, that was out of the question. So she nodded immediately without hesitation and said, that's exactly what happened. Yesterday, I went out to play and came home late, already past 10 o'clock at night. I was stopped by 3 drunken men. If it weren't for Liang Feng saving me, I would have been in big trouble. That's why I came here specifically to thank Liang Feng. Do you understand now? Liang Feng exhaled deeply, relieved. Everyone nodded in understanding, so Liang Feng was the hero who saved the damsel in distress. No wonder Lu Duo is being so attentive. Is that how it happened? No wonder Chen Shanxian knows Lu Duo too. She was involved as well. Oh, I see. Lin Yusin nodded in realization, but something still felt off, so she asked again, but how do you know these gangsters? Liang Feng laughed, they're not gangsters. They're just a group of non-mainstream kids who like to dye their hair. As for how I met Chen Shanxian, we're game friends, so she helped me. As for calling me Liang Xiao, it's because my in-game name is Liang Xiao, so they assume that's my real name, not young master. Now you know, right? He looked around, having spun an elaborate lie, feeling that he had covered all the bases. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow, silently marveling at his own cleverness and silver tongue. Chapter 35, Seamless. Lin Yusin, Feng Yan, Wang Shan, and the others listened to the gist of it. They felt that there was nothing wrong with the story, the events and timelines all matched up, and Lu Duo could even provide proof. But something still felt off. For example, how did Chen Shanxian and the others end up here? Why were they helping to arrest Hua Lei and the others? That's just too convenient. Wang Shan hesitated and asked, Liang Feng, you said Chen Shanxian is your online friend, and you have a good relationship, so she's willing to help you. That's fine. Some online friends are closer than real friends. But the question is, how did they know you were in trouble here? You idiot, you're the one who got into trouble. Liang Feng snorted, you were arguing with the people from Class 8, so I felt they might beat you up. I sent Chen Shanxian a text asking her to come help. She lives nearby, so she arrived just in time. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and waved it around. My goodness, you have a phone? Wang Shan snatched it away in shock and took a look. Liang Feng snatched it back and said, it's not mine. It's my older sister's. She let me play with it during summer vacation. Really? Wang Shan hesitated. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Liang Feng insisted on this point. And that was the truth. If you don't believe me, check the text messages. Let me see. Wang Shan took a look and nodded. It's exactly as you said, not a single detail is wrong. He couldn't help but exclaim, you're really something else. You predicted this all ahead of time. That's impressive. Of course. Liang Feng smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, another hurdle cleared. Lin Yusin, Feng Yan, and the other girls still didn't believe it, still feeling something was off. After thinking for a moment, they asked again, something's not right. At first, you asked Chen Shanxian to come help you. Weren't you afraid Hua Lei and his men would retaliate against you? Or did you already know that Hua Lei's family was broke and he was just putting on a show? Liang Feng laughed, I already knew about that. That kid has no real skills, he's just a pretender. How did you know that? Why didn't you tell us? Zhang Yun pouted and asked. Liang Feng replied, I've met Hua Lei's father. He's very poor, so how could his son have any money? As for why I didn't mention it, it's simple. He doesn't bother me, so I don't need to expose his secrets. You should have told us sooner, then. Zhang Yun sighed. Wang Shan snorted, even if you had said it earlier, it wouldn't have mattered. Because even if you said it, no one would have believed you. That's true. Feng Yan nodded, convinced. The result was that Liang Feng met a group of very capable online friends. Liang Feng himself was highly perceptive and had already made arrangements in advance. And Hua Lei was a silver-speared warrior. That's how the situation unfolded. Everyone finally understood the sequence of events, nodding in realization, it must have happened exactly as Liang Feng described. The result. Lin Yusin remained skeptical and asked, but you beat Chao Ming so badly, aren't you afraid of hurting him? That could get you expelled. Not only expulsion, but if you seriously injure him, you might even end up in jail, since we're all adults now. In many northern cities, students start school later. By the time they reach senior year of high school, most are already 18 years old. At 18, you're legally responsible for your actions. Everyone recalled how fiercely Liang Feng had attacked him, and they were all terrified. At the time, it was Liang Feng's blow that intimidated Hua Lei's group, leading to what happened later. Otherwise, it would have been Liang Feng and Wang Shan who got beaten up. Everyone turned their attention back to Liang Feng, waiting for his explanation. Liang Feng shrugged with a smile and said, "Because my goal is to become a doctor, I've studied some cases and know where to hit someone to knock them unconscious, cause a lot of bleeding, but not injure them severely or endanger their life." He looked at him with his head bleeding and severely injured. But that's not the case. I hit areas with a lot of capillaries, so at most it's a concussion, or even just a minor scrape. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief, completely baffled once again. Who would have thought Liang Feng had this trick up his sleeve? This time, even Zhang Hongyao, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, couldn't help but interject, "You're really something. In that situation, you managed to stay so calm. We really thought you had lost your mind. Who would have thought it was all part of your plan?" "I guess so." Liang Feng laughed it off. He just wanted to get through this. There was no way he wanted to reveal his true intentions too soon. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the innocent and carefree days that should belong to an 18-year-old. As for whether these words would get him through, Liang Feng glanced around. Most of them believed him. Only Lin Yusen remained skeptical, furrowing her brows and asking, "You really want to be a doctor? I've never heard you mention it before." Wang Shan interjected, "I can vouch for this. I've heard him say it, and even his family wants him to become a doctor. I just didn't expect you to become a doctor and study this. At least you won't kill anyone when you hit them." He chuckled and gave him a thumbs up. Liang Feng rolled his eyes at him and said, "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have called Chen Shanshan, and none of this would have happened. So next time, don't speak out of turn, got it?" Wang Shan shrugged indifferently and shook his head. "Having all this happen isn't so bad. At least we got to see Hua Lei's true colors. Otherwise, we'd really think he was some super rich second-generation heir." "That's right, Liang Feng, you did the right thing this time. We finally saw his true colors and exposed him for who he really is." Feng Yan nodded in agreement. Liang Feng sighed helplessly, "There's no need for you to invite Chen Shanshan and the others to dinner. They might have already eaten." Ha ha. Everyone suddenly understood and laughed heartily. Chen Shanshan and the others had insisted several times that Liang Feng should treat them to dinner. They had helped so much naturally, they should be treated. One by one, they smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, you figure it out. Right, you've proven yourself and vented your frustration, it's your turn to treat us." Everyone laughed. Phew. Liang Feng exhaled deeply, feeling that he had finally gotten through this ordeal. This time even Lin Yusen believed him, no longer doubting, "That's how it happened, Liang Feng. You're really something. Right, you're really impressive." Lu Duo raised her thumb in praise, her words carrying a double meaning. "Ha, nothing special." Liang Feng laughed it off. However, among the crowd, Zhang Hongyao was watching him coldly, her expression neither smiling nor frowning, as if she had seen through everything. He couldn't help but scratch his head, awkwardly smiling. "Red medicine, you're too kind. No need to apologize. It was quite, and very interesting." Zhang Hongyao shrugged and smiled. Liang Feng sighed inwardly. What was so interesting about that? It was terrifying, wasn't it? But upon further reflection, he couldn't help but marvel at his own eloquence. The lies he had concocted were flawless. Chapter 36, The Yu Sisters. At the same time, in a different place. Yu Siyuan sat leisurely in the upper island coffee house on the top floor of the department store, stirring her coffee and enjoying the pleasant moment. She had already quit her well-paying job at a foreign company. She was now fully dedicated to running an internet cafe. What finally made her decide to quit was that the business license for the internet cafe was about to be approved. She naturally had to focus all her attention on that. With so much money invested, she couldn't afford to distract herself with work-related matters, otherwise, she'd be letting Liang Feng down. Whenever she thought of Liang Feng, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Since meeting this little rascal, her life had been completely turned upside down. Back then, she was still wallowing in the gloom of her divorce. Now, she doesn't even think about it anymore. All she can think about is that little rascal and her future career. Send him a text message and ask what he is up to. Yu Siyuan picked up her phone and sent a message. The naughty auntie misses her little troublemaker husband and wants a kiss. After sending it, she felt her cheeks flush. She felt so shameless for acting so childish with an 18-year-old guy. But she was thoroughly enjoying every moment of it. Though most of the time, Liang Feng wouldn't reply. But she just couldn't resist sending more daring messages. Today, the naughty auntie bought a lot of stockings at the mall, and all kinds of underwear, including a thang. Do you want the naughty auntie to wear them for you? Your naughty auntie really wants to show them to her little naughty husband. After sending it, she giggled non-stop. She felt there was nothing more joyful than this. You see, Yen, you're really something. She never imagined she'd become like this. But her life seemed like someone had flipped a switch, completely transforming her. She couldn't help but burst into another fit of laughter. Her laughter drew the attention of those around her, and she quickly composed herself. Today, she had finished her work early and taken half a day off to go shopping with her younger sister, Yuseeing. Earlier, the two sisters had gone on a shopping spree at the mall, buying plenty of clothes and cosmetics. After getting tired from shopping, they found this cafe to sit and chat. Yuseeing is 3 years younger than Yuseeong, has never married, and has an unstable job, spending her days aimlessly. Recently, she had been working as an accountant at a trading company. However, she had a falling out with her supervisor and quit in a huff. She has been feeling down lately, so when her sister invited her out, she decided to tag along. She just went to the restroom. Upon returning, she noticed her sister, Yuseeong, had a smile on her lips. Curious, she looked around and asked, "Sis, what are you smiling about? What's so funny?" "This meeting." She felt that her older sister, Yuseeong, had changed a lot, always smiling and looking very happy. When shopping, she was especially generous, buying many beautiful clothes, designer cosmetics, and some provocative lingerie and stockings. She couldn't believe it. Her usually conservative older sister would buy such things, especially after divorcing her husband. What was most striking was that Yuseeong looked completely transformed. Her skin was radiant, she wore heavy makeup, had bright red lips, and her skin was moist and glowing. She wore a V-neck dress that revealed a glimpse of her ample cleavage, drawing attention wherever she went. Moreover, the freckles on her face seemed to have disappeared. She looked so young and fresh, as if she were several years younger than her own sister. Earlier while shopping, someone even mistook her for my younger sister, saying she was the older sister and Yuseeing was the younger one. Yuseeing, feeling a bit jealous, muttered, "Sis, do you have a new boyfriend?" The two sisters have been inseparable since childhood, sharing everything with each other. Yuseeong was just worried about having no one to share her joy with, so she nodded and said, "Yes, I found someone who's even more perfect for me." Yuseeing immediately understood and leaned in, smiling, "That's great. Now you can tell mom and dad about the divorce." She teased, "It seems like you've already had a physical relationship. Is everything harmonious in that department?" Yuseeong had previously confided in her sister about their marital discord. Hearing her sister say this, she smiled and nodded, "You noticed that too?" Yuseeing burst out laughing, "I'm not blind. The way you walk and sway your hips, it's obvious things are going well." Yuseeong giggled and didn't respond much, just saying, "You should find someone to marry too. Otherwise, mom and dad will keep nagging you, and you'll get annoyed." Yuseeing sighed helplessly, "I'm this old. Who would want to marry me? I don't want a divorced man, but where would I find someone with good conditions who's still unmarried at my age?" She stirred her coffee listlessly, looking gloomy. Yuseeing used to be a real beauty, with countless suitors. Later, she found a university professor, got engaged, and even had both sets of parents meet and held an engagement banquet. But just as they were about to get married, the man was having an affair with a female student, and she found out. In a fit of anger, she called off the engagement. In the late 1990s, an engagement was practically the same as marriage. Additionally, the scandal became widely known, and the man continued to harass her relentlessly, dragging things out until she was 30, and the marriage never took place. It was the man who eventually got married first, putting an end to the matter. Several years passed afterward. She went on a few blind dates, but didn't find anyone suitable, so she remained single. She was feeling down. Yuseeong patted her sister's hand to comfort her. Yuseeing laughed, "Enough about me. Tell me about my new brother-in-law. How is he? Does he have any children? You'll have to prepare yourself mentally to become a stepmother." Yuseeong shook her head and covered her mouth with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, he has never been married before. Where would he have kids from? Not married? That is impossible." Yuseeing was taken aback. Yuseeing covered her mouth and laughed, "There are some things I can't tell you yet. Come on, let's drink our coffee." The less she said, the more curious Yuseeing became. At her age, how could her sister have found an unmarried man? She leaned forward and asked again, "Did you find someone younger than you? How much younger? And he's not married?" Yuseeong smiled, refusing to say more. "Don't ask so many questions. I'll tell you when the time is right. You're even keeping it from me?" Yuseeing wanted to keep asking. Then, Yuseeing's phone rang. She looked at it and saw it was from the Toyota 4S store. She hurriedly answered it. The person on the other end smiled and said, "Miss you, the car you ordered has arrived. You can come pick it up now, or you can choose an auspicious day we can arrange it here." Yuseeing was in a great mood and hurriedly said, "I'll go right away. I happen to be free today." "All right, we'll make the arrangements right away." The Toyota 4S store hung up. Yuseeing happily started packing, preparing to pick up her first car. Yuseeing looked puzzled and asked, "Sis, what's going on? Why the rush?" Yuseeing smiled and said, "The car I ordered has arrived, a Toyota Camry. Come on, let's go together." Yuseeing was speechless with shock. A Toyota Camry was a car costing over 400,000 yuan, and in 2002, that was an astronomical sum, something the average person couldn't even dream of. "Sis, did you hook up with a rich guy?" Yuseeing could only think that. Yu Siying smiled and said, yes, you guessed right. I did hook up with a rich guy. What? Yu Siying was even more stunned. So you divorced your husband because you found someone else, right? Yu Siying rolled her eyes. I divorced him after I met him. Come on, let's go. Really? Yu Siying looked skeptical. She was skeptical that they had met after the divorce. Doubtful, could her sister really afford a Toyota Camry? When they arrived at the Forest store, a brand new silver-white Toyota Camry was parked there. The owner was none other than Yu Siying. Chapter 37, Sisters United. Miss Yu, welcome to pick up your car. This car is perfect for your style. You'll look absolutely stunning in it. The car is beautiful, and you're even more beautiful. The sales manager flattered her excessively. Yu Siyuan was overjoyed. She opened the door, got in, gripped the steering wheel, and couldn't contain her pride. She nodded happily. Yes, the person is beautiful, and the car is even more beautiful. She then asked, Manager, is there anything else I need to do? Miss Yu, we've already arranged the temporary license plate for you, and the rest is almost all taken care of. The sales manager had everything arranged and taken care of, including the temporary license plate and other paperwork. That's great. Yu Siyuan got out of the car happily, waving her long hair, looking extremely carefree and efficient, as if she were glowing. Yu Siying watched from the side, growing increasingly envious. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, how lucky my sister is. She divorced less than 2 weeks ago and already met a wealthy man. Why can't I find someone like that? She pouted her lips. Having experienced the complexities of society and the hardships of life, Yu Siying, now at this age, naturally harbored some fantasy of a wealthy man being captivated by her beauty and keeping her as a pampered mistress. Living a life of indulgence and hedonism would be just fine. She was well aware that she had already passed the prime age for marriage and childbearing, and this arrangement was the best she could hope for. But she hadn't found it, but her divorced older sister had. She couldn't help but sigh again. My sister really has good fortune. Especially at this moment. Watching Yu Siyuan chatting and laughing with the sales manager, the gap between her and them grew even wider. Following behind, I felt a bit down. We're both children of the same parents, how can our destinies be so different? Miss Yu, I've been selling cars for years, and I've never met a car owner who matches this silver-white Camry so perfectly. You could even be a car model. You'd definitely turn heads wherever you go. The sales manager continued processing the paperwork while lavishing praise and flattery. Yu Siyuan covered her mouth and giggled. I'm this age, and you're really joking, manager? No way. I'd say you're no older than 27 or 28, definitely not 30. The sales manager was holding Yu Siyuan's ID card. He knew her real age, but he spoke with a honeyed tongue. Yu Siyuan was delighted and laughed. Alright, I'll strive for it. I'll be 30 next year. Ha ha. The sales manager laughed along. Once all the paperwork was done, she stepped on the gas. Yu Siyuan drove her first car, a Toyota Camry, out of the Forest store. On the road, she sped along, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Yu Siyuan even rolled down the window, letting the wind blow through her long hair, feeling incredibly happy. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. She couldn't even describe it was just one word, exhilarating. And it was a mind-blowing, body-shaking kind of exhilaration. She couldn't help but scream out the window, to release the joy she felt. You little rascal, you naughty auntie, that was amazing. To make a woman fall head over heels for a man. It's actually quite simple. Material desires, physical desires, and the desire for vanity. Once all these are satisfied, she will undoubtedly follow you wholeheartedly. Nothing can break them apart. At this moment, Yu Siying was completely ensnared by these three desires. Yu Siying watched, sat there, and felt her sister's joy, enviously pouting her lips. Fortunately, she opened the car window, letting the summer breeze blow through her hair, and said, Sis, it seems like my wealthy brother-in-law really loves you. He bought you a car right off the bat. Yu Siyuan laughed as she drove, pressing the accelerator. That's nothing. He also opened an internet cafe for me and made me the boss. Yu Siying was even more surprised. A cyber cafe? Sister, you. Yes, it's me. I'm the general manager and he's the chairman. Yu Siying smiled and picked up her phone, sending a text message to Liang Feng. The bad aunt's car has arrived. Let's meet up tonight. The car is spacious enough for the bad aunt and her little bad husband to relive old times. After sending the message, she couldn't help but smile broadly, feeling utterly satisfied. Whoosh! Whoosh! She overtaken 2 more cars. Sis, slow down. Yu Siying looked on enviously. She had always thought her sister's marriage wasn't happy, that marriage was just like that, always busy with household chores and taking care of others. She thought it was better to be single. But now, seeing her sister's new car, her envy was evident. Sis, tell me about your new husband. How rich is he? He's not some old man in his 60s, is he? Yu Siying teased jealously. Yu Siyuan rolled her eyes and laughed. Look at me now, I'm glowing. Do I look like I was fed by a 60-year-old man? Then is he an 18-year-old guy? Yu Siying teased playfully. Yu Siying giggled, almost. You sure dared to say that. Yu Xiying shook her head disbelievingly, then sighed bitterly. If I ever met an 18-year-old guy who could buy me a car, open an internet cafe, and let me be the boss, I'd even be willing to be his mistress. Yu Xiying couldn't help but laugh, thinking to herself, you really hit the nail on the head. It's exactly an 18-year-old guy who'd buy me a car and open an internet cafe. As she thought this, she felt even happier, stepping on the gas pedal and weaving in and out of traffic, just like her life, speeding forward once again. Yu Xiying grew even more jealous and envious. That's how sisters are. If you're not doing well, they'll think about you more than anyone else. If you're doing well, they'll envy you, even feel unhappy that you're doing better than them. There's nothing you can do about it. Being born from the same mother, it's easy to develop such thoughts. Yu Xiying understood and smiled, saying, Xiying, stop overthinking things. Your older sister won't forget you. I thought it all through before coming here today. I'm still short of someone to help me buy a computer. Why don't you help me with that first? I'll give you 2,000 a month. How about that? 2,000? Yu Xiying was startled and hurriedly smiled, sure. Her previous salary had been around 600 or 700 yuan, often dropping to 400 or 500. Now, suddenly earning 2,000 a month, she was naturally thrilled, but she frowned and said, but I don't know anything about computers. I don't know either, but we can learn together. Yu Xiying smiled and said, we're in the 21st century now. Everyone needs to know how to use a computer. If you don't want to be left behind by society, you have to learn. Xiying, look forward. Don't dwell on all those trivial things. These words hit Yu Xiying right in the heart. Due to the matter with her former fiancé, she hadn't fully recovered from the shadow it cast over her. It was time to start a new chapter. She looked at her sister admiringly as she drove the Toyota Camry smoothly down the street, her envy evident. She nodded firmly and said, yes, I'll work hard. I'll definitely study well. That's the spirit. Yu Xiying stepped on the gas pedal, continuing to feel the exhilaration of speeding along. Let's go. I'll take you to our internet cafe to check it out. Okay. Yu Xiying nodded firmly, her eyes sparkling with a new light, completely different from before. Chapter 38, Girls in Swimsuits. The water at Hulushui Reservoir was exceptionally cold. Liang Feng, Wang Shan, and a few other boys arrived at the reservoir, quickly stripped off their clothes, put on swim trunks, and jumped into the water like a flock of ducks, splashing loudly. The girls hesitated, staying at the back and changing their clothes. They didn't come down for a long time. Going swimming together was a great opportunity to see the girls in their swimsuits, which was naturally a major attraction. The boys huddled in the water, eagerly waiting. But the scenes from earlier were still lingering in the boys' minds. Wang Shan, hiding in the water, suddenly pulled out a wooden stick about a foot long, brought it close to Liang Feng's mouth, and asked, Mr. Liang, can I interview you? How did you meet that big sister, Chun Qianqian? Could you give the audience here a detailed introduction? The audience here is all very curious. Right, tell us. Mr. Liang, how did you meet that Chun Qianqian? A group of young men gathered around Liang Feng, laughing and chiming in, Mr. Liang, you're so impressive. You actually know someone like that. Yeah, and she's so handsome. Everyone was mesmerized. Right, we all feel honored to be here. That older woman is so cool. She is carrying a baseball bat on her shoulder, has a spiky hairstyle, and is wearing Martin boots. She looks like she stepped right out of an anime. Yeah, so cool. Not only handsome, but also beautiful. That's right, she's really beautiful. A certain type of guy couldn't help but develop a crush on Chun Qianqian, the girl with the wild hairstyle and unconventional fashion sense. There's nothing he can do about it. He made such a stylish entrance. Liang Feng laughed heartily. How did you meet her? Online, of course. Wang Shan pretended to hold a small wooden stick and asked, Mr. Liang, that's too much like a PR response. There are so many online games. Was it Legend, Miracle, or something else? Can you elaborate? The audience is eagerly waiting. Everyone nodded eagerly. Right, Mr. Liang, tell us more. Let us know more. Mr. Liang, you're so cool today. Liang Feng swatted the wooden stick out of Wang Shan's hand and snorted, speak properly. Call me Liang Feng. All right. Wang Shan chuckled and leaned closer to Liang Feng, saying, Liang Feng, no, my brother Liang, my brother Feng, you look so cool today. No, you're too cool. I can't believe you're the same Liang Feng I know. That's right, you're so cool today. One phone call and all your friends showed up. That's so cool. From now on, at our high school, you can walk around with your head held high. No one in the school will dare to say a single word against you. Now, you're the boss of the senior class for the entire year. Everyone gathered around Liang Feng, chatting and praising him. Liang Feng didn't take any of this to heart. He laughed and said, alright, senior year is all about studying. Why bother with all that nonsense? Seeing that a few people still wanted to ask questions, Liang Feng decided to be straightforward. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. I met Chun Qianqian at an internet cafe playing CS. They couldn't beat me, so they came over to befriend me. Later, they had a match against another group and I helped them win, so we became friends. That's it? Wang Shan looked astonished. Liang Feng retorted, what else? How else would I have met these people? Besides, they're only a couple of years older than us, so it's only natural we became friends. Everyone nodded in understanding and sighed, overall, you're still the most impressive, Liang Feng. Right, that's so impressive. You exposed Hua Lei's facade and really showed off your strength. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. You're absolutely right. When we were at the foot of the mountain, they were all strutting around with their chests puffed out, looking so arrogant. It's hilarious to think about it now. Haha, yeah, that feels great. Exactly, that's a load off my chest. Everyone kept praising, just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Now that we're in school, I wonder if they'll dare to act so arrogant anymore. With our wind brother around, they can't do a thing. Ha, right. They kept praising him non-stop. Liang Feng actually didn't like being praised so much. He preferred the feeling of roughhousing with everyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to tell such a lie. He waved his hand and said, enough with the nonsense. Let us go for a swim. Staying in the water all the time without moving around will make you cold. Let us go. Everyone laughed and joked, secretly admiring Liang Feng. There was nothing they could do. Today, Liang Feng was simply too cool, catching everyone's attention and prompting them to come over and compliment him or express their admiration. When Liang Feng said he wanted to swim, everyone got ready to take a lap. It was only around 10:30 in the morning. The water in the reservoir was still quite cold. Staying still made it easy to get cold. Everyone was getting ready to swim together. At that moment, the girls finally changed into their swimsuits and emerged gracefully. Each of them was in the prime of their youth, radiating vitality, laughing and playing as they made their way over here. They're coming. Wang Shan spotted them first and pointed, shouting excitedly. Oh my goodness, look quickly. We can't miss this. The boys craned their necks to look over. Among them, Lin Yusen, Lu Duo, and Zhang Hongyao stood out the most. At the front was Lu Duo. She was wearing a black and white floral three-piece swimsuit, which was bold and eye-catching. The top part of the swimsuit was cup-shaped. It was very beautiful. The swimsuit bottoms are similarly designed, with black and white stripes, creating an overall alluring silhouette. Such attire, in this day and age, was quite daring, instantly capturing the attention of all the men present and eliciting a chorus of exclamations. My goodness, Daodu, you look so sexy today. Yeah, it's almost like wearing lingerie. It's way better than lingerie. Yeah, and Daodu is so fair-skinned. Her legs are so long, her waist is so slim, and her small breasts are so full. That's right. The boys stared wide-eyed, unable to hide their admiration. Someone else laughed and said, this is all thanks to our boss Liang. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to watch this show. Right, I think Lu Duo probably dressed like that on purpose for Liang Xiao. I agree. Otherwise, why would she dress so provocatively? She's truly beautiful. Yeah, she really is beautiful. In contrast, Lin Yusen was relatively low-key, wearing a light blue, loose-fitting one-piece swimsuit that covered most of her body. However, her pair of white, slender, and delicate legs were exposed, making her look exceptionally sexy. At 18, her figure was already curvaceous, with her long hair tied up, adding a touch of unique charm, making her look no less stunning. Zhang Hongyao wore a red and white one-piece swimsuit similar in style to Lin Yusen's, also showcasing her snow-white legs and graceful figure. However, she exuded an icy, aloof aura that kept others at arm's length. As a result, the boys had already given her a nickname, Ice Queen. Looking at them, Lin Yusen is taller, isn't she? Zhang Hongyao is almost the same height as her. Lu Duo seems a bit shorter, doesn't she? I know, Lin Yusen is 1.7 meters tall, how could she not be tall? Yeah, her legs are so long. Wang Shan nudged Liang Feng, my brother Liang, you're a lucky guy. Liang Feng looked at Lin Yusen, but a strange feeling welled up in his heart, as if he were seeing Yusayan when she was young. Chapter 39, The Reservoir Horror. Lin Yusen's body proportions were almost identical to her mother, Yusayan, as if she were a younger version of her. Yusayan stood over 1.7 meters tall, with legs that alone measured over a meter, and her figure was nothing short of perfect. Liang Feng still remembered clearly what Lin Yusen looked like after she had fully developed. Compared to Yusayan, she lacked a touch of sensuality but gained a hint of elegance. However, there was no denying the unique charm of a mature woman, such as her round, plump cheeks, which were impossible to look away from. Her mother has particularly round cheeks, and she's the same. Liang Feng couldn't help but think of Yu Siyuan, and the text message she had sent him earlier flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking, looking at her like this, have I ended up with the adult version of Lin Yusen? In this life, Liang Feng's greatest regret was not being able to win Lin Yusen's heart. Now that it was within his grasp, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Even if he were to pursue Yusayan, it wouldn't change Liang Feng's resolve. I absolutely cannot let Lin Yusen fall into another man's arms. Never. He clenched his teeth and waved toward Lin Yusen, shouting, Yusen, over here. However, Lu Duo suddenly intervened, waving her hands energetically, Liang Feng, I'm here. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Everyone knew that Liang Feng had come to the rescue, saving Lu Duo. Lu Duo wanted to repay him, or perhaps she had been captivated by Liang Feng's charm. It was supposed to be a lie. Hero saves the damsel, the beauty throws herself into his arms, and so on. But the problem was, there was already Lin Yusen. Everyone was watching with bated breath. This is going to be interesting. Two women fighting over one man. Ha, I really envy Liang Feng. Wang Shan, who had somehow found a small stick, brought it to Liang Feng's lips and asked with a smile, Mr. Liang, my brother Liang wants to interview you. Choose between Lu Duo and Lin Yusen. Don't think about it. Just say your first answer. Get lost. Liang Feng rolled his eyes, swatted away Wang Shan's stick, and snorted impatiently, you're the one who talks too much. Get moving already. Hee, okay. Wang Shan leaped into the water and swam away, but whispered with a smile, so you want to have your cake and eat it too, playing both sides. Get lost. Liang Feng gave him a disdainful look. Wang Shan finally swam away. The girls like Feng Yan and Zhang Yun, who frequently swam at the Hulushan Reservoir, moved swiftly. They took a few quick steps and jumped into the water with a splash. The other girls were a bit more reserved but carefully slid into the water one by one, shivering slightly before quickly swimming around in the pool. Hulushui Reservoir was very large. It stretches for hundreds of meters. Each area had a group of people swimming and playing. Liang Feng and his friends had claimed a section for themselves, enjoying their privacy undisturbed. However, when a few young, attractive girls appeared, they immediately caught the attention of many men around them. This made the girls feel a bit shy, so they hurried their movements and jumped into the water one after another. When they first entered the water, the icy chill made them instinctively pull their necks back. After swimming for a while, their bodies gradually acclimated, and they no longer felt cold. Instead, they found it incredibly pleasant. The water in the reservoir is just different. It's so deep and clean. It feels heavier too, making it harder to swim. I feel the same way. Those who were there for the first time couldn't help but marvel. Tangcheng is a coastal city, and Tangcheng No. 1 High School is the top high school in the entire city. Before enrollment, they assign some courses. Swimming is even a required course. Everyone must know how to swim. It's not part of the exams. However, most families will still send their children to learn. Therefore, very few people cannot swim. Let alone Zhang Hongyao. As soon as she entered the water, she demonstrated extraordinary skill, her hands moving swiftly through the water, and her long, slender legs kicking powerfully, splash. 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 She swam freestyle at an incredible speed, quickly swimming a considerable distance. The other girls, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in awe, my goodness, Zhang Hongyao swims so well. Yes, she's so fast, she seems better than many boys. Her slender body darted through the water, her snow-white legs moving swiftly, executing professional-level strokes. In no time, she had reached the deepest part of the pool. Feng Yan hurriedly called out from behind, Hongyao, don't swim so far out. The water is too deep there. Okay, I know. Zhang Hongyao smiled and agreed, but seemed reluctant to stop. She dived back into the water with a splash. In a swimming pool, the water is usually only 2 to 3 meters deep, and even in pools designed for diving, it doesn't exceed 4 meters. This was different. The deepest part of the reservoir could reach 7 or 8 meters. Zhang Hongyao had never felt so free and exhilarated before. She felt like a fish, diving deeply into the water, reaching a depth of 5 or 6 meters before surfacing. She moved as gracefully as a fish, surfacing with a splash. She was in such a good mood, completely immersed in the joy of swimming, that she didn't notice the shouts of those around her and continued swimming on her own. Ice Queen, you swim so well. Yes, it feels just like a fish. The boys couldn't help but marvel. A few girls giggled and suddenly gathered around Liang Feng, fluttering around him and said, Liang Feng, you look so handsome today. Yeah, you're so handsome it's indescribable. I saw you swimming earlier too, you're so good at it. Why don't you teach me? I only know the breaststroke and it looks so awkward. Why don't you teach me the freestyle instead? Before Lu Duo could make the first move, the other girls started their own attacks. Lu Duo pouted in frustration, sliding through the water to approach them and say, if you're going to learn, learn from me. Teach me, teach me. The girls were pulling and tugging at Liang Feng. Liang Feng couldn't take it anymore, letting out a wry smile. Seeing Lin Yusen sulking in jealousy, he found it even funnier. The boys standing nearby watched the scene with envy. Wang Shan chimed in with a laugh, teacher, teacher. The more you teach, the more affection will grow over time. The others chimed in, yeah, teach him, teach him. Liang Feng sighed helplessly and rolled his eyes, saying, if you want to learn, then let's all learn together. By the way, Yusen, Yuan Xia, you two don't know either, right? I'll teach you both. Yuan Xia was worried that Lin Yusen wouldn't volunteer and that Liang Feng would be taken, so she nodded and said, alright, you teach us. She dragged the reluctant Lin Yusen over. Alright, watch closely. Liang Feng was quite skilled in freestyle swimming with proper form. Come on, lie flat on the water's surface first. As he spoke, he pushed off with his legs and thrust his body upward, landing smoothly on the pool's surface. That's so cool. Yeah, Liang Feng, you're so cool. Mindless praise. Liang Feng was speechless. You guys can swim too. Is that really necessary? It's worth it, it's worth it. Right, Liang Feng, no matter what you do, you're so handsome. The girls giggled. Liang Feng was speechless. Lin Yusin and Lu Duo were naturally looking gloomy. This left him even more at a loss for words. Come on, learn from them. Don't just stand there. Liang Feng gave an impromptu lesson. The result. An unexpected incident occurred. Splash, splash, the sound of rushing water echoed, followed by Feng Yan's terrified scream. Oh no, the red medicine is leaking. Who? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that at the far end of the reservoir, Zhang Hongyao had cramped up from overexertion while swimming. Her legs were suddenly seized by cramps, and she was frantically splashing the water, her body sinking uncontrollably. The situation was extremely critical. She tried to shout, but only managed to gulp down several mouthfuls of water. The situation was extremely dire. Oh no, save her! Liang Feng shouted, leaping into the water and swimming swiftly toward Zhang Hongyao. The girls were all terrified, their faces turning pale in an instant. How could this happen? She was fine just a moment ago. Yeah, how did it turn out like this? Oh no, it must be because the water is too cold and she can't adapt. Wang Shan and the other boys reacted quickly and swam over there as well. Earlier, they had all been jealous of Liang Feng and hadn't noticed that Zhang Hongyao had already swum out to the deep end. Fortunately, Feng Yan had been keeping an eye on her, otherwise, she would have drowned, and no one would have known when she fell in. Chapter 40, Stealing Zhang Hongyao's First Kiss. Wulushui Reservoir has lifeguards. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, working as a volunteer, overseeing the area under a flag. At that moment, he was sitting on a bench by the shore, with life-saving equipment beside him, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, looking relaxed and unconcerned. At that moment, he heard the girl's screams and jumped to his feet, seeing the scene unfold. He tossed the cigarette butt aside, quickly grabbed a life preserver, and threw it forward with all his might, shouting, "Young man, grab the life preserver." The throw was powerful, and the life preserver landed between Liang Feng and Zhang Hongyao. Liang Feng swam frantically, trying to grab the life preserver to rescue Zhang Hongyao. But Zhang Hongyao had swum too far out, completely into the deep water, and she had already started gulping down several mouthfuls of water. The excruciating pain from the cramps made it impossible for her to swim normally. Especially in the deep water, where the temperature was even colder. The cramps were getting worse. Zhang Hongyao's inner thighs were bulging with muscle cramps, and the severity of the cramps was evident. At only 18 years old, her body was still developing and prone to cramps. The combination of the hot weather and sudden exposure to cold water made matters worse. She had completely lost control of her body and could only struggle instinctively, her eyes filled with fear as she gulped down water. Liang Feng, hurry up, hurry up. Everyone present knew that if Zhang Hongyao sank to the bottom of the water, it would be a matter of life and death. Feng Yan and Zhang Yun, along with the other girls, were so scared they started crying. Wah! Wah! The scene was complete chaos. People from other areas nearby also looked over with concerned expressions. There had always been rumors about the Hulushan Reservoir, claiming that people drowned there every year. Previously, everyone had thought it was just a scare tactic for children, but now, witnessing this harrowing scene with their own eyes, everyone was utterly terrified. My goodness, he must be cramping. Why did they swim so far? That's way too brave. Stop talking, let's save him. Some of the better swimmers are swimming over here. There were quite a few of them. But the closest ones were still Liang Feng and the group of boys behind him, including Wang Shan. They were all rapidly slapping the water with a splat. Splat sound, struggling to swim forward. But the pain caused by cramps is hard to suppress. When they encountered the cold water, the pain grew even more intense. With a few final gulp sounds, Zhang Hongyao was completely submerged. Oh no, she's lost consciousness. Quick, save her. People on the shore and in the pool shouted frantically. They called out to Liang Feng, reminding him. Because Liang Feng was the closest and was holding a life preserver. Coming. Liang Feng clenched his teeth and finally swam to Zhang Hongyao's side. He dived down forcefully, swimming several strokes before grabbing hold of Zhang Hongyao, who was about to sink to the bottom, and quickly slipped the life preserver around her. At this point, Zhang Hongyao had lost consciousness, her mouth open, her eyes vacant. In this situation, it was difficult for one person to pull her up. Fortunately, the life preserver provided support. As the life preserver sank into her body began to slowly rise to the surface. Splash! Liang Feng brought Zhang Hongyao back to the surface. Damn it, that was terrifying. We finally saved her. Quick, bring her back. Everyone's hearts finally settled a little. At the same time, Wang Shan and the others swam over, panting heavily as they looked at the situation and said, "What should we do? Quick, pull her up." Liang Feng took a few deep breaths and shouted loudly. The others immediately sprang into action, working together to drag Zhang Hongyao's body toward the shore. Liang Feng held one of Zhang Hongyao's arms with one hand and paddled with the other. He handed the other hand to Wang Shan. Wang Shan took hold and pulled along. The others helped push the life preserver or Zhang Hongyao. After a great deal of effort, they finally managed to pull Zhang Hongyao ashore. Are you okay? Feng Yan and the others gathered around, crying and wiping away tears. How could she be okay? The lifeguard ran over, saw the situation, and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He was not a professional lifeguard, and faced with such an urgent situation, he was momentarily at a loss. As a result, before he could think further, Liang Feng had already laid Zhang Hongyao flat on the shore and shouted loudly, "Everyone step back! Everyone step back!" Everyone was startled and stepped back, unsure of what was happening. They saw Liang Feng kneel on both knees at Zhang Hongyao's lower abdomen, his hands beginning to rhythmically press her chest. His movements were highly professional and swift. At that moment, everyone remembered that Liang Feng had mentioned wanting to become a doctor in the future. It seemed he must have learned some emergency medical knowledge. Don't disturb Liang Feng. Liang Feng must have studied this. Right, everyone step back, step back. Everyone listened to Liang Feng. The crowd quickly dispersed. Feng Yan trembled with fear, muttering repeatedly, "Liang Feng, you must save her. If you can't save her, we're all doomed. We're finished. This is a human life. Young man, keep going." Others gathered around the perimeter, watching with worried expressions. Lin Yusen, Lu Duo, and the others were equally tense, their palms sweaty. They never imagined that coming out for a trip would lead to such a situation. "Push! Push!" they shouted, pressing down with all their strength. Liang Feng remained silent, focused and exerting all his strength. Once, twice, 7 or 8 times in total. Seeing no response, he quickly turned aside and, without hesitation, began performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Zhang Hongyao. His mouth puffed out as he blew air forcefully into Zhang Hongyao's mouth. At that moment, with life hanging in the balance, no one cared about kissing or indirect kissing. Because it was a precious life. And she was only 18 years old. "Liang Feng, you're really professional." Wang Shan couldn't help but marvel. Yeah, so professional. Everyone could see how professional Liang Feng was. Everyone focused intently on Liang Feng as he administered first aid. In this manner, after blowing 3 or 4 breaths, Liang Feng once again straddled Zhang Hongyao's body and continued to press down with all his strength. Back and forth, time ticked by second, each second feeling like an eternity. The lifeguard beside him was sweating nervously, and the others dared not look, turning away instead. Goodness, it's been so long, and it's not working. Yeah, it's been too long. I hope he's not beyond saving. I think there's no hope. He's been in the water too long. Don't look, it's scary. His whole body is purple. Some timid people, afraid of seeing a dead body, turned and left. Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, and others burst into tears, wailing, "Oh no!" The lifeguards couldn't help but ask, "It's been so long. Is the young man okay? If not, call an ambulance immediately." "How long will it take for the ambulance to arrive if we call 120? By then, it'll be too late to save him." "That's right, it's too far from the city, they'll never make it in time." "What should we do then?" "It's probably too late to save him." "Oh, he's already dead." "Oh no." Feng Yan cried even harder. She felt she hadn't taken good care of Zhang Hongyao and was filled with self-blame. If Zhang Hongyao really had met with an accident, she wouldn't be able to explain it to Zhang Hongyao's parents, and she couldn't accept it herself either. After all, it was she who had suggested swimming. She wailed and kept shouting, "Liang Feng, you must save her. If you can't save her, I won't live either." "Feng Yan, stop crying." Lin Yusen called out, "Don't disturb Liang Feng. He can handle it." "Right, Liang Feng can do it." Lu Duo followed suit, her gaze unwavering, as if placing unlimited trust in Liang Feng. She clenched her fists tightly, silently cheering him on. Liang Feng remained calm, following the emergency procedures step by step, performing chest compressions and artificial respiration repeatedly. After 5 or 6 rounds, he could feel his body nearing its limits. Suddenly, cough. Cough. Zhang Hongyao's body suddenly reacted on its own, beginning to cough up water. Gush! Everyone immediately realized that the girl had been saved. The scene erupted into chaos. Some were so overjoyed they shed tears, exclaiming, "My goodness, he's really been saved. You're amazing, young man. It's okay, he's saved. Ha ha. You're really amazing, young man. I was about to give up. You're amazing, you're so skilled." Some people shouted to those who were leaving, "He saved her. He saved her. This young man saved the girl." "Really? You managed to save him? No way." Those who had left rushed back in astonishment. Upon seeing, it was indeed true. Liang Feng had already helped Zhang Hongyao to her feet, holding her in his arms, with both hands around her abdomen to help her vomit the water out more thoroughly. Zhang Hongyao GUH vomited a few more times. Her face flushed slightly, and she could breathe again, panting, "Huff! Huff! My goodness, you really saved her. You're amazing, young man. Impressive. Praise poured in from all sides. Everyone was deeply impressed by Liang Feng's persistent efforts to save the person. And he really did save him. Clap, clap. Someone started clapping, and soon everyone followed. The applause grew louder and louder, refusing to die down. Liang Feng was completely exhausted. He laid down the unconscious Zhang Hongyao, who had regained some sensation, took a deep breath, and collapsed onto the ground, muttering, "Damn it, I'm exhausted." Chapter 41, You have to treat us to roast chicken. Liang Feng, you're amazing. My goodness, you really brought him back to life. Liang Feng, you're my idol now. Liang Feng, you're a genius. At that moment, everyone had given up hope. Because Zhang Hongyao hadn't moved for half an hour, her body was as white as snow, just like a corpse in a movie, limp and floppy like a noodle. Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, and the other women were all crying uncontrollably. Then, Liang Feng kept performing CPR relentlessly, CPR, 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 CPR. He managed to pull her back from the brink of death, and everyone was overcome with emotion. Wah! Wah! The girls cried out in excitement. Liang Feng, you're so cool. Liang Feng, you're so amazing. We owe you today, Liang Feng. Wang Shan jumped up and down in excitement. Liang Laoda, you're my boss now, you're so awesome. That's right, Liang Laoda, you're so awesome. That's so damn ruthless. Right, I'm so impressed by you now. If it weren't for your persistence, Zhang Hongyao would be dead. That's right, you're so awesome. The boys all praised him one after another. Lin Yusin and Lu Duoduo wiped away tears, equally stunned by Liang Feng's actions. When everyone had given up hope, only Liang Feng was still fighting with all his might to save the person. In the end, he actually managed to save the person. This feeling made her involuntarily move closer, crying as she praised him. Liang Feng, you're definitely going to be a great doctor one day. That's right. Yuan Xia and the other girls followed suit, wiping away their tears. It was too terrifying just now. Only Liang Feng persisted, continuing to persevere. This perseverance left everyone in awe. Liang Feng, you will definitely become a great doctor, without a doubt. Lu Duoduo smiled and snapped her fingers, saying, I knew it all along, because Liang Feng is the best. Ha ha. Everyone laughed again. Only Lin Yusin rolled her eyes. As for Zhang Hongyao cough, spitting out water in large gulps, her body limp and weak, her consciousness still fuzzy, her nose constantly running, and her breathing labored. Her throat made gurgling sounds, and she couldn't stop spitting out water. The sensation must have been excruciatingly painful. At that moment, everyone else dared not approach her. Feng Yan wiped away her tears and asked, Liang Feng, what should we do next? Yes, what should we do? It felt like Zhang Hongyao hadn't fully recovered yet. The lifeguard hugged his shoulders and smiled, it's okay. As long as you can breathe, you're out of danger. He couldn't help but mutter, you're really something, kid. I'm impressed. He gave him a thumbs up. Those around them echoed the praise, yeah, I thought he was dead. I can't believe he made it. Young man, are you from the medical school? Those first aid moves were so professional. Yeah, so professional. And you're so determined. A doctor's heart is like a parent's. The praise kept coming in waves. Almost everyone swimming nearby gathered around. Liang Feng waved his hand and said, she's lucky it has nothing to do with me. You can't say that. The lifeguard said, if it weren't for you, she would have died 8 times over. That's right, it's all thanks to you. Young man, you're her savior. At that moment, the lifeguard saw that Zhang Hongyao could lift her head on her own and had regained some consciousness, so he said, young lady, this is all your fault. You were so reckless. Why did you swim so far out? That area is deep and cold. You'd only been in the water for a short while, and you swam over there. No wonder you cramped up. He saw it clearly and couldn't help but complain to himself. If something had really happened, he wouldn't have been able to escape blame either. Feng Yan cried and screamed, you knew it was dangerous, why didn't you warn us beforehand? You could have at least put up a warning sign. All you did was smoke and doze off. If you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have run around like that. The lifeguard snorted and said, are you blaming me for this? You dared to come swimming in the reservoir. You must have known the risks. This little girl was lucky no one was killed. If something had happened, none of you would have gotten off scot-free. He didn't hold back with his words. Feng Yan didn't bother to respond and turned to ask Liang Feng, can I pat Hongyao's back? Liang Feng lay flat, panting, and said, go ahead, it's fine. He was utterly exhausted. Though it seemed like just bringing Zhang Hongyao back and performing CPR, the entire process had drained him physically. He had been working non-stop for about 3 minutes, his entire arm numb, and he was even experiencing some oxygen deprivation. Lu Duoduo walked over with a bottle of water, handed it to Liang Feng, and said, hero of the day, here, have some water. You know how to handle things. Liang Feng was truly thirsty. He stood up, took the bottle, and drank half of it in one gulp, then poured the remaining half over his head, feeling slightly more comfortable. That's not enough, there's more. Lin Yusin didn't get jealous instead, she handed him another bottle. Liang Feng took it, drank a few more gulps, then poured the rest over himself and said, I'm exhausted. I can tell, you're the hero. Lin Yusen laughed along with him. Seeing Liang Feng become the center of everyone's attention, seeing how impressive he was, she was genuinely happy, even wanting to go over and rub his shoulders or hands. She knew he must be exhausted. But she was too shy to do so. In the end, Lu Duo leaned in and rubbed Liang Feng's shoulders, saying, You're the hero of the day. Let me give you a massage as a reward. Ha! Liang Feng laughed, this treatment was nothing special. But he noticed Lin Yusen seemed unhappy. But she smiled again, You're the hero. Anything goes. Ha ha! Liang Feng laughed even louder. This time, it was truly a hero saving a damsel in distress. Zhang Hongyao coughed, humph. Humph. Although her mouth and nose were connected, she was still choking badly, feeling as though her nose was filled with water. Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, and several other girls rushed over and gently patted Zhang Hongyao on the back. They were very patient, patting her gently, one after another, for nearly 5 or 6 minutes. Zhang Hongyao finally began to breathe evenly. Looking at everything around her, she finally understood what had happened. Her body went limp and she trembled, recalling the terrifying ordeal, feeling even more helpless. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She felt cold and terrified. She was still in a state of shock, sitting there motionless, her body trembling uncontrollably, unable to speak a word. Feng Yan hurriedly ran to fetch some clothes and wrap them around Zhang Hongyao. She sobbed, wah, wah, and said, Thank goodness you're okay. If anything had happened to you, I'd never forgive myself for the rest of my life. The scene earlier was truly terrifying, leaving everyone still shaken. Zhang Yun sighed, thanks to Liang Feng, otherwise someone could have been killed. Those around her agreed, that's right. You're so lucky, young lady. If you hadn't met that young man, you would have been doomed. I've never seen anyone so professional. We all thought it was hopeless, but this young man never gave up and kept trying. He then smiled at Zhang Hongyao and said, Young lady, your life was saved by this young man. You must at least treat him to a roast chicken. Ha ha. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Zhang Hongyao's body was still trembling slightly from the scare, and her nose was still stuffy. But she came to her senses, looked at Liang Feng, and trembled as she said, Thank you, Liang Feng. I'll treat you to a roast chicken? Ha ha. Liang Feng laughed and waved his hand. Don't be so reckless next time. The water in the reservoir is different from the swimming pool. At least get familiar with the shallow area first. Zhang Hongyao, terrified, blurted out, I'll never go swimming again. Not in my entire life. I won't even touch the water in the swimming pool. Ha ha. Everyone laughed, knowing she was truly scared. The onlookers lost interest and dispersed. The reservoir scare was a close call, but at least no one was hurt. Chapter 42, still in shock. In the end, Zhang Hongyao was helped by Feng Yan and Zhang Yun to hail a taxi and went home. Feng Yan had originally planned to call home and have her parents come to pick her up. Zhang Hongyao refused, not wanting to disturb the adults. The two couldn't persuade her, so they had no choice but to take a taxi home. Finally, Zhang Hongyao returned to her usual self and once again thanked Liang Feng, thank you so much. I'll never forget you for the rest of my life. No need to be so formal. Liang Feng didn't remember this happening in his previous life. He probably didn't even go to Halushan this time. Anyway, he had no connection with Zhang Hongyao. This time, under the turning gears of fate, everything had changed. He had become the butterfly's wings, fluttering and altering the destinies of everyone around him. Lu Duo, Gu Yuan, and Lin Yusen are definitely affected. What about Zhang Hongyao? Perhaps she will too. He thought randomly for a moment, waved his hand, and said, Go home, take a hot shower, drink some ginger soup, and don't catch a cold. All right. Zhang Hongyao's mind was in a daze. He had just narrowly escaped death and wasn't in the mood to say much. He nodded and followed her out. After all that commotion, no one felt like going swimming anymore. Everyone had lost their enthusiasm. They had originally planned to have lunch together and then go somewhere else to play, but now, most of them didn't feel like playing anymore. Oh my, today was truly terrifying. Yeah, I'm still shaken up. Luckily, Liang Feng saved Zhang Hongyao. Otherwise, we'd all be in trouble. Right, it was terrifying. Someone else sighed, at least it didn't turn into a major disaster. It's a silver lining in an otherwise unfortunate situation. That's true, and Hulei's true colors have been exposed. At least it wasn't a wasted trip. Haha, that's right. Thinking about Hualei again, everyone burst into laughter. But there was no denying it. With just that one line, everyone's opinion of Liang Feng had changed. No one was calling out Liang Feng anymore. Young Master Liang felt too formal. Liang Lao didn't seem to fit Liang Feng's demeanor either. Fortunately, they just called him Liang Feng, Liang the young hero. He's rescued a damsel in distress twice. He can be called a young hero. At this moment, Yuan Xia sighed, Young Master Liang, it's been 3 days since we last saw you, and it feels like 3 autumns have passed. Or perhaps you've been secretly making progress while we've been standing still. That's right. You've left us in the dust, and we can only admire you from afar. That's right, we're truly impressed. Young Master Liang, you're so amazing. Everyone couldn't help but echo his admiration. Everyone looked at Liang Feng with eyes filled with awe and admiration. Lin Yusen and Lu Duoduo were no exception, blinking their big eyes and smiling happily. Liang Feng waved his hand and said, "Enough, I just know how to perform CPR. Is that such a big deal? Look, we don't even know what it's called. That's the difference. Master Liang, you're sure to become a great doctor." "Right, Master Liang." Everyone shouted in unison, calling Liang Feng Master Liang. Liang Feng thought the nickname wasn't bad, so he didn't object. He scratched his head and laughed. "Alright, stop talking nonsense. We're almost late for the bus home." "Ah, right, the bus is here, I'm leaving." "I'm leaving too. I'll go to the front to catch the bus." One by one, they had already put on their clothes, waved goodbye, and boarded the bus. What had started as a joyful outing ended in such a scene, something no one wanted to see. But this was already the best possible outcome. Everyone was still in a daze, with no mood to play, gathering at the bus stop to wait for the bus home. Some still remembered Chen Qianqian and asked, "Mr. Liang, would you mind introducing us to Chen Qianqian, the tough lady?" "Yeah, she's so cool. Not only cool, but also very beautiful." "Yeah, she's pretty." Liang Feng suddenly remembered that he had a date with Chen Qianqian that evening. "Fortunately," he said, "right, I almost forgot about that." He then told Wang Shan, "You guys go ahead. I'll go find Chen Qianqian and come back later tonight." "Oh, okay." Wang Shan and the others boarded the bus. When they returned home, they couldn't avoid being scolded by their family members. Since Zhang Hongyao had come with them, everyone was in a low mood, hanging their heads dejectedly. Such was the scene. Buses came one after another. The students boarded one by one. In the end, only Lin Yusen and Lu Duoduo, the two beautiful girls, were left. Lin Yusen had planned to wait for Lu Duoduo to leave first. Seeing that she wasn't leaving, she approached and said, "Liang Feng, don't get too close to someone like Chen Qianqian. They don't seem like good people. Your life shouldn't be entangled with people like them." Liang Feng laughed and said, "Don't worry. We're just playing games together. They helped me this time, so I'm treating them to a meal. It's just a gesture of goodwill. There won't be any further involvement." He then patted Lin Yusen on the shoulder and said, "Go home first. I'll call you later." "Alright, okay." Lin Yusen nodded and glanced at Lu Duoduo. Lu Duoduo was more carefree. She shrugged and said, "Rain Sun, the beauty, don't keep staring at me. My bus is here." She waved goodbye to Liang Feng and said, "Young hero, you looked really handsome today. See you later." She ran off joyfully. "Goodbye." Liang Feng bid farewell to the two girls. The two girls waved goodbye from the bus. Everyone had left. Liang Feng picked up his phone, intending to call Chen Qianqian. Chen's village was nearby. He thought to himself, "I'll just invite her over for lunch. It would be better not to go out at night and have his parents make a fuss." But when he picked up the phone, buzz, the vibration sounded. It was Yu Siyuan calling. Liang Feng remembered the spicy text messages she had sent and felt a stir in his heart. He smiled and answered, "Naughty auntie, what's up? Text message bombardment didn't work, so you just called directly? Stop it, why didn't you even bother to call back?" Yu Siyuan's cheerful voice came through. "I sent you over 10 text messages, and you didn't even reply to one. I'll definitely reply when I have time." Liang Feng was lingering at the bus stop. Yu Siyuan laughed, "Did you see the text I sent you? The bus is here, I've already gotten off. Haha, I'm cruising around on the street right now." "Where?" Liang Feng couldn't help but look around. He thought to himself, "Don't tell me it's nearby. That would be convenient." Sure enough. Yu Siyuan said, "I'm near you road now. What's up? Want me to pick you up?" "No problem, I'm your personal female driver." Liang Feng was delighted. "I've noticed we're becoming more and more in tune with each other. I'm at the Hulushan station. Haha, come pick me up." There weren't many taxis around, and it was almost lunchtime. Fortunately, spending time with this naughty aunt isn't so bad. Yu Siyuan heard this and hurriedly nodded, "That's too close. Alright, give me 10 minutes. I'll be right there." "Alright." Liang Feng hung up the phone, found a shady spot, lit a cigarette, and waited. About 15 or 16 minutes passed. A silver-white Toyota Camry sped up. Yu Siyuan was sitting in the driver's seat. Upon seeing Liang Feng, she excitedly rolled down the window and waved her arms. After the car came to a stop, she got out of the car, walked over to Liang Feng, pointed at her car, and smiled, asking, "How do you like the car? Isn't it beautiful?" Liang Feng took a closer look and nodded, saying, It's nice. It's even prettier than I imagined." In his eyes, the car's design was a bit outdated. However, this model was a classic imported version. In its brand new condition, it was still quite impressive. He glanced at Yusayan, who was dressed seductively with a hint of her snow-white shoulders showing, and said, standing there like that, you're the perfect picture of a beautiful woman in a fancy car. Yusayan covered her mouth and laughed. The sales manager said the same thing, the car is beautiful, but you're even more beautiful. Chapter 43, Revisiting Old Dreams. Yusayan was already overjoyed inside. Earlier, she had dropped off her younger sister, Yusayan, at the internet cafe and told her to handle the tasks she had assigned. She was planning to find Liang Feng on her own to show him the new car she had just bought. To her surprise, she actually ran into him. Overjoyed, she saw no one around and suddenly embraced Liang Feng, kissing him passionately. Liang Feng was startled for a moment, responded briefly, then slapped her round, plump cheek and said, I figured it out, bad auntie. You've shown your true colors. No way. Yusayan, still not satisfied, wiped her lips and looked at Liang Feng with sparkling eyes. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and said, tell me the truth. That night at the bar, did you intentionally go there to flirt with me? Did you and that bald-headed Lou put on a show to trick me? Nonsense. I was just out to clear my head. I never expected to run into you, my living nemesis. Yusayan shot him a glance. She covered her mouth and giggled, no, not a living enemy, you're my little bad husband. She cooed into Liang Feng's ear, teasing him with her hair. She did everything she could to tease him. She snuggled into his arms, savoring the scent of a man. This was already enough to make her unable to resist. If a woman truly falls in love with a man, everything about him would captivate her. Especially the physical attraction, which she couldn't resist even if she tried. This was exactly how Yusayan felt about Liang Feng. A dual attraction, both physical and emotional. So whenever she sees Liang Feng, she can't help but act all coy and spoiled in front of him, even wanting to smell the scent on his body. It felt as though even that scent was irresistibly alluring. You little rascal, you're so good. Enough, enough. Liang Feng chuckled, tell me, in the taxi, did you take advantage of the medicine to misbehave, just wanting to devour this tender young thing? No way. Yusayan's cheeks flushed red, and she dared not admit it. Liang Feng slapped her round, plump cheek hard and said, you dare not tell the truth? Tell me the truth. That flesh made him involuntarily think of Lin Yusin in her swimsuit. Her round drumhead was already quite alluring. But that was something to look at, not touch. Here, you could touch it freely, and even hit it. If you don't speak, I'll hit your drum. It hurts. Yusayan giggled, wrapping her arm around Liang Feng's arm and said, you know, this kind of thing is different between men and women. Men are quick to get started, while women take their time. Once it begins, they don't want to stop. And I haven't been with my ex-husband for over a year, so I'm a bit, oh my. After saying that, she felt embarrassed, her cheeks flushing red as she pouted, you made me say all that. You're so mean. But then she felt embarrassed, being so much older than Liang Feng yet acting so spoiled with her, feeling a bit too shameless. In the end, Liang Feng pinched her nose affectionately and said, what's there to be shy about with your husband? Husband? Yusayan called Liang Feng her little bad husband, but dared not say it directly. At that moment, Liang Feng calling himself her husband made Yusayan's heart skip a beat. All her inhibitions vanished and she pouted, husband, I love you. I've realized that I'm starting to love you more and more. Maybe this is what they call love growing over time. Liang Feng couldn't help but sigh. That was the truth. At first, he had viewed Yusayan as a projection of Lin Yusin, but now things were different. He had completely fallen for this seductive beauty. In every way, they were perfectly suited for each other. He liked everything about her. Love grows over time? We haven't known each other that long, have we? Yusayan looked puzzled. Liang Feng laughed heartily, spending more time together and having more encounters naturally leads to feelings. You're such a rogue. Yusayan realized what he meant, giggled, then said, you little rascal, I love you so much now, but I'm just too old. Otherwise, I'd marry you in a heartbeat. No way. He gave her a firm kiss on the cheek. Liang Feng slapped her cheek playfully and said, you're too young for me. I prefer mature women like you. You're so annoying. Yusayan felt grateful and grew even more excited. She hurriedly said, it's midday and no one else around. Let us go, get in the car, and relive the feeling from the car. Sure. Liang Feng had no resistance to this beautiful woman who gave off a wet, sensual vibe from the start. She was dressed exceptionally provocatively today. Her ample cleavage was simply irresistible. He happily followed her into the car. Watching Yusayan drive skillfully, he looked around for an empty corner, quickly pulled her toward him, and pounced on her wildly. Love grows over time, this saying is no joke. Sometimes it really is like that. Does Liang Feng like Lin Yusin? Of course he does, and it's a regret he'll carry for the rest of his life. But at this moment, he has also fallen madly in love with Yusayan. Under the influence of his old soul, he doesn't see her age as a disadvantage, instead, he feels it complements his soul perfectly. Dating young girls and being all lovey-dovey is certainly nice. But this direct, uncomplicated feeling was exactly what he loved. It perfectly embodied that saying. Young girls can make you intoxicated. But married women can be exhausting. especially when she's a beautiful married woman. Yu Si Yen, with her hair loose and flowing, swayed her snow-white body, indulging in this sensation without restraint. Outside the car were green mountains and clear waters. Inside the car, it was like spring had arrived. It was broad daylight. This feeling made her even more unrestrained. Liang Feng felt this beauty and couldn't help but exclaim, "Siyuan, meeting you is truly wonderful." Yu Xian, with her drunken eyes and scattered gaze, didn't hear clearly. Liang Feng, dazed, embraced her and said, "I said, meeting you is truly wonderful." Those words were like a secret potion. Yu Siyuan's eyes welled up with tears, and she grew even more unrestrained, murmuring, "Meeting you is truly wonderful." "Then let us keep this up, my naughty auntie." "Alright, my naughty little husband." The two of them opened their hearts to each other, enjoying the moment, their minds and bodies in perfect harmony, experiencing an intense sense of pleasure. Afterward, Yu Siyuan watched Liang Feng puffing on his cigarette, her voice soft and seductive as she said, "You look so handsome when you smoke. The way you call me husband is also very beautiful." Liang Feng handed her a cigarette and asked, "Want one?" I'll try." Yu Siyuan smiled, took a drag, and said, "Does a bad auntie look charming when she smokes?" Liang Feng blew out a smoke ring. Yu Siyuan giggled, took a puff, and also blew a smoke ring. The smoke mingled together. The two burst into laughter. It was midday. Both felt hungry. But they didn't want to end it like this. They looked at each other, flicked their cigarette butts out the window, and started again. Chapter 44, Grounded. The incident where Zhang Honyao nearly drowned had spread. Liang Feng and Yu Siyuan had been together until late afternoon. He had planned to call home to take a day off, then invite Chen Xianxian and the others out for dinner to properly thank them for their friendship. But as soon as the call connected, his father, Liang Qinggong, erupted into a tirade, "You good-for-nothing brat. I've been looking for you. Get your ass home right now." Upon hearing this, he immediately understood what was going on and shrugged, saying, all right, I'll head back right away." After hanging up, he sighed helplessly, "Looks like tonight's gathering is off. I have to go home and get scolded. What's going on?" Yu Siyuan drove the car, looking puzzled. Liang Feng sighed wryly, "We had an accident while swimming." "Never mind, let's go home. Maybe things will be better there." "Alright, I'll listen to you. Wherever you want to go, I'll go. After all, I'm your beautiful driver." Yu Siyuan smiled, biting her lip, and stopped near Liang Feng's house. "Honey, give me a goodbye kiss." Liang Feng grabbed Yu Siyuan's chin and gave her a passionate kiss. "Husband." Yu Siyuan cooed. Although she knew there was an age disparity. But after spending time together, she didn't feel like the older one. Instead, she felt like the one being taken care of, so she no longer felt any psychological pressure. She nestled into his arms like a little bird, cooing, "Husband, husband, husband." Your husband? You'll get scolded by your father-in-law when you get home." Liang Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. "Stop it." Yu Siyuan tugged at Liang Feng and gave him another sweet kiss, saying, "Then, my dear husband, let me reward you." They kissed until the sky grew dark. The two finally parted reluctantly. Liang Feng strode back home. As expected. As soon as he entered the door, Liang Qinggong immediately began scolding him loudly, "You good-for-nothing brat. Where did you go? Didn't I tell you not to go swimming at the Hulushan Reservoir? That reservoir drowns 1 or 2 people every year. Why did you go there? Do you know who Zhang Hongyao's father is? Her father is Zhang Yaoyong, the plant manager of our main factory. If something happens to his daughter, it'll cause a huge commotion." Liang Qinggong was a foreman at the first rolling mill, the lowest-ranking supervisor, who didn't have to work 3 shifts but couldn't sit in an office either. Liang Feng's mother, Bai Jing, worked in the union doing organizational work. Liang Feng watched his parents get worked up and didn't say a word, just smiling to himself. Seeing how young they looked, he felt happy. Bai Jing jabbed him hard and said, "You're still laughing? Your father and mother's livelihoods are in their hands. One word from them could get us both fired. What's there to laugh about?" Liang Feng shrugged and assured them, "Dad and Mom, don't worry. I want to go again next time." Liang Qinggong snorted, "Next time you go swimming at the reservoir, I'll break your legs." Bai Jing chimed in, "Exactly. From now until school starts, don't you dare go out to play. Stay home and tutor me every day. Don't go anywhere." "What?" Liang Feng was speechless, not expecting this out of nowhere. He hurriedly said, "Mom, Zhang Hongyao is fine, and I even saved her." "You can't ground me. We're adults, you can't do this." "What kind of adults?" "No means no." Bai Jing snorted, "You saved someone? You don't know, do you? At the reservoir, someone was drowning. If you went to save them, you'd be dragged away by water spirits. How dare you be so bold? I'm telling you, before school starts, you're not going anywhere. There's food and drink at home, you won't starve to death." Liang Qinggong said through gritted teeth. Liang Feng was furious. His own savior, and now he's bringing up water ghosts? But upon reflection, he understood. Saving anyone else didn't matter. In his parents' eyes, their precious son was the most important thing. But being confined to the house was out of the question. This wasn't what he wanted. He quickly begged, "Mom, Dad, I know I was wrong. I won't go anymore, okay? You can't keep me from going out. I'll suffocate to death." Liang Qinggong snorted, "Dying from suffocation is better than drowning." Then he turned and walked away. Bai Jing poked Liang Feng again and said, "Right, suffocating to death is better than drowning." Then he turned and left as well. Oh my god. Liang Feng was so frustrated he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What kind of situation is this? But he couldn't persuade the two elders. The next day, as expected, before Liang Feng could sneak out early in the morning, the door was locked from the outside and his keys were taken away. "Breakfast and lunch are already prepared for you. Stay home and study hard. You're not allowed to go anywhere." The two of them huffed and puffed as they left. Liang Feng tried to open the door with a click. Click, but it wouldn't budge. His house was on the first floor, so he could jump out the window to leave. But the problem was that there was a balcony railing outside the window, making it impossible to escape. Now, he was at a loss, looking out at the large locust tree where only some elementary and middle school children were playing. Wang Shan, Feng Yan, and the others weren't anywhere to be seen. It was clear they were all under house arrest. Ah. He let out a long sigh, picked up his guitar in frustration, and really wanted to play Tears Behind Bars. Iron doors, iron windows, iron chains. Holding onto the iron bars, looking out. How wonderful life must be outside. Ah. Liang Feng faced the greatest challenge since his time travel. He was confined to his quarters. How am I supposed to get out? No matter how he fiddled with the door, he couldn't open it. His mood had reached its lowest point. In this era, there were no locksmiths to call. He could only sit by the window, looking out at the large locust tree, shaking his head in frustration and sighing deeply. Fortunately, at that moment, his phone rang. It was Yusi Yuan calling, so he answered and sighed. It's still better to have a bad aunt as a wife. At least she knows to care about her little troublemaker husband. What's wrong? Did you get beaten up last night? Yusi Yuan giggled, driving her car to come find Liang Feng. This morning, after finishing her work, she had wanted to find Liang Feng. Just like a young girl in the early stages of a relationship, she couldn't bear to be apart from him and just wanted to stick together. It didn't matter what they did, as long as they were together. Liang Feng sighed helplessly, "No drum beating, but I'm grounded." Grounded? Yusi Yuan was startled and slowed down the car. Liang Feng sighed bitterly, "That's right. Yesterday, when I went swimming at Helushan, a girl almost drowned. She happened to be the factory director where my parents work. Poor me, I can't go out. I'm sitting in front of the iron bars singing Tears of the Iron Bars." Ha! Yusi Yuan laughed. "Iron window tears? You're really something." Thinking about the scene made her laugh, but then she remembered she was on her way to find her little troublemaker husband, so she pouted and said, "What about that bad auntie? I was on my way to find you." Pouting and frustrated. She never expected her father-in-law and mother-in-law to be so unreasonable, forcing them apart. "Husband, I miss you." "I miss you too." Liang Feng sighed helplessly, "But the problem is I can't open the door. If I could, you could come to my place. My parents won't be home until after 5 in the afternoon. But the problem is I can't get out, and you can't get in. Coming here would be pointless. Sigh, let's just call each other and talk." Liang Feng sat at the desk by the bed, looking out the window at the large locust tree outside, thinking that if he could get Yusian to come over and lock himself in, that would be fine too. A world of two. But the problem is, Yusi Yuan can't get in. And he couldn't go out either. "Come chat with me and kill some time." "Alright." Yusi Yuan could only turn her car around at the intersection, giving up on finding Liang Feng, and muttered, "What should we talk about? It's so boring without you. Let's talk about something interesting." Liang Feng held his phone, gave a mischievous smile, and said, "For example, tell me what kind of trouble you like to cause, what frequency you like, and so on." Rough. Yusi Yuan giggled and followed up, "Then you tell me first. What kind of trouble do you like? Let's see if we're on the same page." Chapter 45, The Days of House Arrest. Liang Feng didn't hesitate, getting straight to the point, "As long as it's with you, I like everything." Ugh. Yusi Yuan giggled and said, "I like it too." "I guessed it." Liang Feng felt the conversation growing increasingly direct. The barrier between them had been broken. There was nothing left to hide. Under the influence of his seasoned soul, Liang Feng had shed his youthful shyness. Sitting by the window, he felt inspired and said, "Go on." "No, if this keeps up, I'll start thinking about it." Yusian's face flushed from being teased, and she became distracted while driving. Holding her phone, she muttered, "I can't do this. I'm driving." Liang Feng laughed, "Then pull over to the side of the road where no one is around, and we'll talk properly." "All right." Seeing that Liang Feng was bored, Yusi Yuan had no choice but to obey, obediently finding an empty intersection to park the car. She asked, "I've parked. Let's talk." Liang Feng and Yusi Yuan's relationship naturally grew closer. This kind of interaction brought Liang Feng great satisfaction. He learned about Yu Siyuan's preferences and gained insight into some of her true thoughts. Of course. He was also asked many questions. Yu Siyuan also came to understand Liang Feng better. The feelings between the two could be said to have deepened further. Therefore, the first day of being confined wasn't as boring as expected. He even thought to himself, if only there were video calls, that would be even better. Unfortunately, this era hasn't arrived yet. Fortunately, the first day of confinement passed without incident. By evening, as soon as Liang Feng saw his parents, he rushed forward to take their bags and rub their shoulders, pleading, "Mom and Dad, I was really well behaved today. I did 3 sets of homework. Don't believe me? Go check for yourselves. Senior year is so tough. Now that you're on break, you should play a bit. Otherwise, you'll have no time to play later." Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing didn't listen, snorting, "Just stay home and study. Don't even think about anything else. That's right, focus on your studies. Once you get to university, you'll have plenty of time to play." The two agreed, click. Click. They locked the door tightly, as if afraid that Liang Feng would sneak out at night. Liang Feng completely broke down. He had no mood to study. Studying like this wouldn't work either. "Mom and Dad, studying needs a balance of work and rest. Can we alternate days of confinement? If you keep me locked up like this, I'll end up getting sick." Liang Feng pleaded again. Although he was happy to see his young parents and felt that everything was happy. But the feeling of being controlled was still very frustrating for him, and he couldn't bear it anymore. The result? Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing completely ignored him, snorting, "Son, give up that idea. Study hard, that's more important than anything else. Right, if you want to eat something, just say so, and I'll prepare it for you in advance." Oh my god. Liang Feng completely broke down. The next day, Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing locked the door early in the morning and left. Oh my goodness. Liang Feng stood by the bed, holding his guitar, and this time he truly played Tears on the Iron Window. Iron doors, iron bars, iron chains. Holding onto the iron window, looking out. How wonderful life is outside. He took out his notebook and wrote again, July 15th, the second day of house arrest. "I will go on a hunger strike to protest." He wrote furiously. "We must fight back against tyranny. I absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait for death." Just then, the phone rang again. It was Chen Xianxian. Liang Feng had stood Chen Xianxian up that night, promising to treat her to dinner the next day, but he didn't show up yesterday either. This must be her coming to confront him. Liang Feng hurriedly answered the call. "Xianxian, I'm so sorry. I stood you up last night, but today, I'm afraid I can't make it either." "Liang Feng, are you playing with me?" Chen Xianxian shouted, "You said you had something to do the day before yesterday, you couldn't make it last night, and now you're saying you can't today? What's the matter? Do you look down on me? Do you think we're not good enough for you?" She added, "If you look down on us, why did you ask us for help?" Liang Feng hurriedly said, "How dare I? I already told you. When we were swimming, a girl almost drowned and I got dragged into it and was grounded at home. That's why I'm still grounded and not allowed to leave the house. You're making this up. Keep going." Chen Xianxian didn't believe him and snorted, "House arrest? They locked you inside? Can't you climb out the window? Or is it an apartment building? You could pry open the door. My mom and dad locked me up, so I ate laundry detergent. They dared not do anything after that. You should try it too, eat 3 spoonfuls. It won't kill you. Sis, you're so tough. I dare not." Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. He thought to himself, this non-mainstream little tomboy is way too ruthless. The adults at home should really discipline her. Eating laundry detergent? That's bold. He had never even considered doing something like that, and it could be life-threatening. He tried to calm her down, saying, "Xianxian, give me a few more days. Just 3 or 5 days. After that, my parents will let me out." "No way, I can't wait." Chen Xianxian, with her straightforward temper, hummed into the phone, "Or just tell me where you live, and I'll come take a look. Otherwise, this won't be resolved." Liang Feng didn't want Chen Xianxian to know where he lived. Dealing with people from the underworld requires caution. But Chen Xianxian had been very helpful that day. Moreover, Chen Xianxian might already know about his situation. Fortunately, he said, "Alright, I'll let you see for yourself. Come over, and you'll understand." "Alright, give me the address, and I'll head over right away." Chen Xianxian had a straightforward personality. Liang Feng gave her the address. About half an hour later. V room. V room. The sound echoed. Chen Xianxian crouched low on a black Yamaha scooter, speeding into the neighborhood. As soon as she entered, she twisted the throttle, causing the engine to roar. The noise startled the entire neighborhood. She was extremely eye-catching. She wore a black jacket, tight leather pants, a helmet, and Martin boots, looking very stylish. As soon as she entered, she rode around the neighborhood, hum. As she passed by Building 11. Wang Shan was on the 4th floor, peering out the window, and immediately recognized her. He shouted, "Chen Xianxian? Chen Shanxian took off her helmet, looked up, and frowned. Who are you? Haha, it's me. Oh, you don't recognize me? You're looking for Liang Feng, right? He's in Building 9, Unit 101. Chen Shanxian understood and nodded. I know it's Building 9. I'm looking for him right now. She then laughed. Hey, you've been grounded too. Yeah, we're all grounded. Shanxian's sister, you're so cool. Wang Shan shouted. Chen Shanxian laughed. Thank you. Then, with a hum sound, she arrived at Building 9. Looking up, she saw Liang Feng standing by the window, holding a guitar, staring at her with a look of utter despair. Ha ha. Chen Shanxian burst into laughter, pointing at him and saying, now I believe you. Haha, seeing is believing, seeing is believing. Chapter 46, Chen Shanxian, who plays her cards unconventionally. Around 10 in the morning, there were hardly any adults in the residential building except for the children. However, there were a few people taking turns resting at home. This was really inconvenient for the neighbors. Liang Feng sat by the window, sighing helplessly. Shanxian, you saw the situation yourself. I didn't lie to you, did I? Alright, in 3 days, I'll definitely treat you all. I'm not going to let you off the hook for one meal. Chen Shanxian hugged her helmet, shaking her messy hair, and said, Sister, I just wanted to see if you were lying to me. Now that I see it, you really are. So, sister, I'll just rescue you, the little bird in the cage, while I'm at it. Rescue? How do you plan to rescue me? Liang Feng looked completely confused. Chen Shanxian pulled out a Nokia 8250 from her pocket, dialed the number, and said, just watch, you'll see. She smiled triumphantly. Liang Feng had a hunch she was up to something. Sure enough. She finished the call mysteriously and shouted. About 10 minutes later, a young thug with a spiky haircut, riding a Suzuki motorcycle, arrived and asked, Sister Shanxian, which door is it? This house. Chen Shanxian got off the motorcycle, holding her helmet, and led the man to Liang Feng's front door. Liang Feng had already figured it out and couldn't help but remind them from inside the room, big sister and this brother, don't cause any trouble. My door can't withstand being kicked down. Don't worry, breaking down the door is too low class. That's not my style. Chen Shanxian gave a subtle signal. The thug pulled out his tools and immediately got to work. Click. Click. The sounds echoed continuously. Liang Feng reminded him, brother, don't break the lock. It's been around for years. Don't worry, I've got this. The young thug began using various tools, and the sounds of click, click continued unabated. After 3 or 5 minutes. Still no luck. Chen Shanxian rolled her eyes and muttered, Taozi, you're always bragging about how skilled you are, but you can't even do this? Sister Qian, it's only been a few minutes. Give me a moment, it'll be done soon. He began switching tools. Liang Feng laughed from inside, saying, Shanxian sister, you really came prepared. If you can open it. Then. Just as he said if, there was a click and the door opened. Alright, that's enough. Tao Zi stood up smugly. You weren't bluffing after all. Chen Shanxian, holding her helmet, walked in with big strides, fanning herself, and said, it's so hot, turn on the air conditioner quickly. Wow, that's impressive. You actually managed to turn it on? Liang Feng looked at the front door, saw the tools scattered on the ground, and raised his thumb, saying, friend, you're a talent. Tao Zi, the chubby one, waved his hands and smiled, it's nothing. I can open locks that are harder than this. While tidying up, he asked, Shanxian, what about me? Go back. If there's an opportunity, Liang Shao will treat you to a meal. Chen Shanxian hugged her helmet, looked around Liang Feng's house, and waved her hand. All right. Mr. Liang, Sister Qian, I'm leaving now. Tao finished packing the furniture and left. Thanks, brother. Liang Feng waved goodbye and said, don't come in for a while. There's air conditioning. No need. You two chat, Mr. Liang and Miss Qian. He left smoothly. Liang Feng closed the door and couldn't help but praise, Shanxian, you're something else. You sure know a lot of people. Of course. Who do you think I am? Chen Shanxian strutted back and forth, saying, there's air conditioning, isn't there? Turn it on quickly, I'm dying of heat. You know it's hot? I thought you had an air conditioner in your Martin boots. Liang Feng chuckled and turned on the air conditioner. Chen Shanxian, sweating, unzipped the black leather jacket, revealing the snow-white peaks beneath, and said, it's so cool. Come, have some fruit. Liang Feng went into the kitchen, brought out some fruit and drinks, and placed them on the table, saying, let's eat lunch first, then we'll go. I'll treat you, just you. Of course I will. Chen Shanxian sat back down, fully unzipping her jacket to reveal her ample bust and snow-white, flat abdomen, and said, but, Mr. Liang, your place is pretty ordinary. I thought your place would be all gold and glitter. I can't even imagine how you're connected to those casino tycoons in Las Vegas. He picked up an apple and began eating it while crossing his legs. Liang Feng laughed, the internet is a wonderful thing. With just a few keystrokes, you can be in Las Vegas, USA, in less than a second, in Monte Carlo, Morocco, in Australia, or anywhere in the world. So it's not about where someone is, but what they're doing. You're amazing, you're so cool. I'm impressed, really impressed. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Chen Xianxian smiled and gave a thumbs up. These were her true feelings. She had always admired her third older brother, Shen San, the most. But ever since she met Liang Feng, she had come to admire him deeply. She felt that Liang Feng was the real deal. Especially for someone who grew up in a small town, she was filled with longing for the outside world. She felt that Liang Feng seemed so familiar with the outside world, so she naturally admired him and wanted to get closer to him. At that moment, watching Liang Feng smile happily, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, "Sis, are your breasts big? Don't peek if you want to look, just look. What if I want to touch them?" Liang Feng rolled his eyes and shouted, but fortunately, he just raised his eyebrows. "If you want to touch them, it's 100. Chen Xianxian grabbed her hands, wrapped them around herself, but then took off her clothes, suddenly stood up, straddled Liang Feng's legs, and hugged his neck, saying, "Do you have a girlfriend? If not, let's give it a try. I won't lie to you, I really like you. Sister Qianqian is different, she is so direct." Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, "But I'm sorry, I already have one." Chen Xianxian poked him hard and stood up, exclaiming, "Damn it, is it that Lu Duo? You guessed wrong." Liang Feng shrugged. Chen Xianxian huffed unhappily, "Boring, I'm leaving." She picked up her helmet and walked out in big strides. Liang Feng grabbed her arm and said, "What's the rush? You're here, so I have to treat you to a meal. It doesn't matter what we eat." Chen Xianxian pulled hard to get away. Liang Feng held on tightly, refusing to let go, and said, "Shen Jia, don't be like this. I haven't thanked you for what you did that day. I must treat you to a meal. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll cook it for you. If not, we can go out to eat." "You can cook." Chen Xianxian turned around, batting her big eyes, and perked up. Liang Feng nodded and said, "Don't underestimate me. It's just a simple meal." "No problem." "Alright, then I'll have to try it." Chen Xianxian, with her messy hair, tossed her helmet onto the sofa and sat down again, crossing her long, slender legs in black leather pants and said, "Sis, you're such a tease." Liang Feng rolled up his sleeves and said, "Don't worry, I'll show you what I've got." Chapter 47, The True Nature of Chen Xianxian. Liang Feng went into the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets and drawers. He found some lamb in the refrigerator and said, "For the first dish, let's have braised lamb." I love it. I love lamb." Chen Xianxian stood at the kitchen door, hugging her shoulders, stretching her beautiful legs, and revealing the full curves of her chest, smiling happily. Liang Feng pulled out a few cucumbers and scallions and said, "Reporting to Lady Chen, the Imperial Kitchen has prepared pickled cucumbers, scallion stir-fried meat, or a salad of cucumber and scallion slices for today's lunch. You can choose." "How annoying." Chen Xianxian smiled, surprised that Liang Feng had suddenly mentioned such delicacies, as if she were the Princess Pearl from the TV series, and hummed, "Smashed cucumber, scallion stir-fried meat." "Yes, Your Highness." Liang Feng mimicked a formal gesture, touching the ground with one hand. Chen Xianxian couldn't help but hum, "Stop teasing me, or I'll kick you. I'm not messing around, I'm not messing around." Liang Feng chuckled and continued flipping through the pages, but there was nothing there. He smiled and said, "Let's try another one. It's our family's signature dish, scrambled eggs. Clear braised lamb, stir-fried cucumber, scallion stir-fried meat, and scrambled eggs, 4 dishes. That's not enough, let's add one more." Chen Xianxian counted on her fingers and smiled, challenging Liang Feng. Liang Feng rummaged through the cabinets and found apples, bananas, and pears, saying, "Let's make a fruit platter." "Alright, 5 is fine." Chen Xianxian chuckled, standing at the kitchen door, watching Liang Feng perform. Liang Feng put on an apron and got to work. He started preparing the lamb. He sliced the cucumbers and scallions, then prepared the ingredients, taking his time. Because the lamb needs to be stewed for a long time. If he cooked it now, it would go cold. Chen Xianxian couldn't help but praise him. "Mr. Liang, I must compliment you. Your mother raised you well, you actually know how to cook. Your mom did a good job raising you. Even when you're grounded, you know to eat laundry detergent." Liang Feng joked. Chen Xianxian rolled her eyes and said, "That was when I was little. I'm very sensible now, aren't I?" "Like what?" Liang Feng asked. Chen Xianxian thought for a moment but couldn't come up with an example. She huffed, "Why are you picking on me? Just get back to cooking." Alright. The lamb had melted, so he began to add it to the pot. Liang Feng fetched another wok and started stir-frying. Stir-fried scallions with meat, scrambled eggs, and cold, crisp cucumbers. A fruit platter. Finally, the clear braised lamb was served. Before you knew it, it was already midnight. Liang Feng's flushed cheeks turned red, and he laughed, sweating profusely. "Don't worry, there's more good stuff coming." "What is it?" Chen Xianxian, holding her chopsticks in her mouth, looked curious. Liang Feng smiled, took a few bottles of beer from the refrigerator, and said, "What a coincidence. There's beer too." "That's great." Chen Xianxian took 2 bottles of beer, picked up her chopsticks, and popped them open with a pop. "Pop." She hummed, "Cool, right?" "Of course it is. Who do you think I am? Just one word, cool." Liang Feng, who had initially felt some resistance toward Chen Xianxian, this unconventional girl, gradually warmed up to her as they spent more time together. He felt she had a unique charm. Something he had never encountered before. She was carefree, efficient, unpretentious, and, of course, had an explosive hairstyle. At that moment, he still found her a bit awkward. But the more he looked at her, the more he grew to like her. He cheerfully took the bottle, raised it, and said, "Come on, Shanshan, I'll toast you first. Without you, I don't know how I'd have gotten through today. Enough chatter, let us go." Chen Shanshan tilted her head back and downed it in one gulp. 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 The alcohol flowed down her throat, trickling between her breasts, and trickling down to her lower abdomen. She downed the entire bottle in one go, exclaiming, "That's the spirit. I'll have one with you." Liang Feng followed suit, downing a bottle as well, and said, "That's pretty generous of you. That's manly." Chen Shanshan laughed heartily, picked up her chopsticks, and said, "Eat. Eat." Liang Feng and Chen Shanshan sat under the air conditioner, drinking beer, and leisurely enjoyed the delicious dishes Liang Feng had cooked himself. "How does it taste?" Liang Feng asked. Chen Shanshan took a bite of the braised lamb, raised her thumb, and gave the highest praise, saying, "It tastes just like a restaurant. That's good." Liang Feng ate heartily, drank beer in big gulps, and thanked her again. "If you hadn't come to find me, I wouldn't have been in the mood to cook. So, thank you. You're such a woman, talking non-stop." Chen Shanshan raised her eyebrows, picked up her chopsticks, and attacked the braised lamb with gusto, clearly enjoying it. Slowly. As she ate, she grew hot, and with a swift motion, she shed her leather jacket, revealing her snow-white skin, graceful figure, and the increasingly prominent peaks of her breasts. Liang Feng couldn't help but be dazzled. He hadn't expected her to be so fair-skinned. So fair, so fair. And they were truly large. Upon closer inspection, she was an unquestionable beauty, tall and slender with long legs, a narrow waist, full breasts, and a curvaceous behind. The only thing that stood out was her wild, messy hair, which made her look a bit too unconventional. At that moment, Liang Feng couldn't help but find her beautiful, a different kind of beauty, and couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Chen Shanshan was drinking beer and eating braised lamb in big bites. Noticing Liang Feng's gaze, she hummed lightly and said, "What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before?" Liang Feng smiled and replied, "You said the other day that you weren't any worse than Lu Duo from our school. Now that I look at you, you really are fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall, a true beauty. You're the one saying that." Chen Shanshan gave him a playful glance and continued to enjoy her meal. Liang Feng, afraid she'd get proud, added with a smile, "But your hairstyle is really too eye-catching. If you had long braids or a ponytail, you'd be the epitome of a pure, beautiful girl." Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes, stomped her foot on the chair, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, skillfully took out a ZB lighter, clicked it open, took a deep drag, and exhaled the smoke, coughing, "I am who I am. Why should I change my hair to match your taste? I like it this way. What's the big deal? Is it illegal?" Liang Feng hurriedly shook his head. No, it's not illegal at all. You're just different, Chen Shanshan. And the more I look at it, the more I think this is the real you. If you had braids, a ponytail, or long flowing hair, it wouldn't be you. You have to be like this is your style, and it's beautiful too. That's the truth. Chen Shanshan had snow-white skin, a slender neck, and a classic oval face. Her chest was full and rounded, her abdomen flat, and imagining her holding a baseball bat, she looked just like Nami from One Piece. She was a true anime-level beauty. Chen Shanshan shrugged indifferently, puffing on her cigarette, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Would you dare to marry a girl like me and bring me home?" The question came out of nowhere, leaving Liang Feng speechless. How did the conversation suddenly turn to marriage? This was a sudden and unexpected turn of events. Chapter 48, Chen Shanshan is pressured to marry. Chen Shanshan stood with one leg on the chair, smoking and exhaling smoke, taking a sip of beer, her tone tinged with frustration. "My mom keeps saying that a woman like me, no man would dare to marry me, and I might not even be able to get married." Liang Feng laughed heartily, understanding the situation. Chen Shanshan was being pressured by her parents to get married. Back in 2002, things were different from later years. Getting married before 30 wasn't considered late. Around 2002, a girl who hadn't married by 23 was considered late to marry. After turning 24, it became difficult to find a suitable match. At Chen Shanshan's age, her family must be getting anxious. Liang Feng shook his head with a smile and said, "Chen Jia, that's not right. The other day when you went to Hulushan to help me, so many boys from our school were asking about you. They were so impressed by you, saying you're beautiful, handsome, and cool, like a character straight out of a manga." Chen Shanshan seemed uninterested, responding impatiently, "Let them marry someone like me? They wouldn't dare." As she spoke, she suddenly turned around, revealing a butterfly-shaped tattoo on her lower back, which was absolutely stunning. It was colorful, as if it were about to fly out from her waistband, flying between her two waist indentations. It was incredibly alluring. She turned back, raised her eyebrows, and asked, "Would you dare to marry a woman with tattoos?" In some small cities in 2002, people were still very conservative. People believed that women with tattoos weren't good people. If she had an explosive hairstyle and hung out with a bunch of thugs every day, people would definitely think she was a promiscuous woman. Chen Qianqian knew this well. But she loved this lifestyle. It was in her blood. She stood on a stool, drinking beer and smoking cigarettes, doing whatever she pleased. Liang Feng watched her and smiled, saying, "What's there to be afraid of? What's wrong with tattoos? Women with tattoos aren't necessarily bad girls. Society is evolving, and people's views on tattoos are changing. You can't say that someone with a tattoo isn't a good girl. That's an outdated way of thinking." Chen Qianqian curled the corner of her mouth and teased, "Stop saying things I want to hear. I know how society views people like us, but I live freely and comfortably. I don't care what they think." After speaking, she picked up her glass and said to Liang Feng, "Let's not talk about such downer topics. Come, I'll toast you. I came here today to collect a debt, and at least I got to eat this meal." With that, she tilted her head back, exhaling smoke from her mouth, and downed the beer in one gulp. Liang Feng saw this and hurriedly tried to stop her, saying, "Chen Jie, drinking like this isn't good for your health." Chen Qianqian waved her hand dismissively, "I don't care. As long as I'm happy." Seeing that Liang Feng hadn't drunk yet, she urged him, "What's the matter? Are you keeping fish? Drink up. Drink, drink, drink." Liang Feng had no choice but to tilt his head back and drink the beer. Deep down, he was actually quite happy. Though he had been confined to his room for the past 2 days, feeling cooped up and frustrated, the first day had been spent with Yu Siyuan, and the second day with Chen Qianqian, so it hadn't been too boring. Liang Feng grabbed another bottle of beer, opened it, and said, "Let's drink more today and talk about our feelings." Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes and teased, "I think you just want to get me drunk so you can take advantage of me." Though she said this, she picked up her chopsticks and with a loud bang, opened the beer bottle cap. The bottle caps were flying all over the place, flying really far away. Liang Feng laughed, "I was worried you'd get me drunk and take advantage of me, so I have to be careful." "Nonsense." Chen Qianqian gulp. Gulp. She poured a glass for Liang Feng and another for herself, drinking and laughing as she said, "This wine is so refreshing and satisfying." She looked at Liang Feng again and continued, "Talking to you doesn't feel like talking to an 18-year-old. You're so composed, it's like you're older than me." Liang Feng couldn't help but ask, "By the way, how old are you exactly?" 22 years old, almost 23. Chen Qianqian sighed, "When you're young, you can just mess around. But once you get older, doing the same thing isn't really that fun anymore." She had had a few drinks today and had spoken her mind, likely due to being pressured by her parents at home to marry, so her mood wasn't very good, and she was drinking to drown her sorrows. Looking at Liang Feng, she asked, "What about you? You must be a good student. Are you going to go to university? Leave Tangchang?" Liang Feng nodded and said, "Going to university is a given, but whether I'll leave Tangchang or not is still up in the air. Ah, those with ability will definitely leave Tangchang. What good universities are there in Tangchang?" Chen Qianqian and Liang Feng took turns drinking, chatting as they went. From her appearance, Chen Qianqian looked no older than 19 or 20. Who would have thought she was already 22? She still had that hairstyle, which was pretty girly. Liang Feng could tell she wasn't in a good mood, so he drank with her, sacrificing himself for her sake. Before they knew it, the two had drunk 11 or 12 bottles of beer, emptying Liang Feng's entire stock, and the table was left clean of all the delicious dishes. The two finally stopped, both feeling a bit tipsy. Liang Feng even felt dizzy and a bit disoriented. He picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth, tossed it aside, and said, "Chen Jia, why don't you rest for a while at my place? It's not safe for you to ride your motorcycle back. My parents want to be home before 5. It was now past 1 in the afternoon. Chen Qianqian was so drunk that her legs felt weak. She nodded and said, "I drank a bit too quickly today. I'll go lie down on your bed for a while." She staggered into Liang Feng's room, collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep in a daze. Liang Feng glanced at her a few times but didn't bother to do anything. He didn't even bother to clean up the table or the kitchen. He lay down on the sofa and fell asleep as well. After an unknown amount of time, the evening sun's afterglow streamed into the room. Liang Feng woke up from his sleep, still groggy. He rubbed his eyes and looked out the window, seeing that the sun had already set in the west and the sky was growing dark, clearly indicating that it was evening. Glancing at the clock in the living room, the hands pointed to 5:20. "Oh no, it's bad." Liang Feng snapped awake, his heart racing, and hurriedly turned to look inside the room. Chen Qianqian was still sound asleep. He hurriedly shouted, Chen Qianqian, wake up quickly. My dad and mom are coming back. Hurry up." The urgent shouts. Finally, he managed to wake Chen Qianqian. Chen Qianqian felt dizzy and rubbed her eyes for a while before asking dazedly, "What did you say?" She looked around and muttered, "How late did I sleep?" Liang Feng hurriedly cleaned up the mess while urging her, "My parents are coming back soon. Hurry up and get dressed. We have to leave immediately or we'll be too late." Chen Qianqian, still dazed, began searching for her leather jacket. Meanwhile, Liang Feng frantically picked up beer bottle caps and scattered debris from the floor. But before he could finish half of it, there was a loud click. The door opened. Bai Jing's voice drifted in, tinged with confusion. "Hey, I'm sure I locked the door when I left. How could it be unlocked? It must be that kid who opened it and ran off." That can't be. Liang Qinggong's voice followed. The two of them were about to walk in. Liang Feng and Chen Shanxian exchanged glances, their pupils dilating. Fortunately, Liang Feng reacted quickly and pointed to his own bedroom. Chen Shanxian caught on immediately and ran inside, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong walked into the living room just in time to see Liang Feng's panicked expression, along with the beer bottle and leftover food on the table. They immediately understood what had happened. You little rascal, you've even started drinking? Chapter 49, Chen Shanxian hiding in the bedroom. Liang Feng's nerves were on edge. He glanced at the bedroom door to make sure it was locked before muttering, I was home alone and feeling really down, so I had a few beers. Bai Jing walked over, counted the beer bottles, and said, how many bottles are left? You can really drink, huh? You drank over 10 bottles of beer? Don't you value your life? Liang Qinggong walked into the kitchen and glanced around, complaining, my beer, you finished it all. What have you been doing all day? Liang Feng looked at the 2 cups and 2 sets of utensils on the table, his heart tightening. He hurriedly laughed it off and began to tidy up, saying, I've been drinking since morning. Since you won't let me go out, I might as well drown my sorrows in beer. Liang Qinggong snorted, I can tell you're just asking for a beating. Bai Jing didn't notice the dining table but pointed at the front door and asked, where's the door? How did it open? Liang Feng feigned ignorance and said, I don't know. Didn't you lock it? If the door was open, I would have gone out already. Bai Jing said impatiently, you're always causing trouble. I'm telling you, no matter what, you're not going out to cause trouble. Wang Shan, Feng Yan, and that Zhang Yun, I've heard about them. They're all at home. You better behave yourself. Liang Qinggong looked at his beer bottle in frustration. Liang Feng quickly tidied up anything that might give him away and said, you guys eat. I'm not having dinner. I stewed the lamb and stir-fried the vegetables. I'm already full. Bai Jing smiled and poked him, saying, you can even stew lamb now? That's impressive. I know how to do a lot of things. Liang Feng saw that he had finished cleaning up and, fearing his parents might enter his bedroom, hurried back to his room, slamming the door shut and locking it from the inside. That guy has quite a temper. Liang Qinggong scolded. Bai Jing said, alright, just don't go causing trouble. He began to clean up the remaining mess. In the room. Liang Feng and Chen Shanxian stared at each other in the room, both speechless. Chen Shanxian had just tried to climb out the window, but the balcony outside was sealed shut, making it impossible to escape. She lowered her voice, dared not speak, and instead took out her phone to type, what should I do? I have to get out. Liang Feng thought for a moment, clenched his teeth, and replied on his phone, my parents go to bed early. Wait until they're asleep, then you can go out. Chen Shanxian sighed in frustration and typed back on her phone, how long will that take? That's not going to work. 10 o'clock, no later than 10:30. Liang Feng typed, nodding at Chen Shanxian. Chen Shanxian felt a headache coming on, but there was nothing she could do. She slowly lay back down on the bed. She had been startled awake and hadn't had time to calm down, so she decided to rest for a while. Liang Feng tossed and turned beside her, filled with worry. He feared that his parents might lock the door again tonight, making it nearly impossible to get out. Plus, the situation was too awkward. Looking at Chen Shanxian glaring at him, he felt speechless. If he had just said it straight from the beginning, it would have been a simple matter of explaining a few things. Now, it was even more complicated. Stop pacing around. You're making me anxious. Chen Shanxian typed something on her phone and handed it to Liang Feng to read. Liang Feng had no choice but to sit down and stop pacing. Thus, half an hour passed in silence. Bai Jing called out from outside, son, aren't you going to eat? If you're not, we'll eat without you. Liang Feng shouted back, no, I'm full. I've had too much to drink. Bai Jing laughed and said, you should have listened to me and not drunk so much. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Outside. Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong turned on the TV and chatted idly. Inside the house, Liang Feng sat on one side, while Chen Shanxian lay half reclined on the bed. The two of them glanced at each other, dared not breathe a word, and continued to communicate via text messages on their phones. Chen Shanxian typed out a long message and handed it to Liang Feng. It read, if I can't make it back tonight, I'll need to sleep in the bed. You'll have to find somewhere else to sleep. Liang Feng's room was already cramped, barely fitting a bed and a desk. If that were the case, he'd have to sleep on the floor. But given the current situation, he could only nod in agreement and type on his phone, alright. If we can't get out tonight, you sleep in the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. Chen Shanxian rolled her eyes and wrote back, as if I'd want to sleep in your bed. Drinking really is a hassle. I'm not going back, my parents will definitely be looking for me. Liang Feng knew all too well that with such a grown daughter not coming home at night, her parents would be worried sick. But what could he do in this situation? He replied, thank you for coming to see me. I'm very happy and truly grateful. It's my fault for bringing too many bottles of beer, otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Chen Shanxian replied, how can you blame yourself? We both drank the beer. Anyway, my parents don't care about me. I'll just stay here for now. She shifted her position to lie more comfortably, turned off her phone as sound, and started playing the built-in game on her phone, Goose Rossblocks. Liang Feng sat beside her, feeling bored. Fortunately, he leaned in to take a closer look. Come on, we're all family. Why don't you lie down too? Chen Shanxian gave him a nod. Liang Feng's butt was sore from sitting, so he lay down next to Chen Shanxian, and they each took a phone to start playing Goose Rose Blocks. Having played countless modern video games, Liang Feng playing Tetris again, he still found it quite entertaining. You're pretty good at this. Chen Shanxian leaned close to Liang Feng's ear and whispered softly. Liang Feng quickly pressed the buttons, clearing one layer after another. Games like Match 3 from later generations are basically just variations of Tetris. On the black and white screen, it was quite enjoyable to play. That's right. Liang Feng replied softly. Whoosh. Whoosh. He continued to increase his score. Chen Shanxian leaned on Liang Feng's shoulder, her eyes wide with excitement. Their actions were overly intimate. Chen Shanxian hadn't even buttoned her leather jacket properly, exposing her chest. Some contact was inevitable. Liang Feng glanced at her and smiled. Chen Shanxian shot him a glance and followed suit with a smile. Just then. Bang! 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 The sound of knocking came from the door. Liang Feng and Chen Shanxian jumped in surprise, exchanged glances, and their hearts leaped into their throats. Bai Jing's voice came from outside. Son, want some fruit? I washed the apples. Liang Feng paused for a moment before saying, Mom, I've had too much to drink. I'm dizzy. I'll go to sleep. Don't disturb me. Then turn off the light and don't leave it on all night. Bai Jing urged him roughly. Liang Feng had no choice but to get up and turn off the light. The phone emitted a faint glow. Chen Shanxian quickly put it away. With that, the two were completely engulfed in darkness. Fortunately, the moon outside the window was bright enough that they weren't completely in the dark. This should do. Let's endure it. Chen Shanxian leaned close to Liang Feng's ear and muttered, dared not take out her phone, and could only whisper into his ear. But the more she whispered, the more intimate it sounded. Liang Feng looked at Chen Shanxian in the moonlight, her alluring scent lingering in the air, and the four peaks of Bao Mountain facing each other, and he desperately wanted to kiss her. Chapter 50, Zhenghu Children Chen Shanxian. Chen Shanxian blinked her big eyes, pinched herself hard, and saw what Liang Feng was looking at. She leaned close to his ear and said suggestively, What's wrong? Never seen one this big before? Not really, it's just that I've never seen one this big before. Liang Feng leaned close to her ear and whispered suggestively. The atmosphere was as flirtatious as it could get. Their eyes locked, their gazes pulling at each other. The result. Chen Shanxian gave a seductive smile and hummed, Even if you haven't done this before, you'll have to endure it for me. She pinched him hard again and said, Dare you think anymore, and I'll pinch you to death. I dare not, I dare not. Liang Feng held back and leaned back slightly. But Chen Shanxian's voluminous hairstyle took up too much space. Liang Feng was suffering terribly. She was equally frustrated and muttered, You're pressing on my hair. I didn't mean to. Liang Feng continued to dodge. The two of them came into contact more and more often. But Liang Feng dared not be too forward and could only avoid her. Time passed slowly. Both of them began to close their eyes and rest. By around 10 p.m., as was their usual routine, Liang Qingdong and Bai Jing should have returned to their rooms to rest. They had been busy with work during the day and maintained a regular schedule. Liang Feng leaned close to Chen Shanxian and whispered, Get ready. I'll go out and check. Then open the door and run out. Okay. Chen Shanxian nodded and quickly got dressed. Liang Feng gently turned the doorknob and walked out as if nothing were wrong, pretending to go to the bathroom. When he reached the door, he quietly approached the front door, turned the lock, and felt a pang of anxiety. He sighed inwardly, My parents really locked the door from the inside, and they used a key. It's impossible to open it. He turned around and shook his head at Chen Shanxian, who was peeking out from the doorway, then sighed helplessly and returned to the room. He typed on his phone, It's locked. It's really locked. Chen Shanxian looked frustrated, snatched the phone, and wrote, Your mom, does she think you'll run out at night? Liang Feng sighed, I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. Looks like you'll have to stay the night. Chen Shanxian had mentally prepared herself beforehand. But nature calls. She had been holding it in for ages and gritted her teeth as she typed on her phone, I need to use the restroom. Liang Feng's bedroom was diagonally across from the bathroom, and to get there, she had to pass through her parents' room. If they found out, everything would be exposed. Chen Shanxian wrote again, You're such a coward. What's the big deal if they find out? Your mom will just be upset that you're dating a little troublemaker. Anyway, I can't hold it anymore. I need to use the restroom. Liang Feng thought for a moment and cautiously typed back, How about a urinal? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Shanxian's face turned red. After hesitating for a moment, she clenched her teeth and replied on her phone, All right. Liang Feng went to the bathroom to take care of his business, then brought back a urinal and said, I've cleaned it thoroughly. Just make do with it. He then added, From now on, you're my sister. Let's not be so formal. Come on. After saying that, he turned his head away. Go to hell. Chen Xianxian gritted her teeth in embarrassment, wanting to kick Liang Feng's butt, but she couldn't hold it in any longer. She squatted down and relieved herself with a splash, then said, Go pour it out for me, dear brother. All right. Liang Feng pinched his nose, carried the urine basin out, and the scene was so awkward it was hard to describe. Just then, Bai Jing's voice came from inside. Liang Feng, what are you running around for? Don't even think about leaving. I locked the door. Liang Feng sighed helplessly. I drank too much and feel sick. I need to vomit. Liang Qingdong's voice followed. I told you not to drink. I'll see if you dare next time. Liang Feng emptied the urine basin and brought it back, afraid that Chen Xianxian might need it later. Chen Xianxian was so angry she rolled her eyes and pinched Liang Feng hard. Liang Feng winced in pain but dared not make a sound. Instead, he typed on his phone, Dear sister, just bear with it for one night. You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. Tomorrow morning, my parents will go to work, and you can call your friends to unlock the door. You'll be free, and I'll owe you a favor. Chen Xianxian sighed in resignation and reluctantly agreed, but she still pinched Liang Feng hard. Liang Feng gritted his teeth and endured the pain, looking embarrassed. Oof. Chen Xianxian knew she'd have to stay the night. After lying down, she felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, she took off her marten boots, then her leather pants and leather jacket, leaving only her underwear on. She curled up in Liang Feng's blankets and sniffed hard, feeling there was no smell of a man, before finally settling down. Dear sister, you're my own sister. Liang Feng looked helpless, lying on the floor with an embarrassed and apologetic expression. Chen Xianxian whispered, I just told you to sleep on the floor. Don't even think about coming up here. Without you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. After saying that, she turned her head away and closed her eyes. The door was locked from the inside, so she wasn't worried about Liang Qingdong and Bai Jing bursting in unexpectedly. Liang Feng lay on the floor, tossing and turning, but no matter how he positioned himself, he couldn't get comfortable. There was nothing he could do. It was too hard. In the latter half of the night, it was also too cold. Slowly, midnight passed. Chen Xianxian heard Liang Feng tossing and turning on the floor and whispered, Could you stop moving around? I can't sleep. She added, Come up here. Dear sister, you really do care about me. Liang Feng was lying there with his back aching, and he couldn't stand it anymore, so he climbed into bed. But it was just a single bed, not very big. Two adults lying on it inevitably touched each other. Fortunately, Liang Feng was still wearing clothes, otherwise, it would have been even more awkward. Chen Xianxian had already taken off her jacket and was angrily pinching Liang Feng several times before she felt better. Sis, don't worry. I'll remember this favor. Liang Feng endured the pain, leaned close to Chen Xianxian's ear, and whispered, Tomorrow I'll treat you to a big meal. Whatever you want to eat, I'll pay for it. Chen Xianxian muttered softly, I want to eat your meat and drink your blood. Liang Feng hurriedly agreed, All right. Chen Xianxian suddenly stuck out her mouth and bit down on Liang Feng's arm, biting down hard. Liang Feng almost screamed out loud but dared not push her away, instead enduring the pain in silence. Chen Xianxian saw this, let go aside, turned her back, and no longer paid any attention to Liang Feng. Liang Feng moved slightly away, closed his eyes, and lay down. Sleepiness overcame him, and in a daze, he actually fell asleep. In his dream, he rolled over. Without paying attention. Thud. Liang Feng fell to the ground with a loud noise. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night and his parents weren't awakened. But it startled Chen Xianxian. Chen Xianxian had just fallen asleep when she suddenly woke up. She turned her head and whispered, What are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping properly? Liang Feng scratched his head awkwardly, stood up, and said, I'm used to sleeping alone. Come up here quickly. Chen Xianxian reached out and tugged him. Liang Feng climbed back into bed and carefully moved closer to Chen Xianxian. Moonlight filtered through the curtains. The posture was too suggestive. Chen Xianxian was wearing lingerie, her fair skin too alluring, her graceful figure mesmerizing. We're all people of the underworld, there's no need for such formalities. Don't turn your back to me, you won't fall off like that. Chen Xianxian sighed. Liang Feng felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and quickly turned around, moving behind Chen Xianxian while maintaining a slight distance. Chen Xianxian shrank back and lay down again. But this position was too suggestive. It was inevitably a bit suggestive. Liang Feng inhaled Chen Xianxian's body scent, but found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning instead. But this feeling was contagious. Chen Xianxian, who had already been struggling to sleep, was also infected, feeling restless and hot, wriggling her hips, making Liang Feng even more uncomfortable. We're all people of the world, what's the point of pretending? Chen Xianxian suddenly turned her head, wrapped her arms around Liang Feng's neck, and kissed him, saying, You're getting off easy. Today, I'll pretend I'm drunk. She added, Don't worry, I'm not a virgin. Liang Feng had thought Chen Xianxian was a virgin, which is why he hadn't dared to act rashly. But she wasn't. Chen Xianxian saw through him and laughed, I've been out on the streets since I was 15 or 16. Now I'm in my 20s. You don't think I've never been in a relationship, do you? Don't worry, you don't have to take responsibility. She mounted Liang Feng. Everything happens so naturally. Chapter 51, Shin Shanshan's Needs. A Night of Wild Passion. When Liang Feng woke up again, he was kicked awake by Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan, with her upper body wrapped in a bedsheet, was lying on the edge of the bed, straining her neck to listen outside and said, "Don't sleep. I just heard some noise. Your parents seem to have already left." Liang Feng rubbed his eyes, got up, and peered out the window. Sure enough, his parents were riding their bicycles, leisurely heading to work. Liang Feng exhaled deeply and smiled. "All right, we can speak loudly now." He looked at Chen Shanshan, who had gotten up and was facing away from him, reaching for her underwear and clothes, preparing to get dressed and leave. Liang Feng suddenly embraced her from behind, feeling the smoothness of her skin, and said, "You want to leave?" "No way. Let go." Chen Shanshan struggled to break free from Liang Feng, turned around, and said seriously, "We're all people of the world. Some things shouldn't be taken too seriously. If you do, it loses its charm." She added, "By the way, don't go spreading this around. I don't want to get a reputation for being an old cow eating young grass." Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and shrugged. "Then what are we? A one-night stand?" Chen Shanshan thought for a moment and said, "I guess it could be considered that. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep up with the times." She added cheerfully, "You're pretty skilled, aren't you? You must have a lot of experience. You even made my waist hurt. Last night was an accident. You got the better of me. There won't be a next time." As she spoke, she began putting on her shoes, clothes, and pants, then gave Liang Feng a hard poke before walking out. Liang Feng followed behind and said, "Have your friend come to unlock the door? My mom must have locked it from the inside." Chen Shanshan slapped her head and exclaimed, "Damn it, I forgot." She turned the door handle and sure enough, it was locked from the inside. She laughed and cried, "Your mom is guarding you like she's guarding against a thief." "You could say that." Liang Feng sighed helplessly, turned to the bathroom, and said, "There's still some bathwater left. Why don't you take a shower before you go? You look a mess." "That's a good idea. I'll wait for Tao." Chen Shanshan first called Xiao Tao to come unlock the door, then entered the bathroom, but laughed again. "What are you holding back? I know exactly what you're thinking. Don't even think about it." Click. She shut the door. Liang Feng felt a headache coming on inside. "Shanshan, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. You're being too unkind. You were the one who initiated it last night. You can't just walk away now." Splash. The sound of water could be heard. Chen Shanshan smiled and said, "I told you, I'm getting married. I can't just mess around with you like this. So I unlocked the door. If you dare to marry me, come in." Click. The lock really opened. At that moment, Liang Feng scratched his head instead. He was caught off guard. There was no movement for a while. Chen Shanshan sighed disappointedly. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm not good enough? Or is it because I'm from the streets?" What could Liang Feng say? He could say it all. At her age, it's understandable. Chen Shanshan, at her age, isn't a virgin either. Liang Feng naturally wouldn't marry her. So, Liang Feng sighed and didn't move. Chen Shanshan snorted, "You're not that old, yet you're so old-fashioned. Alright, stop talking nonsense. We're just a fleeting romance. Let's forget about it." Splash, splash. She continued bathing. However, she took a very long time, waiting until people started coming to open the door outside. She finally dried her hair, returning to her usual messy, wild hairstyle, and holding her helmet, she said calmly, "You little brat, I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything." Click. The door opened. Taozi smiled and said, "Zhenjie, what are you doing in there?" "I was stuck inside." "What's wrong?" Chen Shanshan shot him a sideways glance. "Of course it's okay. How could it not be?" Taozi chuckled and started packing up his tools. Chen Shanshan walked out in big strides but then said, "Lock it again and put it back the way it was." "Huh?" Taozi was confused. Chen Shanshan kicked him and said, "Lock it back up. Don't you understand?" I understand. Taozi glanced at Liang Feng inside and reluctantly slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Then he made a key and locked it again. Hum. The sound echoed. Chen Shanshan rode away on her motorcycle, leaving in a stylish and carefree manner. Liang Feng felt helpless, knowing he had probably broken her heart. Ah! A bitter sigh. "You're always too soft-hearted, crying alone until dawn. You love that person without regret, I know. You don't need to force yourself like this." Sitting by the window, Liang Feng strummed his guitar, having grown accustomed to his confinement. But deep down, he felt guilty toward Chen Shanshan. Especially when Chen Shanshan opened the bathroom door, and he dared not go in, feeling as though he had toyed with her emotions. His mood was terrible, so he sat there playing the guitar to pass the time. From The New Love Story of the Butterfly Dream to Sad Pacific and then to The One You Once Were, he played one song after another. Some elementary and middle school students in the neighborhood heard him and couldn't resist gathering around, sitting under the large locust tree to listen to Liang Feng play. Some young girls had sparkling eyes, looking at him like he was a big star. Some even pulled out their meager pocket money to buy drinks and handed them to Liang Feng, saying, "Liang Feng, have some coke to moisten your throat." Liang Feng played the guitar, adopting a melancholic expression, and said, "As a professional singer, drinking coke isn't a good habit." "Ha?" The young girl was taken aback. Liang Feng laughed heartily and said, "Just kidding. You keep them for yourselves. It's hot outside, I'm nice and cool here." He picked up a cup of tea and started drinking it. Yesterday, he had finished all of Liang Qinggong's beer. Today, he even opened the pu'er tea he had been saving for years, brewed it himself, and drank it, still as relaxed as ever. These young girls were all children of steel mill workers and had heard about the incident where Liang Feng and his friends nearly drowned while swimming. One of the girls, fair-skinned and tall, leaned by the window and smiled, saying, "Liang Feng, you play the guitar so beautifully, even better than our school's music teacher." "That's right." Liang Feng boasted, "You're from the steel plant school, right? The kids at your school can play cotton, but when it comes to the guitar, they're just messing around." "Right, right. Liang Feng, my name is Wei Yin. I'm starting 9th grade this year, and my goal is to get into your school." The girl introduced herself, "But by the time I get into first middle school, you'll have graduated." "What a pity." "It's not a pity. First middle school is worthy of you." Liang Feng had a vague memory of this girl. "She'll grow up to be a real beauty." However, she was quite the flirt, changing boyfriends as often as she changed clothes, making her a topic of conversation among the locals. Looking at her now, it was indeed true. Her shoulders were sloped, her waist was as slender as a water snake, and she walked with a swaying gait, exuding a certain allure. Though she was only 15 or 16, she already carried an air of seduction. That's just her natural way, isn't it? Liang Feng reminisced for a moment, unable to recall whether she had been admitted to first middle school or not, and with little impression of her, he idly continued strumming his guitar. Wei Yin smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling, and said, "My mom told me about you too. She said we're not allowed to run around, and absolutely not go to the Veludio Reservoir." Liang Feng sighed wryly, "Because of us, you're getting into trouble too." "I'm really sorry." After saying that, he said, "Here's a song for you, back to Lessa." He strummed the guitar and sang at the top of his lungs, "Returning to Lessa is like returning to the Padala Palace. In the Yarlung Tsangpa River, my heart is cleansed on the snow-capped peaks, my soul is awakened." The little girls listened with wide eyes, completely captivated by the music. Liang Feng had become a sight to behold in the neighborhood. Passers-by couldn't help but praise him. "Liang Feng is quite talented. He plays the guitar beautifully. He is pretty good. When he grows up, he might even become a singer. Liang Feng, keep practicing." "Ah, that's great." One by one, they stopped to listen for a moment before riding away. Liang Feng sat by the window, passing the time during his house arrest. Chapter 52, Phone bills are too expensive. At noon, Feng Yan called Liang Feng. She told him that they had been grounded because the incident involving Zhang Hongyao had caused a huge commotion. Not only had Zhang Hongyao's father found out, but even her mother, who was a diplomat, had been informed. In the end, being confined to their homes was the lightest punishment they received, and the matter had even been reported to the school. Fortunately, school hadn't started yet. But once school starts, the school will definitely use this as a cautionary example to educate them properly. Criticism is inevitable. This outcome was completely unexpected for Liang Feng. Feng Yan even said, Zhang Hongyao's mother wants to take her abroad, saying her father is irresponsible, and so on. Anyway, things are in a mess now. We'd better stay home. All right. Liang Feng remembered that Zhang Hongyao had only attended half a semester before leaving Tangchang and disappearing from their lives. This time, it seems like it's happening sooner than expected. The fluttering wings of this little butterfly couldn't change much after all. What about Wang Shan? Is he still stuck at home? Where could he go? His family doesn't even have a phone. He must be even more bored. Feng Yan checked the time and said, "All right, I'll just let you know. I'll hang up now. If my mom finds out I'm making random calls, she'll scold me again." "All right." Click. She hung up. In 2002, phone calls were expensive, costing 4 cents per minute. In an era when you could buy 5 skewers of lamb for 1 yuan, you could really compare prices. So people dared not talk for long. They kept an eye on the clock, and when it hit 50 seconds, they hurriedly hung up. Liang Feng had grown accustomed to it, continuing to play his guitar to pass the time. But the news that he, Wang Shan, and Feng Yan had been grounded had already spread among the students. So, not long after. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again. Liang Feng answered, "Hello, who's this?" Lin Yusen said with a smile, "Mr. Liang, why do you sound so upset?" "Ha, I was wondering why I hadn't heard from you in the past few days. So you were confined to your room, huh?" "Yusen." Liang Feng sighed, "You're a free person, don't mock me for being grounded. I'm feeling pretty down." Lin Yusen sat on the sofa, stretching out her legs, and asked with a smile, "Didn't you explain things to your parents? You're the one who saved Zhang Hongyao. If it weren't for you, she would have died." Liang Feng sighed helplessly, "In my parents' eyes, saving anyone doesn't matter. They still think there's a water ghost in the reservoir. I went to save someone, and the water ghost might have dragged me down, making me the scapegoat. So saving someone was the wrong thing to do. Lin Yusen understood immediately. Her parents' greatest hope was naturally for their child to be safe and sound, not to act like a reckless hero. She nodded and said, "Your parents are right. We shouldn't act recklessly. But now that you mention water ghosts, I think about it and it does sound a bit spooky. It feels like Zhang Hongya was really being pulled down by a water ghost at the time." "Nonsense." Liang Feng laughed, "We're modern-day youth. Don't think like that. We're just stuck at home because we're grounded. It's just boring." Lin Yusen covered her mouth and laughed. "I heard from Fengyan that you sit by the window every day, playing the guitar, and lots of middle school girls come to watch you. It's as lively as a concert, isn't it? Our big star. Fengyan has such a big mouth." She called me and said the phone bill was expensive, afraid her parents would find out, so she hung up after a few words, "But she told you everything." Liang Feng shook his head helplessly and said, "I'm just killing time out of boredom." Lin Yusen laughed happily and said, "I'd love to come see you. I want to see your singing talent." Liang Feng hurriedly shook his head, "No way, it's too embarrassing. I'm grounded and can't invite you in. Let's wait a couple of days. Once this fuss dies down, my parents will probably let me out, and then I'll sing for you." "That's a promise, then." Lin Yusen smiled happily and added, "By the way, I have a little secret to tell you. My parents got divorced." "Oh, really? Don't be too upset." Liang Feng feigned comfort. But what he was thinking was, "Your mom has a new boyfriend, and he's me. We're as close as glue and paint now, so you don't have to worry about your mom." Thinking this, he felt a bit malicious and said, "Divorce isn't necessarily anyone's fault. Maybe they just don't love each other anymore. It's better for them to go their separate ways and find their own happiness. You make it sound so easy. That's not your parents." Lin Yusen sighed, "I heard from my aunt that it was my dad who had an affair and ruined our marriage. That's why I'm living with my mom, but the problem is, my mom's been acting strange lately." Liang Feng perked up and asked with a smile, "What's wrong with her? My mom dresses up so nicely every day. I can't remember her ever dressing like that before. She puts on face masks every night, does aerobics to lose weight, buys all kinds of nice clothes, and, oh, she even bought a car. I don't know much about it, but everyone in our neighborhood is talking about it. They say it cost over 400,000 yuan. So, I think my mom has found a new boyfriend." Lin Yusen muttered, "I just hope my mom doesn't bring that man home before I go to college. Otherwise, I really can't handle it." "Don't worry, she won tea." Liang Feng reassured her. Lin Yusen sighed, "You say it won't happen, but my mom is so happy now, smiling every day. That man must be really good at flattering her. Well, seeing my mom happy makes me happy too, but the problem is, my home is gone." Her voice trembled slightly. Liang Feng said, "Yusen, you can't think like that. Your home will always exist. Your mom is still your mom. And your dad is still your dad." "No, my dad was so cold when he answered my call. I heard from my grandmother that it's probably that bad woman he found, and she's pregnant with a boy, no less. My grandmother is so happy. I feel like I'm just in the way." Lin Yusen grew increasingly sad as she spoke, her tears welling up. She sobbed, "I was going to call you to comfort you, but instead, I'm the one being comforted. I'm so sorry." "It's okay. I'm happy you can talk to me about this. It means you don't see me as an outsider." Liang Feng laughed it off. Regarding this news, Yu Xian hadn't mentioned them to him, so he had no idea. Now that he saw them, there were quite a few things to deal with. Of course. After the divorce, they each went their separate ways, living their own lives. It was a win-win situation. Lin Yusen pursed her lips and huffed, "You're just saying all this nonsense. All right, the phone bill is too expensive. If my mom finds out, she'll definitely check up on me. That's it then. I'll call you again if I get the chance." "All right." Liang Feng hung up. But as soon as he thought about it, he started considering calling Yu Siyuan again. He was growing more and more attracted to this beautiful young woman. She was currently busy with matters related to the internet cafe. She mentioned that the paperwork had been finalized. He wondered how things were progressing. It was a good time to give her a call. Chapter 53, Qin Qianqian's carefree attitude. The sun was high in the sky, blazing down. In mid-July, Tangcheng hadn't yet entered the peak of summer, but it wasn't cool either. By around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it was especially hot. The heat made people feel dizzy. Liang Feng was huddled in his room, enjoying the air conditioning and sipping tea, feeling quite at ease. He picked up his phone, intending to call Yu Siyuan. But then, suddenly, a loud hum sound came from outside. A Yamaha motorcycle rode up, with a tall, beautiful girl sitting on it, crouching low as she rode. "Qian." Liang Feng walked to the window and saw that it was indeed Chen Qianqian. He was overjoyed and quickly put down his phone, shouting, "Here I am. Here I am." Chen Qianqian rode the motorcycle to the window, took off her helmet, didn't even glance at Liang Feng, pulled out a set of keys from her back pocket, and tossed them aside, saying, "These are the keys Tao had made for you. Take them. If you want to go out, just go." After saying that, she put her helmet back on, revved the engine, and was about to leave. Liang Feng reached out to catch it but missed, and the keys fell to the ground. He panicked and shouted, "Shanshan, I didn't catch them. I didn't catch them." Shanshan glanced back, rolled her eyes, and didn't bother to respond, simply walking away. Liang Feng quickly picked up his phone, intending to send her a thank you text message. But after writing for a while, he didn't know what to say. In the end, he just sent 2 words, "Thank you." Ah! He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This woman, who spoke of nothing but the ways of the underworld, was truly extraordinary. If it were an ordinary girl, who would go out of their way to return a key? This made him think. He felt even more fond of Chen Shanshan. As for the key, dropping it on the ground wasn't a problem for Liang Feng. He rummaged through his belongings, found a magnet, tied it to his shoelace, and tossed it out the window. With a light flick, the key was easily retrieved. Holding the key, he ran to the door, click. Click, the door opened, and the feeling of freedom made him sigh in relief. What a relief! He was still thinking about the 45 million in his account. He needed to get the money moving and make more through compound interest. But at that moment, he couldn't muster the energy, still thinking about Chen Shanshan. He couldn't resist picking up the phone and dialing her number. It rang a few times. Chen Shanshan answered, sounding annoyed. "What's up? I already sent you the keys." "What, that's not enough? Do you want me to let you in so you can have another go?" Liang Feng's face flushed and he hurriedly said, "Sister Shanshan, don't say that. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to thank you." Chen Shanshan's tone softened a bit. "Don't forget, when the 2004 European Cup comes around, let me know the results in advance so I can make some money too." She then sighed, "If I can't find a good man, I'll just earn more money. That way, even without a man, I can live freely." Liang Feng hurriedly nodded, "Don't worry, I'll definitely tell you then." Chen Shanshan snorted and laughed, "You're promising something 2 years from now. Who knows what'll happen then? Alright, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll hang up. I'm riding my motorcycle right now, so it's not convenient." Liang Feng thought for a moment and said, "Shanshan, why don't you come back and take me out for a ride? Suddenly being free feels like I've been locked up in prison for decades. I don't even know where to go." Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes and said, "What, feeling guilty? No need. We're all tough guys in this world. Don't worry about it." This. Liang Feng didn't know what to say. If he said he didn't care, wouldn't that make her angry? If he said he did, it would make him seem too attached, so he was stuck, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, Chen Shanshan snorted and said, "Alright, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. If you want to hang out, that's fine, but I'm not going to come pick you up. You come find me yourself." "Alright, I'll wait for you." Liang Feng quickly got dressed and followed her out the door. When he stepped outside the residential complex, Chen Shanshan was riding a motorcycle under a willow tree, waiting for him. Liang Feng hurried over and asked, "Where are you taking me to play?" Chen Shanshan had a cigarette in her mouth, took a few deep puffs, then threw it on the ground and stomped it out fiercely, saying, "There's a great place. Let's go check it out. Get in the car." Liang Feng got into the car and tightly embraced Chen Shanshan's slender waist. Chen Shanshan hummed, "Why are you holding me so tightly? I told you, last night was just a misunderstanding. It's all in the past, you know?" Liang Feng nodded. I know. We're just adventurous souls. But when riding a motorcycle, you have to hold on tight. Otherwise, it'll affect your driving speed. You're pretty experienced." Chen Shanshan glanced back and smiled, "Do we have to be back by 5 o'clock?" Liang Feng nodded, "Yeah, better be back by 5. You're such a good boy." Chen Shanshan snorted coldly, gave the motorcycle a sharp twist of the throttle, and it roared down the street, disappearing in an instant. In 2002, Tangchung had mostly 2-lane roads, and some were even single-lane roads, making them very narrow. Fortunately, there weren't many cars, so motorcycles could move smoothly. They continued on their way toward the southern part of the city. "Where are we going?" Liang Feng put on his helmet. Riding a motorcycle was dangerous, so wearing a helmet was a must. He held Chen Shanshan's slender waist and leaned in to ask her. Chen Shanshan turned her head and said, "Just follow me. Don't you trust me? Get off the motorcycle. I believe you." Liang Feng was truly at a loss with this older woman. He held on to Chen Shanshan's waist, hoping to ease the tension. Otherwise, it would be too awkward. Mainly because everything that happened yesterday was so sudden. Looking back, it felt rather abrupt. Chen Shanshan came to see him, they drank together, got drunk, were caught by their parents in the room, and ended up having sex in a blur. What kind of situation was that? Looking at Chen Shanshan now, riding the motorcycle with such grace and poise, he couldn't help but smile. This is a taste I've never tried before. It's wild and flavorful. The hands holding her slender waist tightened even more. Chen Shanshan glanced back, furrowed her brows, but didn't bother to stop him, letting him continue, "Don't touch me there. I'm telling you, if you touch me there, we'll get into trouble." "Don't worry, I won't." Liang Feng heard this and immediately understood. This girl wasn't angry with him. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. She still had feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come back to give him the key. She must still care about him, right? He pressed himself tightly against her back, holding her close. Feeling the rush of the wind, feeling the breeze through his hair. But his hands couldn't help but climb upward, feeling the thrill. He had thought Chen Shanxian would turn around and say something to him. But Chen Shanxian let him continue. Liang Feng grew even bolder, kissing her neck and saying, "From now on, you're my own sister." Chapter 54, Chen Shanxian's Secret Base. There used to be a piece of wasteland in the southern part of the city. A few years ago, it was expropriated and turned into a high-tech development zone. Many foreign companies and multinational corporations rushed to invest and build factories there. The asphalt roads were extremely wide, with 8 lanes in each direction, so broad that it seemed almost unimaginable for this era. Yet there were very few vehicles on the roads. As a result, many driving school instructors brought their practice cars here, and some energetic young men with excess energy and a love for motorcycles often came here to race and have fun. Chen Shanxian brought Liang Feng here. It was midday, with the sun hanging high in the sky. Apart from the occasional passing truck, there were hardly any other vehicles on the road. A group of young men and women were joyfully riding motorcycles, recklessly letting off steam. Chen Shanxian was quite well known in this area. She rode up on her Yamaha, the engine roaring, instantly catching the attention of the drivers who were playing around. Everyone gathered around, shouting, "Jianjie, you're here. Ha, Jianjie, you're the only one missing today." Chen Shanxian skillfully slammed on the brakes, stopped, removed her helmet with a confident air, tossed her hair back, and smiled playfully. "What's with all the noise? I'm here, aren't I?" No one's screaming. "We just saw you with a stranger." "Who's that?" Everyone gathered around to take a look. Liang Feng followed suit and took off his helmet. Everyone finally realized, "Oh my goodness, it's Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang, we heard you were under house arrest. How did you get out?" "That's right, Mr. Liang. We've all been waiting for you to treat us to a meal. Mr. Liang, it's so good that you came." Liang Feng noticed a few familiar faces in the crowd, especially a guy with a tear in his leather jacket, and remembered what had happened. He smiled and explained, "If it weren't for Qianxian's sister coming to my rescue, I'd still be locked up." "Well, Mr. Liang, you'd better keep your promise and treat us to a meal." Right, we all agreed. "It's been several days already, and I still haven't compensated you for the leather jacket." The man with the torn leather jacket tugged at his clothes as he spoke. Chen Shanxian introduced him. "His name is Lin Wu. We all call him Woozy. He's the toughest fighter around." "Mr. Liang, hello. Just call me Woozy." Lin Wu gave a ha-ha laugh. Liang Feng said, "Since your clothes are ruined, I'll definitely compensate you. Let's find an opportunity to buy you a new one." As for dinner, he really wanted to treat them to a meal, and he should. But it was 5 o'clock, and he should go back home to avoid his parents getting upset. Chen Shanxian revved the engine, saying, "Let's eat. It doesn't have to be lunch or dinner. Let's eat now." It was already nearing 2 p.m., and it was the height of summer. Liang Feng thought about it and agreed, saying, "All right, let's go now. What would you like to eat?" Everyone, who had been dozing off, suddenly perked up. But upon hearing this, they immediately perked up. These people were different from the spiritual girls and spiritual boys of later generations who went hungry 3 meals a day or even 8 meals a day. They all came from families with some savings, enough to afford motorcycles, allowing them to live a carefree life. But they didn't have much spare cash either. They couldn't even afford a decent meal on a regular basis. Upon hearing Liang Feng offer to treat them, someone immediately suggested, "There's a barbecue place up ahead. Let's go there for barbecue. What do you think?" "Sounds good." "Right, barbecue is good." The men and women all perked up at the suggestion. Liang Feng waved his hand generously and said boldly, "Have the owner set up the barbecue grill here. We'll eat barbecue while we play. Going inside the shop would be too cramped." "All right, Mr. Liang is so generous." "Right, Mr. Liang is so generous." Everyone cheered and jumped for joy. Liang Feng generously paid for everything. The barbecue shop owner took the money and immediately brought the barbecue chef, lamb, beer, and other items to where they were playing. By the roadside, they set up the barbecue grill and started skewering the lamb. There were already around 13 or 14 people gathered around. More people arrived, and soon there were over 20 people. Liang Feng didn't mind. He gave the owner 1,000 yuan, and if it wasn't enough, he'd add more. The owner was happy and set up 3 grills to cook everything at once. Everyone drank beer, ate grilled skewers, and some even played loud music. Their mood couldn't have been better. "It's all about following Liang Xiao. At least we get to eat meat." "Right, following Liang Xiao brings good fortune." "Liang Xiao, don't forget us brothers. We're all looking up to you." Right. "Mr. Liang, we're all here to follow your lead." Everyone was in high spirits, and some were even making plans to come over here. Liang Feng sat on the curb, looking at the wide road around him, feeling just as good. In a few years, there will be more and more cars here. Plus, with environmental protection measures, street-side barbecues won't be allowed anymore. At this moment, enjoying this feeling again is still pretty nice. If you're going to eat barbecue, you have to eat it by the roadside. Otherwise, it's no fun. Liang Feng threw the bamboo skewer forcefully and laughed heartily. Chen Xianxian also loved this atmosphere. She drank beer, took a big gulp, sat down next to Liang Feng, and thought about how he had touched her while she was riding the motorcycle. She said, "I didn't know riding a motorcycle was so dangerous. You could have killed me. I'll strangle you." Hitting is affection, scolding is love. No hitting, no love, and the relationship fades quickly. Liang Feng laughed heartily. Chen Xianxian rolled her eyes, leaned close to Liang Feng's ear, and said, "Don't get too full of yourself. Let me tell you, I'm just using you. Humph, with your skinny build and pretty face, you're probably the top guy at the store. I'm not getting the short end of the stick. Humph, it's the old cow eating the tender grass." She giggled and teased, "You served your older sister pretty well last night. Here, have some lamb skewers." Liang Feng's mind was filled with 1,000 curses. This woman was really bold. She had ruined his good mood. Chen Xianxian noticed his anger, smiled slightly, and tried to lighten the mood. "By the way, from what you were saying earlier, you can ride a motorcycle, right? Why don't we have a race?" Liang Feng hurriedly refused. "Drunk driving is out of the question." "What do you mean, drunk driving?" Chen Xianxian was taken aback. She had never heard that term before. In the early 2000s, people didn't take drinking and driving seriously, and traffic police didn't enforce the rules either. So Chen Xianxian was completely unfamiliar with it. Liang Feng explained seriously, "After drinking, your reaction time slows down and you become more impulsive. That's why you can't drive, not even a motorcycle. It could kill someone. It's not possible. How could a little beer affect your reaction time?" Chen Xianxian smirked. "Sometimes, I drink a little and ride even faster." "You're risking your life. You're being irresponsible to yourself and your family and friends. That's not acceptable." Liang Feng shook his head repeatedly. Chen Xianxian laughed defiantly. "You're really exaggerating. Drinking means you can't drive? Are you kidding? You don't even follow the rules?" Chapter 55, Chance Encounter with a Beautiful Classmate. Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. Who was the one not following the law? Of course you can't drive after drinking, but looking at Chen Xianxian's expression, it felt like he was the one being unreasonable. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You're really something. You're being so unreasonable, I don't even know what to say." Chen Xianxian stood up and shouted, "You two judge. Liang Xiao said you can't drive after drinking, and you're just joking around? That's right. Having a drink is fine, just don't drink too much." Right, just don't drink too much. Drunk driving is definitely out of the question. That's right. Our neighbor's uncle drove drunk and crashed into a semi-truck, his head was completely crushed. As long as you're not drunk, it's fine. Everyone was holding beers and eating skewers, completely engrossed in what they were doing. Liang Feng sighed helplessly and said to Chen Xianxian, "Xianxian, if you really want to compete with me, don't drink. Eat some lamb skewers to sober up, take a walk, and we'll compete later. Otherwise, I can't compete with you. Alcohol affects reaction speed, even in small amounts." Chen Xianxian rolled her eyes and muttered, "You're such a stickler. Fine, I won't drink. I'll see what you're made of." "Alright, deal." Liang Feng smiled and went to choose a car. After some deliberation, he chose a Yamaha model identical to Chen Xianxian's. This thing. He had actually ridden one before and wanted to beat Chen Xianxian, but he wasn't confident he could win. Taking the keys, Liang Feng hopped on and said, "I'll test it out first. You guys wait here." "Alright, Mr. Liang, go ahead and give it a try." "Mr. Liang, go for it." Many people were cheering for Liang Feng. Liang Feng pressed the pedals and the motorcycle hummed to life. He ducked down, and with a whoosh, it shot forward. Everyone could tell he was an expert and praised him. "Mr. Liang, you're really good at this." Yeah, he doesn't look like an 18-year-old at all. He's so skilled at everything he does. He's truly a hidden gem. That's for sure. You can tell he's been doing this for years. As everyone watched Liang Feng test the motorcycle, they turned to Chen Xianxian and said, "Xianxian, you've got to be careful. Don't lose. Losing would be so embarrassing. You have to beat him. Right, you have to win." Chen Xianxian waved her hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I've got this." She stopped drinking, ate some lamb skewers, and began to let the breeze sober her up. In the still conservative year of 2002, everyone watched Liang Feng test drive the car, his cornering maneuvers executed flawlessly, as if they had found a like-minded companion, and they began to look at Liang Feng with even more favor. One of the girls was the second most prominent member of their team after Chen Xianxian, named Xinjing. She was beautiful. She had dyed her hair a vibrant blonde. Her fair skin complemented her blonde hair, giving her a touch of exotic charm. Her fox-like face, high nose bridge, and large eyes, adorned with makeup, gave her almond-shaped eyes and peach-colored cheeks. There was no denying she was a beauty. Especially her slender waist, wearing a pair of denim hot pants that hugged her round, pert buttocks, swaying seductively and captivatingly. She leaned over to Chen Shanshan and smiled, saying, Shanshan, Mr. Liang is alone without a female companion. Why don't I give it a try? Then everyone can benefit. She was worried that Chen Shanshan might have feelings for Liang Feng, which is why she asked. Otherwise, she would have acted sooner. Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes and said, forget it. He probably wouldn't even notice someone like you. What's wrong with me? Chen Jing flaunted herself, saying, long legs, slim waist, big breasts, curvy hips, and a bright future. What's wrong with me? A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. I'm exactly 3 years older than him, which is perfect. Looking at Liang Feng with a smug expression, she said, guys like him usually prefer older women. Give me 3 days, and I'll definitely win him over. Chen Shanshan scoffed, do you think he's one of those naive, inexperienced boys who blushes at holding hands? You're just wasting your time. He doesn't like loose women. Chen Jing had always resented Chen Shanshan. Unfortunately, Chen Jing couldn't compare to Chen Shanshan in any aspect, so she had to settle for second place. Now that she was being scolded again, she rolled her eyes and said, Cui, if you like him, just say so. Don't discourage others. Lin Wu chuckled, Xiao Jing, can't you tell? Liang Xiao calls us Shanshan's sister. If he calls her Shanshan, there must be something going on between them. Get lost. Chen Shanshan pretended to hit him. Lin Wu laughed and dodged away. Chen Jing looked helpless and could only roll her eyes, thinking of finding an opportunity. In the end, Liang Feng tried starting the car. A driving school car suddenly came from ahead. Chen Shanshan, with sharp eyes, quickly stood up and waved her arms, shouting, Liang Feng, there's a car. There's a car. Liang Feng saw it and quickly pulled over to the side. The driving school car's student was clearly startled, and in the confusion, the car swayed slightly. It finally came to a stop. Liang Feng took off his helmet, waved his hand, and said, it's okay, you go ahead. The student was a girl who nodded nervously. She started the engine slowly and drove away unsteadily. Liang Feng continued with his test drive. At that moment, Lin Wu chuckled and teased, Xin Jia, you seem pretty concerned about Liang Xiao. Are you two really something? Yeah, I think you two make a good pair. Even if you are, it's no big deal. You've been single for a long time anyway. Xian Jia, go for it. Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes and snorted, enough with the nonsense. Go eat your lamb skewers. Alright, I'll eat. We'll all eat. Everyone continued eating their lamb skewers with laughter. The barbecue chefs were busy beyond belief, almost bringing every ingredient they could grill in the store out to the grills. All 3 grills were set up. There was nothing to be done. Liang Feng was being generous. Back in 2002, lamb skewers were only 20 cents each, so 1,000 yuan was no small sum. So everyone was eating with extra enthusiasm. The grills were covered in lamb skewers. As soon as they came off the grill, they were snapped up in an instant. Keep grilling, keep grilling. Everyone laughed and ate, drinking beer, all in high spirits. As a result, the driving school car from earlier slowly drove back around, apparently practicing in this area. Liang Feng had no choice but to pull over again, take off his helmet, and wait for them to leave before continuing his practice. He saw clearly. There were 4 students and an instructor in the car. As they passed by, they couldn't help but glance over at him, probably curious about the group of people there. The result. Suddenly, someone opened the window and shouted loudly, Liang Feng, is that really you? Ha! Liang Feng froze, looked inside, but couldn't tell who it was. Chen Shanshan and the others also looked over, looking puzzled. They didn't expect anyone here to recognize Liang Feng. They saw the driving school car stop, and 2 girls ran out. Liang Feng recognized one of them immediately. It was Gu Yuan. The other one was most likely also a girl from their 8th grade class. He had a vague recollection of her. She was quite famous at school, but he couldn't remember her name. But he never expected to run into a classmate here. Chapter 56, The Clear-Headed Gu Yuan. A wide asphalt road. A row of willow trees swayed gently. Gu Yuan smiled and waved, calling out enthusiastically, I saw you earlier. I didn't expect it was really you. The girl beside her immediately interjected, I saw you first. Gu Yuan didn't even notice. Gu Yuan shot her a disapproving glance. The 2 of them walked over with smiles on their faces. But as they looked at the group of people behind Liang Feng, their menacing expressions made their hearts race, and their steps slowed noticeably. Liang Feng noticed this and drove his car and motorcycle up to them, saying, Are you 2 learning to drive? Gu Yuan was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts, revealing her snow-white legs, slender waist, and long neck. She was tall, over 5 feet 7 inches. With a classical beauty's oval face, she smiled shyly and said, Yes, I signed up for driving lessons during the summer vacation and have been learning to drive. You must be taking your exam soon. Liang Feng watched them get on the road and thought they should be almost done, so he asked casually. About 2 weeks left. Gu Yuan laughed awkwardly, I'm not very good at it, so I'm learning slowly. Nana is better than me. Liang Feng suddenly remembered that the other girl was named Ji Nana. She was Gu Yuan's best friend. She was wearing a blue t-shirt and denim shorts, showing off her long white legs. She wasn't much shorter than Gu Yuan, but her appearance was less refined. But her big eyes and full lips gave her a unique beauty. She was quite bold, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Liang Feng and said, "Liang Feng, you look so cool riding the motorcycle just now. I never noticed it before at school. Now I know you're so skilled." As she spoke, she glanced at the group of people, still feeling a bit afraid. Gu Yuan had already noticed that Chen Shanxian was among them. She had been slapped by Chen Shanxian earlier, and her expression was a bit uneasy. But she kept praising him. "That's right, Liang Feng, you're so handsome." Liang Feng glanced at Chen Shanxian behind him and said, "Gu Yuan, don't be angry. I didn't mean for her to hit you that day. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit a girl." Gu Yuan was quite magnanimous. She shook her head and smiled. "No, I thought about it later. That slap was well deserved. It woke me up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how long I would have been deceived by that fraudster." These words hit Liang Feng right where it hurt. He remembered clearly that he was in his late 20s at the time, and it had been 10 years since he first met Gu Yuan after high school graduation. At the time, Gu Yuan had long flowing hair, a charming appearance, and a graceful figure, but her words were filled with sorrow. She had gone to the hospital for a checkup and happened to encounter Liang Feng, who was working as a doctor in a white coat. Gu Yuan had something she needed help with, so Liang Feng assisted her at the hospital. Afterward, they agreed to have dinner together. During the meal, Gu Yuan drank in silence, pouring out everything about Hua Lei, how he had gone to study in the United States, how his family was wealthy, and how he had influential relatives in the government. All of it was a lie, and it had wasted Gu Yuan's youth. At that time, Gu Yuan hadn't fully recovered from that relationship. Looking back now, that slap was better than 10 years of wasted time. Liang Feng nodded in agreement and said, "You're thinking the right way. Yes, I should thank you. You exposed his true colors." Gu Yuan smiled and thanked him again. It was clear she meant every word. Jean Nana nodded in agreement. "Right, we all thought Hua Lei came from a wealthy family. We were all deceived by him. That guy is truly wicked." Gu Yuan asked curiously, "By the way, Liang Feng, I dated Hua Lei for half a year and never realized he was a fraud. How did you know?" Liang Feng explained with a smile, "I happened to run into his father and found out." Gu Yuan glanced at Chen Shanxian and the others behind her and speculated, "Did you meet him with them?" Liang Feng could only reply vaguely, "No, it was with another friend. She was also deceived by Hua Lei, and she told me." Gu Yuan heard this and froze, feeling puzzled and unable to guess who it was. Liang Feng wanted to say, "That person was Yu 10 years later. But back then, you weren't as charming as you are now." Gu Yuan pouted her lips and swayed her snow-white legs, saying, "I've already broken up with Hua Lei. It wasn't just because his family was poor, it was mainly because he deceived me. I don't want to date a liar." Jean Nana agreed, "That's right, Hua Lei is a liar. He's always bragging about how rich and powerful his family is, but in reality, he has nothing. Look at you, Liang Feng. You're so low-key. If it weren't for Hua Lei causing trouble that day, we wouldn't have known how capable you are. Liang Feng, you're so amazing." She sighed again, looking at Liang Feng with her eyes sparkling and her lips pouting, saying earnestly, "Men should be low-key and steady. Those who make a big fuss all day long have no real skills." Her eyes were filled with admiration, and she couldn't stop praising him. "Liang Feng, you're so handsome now, such a real man." Liang Feng smiled. He knew quite a bit about Jean Nana's life so far. He had thought about it earlier and remembered some things like how her love life hadn't been smooth, and she was still unmarried in her mid-30s. The rest, he wasn't sure about. They weren't in the same class, so there was always a barrier between them. Liang Feng decided to follow up on that topic. However, Chen Shanxian grew impatient, flung the cigarette from her mouth, and shouted, "Enough already! My drunkenness is wearing off. Let us get started. I don't have time to watch you two being lovey-dovey." Everyone joined in, chanting, right, let us start, let us start. Stop dragging your feet, let's start." Liang Xiao started up. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana looked completely confused, unsure of what was about to begin. Liang Feng made a smooth motorcycle turn and said, "Chen Shanxian and I made a bet who can ride a motorcycle better. You guys just watch and cheer me on." He added in a low voice, "Those are all her people over there. I'm counting on you guys. Don't worry, no problem." Gu Yuan was a bit dazed, but Jean Nana was excited beyond belief. "Liang Feng, we'll cheer you on." She pulled Gu Yuan to the side of the road. Gu Yuan smiled and nodded, "Right, we'll cheer you on. Go, go." The two tall, beautiful women waved their hands in encouragement. This is the right atmosphere. Liang Feng rode his Yamaha happily over to Chen Shanxian and said, "Come on, do it your way. I'll just go with the flow. Don't brag. Just wait and lose." Chen Shanxian clenched her teeth, determined to beat Liang Feng. At that moment, Chen Jing swayed her hips and walked between the two cars, mimicking the violent car chase scenes from an online game. She swayed her hips, removed her top, and revealed her graceful figure. She looked at Liang Feng and Chen Shanxian and asked, "Are you ready?" All right. All right." The two put on their helmets and lay down on the cars. V-room. V-room. The sound echoed continuously, sending adrenaline surging through everyone's veins. Jean Nana was thrilled and couldn't help but exclaim, Liang Feng is so cool. Go, go. Gu Yuan, who had always loved to show off, joined in, shouting, Liang Feng, go. Go. The screams drowned out the voices of the group. Chen Xianxian turned around and snapped, shut up, shout for me. Xian Jia, go. Xian Jia, go. Lin Wu led the cheers. The atmosphere grew even more intense. Alright, get ready. Shen Jing wiggled her hips, as if ready to leap into the air. As her clothes hit the ground with a whoosh, Chen Xianxian dashed out first, followed closely by Liang Feng, racing out at lightning speed. Chapter 57, Gu Yuan, Who Can Let Go? The motorcycle's speed, to the naked eye, was faster than a car, flashing past people in the blink of an eye. Jean Nana screamed excitedly, jumping up and down and waving her arms. Liang Feng is so cool. How did I never notice him before? Yeah, he's so handsome. Go, go. Gu Yuan was equally amazed and sighed. You once said that low-key men are more charming. Now that I see it, you were right. Jean Nana couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Too bad we don't have a chance. How did Lin Yusin manage to snag him so early? I'm so jealous. Gu Yuan shot her a glance and said, enough. Focus on the game. Liang Feng, go for it. Liang Feng, you're so handsome. Ah, come on. Jean Nana placed both hands over her mouth and shouted loudly. Gu Yuan joined in, shouting, Liang Feng, come on. This stretch of road was wide and straight, so there wasn't much suspense about who would accelerate first. Chen Xianxian took the lead. As they approached the curve, Liang Feng executed a smooth drift, nearly catching up with Chen Xianxian. The crowd couldn't help but gasp, my goodness, Liang Xiao's driving skills are incredible. He's way better than Shen Jie. Yeah, where did he learn that? That's really impressive. Everyone couldn't help but praise him. Motorcycles are something that men handle with ease, naturally more skilled than women. Liang Feng had ridden motorcycles in his previous life and gained decades of life experience, so he naturally outperformed Chen Xianxian. Chen Xianxian was quickly overtaken by Liang Feng. She twisted the throttle violently, gritting her teeth and pushing herself to the limit, but it was all in vain. By the next turn, Chen Xianxian was already going very fast, but Liang Feng, relying on his superior driving skills, took the corner with a smooth maneuver and overtaken her. My goodness, that was so cool. Liang Feng, go, go. We won. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana couldn't help but scream, shouting at the top of their lungs, Liang Feng, go. Liang Feng, you're so cool. The other people in the driving school car got out and gathered around Gu Yuan, praising her. Gu Yuan, that's your classmate, isn't he handsome? Yeah, he's so amazing. The other teenagers, also around 18 or 19 and learning to drive, looked up to him with a mix of admiration and envy. The way he crouches over the car reminds me of Lu Dehuai in If the Sky Has Feelings. Yeah, he really does. The driving instructor, with a cigarette in his mouth and a towel draped over his shoulder, nodded in approval and said, this young man has good skills. He's only 18? Yeah, he's our classmate, 18 years old. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, that's amazing. He must be an old hand at this. By the third intersection, Chen Xianxian accelerated in a straight line, gradually closing in on Liang Feng, but as soon as they reached the curve, Liang Feng once again took the lead. This time, he slammed on the gas pedal and charged forward, crossing the finish line first. How about that? Liang Feng made a smooth stop and then coolly removed his helmet. Chen Xianxian, frustrated, threw her helmet on the ground and shouted, let's go again. Liang Feng shrugged and laughed, Xianxian, that's not like you. In our line of work, we don't go back on our word. Chen Xianxian gritted her teeth, kicked the helmet again, and reluctantly said, alright, I lost. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and the match ended successfully. Someone teased, Liang Xiao, bullying women isn't a sign of strength. Right. Bullying women isn't a sign of strength. Let's have a match. That's right, we'll compete with you. Chen Xianxian snorted, you're not worthy to compete with Mr. Liang. Enough already, go eat your lamb skewers. Okay. Mr. Liang, next time. One by one, they finally left. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana walked over with smiles. Jean Nana was full of excitement and praised, Liang Feng, you look so cool riding that bike. You're absolutely stunning, cool beyond words. Yeah, you're so handsome, just like Lu Dehuai in If the Sky Has Feelings. Gu Yuan followed suit, her eyes sparkling. These two girls were both the type who loved to show off and were into this kind of rough and tumble, cool guy. In 2002, Hong Kong films were still the mainstream for young people, and the various male stars in them, riding motorcycles, left an indelible impression in everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but cheer for Liang Feng, who was riding a motorcycle, finding him very cool. Liang Feng looked at Gu Yuan's innocent face and imagined her at 27 or 28, smiling and saying, I'm just messing around, nothing serious. As for you, Gu Yuan, the beautiful girl, look ahead, there are plenty of good men in the world for you to choose from. Gu Yuan nodded, understanding what Liang Feng meant, and felt very happy, thinking that Liang Feng was showing concern for her. Jean Nana, feeling jealous, said, "What about me, Mr. Liang? Do you have anything to say to me? I've been cheering for you until my throat is hoarse." "Of course." Liang Feng thought for a moment and said, "Don't be too picky. If you meet someone suitable, give it a try. Not dating while in school isn't proper." "Oh my gosh, you actually care about me? How do you know I've never dated before?" Jean Nana's eyes lit up. Liang Feng laughed, "I guessed. You guessed it right." Jean Nana giggled, her laughter like a blossoming flower. She grew even more fascinated by Liang Feng, feeling as though he had countless secrets waiting for her to discover. "Liang Feng, you're so handsome." "Thanks." Liang Feng laughed heartily, mimicking Lu Dehua, holding a motorcycle helmet and messing with his hair. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana giggled again, finding Liang Feng very approachable and not at all pretentious. "You have such a good personality," Jean Nana remarked again. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. No matter how she looked at him, Liang Feng seemed perfect. Liang Feng felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to end the topic. But just then, Lin Wu suddenly shouted, "Hey, you two tall beauties, come eat some lamb skewers. Liang Xiao is treating, you should come too." A group of non-mainstream boys enthusiastically called out. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana felt a bit embarrassed. Liang Feng turned around and shouted, "Stop making a scene. They still need to learn how to drive." Gu Yuan followed, "Right, we need to learn to drive too. We'll have to go now." Right, we have to learn to drive. Let's stay in touch." The two girls waved goodbye and turned around, smiling as they left. They got into the car. Jean Nana turned to look at Liang Feng blending into the crowd and said, "Liang Feng is so quiet, yet he's done so well. He knows all these people, and he's really handsome." "Yeah, I never would have guessed." Gu Yuan glanced back and smiled. Jean Nana pouted and thought for a moment before saying, "I feel like he cares about you. Why don't you give it a try? After all, you've already broken up." Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Forget it. I'm going to focus on my senior year, study hard, and aim for a good university. I don't want to think about anything else. But I've thought about it." Jean Nana pouted and said, "Liang Feng is so handsome. I feel like I've already fallen for him. Plus, he's right, not dating during school is such a waste. But who should I date?" Glancing at Liang Feng, she sighed, "Liang Feng, I'm afraid I don't stand a chance." Gu Yuan laughed, "Alright, let's focus on learning to drive first. If you can't get your driver's license, that'll be embarrassing." Jean Nana gave a sweet smile and stopped thinking about it. Chapter 58, The Shy Chen Shanxian. In the twilight of the evening. 5 o'clock sharp. Liang Feng held Chen Shanxian's slender waist as he sat on the back of the motorcycle, returning to the front of their home. Liang Feng got off the motorcycle, smiling, and said, "Want to come to my room for a cup of tea? My dad's premium pu'er tea is open, it tastes amazing." Chen Shanxian straddled the motorcycle, rolled her eyes, and said, "Yesterday you made me drink your dad's alcohol, today you want me to drink your dad's tea. What do you plan to do tomorrow?" I'll have to think about that." Liang Feng chuckled and gave her a playful tug. Chen Shanxian rolled her eyes and said, "Why don't you go invite those two beautiful female classmates of yours?" "I'm not worthy." "Still jealous?" Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. After running into Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, Chen Shanxian had been ignoring him all along. He tried to comfort her with a few words, thinking it was over, but to his surprise, she was still waiting for him. Liang Feng laughed, "It was just a coincidence. Be polite. They can't compare to you. You're my good sister." He couldn't resist hugging her and giving her a kiss. "Let go." Chen Shanxian blushed and pushed him away, saying, "I'm not that petty. I'm just afraid your parents will catch us and make us stay in your room again." Liang Feng laughed, "So what? We're already used to it. Forget it." Chen Shanxian twisted the throttle and said, "I went home early this morning and got scolded by my parents. I'm lucky I even got out." She smiled and added, "See? I drank laundry detergent once and I'm already 22. My parents still dare not discipline me. You should try it too, no one will dare to tell you off." Liang Feng bowed respectfully, "I'm no match for you in that regard. As your younger brother, I'm completely in awe of you." Chen Shanxian rolled her eyes and said, "Enough, let's go inside quickly. Don't let your parents see you. In their eyes, you're a model student." With that, she revved the engine and was about to leave. Liang Feng grabbed her arm and gave her a meaningful glance. "What's the matter?" Chen Shanxian couldn't resist, got out of the car, checked the time, and said, "Your mom and dad are about to come back. If they catch you, you'll be in big trouble." "I'm not afraid." Liang Feng pulled her into the stairwell, wrapped her tightly in his arms, and kissed her. Ugh. Ugh. She murmured a few times. Chen Shanxian tilted her head back and wrapped her arms around Liang Feng's neck, responding to him. They kissed passionately for 5 whole minutes. Liang Feng finally let go of Chen Shanxian and said, "Thank you so much today for taking me to such a great place to play and meet so many friends. As long as you like it, I was worried you wouldn't approve of my friends." Chen Shanxian blushed and let Liang Feng's hands roam freely over her body, glancing nervously out the window, afraid someone might see them. "Just kiss me, don't pinch me, it hurts." It's okay. Liang Feng smiled, unable to contain himself. Come inside with me. Tonight, I won't let you down. I'll make sure you're comfortable. No way. Chen Shanshan blushed like a shy young woman, biting her lip and saying, I really have to go home. Next time, next time. All right. Liang Feng didn't press further. He reached out and helped her tidy her clothes, saying, come find me tomorrow morning. I really had a lot of fun today. Okay, sure. Chen Shanshan, with her rosy cheeks, finished adjusting her clothes and walked out, saying, you've had your fill this time. I'm leaving now, good little brother. Okay, good sister. Liang Feng waved goodbye. Chen Shanshan got on her motorcycle but then asked, should I straighten my hair? No, I like you just the way you are, like a golden lion. Liang Feng laughed it off. I'll beat you up. Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes, crouched down, and drove off. Liang Feng went home on his own, reminiscing about everything that had happened today, feeling exceptionally relaxed. This one tastes pretty good too. Hee hee, that's refreshing. Liang Feng knew that Chen Shanshan had fallen for him, which was why she was willing to act so recklessly with him. He also found this punk-haired, unconventional beauty quite appealing. It felt right. As for the future, that's something to worry about later. Anyway, he wouldn't treat Chen Shanshan badly. He picked up his phone and sent a text message, tomorrow morning, I want the beef noodle stir-fry and scallion pancakes from the place outside our neighborhood. Buy me a portion, okay? Chen Shanshan replied, you're dreaming. The result. The next morning arrived. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing locked the door and left. Chen Shanshan entered the room carrying breakfast, gritting her teeth and muttering, I must have owed you from a past life. I came all the way over to buy you breakfast and I didn't even eat myself. Liang Feng went over to take a look and saw exactly what he had been craving, beef noodle stir-fry and scallion pancakes, with 2 portions. He said happily, Shanshan, you're so kind to me. Taking advantage of Chen Shanshan's distraction, he kissed her on the cheek. Chen Shanshan quickly wiped it off and asked, what are you doing? Did you brush your teeth? Liang Feng laughed, I did. Let's eat, let's eat. He then started eating greedily, feeling incredibly happy inside. He thought that this day of confinement was more comfortable than usual. He called out to Chen Shanshan, Shanshan, you should eat too. It tastes really good. Let me try. Chen Shanshan sat down casually and started eating on her own, unable to resist praising, the beef noodle soup in your neighborhood is really good. It's much better than ours. The noodles where we live are just salty, but yours has a nice aroma. Of course. Follow me and you'll eat well. Liang Feng chuckled playfully. Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes, is that it? That's what you call delicious? Don't worry, I was talking about later. Liang Feng raised his eyebrows. Chen Shanshan said, later? Who knows what the future holds? She buried her head in her noodles. Don't worry. Liang Feng patted Chen Shanshan's messy hair. Chen Shanshan pouted and said, don't touch me, you're messing up my hair. Alright. Liang Feng laughed heartily and continued eating his noodles. After a while, the two of them finished eating and drinking. Chen Shanshan stood up, waved goodbye, and said, is there anything else? If not, I'll be going. Liang Feng suddenly hugged her and said, after being fed and clothed, one thinks of desire. Where do you think you're going? He pushed her onto the sofa. Chen Shanshan hit him hard and said, stop it, we can't do this anymore. Liang Feng laughed and said, I heard a joke. To tell if a woman wants to have sex with you, look at her underwear. If she's wearing a matching set and it's clean and tidy, she's ready. If she's wearing something casual and not matching, she probably doesn't want to. Let me take a look at yours. Stop it. Although Chen Shanshan was a few years older than Liang Feng, she was still a woman and couldn't resist him. Liang Feng looked her up and down, smirking, it's bright red, then. Well, I can't help myself. Let go. Chen Shanshan shouted twice before giving in. She hugged Liang Feng in response. The sofa bed in the living room, the dining table, and finally the bathroom all bore traces of their presence. Young people have good stamina, and the passion raged on until noon. The two embraced and fell asleep. When they woke up, they locked eyes and engaged in another passionate encounter, finally stopping around 2:30 p.m. Chapter 59, Unintended Consequences. Chen Shanshan snuggled up to Liang Feng, showing off her fair skin, and pouted, there's an old saying in my village that says a boy at 17 or 18 can pierce the sky. I guess I've seen it now. Liang Feng laughed triumphantly, you're not bad either. I can tell you gave it your all. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll spank you. Chen Shanshan blushed and pretended to hit him. Liang Feng quickly laughed and begged for mercy, I won't say it anymore. Then he added, I was complimenting you. Why are you still upset? Chen Shanshan shot him a glance and said, let me tell you, I came looking for you because you're the one I want. You're handsome, clean, and excellent in that department. So don't get too full of yourself. Liang Feng felt a headache coming on. Arguing with this woman, he never had the upper hand. He gave up and said, fine. Whatever you think of me, I don't care. I'm having a great time, both physically and mentally. Get lost. Chen Shanshan giggled and said, "Your little house arrest is pretty cozy. Someone buys you breakfast and warms your bed. If I were you, I'd be happy to be under house arrest too. What can I do? It's just my luck." Liang Feng looked at Chen Shanshan, who was graceful and slender, her skin as white as snow. From the moment they first met to this point, it was something he never could have imagined. It was like meeting Yusai in something completely outside his life plans. He had never imagined he would fall for a girl with such an unconventional, wild hairstyle, but now, it felt pretty good. "Your hair is so wild. How did you do that? How did you manage to make it like that? Just blow it out. It gets really messy if I don't." Chen Shanshan fiddled with her hair and said, "You said you didn't tea like the explosion style. What has changed? Why are you always touching my hair?" Liang Feng laughed, "People change over time. I think your current hairstyle is cute, sexy, and charming. You're just saying nice things." Chen Shanshan smiled, biting her lip, then kissed Liang Feng's chest, clearly delighted. "A man who loves you for who you truly are is better than anything else." Liang Feng looked at her hair and said, "I saw Chen Jing dyed her hair yellow, it looks pretty good. You'd look even better with it." "Yellow? You like it?" Chen Shanshan blinked her big eyes, curiously asking. Liang Feng nodded and said, "Yeah, your skin is so fair. I think yellow would make you even more stunning and beautiful. Then I'll go dye it when I have time." Chen Shanshan giggled happily and snuggled into Liang Feng's arms. Liang Feng froze, pinched her nose, and said, "My dear sister, I think you're pretty love-struck. I say one thing, and you go dye your hair." "Love-struck? What does that mean?" Chen Shanshan looked confused. Liang Feng explained, "It's when you're in love, your IQ drops, and you just do whatever your partner says. Basically, when you're in love, you get stupid." You're right." Chen Shanshan sighed and said, "What if I'm being deceived? Scammed? What's wrong with that?" Liang Feng asked curiously. Chen Shanshan waved her hand and said, "Never mind, don't mention it." She smiled and played with her hair, saying, "To be honest, I've wanted to dye my hair blonde for a long time, but my mom wouldn't let me. This time, I'm definitely going to do it, and I'll make sure it's even prettier than Chen Jing's." "You'll definitely be prettier than her. You're fair-skinned." Liang Feng laughed heartily. Chen Shanshan grew even happier, hugging Liang Feng and teasingly said, "You better not lie to me, or else I'll bite you." She bit him hard. Liang Feng chuckled, "Don't worry, I'll only love you and never lie to you." "You rascal, rascal." Chen Shanshan, blushing like a shy little bird, snuggled into Liang Feng's arms and said, "I'm completely at your mercy, you rascal." "Well, never mind." She looked up and said, "Oh, by the way, Xiao Wu and the others asked me to come over for lunch. Are you going?" Liang Feng checked the time. There were still over 3 hours left, and the round trip wouldn't take an hour, leaving 2 hours to play. Though the intense fighting had left him somewhat exhausted. But since he had caught up on sleep in the morning, he said, "Let's go play together." "All right." Chen Shanshan happily drove Liang Feng back to the wide streets of the high-tech development zone. Liang Feng thought to himself, in the future, there will be all kinds of videos online recording the lives of spiritual little sisters and spiritual little brothers. Looking at the people in front of me now, he felt they were probably the predecessors of those spiritual young men and spiritual young women. Liang Feng joined them, spending each day with them, finding it quite interesting. Of course. In the eyes of most people, these people were uneducated, wasting their youth, a bunch of good-for-nothings, and of no use to society. But perhaps they were the ones truly enjoying a life of freedom and spontaneity. Liang Feng mused randomly. He also asked the barbecue shop owner to prepare a whole roasted lamb. At that moment, the whole roasted lamb by the roadside sizzled with oil, its aroma filling the air, making everyone's mouth water. The barbecue shop owner was a shrewd businessman and had also brought in stir-fried seafood. The selection was quite diverse. The place had turned into a bustling night market, with more and more people arriving, numbering around 40 or 50. Some people who knew Chen Shanshan and Xiao Wu joined the crowd to play and have fun, while those who didn't know anyone ordered directly from the barbecue shop owner. Seeing this unexpected business, the barbecue shop owner was overjoyed. He had someone set up a makeshift shelter and prepared to start operating properly. With this setup, the place was sure to get even more lively. It is said that yesterday, after Liang Feng and Chen Shanshan left, around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, some workers from nearby factories who had finished their shifts saw the barbecue stall and came over to eat. Liang Feng's unintended action actually made this area popular. It even has a catchy name, Liang Feng's Back Kitchen. Because it was originally Liang Feng who suggested holding events here. The owner hung up a simple sign, Liang Feng's Back Kitchen. Liang Feng, this little butterfly, flapping his wings, has once again changed the world, albeit just a little. "Mr. Liang, thanks to you, business here is much better than in my store. I worked until past 2 a.m. last night." The barbecue shop owner brought over a beer, downed it in one gulp, gulp. Gulp. He finished the entire bottle. "Mr. Liang, I'll drink to you first." Liang Feng raised the beer bottle, took a big sip, and said, "Your grilling is still the best. Otherwise, no one would come. You're too kind. You're a big shot. You wouldn't look down on this, but for us, making a little extra money is better than anything else. The boss said cheerfully. His surname was Ma, and everyone called him Old Ma. Liang Feng called him Ma Boss. You could tell by the gleam in his eyes. He was very pleased about that. Alright, then I wish you, Mr. Ma, all the best in your business. Liang Feng laughed heartily. Mr. Ma from the barbecue shop smiled and said, yes, prosperous business, prosperous business. He went off happily to get back to work. This is the person whose life was changed by Liang Feng, isn't it? He thought to himself. Chen Xianxian happily handed a beer to Liang Feng and said, my dear brother, you're truly unique. Your actions always stand out and leave a lasting impression. Look at that, you just had someone set up a barbecue grill here and now it's a hit. It's truly amazing. Lin Wu, Chen Jing, and others gathered around and said, that's right. After you left last night, there were so many people here. That's right, even the people who just got off work came over. Mr. Liang, you're really something. Really? Liang Feng laughed bitterly. This stretch of road was extremely wide, with a green belt in the middle. Now that barbecue stalls have been set up in the green belts, someone will definitely come to regulate them. But at this time, there were no urban management officers around, so he figured it could thrive for a while. He said, alright, come here more often and help out. Alright. Everyone was eating, drinking, playing, and having a good time, letting out all their pent-up energy. Chapter 60, Mixing it up is also a way of life. The driving school cars had mostly the same training routine every day. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana followed the car and arrived at the same place. Seeing that Liang Feng was still there, they hurriedly jumped out of the car, approached him with smiles on their faces, and said, Liang Feng, you're here. I thought you wouldn't come today. It's so good to see you. Jean Nana and Gu Yuan were both tall beauties, over 5 feet 7 inches, and stood out wherever they went. However, compared to Jean Nana, Gu Yuan's demeanor was still more outstanding. Jean Nana, with her big mouth and big eyes, also had her own unique charm. Both women were wearing dresses today. Gu Yuan wore a green and white waist cinched off the shoulder dress, her snow-white collarbones and slender neck fully exposed. She had changed her hair into a bangs ponytail, making her appear even taller and more graceful. Her chest was full, her waist was slender, and she wore a pair of transparent sandals, looking very beautiful. Jean Nana wore a sand-colored skirt with a waistband and straps, equally charming. As soon as she arrived, she enthusiastically said, Liang Feng, you really have it good. You're so carefree. It's truly enviable. What's there to envy? Liang Feng pointed to the roasted whole lamb behind him and said, have you eaten yet? If not, there's roasted whole lamb over there. Roast lamb. Jean Nana couldn't help but lick her lips at the mention of roasted whole lamb. Gu Yuan also perked up and nodded, if it's roasted whole lamb, I'd love to try it. I've never had roasted whole lamb before. Jean Nana said shyly. Let's go. Liang Feng led Gu Yuan and Jean Nana to the roasted whole lamb and asked, Mr. Ma, is it ready yet? Mr. Ma smiled and replied, almost done. Saying that, he made a few cuts on the lamb and sprinkled some marinade. The entire roasted lamb was golden brown, its color tempting and making one's mouth water. At that moment, Chen Xianxian walked over. Seeing the two girls, she glared at them with hostility and said, instead of learning to drive properly, what are you doing here? Go play somewhere else. Jean Nana and Gu Yuan felt embarrassed and were about to leave. Liang Feng hurriedly said, Xianxian, don't cause trouble. Enemies should be reconciled, not antagonized. This is a good opportunity to ease the tension. He introduced them, this is Chen Xianxian. Everyone calls her Xianxian's sister. She's a true tough as nails older sister, always standing up for others, and her character is impeccable. Someone else introduced, these two are Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, my classmates. Though we're not in the same class, we're all alumni. Put. Chen Xianxian didn't even glance at them and said, Mr. Ma, I'll take this lamb leg. Alright. Mr. Ma, seeing that the lamb was almost done, swiftly cut off a piece and handed it to Chen Xianxian, saying, Sister Xianxian, try some. Chen Xianxian took a bite and said, it's delicious. She then rolled her eyes and walked away. Mr. Ma, however, was quick on his feet. He sliced off another leg with a swift cut and handed it to Liang Feng. Liang Feng, afraid that Chen Xianxian would get jealous, started eating on his own without offering any to Gu Yuan or Jean Nana, just saying, you two should eat too. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana had thought Liang Feng would share with them, feeling a bit awkward. They bit their lips and pointed, saying, then we'll take the shank meat. Right, the calf meat must be delicious. Alright. Ma Boss swiftly sliced the meat and handed 2 lamb shanks to Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. Oh my, it tastes so good. Roast whole lamb is just different, so fragrant. The 2 women ate until their mouths were full of grease. Thank you so much, Liang Feng. Liang Feng, you're so handsome. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana sat by the roadside, mimicking Liang Feng's posture, crossing their legs, and eating heartily. Ladies, watch your posture, you might show too much. Liang Feng shot them a sideways glance. Oh, right. Be ladies. The 2 women quickly pulled their legs together, covered themselves with their skirts, and continued eating the grilled lamb leg with a smile. Looking at the wide asphalt road and the sky as blue as washed silk, one of them said, Liang Feng, we really envy you. You live such a carefree life. Yes, we really envy you. The two women said earnestly. Liang Feng, eating the roasted lamb leg, laughed and said, don't worry, there is no need to envy this. Your lives have only just begun. The future will certainly be very exciting. Let's strive for it. Right, strive for it. The two women were filled with uncertainty about the future, unsure of what it would hold or how their own futures would unfold. At that moment, Chen Xianxian wriggled her beautiful legs, holding 2 bottles of beer, and said teasingly, girls, want some beer? Jean Nana's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly, sure, thanks, Xianxian. Oh, I'll get it. Chen Xianxian had originally intended to give them to Liang Feng, but she had teased the two of them on a whim. Unbeknownst to her, Jean Nana had beaten her to it, leaving her feeling a bit annoyed. Ha! Jean Nana looked embarrassed and scratched her head. Here you go. Chen Xianxian held 2 bottles of beer in both hands, gave them a sharp twist, and with a click, the caps popped open. Some beer spilled out, but the move was undeniably cool. Jean Nana praised, Xianxian, you're so cool. The boys at our school say you look like an anime character. You live such a carefree life. Chen Xianxian rolled her eyes and ignored her. As for Gu Yuan, she didn't want to drink beer. But Chen Xianxian opened 2 bottles. She took one, ate some lamb leg meat, and drank the beer, saying, thank you, Xianxian. At least you know to thank me. You're not that dumb. Chen Xianxian finally relaxed a bit, sat down on her own, and joined Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana, the 3 high school students, in looking out at the wide asphalt road and the sky as blue as washed clean. The sky is so blue, and the road is so wide. The view here is so great. Liang Feng remarked. Chen Xianxian, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana nodded in agreement, raising their bottles and saying, come on, have a drink. Sure, let's have one. The 3 girls joined Liang Feng, picked up their beers, and took big gulps. The barbecue shop owner knew how to please his customers. He cut off a large piece of juicy lamb ribs, placed it on a plate, and brought it over, saying, Mr. Liang, Miss Xianxian, while the lamb leg meat is delicious, the ribs are also excellent. Come, give them a try. He brought over a small table and placed the lamb chops on it. You know how to make things happen. Chen Xianxian set down the beer bottle and smiled, saying, all meat dishes won't do. Let's have some vegetarian options. She pointed to a watermelon stall in the distance. It had been set up there at some point. Wu Zi, go buy a few watermelons for everyone to try. Got it. Lin Wu walked over in big strides. Soon, the watermelon was sliced with a crack and placed on the table. Liang Feng picked up a piece, took a bite, and said, it's pretty sweet, but not cold enough. With this weather, it's supposed to be warm when it's left out on the street. Chen Xianxian ate it in big bites. Seeing Gu Yuan and Jean Nana blushing, she said, eat up, girls. Don't be shy. It's all on Liang Xiao's tab. He's got plenty of money enough to scare you all to death if he told you. Ah, okay. The 2 girls ate a few bites of lamb leg, finding it a bit greasy, and smiled as they picked up the watermelon to eat. At that moment, Chen Xianxian seemed to have opened up, saying, you're all students from first middle school, right? Those are all good students. Don't be like us, just hanging around with no future. I don't like hearing that. Lin Wu heard this and snorted, I'm from the harbor school. What's wrong with that? I'm just following you around. Besides, what's wrong with hanging out? I think it's great. Go away. Chen Xianxian rolled her eyes and ignored him. But the meaning behind her words was clear. She was speaking to Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, especially Gu Yuan, warning her not to let Hua Lei's matter distract her from her studies. Gu Yuan understood and nodded, saying, Sister Qianxian, I understand what you're saying. I'll definitely study hard. That's good. Chen Xianxian was eating watermelon. The sun was blazing hot. Everyone was hiding under the shade of the willow tree. Occasionally a gentle breeze blew by, making it quite comfortable. Liang Feng chuckled, also eating watermelon, watching everything unfold, thinking to himself, Gu Yuan might just end up becoming friends with Chen Xianxian after all. After all, their temperaments were quite similar, both loved to show off. Liang Feng raised his wine bottle and said, Xianxian, what you just said is wrong. I think what Lin Wu said earlier made a lot of sense. What's wrong with being a troublemaker? Being a slacker is also a way of life. Being a slacker is also a path. Being a slacker doesn't mean you're degenerate. Being a slacker must be done with flair. Going with the flow must be done brilliantly. Going with the flow must be done with perseverance. Drifting is also a social science. And being a slacker isn't easy. Haha, right? Chapter 61, The Gangster-S Bible. My goodness, Liang Xiao, you said it so well, so brilliantly, it's practically the Bible for us hustlers. Lin Wu listened, stunned into silence, covering his head with his hands, unable to believe what he had heard. He had never imagined that such concise words could so clearly outline the life goals of a thug. Chen Xianxian, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana were all stunned, never expecting Liang Feng to say such things. It was refreshing and enlightening. Being a thug is also a way of life. Chen Xianxian muttered, then laughed out loud, what on earth is that supposed to mean? But it sounds interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, who both had a rebellious streak in their veins, had always been drawn to such ideas. Upon hearing this, they found it quite compelling. Mixing, you have to mix with determination, mix with freedom, mix with flair. My goodness, that is so insightful. Liang Xiao, you're so cool. Lin Wu was so excited he wanted to hug Liang Feng and kiss him. Then he jumped up and shouted, Chen Jing, come quickly. Come quickly. Everyone come. Listen to Liang Xiao say it again. He's so talented. What is going on? Chen Jing and the others were enjoying their roasted lamb, completely oblivious to the commotion. Hearing Lin Wu's calls, they looked over in confusion. Liang Xiao, what did you say? Yeah, what did you say that made you so excited? Is there something good happening? Mr. Liang, if there's something good, you have to bring us along. One by one, they gathered around. Lin Wu exclaimed excitedly, better than good news? Haha, Mr. Liang, say it again. I'll write it down because this is the Bible for us street thugs. The Thug's Bible? What's that? Chen Jing blinked her big eyes, looking completely confused. Lin Wu shouted excitedly, stop wasting time. Listen to Liang Xiao. He looked at Liang Feng with pleading eyes. Liang Feng shrugged and laughed, I was just joking. You took it seriously. He didn't want these people to go down the wrong path. Having some fun when you're young isn't so bad. But if you make it your life's goal, that's not going to work. Mr. Liang, just say it. Lin Wu was excited. Chen Shanshan pondered Liang Feng's words and found them interesting, but she didn't remember them clearly, so she said, Mr. Liang, go ahead and say it. Don't keep little Wu waiting. All right. Liang Feng took a sip of beer before saying, what I mean is, being a vagabond isn't so bad. Being a vagabond is also a way of life. Being a vagabond is also a path. Being a vagabond doesn't mean you're degenerate. Being a vagabond must be done with flair. Being a vagabond must be done with brilliance. Being a vagabond must be done with perseverance. Being a vagabond is also a social science. And being a vagabond isn't easy. He shrugged and said, that's all. Goodness gracious, Liang Xiao, where did you hear that? Mr. Liang, that's so insightful. Ha, that's so interesting. No wonder Wu Gu was so excited. This is the Bible of the hustlers. Everyone who heard it felt as though they had been bathed in spring breeze, having found their life motto. Being a thug is also a way of life. If you're going to be a thug, you have to do it brilliantly. If you're going to be a thug, you have to be persistent. Ha, that's spot on. That's impressive. Everyone praised him. Chen Shanshan carefully noted down these words and said, next time someone asks me what I'm doing just drifting along, I'll tell them that drifting is also a social science. After saying this, she burst into laughter. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana also found the words meaningful and couldn't help but say, Liang Feng, you're really something. No wonder you're so good at getting by, you've seen through it all. That's right, Liang Feng. What you said just nailed the essence of a hustler's life in one sentence. They giggled. Lin Wu waved his hand dismissively and said, look, I'm going to write that phrase on that wall. Then anyone who wants to make it in Tangcheng will have to come see it. Otherwise, they'll have wasted their time. Behind the green belt was the wall of a factory. It was freshly painted white. If they write it there, it'll be erased in no time. Chen Jing sneered, go ahead and write it. Even if no one wipes it off, it'll get ruined in the rain. Nonsense. I'll use waterproof paint. It won't get erased unless they tear down the entire wall. Lin Wu was determined. He excitedly turned to Liang Feng and said, Liang Feng, you're so talented. This place isn't just Liang Feng's kitchen anymore, it's become the sacred ground for all the tough guys in Tangcheng. Right, that's right, it's a sacred place. Everyone has to come and pay their respects. Because, being a thug is also a way of life. Mr. Liang, you're so talented. Regarding Liang Feng's words, everyone was mulling it over, trying to figure it out, and finding it quite intriguing. They were all just going through the motions. Therefore, they deeply agreed with these words, even feeling as though they had found their life's purpose. That's right, Liang Xiao is absolutely correct. To just get by, you must do it with determination. To just get by, you must do it with flair. To just get by, you must do it with ease. Ah, that's so true. Liang Xiao, you're so awesome. Liang Feng remembered this passage from a novel he had read. But it definitely hasn't happened yet. When Lin Wu mentioned it earlier, he casually brought it up, but he didn't expect them to like it so much, so he said, if you like it, that's great. Of course we do. Come on, Liang Xiao, let's drink to you. Lin Wu excitedly raised his beer and said, I'll definitely write it on the wall. I'll write it so everyone can see. That's right, write it down, let everyone see. Chen Shanshan's eyes sparkled as she looked at her young lover. Being able to show off in front of everyone made her feel proud as well. She smiled and said, don't say anything else. Come on, have a drink. To this statement. Right, cheers. To Liang Xiao. Right, to Liang Xiao. One after another, they raised their glasses with smiles. Liang Feng laughed heartily, then let's toast to mixing it up in this class. Haha, right, cheers. Cheers. Everyone tilted their heads back and drank quite a bit. Some even downed an entire bottle. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana both took several big sips, happily wiping the alcohol from the corners of their mouths. Liang Feng, it's so great to meet you. Wow, Liang Feng, you're so talented. The two women had never imagined they could drink with this group of people. It was utterly unimaginable, but that's exactly what was happening, and they were both thrilled. At that moment, Gu Yuan sighed. Liang Feng's words are so interesting now. A while back, he told a riddle that made us all laugh. What kind of riddles? Chen Xianxian wanted to learn more about Liang Feng and couldn't help but ask. Gu Yuan laughed and said, something about Aladdin's brothers and sisters. She then asked, Xianxian, you don't know? What brothers and sisters of Aladdin? I don't know. Chen Xianxian was taken aback. Gu Yuan smiled and said, let me tell you. On the other side, Lin Wu ran to the front and began to carefully figure out how to write down Liang Feng's words. It seemed like he was determined to carry it out. Liang Feng watched, smiled, and drank, thinking to himself, this is pretty good. Chapter 62, The Bamboo Leaf Green Snake Sister. A wide asphalt road. The scorching sun beat down on the ground. The air seemed to have turned scorching hot. Liang Feng, Chen Xianxian, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana sat in the shade, continuing to drink icy beer and eat roasted lamb, savoring the feeling of freedom. Even Gu Yuan and Jean Nana's driving school classmates and their instructor joined in, eating and drinking together. Enjoying this carefree atmosphere. Only Lin Wu was focused, leaning against the wall, carefully thinking about how to write the hooligan Bible. Just then, buzz, buzz. The sound rang out. A motorcycle gang suddenly appeared from the east, dressed similarly to Chen Xianxian and her group, wearing leather jackets, holding helmets, and fully equipped. One by one, they dismounted and walked toward them. The leader was also a woman. As soon as they appeared, Chen Jing hurriedly shouted, Xianxian's sister, it's Snake Sister and her group. Everyone froze for a moment, quickly putting down their skewers and beer bottles, and stood up to look for sticks in the cars. It was clear that the two groups were hostile toward each other. Chen Xianxian grabbed her helmet, flicked her hair stylishly, and said, what the hell are you calling her sister? She's just Zhu Yeqing. You only have one sister, and that's me, Chen Xianxian. She picked up a baseball bat and charged forward, shouting at the group, Zhu Yeqing, this is our territory now. You've crossed the line. There were about 20 or 30 of them, all wearing leather jackets, unarmed, but each holding a helmet. The woman leading them walked confidently at the front. She wasn't very tall, around 5 feet 3 inches. However, her figure was incredibly curvaceous, full breasts, a slim waist, and voluptuous hips tightly wrapped in a black leather jacket that seemed ready to burst open, exuding a fiery sensuality. She wore a pair of bright red high heels, swaying her sensual figure, and smiled faintly, Chen Xianxian, you're quite the player. Setting up a little night market here, with barbecue and roasted lamb. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. Chen Xianxian, wearing marten boots and a black leather jacket, looked at the baseball bat and snorted, we're just messing around. We only know how to play around. You're the one who only knows how to be played. The moment those words left her mouth, both sides immediately tensed up. Chen Xianxian, say that again, and I'll beat the crap out of you. Chen Xianxian laughed, say it again? Hee hee, you're the one being played. Exactly, so what? Lin Wu grabbed his weapon and ran over, standing behind Chen Xianxian. The group across from them were seething with anger. One of them muttered into the so-called Snake Sister's ear and whispered, Snake Sister, I told you we should have brought weapons. This Chen Xianxian is a lunatic, there's no way to reason with her. Right, she is so arrogant. We can't let her get the better of us. The group wanted to go back for weapons. Snake Sister bit her lips, which were painted with red lipstick, and stopped them, saying, let's talk business. No need to rush. She then smiled sweetly at Chen Xianxian and said, you don't seem to have been played around with much either, acting so high and mighty. These words seemed to hit Chen Xianxian where it hurt. Especially since Liang Feng was still by her side. She clenched her teeth and shouted, damn it, I'll tear your mouth off. She tried to lead the others forward, but the people across from them also started to move, preparing to charge over. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were startled and hurriedly asked Liang Feng, what should we do? They're about to fight. Are you going to join in too? Liang Feng, still munching on a grilled lamb leg and sipping beer, laughed and said, of course. When you're out here, you can't back down in a situation like this. With that, he placed the beer bottle on the ground, bit into the remaining half of the lamb leg, and charged forward, shouting, watch me. He strode forward, shouting, make way. Everyone step aside. Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang. One after another, they shouted and involuntarily made way. Liang Feng walked to the front, holding the lamb leg in one hand and suddenly hugging Chen Xianxian with the other, saying, she's under my protection. What's the matter? Looking for trouble? Chen Xianxian's face flushed red. She gritted her teeth and pushed him away, saying, what are you talking about? It's none of your business. Get out of here. Be careful you don't get blood on you. Liang Feng snorted with a laugh, men speak, women keep their mouths shut. He then strode forward and addressed the people across from him, you over there too, don't let a woman take the lead. If you have something to say, come out and say it. Hey, this kid is pretty bold. He's Liang Feng. That's right, it's him. Everyone pointed at Liang Feng and introduced him. At that moment, Snake's sister, with her fiery figure, smiled faintly, stepped forward, and said, "You're Liang Feng, aren't you? You've been making quite a name for yourself lately. I heard you won over 100 million from gambling. Is that true?" Liang Feng laughed and said, "So what if it's true? What if it's not? Mind your own business. Are you secretly in love with me?" Lin Wu, Chen Jing, and the others burst into laughter. "I knew it. Exactly. So you're the one who's secretly in love with our Liang Xiao, aren't you? What's the point of having a crush? Just say it." "But our Liang Xiao doesn't like used goods." Right, he doesn't like used goods." Everyone was joking around and teasing each other. Snake's sister felt a bit embarrassed. "Damn it." Snake's sister muttered angrily, "Lin Wu, you little bastard, you must have eaten. You really deserve a beating." "That's right, Lin Wu, you just wait." Snake's sister's men were each holding helmets, which weren't even proper weapons. If it came to a fight, they'd definitely be at a disadvantage, so they couldn't help but hold back a bit in their words. Snake's sister also held back her teasing. She walked over to Liang Feng, her red high heels clicking on the floor, her curvy figure swaying seductively. She stopped less than a meter away and said, "You're a big man. Don't act like a woman and say those old-fashioned things. We're here to talk business today." "What serious business? You tell me." Liang Feng stood at the front, staring at the fiery-figured snake sister. He was utterly amazed. Her leather jacket was torn, revealing her curves, and she was simply too hot. He couldn't help but marvel, she's really big. And her waist was so slim. How did she get like that? Chen Shanshan clearly pales in comparison. Of course. Chen Shanshan has long legs and a curvy butt, which are also her strengths. They can be said to be equally matched. Two fiery beauties in the anime style. At that moment, Chen Shanshan looked at Liang Feng and was about to pull him back, not wanting him to get involved in her affairs. But at that moment, seeing Liang Feng's confident demeanor, she felt a sense of security. She loved men who charged into the fray during a brawl and were willing to take on any challenge, so she silently stood behind Liang Feng without saying a word. Lin Wu and the others naturally followed Liang Feng's lead, holding baseball bats and standing behind him. Liang Feng stood at the front, raising his eyebrows. Snake's sister smiled slightly, twisted her slender waist, and said, "Mr. Liang, I've investigated you, but don't get the wrong idea. I could never have a crush on you. I just want to open a barbecue stall near your place for fun." Before Liang Feng could respond, Chen Shanshan burst into laughter. "Last time you lost to us, this area is now our territory. We agreed no cheating and no rematch. You still have the nerve to show up here? How dare you say that?" Chapter 63, Chen Shanshan's Growth. This once empty plot of land was now bustling with activity. The barbecue shop owner spotted the business opportunity, set up a makeshift stall, and even fruit vendors rushed over. It's going to get even more lively in the future. Liang Feng's reputation in the kitchen would also grow, attracting even more people. Lin Wu and his group, with smug expressions, sneered, "Zhu Yeqing, we won't bully you. All of you, shout Chen Shanshan to our sister Chen Shanshan, and we'll let you have a share of the profits here. How about it? Shout." Damn it. Snake's sister and her group heard this and felt frustrated. They wanted to get involved, not just for the excitement, but also because they saw a business opportunity. Though they usually just hung around aimlessly, they were different from Chen Shanshan and her group. They were thinking about making some money together instead of asking their families for money every day. With more factories popping up around here, workers eat at the factory canteen during the day, but once they get off work at night, it's bound to be lively. Setting up a barbecue stall or opening a barbecue shop would definitely be profitable. That was their plan, but they never expected to be mocked like this. Snake's sister clenched her teeth and said, "Chen Shanshan, the underworld is just a circle. We all know each other. Back then, we lost to you, and we didn't plan to back out. But now that things are getting busy, I thought we could set up a barbecue stall or a restaurant here so the brothers could earn some pocket money. That's why we're asking you. Let's talk this out calmly. Don't make things unpleasant. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be the one begging me." Chen Shanshan looked at the baseball bat and sneered, "You want to make things unpleasant? What's the matter? Do you want to fight?" A group of people behind her started cheering, shouting, "Yeah, dare you? If you win, it's all yours. Yeah, dare you? I'm not afraid of you." Snake's sister's men held back. Snake's sister bit her sensual red lips but still stepped forward to block them. "We didn't bring anything today, we came with good intentions, not to fight. But don't think we're afraid of you. Plus, I heard this was all Liang Feng's doing, and it has nothing to do with you. I'll go ask Liang Feng myself." She looked at Liang Feng. Liang Feng hugged Chen Shanshan's slender waist, stuck out his neck, and said arrogantly, "What my girlfriend says is what I say. What are you going to do about it?" Chen Shanshan was overjoyed at his words, hugged Liang Feng, and said, "That's right, the two of us are on the same page." He waved his hand and said, "Zhu Yeqing, you'd better take your men and leave immediately. You know your men aren't armed." We'll let you off today, but if you come back next time, we won't be so lenient. The two sides couldn't agree on anything, and every word felt like too much. There was no point in continuing the conversation. Snake's sister clenched her teeth, waved her hand, and left with her men. Seeing this, the crowd erupted into cheers. Haha, they actually came begging us. That's so satisfying. Shanxian, Zhu Yeqing is really in trouble this time. Right, that's so satisfying. Xu Yeqing got stepped on. Thrilling. The crowd continued to cheer. Chen Shanxian, however, fell into deep thought. Zhu Yeqing's words reminded her that this was getting more and more lively, but spending money to have fun wouldn't last long. They didn't have much savings, and most of them didn't have steady jobs, relying on their families for support. Recently, Chen Shanxian had followed Liang Feng into gambling and made several $1,000s, and the others had also made some money. But that wouldn't last long either. Perhaps they should use the money as capital to set up a stall or open a restaurant. The group of brothers under her could at least make ends meet. They just hang around all day, though they don't go hungry, they don't earn much either. In a few more years, they'll be even older, and it'll be even harder to get by. Chen Shanxian used to run a motorcycle repair shop. But she had too many friends and was too generous, so the shop eventually went under. After that experience, she learned her lesson and took this business opportunity very seriously. She secretly made up her mind to give it a try. What's the deal with this Zhu Yeqing? It seems pretty good. Maybe we should bring our guys and open a restaurant or something. Liang Feng asked. Chen Shanxian rolled her eyes and said, "What, you think she's attractive and want to give it a try? What nonsense are you talking about?" Liang Feng shot her a sideways glance. Chen Shanxian laughed, "She's just a used woman. You don't need to bother with her." Then, she smiled and called out, "Everyone, come on. They're just a bunch of losers. What's there to celebrate? Let's keep playing our game." Right, just losers. Let's keep playing. They laughed and continued their merrymaking. By the way, why were you so impulsive? You just charged right in. Chen Shanxian shot Liang Feng a glance and said, "Do you know where he's from? He's just talking nonsense. Watch out, he might block your way." Liang Feng shrugged indifferently and laughed, "I stand where I stand. Who dares to mess with me? You're just bragging." Chen Shanxian rolled her eyes at him, then giggled again, finding Liang Feng's words amusing. She secretly noted it down, thinking she could use it next time someone asked her where she hung out. She would say the same thing. At that moment, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana approached, their faces full of admiration. "Liang Feng, you're so handsome. How come we didn't notice you when you were in school? Yeah, you've really changed. You're so handsome we barely recognize you." They turned to Chen Shanxian and said, "Shanxian, you're handsome too." "Yeah, you're so handsome." Chen Shanxian smiled proudly, "I've been handsome many times before. Just wait and see." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana giggled like little fans. And that was the end of that. But Chen Shanxian was lost in thought. After sitting down, she muttered, "Liang Feng, do you think we could open a restaurant here?" Of course it would work. Liang Feng thought about it. In the future, this place would be bustling with activity. The large-scale factories in Tangcheng were all moving here one after another, including Tangcheng Steel. There would be more people. Business wouldn't be bad. He smiled and said, "You also want to bring your group of brothers here to open a restaurant and make some extra money, right? But you've better think it through, don't let them take advantage of you. Don't worry about it. I've seen motorcycle repair shops, they're the ones who screwed me over last time. This time, they wouldn't dare, even if they wanted to." Chen Shanxian was deeply moved. She turned back and looked at him with even more concern. But she knew she needed to think it through carefully, so she didn't say much more. She turned to Gu Yuan and Jean Nana and said, "You two, did you see that? We look so put together, but in the end, we're just opening a restaurant or a barbecue shop. That's the bottom of society. You two should focus on your studies. In the future, you'll be better off than us." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana could hear the sincerity in Chen Shanxian's words and were deeply moved. They never expected the tough-looking woman with the to be like this. The two girls grew even more impressed by Chen Shanxian and said, "Shanxian sister, don't worry. We'll definitely study hard. Right, Shanxian sister, you're such a good person." Chen Shanxian rolled her eyes and didn't respond, instead thinking about opening a store. At that moment, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana asked again, "Sister Shanxian, why do you call Liang Feng Liang Xiao? Yeah, what does that mean?" They hadn't even considered the possibility of him being a young master and were still confused. Chen Shanxian laughed, "Because he's super rich, didn't you know?" Super rich? Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were taken aback. Chen Shanxian had mentioned it earlier, but they hadn't thought much of it, assuming he was just wealthier than the average person. But the phrase super rich was a whole different story. "You really don't know?" Chen Shanxian wrapped her arms around Liang Feng's neck and said, "This guy is really good at hiding it. He is worth at least 100 million, not yen, but RMB, real money." Super rich, right? My goodness? 100 million? Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were speechless. They knew Liang Feng was impressive, but this was far beyond their imagination. But a net worth of 100 million yuan left the two of them speechless, their eyes wide open, their mouths forming an O shape, staring at Liang Feng, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Liang Feng, you're a billionaire. More or less. Liang Feng chuckled. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were completely speechless. Only then did they realize that Liang Feng had long since surpassed their imagination and understanding, becoming a figure they could only admire from afar. A billionaire. Chapter 64. Girls are easy to deceive. Mr. Liang, do you need an assistant? Mr. Liang, do you need someone to run errands for you? Mr. Liang, we'll follow you wherever you go. After processing the information, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were stunned, then quickly stood up with smiles on their faces and said, Mr. Liang, please take us in. You're so amazing. That's right, Mr. Liang, you're so amazing it's beyond our imagination. Right, Mr. Liang, we'll be your assistants. The two women's eyes sparkled with admiration. They had already thought Liang Feng was quite impressive, but never did they expect him to be this incredible. No, he was countless times more amazing than they could have ever imagined. In an era where the average income was around 400 yuan. What does a billionaire even mean? It was like a fairy tale. It was unimaginable. The richest man in Tangcheng, that's no exaggeration. Liang Feng laughed bitterly, you two are so gullible. You actually believe that? That's really something. He glanced at Chen Qianqian and said, she's just joking. I've earned some money, but how could I possibly have 100 million? You two are too naive and easily deceived. That's 100 million yuan. What? Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were stunned. But upon further thought, it made sense. That's 100 million. Even if Liang Feng is that talented, he is only 18. How could he possibly earn 100 million? She pouted and sat back down. Chen Qianqian followed with a laugh, girls, you see? You're not cut out for this line of work. You're too innocent. None of us here tell the truth, especially the men. They're all liars. They sweet talk you into bed, then walk out the door. So just focus on your studies. Oh, yeah. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana awkwardly smiled and scratched their heads. They were a bit surprised by this turn of events. But then they thought about it. It made sense. Earning 100 million was no easy feat. Even if Liang Feng is as talented as he is, he couldn't make 100 million yuan. I was too naive. I scratched my head awkwardly. Ha ha. Liang Feng laughed along, alright, no need to be embarrassed. It was just a joke. Right, don't take it seriously. Chen Qianqian glanced at Liang Feng and didn't say anything else. She could tell that Liang Feng preferred to keep a low profile, so she didn't mention it either. We're just too naive. No, I think it's because we trust Liang Feng too much. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana reflected on themselves, but then asked, Qianqian, why did you call Liang Feng Liang Xiao? Yeah, why? Chen Qianqian shrugged and said, because he's handsome. Oh, I see. The two girls laughed and nodded, yeah, he is really handsome. Liang Xiao, you're really handsome. The two women giggled, regaining their composure, and didn't delve further into the topic, instead continuing to enjoy their carefree and relaxed moment. However, the two women still had to learn to drive, and as time went on, the two women followed the driving school car. Mr. Liang, Qianqian's sister, see you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Chen Qianqian looked at the two girls, then checked the time and said, Mr. Liang, you should be heading out too. Yeah, almost ready. Liang Feng calculated the time, stood up, got on his motorcycle, and waved goodbye to the others, saying, Wu Zi, Jingjiet, brothers, see you tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow. Mr. Liang, see you tomorrow. Everyone waved goodbye. As the sun set, Liang Feng rode his motorcycle, carrying Chen Qianqian, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. Chen Qianqian hugged Liang Feng's waist, rubbing her face against him, and pouted, why didn't you tell them the truth? Tell them you're rich. Then these two tall, beautiful women would be easy to get. You're too naive. I don't like that. Liang Feng rode slowly, facing away from the sunset, driving at a leisurely pace. Chen Qianqian pouted, you don't like innocent girls? You like the sassy ones, right? Xu Yeqing is so sassy. I'll introduce you to her. I don't like big breasts. Liang Feng chuckled. Then what kind do you like? Chen Qianqian pinched him. Liang Feng turned around and smiled, I like big hair, I like a curvy butt, and I like someone named Chen Qianqian. You're so mean. Chen Qianqian smiled, hugging him tighter, and muttered, drive faster, don't be late. You're so considerate. Liang Feng sped up, happily driving Chen Qianqian through the streets. Chen Qianqian said thoughtfully, meeting you was truly wonderful. In truth, she couldn't believe how their relationship had evolved from their first meeting to this moment. But fate was just that strange. She felt so happy now, holding onto Liang Feng tightly, as if afraid he would run away. In his previous life, Liang Feng had never experienced such a carefree, aimless existence. In this life, trying it out felt pretty good too. So he couldn't help but like Chen Qianqian as well. He turned back and said, meeting you is pretty good too. Stop it. Chen Xianxian felt completely enveloped in happiness, nothing but happiness. They waited until they returned to the first floor of Building 11 in Gangchang residential area. It was exactly 5 o'clock. Chen Xianxian got out of the car happily, raised her eyebrows, and said with a smile, "You did really well today. Come on, I'll give you a kiss." Saying this, she pulled Liang Feng into the stairwell. They arrived at the spot where they had last kissed goodbye. This time, she took the initiative, pressing Liang Feng against the wall and kissing him deeply. The kiss lasted a full 3 or 5 minutes before they finally stopped. "That's enough. Go home and be a good boy." Chen Xianxian turned to leave. Liang Feng grabbed her hand and pulled her into the house, saying, "You kissed me and now you want to leave? No way." Chen Xianxian panicked and hurriedly said, stop it, this won't do." Liang Feng's family lived on the first floor, and Unit 101 was right by the staircase. Liang Feng took out his keys, opened the door, and smiled. "What's the fuss about? Come on, you said yesterday that next time would be today, right? You're not getting away this time." "No, really, no." Chen Xianxian was scared. "This isn't fun at all, it's too scary." Liang Feng snorted, "Wife, be a good girl." Chen Xianxian's heart skipped a beat, feeling disoriented by his words. But she quickly refused. "No way, stop it. What if your parents find out? It won't happen. It was fine last time, wasn't it?" Liang Feng pulled her forcefully. Chen Xianxian was pulled to the door. She clung to the doorframe and shouted, "No way, stop it. I'll come over first thing tomorrow morning. I promise I won't lie." "No, you have to stay with me tonight. I don't want to sleep alone." With that, Liang Feng fortunately picked her up in a princess carry and carried Chen Xianxian into the house. Chen Xianxian panicked, kicking wildly and shouting, "Stop it, stop it. You little brat, don't do this." Liang Feng laughed heartily, tossed her into the bedroom, then returned to the door and locked it with a click. At that moment, Chen Xianxian ran into the living room, saw what had happened, and gritted her teeth, saying, "If your mom finds out, I won't be responsible. You're on your own. As long as you cooperate, everything will be fine." Liang Feng went to the kitchen, grabbed 2 bottles of Coke, handed them to Chen Xianxian, and said, "Drink some Coke to cool down. Don't worry about the rest." Chen Xianxian felt both nervous and inexplicably excited. This kind of scene seemed even more thrilling. She walked to the window, looked out, and asked, "When will your parents be back?" "Probably in about 10 minutes, maybe 20. It's hard to say. Usually, they're home around 5:20. If they run into someone they know, they chat for a bit." Liang Feng gulped down several big mouthfuls of Coke. The heat from the motorcycle ride had dissipated. "You better think this through, huh? If we get caught, I'm not afraid." Chen Xianxian shot Liang Feng a glance. Liang Feng pulled her into his arms and kissed her gently, saying, "Don't worry, sweetheart." Chen Xianxian muttered, "You're so annoying," but she slipped off her outer jacket, revealing her graceful, snow-white figure as she approached him. The two rolled around on the bed, kissing each other passionately, like lovers who hadn't seen each other in ages, their heat intense beyond words. Chapter 65, Hiding a Beauty in a Golden House. The clock struck 5:30. Click. Click. 2 sounds. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing returned home from work. Chen Xianxian was too shy to speak, hiding under the covers and pointing outside. Liang Feng smiled, kissed her on the lips, and walked out confidently. Seeing his parents carrying a lot of groceries, he stuck out his neck and huffed, "I'm telling you, I'm on a hunger strike. I didn't even eat lunch." Bai Jing rolled her eyes and said, "If you want to starve yourself, go ahead. At least you're saving food." She turned and entered the kitchen, only to find that he hadn't eaten either. She added, "I'll save myself the trouble of cooking dinner. Just heat it up, and we'll eat." Liang Qinggong snorted and said, "You drank my beer the day before yesterday and my good tea yesterday. I'll see what kind of tricks you're up to today." He started checking around the house. Liang Feng was afraid he'd go into the bedroom, so he smiled and said, "I didn't touch anything today. I studied all day and my head is spinning." "That's more like it. Study hard and get into a good university. That's better than anything else." Liang Qinggong saw that nothing was missing and went to the kitchen to help cook. He looked at Liang Feng and said, "You look so listless. Do you want to go out for a drive? Go out and get some fresh air. Just come back before dinner. I'll give you half an hour." Liang Feng dared not go out and hurriedly said, "My head is spinning. I'll go back to my room to rest for a bit. Call me when dinner's ready." "I told you to go out, why aren't you going?" Bai Jing muttered, "This child seems pretty well behaved. Our child has always been good. Once this period is over, let them go out and play. Keeping them cooped up like this isn't good either." The two continued chatting in the kitchen. Liang Feng returned to the bedroom, quietly locked the door from the inside, and looked at Chen Xianxian huddled on the bed, feeling a sense of hiding a treasure in a golden house. He pointed at his phone and smiled, saying, "Come on, let's play Tetris." "Okay." Chen Xianxian quietly snuggled into Liang Feng's arms and nodded. The two took turns playing Tetris. The feeling was akin to an illicit affair. Both of them felt extremely excited and thrilled. Their parents were outside, but inside, he was holding a beautiful woman. Liang Feng found it thrilling just thinking about it. Chen Qianqian felt the same way. She had never liked people who followed the rules. This kind of chaos actually appealed to her. The more challenging it was, the more she liked it. Otherwise, if it were any other girl, she wouldn't dare to do such a thing. She couldn't help but lean close to Liang Feng's ear and whisper, "Want something even more thrilling? I want to make a sound. You little troublemaker." Liang Feng took off his jacket and raised an eyebrow. Chen Qianqian smiled and lowered her head, getting started. Wait, it was time for dinner. Liang Feng went out, ate a few bites, and returned to the bedroom. Bai Jing noticed something was off. His son looked different from usual, his face flushed. He knocked on the door and said, "Son, why are you always holed up in your room? Come talk to your parents. We haven't had a proper chat in days." Liang Feng hugged Chen Qianqian. Chen Qianqian giggled in his arms. Liang Feng hummed, "Mom, I have a lot of homework to do today. Let me lie down for a while. Don't bother me." "Alright, lie down." Children grow up, and as a mother, one can't be too overbearing. Bai Jing turned back to continue watching TV with Liang Qingdong and tidying up the room, but she still felt that something was off with her son today. She wondered if being confined at home every day had made him sick. She began to ponder the matter in her mind. In the room, Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian were naturally all over each other, looking very comfortable. Chen Qianqian typed, "Your mom and dad probably can't even imagine that there's a naked woman in their son's room." "Of course not. I'm the good child in my parents' eyes." Liang Feng chuckled as he ran his hands up and down her body. Chen Qianqian, in her early 20s, had shed her youthful innocence. Having spent years playing with cars, her body was full of elasticity. She had a different vibe from the voluptuous beauty Yu Siyuan. Liang Feng couldn't get enough of her. "Come here, don't make a sound." Chen Qianqian bit her lip, struggling to hold back. This intense sensation. It made her feel soft from the tips of her hair to the tips of her toes, murmuring softly, completely surrendered. The next morning, Chen Qianqian heard Liang Qingdong and Bai Jing leave the house. She skillfully managed her bottom, ran out of the room, and went to the bathroom. When she returned, she bit Liang Feng, who was still half asleep, and scolded him playfully, "You're really something. You haven't even married me yet, and you're already causing so much trouble." Liang Feng scratched his head, a smile on his lips, and said, "You're my own wife. Why are you being so formal? Rogue." Chen Qianqian was so angry that she grabbed Liang Feng's arm and pretended to bite him hard. Liang Feng didn't dodge, letting her have her way. "Go ahead, bite me. Let it out. You jerk, you don't even know how to bite gently." Chen Qianqian pouted angrily. Liang Feng wrapped his arms around her slender waist and said, "If I'm not your brother, I'm not human. It's just that you're too tempting. I don't believe your lies." Chen Qianqian pouted and smiled. She was a pure romantic at heart. She said one thing but didn't mean it. In fact, she even said, "The other day you made lunch for me, so today I'll make breakfast for you." "All right." Liang Feng lay back down, propping up his legs, and said, "Go ahead, no one will come home." "All right." Chen Qianqian put on her underwear, took her hairpin, and ran into the kitchen with a smile. She opened the refrigerator and found eggs inside. There were also noodles made by Liang Feng's mother, so she said, "I'll boil 2 eggs for you and make some side dishes. Let's eat noodles. I'll listen to my wife." Liang Feng lay there, watching Chen Qianqian with her messy, tousled hair bustling around in the kitchen, feeling utterly content. This wasn't house arrest, it was like living with a non-mainstream girlfriend. "Wife, you're so amazing. You're just good with words." Chen Qianqian turned and smiled, feeling overjoyed inside. They say men are drawn to beauty, while women are moved by promises of love. Women are creatures of sound. Sometimes, kind words are very effective. Liang Feng deeply agreed. "Hurry up and get ready, it's almost time to eat." Chen Qianqian stood at the kitchen door and gave Liang Feng a loving glance. "All right, I'll listen to Lady Qianqian." Liang Feng got up and went to wash up. After finishing his routine, noodles, fried eggs, and stir-fried bean threads were served. "You did a good job too." Liang Feng's eyes lit up. Chen Qianqian smiled, "I'm in my 20s, you know. If I didn't know how to cook this, I'd be a complete fool." She smiled again and said, "Try some. How does it taste?" Liang Feng took a bite of the fried egg and gave a thumbs up. "Not bad, very tender and smooth." He took another bite of the stir-fried bean threads and said, "This tastes good too. It goes perfectly with your noodles." "That's good." Chen Qianqian smiled. It felt more and more like a young couple. Chen Qianqian ate while smiling slightly, feeling very happy. She was actually a bit confused herself. How had she become so infatuated with this little rascal? Yet everything she had experienced made her incredibly happy. She also felt that Liang Feng was someone she could rely on, a man she could entrust her future to, so she let the relationship develop naturally. "How did I fall for this little rascal?" You've got me all confused, doing whatever you want." Liang Feng smiled mischievously, "It's all because you care about me, your little brother. You're just good with words." Chen Qianqian said this, but she was happy inside, her eyes filled with Liang Feng. There was nothing she could do. no matter what level you look at it. She had been completely won over. Liang Feng also enjoyed this feeling, which was completely different from his relationship with Yu Siyuan. His mental age was older, but his body was still young, and he felt good with Chen Qianqian. Seeing her look like a devoted wife and mother, he smiled and said, "Come here, sit in my arms and eat." "What are you talking about? Stop teasing me." Chen Qianqian blushed, never having imagined such a thing. She was the boss out there. She didn't want this. "Come on." Liang Feng gave her a look. Chen Qianqian pouted, but had no choice but to hold the noodles and sit on Liang Feng's lap, saying, "Why do I always listen to you? Have you cast a spell on me? Because you love me." "Of course, I love you too." Liang Feng spoke sweetly, smiling as he held her waist and said, "Come on, let us have some intertwined noodles." "You're such a tease." Chen Qianqian was so embarrassed by Liang Feng that her face turned as red as a peach, unable to look up. "I said it's there." Liang Feng playfully held up his bowl. Chen Qianqian had no choice but to obey and walked around him, muttering, "This is so boring." "Then let us do something fun." Liang Feng leaned in for a kiss. Chen Qianqian responded passionately. If it weren't at the dinner table, they might have ended up in a heated argument again. Chapter 66, Chen Qianqian's Future. Chen Qianqian, despite her wild hairstyle, leather jacket, and leather pants. She is the kind of girl who dares to love and hate with all her heart. Such a girl would give up everything to run away with a guy she loves and live a reckless life. So-called good girls, on the other hand, wouldn't do that. They'd look at whether you have a house, whether you have a car, they'd calculate your dowry, they'd research your family background, they wouldn't care much about you as a person. Chen Qianqian is not the type of girl who would do that. He only knows how to judge people. Of course, she is also more likely to encounter bad men. Because she is too gullible. At this moment, Chen Qianqian looked at her young lover's handsome appearance, feeling as happy as if her heart were filled with honey. She couldn't resist kissing him again and said, "Good brother, you mustn't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll go die." "What are you saying?" Liang Feng sighed wryly, cupping her cheeks and asked, "How many times have you been deceived? You always say such things." He said confidently, "Don't worry, little brother here will never lie to you, ever." Women who try to hurt themselves to scare their boyfriends or husbands. Most of them are irrational love-struck fools. They believe that if they hurt themselves, the other person will feel sorry for them. Whenever something goes wrong, they resort to hurting themselves to blackmail the other person. They think the other person cares about them just as much as they do. Little do they realize that this is not the case at all. Especially when they encounter a bad guy, it's all over. Liang Feng, having lived through a lifetime, could see that Chen Qianqian was the kind of girl prone to extremes. He reiterated seriously, "Dear sister, as long as you don't despise me, I will never let you go." I won't let you either. Let me go." Chen Qianqian smiled happily, biting her lip. Once her love-struck mind took over, she didn't care about anything else. Otherwise, she wouldn't be hiding in Liang Feng's small bedroom late at night, following him in his reckless behavior. At that moment, having received the answer she wanted, she smiled happily as she ate her noodles, then shyly pinched Liang Feng and said, "By the way, I have something serious to tell you. I really want to open a restaurant or a barbecue place." "What do you think? You want to make money?" Liang Feng asked curiously while eating his noodles. Chen Qianqian nodded and said, "Of course. Who doesn't want to make money? I can't just wait until the 2004 European Cup or I'll starve to death." "You don't have to wait that long." Liang Feng thought for a moment, put down his chopsticks, and said seriously, "Do you know anything about stocks?" "Stocks? I don't know anything about them." "What, do you have insider information?" Chen Qianqian perked up, blinking her big eyes, and looked at Liang Feng with anticipation. Although she didn't understand it, she had heard about it before and had seen similar information. If she could find out which stocks were going to rise in advance and buy them, she could definitely make a lot of money. She remembered that Liang Feng could predict the World Cup scores in advance, so he must know about stocks too. She hurriedly asked, "Good brother, tell me quickly." Liang Feng replied seriously, "I do know a bit, but now that I think about it, it's mostly long-term investments. Stocks aren't like football, you can't see the results in 2 hours. However, I can guarantee that if you hold them long-term, you'll definitely become wealthy, and the dividends alone will be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life." In 2002, the dot-com bubble had just burst. Many of the major companies of the future had stock prices that were shockingly low. Compared to later times, the difference was hundreds of times over. Liang Feng had already considered taking a portion of his 45 million yuan to invest in stocks as a contingency fund. Seeing that Chen Qianqian wanted to make money, he considered developing her into his own stock trader, which wasn't a bad idea. Because he knew which stocks would rise in value. For example, Mutai. Now that he had bought Moutai stock, this would ensure a secure future, with enough dividends to live comfortably for the rest of his life. So he planned to take this good sister under his wing and play the stock market. But Chen Qianqian thought for a moment, then suddenly turned her head and shook it, saying, "Long-term investing means a very long time, right? That's not for me. Plus, just hearing about it gives me a headache." I can't do it. It's not that hard. If you put your mind to it, you'll be fine. Liang Feng said reassuringly. He hoped to give Chen Xianxian a bright future. Stocks were already the simplest investment option. Whether it was NetEase or Tencent, those were future giants. Buying a few million shares would make you a major shareholder. A fortune of 100 billion wouldn't be out of the question. Even something like Matai isn't out of the question. Liang Feng smiled and said, Xianxian, don't lose confidence in yourself. Give yourself a month to learn, and you'll master it. When the time comes, I'll tell you which stocks to buy, and you just follow my lead. I guarantee you'll make money. Oh, I see. Chen Xianxian smiled slightly, finding the idea feasible. She knew nothing about stocks. However, she had watched many Hong Kong TV dramas about stocks and knew that stocks could be highly profitable. If she knew which stocks would rise, she was sure she could make money. She smiled and said, this is great news. Hee, my good brother, you're so smart to know about this in advance. But the problem is, I get sleepy whenever I study, and my whole body goes weak. I'm afraid I'll let you down. She blushed and looked embarrassed. There was nothing to be done. She has been rebellious since she was a child. Whenever someone tells her to learn something, she gets a headache. Let alone something as highbrow as stocks. Chen Xianxian was afraid she had misunderstood. Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This woman is something else. Fortunately, he said, alright, why don't you try your hand at business first, just for fun, and then gradually get into stocks. By then, you'll have gained enough experience in the business world to understand everything. That sounds good. Chen Xianxian had a carefree and outgoing personality. But she was diligent in her work and felt that stocks were still too far out of her reach. She preferred the stability of running a restaurant. She thought trying to be a small business owner might be nice. Good brother, with your support, I feel at ease. As for stocks, once I figure it out, you'll let me know, right? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'll tell you too. As for the restaurant, with my support, go ahead and do it boldly. Liang Feng planned to invest a sum first to help Chen Xianxian get started, and as for the future, he would leave it to time. After thinking it over, he said, if we're going to do this, let's do it big. I'll invest 50,000 yuan in you. Go ahead and do it boldly. What do you think? 50,000? No, that's too much. Chen Xianxian was startled. Liang Feng laughed, it's not much. I've got the resources. He patted her messy hair reassuringly and said, it's all up to you, Xianxian. Keep it up. This. Chen Xianxian was still a bit dazed. 50,000. She dared not even think about it. She had originally planned to use her own savings of a few $1,000s, but now that Liang Feng was investing, she felt more confident. However, this amount was still quite large for her. But seeing the trust in Liang Feng's eyes, she nodded, alright, with this 50,000, I won't let you down. She hugged Liang Feng tightly and gave him a passionate kiss. Liang Feng held her tightly, feeling the passionate love of a romantic at heart, and smiled, finding it all very beautiful. Come on, it's a beautiful morning. Let's do it again. Stop it. Chen Xianxian pouted and smiled, but let him have his way. Chapter 67, Plans have changed. Chen Xianxian had to go home to report back. After a moment of tenderness, she left first. Liang Feng, killing time, sat back down by the window and started playing the guitar, strumming out Cinderella, its melodious tune filling the air. You are so beautiful, you are utterly adorable. Oh, Cinderella, my Cinderella. Chen Xianxian rode her motorcycle, listening, smiling slightly, and blew a kiss before leaving with a whoosh. Wei Yanyan, a young girl about to enter the 9th grade, heard the familiar melody upstairs and her eyes lit up instantly. She ran downstairs joyfully. She tightly held an ice cream cone in her hand, her face radiating a bright smile. She ran to Liang Feng and handed him the ice cream as if presenting a treasure, saying, Liang Feng, you eat it. I saved it specially for you. You mustn't refuse. Alright, I'll eat it. Liang Feng smiled as he took a bite, and said, little beauty, you're really thoughtful. You always come whenever I sing. Hee, you're going to be my biggest fan from now on. Prostitute. Wei Yanyan froze in place, her face filled with confusion, clearly not understanding the meaning of the words, which sounded to her like the name of a prostitute. Liang Feng explained with a smile, it's the leader of the fans, commonly known as the fan leader. Oh, I see. Wei Yanyan smiled sweetly, suddenly understanding, and said with a smile, Brother Liang Feng, then I'm your fan leader. She then asked curiously, Brother Liang Feng, is ice cream sweet? It was so sweet when I ate it, I was thinking of giving you some. Liang Feng blushed slightly upon hearing this. This young girl, around 15 or 16 years old, was tall and slender, already showing signs of becoming a beauty. Thinking about how she would look when she grew up, she would undoubtedly become a renowned beauty in the area. Wait a moment. Liang Feng turned back into the room, found a can of iced cola, and handed it to Wei Yanyan, saying, as my fan, how could I not give you a reward? Here, have a drink of cola, it's sweet too. Thank you, Brother Liang Feng. Wei Yanyan smiled sweetly, opened the drink, took a sip, and leaned toward the window, asking, Liang Feng, why didn't you play the guitar yesterday? I waited all day with bated breath, but you never showed up. Her narrow shoulders, slender waist, and pouting smile exuded natural charm. Don't let her young age fool you. She exuded a seductive charm. As she spoke, she batted her big eyes, a skill that most women couldn't match. She was skilled at saying things that made people want to hear them. Liang Feng laughed heartily. You little schemer, don't wait for me. Well, my throat was sore yesterday and I had some homework to do, so I didn't play. You, on the other hand, are about to enter 9th grade. You'd better study hard and aim to get into first middle school. Yes, big brother, don't worry. I've always been working hard. Wei Yanyan curled her lips into a confident smile. Earlier, Liang Feng had already started calling her brother so quickly. She swayed her seductive figure and continued, Brother, what are you having for lunch? Do you need your little sister to go buy you something to eat? As she spoke, she pulled out her small wallet and waved it, saying, I have some pocket money, plenty of it. Liang Feng felt a surge of joy. His guitar playing hadn't been in vain. His fans were really considerate. He said, No need, my parents have already prepared something for me. But thank you anyway, my little fan. Brother, you're too polite. Wei Yanyan was overjoyed, smiling sweetly with her sparkling eyes. Liang Feng strummed the guitar strings and said, Sis, pick a song. What do you want to hear? I'll sing it for you. Wei Yanyan thought for a moment and said, Brother, I still want to hear Heart Too Soft. I think you sing Heart Too Soft the best. Alright, no problem. Liang Feng gently strummed the guitar and began to sing, You're always so soft-hearted, crying alone until dawn. Wei Yanyan swayed her hands to the rhythm, perfectly in sync. This little girl, if she grows up, she'll be something special. Liang Feng remembered clearly she was the kind of super beautiful girl who had driven countless boys crazy with jealousy. Brother, you're so cool. Wei Yanyan smiled softly, leaning by the window. Her words began to take on a hint of flirtation. Fortunately, other middle school and elementary school students heard the singing and followed downstairs, crowding around. Liang Feng sang happily, once again turning the scene into a concert. What do you want to hear? Just tell me, and I'll sing it for you. Okay. The children took turns requesting songs. Wei Yanyan pouted unhappily. Without the chance to be alone with Liang Feng, she joined the crowd and shouted, Brother, your heart is too soft. You didn't finish singing yet. Alright, I'll continue. Liang Feng hugged his guitar and continued playing, Heart Too Soft. Just then, Fengyan's mother, Li Qinyan, suddenly walked in from the entrance of the residential area, accompanied by a graceful and alluring beauty. From afar, she was already stunning. Liang Feng watched them enter Fengyan's building. He suddenly felt that the stunningly beautiful woman looked familiar, but he didn't think much of it and continued playing his instrument. Then, before long, the phone at home rang. Wait here, I'll go answer the phone. Liang Feng had no choice but to put down his guitar, pick up the phone, and answer, Who is it? Bai Jing's voice came through, It's your mom, who else could it be? She continued, Fengyan's mother, your Aunt Li has found a tutor for Fengyan. It's all arranged. You, Wang Shan, Zhang Yun, and Chen Feng should all go to class. You can't just stay home like this. It's better to go to class together. The main focus is on English. Your Aunt Li will come to open the door shortly. Just follow her. Liang Feng was startled, his eyes wide with shock. He hadn't expected this to happen and exclaimed, Mom, I can review on my own. I don't need to go to any tutoring classes. His good life had just begun. He had an appointment in the afternoon, and if he had to go to the tutoring class, it would be a real hassle. His plans were completely ruined. This was like a knife to his heart. Bai Ying snorted, Just go. You were complaining about being alone at home and feeling bored. Now you get to study together with others. What's so bad about that? Hurry up and go. With that, she hung up the phone with a click. Liang Feng was deeply frustrated, but before he could react, click, click, the door opened. There stood Fengyan's mother, Li Qinyan, smiling as she greeted him. Oh, little Liang Feng, come on, let's go to Auntie's house. I found an English tutor for Yan Yan, and you can all study English together. She added, I've already talked to your mom. Come quickly. Liang Feng was extremely reluctant. There were still fans waiting by the window to listen to him sing. Wei Yanyan and the other children were peering out the window, eagerly waiting. Li Qinyan looked at them and said, Stop hanging out with those kids all day. Come with me. Getting into a good university is more important than anything else. Oh. Liang Feng could only nod reluctantly. In this situation, he had no choice but to go along reluctantly. Alright, Aunt Li, wait for me. I'll grab my books and be right there. Hurry up. Li Qinyan urged him at the door. Liang Feng packed his books while talking to Wei Yanyan and the others. Fans, sorry, I have to go to class. You guys should also hurry up and study. I'll sing for you next time. Okay, brother, I'll wait for you. Wei Yanyan and the others waved goodbye reluctantly and turned to leave. Chapter 68, The Beautiful Teacher Zhu Shaoqing. Li Qinyan still needed to notify Wang Shan, Zhang Yun, and Chen Feng, so she left first. According to the rules, Chen Feng hadn't been involved in the previous incident and shouldn't have been confined to his dorm, but he was caught in the crossfire and also restricted. Therefore, he was also called to go to class with them. When Liang Feng arrived at Feng Yan's house with his books, as soon as he entered, he heard Chen Feng complaining, "What does this have to do with me? What does this have to do with me? I didn't even go, yet I'm also being confined. What does this have to do with me?" He was clearly very upset. He was undoubtedly the most frustrated among them. Feng Yan smiled and said, "Stop complaining. We're already out, aren't we? Just wait a few more days and it'll all be over." Zhang Yun sighed, "That's right. It was too dangerous back then. We almost lost someone's life. If it weren't for Liang Feng, Zhang Hongya would have died. So being confined to our rooms is fine. Anyway, thinking about it now, I'm still scared." She then added, "Speaking of which, I feel sorry for Liang Feng too. Liang Feng, you saved Zhang Hongyao, the daughter of the factory director. Your parents should be happy, right? Why are you still under house arrest?" Feng Yan nodded in agreement. "Right, why are you being confined?" Liang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "My parents looked down on me for saving someone. They said the reservoir is haunted by water ghosts, and if you go to save someone, you'll be dragged down to be a substitute. So instead of praising me for saving someone, they think I'm an idiot." Chen Feng chimed in with a smile, "I feel the same way. My mom also said there are water ghosts." "Liang Feng, you're just being stubborn." Wang Shan glanced at him and said, "Nonsense, I went to help too. I was pushing from behind." No, it was Liang Feng who pulled his left hand, and I pulled his right hand. I was also a hero, but no one praised me." Zhang Yun laughed. "Liang Feng was doing CPR, you know, that thing called cardiopulmonary resuscitation." "Yeah, that's what it's called. Back and forth. Without him, Zhang Hongyao would have survived. That would have been a miracle." "I agree. So, Liang Feng, you're the unlucky one," Feng Yan said with a smile. At that moment, Li Qinyan dragged a woman out, smiling and said, "Stop talking. Ms. Xiaozhu is here. Ms. Xiaozhu, these are the children. You need to tutor them in English. Thank you for your hard work." The Xiaozhu teacher Li Qinyan was referring to. She wore black framed glasses, a Korean-style white blouse, a black aligned skirt, nylon flesh-colored stockings, and a pair of black high heels. She shyly pushed her glasses up and said, "It's okay, Ms. Li. You can rest assured. I'll take care of them. I'll teach them well. With you here, I'm completely at ease. Hurry up and call the teacher." Everyone finally got a clear look at the teacher. Wang Shan and Chen Feng were taken aback by her beauty and hurriedly called out, "Ms. Zhu, hello." Zhang Yin followed suit, "Ms. Zhu, hello." Feng Yan rolled her eyes and said, "What are you listening to? It's Zhu as in bamboo, not Zhu. Hello, Ms. Zhu." "Oh, hello, Ms. Zhu." Wang Shan, Chen Feng, and Zhang Yin felt embarrassed, not expecting to have misunderstood right off the bat. Ms. Zhu smiled faintly, waving her hand and said, "It's okay, it's easy to get confused. My name is Zhu Xiaoqing. You can call me Xiaoqing teacher if you like." "Xiaoqing teacher sounds nice." Wang Shan chuckled. Everyone rolled their eyes. "He was the first one to call you that. He set the wrong example. Right, it's all your fault." Feng Yan, Chen Feng, and Zhang Yin all turned away from him. Wang Shan awkwardly smiled, "I didn't mean to, Miss Xiaoqing." "Don't be angry. It's okay." Xu Xiaoqing gave a faint smile, exuding warmth and approachability. With just a few words, she had already established a connection with the students, who gathered around her one after another. Only Liang Feng was startled, sucking in a sharp breath and swallowing hard. Because this Xu Xiaoqing, Ms. Zhu, was none other than the snake sister he had negotiated with last night. Zhu Yeqing. What a coincidence! Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and sigh, the world is indeed small. Xu Xiaoqing had actually noticed Liang Feng long ago and was equally stunned. The legendary Liang Feng of the martial arts world, Chen Chanshan's boyfriend, had actually become her student. But she remained calm, introduced herself, and saw Li Qinyan off. "Aunt Li, you can rest assured. I'll take care of them." "Alright, I'll go back to work then." Li Qinyan smiled and left. The room was left with Xu Xiaoqing, Liang Feng, Wang Shan, and others. Everyone looked at the beautiful young teacher with enthusiasm. "Teacher Xiaoqing, you're so beautiful." "Teacher Xiaoqing, how old are you? You don't seem much older than us." "Teacher Xiaoqing, how tall are you? You're so tall." Xu Xiaoqing pushed her glasses up and smiled sweetly at each of them, saying, "I'm 5 years older than you all." "Oh, I never would have guessed." "Yes, Ms. Xiaoqing, you look so young." "Not really." Xu Xiaoqing glanced at Liang Feng and said, "Alright, let's start class." "Yes, ma'am." One by one, the children sat down obediently on the prepared chairs. Xu Xiaoqing stood at the front, picked up the textbook, and said, "This is my first time being a teacher, but I was good at English in high school, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I should be able to answer them." "Alright, got it." Facing the beautiful teacher, Wang Shan and Chen Feng both became motivated to study. Only Liang Feng remained in a state of helpless amusement. Looking at this beautiful teacher, he couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He thought to himself that if he had the chance to talk to her alone later, it would definitely be interesting. As for the lecture content, Zhu Xiaoqing explained it clearly and coherently, clearly having prepared thoroughly and not just speaking off the cuff. Before long, the class came to an end. Zhu Xiaoqing was parched and quickly drank some water. Feng Yan brought over some prepared fat seaweed and said, "Teacher, have some of this. My mother specially asked me to prepare it for you." "Thank you." Zhu Xiaoqing spoke and acted with great politeness, completely different from yesterday. Liang Feng had been observing the scene coldly the entire time. Zhu Xiaoqing knew that Liang Feng was watching her, so she wanted to find an opportunity to speak with him. According to the agreement, she had to teach 2 classes, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, both in English. As for the fee, it was 100 yuan per day. In 2002, that was a substantial income. But even for a full-time teacher, teaching so many classes in a row would be exhausting, let alone for Zhu Xiaoqing, who was teaching for the first time. She sipped some fat seaweed tea to soothe her throat. Of course. She was also quietly observing Liang Feng. Liang Feng was quite famous in the underworld, having won 1 billion yuan from gambling and having an impressive background. Seeing him now, Zhu Xiaoqing actually wanted to ask him something, so she made up an excuse and said, "Mr. Liang Feng, you haven't been very active in class today." She smiled sweetly, clearly looking for an opportunity to talk to Liang Feng. Was the teacher's lecture not very good? Before Liang Feng could respond, Chen Feng boasted, "Their English at First Middle School has always been terrible. They just keep their mouths shut. Our school in the harbor is different, we have all foreign teachers. Look at my speaking skills, right? You wouldn't die if you stopped bragging about your school, would you?" Liang Feng rolled his eyes. Chen Feng was speechless. He had also heard that Liang Feng was quite impressive lately, so he didn't boast either. He just said, "Well, that's just how it is. My spoken English is pretty good, isn't it?" Chen Feng is indeed good. Liang Feng, you should learn from Chen Feng, speak more, and be more active in class. Zhu Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Your parents spent money on your education. If you don't study hard, you'll be the ones who lose out." Haha, see? Even teacher Zhu said so. My spoken English is the best. Our school is full of foreign teachers. Chen Feng boasted arrogantly. Liang Feng didn't bother to respond, politely saying, "Teacher, I understand." He then added, I'm hungry. I'll go out for lunch first." He started to walk out. He didn't feel like dealing with Zhu Xiaoqing anymore. Zhu Xiaoqing was hoping to use this opportunity to get closer to Liang Feng. With a smile on her face, she hurriedly said, "I have keys to all your homes. Ms. Li just said that lunch is ready at your places, so you can go home and eat." She pulled out the keys and waved them around. "Take a look. They're really here." Chen Feng looked excited. Wang Shan waved his hand and said, "I'm not going home. I've been cooped up for days and haven't even stepped out of the neighborhood." Feng Yan agreed, "Right, let's go out to eat. I've been craving spicy hot pot for ages." Zhang Yun thought this was a good opportunity to relax. The 5 of them going out for a meal together sounded pleasant. Right, let's go out to eat together." Liang Feng understood Zhu Xiaoqing's intentions and decided to go along with it. "You guys go ahead and eat. My English isn't very good, so I'll stay home and practice." He grabbed his keys and started walking out the door. Wang Shan saw this and hurriedly said, "Liang Feng, why aren't you joining us?" "Yeah, let's go together." Feng Yan intervened. Result. Zhu Xiaoqing suddenly moved her beautiful legs and chased after him, saying, "It seems that Liang Feng doesn't quite understand the lesson I taught him. Well, I'll give him a private lesson." After saying that, she ran after him. This scene left everyone else confused, but upon further thought, they assumed that Liang Feng might feel embarrassed due to his poor English grades, so they decided not to interfere and said, "Alright, let's go eat." "Where should we go?" "Let's go eat spicy hot pot." "Alright, let's each have our own." "That sounds good." The 4 of them set off with smiles on their faces. Chapter 69, Zhu Xiaoqing's thoughts. Liang Feng hurried home. Zhu Xiaoqing followed behind, running to catch up, teasing, "Liang Feng, Liang the young hero, we meet again." Liang Feng didn't even glance at her, snorting, "Yeah, who would have thought that the renowned Zhu Yeqing would end up here, teaching English?" Zhu Xiaoqing smiled, waved her hand, and said, "I'm no famous figure. I'm just a minor character." "Liang Feng, Liang the young hero, you're the one who's famous now." Seeing that Liang Feng was walking quickly, she gritted her teeth and followed, saying, "Can't you slow down a bit? Don't you know I'm wearing high heels?" Liang Feng walked swiftly. Zhu Xiaoqing's high heels were 6 or 7 centimeters high, and she couldn't keep up with the twisting and turning. Liang Feng snorted with a smile, "You're here to be a teacher, yet you're wearing such high heels. You're just asking for trouble. Don't blame me." He didn't slow down at all. Zhu Xiaoqing huffed, "I usually wear heels around 10 centimeters high. You've never seen them before." She pulled her collar open and loosened it, saying, "I've been so low-key today for this occasion, and you still say I'm not taking it seriously." This reminded Liang Feng. He remembered that Zhu Xiaoqing had been quite generous yesterday. Today she was a bit more reserved. She had deliberately toned it down. He couldn't help but chuckle, "Then why are you chasing after me? I'm going home to eat." Zhu Xiaoqing chased after him, saying, "Everyone knows that you, Mr. Liang, gamble on sports and have won billions. Those who follow you all make a fortune. Who wouldn't want to get to know you and build connections with you?" Her meaning was clear. Everyone wants to get to know you and make connections with you, and that naturally includes me. Zhu Xiaoqing walked quickly in her high heels, still following closely behind. Liang Feng continued walking quickly, snorting, "Don't listen to those rumors. There's no truth to them." Zhu Xiaoqing curled her lips and laughed, "Nothing to it? I think it's probably true. Chen Xianxian and her gang used to ride much older motorcycles than ours. It's only because they followed you that they all got brand new motorcycles. Now they're bragging to us, saying they've taken over the territory that used to belong to us. That place was originally our territory. It's all because you brought Chen Xianxian along to make money, and they used that to buy better bikes, so they beat us and took our territory. Liang Xiaoxia, you're the one to blame." After going around in circles, Zhu Xiaoqing finally explained the entire situation clearly. Liang Feng finally understood what had happened. Now that he thought about it, Liang Feng couldn't blame Chen Xianxian and her group for treating him with such respect. It turned out that during the World Cup, they had all made money thanks to the information he had provided. That made sense. Upon further reflection, he also understood why Chen Xianxian had reacted so strongly when Zhu Xiaoqing and the others came to discuss business. It turned out there was this prior incident. Zhu Xiaoqing was the real one in charge. He smiled and nodded, saying, "You lost, so just admit it. Don't make excuses." With that, he continued on his way home. "Slow down." Zhu Xiaoqing hurried after him in her high heels, struggling to keep up. She huffed, "Can we discuss the matter we didn't resolve yesterday?" Liang Feng continued walking quickly and asked, "How do you want to talk about it?" Seeing there was room for negotiation, Zhu Xiaoqing hurriedly ran a few steps and said, "It's simple. That area is getting more and more popular, especially at night, with all the lights on. Many people are planning to open restaurants and barbecue shops there. I want to act fast and choose a spot to invest in opening my own shop. I just ask that you don't come bother us." Liang Feng laughed and said, "That piece of land has already been lost to Chen Xianxian. You have to keep your word, right? So you need to get Chen Xianxian's approval, correct?" Zhu Xiaoqing nodded and said, "That's exactly what we mean. We've lost, so we'll accept it. But Chen Xianxian is afraid we'll try to take the spot back, so she definitely won't agree to let us go. However, I can tell that everyone there is listening to you now. So, please help us out, Liang Feng." She sighed with a bitter smile and continued, "We don't have much money like you big shots. You can just wave your hand, and your men can eat and drink for years. We want to open a restaurant or a barbecue shop. We genuinely want to do some honest business and make a living." As they spoke, the two arrived at Liang Feng's front door. Liang Feng pulled out his keys, clicked them open, and entered the house. Zhu Xiaoqing followed him inside and said, "Your parents gave me 1,000 yuan. For 10 days of lessons, I'll be your teacher. If you help me, I'll cover for you during those 10 days, and you can do whatever you want. Besides, Tangcheng isn't that big. Who knows, we might cross paths again in the future. So, please help me out." The conversation along the way, plus what was said yesterday. It was clear that Zhu Xiaoqing really wanted to open a shop in Liang Feng's kitchen. Liang Feng noticed this. After entering the house, he first found a bottle of cold cola, took a few sips, and then said, "Is that all you're here for?" Zhu Xiaoqing looked serious, pouting her lips, and nodded, "In your eyes as a big shot, this might not be a big deal, but for us, it's a matter of survival. I'm really begging you." She smiled slightly, standing there with a mischievous grin, reaching out to grasp Liang Feng's arm, her face pleading. It must be said, this girl was absolutely stunning, both in appearance and figure. After entering the house, she took off her high heels. With her nylon stocking-clad feet bare, she lifted her head, pouting her lips. She was quite skilled at teasing. Especially when the buttons of her white shirt were undone, her full, ample breasts were once again revealed. She wasn't any worse than Yu Xian. But the issue was that she was younger, shorter, and more impactful. She had a certain allure reminiscent of a young, innocent girl. But Liang Feng knew deep down that he couldn't take a stance on this matter. Because the territory belonged to Chen Xianxian. Although Chen Xianxian follows her every word. But he couldn't just make decisions for her either. He shook his head and said, "I have no say in this matter. You lost the territory to Chen Xianxian, so you should go to her. Coming to me is pointless." Zhu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and snorted, "Then what is the point of me saying anything?" She was also a notorious snake sister in society. Someone who had earned such a reputation wasn't someone to be taken lightly. She just pretended to be a good girl at home. When it came to a fight, she was no pushover either. She had been speaking to Liang Feng in a conciliatory manner, hoping everyone could avoid a falling out over such a trivial matter. After all, there was nothing more practical than making money. But after pleading for a long time, Liang Feng remained unyielding. She grew annoyed, bit her lip, stomped her foot, and pouted, "Liang Feng, I've said everything I can. Can't you give me some face?" Liang Feng continued drinking his soda, saying, "It's not that I'm not giving you face. It's just that I can't get involved in this matter. First, the territory isn't mine. Second, those people aren't under my control. They only give me a little face because I helped them win some money. As you said, I brought them some profits, so they're doing me a favor. If I force them to let you get involved, they might agree. But the problem is, the underlying conflict hasn't been resolved. It'll cause trouble again later, and your business will suffer, and you'll end up losing money. It's better to resolve the conflict first. That way, everyone wins. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaoqing nodded repeatedly. You're right. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but praise him. No wonder you're so young and have achieved so much. You explained the pros and cons so clearly in just a few words. I, the person involved, was completely confused. Thank you so much. You're truly a talent. Chapter 70, Xu Xiaoqing swears. Xu Xiaoqing found Liang Feng's words deeply convincing. She thought it made perfect sense. She had underestimated the situation. If the problem isn't resolved, even if she relies on Liang Feng's reputation to open a store, it won't run smoothly. It's better to resolve the issue first. Her eyes sparkled, and she smiled as she said, You've enlightened me with just a few words. You're truly amazing. I should call you teacher. Master Liang, you're truly amazing. She stood up, smiled broadly, and bowed. No need to be so formal, Xiaoqing teacher. Liang Feng chuckled, sipping his cola, and asked, Xiaoqing teacher, is this a home visit? Then, the implication was clear. The matter had been made clear he could leave. However, Xu Xiaoqing not only didn't leave but sat down with her legs stretched out, raised her chin, and said arrogantly while stretching her stocking-clad feet, Yes, I'm here for a home visit. Mr. Liang, your teacher came to your house, and you didn't even offer a cup of hot water or tea? Liang Feng glanced at him and said, Enough already, stop acting. We all know each other inside out. What's the big deal? You should go find Chen Xianxian about this, not me. I'm only coming to you. Xu Xiaoqing's stubbornness kicked in, and she rolled her eyes and said, Who told you to be my student? Then she giggled, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a mother. I've been your teacher for a day, so I'm your mother now, haha. She laughed to herself. Liang Feng was so angry he didn't bother to respond. Oh, I said the wrong thing. Xu Xiaoqing realized she had joked too much and apologized. I was just kidding. Don't get angry. She added, a real man should stand tall and proud. Don't take it to heart over a few words from a woman. If you let a few words get to you, it wouldn't be very gentlemanly. You let me say whatever I want. Liang Feng sat back down and said, To be honest, Chen Xianxian heard what you said yesterday and was inspired. She thinks it's time to do something meaningful instead of just playing around all day. You two are on the same page. She also wants to open a shop. What? Xu Xiaoqing heard this and scratched her head in frustration. We're on the same page? That means we'll have to compete. Oh no, if we compete, she'll definitely not let me go. Now that you mention it, this path is completely blocked. Her words sounded like a question. In reality, she was asking Liang Feng for advice. She blinked her big eyes, rested her chin on her hand, and looked at Liang Feng. Liang Feng snorted with a smile, Don't try to be cute at 1T work. Act cute? What are you talking about? Xu Xiaoqing blinked her big eyes, not understanding. Liang Feng waved his hand and said, Oh, you young people just stop acting innocent. It's useless. Then what should we do that's useful? Xu Xiaoqing raised her eyebrows with a smile. She was dressed in a sexy and stylish outfit, a white blouse and a black skirt exuding a sensual charm. She was truly a stunning beauty. At 24 or 25 years old, she was just beginning to shed her youthful innocence and transition into maturity, the most beautiful stage of life. She had the innocent face of a young woman and the curves of a mature woman. Sitting there, her nylon stockings hugged her slender legs as she swayed back and forth. Her smooth calves were exposed, and as she leaned forward slightly, her ample bust was clearly visible, highly alluring. There's no denying it. Xu Xiaoqing is a beauty. But she goes by the nickname Venomous Snake, Bamboo Leaf Green, and is a tough character in society. Liang Feng didn't want any trouble with this kind of woman, so he said, Flirting won't work on me. I'm immune to women like you. I don't believe you. Xu Xiaoqing smiled faintly, her nylon stockinged feet tapping lightly as she swayed her hips toward him. Liang Feng stopped her and said, Enough. You're my teacher now, you should watch your behavior. After thinking for a moment, he added, As for what you mentioned earlier, it's not necessarily a bad thing. That area is densely populated, and over the next 5 to 10 years, Tongqing's economy will grow rapidly, and people will have more disposable income. Opening a store there would be quite suitable. However, if you only open one, it might not thrive long term, it could just be a fleeting trend. If you open more and create healthy competition, it would be even better. For example, if more people come to eat, you can open a karaoke place. If more people come to sing, you can open a leisure venue. It's all about entertainment and consumption, after all. You're right. Xu Xiaoqing thought Liang Feng made a lot of sense, but the problem was that they had lost their foothold there and left. Now they wanted to get back in. Chen Xianxian would definitely bring people to cause trouble. She wasn't afraid of Chen Xianxian herself, but she feared Chen San, who was behind her. Plus, they were in the wrong, so it would be difficult to find someone to intervene. After much consideration, she pouted and said, "Dear Liang Feng, I'm begging you for one last favor. Could you help me arrange a meeting with Chun Qianqian? I want to have a proper talk with her. If I go find her now, she'll be too emotional to listen to me. If you help arrange it, there might still be a chance." Liang Feng thought it over and decided it was feasible. He nodded and said, "That's not a problem, but whether it works or not is none of my business. Alright, if you can help me with this, I'll be very grateful. My dear Liang Feng, Liang the young hero." Zhu Xiaoqing stood up, giggled, and added, "Teacher, I won't let you down either." She batted her eyelashes seductively, using one hand to pose on the sofa in a provocative manner. Liang Feng waved his hand and said, "I told you, seduction won't work. I'm immune to women like you. Damn it." Zhu Xiaoqing finally revealed her true nature, blurting out a curse. "What kind of woman am I? Are you saying I'm just a woman who's been around, or did you believe all those nonsense rumors?" "Both, I suppose." Liang Feng shrugged. "Boring." Zhu Xiaoqing walked out with a gloomy expression. Class started at 1:30 p.m. The previous class had just ended. It was only 12 o'clock now, leaving 1.5 hours remaining. Liang Feng decided to take a quick nap and ignored him, heading toward the bedroom on his own. "Close the door behind you." Result. Zhu Xiaoqing walked to the door and turned back to ask, "By the way, weren't you all under house arrest these days? How could you go out?" Liang Feng pulled out another key from his pants pocket and said, "This is something that could stump you, Liang the young hero?" Zhu Xiaoqing smiled and nodded, saying, Right, I completely forgot about that. "Who are you? You're Liang Xiaoxia, aren't you?" She giggled and turned to leave. After going out, she reopened the door and asked, "Mr. Liang, are you really in a relationship with Chun Qianqian? If it's true, your taste is quite unique. You like someone with a..." With that, she laughed and turned to leave. Liang Feng shot her a sideways glance and ignored her. This woman isn't easy to deal with. Thinking it over, today, I've definitely come out on the losing end. Next time, I'll make you pay. Liang Feng clenched his teeth in determination. Chapter 71, Love Struck Chen Qianqian. During class, Liang Feng didn't bring his phone. At that moment, he was lying on the bed, took out his phone, and checked to see if anyone had contacted him during class. Chen Qianqian had called 3 times. Yu Xiyan had also called once. Yu Xiyan sent a text message, reporting on the progress of the internet cafe procedures, nothing else. Liang Feng replied, "Got it," and called Chun Qianqian back. 3 calls. It seems pretty urgent. As soon as Chun Qianqian answered, she excitedly demanded, "What's going on? Why didn't you answer my call?" Her tone was filled with emotion, like a young girl in love who couldn't reach her boyfriend and was upset. Liang Feng laughed bitterly. The plan changed. Chen Qianqian paused, then asked, "What changed?" Liang Feng sighed, "My mom and the parents of the other students who were grounded found an English teacher to give us lessons. Now I have to attend classes in the morning and afternoon, and it's even harder for me to go out. This..." Chen Qianqian looked dejected, pouting and asked, "This change in plans is way too unfriendly." She then asked, "What about the afternoon?" "There's no time at all." Liang Feng calculated the time and said, "There should be some, but I can't be completely sure." Sigh. Chen Qianqian let out a long sigh. Their carefree afternoon was gone forever. These past few days had been so enjoyable for her. Who would have thought it would disappear so suddenly? She pouted and sighed. "Just now, Xiaowu told me that a caravan from another city was coming to visit, and I was planning to take you along. It would have been so much fun." Liang Feng said, "I wanted to go too, but the timing is uncertain." He then added, "But I have something even more interesting to tell you. It'll blow your mind." "What is it?" Chen Qianqian was full of curiosity. She had called Liang Feng 3 times but couldn't get through, and was feeling upset and frustrated. But after hearing Liang Feng's explanation, she realized he must be in class, and her anger dissipated. She smiled and said, "Hurry up and tell me." Liang Feng said, "Guess who our English teacher is?" "How am I supposed to guess that?" Chen Qianqian asked, "Just tell me, who is it?" Liang Feng said, "Zhu Xiaoqing." "Zhu Xiaoqing?" Chen Qianqian muttered under her breath, not quite catching on. Then she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, I get it. It's Zhu Yeqing. Her real name is Zhu Xiaoqing." She burst into laughter. "My goodness, she is going to be your English teacher? Her? Haha, if this gets out, it'll be so funny. Bamboo Leaf Green is your English teacher? Ha ha ha." Chen Qianqian laughed so hard she was rolling around, unable to believe what had happened. She kept muttering to herself, unable to believe it. "If you hadn't told me, I never would have imagined it. That venomous snake actually became a teacher." Liang Feng said, "Stop laughing. She's my teacher now, and she's even using her teacher's status to ask me for favors." Chen Qianqian immediately calmed down and said seriously, "Is she asking you to let her plant her flag on our territory and open a restaurant? I'm telling you, that's not happening. I want to do that myself. She can forget about it." She added with a snort, "That land used to belong to them. We weren't even allowed to go there to play. Now that we've won, it's our territory. If they dare to go there, we'll beat them up every time we see them. Liang Feng had already anticipated her response and said, she didn't ask me for anything else. She just asked me to give the two of you a chance to talk. She is my teacher now, so I'm just passing on the message to avoid getting in trouble during class. Oh, I see. Chen Shanshan hesitated for a moment and said, alright, little brother, for your sake, give her a chance. She added, but you better be careful. That Zhu Xiaoqing isn't someone to mess with. She's just a. She used to be someone's mistress. Don't let her seduce you. Liang Feng didn't bother listening to the gossip and said directly, I've passed on the message. This has nothing to do with me now. He then asked, by the way, does it still hurt? The topic changed too suddenly. Chen Shanshan's cheeks flushed red and she huffed, of course it hurts. Riding a motorcycle is rough. It really hurts. She then giggled, but the pain feels kind of exciting, actually. Really? Then you must have a masochistic tendency. Liang Feng laughed heartily, growing even more fond of Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan pouted and said, what do you mean I have a masochistic tendency? You're so annoying. She smiled sweetly and said, good brother, I miss you. I'll come find you. Her words were filled with innuendo. Liang Feng felt even more that Chen Shanshan turned into a little woman when she fell in love, completely losing her usual assertiveness. He said, come on, I'll be home after class. I'll bring Zhu Xiaoqing with me, and she can chat with you. It'll be my way of repaying her for being your teacher, and we won't have to find another time. Alright, I'll go then. Chen Shanshan hung up the phone happily. According to the schedule, class didn't start until 1:30 p.m. It was only 12 o'clock now. Liang Feng heated up the meal his mother had prepared and ate it on his own. Chen Shanshan rushed in hurriedly. She smiled as she pushed the door open. Liang Feng was almost blinded by her sudden movement and quickly covered his eyes, exclaiming, goodness, you moved so fast. You really did dye your hair blonde. How about it? Pretty, right? Chen Shanshan shook her explosive yellow hair, which was a pale yellow, and smiled, saying, this morning, I went with my mom to get it dyed. I just wanted to surprise you. How about it? Do you like it? My dear sister, you're such a good girl. Liang Feng mentioned it casually. Before she knew it, she had dyed her hair. What a obedient older sister. He smiled as he looked her up and down, noticing that her fair skin stood out even more against her blonde hair, making her appear taller and more slender. However, her was even more exaggerated than before, making her look like a golden lion king. However, for some reason, Liang Feng thought it wasn't bad. It has a distinct flavor of this era. Totally non-mainstream. He couldn't resist pinching Chen Shanshan's soft, white cheeks and said, you love-struck fool, I told you to dye your hair, and you went and did it. If I sold you, you'd have to help me count the money. Chen Shanshan threw herself into Liang Feng's arms, wriggling and pouting, I'd be happy to count your money for you. What's the problem? Fine, fine. Liang Feng pulled Chen Shanshan close, examining her up and down, and said, you're really great. The more I look at you, the more I like you. Hee, you're a real golden lion king. You're so annoying. Chen Shanshan touched her hair, gave Liang Feng a sidelong glance, then smiled and said, I've actually wanted to dye it for a long time. Thanks to you for giving me the confidence. Hee, I think I look pretty. Yeah, you're beautiful. How could you not be? This non-mainstream is getting more and more stylish the more I look at it. Liang Feng chuckled and patted his thigh. Chen Shanshan twisted her waist and sat down, wrapping her arms around Liang Feng's neck, then kissed him deeply, murmuring, I was also planning to get a tattoo. I want to tattoo your name on my body. I'll be your woman forever, okay? Such words of love were the most arousing. Liang Feng hadn't encountered such words in his previous life. He never expected to encounter such words in this life. Looking at Chen Shanshan, he grew even more fond of her and hurriedly said, just keep it in your heart. I will always love you. I love you too. Chen Shanshan kissed him passionately, as if she wanted to give him her very heart. This was the epitome of being head over heels in love. Such feelings couldn't be wasted. Good sister, let's stay together forever, never to part. Chen Shanshan's eyes sparkled with tears of joy, completely lost in the moment. Liang Feng felt the same way. Chapter 72, Chen Shanshan vs. Zhu Xiaoqing. Liang Feng had never imagined he would meet such a love-struck older sister. Therefore, he grew to love Chen Shanshan even more. He even wanted to ask about Chen Shanshan's past. What had really happened in Chen Shanshan's life? But he was afraid she might get upset, so he held back and instead showed his love through his actions. Chen Shanshan was equally so, her face flushing red as she fidgeted and said, Sister, when I'm with you, even though I'm not a virgin, I've never loved someone this much before. Good brother, you must know that. Yes, I know. Liang Feng felt the love and was overjoyed. He held her face and said earnestly, Good sister, your little brother will never let you down. Trust me. Chen Shanshan nodded repeatedly, showing her obedience and compliance. Such a love-struck mind would give rise to a terrifying notion that as long as she obeyed, she could win a man's heart and gain his love. Liang Feng understood this all too well and would never betray such feelings. He smiled and said, "Come here, let your little brother take a good look at your heart. How could you love me so much? Stop teasing me, don't mess with my clothes." Chun Shanshan giggled and added, "They say drinking soy milk makes your chest grow bigger. I wonder if it's true, but I've decided I'll drink soy milk every day so mine will be bigger than that little shopaholic Zhu Xiaoqing's. Too big, it won't look good." "You're just right." Liang Feng chuckled, "Where is your heart? I haven't seen it yet." Stop it, stop it." Chen Shanshan giggled, her body trembling, then said, "I want to see your heart too. Is there a place for me in it? Come on, I'll show you." Liang Feng opened his mouth and teased, "Go inside and look." Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes and pinched him, saying, "Do you think I'm the fairy Zixia? How could I go inside and look?" "It's okay, I'll make my mouth bigger, and you'll see." Liang Feng stretched his mouth as wide as he could. "That's impossible. Stop teasing me." Chen Shanshan giggled, poked him, but also felt that this was nice. This was what dating was like. "Liang Feng, it's so nice to have met you. Meeting you is good for me too." Liang Feng chuckled, lay back down, and rested his head on his arm. "Class starts at 1:30 p.m. I'll bring Zhu Xiaoqing at 2:30 p.m. No matter how your conversation goes, I'll consider my task completed. Hee, actually, I also want to see what Zhu Xiaoqing looks like as a teacher. Just thinking about it is hilarious." Chen Shanshan chuckled, burying her face in Liang Feng's chest, and added, "Oh, you should go to class soon. Rest for a bit first, or you'll doze off during class." You're right. It's so hot today people get sleepy easily. I'll take a quick nap." "You should rest too." Liang Feng shifted slightly. Chen Shanshan curled up like a kitten, nodded, and watched as Liang Feng closed his eyes. She couldn't help but stare at him for a while longer, afraid he would leave, and hugged his waist tightly. 1:20. Liang Feng woke up groggily and found that Chen Shanshan had already fallen asleep. He got up on his own and went to class. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Liang Feng followed their prior arrangement and brought Zhu Xiaoqing back to his home. Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, Wang Shan, and Chen Feng were all curious about Zhu Xiaoqing's different attitude toward Liang Feng, but they didn't think much of it. After all, everyone was now a bit more free, able to come and go as they pleased, no longer confined to their homes. Wang Shan immediately invited Chen Feng to go to the internet cafe. Feng Yan and Zhang Yun went to buy some things girls liked and didn't bother with Liang Feng's side. They dispersed after class. When Liang Feng brought Zhu Xiaoqing home, Chen Shanshan had already woken up. She was sitting on the sofa with her legs spread wide apart. Her blonde hair was particularly eye-catching. Zhu Xiaoqing was startled for a moment, then covered her mouth and teased, "Mr. Liang's taste is truly unique, even his hair is yellow." Chen Shanshan shot her a sideways glance and said, "It's none of your business what we do as a couple. If it weren't for my Liang Feng asking me to come talk to you, I wouldn't bother with you. When it comes to racing or fighting, you're no match for us. All you can do is talk big." Zhu Xiaoqing crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and retorted, "Are you sure? When it comes to riding a bike, you're no better than me." "What's that? You don't want to admit defeat?" Chen Shanshan shot her a sideways glance. Zhu Xiaoqing, needing her favor, softened her tone and snorted, "You know exactly how you won. It's just because you have a better bike and more money. Your money is all because you're with Liang Feng. If I had met Liang Feng first, there wouldn't be any of it for you." Chen Shanshan wriggled her body, sat affectionately on Liang Feng's lap, and said triumphantly, "Too bad you didn't have that kind of luck." Zhu Xiaoqing was rebuffed and sighed helplessly before getting to the point. "Alright, let's not talk about that. I just want to ask if I can open a shop in Liang Feng's kitchen." Before she could finish, Chen Shanshan immediately retorted, "Tangcheng is so big you can open a shop anywhere. It was you who gave up your territory to us back then. Now you're coming back? Want to open a restaurant to make money? Tangcheng is huge, why are you fixated on this place? I think you're still up to no good." This barrage of questions left Zhu Xiaoqing speechless. She could only turn to Liang Feng for help. There were some things she was too embarrassed to say herself, so she hoped Liang Feng would speak up for her. Liang Feng made his position clear, "I'm only here to bring you here. I won't get involved in anything else." As he spoke, he gently wrapped his arm around Chen Shanshan's waist, giving his girlfriend the respect she deserved. He knew that now was not the time to side with the outsider, otherwise, he would be letting down Chen Shanshan's usual obedience. Chen Shanshan grew even more smug, fiddling with her messy hair, then stood up with a smile, sizing up Zhu Xiaoqing and teasing, "You in that white shirt, stockings, and short skirt, are you here to teach or to sell yourself?" She laughed again, "Aren't you trying to seduce male students? I think you're almost there." Zhu Xiaoqing clenched her teeth in anger but managed to hold back, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. How I dress is my business. I just wanted to talk to you about opening a store. I won't hide it from you. To open a store elsewhere, you need to rent a space. The area where you are is very popular now, and as long as you can build a structure, no one will bother you. It's just wasteland anyway. Even if someone comes to manage it later, I'll have already made enough money by then. To be honest, none of us have much money right now. I'm not well off either. To make ends meet, I've even started teaching English. We're all from Tangcheng. Someday, you'll need my help. If you agree to this, whenever you ask, I, Zhu Xiaoqing, will never let you down. Chen Xianxian sneered, what favor do you want me to do for you? I have people, money, and influence. I lack nothing. You'd better save your breath. She then smiled sweetly and added, by the way, aren't you pretty good at being someone's mistress? If you want to make money, why not keep doing that? It's a quick way to make money. Chapter 73, Chen Xianxian becomes a landlady. Zhu Xiaoqing heard this and grew impatient, no longer holding back as she crossed her arms and huffed, Chen Xianxian, let me tell you, I've already endured enough of you. Don't keep provoking me like this. And besides, it was all you who spread those rumors. When did I ever become someone's mistress or a used woman? It was that man who lied to me, saying he wasn't married. I was kept in the dark. How did I end up being his mistress? And you were also deceived, cheated out of money and seduced. We're all women. Why bring up old wounds? Chen Xianxian's face turned red with anger. Don't bring up my business. We're not the same. We're all the same. Don't act so innocent. Zhu Xiaoqing retorted. Chen Xianxian clenched her teeth, wanting to hit someone. She didn't want to mention her past in front of Liang Feng. She was so angry she looked ready to fight. We're here to discuss important matters today. We can argue, but not fight. Liang Feng cut off the topic. Zhu Xiaoqing turned her little nose up, saw that she had gotten the better of him, and snorted with a smile, you brought it up first, so don't blame me. She then steered the conversation back, saying, let us not talk about that. I'll stick to what I said earlier. That piece of land is yours now, I acknowledge that. But since we'll be mixing in Tangcheng, where we'll inevitably cross paths, it's better to save some face for the future. No way. Chen Xianxian gritted her teeth, unable to reason with him. Zhu Xiaoqing was at a loss and turned to Liang Feng with a pleading expression, my dear student, can't you say a word for your teacher? After all, I am your teacher. Liang Feng shook his head. Xiaoqing teacher, I brought you here and already gave you enough face. Are you asking me to help you and offend my girlfriend? Chen Xianxian heard this and was overjoyed. She hugged Liang Feng's neck and said, that's right, I'm his girlfriend. If you won't help me, why would you help her? You're so funny. Damn it. Zhu Xiaoqing was deeply frustrated, feeling that she couldn't communicate with Chen Xianxian at all. But she was genuinely eager to work with her brothers to build a business and make some money. She didn't mind her own situation, she could get by as an English teacher, and if things got really bad, she could always find someone to marry. But right now, Chen Xianxian was as stubborn as a mule. Zhu Xiaoqing sighed helplessly and turned to leave, saying, think it over carefully, then have Liang Feng tell me. Chen Xianxian watched Zhu Xiaoqing's back and snorted, it's not going to happen. Don't even think about it. Then she tightly hugged Liang Feng, planted a firm kiss on his face, and cooed, my dear husband, you've really given your sister face. I didn't spoil you for nothing. Liang Feng snorted, of course. If I were to side with her now, that would be foolish. Ha? Chen Xianxian sensed there was more to Liang Feng's words. She puckered her lips and furrowed her brows. Seeing that Zhu Xiaoqing had already walked away, she shyly asked, good brother, what do you mean? I feel like you're hiding something. Could it be that you think what she said earlier made sense? Liang Feng smiled and explained, between the two of us, I won't keep it from you. I actually think you should let her open a shop there. First, it would be a good way to build a good relationship with her. Second, in my opinion, instead of opening your own shop, you should be the landlord. Being a landlord is hassle-free and profitable, with steady income regardless of the weather. It's the safest and most reliable business. Plus, I think that piece of land will be prime real estate in the next 10 years. Making 100 or 200,000 in that time isn't a problem. These words caught Chen Xianxian's attention, but she was also a bit confused. She muttered, be a landlord? That land is wasteland, with a green belt and factories behind it. How can I be a landlord? The land isn't even mine. You're really something. Liang Feng patiently explained, wasteland is easy to buy. Land isn't something you can't buy or sell. You buy the land, clear it up, build a few shopfronts, then rent them out. That's a surefire way to make money. I've thought it through. That area will be profitable for at least 10 years. Liang Feng pointed Chen Xianxian toward the real estate business, thinking she could give it a try first to see if it works. If it doesn't work out, there wouldn't be much loss. If it works, we'll make a fortune. Within the next 15 years. There's nothing more profitable than real estate. In 2002, land prices were still cheap. Stockpiling some land could also be a huge profit. Much better than opening a barbecue restaurant. Chen Xianxian thought about it more and more and found it convincing. She had previously run a motorcycle shop and knew firsthand how troublesome it was to run a business, and there was no guarantee of making money. Being a landlord would be so much easier. But how to build connections? How would she buy the land? She was at a loss for ideas. Liang Feng noticed her thoughts and smiled, saying, money can make the devil grind, and money can make the mill grind the devil. I'll give you 1 million as startup capital. Go sort out the connections for that piece of land and build a row of commercial shops. In 2 or 3 years, the rent will cover the initial investment. 1 million? Chen Shanshan muttered, feeling that this was too big a project and beyond her control. Liang Feng encouraged her, where there's a will, there's a way. I've given you the opportunity and the startup capital. All you need to do is buy the land. Chen Shanshan fell into deep thought, muttering under her breath, if I need to pull strings, I'll have to ask my older brother for help. He should be able to assist me. Then there's building the houses and leveling the land, there's so much to do. Liang Feng seized the moment and smiled, the more tasks there are, the better. You have so many brothers under you, this is the perfect opportunity to get them all involved. Everyone can make money. If you handle everything alone, what will they do? Just sit around doing nothing? That won't work. We need to get everyone moving. There's strength in numbers, don't waste such a great opportunity. Chen Shanshan heard this, her eyes lit up, and she thought it made perfect sense. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed, that's right. I can get the guys to handle it. There's strength in numbers, and there's always a few capable ones. Even 3 average people can outsmart a genius. Chen Shanshan grew increasingly convinced that this was a sound plan. Being a landlord is much better than running a store. Though it seemed troublesome. But if we could really buy that piece of land, we'd definitely make money, and it would keep coming in for years. A one-time effort for lifelong benefits. One hassle, 10 years of income. She clenched her teeth and made up her mind. Alright, I'll give it a try. After saying that, she suddenly kissed Liang Feng passionately and excitedly said, good husband, you're truly my lucky star. If this works out, I'll be set for the rest of my life. Liang Feng laughed, this is just the beginning. The road ahead is still long. The real estate industry. Liang Feng wouldn't let it go. Many of the massive real estate companies of the future were just getting started. He couldn't afford to fall behind. He has been searching for the right candidates. But there has been no suitable candidate around him. At his age, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to take the lead himself. Perhaps by having Chen Shanshan give it a try first, she might just create a miracle in the future. He smiled happily, hoping for the best. Chapter 74, Zhang Hongyao's parents pay a visit. After Liang Feng and Chen Shanshan discussed the next steps, they prepared to go to the site to take a closer look and refine the details. However, things took an unexpected turn. They were just about to leave. The phone suddenly rang. Liang Feng had no choice but to answer it and asked, who is this? Liang Qingdong's voice came through, son, you did it. You really saved Zhang Yaoyong's daughter. Ha ha. Today, the factory director of steel plant number 1 specially called me to his office to praise me highly. He also said that Zhang Yaoyong will come to our house tonight to pay a visit. Make sure to tidy up the house properly. Liang Feng felt a headache coming on. It's been almost a week and I finally understand. He said with a mix of laughter and tears, Dad, I told you that day. I saved Zhang Hongyao, but you said the reservoir was flooded and there were water spirits, so you couldn't save her. Now you're changing your story? Liang Qingdong laughed it off and said, you couldn't save her and you definitely shouldn't have. Even if Zhang Yaoyong falls in, don't save him. Take care of yourself first. But now that you've already saved her, she should thank you. We can't just let her save you for nothing, can we? He said cheerfully, don't make a big deal out of it. They've already said they want to visit. What can we do? We can't just not let them come, can we? Alright, I know. What should I do then? Liang Feng asked while holding the phone. Liang Qingdong said, your mother and I can't leave. You tidy up the house and don't make a mess. We don't want them to laugh at us. He added, at least make sure the floor is clean and the tables and chairs are neatly arranged. And don't drink any alcohol. Don't worry, I got it. Liang Feng hung up the phone. Chen Shanshan, dressed neatly, asked while holding her helmet, what's going on? The plan has changed again? Yeah, there's been another change. Liang Feng sighed helplessly. Before he could explain, the phone rang again. I'll tell you later. Liang Feng answered directly. This time, it was his mother, Bai Jing. Bai Jing spoke excitedly on the phone, son, you're amazing. You saved Zhang Yaoyong's daughter. You're really something. They're coming over tonight to thank you. Hurry up and tidy the house, don't leave it in a mess. Liang Feng had been grounded for nearly a week. It wasn't until now that he finally understood. He said with a mix of laughter and tears, alright, I got it. My dad already called me. Just do it. Hurry up and clean up. Make sure it's clean. Bai Jing hung up the phone. Liang Feng shrugged helplessly at Chen Shanshan and said, I told you before, I saved a girl at the Volushui Reservoir. I thought the matter was settled, but it turns out my mom and dad were slow on the uptake and only now realized I'm a hero for saving someone. Isn't that a good thing? Does that mean you don't have to go to school anymore? Chen Shanshan looked curious. Liang Feng shook his head and said, the tutoring class has already been paid for, so I have to finish it. But the factory director is coming to our house to express his gratitude, so I can't go out. I need to clean up the house quickly so my mom and dad won't be upset. Oh, well, that's okay then. I won't go either. Chen Qianqian tossed her helmet onto the sofa, took a look, and said, "It's pretty dirty. Let me help you." "Sure, let's do it together." Liang Feng felt motivated and laughed. Men and women working together makes the work lighter. "Come on, let's start with our little love nest." "All right." Chen Qianqian took off her leather jacket again and began to tidy up their love nest in harmony. As agreed. In the evening, Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing politely welcomed Zhang Yaoyong and Zhang Hongyao, father and daughter, into the house. "Factory director, our family is just an ordinary worker-s family. We hope you won't look down on us." Liang Qinggong opened the door and said with a smile. Bai Jing followed, "Yes, we're sorry to trouble you." They pushed open the door. They found the place tidy inside and out, which made them very happy. Liang Feng was waiting there obediently. Bai Jing's brows instantly brightened and he smiled and said, "Liang Feng, this is Zhang, the factory director from our main plant, and Zhang Hongyao, whom you already know." "Oh, hello, Mr. Zhang." Liang Feng didn't want to be rude to his parents, so he smiled politely. He then looked at Zhang Hongyao. Zhang Hongyao wore a blue and white waist-cinched silk dress, with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She held a few gifts and stood shyly behind them. Upon seeing Liang Feng, she immediately nodded and smiled shyly at him. Liang Feng nodded and smiled back. He looked at Zhang Yaoyong. He was quite tall, over 182 centimeters, with a dignified appearance, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His hair was neatly combed, and he was dressed in formal attire, holding several gifts in his hands. He smiled and said, "Little one, no need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Zhang." Right, that's how you should call me." Bai Jing gave Liang Feng a meaningful glance. Zhang Yaoyong was the plant manager of the main factory, several ranks higher than Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing, so they dared not be disrespectful. As soon as they entered, Liang Qinggong greeted Zhang Yaoyong and led him inside. Bai Jing went to make tea. Liang Feng acted like a well-behaved child and said, "Uncle Zhang, hello." Good. After Zhang Yaoyong sat down, he looked at Liang Feng and smiled, saying, "Young man, you're really something. You're quite the catch. If it weren't for you, our Hongyao would never have survived. I've heard all about it. It's all thanks to you, so my daughter and I had to come pay our respects." He laughed again. If anything had happened to Hongyao, her mother would have torn me to pieces. Mothers are like that. Their children are everything to them. Bai Jing followed up with a laugh, pouring the tea. Zhang Yaoyong picked up his cup, drank politely, and said, "No need to be so formal. Sit down and talk. You two have raised such an outstanding child." Zhang Yaoyong was the general manager of 7 or 8 factories under Tangqing Steel. There were iron smelting plants, steel mills, various rolling mills, and slag iron plants. The total number of employees was over 10,000. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing were just ordinary workers there, with a huge difference in status. Even though they were at their own home, they still felt awkward sitting down. Zhang Yaoyong, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, looked at Liang Feng and said, "I've heard all about what happened. Young man, you're planning to study medicine in college, so you learned how to save lives, which is exactly what you did to save Hongyao, right?" Liang Feng remained composed and nodded. "Yes, it was just a coincidence." Zhang Yaoyong praised him. "That's not just luck, you prepared for it. At your age, you've already learned so much. That's really impressive, truly impressive." He then looked at Zhang Hongyao. Zhang Hongyao blushed and lowered her head, saying nothing. Zhang Yaoyong smiled and said, "You're better than our Hongyao. She just knows how to play computer games all day, and her eyes are almost nearsighted. That's why I thought I'd have you take her out to play, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this." He added, "I heard that because of this, your parents have grounded you." "There's no need for that. It's my fault." Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing hurriedly said, "How can this be the factory director's fault?" "That's right, it's not your fault at all." Zhang Yaoyong laughed and said, No, it's all my fault. I always told my daughter about how we used to swim in the moat and the reservoir when we were kids. She must have heard me and developed a strong desire to swim in the reservoir, almost causing a disaster. Hongyao, isn't that right? Zhang Hongyao nodded slightly. Feeling that she should thank her lifesaver, she couldn't say anything, but then said, "Uncle, Auntie, thank you for raising Liang Feng so well. You saved my life. Otherwise, I would be finished." She bowed deeply with all her heart. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing hurriedly waved their hands and said, "Oh, such a beautiful girl. Don't go swimming there again next time. We always tell the children not to go to the Hulushan Reservoir to play. Don't go. They insist on going. It's all their fault." Right, it's all the kids' fault. They're too bold." No, it's my fault. I was careless." Zhang Hongyao sneakily glanced at Liang Feng. Liang Feng happened to look over as well, and their eyes met. She quickly looked away, feeling shy. For some reason, every time she saw the person who had saved her life and taken her first kiss, she felt incredibly shy. She dared not look at him directly. Chapter 75, Zhang Hongyao's Gratitude. Liang Feng, however, remained composed, standing there obediently, giving his parents' face, and answering Zhang Yaoyong's questions with dignity. Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong were overjoyed, unable to help but sigh inwardly. Their son had truly grown up, and they felt a warm glow of pride, their smiles nearly spilling over. Zhang Yaoyong took a sip of tea, bit into an apple, and continued to study Liang Feng. With a smile, he said, "Young man, I know all the details of what happened. It's all thanks to Liang Feng. First, he saved someone at the reservoir, and then he performed CPR. That's truly remarkable. No matter what he does in the future, he'll be a fine young man." That's true. Liang Feng is a bit of a troublemaker, but when he sets his mind to something, he's got a real drive. Yes, he's exceptionally talented. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing chuckled. Right. A man should have that kind of determination. Zhang Yaoyong laughed and continued, "Don't blame him for going swimming at the reservoir. It was my influence that led Hong Yao to do it. As for going to the reservoir to play, it was me who told Li Qinyan to take her daughter out to play. Mainly because Hong Yao was always playing computer games at home, and I was worried she'd develop nearsightedness. So this has nothing to do with the kids. Blame me and Hong Yao for not knowing how to swim properly and just swimming around." Zhang Hongyao, hearing her father mention her playing computer games every day, couldn't help but say, "Dad, stop talking about it." Ha ha. Zhang Yaoyong laughed and said, enough. Then he continued, "The children you've raised are truly outstanding. They remain calm in the face of challenges and have perseverance. Once again, thank you so much. This is also on behalf of her mother, who is far away in Europe, to express our gratitude to your family." He stood up and suddenly bowed deeply. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing were startled. Earlier, when Zhang Hongyao bowed, it was understandable. But seeing Zhang Yaoyong bow made them feel overwhelmed with gratitude. "Factory director, please, don't do that." Right, it's not necessary." The two of them kept waving their hands. Zhang Yaoyong said, "I'm already in my 40s, and I only have Hongyao as my precious daughter. If something were to happen to her, I truly wouldn't know why I'd go on living. So, I really can't thank you enough." He had prepared a large red envelope in his pocket, ready to give. But then he thought, giving money like this was too abrupt. It might ruin the mood. "Fortunately," he said, "you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let's go out to eat. I'll treat you as a way of expressing my gratitude." Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing hurriedly said, "No need. We can just cook something simple at home. The two children are around the same age, helping each other is only natural. The factory director is too kind." That's right. We've always taught our children to be brave and helpful, and to grow up to be good citizens who contribute to society and the nation." Liang Feng was at a loss for words. "When did you ever teach them that? Aren't you the one who told me not to meddle in other people's affairs?" Looking at Zhang Hongyao's flushed face, he lowered his head. He suddenly remembered that he had thought Zhang Hongyao would disappear from their lives because of this and go to Europe. Now it seemed she should still be following the original timeline, right? He secretly waved at Zhang Hongyao while the adults were talking. Zhang Hongyao saw him, smiled slightly, and waved back. As for both sets of parents were still arguing back and forth. It was clear to see Zhang Yaoyong truly valued his daughter, showering her with compliments, nothing but praise. At that moment, he sincerely said, "The kindness your family has shown us, I, Zhang Yaoyong, will never forget. I am a man who always repays kindness. Rest assured, raise this child well, who knows, maybe one day he'll become a fine doctor." Yes, you can rest assured about that. Our son Liang Feng is very obedient." "Yes, very obedient. These past few days, he's been studying at home every day." Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing were also quite reserved in this situation. But hearing Zhang Yaoyong praise Liang Feng so highly still made them feel proud. As for the details of the incident, they had no idea. Only after listening carefully did they understand that it wasn't just about saving someone from drowning, but also performing CPR. They couldn't help but look at Liang Feng in a new light. "Hong Yao, you should also thank uncle and auntie, and thank your future classmate, Liang Feng," Zhang Yaoyong said. "Yes, thank you, uncle and auntie. Thank you, Liang Feng." Zhang Hongyao said earnestly, "Later, I heard from Fengyan that it was you who risked your life to save me. At the time, everyone thought I was beyond saving, but you never gave up on me. You saved me. So, I truly thank you." "No need to thank me." Liang Feng smiled faintly. He remained humble and composed. This made Zhang Yaoyong unable to resist saying again, "This child has returned after completing his studies. You can rest assured I will definitely arrange a good job for him." Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing nodded happily. Seeing Liang Feng and Zhang Hongyao standing there awkwardly, they felt embarrassed and said, "Miss, why don't you have some fruit? You're at our home, don't be so formal." Zhang Hongyao took the apple and began to eat it. Liang Feng teased, "Mom, what about me? You're not left out." Bai Jing smiled and handed it over, her brows brimming with pride. Thinking her own son was outstanding was nothing special. But when others thought her son was outstanding, that's true excellence. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing couldn't help but look at their sons with newfound respect. "Factory director, to be honest, after he came back, my son didn't mention a word about it. I didn't even know he had saved someone." I thought they were just causing trouble and almost got your daughter into trouble. Right, right. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to lock him up. Bai Jing said with a smile. Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Mom and Dad, you're so hypocritical. But he could also see his parents' embarrassment and couldn't help but silently encourage himself. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Your son will be even more outstanding. On Zhang Yaoyang's side, it was all empty talk, nothing but gratitude. Liang Feng and Zhang Hanyao looked slightly awkward, just standing there dumbfounded. At that moment, Bai Jing suddenly smiled and said, You two kids, stop standing there like fools. Go check out Liang Feng's room. Ha? Zhang Hanyao was taken aback. If they were children, they would have gone. But they were already 18, considered adults, and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to be alone in a room. Fortunately, Zhang Yaoyang chimed in, That's right, adults are talking. You two shouldn't just stand there like that. Oh. Zhang Hanyao smiled and walked toward Liang Feng. Liang Feng felt a headache coming on. Because Chen Shanxian was still in the room. He hurriedly called out to Chen Shanxian inside, saying, All right. I'll take Zhang Hanyao to my room to take a look. He left Chen Shanxian behind, feeling quite excited. Chen Shanxian, being completely infatuated with Liang Feng, agreed without hesitation. At that moment, just to be safe, Chen Shanxian hid inside the wardrobe. But it was easy to find. Fortunately, when he said that, when he opened the door, the room was empty, with only a guitar on the desk. Upon entering, Zhang Hanyao smiled and said, I heard from Fengyan that you've been sitting by the window every day, playing the guitar. A lot of kids from the neighborhood come over to listen, right? She leaned over to look out the window. Liang Feng glanced at the wardrobe, saw it was tightly closed, and felt relieved. He said, It's okay. Making the best of a bad situation. Hearing this, Zhang Hanyao blushed and said, It's all my fault for causing trouble for you. If I hadn't been so impatient and acted recklessly, none of this would have happened. She bowed her head in gratitude and said, Thank you so much. Later, I heard from Feng Yan and Zhang Yun that it was all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would have died. Chapter 76, The Worldly Zhang Yaoyong. Zhang Hanyao, you've thanked me enough. There's no need to keep thanking me. Liang Feng looked at Zhang Hanyao. He had originally thought she would leave his life, go to Europe, and settle there. But now, it seemed she would continue to attend first middle school for another semester. His little butterfly, flapping its wings, had changed Zhang Hongyao's fate. He felt a little relieved. If his presence had caused something bad to happen, he wouldn't want to see that. Zhang Hongyao, with her long hair flowing down her shoulders, wearing a blue and white skirt and walking in flip-flops, looked rather reserved. She muttered, No matter how many times I thank you, I can't express how grateful I am. To be honest, I still have nightmares every day. I wake up in a cold sweat, terrified, afraid to the bone, afraid that I'm already dead, that I'm just a wandering soul, or that in some parallel universe, I've already died. Fortunately, it's all just a nightmare, because you saved me. Thank you so much. Liang Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. I've told you, you've thanked me so many times. I've felt your gratitude. That's enough. Also, watch fewer American movies. There's no such thing as supernatural sixth senses. Life is full of unexpected twists. Once they're over, they're over. No need to dwell on them. I know. And you've seen The Sixth Sense too? Zhang Hongyao smiled faintly. The Sixth Sense is a movie about a person who dies but believes he's still alive, wandering the world before finally realizing he's already dead. Zhang Hongyao projected herself into the story, constantly dwelling on such thoughts. Liang Feng sighed wryly, I've seen it. It's just a movie. You're alive and well. At that moment, Zhang Hongyao was so scared she trembled all over and swore she would never swim again. One can imagine the deep-seated fear in her heart. If it were her, Liang Feng felt it would probably be the same, so he comforted her, look forward. This is just a lesson. Don't do anything too dangerous, and there's no need to be overly afraid. Zhang Hongyao softly agreed and smiled, talking to you made me feel much better. She looked at Liang Feng's room and smiled again, saying, If you have the chance, let me hear you play the guitar. If there's a chance, let's play together. Liang Feng had been keeping an eye on the wardrobe, worried that Chen Shanxian might mess with it, so he wasn't paying much attention and muttered the words absent-mindedly. Play games together? Zhang Hongyao didn't understand and froze for a moment. This was a popular online slang term from the future. Liang Feng didn't notice and blurted it out, then explained, it means playing games together online. It's slang for two or more people teaming up to play games against others. Oh. Zhang Hongyao suddenly understood and exclaimed, I thought I was a seasoned netizen, but I didn't even know what go black meant. It seems like, in front of you, you're the expert and I'm the newbie. Big shot? What a long-forgotten term. That was the term used online in 2002 to refer to online heroes. Hero. Liang Feng smiled knowingly, even getting goosebumps, I'm just an old hand, I'm no big shot. Then let's try playing together sometime. Zhang Hongyao smiled knowingly. Sure. The two found a common topic and chatted happily. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Yaoyong, Liang Qingdong, and Bai Jingtan were chatting animatedly, each taking turns to speak. Zhang Hongyao craned her neck to look and muttered, after hearing about my situation, my mother was very angry and wants to take me to Europe. My grandmother and grandfather also feel the same way, blaming my father for not keeping a closer eye on me. It was my insistence on staying. The environment abroad won't be easy to adapt to. If you want to go, you can try it out during the winter break and come back if you don't like it. Liang Feng agreed. Zhang Hongyao shook her head and said, no, that's not the reason. I've been going to Europe every summer to visit my mother and I'm already used to it there. As for why I chose to stay, it's because I want to get to know you better, my savior. Liang Feng was stunned. Such an unexpected statement left him speechless. Especially since Chen Shanshan was still in the wardrobe, she couldn't hear this. Zhang Hongyao smiled again and said, don't worry, I just want to get to know you better. There's nothing else on my mind. That's good. Liang Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. If Chen Shanshan heard that, it would cause a big fuss, and that would be trouble. Fortunately, Zhang Hongyao didn't pursue the topic further and instead started talking about online games. For example, Counter-Strike, StarCraft, Warcraft, even Legend of Mirror and Miracle. She had dabbled in all of them. She was truly a die-hard internet user. In this manner, they talked for over an hour. It was completely dark outside. Zhang Yaoyong finally stood up and said, well, that's all for today. Let's get together again sometime and I'll make sure to thank you properly. Okay. Liang Qingdong and Bai Jing were eager for Zhang Yaoyong to leave. The conversation had become too awkward. Hongyao, let's go. Zhang Hongyao and Liang Feng walked out. Zhang Yaoyong stood up and looked at Liang Feng again, saying, young man, be a good doctor. If uncle gets sick in the future, I might just have to come find you. Liang Feng smiled and replied, uncle, don't worry. I'll study hard. Alright, see you later today. Zhang Yaoyong, accompanied by Zhang Hongyao, bowed politely once more. Zhang Hongyao followed, uncle, auntie, goodbye. Liang Qingdong and Bai Jing hurried to the door and said, factory director, take your time. Take your time. The door finally slammed shut. Liang Qingdong and Bai Jing were overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaim, this is great. Our family has become the savior of the factory director's family. Now, who dares to cause trouble for us at the factory? Bai Jing added, not just that. The factory director said to remember us. Maybe he'll even promote you to a higher position. The two chatted and laughed, then noticed Liang Feng standing there. Excitedly, they said, son, you deserve the most credit. What do you want to eat tonight? Mom will cook it for you. Liang Feng was a dutiful son. Seeing his parents happy, he was happy too. After thinking for a moment, he said, I want to eat roast chicken. Alright, I'll go buy it for you. Liang Qingdong and Bai Jing hurriedly agreed. Liang Feng pointed to one of the many gifts, which was a roast chicken, and said, they brought it. He couldn't help but sigh again. Zhang Hongyao's father really did his homework. He even knew about this. It's here. Let's eat it. Right, let's eat the roast chicken. Liang Qingdong and Bai Jing laughed and chatted happily, even more joyful than during the New Year. Outside, Zhang Hongyao looked at Zhang Yaoyong and said, Dad, they saved my life, and we've only exchanged a few words before leaving. It feels like we're just going through the motions. Zhang Yaoyong laughed and said, don't worry, I'll arrange better jobs for Liang Feng's parents. He continued, but don't worry too much. I've observed Liang Feng, and he's a good kid. He's your savior, but you've seen how different his family is from ours. Leave this matter to me. Don't get involved anymore. These words made Zhang Hongyao feel uneasy and a bit shy. Dad, what are you saying? What does this have to do with family? He saved my life, he's my savior. Zhang Yaoyong laughed and said, he also took your first kiss, didn't he? Zhang Hongyao hurriedly hit him. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Yaoyong smiled, glancing at the slightly dilapidated building, and said, a child from such a family background isn't worthy of you. Zhang Hongyao felt a bit upset and pouted. But she didn't say anything and walked away with Zhang Yaoyong. Chapter 77, Cousin Bai Ying. To reward Liang Feng. The next day was Saturday. Bai Jing took him to the department store, planning to buy him new clothes and shoes, and treat him to a good meal as a reward. They also invited Liang Feng's maternal uncle's family. Liang Feng's maternal uncle was named Bai Yuzhang, who worked at the city's criminal investigation team. His aunt, Zhang Ping, worked at a bank. They also had a daughter around Liang Feng's age named Bai Ying. She was 2 months older than Liang Feng, making her his cousin. She attended Haigang High School. Bai Ying is deeply influenced by the students at Haigang High School. Besides her school uniform, she wears nothing but designer brands and speaks like Chen Feng, always saying, our Haigang this and our Haigang that. Her tone made her sound as though she were superior to others. When Liang Feng passed the entrance exam for Shanghai City First High School, his grandfather celebrated lavishly, truly basking in glory. As his granddaughter, Bai Ying was instead neglected. Fortunately, Bai Yuzhang and Jiang Ping used their connections and paid to send her to Harbor High School. From then on, she actually started to think she was something special. There she was, strutting around with a smug expression, flaunting her designer clothes, Adidas pink women's sneakers, black Adidas track pants, and a white Adidas t-shirt. With her long ponytail and forehead covered in acne, she said arrogantly, "Little brother, I heard you were confined to your room recently. What was it for?" Liang Feng had never liked this cousin of his, from childhood to adulthood. There was nothing he could do, she was just too arrogant. But seeing her young appearance, he couldn't help but smile and tease her. "Guess." Bai Ying was stumped and couldn't come up with the familiar phrase from later times, "Guess what I'm thinking," so she hummed instead, "You're so boring." Then she added with a smug tone, "By the way, our harbor is hosting a summer camp in a few days. Does your high school have one?" That tone, that show-off attitude. She hasn't changed even as she's grown older. Liang Feng didn't get annoyed, he just smiled and found it amusing. "I haven't heard about it." Bai Ying grew even more enthusiastic, lifting her chin and saying, "If you haven't heard, it means there isn't one. Our school emphasizes all-around development. Take me, for example. I'm already the lead dancer in the dance club. I'm participating in this summer camp to enhance my life skills in various areas. I can't just be a bookworm." She shot Liang Feng a disdainful glance and said, "You wouldn't understand anyway. Your first middle school is full of bookworms. Once you enter society, you'll all be weeded out and unable to become useful talents in the 21st century." Seeing Liang Feng still smiling happily, as if he were laughing at her, Bai Ying felt a bit uncomfortable. This wasn't the same Liang Feng who was always comparing Haicheng High School and First High School with her. It made her feel a bit insecure. Fortunately, she gritted her teeth and continued to boast, "Our school has many students who can directly secure spots to study abroad without taking the college entrance exam. Even if your exam scores are good, you might not get the opportunity. That's the difference between your school and ours." She stuck out her little neck, looking so full of herself, so self-important. Liang Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself, remembering that Bai Ying had indeed gone abroad in the end. Because her college entrance exam scores were too poor, she could only attend a vocational college in China. She eventually spent tens of thousands of dollars to study abroad in the United States. But she ended up at a third-rate university, and her degree wasn't recognized back home. She also picked up bad habits abroad and spent most of her family's savings. Bai Yuzhang and Jiang Ping were both hard-working salary earners who had to worry constantly about how to afford Bai Ying's education abroad. Bai Yuzhang even nearly made a mistake because of it. But that's all in the past now. At this moment, Bai Ying had been brainwashed by her teachers at the port and was blindly confident about her future, overjoyed beyond words. This competition had become a sort of tradition between the two of them. From childhood onward, every time they went to their maternal grandfather's house for the new year, they would compete over their grades, with Liang Feng always emerging victorious. Bai Ying had always resented this, and now that she was at the harbor, she finally found a place to vent her frustration. Naturally, she wanted to show off. "Liang Feng, what are you laughing at? Say something." "Oh, that's great." Liang Feng grinned. Bai Ying was so angry she almost fainted. What kind of response was that? It felt like he was mocking her. Both sets of parents were already used to this situation. Jiang Ping, tall and slender, was carrying a khaki-colored baby and wearing a brown dress. She smiled and said, "Our Bai Ying has really improved lately. During the summer vacation, I enrolled her in 3 classes, dance, English, and a supplementary course on etiquette and female virtues. She loves going to them. The teachers all praise me." Bai Ying puffed out her little nose, finding another chance to show off, and naturally Wu Ti let it go. Bai Jing actually liked his niece very much. She was his only brother, and there was only one child in the family. Seeing her happy, he also acted out, "That's great. You must study hard and not let your parents spend their money in vain." She added, "But don't neglect your studies. Senior year is the most important year, and grades are what matter most." "Auntie, you're wrong." Bai Ying looked unconvinced and snorted, "Life isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. Getting into a good university doesn't prove anything. You need to develop all-around skills." She then gave Liang Feng a disdainful glance. Liang Feng almost laughed out loud. In the early 2000s, this kind of talk was super popular, about how kids needed to develop in all areas. But times had changed. Over time, everyone realized that for children from ordinary families, the college entrance exam remained the best way to change their fate. Everything else was just empty talk. To change one's life, one must study hard with dedication. That was the reality. Bai Jing felt a little uncomfortable after Bai Ying snapped at him. He glanced at Liang Feng, who didn't even look his way, and smiled as he praised his own son. "My son Liang Feng is also very talented. Recently, he saved the daughter of Zhang Yaoyong, the plant manager of Tangcheng Steel Plant. Zhang Yaoyong brought a lot of gifts to our house to express his gratitude. Your brother-in-law was called to the factory office today. I guess he's going to be promoted." Bai Ying shrugged indifferently, "So what? It's just a job. Future talent, right? Just move a few keys on the computer, and any work can be done." Jiang Ping knew about Zhang Yaoyong and had heard about the incident. She quickly chimed in, "I know Zhang Yaoyong. His family has powerful connections. His wife is a diplomat at the EU and Europe, and his daughter Zhang Hongyao is following her father here in Tangcheng. His father-in-law is a minister-level official, and many of his relatives hold high-ranking positions in Beijing. If you can connect with that family, you might just get a piece of their influence. This was mainly to remind Beijing not to miss out on this opportunity and to keep in touch. After all, the position of plant manager at the Tangcheng steel plant holds more weight in certain circles than that of a deputy mayor. After they paid a visit, it's only proper to reciprocate. Beijing understood immediately. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I've worked in the trade union for most of my life. I wouldn't be so naive. Right. Jiang Ping smiled apologetically. If they could establish this connection, their family would also benefit. There was no way around it. Zhang Yaoyong's background was simply too formidable, even those not affiliated with Tangcheng Steel had heard of him. The result? Bai Ying saw that her spotlight was being stolen by Liang Feng and couldn't help but stamp her foot and snort. Our country is ruined by this kind of nepotism. Those who engage in such things are incompetent. One should rely on their own abilities. Relying on others' connections is no better than relying on oneself. Jiang Ping heard this and felt helpless. She thought her daughter was possessed, but she couldn't say anything in front of her relatives, so she just rolled her eyes and didn't mention it again. Chapter 78, The Naive and Innocent Bai Ying. Originally, the two families had planned to go shopping together, have a casual meal, and chat. Liang Qinggong was called away by the factory office, saying there was good news. After all, he had saved the daughter of the factory director, and the factory director had even paid him a visit. It couldn't be anything bad. Bai Yuzhang was busy at the Criminal Investigation Division. Liang Feng and the others waited at the mall entrance for a while before seeing Bai Yuzhang, dressed in police uniform, tall and handsome, walk in. As soon as they met, Bai Yuzhang apologized, "We were too busy over there. We made you wait." Bai Jing waved his hand and said, "We're family. No need to mention it." Liang Feng followed with a greeting, "Uncle, you look so handsome in your police uniform." Bai Yuzhang looked at himself and laughed, "Have you ever seen your uncle without a police uniform?" Liang Feng laughed, "No, I haven't. That's why every time I see you, I think you're so handsome." "I love hearing that." Bai Yuzhang laughed again and said, "You're not bad either. You saved the daughter of the factory director at the Volushui Reservoir. That's pretty impressive. You even know how to choose the right person to save." Bai Ying listened from the side, feeling quite upset. She had originally planned to belittle Liang Feng, but her parents kept praising him, so she couldn't help but say, "Dad, why are you so cliché? Saving someone just to try to get closer to them and improve your status? It's not that easy. You have to rely on your own abilities." Bai Yuzhang was also exasperated with his daughter. He shot her a disapproving glance and said, "Saving someone isn't a skill? You've been brainwashed by your teachers, haven't you?" Bai Ying dismissed him with a roll of her eyes. "Our teachers are the ones who know what's right. We need to study abroad to have a chance to make it big. There's nothing but connections in this country." All right, you're right." Bai Yuzhang didn't feel like arguing with his relatives anymore. He glanced at the time and said, "Let's go inside." "All right, let's go." Everyone entered the department store in high spirits. On Saturday, the mall was already bustling, and since it was summer vacation, many places were having sales and raffles. In the center of the stage, music was playing, and a lottery draw was taking place. A large banner hung prominently. First prize, a Xiaoli compact car. Second prize, a 60-square-meter apartment. Third prize, a Changhong television. That's right, in this day and age, a house isn't worth as much as a Xiaoli car. What a lively scene. Bai Yuzhang and Liang Feng, who were tall, tiptoed to take a look. The crowd of people participating in the lottery never stopped. Some people were even dancing. A group of tall, slender women in colorful fitness pants were swaying their hips and shaking their waists to the music, doing fitness exercises. The music was playing, "Get up early, let's exercise, shake your hands, shake your feet, sit down and take deep breaths." It was so lively. Especially the dancers. Each of them, wrapped in fitness pants, had graceful figures, with their hips, chest, and legs clearly visible. Bai Jing looked on with disdain and said, "Don't look. These women are just trying to make money by dressing like that. They have no shame." Bai Ying immediately retorted, "Auntie, this is a fitness routine. It's all the rage overseas. Plus, foreigners set aside a day every week just for fitness. Besides, they're not showing anything just wearing tight clothes." Bai Jing was speechless. If it were his own daughter, he would have slapped her already. Bai Yuzhang, seeing his sister upset, immediately scolded Bai Ying, "How dare you speak to your aunt like that? Shut your mouth." Bai Jing could only say, "It's okay, it's okay." Poof. Bai Ying, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. As for Liang Feng, among the many fitness dance instructors, he spotted a familiar figure. Lu Bingyan. She stood at the front of the dancers, wearing blue and white tight-fitting fitness pants that hugged her graceful figure, her hair tied up, dancing with great enthusiasm. She was the most eye-catching. Tall and slender, around 1.7 meters, with a narrow waist, long legs, wide hips, and narrow shoulders, she was far more impressive than the fitness women of later generations who stuck out their buttocks. An absolutely perfect figure. Liang Feng had also heard from Chen Shanshan that Lu Bingyan had been deceived by her friends, who had lured her into gambling on sports matches. In reality, they were secretly taking kickbacks, convincing her to double her bets each time, promising that winning once would cover their losses. However, sports gambling is inherently unpredictable. Especially with the frequent match-fixing scandals during this year's World Cup, she ended up in such a dire situation. Liang Feng's dislike for Lu Bingyan diminished slightly. He thought she was probably dancing here to earn money to pay off her debts, and he felt a bit more sympathetic toward her. At that moment, Bai Yuzhang suddenly pointed to a sign nearby and said, "Hey, that lead dancer looks familiar. It's Lu Bingyan." Lu Bingyan. 4 people of Beijing and Jiangping's age. Lu Bingyan was a big name. She had appeared in the newspapers, on Tangcheng TV, and brought honor to Tangcheng, making her famous at the time. I never expected to see her here. Oh my, it really is her. Bai Jing pointed at the lead dancer. Jiang Ping snorted, for a little money, she's dressed like this and dancing in public. How shameless. She noticed Lu Bingyan suddenly waving toward them. She thought she was trying to seduce Bai Yuzhang and immediately said, "Let's go. Let's go. A bunch of demons. Let's go." She dragged the person away. Actually, Lu Bingyan had spotted Liang Feng. She paused for a moment, then smiled and waved back. Liang Feng followed behind, saw her, and waved back before leaving. Lu Bingyan has a dance studio, right? I remember the tuition was pretty high. Why is she here dancing like this? Her butt is almost showing. Jiang Ping was furious at that gesture and glanced at Bai Yuzhang. Bai Yuzhang lit a cigarette, completely unaware that he had been unnecessarily dragged into this mess. Bai Ying sneered and nodded. Yeah, she's a big name. Does she really need the money? Bai Ying spoke up, snorting, "Mom, Auntie, what kind of talk is that? Why always think so badly of others? It's just a fitness dance. And she has even performed on the Spring Festival Gala. How does that make her shameless in your eyes?" Bai Ying, shut your mouth. Jiang Ping couldn't take it anymore and pushed her aside. She tried to argue back. Bai Yuzhang said, "Enough. Let's just go shopping." "All right." Bai Jing watched Bai Ying's rebellious behavior, then looked at the well-behaved Liang Feng, feeling overjoyed and satisfied. He couldn't help but pat Liang Feng on the head, expressing his satisfaction. Liang Feng turned around and smiled. She still found her attention-seeking cousin, who now seemed a bit naive and innocent, quite adorable, and couldn't help but smile at Bai Ying again. Bai Ying froze, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance as she demanded, "Liang Feng, why are you always smiling at me? Is there something on my face?" "Almost." Liang Feng burst out laughing. Bai Ying couldn't help but touch her face, feeling confused. She thought to herself, "I checked the mirror before leaving. There was nothing wrong." Just then, suddenly, a voice rang out, "Liang Feng." "Ha?" Liang Feng turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Lin Yusen smiling and waving, happily walking over this way. Behind her were 2 tall, graceful beauties. One was Yu Xian, and the other, who bore a striking resemblance to Yu Xian but was slightly slimmer, was likely the younger aunt Lin Yusen had mentioned earlier. Yu Yuan spotted Liang Feng, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She bit her lip in a smile, striding toward him with her long, slender legs, her graceful figure swaying seductively. She wore a green and white spotted cheongsam that hugged her curvaceous figure, with a bold bust, a slim waist, and a rounded buttocks, her legs absolutely eye-catching. Especially the high slit in the cheongsam, revealing over a meter of her long, slender legs, her thighs round and muscular, her calves straight and slender, wearing a pair of off-white high heels. She stood at least 1.8 meters tall. Her presence alone filled the room. Bai Jing, Bai Yuzhang, Jiang Ping, and others immediately noticed her and asked, "Liang Feng, is that your classmate?" "Yeah." Liang Feng nodded and waved his hand, gesturing, "Yusen, come join us too." Chapter 79, Bai Ying's Low Spirits. Lin Yusen responded with a soft voice, smiling and blushing slightly, surprised by her good fortune in encountering Liang Feng. Seeing that Liang Feng's family was present, she slowed her pace slightly. She walked over with Yu Xiyang and Yu Xiying. Liang Feng introduced them, "Mom, Uncle, Aunt, this is my classmate Lin Yusen, and this is her mother." "Oh, hello." "Hello." Both sides exchanged polite greetings, both feeling a bit awkward. Especially Yu Xiyuan, who was dressed exceptionally stunningly. As mothers themselves, Bai Jing and Jiang Ping felt like old-fashioned housewives, while the other woman still looked like a young girl. They couldn't help but feel a bit inferior. Speaking of which, Yu Xiying was also wearing a purple cheongsam with white dots, hugging her tall, slender figure. Though slightly slimmer than her sister, she was no less stunning, with an equally fiery figure standing behind her. Lin Yusen, also wearing a cheongsam in blue and white, wrapped around her tall figure, smiled gently and spoke first with courtesy, "Aunt Bai, hello." She then nodded to Jiang Ping and Bai Yuzhang. Very polite. "Oh, good, good." Bai Jing was taken aback, wondering how this beautiful young girl, who looked like a flower, knew his surname was Bai. But seeing her smiling at Liang Feng, he guessed she probably had feelings for his son, so he smiled back, "Little beauty, you're truly beautiful. You must take after your mother." "No." Lin Yusen blushed and smiled shyly. Yu Xian smiled and said, "Sister Bai, your son is so outstanding. Last time I sprained my ankle, Liang Feng helped me out. I've been thinking about inviting your family over for dinner to thank you." Bai Jing was overjoyed to hear the praise for his son. Especially since Bai Ying had been bragging about it earlier, he was even happier. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Really? I haven't heard my son mention it." He patted Liang Feng on the head and said, "You've become Lei Feng doing good deeds without taking credit." Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Lin Yusen looked at Liang Feng with great joy, not expecting to meet him. At that moment, she smiled and teased, "By the way, weren't you under house arrest? How did you get out?" Liang Feng laughed and replied, "Even prisons need to let people out for some fresh air." Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. Bai Jing snorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's all because you few troublemakers went swimming at Holudio and nearly drowned. If it weren't for the detention, you'd be running wild." He then explained to Lin Yusen, "It's over now. Everything's fine." "Oh, that's great." Lin Yusen smiled sweetly. She was tall and slender, nearly 1.7 meters, wearing a high-slit cheongsam that revealed her snow-white, slender legs. She was still a bit uncomfortable and shy. Yu Siyuan looked at the woman she should call her future mother-in-law, smiling and agreeing, "Sister Bai, you're right. I heard our Yusen went too, so I gave her a good scolding. The reservoir is too dangerous, you shouldn't go there." There was nothing she could do. This was her mother-in-law. She even glanced at Liang Feng. Right. Bai Jing was overjoyed. Liang Feng couldn't help but smile inwardly. "Mom, you have no idea. This is your daughter-in-law." His eyes met Yu Siyuan's, both filled with suppressed laughter. Bai Jing looked at Lin Yusen, and the more he looked, the happier he became. He thought to himself, if only my son could marry this young lady, that would be wonderful. He smiled and said, "Yusen, if you want to hang out with Liang Feng, just ask him. He's always free." He added, "Liang Feng, stop running around all day. Spend more time with this good student and get to know her." After saying that, he felt it was too blunt and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He glanced at Yu Siyuan and Lin Yusen's expressions. Lin Yusen playfully stuck out her tongue and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll ask Liang Feng when I have time." Yu Siyuan didn't object either, but suggested, "Sister Bai, since we've run into each other, why don't we have a meal together? First, to thank Liang Feng for his help last time, and second, the kids are about to enter their senior year of high school, so we can chat more." Bai Jing felt a bit awkward, as today was a family gathering and it wasn't appropriate to have outsiders present. Although she wanted to spend more time with the young girl Lin Yusen, she glanced at Bai Yuzhang and Zhang Ping. Bai Yuzhang and Zhang Ping didn't seem to mind. Bai Ying, who had been sulking, had already given up. After all, whether it was her speech, manners, or appearance, she had been completely outshone by Lin Yusen. Upon hearing that it was time to eat, she hurriedly said, "Auntie, this is a family gathering." The atmosphere grew awkward. Lin Yusen followed up, "Mom, they're having a family gathering. Let's not meddle. If we want to invite Liang Feng to dinner, we can find another opportunity next time." Yu Siyuan, upon hearing this, hurriedly agreed with a smile, Right, let us make plans for next time." Seeing that the conversation was getting awkward, she turned to the others and said, "Well, Bai Jia, you all go ahead and explore. We'll leave first." Okay. We'll talk next time we meet." Bai Jing politely took his leave and gave Liang Feng a meaningful glance. Liang Feng hurriedly called out, "Yusen, Aunt Yu, goodbye." All right. Yu Siyuan was so happy she couldn't stop laughing. Even after they stepped outside, she couldn't stop laughing. "Mom, what are you laughing at?" "Yeah, sister, what are you laughing at?" Yu Siying and Lin Yusen looked puzzled. "Nothing, just thinking about something happy." Yu Siying giggled non-stop. Today, she had splurged, buying herself, her sister, and her daughter each a silk cheongsam from Hangzhou. Each one cost over 300. Together, they came to nearly 1,000. She even put one on right away. At that moment, swaying her graceful figure and showing off her fiery figure, she said, "Let's go to the cosmetics store and take a look around." "Sure, let's go." Yu Siying and Lin Yusen nodded and followed. Lin Yusen was equally delighted, as her crush had seen her looking so beautiful, and she couldn't help but admire herself in her cheongsam. Zhang Ping watched as Yu Siying, and Lin Yusen walked away, and suddenly said with a touch of jealousy, "Yu Zhang, you're speechless, aren't you? You've been staring at them the whole time." Bai Yu Zhang's cheeks flushed, and he shot her a sideways glance, saying, "What's there to look at? Don't say such nonsense." Zhang Ping rolled her eyes and said, "We're all mothers of high school seniors. How can there be such a big difference? Oh, they live in luxury every day. It's not like us, who have to cook, go to work, and take care of the kids." Bai Jing sighed in agreement. In front of Yu Siyuan, she felt a bit less confident. "Mom, and Bai, you're both pretty too." Liang Feng laughed it off. "Nonsense." Bai Jing and Zhang Ping knew better and said, "Alright, let's go upstairs first." I want to buy a pair of women's shoes. All right. The group headed upstairs in a large crowd to look for women's shoes. Bai Ying didn't say much either. Having lost confidence after being compared to Ling Yusen, she kept her head down and followed silently. When she noticed Liang Feng still occasionally glancing at her and smirking, she said, Liang Feng, you're smiling at me. I'll scratch you. I'm not laughing at you. Should I cry at you instead? You're really funny. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and giggled again. Furious, Bai Ying clenched her teeth in frustration, vowing to find an opportunity to crush Liang Feng's arrogance once and for all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be doing justice to her alma mater, Harbor High School. Liang Feng and his group arrived at the second-floor women's shoe store in high spirits. However, Liang Feng's phone in his pants pocket suddenly buzzed. Buzz. He guessed it was Yu Yuan calling, so he said, Aunt, Mom, you two go ahead. I have a stomachache. I'll go to the restroom. Alright, go ahead. Bai Jing and Jiang Ping had both found shoes they liked. Liang Feng ran out. He looked at his phone. Sure enough, it was Yu Yuan calling. He answered the call and teased her with a smile, Naughty auntie, what's up? Did you ditch them and want to meet your little bad boy husband alone? Yu Yuan giggled on the other end of the line, you can't hide anything from me. I'm at the corner on the third floor. Hurry over. I miss you. Chapter 80, The Hard-Working and Money-Making Lu Bingyan. A few days had passed. Yu Yuan had been longing for Liang Feng. She took out her makeup mirror, stood at the agreed spot, and kept touching up her makeup, hoping to look her best when she met her naughty little husband. When she saw Liang Feng rushing over, she smiled and waved her hands, cooing, Husband, you sure can move fast. If my wife is calling me, how could I not hurry? Liang Feng walked over, seeing such a voluptuous beauty, his heart racing. Seeing no one around, he immediately wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace, giving her a passionate kiss. No one's behind us. Yu Yuan blushed and squirmed slightly. She pulled Liang Feng into the staff entrance nearby. They held each other tightly, kissing passionately. My little darling, I've missed you so much. Liang Feng felt her passion and smiled, saying, You look so beautiful today. Her high-slit cheongsam revealed her thighs. Liang Feng couldn't take his eyes off her. Yu Yuan smiled and said, I was planning to go shopping and meet you in the afternoon, but I didn't expect to run into you here. You're not allowed to leave this afternoon. She leaned close to Liang Feng's ear and whispered, I bought a lot of stockings. You can tear them all off. Liang Feng looked at her seductive appearance and couldn't refuse. He pinched her nose and said, I'll take care of you properly this afternoon. I'll wait for you, my naughty little husband. Yu Yuan pouted, hugged Liang Feng, and kissed him again. Liang Feng passionately responded for a few minutes before gently slapping her butt and looking around. Let's leave it at that. My mom is over there. I have to go. Come on, don't go. My sister and Yusen are at the cosmetics store getting their makeup done. It'll take a while. Give me one more kiss. Yu Yuan clung to Liang Feng, refusing to let go, and kissed him deeply again. Liang Feng pinched her buttocks hard before reluctantly pulling away. Wait until this afternoon. I'll show you. I just want you to deal with me. Yu Yuan batted her eyelashes seductively and finally followed Liang Feng out. Bad auntie. Liang Feng's affection for Yu Yuan remained unwavering. She was dressed exceptionally beautifully today and wanted to go out immediately, but she couldn't delay her mother's affairs, so she waved goodbye and left. See you this afternoon. Husband, come on. Yu Yuan gave a flying kiss before swaying her graceful figure and leaving. Result. Liang Feng hadn't walked far. At a staircase, he saw Lu Bingyan rushing up the stairs. That's right. In 2002, in a small city like Tangcheng, even the tall buildings didn't have elevators. All stairs. She waved her hands and panted slightly as she urgently called out, Liang Feng, wait for me. Liang Feng stopped in his tracks. Seeing the graceful beauty before him, who had been dancing, smiling, and walking toward him, Liang Feng politely replied, Aunt Lu, I saw you earlier. You looked so beautiful while dancing. Lu Bingyan was still dressed in her eye-catching outfit. Her blue and white fitness pants hugged her curves tightly, her long hair was neatly tied up, her long legs, flat stomach, and high hips were on full display, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Lu Bingyan walked up to Liang Feng with a smile on her lips and said, I saw you earlier too. I waved at you. Yeah, I saw you. Liang Feng nodded. Regarding this stunning beauty, he had initially despised her, believing her to be an incorrigible gambler. But now, he no longer harbored such thoughts. Watching her work hard to pay off her debts, he felt a sense of relief. Lu Bingyan extended her slender fingers, tucked her hair behind her ear, and said, I've always wanted to find an opportunity to properly thank you, but I never found the right moment. Today, since we happened to meet, I thought I must thank you no matter what. That day, thanks to your help, if it weren't for you, my daughter and I wouldn't have known what to do. Liang Feng waved his hand. Auntie, don't think like that. I'm a classmate of Dao Du's, helping each other is only natural. You're too polite. Though he said that, his gaze couldn't help but be drawn to the stunningly beautiful woman before him. He couldn't help but admit, Lu Bingyan, though already in her 30s with an 18-year-old daughter. She looked as though she were in her early 30s, with a slender waist, a flat stomach, and long, shapely legs. Combined with the graceful and elegant movements she had displayed while dancing earlier, she was truly a sight to behold. To call her a once-in-a-lifetime beauty would not be an exaggeration. Ms. Lu, later I heard others talk about your situation, and I realized you were also deceived. That's why I was rude to you that day. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Bingyan waved her hands dismissively. It's okay. Gambling is something you can't blame entirely on others. In the end, it's your own fault for lacking self-control and not being able to resist temptation. She smiled broadly, standing before the handsome young man who towered over her, feeling a bit embarrassed as she lowered her head and said, later, I realized my friend was deceiving me, always telling me to double my bet, and in the end, I lost everything. Ah, well, at least I met you, giving me another chance. Otherwise, I would have been ruined. It doesn't matter if I'm ruined, but dragging Dodo into this I'd rather die 1,000 deaths. She blinked her big eyes, speaking sincerely. Such sincerity. Liang Feng nodded with a sense of relief and asked, so, how much have you managed to raise so far? Not much yet. She pointed to the stage at the staircase and said, I've been working hard every day to raise money. Today, there's an event at the department store with a lottery, and they wanted to find some girls from our dance troupe to perform. I volunteered for the job. The boss knows I had some fame in Tangqing before, so he gave me 1,000 yuan, which is why I'm here. She explained this to let Liang Feng know she was actively raising money and hadn't let him down. Liang Feng understood and nodded, saying, that is good. After thinking for a moment, he added, if the 2-month deadline comes and you still don't have enough, I'll ask Shinsan to give you more time. Don't be too hard on yourself. Just make sure to pay back the principal. Oh, no need. Lu Bingyan hurriedly waved her hands and said, this is already enough trouble for you. It's really kind of you. To be honest, I told my parents about this. Although they were very angry, they still helped me and their old friend borrow some money. We've already raised over 100,000 yuan. I'll think of another way. We should be able to get through this. That's good. Liang Feng watched Lu Bingyan actively raising money to repay her debts and felt even more certain that helping her that day had been the right decision. Setting aside the future fate of Lu Duo, just considering the beauty before him, if he hadn't helped her, her life would likely be difficult in the future. Shinsan, though polite to him, was after all a ruthless figure in the underworld and wouldn't let Lu Bingyan off easily. She might never be able to turn her life around. Seeing that the person he had saved was now heading in the right direction, Liang Feng felt deeply satisfied and said firmly, do your best and don't worry about what others think. I support you. Thank you. Lu Bingyan gave a faint smile and added, did you come here with your parents? Then I won't bother you anymore. Alright, Ms. Lu, goodbye. The two parted ways. After parting, Liang Feng couldn't help but turn back to look at Lu Bingyan. Seeing her current state, he felt very happy. All his efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 81, You Should Call Me Brother-in-Law. Liang Feng returned to the shoe store. His mother Bai Jing and his aunt Jiangping had already bought the shoes, their faces beaming with joy. Bai Jing looked down at the shoes and said, these are too expensive. I don't want them. Why don't I just make them myself? Bai Yuzhang waved his hand and said, little sister, just wear them. We don't buy you a gift all year round. This doesn't cost much. It's no big deal. Jiangping chimed in, that's right. It's only once a year. It's only right for the older brother to buy his younger sister a pair of shoes. She then smiled and added, my brother-in-law is about to be promoted. When that happens, we'll need your family to take care of us even more. Just wear them. Bai Jing was overjoyed upon hearing this. It wasn't for anything else, he just felt like his family had finally turned their fortunes around. Alright, I'll wear it then. Alright. Bai Yuzhang took the receipt and paid. The two of them looked at their new shoes with a satisfied smile. Liang Feng happened to walk over. Jiangping asked, 2 pairs? Do you think your mom looks nice in them? They're beautiful, very nice. Liang Feng answered with a smile. Bai Jing was frugal in her daily life, often coming home in her work clothes, and had only a few new outfits all year round. Watching his mother put on the new shoes, Liang Feng was truly delighted from the bottom of his heart. I think they're pretty too. Bai Yuzhang said with a smile. Only Bai Ying remained disdainful, seeming to look down on these social niceties. If she hadn't been scolded earlier, she would have wanted to retort. She was in the midst of her rebellious phase. If others praised something, she wanted to criticize it, just to show off her unique perspective. Bai Yuzhang was deeply frustrated but couldn't say anything, so he asked, where's my brother-in-law? Is he coming today? There's a restaurant nearby that's supposed to be pretty good. In 2002, it wasn't yet common for shopping malls to have dining areas. The kind of shopping malls that combined shopping, entertainment, and dining hadn't become popular yet. If you wanted to eat, you had to go outside. Bai Jing looked at his watch and said, I'm not sure either. Why don't we just walk around for a bit and see if we're hungry by noon? Alright, let's do that. The family continued shopping. Bai Jing had promised to buy Liang Feng a new outfit, so they stopped by the Nike and Adidas stores. As soon as they walked in, it didn't matter. The prices were astronomical. Choosing just one outfit would cost Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong a month's salary. Bai Ying found another chance to show off, smiling and saying, "In our port city, Adidas and Nike are standard. If you wear Li Ning, you'd be too embarrassed to greet anyone." She flaunted her Adidas outfit. Seeing how outstanding his son was, Bai Jing couldn't let him be outdone. He gritted his teeth and said, "Son, you choose. This time, you're bringing honor to the family. No matter how expensive it is, Mom will buy it for you." "All right." Liang Feng smiled and didn't care about this. But he knew that being indecisive wouldn't help, so he chose a full outfit: shoes, pants, and a shirt, all Nike. The total value exceeded 1,200 yuan. Bai Jing winced at the cost but still took the receipt and said, "Son, I'll pay for it. Wait here." As it turned out, Yu Siyuan, Yu Siying, and Lin Yusin happened to stroll by and saw the scene. They hurriedly said, "Oh, what a coincidence. Bai Jia, you're here too." "Oh, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy clothes too?" Bai Jing couldn't help but smile broadly upon seeing Lin Yusin. Lin Yusin hurriedly said, "Auntie, hello. You're so well behaved." Bai Jing chuckled, as if he were looking at his future daughter-in-law. Yu Xian followed, "Well, school is starting soon, so I thought I'd get Yusin a pair of sneakers." She added, "This is for Liang Feng, right?" She snatched the receipt and said, "Since I can't treat you to a meal, I'll just buy the kids some clothes." That's not right, that's not right." Bai Jing hurriedly waved his hands. This was a receipt for 1,200 yuan, way too expensive. "No, we can't do that." Yu Siyuan clutched it tightly and said, "Oh, I never thanked Liang Feng for last time. Buying some clothes isn't a big deal." She glanced at Liang Feng and smiled. "Liang Feng, you look so handsome in that outfit." She smiled shyly. She had received a text message and rushed over. She knew clearly that Liang Feng hadn't mentioned his wealth to his parents, and buying clothes would make his mother worry, so he had sent her instead. Fortunately, she had arrived just in time. Liang Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Yu. You're so polite." Yu Siyuan smiled and waved, saying, "Yusin, go pick out a pair of shoes too." "Okay." Lin Yusin was a bit taken aback. "We were supposed to buy cosmetics, but suddenly she mentioned buying me sneakers." And now she had run into Liang Feng again. But she never would have thought that Liang Feng was behind all this. Her mother and Liang Feng were having an affair, so she smiled and walked over, selecting a pair and saying, "Liang Feng, help me pick some out." Liang Feng helped her choose. He stood there. Bai Yuzhang and Zhang Ping watched and couldn't help but laugh. They're truly meant for each other. "Yes." Bai Jing chimed in. Lin Yusin blushed instantly, glanced at Liang Feng, who was carefully selecting shoes, and pinched him secretly, saying, "They're so annoying." "Yeah, they are pretty annoying." Liang Feng nodded in agreement, picked up a pair of sneakers, and said, "Try these. They should fit you well." "All right." Lin Yusin obediently tried on the shoes. Yu Xian watched, feeling jealous and pouting. Bai Jing was naturally delighted that was 1,200 yuan and hurriedly thanked her. "Rain-sun's mom, thank you so much. You've gone out of your way for us." "No, I should be thanking you, Liang Feng. You're truly outstanding." Yu Siyuan smiled and said, still holding Bai Jing's hand tightly, looking very close. "Oh, right. Bai Jing was overwhelmed with joy, wondering if Yu Siyuan, as the future mother-in-law, had also taken a liking to Liang Feng. That would make things easier. Both children were 18 years old and about to take the college entrance exams. Although it might delay their studies, if they were engaged early, it would be a good thing. Moreover, Yu Xian was such a well-behaved, obedient, and beautiful child. Bai Jing never would have thought that Yu Siyuan was actually his own daughter-in-law. Bai Ying sat quietly in the corner, saying nothing. Because she had been compared unfavorably again. She felt that in front of Lin Yusin, she was just talking nonsense, showing off, and making a fool of herself. So she puckered her lips, huffed angrily, and said nothing, hoping they would leave soon. Soon, Lin Yusin had chosen her shoes. Yu Xian paid the bill together with her, exchanged a few polite words, and then parted ways. Yu Siying watched coldly, looking puzzled. She leaned close to Yu Siyuan and asked, "Sis, did you set your sights on that guy? Do you want him to be your son-in-law? Why are you being so attentive? That's 1,200 yuan. We didn't spend that much on clothes for the three of us." Yu Xian snorted derisively, thinking to herself, "What son-in-law? He's just my 18-year-old guy. You should call him brother-in-law." Chapter 82, A Good Son in the Family. Rain Xian's mom isn't just pretty, she's also so generous. Bai Jing was overjoyed. Not only did he save 1,200 yuan, but it seemed like he had a potential daughter-in-law. He pulled Liang Feng aside and asked, "She said she twisted her ankle and you went to help her. What happened? Why was she so polite?" He chuckled again. "You've really become Lei Feng, doing good deeds everywhere." Liang Feng had the new clothes repackaged by the staff, put on his original jeans, canvas shoes, and white t-shirt, and said, "If I weren't locked up with you guys every day, I'd really become Lei Feng." Wherever you go, people rush up to greet you and praise your son. Nonsense. Bai Jing laughed, but he couldn't help feeling happy. He felt his son was even more outstanding than he had imagined. He must tell Liang Qinggong about it when he saw him later. Bai Yuzhang and Jiang Ping were equally surprised. Liang Feng, what does your female classmate's family do? They're so wealthy. Yeah, that's 1,200 yuan. They said they'd pay it for you, and they did. In 2002, in Tangchang, there weren't many people who could earn 1,200 yuan a month. As a detective, Bai Yuzhang only made around 1,400 to 1,500 yuan a month. Jiang Ping worked at a bank and didn't make much better, around 600 to 700 yuan. This was already considered a decent household income. To spend 1,200 yuan so casually was truly astonishing. Liang Feng thought for a moment and said, I think it's a cyber cafe, but I'm not sure. Running an internet cafe? That's a money-making business. Right, future internet cafes will definitely be booming. Bai Yuzhang and Jiang Ping sighed in admiration. The group continued strolling around. Liang Feng walked behind, carrying his clothes. Bai Ying suddenly came over, looked him up and down, and said, You little guy, you're pretty popular with the girls, huh? That Lin Yusen, is she your girlfriend? Does her mom know about it? She raised her eyebrows. She felt like she had figured everything out. Only Bai Jing was in the dark. Liang Feng snorted coldly, Her mom is my girlfriend, is that good enough for you? You're really daring to make things up. Bai Ying rolled her eyes. Liang Feng ignored her and sighed inwardly, Honestly, you wouldn't believe me anyway, so why bother saying anything? By noon, Liang Feng and the others went to a restaurant. Liang Qinggong finally arrived, and upon seeing them, he smiled broadly and said, Oh, this time, I really benefited from my son. Son, you're really something. Everyone was curious and asked, What happened? Why are you smiling so much? Yes. Bai Yuzhan, though a detective, was just an ordinary one. Seeing his brother-in-law like this, he must be getting promoted. In his eyes, it was nothing special, but he couldn't help but look forward to it. Liang Qinggong sat down and explained with a smile, Our workshop deputy director was supposed to retire officially next year, and his position would have to wait until the end of this year or next year for a new selection. But just now, the factory director told me to take his position, and the announcement will be made on Monday. He also said that in a few years, I could become the workshop director. Really? Bai Jing was taken aback, not expecting such a substantial position right off the bat. Deputy workshop director. She knew exactly what that meant. Jiang Ping and Bai Yuzhang weren't familiar with the inner workings of the steel plant and were a bit confused. Bai Jing smiled and said, Our workshop director earns over 2,000 a month, manages over 100 workers, and most importantly, there's a year-end bonus. With that, making 5,000 a year isn't a problem. Oh my, that's truly wonderful news. Jiang Ping, upon hearing that one could earn 50,000 yuan in a year, perked up immediately. At lunchtime, you must accompany your brother-in-law for a drink. It's a joyous occasion. Yes, it is a joyous occasion. Bai Yuzhan, as a detective, didn't drink much. Fortunately, he had taken the day off today and was rare to have such free time, so he ordered a few bottles of beer. They started toasting each other and then glanced at Liang Feng and said, You're really bringing good luck to your family. In the future, you're definitely going to be successful. Right. Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong laughed happily. They had worked hard all their lives, but it couldn't compare to what their son had achieved in one go. Their eyes were filled with adoration. If there hadn't been outsiders present, they would have wanted to rush over and kiss him. At that moment, Jiang Ping smiled and said, Nowadays, as long as you have power, things are different. At our workplace, there was a colleague who started at the same time as me. Now he is the section chief of the loan department, and everyone calls him 4 Basics. Everyone looked puzzled. What, the 4 Basics? Jiang Ping explained with a smile, basic rides to and from work, basic cigarettes and alcohol provided, basic salary, and basic wife. The first few sentences were more or less understood, but when they heard the last one, everyone burst into laughter. Haha. Everyone laughed. Liang Feng remained silent. In this era, that's just how it is. Only Bai Ying looked unconvinced and retorted, These are all bad habits. You're just laughing about it? You should report them. Bai Yutong smiled and tried to smooth things over. Daughter, you're right, but this is the current state of society. If you want to make it in this country, you have to adapt. If you're capable, go ahead and get into a foreign university for your father. I'll sell everything I own to send you. My goal is to study abroad. I don't even look at any universities in China. Bai Ying looked smug, as if Tsinghua and Peking universities were competing to admit her. Liang Feng listened with a headache, unsure whether his cousin was genuinely naive or just looking for an excuse to draw attention to herself. If she was truly naive, that would be fine. Young people should have the courage to challenge outdated customs. But Liang Feng knew better. She was just trying to draw attention to herself, probably because she felt inferior. If she had connections, she'd be even more arrogant than others. He shook his head and smiled. Was his cousin's fate destined to repeat itself? He'd better find a way to stop her. Otherwise, his uncle's entire family might end up suffering as well. But now wasn't the time. There was still a year left. He buried himself in his meal. After all, he had a date with Yuan waiting for him. After eating his fill, he smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, I have a date with a classmate. I'll be going now." "All right." Liang Qinggong and Bai Yuzhang were enjoying their drinks, clinking glasses. Originally, they felt that since their son was so old, it was a bit rude to leave the table before the adults had finished eating. But since Liang Feng behaved well, they agreed. "Do you need some money? You're going out with your classmates, don't be too stingy." Bai Jing reached for his wallet. Liang Qinggong had just been promoted to deputy workshop director, so his family would have more money in the future, and he was naturally generous. He pulled out 100 yuan and handed it to Liang Feng, saying, "Take it. You're an adult now, you should have some money in your pocket." "All right, thanks." Liang Feng took it, then smiled and said, "Goodbye, uncle, auntie, Bai Ying, sorry, I have to go now." "Take your time eating." "All right, take care." Bai Yuzhang and Jiang Ping smiled and nodded. Bai Ying, with her mouth full of oil, waved her hand. Liang Feng left the dining table and quickly walked out of the department store. The family gathering came to an end. Overall, the atmosphere was still quite pleasant. Liang Feng was only worried about his older cousin. She hasn't changed at all. Even in old age, she's still the same. He shook his head and smiled wryly as he walked away. After he left, at the dinner table, everyone continued to praise Liang Feng's excellence. "What a fine son we have." Chapter 83, Chance Encounter with Lu Duo. Near the department store, there stood the only 4-star hotel in Tangcheng, the Bohai Grand Hotel. For ordinary people, this was the most upscale place in Tangcheng. Hosting a wedding banquet here is already a great honor for an ordinary family. On ordinary days, if someone were invited here for a meal, they would naturally feel it was quite upscale. In later times, one would have to post dozens of photos on social media to boast about it. The massive fountain at the entrance roars, whoosh, whoosh. The vehicles coming and going are all driven by the wealthy. Liang Feng, dressed in jeans, a white t-shirt, and black canvas shoes, walked through the fountain and prepared to enter the hotel through the revolving door. The doorman glanced at him with a hint of surprise, wondering what this young man was doing here. But he politely let him in and asked, "Sir, may I assist you with anything? I'm waiting for someone. Can you find me a place to sit for a while?" Liang Feng remained composed. "Certainly, please follow me." Though the receptionist was somewhat judgmental based on appearance, he still politely escorted Liang Feng through the revolving door and seated him in the waiting area. Shortly after, a tall female server dressed in red and white approached and asked, "Sir, would you like something to drink?" Liang Feng had just finished eating and drinking, and his mouth was indeed a bit dry, so he said, "Bring me a pot of biluakan tea." "Certainly." The tall female server went to make the arrangement. Soon, a pot of biluakan tea was brought over, and she said, "Sir, please enjoy." Liang Feng poured himself a cup and began to drink. In the eyes of those present, this was already a very upscale place. But in Liang Feng's eyes, it was somewhat outdated. He remained composed, crossed his legs, sipped his tea, pulled out his phone, and sent a text message, "My naughty auntie-wife, your little rascal husband is waiting for you at the rest area of the Bohai Grand Hotel. Hurry over. Soon." Yu Xian replied with 2 words, "Coming right away." Liang Feng smiled, put down his phone, sipped his tea, and surveyed this high-end establishment that was considered a luxury spot in Tangcheng. It was mealtime, and the hotel was bustling with people coming and going. Behind the hotel were a tennis court, a swimming pool, and a simple golf course. Several caddies were coming and going, carrying golf clubs. Some female caddies, dressed in white skirts and white blouses, were helping to guide guests. Each of them was tall and slender, with graceful figures, attracting the attention of many people. Among them, one girl stood out the most. She was about 5 feet 7 inches, with long legs, a slim waist, and a graceful figure. She was wearing a white baseball cap and helping to carry golf equipment. She was working very hard. Lu Duo. Liang Feng recognized her immediately. It was indeed Lu Duo. A few days before he was confined to his quarters, Lu Duo had called him several times to check on him, but they had since lost touch. Liang Feng had assumed it was because of his cold words, making the young beauty upset. It turned out she had come here to work part-time to earn money. He couldn't help but think of Lu Bingyan. He felt quite relieved. This little butterfly of his, fluttering her wings, had completely changed the fate of this female squad. How wonderful. Duo. Liang Feng called out softly. Not for anyone else. Just to let her know that he saw her trying. Ha! Lu Duo looked in the direction of the voice, her face lighting up instantly. She exchanged a few words with her companions before running over, smiling broadly and saying, "Oh, Liang Feng, what are you doing here?" "Just talking about some business." Liang Feng stood up and said, "I'm working part-time here." "You're so diligent. What's so outstanding about that?" "I just want to earn some extra money to help my mom." Lu Duo didn't hold back in front of Liang Feng. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Her bangs were slightly damp. But she looked even more beautiful like this. Liang Feng was very pleased and nodded, saying, Doubtu, you're a beauty. That's the right attitude. Look forward to the future, everything will get better. Lu Duo nodded firmly. She was also very happy to have met Liang Feng, as it made her see that her efforts hadn't been in vain and that his help hadn't been wasted. But work was simply too busy. It was work time again. She had only been there for a short while and dared not linger. She playfully stuck out her tongue and said, Capitalists are really mean. If the team leader finds out I'm wandering around, they'll dock my pay. I better head back. We'll chat another time. Alright, go ahead. Liang Feng waved goodbye. Lu Duo smiled and waved as she ran back to continue her work. Watching her now, Liang Feng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This little butterfly of mine isn't just taking kickbacks, she's done quite a lot of good deeds too. He even felt a sense of satisfaction, sipping his tea, and it tasted even better. Watching Lu Duo work so hard, he suddenly noticed how cute her little butt was. But he couldn't help but sigh, realizing how wicked he was. He quickly averted his gaze and stopped looking around. After Lu Duo finished her work, she went to the golf course in the back. Yu Xian swayed her hips, looking charming and beautiful just as she walked in. Upon seeing Liang Feng, she waved her hand and walked quickly toward him. After sitting down, seeing a teacup, she picked it up and took a sip, saying, You've prepared everything for me. How thoughtful. Liang Feng was in a good mood, but he muttered under his breath, I've been waiting for you for ages. Those around them cast curious glances their way. They must be curious. How could there be one after another? And they were all so beautiful. One was an innocent young girl, the other a mature woman. Liang Feng felt a bit awkward. Yu Siyuan thought it was the age difference between the two that was drawing attention, so she smiled and said, Go wait for me at the elevator. I'll go check in first, and we can talk in the room. She pulled out her ID card, leaned close to Liang Feng's ear, and whispered, I brought several pairs of stockings. I'll show them to you later. Liang Feng chuckled and said, Alright, I'll wait for you, my naughty auntie-wife. He walked over to the elevator entrance and waited. Over there. Yu Siyuan skillfully checked into the room, then swayed her hips as she walked over, smiling, all set. Treating ourselves to a luxury, it even has a bathtub. Liang Feng followed her upstairs. Yu Siyuan noticed that Liang Feng looked a bit off and asked, What's wrong? Did you get impatient? Oh, don't be upset. My sister, Yusin, and I didn't come out often, so we chatted a bit longer. I didn't want to rush them. After much persuasion, I finally got them to go home first. What's wrong? Are you really upset? She snuggled into Liang Feng's arms, pouting and acting spoiled. I'm really afraid he's angry. Liang Feng chuckled mischievously, It's not because of that. I just saw that bald guy staring at you with a lecherous look, and it annoyed me a bit. Yu Siyuan smiled, knowing Liang Feng was teasing her. She giggled and leaned close to his ear, saying, He can only look, but you can touch and play with me. After saying that, she hugged Liang Feng and kissed him, whining, I really missed you. Liang Feng raised his hand and slapped her, but with a loud smack. I missed you too. Yu Siyuan giggled. This afternoon was bound to be filled with passion. Chapter 84, Accidental Success. During the intermission, Liang Feng lit a cigarette, just about to take a puff. Yu Siyuan reached out her delicate white hand and snatched it away, saying, I've learned to be bad from you, I've started smoking too. Really? Liang Feng relit his cigarette, shook his head, and said, I don't think so. You're just a bad auntie. He then laughed and added, You weren't like this in my eyes before. You were a cold and beautiful young woman. Now I finally realize. What did you finally realize? Yu Siyuan puckered her lips, looking puzzled. Liang Feng laughed, You're much worse than me. He burst into laughter. I'm not. Yu Siyuan hurriedly hit him. Liang Feng laughed, That's a compliment. Men all like that. You're just making excuses. Yu Siyuan said with a smile, Sometimes, I feel shy too. I always think I'm so much older than you, yet I still act so spoiled around you. It's so shameless. But you always spoil me and always give in to me, so I just think it's natural. She looked up at Liang Feng with her big eyes and asked, You don't think this is bad, do you? Smack. Liang Feng tapped her round, leather drum and said, Unable to put it down, My own wife, I can't even spoil you enough. How could I think it's bad? Besides, I actually enjoy it when you act spoiled with me. That's good. Yu Siyuan was delighted. There was nothing to be done, the age difference was too great. She felt a heavy burden in her heart. But she was that kind of woman, she loved to act spoiled with the man she loved. Seeing Liang Feng happy made her even happier. As she gazed at Liang Feng's handsome features, she couldn't help but bring up the past again, murmuring, If only I were 10 years younger, I would definitely marry you. Hugging Liang Feng, she held him so tightly. Liang Feng chuckled, Didn't I tell you? I prefer mature women. If you weren't, I wouldn't like you at all. You're so annoying. Yu Xian laughed happily but then said seriously, I've thought about it. I'll take good care of myself, exercise every day, and I can still accompany you for another 3 or 5 years. By then, you'll be ready to marry and have children, and I'll fade out of your life. That way, you won't have to see me when I'm old and wrinkled. What are you talking about? Life is all about enjoying the present. Why think so much? Liang Feng shot her a sideways glance. Yu Siyuan nodded. Right, enjoy the present. You're mine now. She giggled, jumped up, and climbed back on, and the game began again. Buzz. Buzz. Liang Feng's phone suddenly rang. He looked at it was an unknown number. Only a few people knew his phone number. He made a shoe gesture toward the screen, answered the call, and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, your mountain brother." Wang Shan's chuckling laughter came through. Last time, Liang Feng mentioned that a relative had given him a phone to use over the summer. Wang Shan had asked for the number. Liang Feng didn't expect him to call suddenly and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. If not, hang up. I'm busy right now." "What could you possibly want?" Wang Shan chuckled, "I heard everything. Zhang Hongyao and her father went to your house last night and your father got promoted." He, are you celebrating outside?" Yu Siyuan bit her lip. Liang Feng sensed something and said, "Just say it. Phone calls are free." "It does." Wang Shan finally got to the point and said, "Chen Feng is inviting us out for barbecue tonight. He wants you to come too." He added, "This guy also invited a few of his classmates from the harbor. He mainly wants to show off in front of us. If you're not there, he might actually pull it off. You have to come. We need to knock him down a peg." He added, "Anyway, it's his treat. We won't be losing out by eating for free." Liang Feng wasn't interested. He thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "I have something to do. Let's just skip it." "Don't be like that. Chen Feng specifically invited you. Plus, you've been cooped up for so many days. Having a few beers and some barbecue wouldn't be bad. Come on, just come." Wang Shan kept persuading him. Liang Feng thought for a moment, then covered his phone and looked up, asking, "Do you have time for dinner tonight?" His meaning was clear. If Yu Xian was free, they could have dinner together. It was rare for her to come out, so he wanted to spend more time with her. If she wasn't free, he would go find Wang Shan. As good friends, he had already asked her twice, it wouldn't be right to decline. Yu Siyuan stopped what she was doing and whispered, "My dad and mom are calling for Yusin tonight. I have to go." "Alright, okay." Liang Feng finally said to Wang Shan, "Alright, I'm free tonight. Let's have a drink together." That's great. Once we've decided on a place, I'll let you know." Wang Shan hung up the phone happily. Liang Feng felt a bit guilty for prioritizing his girlfriend over his friend. But seeing how hard Yu Siyuan was trying, he thought maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. There was nothing he could do. A seductive young woman. The place where Wang Shan and the others had agreed to meet. Liang Feng never expected it to be Liang Feng's kitchen. Wang Shan laughed over the phone. "You know that empty lot in the high-tech development zone? It's been rented out and turned into a barbecue street. It's super popular, packed with people. We've already booked a spot there. We're almost there, hurry up and come over." Liang Feng could only reply, "Alright, I'll be right there." He hung up the phone. He couldn't help but sigh. His Liang Feng's kitchen was really gaining traction. He knew that Tangcheng was a small city where even the slightest stir could spread like wildfire, and people in small cities love to gather for a spectacle. So when a place becomes popular, everyone wants to go. He called home to take the day off, then hailed a taxi and headed toward Liang Feng's kitchen. As soon as he got into the taxi, the driver smiled and said, "That place is called Liang Feng Kitchen. I know it. I heard the breeze there is especially cool, so they named it that. It's been really popular lately." He added, "I just dropped off a group of passengers there earlier." Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. His own name, Liang Feng, had become Liang Feng upon on the similar sounding words for cool breeze. He smiled and said, Right, that area does have a nice breeze. The driver drove while laughing. "After dropping you off, I stayed there waiting. There were so many customers, so I was happy to make the trip." Liang Feng responded vaguely. The Bohai Grand Hotel was in the city center. Liang Feng's kitchen was in the suburbs. It was evening again, and the roads were a bit congested, taking a full half hour to arrive. As soon as he got out of the car, wow, the area was brightly lit, with spotlights illuminating everything as bright as day. The originally wide road was lined with all sorts of vehicles on both sides, and one side of the 8-lane road was completely blocked. There were also many tables and chairs set up along the roadside, with people everywhere, creating a lively atmosphere. Liang Feng was visiting this place for the first time at night and never expected it to be so lively. The level of bustle far exceeded his imagination, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Accidentally planting willows leads to a grove that is truly remarkable." Liang Feng was filled with pride. Chapter 85, The Arrogance of the Harbor Students. Liang Feng remembered that at noon, there was only one barbecue restaurant. Lao Ma's Barbecue. Now, there were 4 or 5 stalls, offering stir-fried seafood, hot pot dishes, grilled fish, and more. Fruit stalls and fried food stalls were also numerous. It's really bustling here. Merchants have a keen sense for business. Seeing this, Liang Feng finally understood why Zhu Xiaoqing had been so insistent. So it's this lively at night. Where's Chen Qianqian? Has she come yet? Last night, Chen Qianqian had been hiding in Liang Feng's room, and the two of them had been discussing buying land and setting up a shopfront. Early the next morning, Liang Feng, Bai Jing, and Liang Qinggong had all left home. Chen Qianqian finally stepped out of the room and sent a text message saying she was going to run some errands. At that moment, they're probably not there. Probably not. Liang Feng looked around but didn't see anyone. Fortunately, he didn't go looking for her. Just in time. Wang Shan was sitting on a stool in the corner on the right, waiting eagerly. As soon as he saw Liang Feng, he hurriedly stood up and waved, calling out, "Here I am. Here I am. I see you." Liang Feng waved back with a smile and walked over quickly. There were 7 or 8 people there. 2 of them he recognized, Feng Kai and Su Ping, from the same neighborhood. They hadn't gotten into first middle school, so they were a grade below him. But they were still childhood friends who had grown up together. Their relationship was still quite close. "Liang Feng, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for ages." As soon as they saw Liang Feng, they joked with him, "Liang Feng, you've become quite famous lately. I heard you beat up that guy named Hua Lei from your school and saved Zhang Yaoyong's daughter." "Is that true?" "Of course it's true. His dad is riding his coattails and got promoted too. He is now the deputy director of the workshop. I think today shouldn't be Chen Feng's treat, it should be your turn." Chen Feng, who loved to show off, immediately chimed in, "I said I'm treating today, so I'm treating. It's not a big deal. As for you, Liang Feng, your dad got promoted, so you must have more pocket money now. When are you going to treat us to a proper meal?" Liang Feng sat down and said cheerfully, "No problem. Let us find a time, and I'll treat everyone." "That's considerate of you." Wang Shan chuckled and said, "I heard from my mom that your dad is really making it big now. Even the factory director at your dad's factory has to kowtow to your family. It won't be long before he gets promoted again. By saving Zhang Hongyao, you didn't just save one person, you saved your entire family. From now on, your family is going to rise to great heights." Everyone listened, feeling a bit envious. Especially Chen Feng, who snorted, "I didn't go back then. Otherwise, Liang Feng wouldn't have had a chance. I'm a great swimmer, I would have saved Zhang Hongyao first." Wang Shan snorted, "Chen Feng, don't think just because you're treating us, I won't call you out on your bragging." Chen Feng laughed. He was only half joking. He knew that Liang Feng knew how to perform CPR, but he didn't, so he just waved his hand and didn't say anything. Wang Shan rolled his eyes and said, "Saving Zhang Hongyao, you were the hero, but I helped too. Why isn't anyone mentioning that? It was me who grabbed one of his hands and pulled him up." Liang Feng patted her on the shoulder and said, "Next time we see Zhang Yaoyong, I'll definitely mention it." Alright. Wang Shan nodded with a smile and said, "But seriously, I'm happy your family is doing well. It makes me feel proud by association." Liang Feng believed her words. After all, their friendship was well established. In the coming decades, they'd be hanging out together for a long time, until they were in their coffins. "Stop talking nonsense. Come on, let's have a drink first." Chen Feng was treating everyone today, mainly because he had been cooped up at home for a while and wanted to find some people to have some fun with. His family had also given him some money. Coincidentally, he had been hanging out with Wang Shan, Su Ping, and Feng Kai at the internet cafe playing games these past few days. He also invited a few high school classmates. Chen Feng has always looked down on Liang Feng a bit, but since they're childhood friends from the same neighborhood, they see each other every day, so they still have some connection. Mostly, it was just a matter of secretly comparing themselves. At that moment, Chen Feng raised his glass and said, "By the way, let me introduce you all. These are the rising stars of our neighborhood, Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and Lu Yu." These few men sat there, speaking coldly and not saying a word, but their nostrils betrayed a sense of arrogance. It was very much in line with the style of students from the harbor area. They nodded arrogantly. Chen Feng then turned to Wang Shan and said, "Wang Shan, today we're going to take them on. How about it? Your gun skills must be pretty impressive, right?" Wang Shan, feeling a bit inferior, chuckled, "Yes, they are indeed skilled." The one named Li Ming boasted, "Our port already has a CS team. Xiao Jian is the captain of our school's team, and we're all main players. Beating you guys is a piece of cake." Lu Yu boasted even more, "If you lose to us, you won't be ashamed." Yes. Wang Shan wasn't convinced, but after the afternoon match, he was beaten badly and had to smile and say, "Your school even has a CS team?" Li Ming said proudly, "Of course. Our school isn't just a CS team. We have StarCraft and Warcraft teams too, and even dedicated groups for online games." Wang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief and he blurted out, "Don't the teachers say anything?" Chen Feng snorted and said, "The teachers encourage us. In the 21st century, everyone needs computers. The more time we spend with computers now, the brighter our future will be. Your first middle school's educational methods are outdated. Exactly, all the students from your school are bookworms." Wang Shan felt angry inside, wanting to argue, but he couldn't deny that he was a bit envious. There was nothing he could do. The hardships they had endured over the past 2 years had inevitably made them envy Haigang High School. Chen Feng, with a smug expression, looked at Liang Feng and challenged him with a smile. It's too late today. Let's go to the internet cafe tomorrow so you can see how good our school team is. I'm not bragging, but one person from our school team could take on both of you and it wouldn't even be a problem. He glanced at Xiao Jian and added, my brother Jin can take on both you and Wang Shan alone and still only lose half his health. Do you believe that? Xiao Jian looked down on him with disdain, not even bothering to look at Liang Feng, and said, if we're talking about skill, there's no point in comparing. This is like playing chess. If you keep playing with a novice, you'll just get worse. Those words were easy to say but hard to hear. If it were any other day, Wang Shan would have shot back immediately. But they had already faced off earlier that afternoon and were clearly no match for him. Now, they could only grit their teeth, roll their eyes, and remain silent. Liang Feng looked at the students from the port area and suddenly thought of his cousin whom he had just met that morning. He couldn't help but smile and muttered to himself, how did the teachers at this port school brainwash them? How can they all speak with such perfect coordination? He found it amusing and couldn't help but chuckle, finding it quite entertaining. Chapter 86, Challenge at the Harbor. Chen Feng noticed Liang Feng's mocking laugh and grew annoyed. He snorted, Liang Feng, what are you laughing at? Don't you think you can beat them? Let us have a showdown. At that moment, his childhood friend Feng Kai said, Liang Feng, don't be so arrogant. You didn't see it. Their aim is spot on. When we were shooting at the White House, I just charged out, and before I even saw them, I got headshot. Su Peng nodded in agreement, that's right, they're really that accurate. I've never seen anyone that good even in an internet cafe. Chen Feng looked smug, sticking out his neck and boasting, of course. Our school's team has been training together for a long time. Our teamwork and coordination are unmatched in all of Tangshan. Even if your school formed a team, you wouldn't stand a chance against us. Li Ming, who was just as boastful as Chen Feng, added, it's not just CS, StarCraft, Warcraft, anything related to computers, you guys can't touch us. The people at your school are all bookworms. Liang Feng couldn't help but chuckle, almost laughing out loud. He thought of his older cousin Baiying, who always talked about being well-rounded, but wasn't that just an excuse for being addicted to online games? If your family has good conditions, everything is manageable. But for working-class families, wasting such a good opportunity to study and precious time is the real tragedy. Liang Feng looked at these few people. They were clearly children from working-class families. Their families had spent a fortune sending them to Haigang, and Haigang had come up with this scheme. They really knew how to play the game. In their senior year of high school, they're still letting the students gather together every day to play CS. If they want to learn computers, they should learn programming or computer applications. Playing CS is nonsense. Interest classes can wait until college. This is senior year, after all. He shook his head helplessly. Chen Feng, Li Ming, and the others grew more and more exaggerated, boasting and talking non-stop. You guys from first high school, besides studying, what else can you compare to us? Basketball, soccer, which of those can you beat us at? In the future, just being good at studying won't be enough. With a few keystrokes on a computer, you can access any knowledge. You need to understand computers, develop comprehensively, and not just be bookworms. That's right, bookworms will be left behind. These words sounded noble, but they were all nonsense. Children from ordinary families should study hard, get into a good university, and find a good job. That's the most fundamental thing. Wang Shan felt frustrated and muttered under his breath, the college entrance exam is still the most important thing. It's like 1,000 soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. Getting into a good university is better than anything else. Chen Feng scoffed and countered, life is a marathon, not a sprint. What good is getting into a good university? You have to keep pushing forward in this marathon of life. Being able to sustain that momentum is what matters. Saying that a year of hard work can change your life is just nonsense. The people at the port nodded in agreement, right, life is a marathon, not a sprint. The way you think at your school is so outdated. Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, these people all talk the same way. Their minds have been thoroughly brainwashed. The college entrance exam is the best way for ordinary kids to change their lives. A year of hard work in senior high school can outweigh 10, even 20 years of your future life. Sigh. Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. At that moment, Xiao Jian noticed Liang Feng's sarcastic expression, glared at him, and said, friend, you've been smirking all this time. What do you mean? Do you disagree with what we're saying? If you do, just speak up. Besides being good at studying, what else can you compare to us? Wang Shan, seeing them pressuring him, couldn't help but speak up, swimming? Can you beat us? Xiao Jian retorted, our school has diving classes and swimming classes. Do you want to compete? Underwater swimming or regular swimming? We're part of the CS team, we're skilled at CS. Of course, you can pick someone from your school to compete against us. Dare you? Hearing this, Wang Shan fell silent again. Liang Feng laughed, your school isn't supposed to cultivate well-rounded talents? How can you be so one-sided? You can't even swim, yet you only know how to play CS? That's supposed to be 21st century talent? Don't you find that hilarious? If you're studying computers, you should at least know how to program or use computers, right? That's the most basic level of computer talent. Just knowing how to play CS doesn't make you talent, does it? These words left Chen Feng, Xiao Jian, and the others speechless. They hadn't expected Liang Feng to bring up this point. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond. Liang Feng continued, being good at playing games is just being good at playing games. Don't bring up this well-rounded nonsense. Being well-rounded means you have to be good at everything. Exactly. Let's compare individuals. We can swim, play games, and study well. Who's more well-rounded? Wang Shan seized the opportunity, stuck his neck out, and retorted. Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and the others fell silent, thinking of how to respond. Liang Feng continued, even in CS, you might not be able to beat me. Why don't we play a few rounds? Let me show you my skills, and you can see how good your school team is. All right. Those who had just been challenged were at a loss for words. Chen Feng heard this and immediately laughed. Liang Feng, don't say we're picking on you. Why don't you invite a few from first middle school to join you? Let them see the strength of our harbor school. Exactly, let's have a showdown. Talk is cheap. Let's just have a match. Exactly, let's just have a showdown. Chen Feng was even afraid Liang Feng would back out, so he said directly, tomorrow is Sunday. Here's the deal, I'll give you the morning to prepare. We'll meet at the Pioneer Internet Cafe at 2 p.m. Whoever doesn't show up represents their school's surrender. The loser gets what's coming to them. All right. Liang Feng agreed readily, thinking to himself, tomorrow I have nothing to do anyway. This is the perfect opportunity to teach those arrogant kids from the harbor a lesson. Poof. All right. The few from the harbor area laughed smugly. Each of them gritted their teeth, looking confident of victory. Wang Shan couldn't help but lean in close and whisper, they really fight well. Our school probably doesn't have anyone who can beat them. Liang Feng shrugged indifferently and waved his hand, saying, my skills have improved a lot lately. You'll see when you meet them. Wang Shan suddenly remembered that Liang Feng had mentioned meeting Chen Shanxian through playing CS, and suddenly gained confidence. He stuck out his neck and said, right, let's compare. What's there to be afraid of? Can you really scare us? It's just CS. Our first middle school can win too. Everyone can brag. You're just a defeated opponent. Don't try to act tough. Chen Feng and Li Ming snorted derisively. I'm just an amateur. Losing to your school team doesn't shame me. Beating our school's elite would be impressive. Wang Shan didn't back down. Alright, see you tomorrow. Your school's elite aren't much to write home about either. Chen Feng and Xiao Jian gritted their teeth as they spoke. Both sides were pretty fired up. Each of them was itching to settle this right then and there, to see who would come out on top and boast about it. Fortunately, at that moment, the grilled meats and stir-fried seafood they had ordered were served one after another. They were all young men in their late teens, craving meat, and they quickly devoured the food, opening beers and drinking together, looking at each other. It seemed as though they were also competing to see who could drink more. Come on, down one. Right, let us finish a bottle. Liang Feng and Wang Shan from first middle school were on one side, while Chen Feng, Li Ming, Xiao Jian, and Lu Yu were on the other. The four of them were clearly not on the same level. Just then, in the distance, two tall, slender, and graceful figures appeared: Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, entering everyone's field of vision. Chapter 87, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were both over 1.7 meters tall. They wore denim-clad hot pants, revealing their snow-white, slender legs, and wore strappy sandals with small heels. They had one-shoulder tank tops, and their long ponytails were neatly tied back, making them stand out. Their snow-white legs, like those of models, moved gracefully, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Liang Feng and Wang Shan were facing away and didn't notice. Chen Feng was the first to notice, immediately putting down his beer bottle and pointing, wow, two super hot girls are here. Come and look. Where? Where? The other guys quickly looked over. Feng Kai and Shuepeng got a good look and exclaimed in awe, my goodness, those legs are so long and white. Yeah, they're so beautiful. Especially the one in the red top, she's as beautiful as a movie star. Yeah, she's really beautiful. Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and others couldn't help but nod in agreement. Wang Shan recognized them immediately and smirked, look at you all, you've never seen anything like this before. That's our school's Gu Yuan, known as the Gu Beauty, and that one is Jean Nana from their class, another long-legged beauty. You know them? Why don't you go call them over? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Last time he saw Lin Yusen, he was already amazed. Now seeing Gu Yuan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency, thinking to himself, when it comes to beauty, it's still first middle school. He didn't say it out loud, but he was truly impressed. He kept urging Wang Shan, saying, you have to call them over. I'll call you Mountain Brother every day and even pay you $10 for a membership. This. Wang Shan scratched his head. He wasn't familiar with Gu Yuan or Jean Nana, and they might not even recognize him if they saw him. Moreover, Gu Yuan had been beaten up because of Liang Feng. He glanced at Liang Feng and pouted, going to call him like that isn't good. He must have plans too. Damn it, if you don't know them, just say so. Why act so pretentious? Chen Feng glared with wide eyes, looking dejected. It felt like missing out on a big prize. Li Ming bit into a lamb skewer and boasted, you guys are from the same school, yet if our school had such a beautiful girl, I wouldn't dare say I could get her, but I'd at least be able to talk to her. Yeah, you two are really something. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, feeling like he'd missed out on a great opportunity. Then, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana suddenly walked over in this direction, their long, snow-white legs swaying, smiling happily. This made Chen Feng hurriedly wipe his mouth and exclaim, they're coming this way. They're coming this way. Do you guys even know them? Yeah, even if you don't know them, say hello. It's not embarrassing. Right, you never know, maybe we can sit down together. Hey, Shangu, Fenggu, go say hello. Don't be shy. Chen Feng kept urging them. Result. Before Liang Feng and Wang Shan could say a word, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana walked faster and faster, striding forward with their long legs, and greeted them first. Liang Feng, it's really you. I could tell it was you from a distance. Hee, it really is you. Ah. Everyone froze in surprise, not expecting to recognize Liang Feng, then burst into joy knowing Liang Feng was a good thing. Seeing Liang Feng say nothing, Chen Feng rolled his eyes in disgust and said, what are you trying to be cool for? Just admit you know him. Beautiful lady, do you know Liang Feng? Chen Feng stood up and greeted them with a smirk. However, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana glanced at him but didn't acknowledge him, instead smiling and crowding around Liang Feng. Liang Feng remained seated, looking up and smiling, it's late at night. Why did you two come here? Aren't you practicing driving tomorrow? Gu Yuan was tall and slender, having trained in ballet, with graceful movements. Jean Nana had long legs, fair skin, and a carefree demeanor. Several students from the harbor, including Su Pang and Feng Hai, stared at them in awe. Up close, she was even more beautiful, with fairer skin and a faint scent of perfume. He couldn't help but take a light sniff, feeling as though his body was floating. Jean Nana giggled and explained, we've been hearing from Chanchan that it gets lively here at night. Since it's Saturday, we decided to come take a look. We didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Gu Yuan nodded and said, yes, what a coincidence. It's so nice to meet you. The two of them smiled happily, their lips curled up in a smile. Wang Shan was extremely surprised. He had been worried that Liang Feng would feel awkward seeing him, but seeing this scene, he was momentarily stunned. He widened his eyes and asked, Miss Gu, I'm Wang Shan. We've met before. Yes, I know you. Gu Yuan casually acknowledged him with a nod and didn't say anything else. It was clear. She was there for Liang Feng. She wasn't really familiar with Wang Shan. Wang Shan, feeling embarrassed, asked again, Miss Gu, aren't you and Liang Feng enemies? How come you're so familiar with him? Gu Yuan shot Wang Shan a disdainful glance and snorted, what kind of grudge is that? Liang Feng is helping me. I'm not stupid, I can see that much. Jean Nana snorted, we're close with Liang Feng. It's none of your business to meddle in our relationship. No, I didn't mean that. Wang Shan was left feeling embarrassed and frustrated. He glared at Liang Feng angrily, thinking to himself, you're close with both of them, why don't you just say so? What are you trying to prove? How annoying. Gu Yuan looked around and said, you don't know until you come. It's so lively now, much more than at noon. Yeah, it's definitely livelier. Liang Feng nodded with a smile. Jean Nana sighed, when we first came here, there was just one barbecue grill. In just a few days, it's become so popular. Liang Feng, you're really something. The two women chatted animatedly. Chen Feng couldn't help but look at Liang Feng and asked, you've been here before? Liang Feng nodded and said, I've been here a few times. Wang Shan looked surprised and said, are you just bragging? We were under house arrest. How did you get here? Was it yesterday? Chen Feng added, yesterday, Zhang Hanya went to your house, didn't she? When did you have time? What are you bragging about? Everyone looked down on him, thinking he was bragging. Right, the timing doesn't add up. Everyone looked puzzled. What do you know? Jean Nana came to Liang Feng's defense, saying, Liang Feng has been here every afternoon with us, drinking beer and eating skewers. How could he be under house arrest? That's right. We just didn't drink yesterday. Before that, we drank beer and ate grilled skewers every day. Right, the day before yesterday, we even had roasted whole lamb together. Wang Shan and Chen Feng were utterly shocked. Liang Feng realized he had slipped up and quickly explained with a smile, I secretly hid a key at home. My parents didn't know. When they locked me in, I just ran out. Wang Shan slapped his thigh angrily and said, it's always you, kid. I wondered why you looked so well fed after not seeing you for a few days. Turns out you've been sneaking out to eat. Chen Feng clenched his teeth and sneered, because of your trouble, I was locked up. Yet you managed to escape and go out to have fun with girls. I've been stuck here all day. Where am I supposed to go to complain? Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana joined in, laughing, you're just stupid. Right, you two are really stupid. Learn from Liang Feng. Two tall, fair-skinned beauties calling them stupid. Wang Shan and Chen Feng felt flattered, chuckling and nodding repeatedly. Right, we're stupid, we're stupid. Ha ha. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana laughed again, finding the two boys both silly and adorable. Chapter 88, Sharp-tongued Jean Nana. You two should just go together. Liang Feng saw Gu Yuan and Jean Nana standing there looking so pretty, with no intention of leaving, so he casually invited them. Sure. Do you mind if we join you? Gu Yuan and Jean Nana smiled faintly. Chen Feng, Wang Shan, Feng Kai, Su Peng, and almost everyone else, including Xiao Jian and Li Ming, shook their heads in unison. No problem, no problem. We'd be happy to. Right, right. Beautiful ladies, please sit down. Having such beautiful ladies sitting beside us makes us feel honored. Right, right. Xiao Jian and Li Ming, who had been acting cool earlier, immediately stood up and rushed to fetch chairs. Thank you. The two women took the chairs and sat down on either side of Liang Feng. Everyone was dazzled by the scene. There was nothing they could do. Up close, their fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs were simply breathtaking. The denim skirt hugged their curvy hips, and their long, shapely legs were almost fully exposed, making it impossible not to look twice. Some even swallowed hard in their throats. Wang Shan was so stunned he couldn't help but ask Gu Yuan, how come you guys seem more familiar with Liang Feng than I imagined? Gu Yuan batted her big eyes and nodded, saying, of course. Let me put it this way, we've drunk more beer recently than there is on this table. Jean Nana laughed and agreed, that's right, the more you drink, the closer you get. You're something else, you're really something. Wang Shan looked at Liang Feng with admiration and raised his thumb, you're really something. You're not clear with Lin Yusin and Lin Duo, and now you're getting close with Gu Yuan, the beauty. All the beauties in our school are under your control. Ha ha. Gu Yuan giggled, her eyes sparkling as she said, that's right, he's the worst. The flirtatious tone in their words left the other guys completely speechless. Such a beautiful girl seemed to be actively pursuing Liang Feng. Chen Feng had been to Feng Yan's house before and had seen Lin Yusin, who was a real beauty. The current Gu Yuan was no less stunning, and he couldn't help but feel jealous. Is there no one left at your school? Someone like Liang Feng is so popular. If I went to your school, I could form a football team with all the girls. Jean Nana rolled her eyes at him and said, from the way you talk, you must be from Haigang, right? You guys from Haigang are all just braggarts. After saying that, she blushed and smiled shyly. The boys, however, were thrilled. They found the girl even more attractive. Chen Feng chuckled and said, how are we from Harbor bragging? Beautiful lady, you tell us. Yeah, how are we bragging? Xiao Jian and the others are now showing off in front of the beautiful woman and joining in the conversation. Jean Nana tilted her head back, looking down on them with disdain. Then let me tell you something. First, you must not be good at studying, which is why you ended up at a private school. Don't even mention first high school. Most of you from Harbor Town probably couldn't even get into second high school. Then you went to Harbor Town, got talked into something, and now you think you're something special. Tell me, how many people from your school can get into second high school? Li Ming hurriedly interjected, academic performance doesn't mean everything. Jean Nana retorted, academics don't mean everything, but they do mean intelligence. If your brain doesn't work, what else can you say? At that, Wang Shan clapped his hands and exclaimed, Sister Nana, you're my sister now. They talked about you for so long, but your words were the most satisfying. If you can't study well, it's probably because your brain isn't good. If your brain isn't good, what are you bragging about? The few people across from them were speechless, clearly no match for Jean Nana's sharp tongue. Xiao Jian muttered under his breath, if you're not good at studying, how does that mean you're not smart? Not being good at studying just means you're not good at studying. Did your teachers teach you that? Jean Nana had long disliked these people from the port area. She rolled her eyes and laughed, if you can't even study well, what else can you do? Studying is the simplest thing there is. If I say you're not smart, don't argue. If you can't even study well, it's because you're not smart. That's not right. Li Ming chimed in. Jean Nana glared at him and demanded, what's wrong with that? This. Li Ming couldn't come up with a response. Facing such a beautiful woman, he was already under pressure, and Jean Nana was so sharp-tongued that he couldn't think of a good rebuttal for a moment. Haha, say it, say it. Wang Shan joined in the laughter. Liang Feng and Gu Yuan raised their thumbs in approval and said, Sister Nana, you're so awesome. Impressive, impressive. Jean Nana shook her head with a satisfied smile, I've always disliked these people from the port. They're always showing off. Xiao Jian saw he couldn't win the argument and quickly changed the subject, stop talking about that nonsense. Let's settle this tomorrow in CS. We'll see who wins on the battlefield. Right, let's settle it on the field. Chen Feng chimed in. What CS? Gu Yuan and Jean Nana looked at Liang Feng, you're going to compete with the Harbor guys in CS? We'll come cheer you on. Right, we'll cheer you on. Wang Shan listened happily, with beautiful girls cheering us on, we'll definitely perform better. After saying that, he scratched his head and added, but Gu Yuan, we don't have enough people. Do you know anyone at our school who's good at CS? Let's find a few to take them down. Gu Yuan thought for a moment and said, I don't know either, but I can ask around for you. Alright, we'll wait for your news. Wang Shan became even more confident. Gu Yuan knew a lot of people, so she was sure she could find a few skilled players to take down that group. Then, they could really humiliate them. Chen Feng stretched his limbs and issued a threat, let them see how powerful we are from the harbor. Tomorrow at the Pioneer Internet Cafe, we'll see who's who. Alright. Liang Feng agreed. However, with the arrival of Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, the tense atmosphere eased somewhat, thanks to the presence of two stunningly beautiful women with long legs. The atmosphere remained relatively lively. Chen Feng pulled out a beer and grinned, asking, "Ladies, you mentioned earlier that you'd drink beer with Liang Feng. How about it now?" Jean Nana took the beer, mimicking Chen Shanshan's gesture, picked up the chopsticks, bang, she opened it with a loud sound, placed it on the table, and said, "Of course we'll drink." This bold gesture caught everyone's attention. They found her not only sharp-tongued but also incredibly generous. There were no girls like her at their school, and they couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. Su Peng and Feng Kai were especially so, secretly regretting that they hadn't studied harder back in school. Otherwise, they could have been classmates with such beautiful girls. Thank you both for your kindness. Chen Feng chuckled, his mouth full of charm. He felt he wasn't any worse than Liang Feng. If he could get them to know him better, maybe he'd have a chance too. If he could hook one of them and take her to the harbor, it would be a sensation. He was beaming with delight, going out of his way to be attentive. Xiao Jian also felt pretty confident, at least better than this Liang Feng. He smiled and said, "That's right, you two beauties. You're almost the most beautiful women in the entire place. You two honoring us with your presence is really generous." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana had never heard such flattery in their lives. They had been pampered and adored their entire lives. These words had no effect on them. Jean Nana shot him a sideways glance and said, "It's only because of Liang Feng. Otherwise, we wouldn't bother drinking with someone as dim-witted as you." Chen Feng and Xiao Jian were instantly flustered and turned red. Ha ha. Wang Shan, Su Peng, and Feng Kai all burst into laughter. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Liang Feng shot them a sideways glance. Ha ha. This time, even Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Chen Feng and Xiao Jian held back their laughter, helplessly putting down their wine glasses, and ate the skewers with a dejected expression, feeling utterly frustrated. "We're from the port area, how could we be so stupid?" Chapter 89, All the Arrogance Vanished. Chen Feng, Xiao Jian, and the other students from the harbor were left speechless. But seeing the two fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged women sitting there, it was a pleasure to look at, and it felt so comfortable. But everyone else was quite surprised. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana's enthusiasm toward Liang Feng was jaw-dropping. It was said that Liang Feng wanted to eat lamb skewers. Gu Yuan acted quickly, reaching out to help him, and smiled as she said, "I picked a hot one for you, it's better when it's hot." Liang Feng took it as if it were second nature, started eating right away, and didn't even say thank you, as if it were only natural. This scene left the bystanders speechless. It looked exactly like the interaction between a couple. For example, when Liang Feng's beer was almost finished, Jean Nana swiftly opened a new bottle and handed it to him. The way she did it was just like two devoted maidservants. Wang Shan scratched his head in frustration and muttered, "What the hell is going on here?" The others were also stunned, wondering to themselves, what kind of skills does this guy have? He's got two beautiful women so smitten. Especially Wang Shan, who couldn't hold back any longer. He asked Liang Feng, "Liang Gu, you're like my own brother. Tell me, how did you do it?" As he spoke, he even poked Liang Feng's mouth with his chopsticks. Liang Feng looked completely confused and asked back, "What? How did I do it? I didn't grill the lamb skewers." "What the hell are you talking about? Who mentioned lamb skewers?" Wang Shan grew impatient. "I'm asking how you got these two beautiful women to surround you. And there's also Gu Yuan, the beautiful Gu." Liang Feng smiled and explained, "We're just friends, very close ones." "What's so strange about that?" Gu Yuan smiled and chimed in, "That's right, we're already very close friends." Jean Nana nodded in agreement, "Very close, very close." She teased, "Don't act so surprised, like you've never seen anything before." "All right." Wang Shan was completely speechless, impressed by his good friend. "Brother, Feng Gu, you're my big brother now. I'm impressed by you." "I'm impressed too." "Right, I'm impressed too." Su Peng and Feng Kai nodded in agreement. There was nothing they could do. Gu Yuan was too beautiful. Like a flower. Jean Nana is slightly less so. But she's still a real beauty. You have to admit it. Jean Nana suddenly said, "By the way, who's treating today? I brought money. Why don't I treat everyone?" Liang Feng pointed at Chen Feng and said, "He's treating today. Eat his." Chen Feng hurriedly agreed, right, beautiful lady, no need for you to spend money. I'll treat everyone today. If you really want to treat us, let's do it another time, just the two of us." He then gave a mischievous smile. Jean Nana rolled her eyes at him and ignored him, making the atmosphere instantly awkward. Chen Feng felt so frustrated inside. Looking at Liang Feng, he couldn't help but wonder what he was missing. Forget about Gu Yuan. Even if he had a girlfriend like Jean Nana, he'd be over the moon. But Jean Nana was completely indifferent to him, and Chen Feng couldn't figure out why. He could only drink in silence. Xiao Jian was equally frustrated and gritted his teeth, saying, I won't say anything else. See you tomorrow at the Pioneer Internet Cafe. Right, I'll definitely take you down. Chen Feng chimed in. Everyone was so envious of the scene. Ha ha. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana laughed along, crowding around Liang Feng, as if they were hoping to see this happen. You two are so mean. Liang Feng couldn't help but sigh. He could tell the two girls were doing it on purpose. But seeing the group of harbor students like this, he found it amusing and chuckled. It completely dampened the arrogance of Chen Feng and the others. Wang Shan also felt satisfied. Come on, let's have a drink. Let us go. Have a drink. Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana raised their glasses triumphantly and drank. Chen Feng, Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and the others watched, rolling their eyes in frustration. They were so upset, but with the beautiful women present, they couldn't vent their anger and had to endure it. In the distance. Hum. Hum. The sound suddenly rang out. About 20 motorcycles roared toward them. Each motorcycle was brand new, with a beautiful woman riding on the back. Their attire was neat in uniform, mostly black leather pants, black leather jackets, and marten boots. One by one, they arrived, arrogantly removing their helmets and casually glancing around at the people nearby. Their air of superiority was undeniable. In an instant, they became the center of attention, with some people even stepping aside and avoiding eye contact. Chen Feng whispered, I know them. Apparently, this is their territory. The barbecue stalls here have to pay them money. They're ruthless, the real deal motorcycle gang. Really? Xiao Jian and the others looked surprised, shrinking their necks as if afraid that looking too long might get them into trouble. Ha! Gu Yuan and Jean Nana burst into laughter. Chen Feng asked curiously, Ladies, what are you laughing at? We're laughing at you. You're such an idiot. Jean Nana was direct, laughing so hard she was bending over. Liang Feng, this is your friend? How can he be so stupid? You're just saying the truth again. Liang Feng laughed. Wang Shan finally understood and laughed. Chen Feng, you're really stupid. Didn't I tell you? Liang Feng knows a tough lady, she's ruthless. He pointed with his nose and said, That's them. You know them? Chen Feng looked utterly astonished and shook his head. You know them? That's impossible. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana couldn't help but laugh and cry. We told you guys from the harbor area weren't very bright, but you didn't believe us. You're really hopeless. Chen Feng really wanted to swear, but if it weren't for the two beauties being so stunning, he wouldn't have been able to hold back. But he remained skeptical. Xiao Jian and the others were also skeptical, feeling that even if they recognized them, they were probably just their underlings. That wouldn't make any sense. The result. Gu Yuan stood up and called out, Qianqian's sister, over here. Chen Jing saw her. With her head of yellow hair, she stood out prominently. She leaned close to Chen Qianqian's ear and said, Look, who's that? Who? Chen Qianqian was basking in the pride of surveying her territory. She looked up, rolled her eyes, and muttered, He came without telling me? How rude. She took off her helmet, revealing a head of wild, blonde hair, hugged the helmet, and led her followers toward them with purposeful strides. Sister Qianqian, why did you dye your hair yellow? Yeah, when did you dye it? Gu Yuan and Jean Nana smiled, stood up, and waved, Qianqian, over here. Chen Qianqian, looking poised and confident, led her group over. Along the way, people made way for them. She definitely had the swagger. She was the ultimate boss lady. She was thoroughly enjoying it all. It was as if she were a lioness leading her pride on a patrol. Qianqian's sister? Wang Shan recognized her and nodded with a smile. Chen Feng was shocked. You two actually know each other? There's no hope for her. Nothing can save her now. Jean Nana looked helpless. Chen Feng broke down. Chapter 90, The Grieving Chen Qianqian. You came here without telling me beforehand. As soon as Chen Qianqian approached, she rolled her eyes in complaint. That melancholy demeanor left everyone present stunned once again. Everyone was speechless, feeling as though this powerful woman, who was like the leader of a pack of lions, was flirting with Liang Feng. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Unable to believe what they were seeing, they sighed inwardly, wondering if the two of them were secretly involved. They sighed again, wondering how he could be so likable. Liang Feng smiled and stood up, pointing at Wang Shan and the others, saying, Class reunion. I didn't expect you all to gather here, so I didn't tell you in advance. He looked around again and said, This place is really lively tonight. That is for sure. Chen Qianqian looked at Wang Shan and Chen Feng, then at Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, and said, Why are the two of you out so late? Aren't you afraid of encountering perverts? We've got Sister Qianqian with us, so we're not afraid. Right, with Qianqian here, we're not afraid. The two girls were very articulate, mainly because they were already familiar with each other. Wang Shan was baffled again. He remembered that Chen Qianqian had slapped Gu Yuan earlier, yet now they were getting along so well in the blink of an eye. What had happened during that time? He felt he had to find an opportunity to ask Liang Feng about it properly. But the current situation was too intimidating. Men and women, all dressed in black leather pants and jackets, wearing motorcycle helmets, stood behind Chen Qianqian. It was incredibly intimidating. Almost everyone around them had turned to look. The pressure was overwhelming. Chen Feng and the others dared not speak a word. At that moment, Chen Jing, with her, walked over and smiled. "Mr. Liang, we were just talking about you earlier. I didn't expect you to be so sensitive. It was just a coincidence." Liang Feng glanced at Chen Qianqian's resentful expression and gave her a subtle signal, causing her to relax slightly. Only then did Liang Feng speak up. "By the way, how's the matter progressing?" "Not very well." Chen Qianqian sighed. "This piece of land belongs to a village. Although it's been designated as a high-tech development zone, the land still belongs to the village. When the factory was built, they agreed to hire villagers, so it's quite a hassle. Use money to smooth things over. It'll be easier with the village." Liang Feng reminded her. Chen Qianqian said, "Alright, I've already asked someone to handle it." She then gave the others a disdainful glance and said to Liang Feng, "You're classmates, right? If I stay, I'll just be bothering you." You guys continue without me." Liang Feng nodded and said, "We'll call you after we finish drinking." "Alright." Chen Qianqian obediently nodded and bid farewell to Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, saying, "When you're leaving, call me. I'll have them ride their bikes to send you off. Don't worry, they're all girls." "Okay, Qianqian." "Thank you, Qianqian." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana waved goodbye. Chen Qianqian, like a lioness, led her entourage and strutted off proudly, heading toward Lao Ma's barbecue place. Things finally returned to normal. But everyone could tell. Chen Qianqian and Liang Feng had an unusual relationship. Their words carried a hint of ambiguity. Wang Shan couldn't help but tease, my phone good, how come you're so popular with the girls?" "I didn't even notice." Jean Nana laughed and said, "There's so much you don't know." "I didn't believe it before, but now I do." Wang Shan nodded repeatedly. He and Liang Feng had grown up together since childhood, doing everything together, but now he felt like he didn't even recognize Liang Feng anymore. He couldn't help but say, "One of these days, I need to have a serious talk with you. You need to explain everything to me clearly. Don't make me feel like I'm not your good buddy anymore." Liang Feng picked up a beer bottle, clinked it with Wang Shan's, and said, "Don't worry, you'll always be my good brother. That's the spirit." Wang Shan perked up and smiled. He then handed the chopsticks to Liang Feng and asked, "By the way, hurry up and tell me who is your girlfriend? Don't have your cake and eat it too. I'm worried about those girls." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana giggled beside them. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "My girlfriend is also your sister-in-law. Calling her your younger sister-in-law? You're really something. He. Wang Shan laughed. But the students from Haigang High School were all silent. Chen Feng couldn't help but tease, "You're really a playboy. How did I never notice that before?" He sighed and started eating the lamb skewers. Xiao Jian and the others were equally speechless, sighing to themselves. They could only grit their teeth. Tomorrow's CS battle was coming up, and they had to win. But he couldn't help but sigh again. He'd been outdone, so he buried his head in the skewers and drank beer, completely losing the swagger he'd had earlier. Completely outdone. On the far left, there was a barbecue stall that had just opened today. To get things started, they set up a stage. Exciting music suddenly began to play. A group of girls dressed in sexy workout outfits ran onto the stage and started dancing to the 2002 hit song Disco. The music is fast-paced, instantly igniting the atmosphere on site. The girls' passionate and bold dance moves drew the attention of everyone around them, who couldn't take their eyes off them. My goodness, dressed like that and just coming out to dance? Wang Shan was speechless with astonishment and blurted out, "Yeah, that's way too revealing." Su Pang and Feng Kai stared intently, but muttered their complaints under their breath. Chen Feng, however, remained calm, staring wide-eyed and explaining, "These are fitness pants. There's nothing to make a fuss about. At our school, some girls wear them when doing fitness exercises, but none of them have bodies as good as these. Yeah, it's so sexy." If Gu Yuan and Jean Nana hadn't been there, they would have said something even more explicit. For these boys just entering puberty, the tight-fitting fitness pants hugging those curves were simply too tempting. They couldn't take their eyes off them. It wasn't just them. Most of the customers at the other barbecue restaurants were also drawn to the scene, casting enthusiastic glances their way. Gu Yuan couldn't help but remark, "This owner really knows how to do business. With this setup, his shop is sure to be the hottest spot around." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Exactly, look, everyone's watching. It's mainly because it's so eye-catching." Amidst the music and dancing, customers who had been hesitating about which restaurant to choose began streaming toward the barbecue stall. The advertising effect was immediate and evident. Liang Feng watched closely. Because the lead dancer was none other than Lu Bingyan. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This woman was truly going all out to make money. She had been dancing at the department store in the afternoon and had come here again in the evening. In Tangchang, it was a tradition for new stores to hire dancers or dragon and lion dancers for their grand opening. It seemed that Lu Bingyan had officially entered this industry. It was all about making money. Liang Feng looked at Lu Bingyan with her slender waist, long legs, beautiful chest, and round hips, and couldn't help but think of Lu Duoduo, who was also working hard to make money. His feelings for the mother and daughter grew even stronger. He couldn't help but calculate in his mind, how long would they have to work this hard to save up 500,000? Perhaps he should help them out. After all, they were already so different from their previous lives. And the opportunity for this change was himself, the little butterfly, flapping his wings. Liang Feng decided to help them all the way, considering it a good deed. He felt that he was fortunate to have returned to 2002, back to the youth he had always dreamed of, and that doing good deeds was only natural. He made up his mind in secret. Help this mother and daughter. Chapter 91, Lu Bingyan on stage. The sensual and vibrant dance on stage lasted for 4 or 5 minutes. Lu Bingyan and the other women danced until they were drenched in sweat. This further heightened the already lively atmosphere in the venue. Despite being at least a decade older than the young dancers behind her, Lu Bingyan was undeniably the most sensual presence on stage. She was tall and slender, with long legs, a narrow waist, and a curvaceous figure. When she moved, her charming face exuded a seductive allure, making her the most eye-catching presence in the entire venue. The drum is really round. Feng Kai murmured under his breath. He was afraid that Gu Yuan and Jean Nana would hear him. If the two women weren't there, his comments about Lu Bingyan's figure would have been even more explicit. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Shan shot him a glance. Feng Kai gave an awkward smile and shut up. You really dance well. Gu Yuan remarked with admiration. She had studied ballet since elementary school and was considered a semi-professional dancer, so she could tell the difference. But as she watched the lead dancer, she found her increasingly familiar. Suddenly, she whispered, the woman leading the dance, why does she look so familiar to me? Jean Nana nodded in agreement, I think so too. She looks like Lu Duoduo's mother. That's right, it's her mother, Lu Bingyan. I even took dance lessons at her studio when I was in middle school. Gu Yuan added. Wang Shan was stunned, his face filled with shock. What are you saying? The lead dancer up front is Lu Duoduo's mother? He looked utterly disbelieving. That's impossible. How old is her mother? The lead dancer looks like she's only in her late 20s. Gu Yuan rolled her eyes, you sure are observant. It's definitely Lu Duoduo's mom. There's no mistake. Dressing like that in public? That can't be right. Wang Shan remained hesitant. Lu Duoduo was the school's top beauty, and thinking about it, there was some resemblance. But the issue was that dressing like that in public felt a bit shameless. Liang Feng smiled and tried to smooth things over. Didn't you hear what Chen Feng said? Girls at that school all dress like that. You two beauties shouldn't be so conservative. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana nodded in agreement. That's right. We're in the new century now, it's time to let go of those old ideas. Come on, let's have a drink. Yeah, who cares about that? Let's drink up. Come on, let us have a drink. Everyone raised their glasses again and drank together. Chen Feng, Wang Shan, and a few others rarely had the opportunity to drink so freely with the girls. Although Feng Yan and Zhang Yun had been childhood friends since they were young, they had rarely had such an opportunity to drink together in this way before. At that moment, they all felt a unique sense of joy, finding it very pleasant to drink with these two beautiful women. Though they could only watch and not touch, and were always gathered around Liang Feng. But they were still very happy. There was nothing they could do about it. These two tall, beautiful women were simply stunning. However, Gu Yuan's gaze was fixed on Lu Bingyan, watching her dance and saying, no wonder she was so famous in Tang City back then and won 3rd place in the national competition. She's truly talented. Yes, she dances well. Jean Nana echoed. She then looked at the boys, who were all turning their bodies sideways and staring wide-eyed at Lu Bingyan. She giggled and said, guys, what's wrong? Have you all fallen for this auntie? No. Everyone awkwardly shook their heads repeatedly. Chen Feng waved his hands and said, we're just admiring her, purely admiring her. Right. The boys all nodded in agreement. Liang Feng, what about you? I think you're the one watching the most intently. Gu Yuan smiled mischievously, mimicking Wang Shan's gesture, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and held them near Liang Feng's mouth. Liang Feng waved his hand and said, compared to such a beautiful young woman, I prefer tall, leggy girls. You're so mean. Rogue. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana giggled, knowing he was talking about them, batting their eyelashes and teasingly pulling at their hair. Enough, let's have another round. Liang Feng laughed heartily, raised his glass, and clinked glasses with everyone. He couldn't help but recall Gu Yuan's stunning beauty when she was in her late 20s and said, you two will be just as beautiful when you reach her age. Right, maybe even more beautiful. Wang Shan agreed. Your mouth is as sweet as honey. Jean Nana rolled her eyes. However, Liang Feng's compliment still made her happy. But Liang Feng's gaze toward Lu Bingyan was clearly off, and considering that Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian's relationship was practically out in the open, she couldn't help but wonder if Liang Feng preferred older women. It seemed possible, and she couldn't help but smile. She knew that Liang Feng was surrounded by beautiful women and wouldn't notice her, but she felt sorry for her good friend Gu Yuan. Otherwise, they would have been a perfect match. She quietly leaned over to Gu Yuan and whispered, "Be more proactive." Gu Yuan rolled her eyes and said, "Aren't I already being proactive enough?" "Oh, I guess you're right." Jean Nana fell silent. On stage. Slowly. The music stopped. Lu Bingyan and the other dancers stepped off the stage to rest. Immediately afterward, a young male host in his 20s quickly walked onto the stage and shouted loudly, "Today is the grand opening of Huang Air Barbecue Restaurant. All drinks are 50% off, drink as much as you like. There will be even more exciting dances later, don't miss it." As soon as he finished shouting, the atmosphere in the venue was instantly brought to a fever pitch. Diners hurriedly found seats to sit down. Chen Feng rolled his eyes and said, "I should have gone there earlier. The drinks are half price." But then he thought it might seem cheap of him to treat everyone, so he quickly changed his mind and said, "Alright, this is fine too. The food tastes pretty good." Feng Kai and Su Peng echoed him, saying, right, the food is all pretty good." "It is good. Come on, let's keep drinking." Liang Feng kept urging everyone to drink, and the glasses and bottles of beer kept going down. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were fully engaged in the conversation, showing no signs of intoxication, and even helped open the beers. Chen Feng, Xiao Jian, and several other students from the port school watched in admiration. Those two beauties are so carefree. They can really hold their liquor. Yes, that's impressive. They gave them a thumbs up. Of course. Jean Nana smiled proudly. At school, they only saw girls who behaved too formally. Seeing such carefree and genuine beauties was a rare opportunity. One couldn't help but be captivated by her. "Two beauties, you must come to the Pioneer Internet Cafe tomorrow. Let us show you how skilled we are." Chen Feng invited them enthusiastically. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana glanced at each other and smiled. "We'll definitely come, but we're going to cheer for Liang Feng." "Right, to cheer on our first middle school." "Cheer for whoever you want, but you have to come. My divine technique is spot on." Chen Feng gritted his teeth, staring at Liang Feng, and said, "I'm going to beat Liang Feng to a pulp. Let him pay for being such a womanizer." "Ha!" Gu Yuan and Jean Nana laughed. Liang Feng snorted, "Today, since you're treating, I won't go all out against you. You're getting cocky. Don't push me. Damn it." Chen Feng rolled his eyes and said nothing. The atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Chapter 92, Taking the Power Pill. Under the night sky, a full moon hung high in the sky. Enhanced searchlights provided additional illumination. This area stood in stark contrast to the pitch-black surroundings. People were eating enthusiastically, creating a lively atmosphere. On the stage, a female singer, holding a guitar, plays the classmate next to me. It didn't cause much of a stir. However, it was clear that this barbecue restaurant had spared no expense, hiring both dancers and a singer, apparently planning to make a big splash. At that moment, Chen Jing, with her blonde hair, suddenly ran over, excitedly shouting, "Liang Xiao, Shanxian said you can play the guitar. You were sitting by the window playing every day during the lockdown. Is that true?" Wang Shan hurriedly said, "That's right, I know about that. He plays really well. A lot of little girls in our neighborhood come to listen to him play." Chen Feng snorted, "What's so good about it?" "It's not good at all. How dare you speak to Mr. Liang like that?" Chen Jing glared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was startled. He quickly grinned at the tough girls and said, "I'm just joking, just joking." "Who's joking with you? Who the hell are you?" Chen Jing looked like she was about to hit him. Liang Feng laughed, "Don't cause trouble. He is my childhood friend." Chen Jing giggled and said, "I was just teasing you. Look at you, so cowardly. You don't even act like a man." Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chen Jing secretly signaled to Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana understood immediately and rushed over to pull Liang Feng away. Come on, go over to the stage and play something. That girl can't play at all." Right, go over there and play." The two girls grabbed Liang Feng on either side, completely disregarding gender etiquette. This left Liang Feng feeling extremely embarrassed. No, let's drink first." Chen Jing pushed Liang Feng from behind. "Hurry up, Shanxian's sister has spoken." Lin Wu and the others in the distance joined in the commotion. "Liang Xiao, come on, Liang Xiao, come on." Chen Shanxian held her wine glass, smiled, and gave a subtle nod. "Play." Shouts echoed in succession. The cheers grew louder and louder. Chen Feng, Wang Shan, Xiao Jian, and the others finally realized that so many people knew Liang Feng, and they couldn't help but feel astonished once again. It turned out that Liang Feng really had a wide circle of connections here. Stop it. Liang Feng couldn't resist the three women and was pushed onto the stage by Chen Jing, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana. The girl holding the guitar was left speechless by the scene. Chen Jing acted quickly, ran up, snatched the guitar, and shouted to the crowd below, "Please welcome our Mr. Liang to play a song for everyone." Clatter! Loud applause erupted, rising and falling in waves. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chen Shanxian and Lin Wu, who were enjoying the spectacle, whistled. Liang Feng looked helpless but was dragged onto the stage by Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. A guitar was handed to him. The guitar girl, Meng Meng, seemed to understand and stepped aside. Sorry about that. Liang Feng smiled apologetically. Then, unable to resist the crowd's urging, he shouted, Alright, I'll sing the song of staying up late for everyone. I hope you all drink a little more tonight and stay up late. With that, he began to play and sing. The intro was cheerful. No one had heard it before. They were all stunned. Liang Feng joined in, singing loudly, sleep at midnight, wake up at 6 a.m., drink rice porridge in the ICU, sleep at 1 a.m., wake up at 6 a.m., the king of hell praises my good health. Ha ha. Everyone was startled at first. What on earth were they singing about? But after listening for a moment, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. They had never heard this song before. What kind of song is this? A song about staying up late? Ha, I've never heard it before. Yeah, it's so funny. Sleep at midnight, wake up at 6 a.m., drinking millet porridge in the ICU. What kind of lyrics are these? In an instant, everyone burst out laughing. They found it amusing and listened intently. Chen Shanxian and Lin Wu weren't making any noise either. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were standing nearby, laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Wang Shan and Chen Feng were even more surprised, staring at Liang Feng holding the guitar on stage, feeling increasingly unfamiliar with him. Wow, Liang Feng is really something. No way, he can pick up so many girls. Well, I guess so. Everyone continued to listen to Liang Feng as he sang. Sleep at 2 a.m., wake up at 6 a.m., a rectangular coffin. Sleep at 3 a.m., wake up at 6 a.m., the black and white guards are together. Sleep at 4 a.m., wake up at 6 a.m., with my own body hanging on the wall. Ha! Another burst of laughter. In 2002, such songs were still rare, but there was no denying that they were quite entertaining. Almost everyone couldn't help but keep listening. It also felt quite fitting for the current atmosphere. Compared to the previous song, The Classmate Next to Me, this one is clearly more interesting. Go to bed at 5, wake up at 6, a journey to paradise with you. Sleep at 6, wake up at 6, open your eyes and close them to deceive yourself. Ha ha. Another burst of laughter. Liang Feng, I love you. Jean Nana shouted like a little fan. Ah! A startled cry. Gu Yuan followed with a scream, finding the lyrics quite amusing. Liang Feng, however, played the guitar effortlessly, singing out, Stay up all night today, and tomorrow will be a world of pure joy. Stay up, night owls, white-haired people sending off black-haired ones. Ha ha. Another burst of laughter. Even the female singers who had been a bit annoyed by this were unable to resist listening, finding this original song quite good. They followed the rhythm, clapping their hands in time, clap, clap. Liang Feng, however, was having a blast. He picked up his guitar and continued playing. Sleep at midnight, wake up at 6 a.m., drink kanji in the ICU. Sleep at 1 a.m., wake up at 6 a.m., the king of hell praises my good health. Sleep at 2 a.m., wake up at 6 a.m., the urn is rectangular. Sleep at 3 a.m., wake up at 6 a.m., the black and white gods are together. Sleep at 4 a.m., wake up at 6 a.m., my own portrait hangs on the wall. Sleep at 5 a.m., wake up at 6 a.m., a journey to heaven with you. Sleep at 6 a.m., wake up at 6 a.m., deceive yourself with open and closed eyes. Stay up all night today, paradise tomorrow. Keep staying up, you night owl, until the white-haired send off the black-haired. Ha ha. Amidst the laughter, applause rang out. Liang Feng finished playing. Ha ha. Besides the laughter, there were also clap 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 applause. That was beautiful and so interesting. Chen Shanxian stood on a stool and led the cheers. The leader shouted. The younger brothers and sisters whistled and shouted in unison. One more song. One more song. It was mainly the witty and humorous lyrics. They were refreshing and had everyone laughing. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were so excited they screamed, ah, ah, like two crazy little fans. Wang Shan, Chen Feng, and others were speechless with astonishment. They never imagined that Liang Feng, who had grown up with them, had become so dazzling. They felt like they were in a completely different league from him. Especially Chen Feng, who had always wanted to outdo Liang Feng, now realized it was nothing but a pipe dream. This kid has transformed. Yeah, I think so too. The two came to the same conclusion. Alright, let us leave it at that. Liang Feng handed the guitar back to the female singer. The female singer smiled, nodded, and gave him a thumbs up, asking, Did you write that yourself? Just something I made up on the spot. Liang Feng waved his hand and walked down. The host rushed onto the stage, holding a microphone, and shouted, Hey, handsome guy, did you sing well? Want to sing another one? Yes, yes. Another one, another one. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana led the crowd in shouting. They blocked the door, preventing Liang Feng from coming down. Liang Feng waved his hands and shouted, I really have to pee. Ha ha. Amidst the laughter, it finally came to an end. Let's not watch anymore. Let's go. Xiao Jin and the others couldn't bear to watch any longer and had lost their appetite. There was nothing they could do, they had been outdone. Reluctantly, they gathered their people and left in disgrace. Wang Shan watched their retreating figures and burst into laughter. These kids dare to come here and show off? Don't they know who's here? With Liang Feng around, there's no way they'd get a chance to shine. But upon further reflection, Wang Shan had to admit that Liang Feng had truly stolen the show today. The Liang Feng he knew was no longer the same person. This kid hasn't just transformed, he must have taken some kind of performance-enhancing drug. That's exactly it. Chapter 93, Liang Feng's Transformation. Amidst the shouts, applause, and laughter, Liang Feng walked off the stage with a smile. However, at the stage entrance, he encountered Lu Bingyan. Lu Bingyan was still dressed in her workout pants, with her long ponytail tied up, her slender, snow-white neck exposed, her graceful figure swaying slightly, and a smile on her lips. She looked at Liang Feng and said, "Mr. Liang, we really are meant to meet." Liang Feng nodded and said, "That's true, but I must say, you looked beautiful when you were dancing." Lu Bingyan smiled and replied, "You look pretty cool playing the guitar too." After speaking, the two exchanged smiles. Lu Bingyan then went up on stage. The host held the microphone and announced, "That young gentleman just sang wonderfully, but good looks alone aren't enough. Now, please let the ladies continue to dance for everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the music of disco began to play again. Lu Bingyan had no choice but to lead the other girls into another round of energetic dancing. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana watched from the side, muttering, "She really is Ludwig's mother." Yeah, she really is. But they didn't think much of it and crowded around Liang Feng again, looking up at him admiringly and saying, "Liang Feng, you look so cool playing the guitar." "Yeah, the lyrics are so interesting. Did you write them yourself?" Liang Feng waved his hand dismissively, "I just heard it somewhere. I'm just humming along." "I don't believe you." "Right, you're hiding your talent too well." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana laughed and said, "I think you could sing rock. Your voice has a nice resonance." "Thanks for the compliment." Liang Feng chuckled. At that moment, Chen Shanshan walked over with a group of people, striding confidently like a lioness, and said with her head held high, "I knew you could play the guitar, but I didn't expect you to be so good. You're really talented." "Of course." Liang Feng chuckled. Seeing that Chen Feng and Wang Shan had already left, he said, "Hey, where did those guys from the port go?" "They're gone?" Gu Yuan and Jean Nana chuckled, "A bunch of idiots. Good riddance, they were just getting in the way. Shanshan, let's go together." The two women laughed and extended the invitation. Chen Shanshan glanced at Liang Feng and said, "I'm afraid others will find me annoying." "Stop being silly." Liang Feng walked over and placed his arm around Chen Shanshan's shoulder, saying, "I'm just worried you're not used to it." "What's there to get used to? We all know each other." Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes. All right. Liang Feng laughed heartily and led Chen Shanshan, Chen Jing, Lin Wu, and a few other acquaintances back. Chen Feng felt awkward and embarrassed. Liang Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, we're all family." Oh. Chen Feng forced a smile and handed some beer to the others. Wang Shan, who was always outgoing, smiled and said, "Shanshan, you're so cool. There are a lot of guys at our school who really admire you, including me." "No need." Chen Shanshan sat down and got down to business. "By the way, has Zhu Yeqing contacted you? She's been pressuring me to find someone else, but I haven't responded. We're taking the day off today. Didn't you see? Everyone who's in class is here." Liang Feng pointed at Wang Shan and Chen Feng. The two nodded but didn't understand. Chen Shanshan wasn't interested in the gossip either. She just said, "If we can really secure the usage rights to this piece of wasteland and build some shopfronts, it's sure to make money. It's summer. There's a lot of wind and rain. It hasn't rained in the past few days, but once it does, we won't be able to play anymore." She looked around, determined to make this happen, but it seemed difficult. Glancing at Liang Feng, she couldn't help but sigh, "This is really tough. A solution that lasts forever is naturally difficult." Liang Feng agreed. Chen Shanshan nodded and said, "Right, once it's done, we can live off it for 10 years. Let's do it." She picked up a beer, popped it open with a pop, looked around at everyone, and said, "What are you looking at?" "Let's drink." Drink. Liang Feng and Chen Shanshan exchanged a few words, but no one else understood. They didn't bother to ask and just drank happily. At that moment, Gu Yuan asked Wang Shan and Chen Feng, "By the way, do you know why this place is called Liang Feng's Kitchen?" Wang Shan and Chen Feng looked dumbfounded and mumbled, "I took a taxi here. The taxi driver said it's because the wind is cool here? Could it be related to Liang Feng?" The two of them widened their eyes. Jean Nana laughed and explained, "Because Liang Feng set it up. Originally, there was nothing here except some driving school cars and Shanshan and her friends riding motorcycles. Later, Liang Feng invited everyone here for barbecue, so the barbecue shop owners set up the grills here." Gu Yuan added, "Then, when the factory workers finished their shifts, they saw the barbecue and came over. The owners saw the good business and set up a shelter. Before they knew it, the business boomed, and in no time, it became what it is today. That's why it's called Liang Feng's Kitchen, because Liang Feng started it." When the barbecue shop owner was asked, he just called it that. What? Wang Shan and Chen Feng were once again stunned, speechless and wide-eyed, never expecting such a scene. Liang Feng, is this real? Yeah, it sounds so mysterious. Feng Kai and Su Pang, who had known Liang Feng since childhood, were equally shocked and couldn't believe it. They had already realized that Liang Feng was powerful, but they never imagined he was this powerful. Lin Wu snorted with a smile, of course it's true. Otherwise, how could we walk around here so freely? This is our territory, and Liang Feng is one of us. That's exactly how it is. Chen Shanxian nodded in agreement, confirming the information. Her words. Everyone naturally believed her. Wang Shan couldn't help but look up and down at Liang Feng and said, "Brother, you've really transformed, haven't you? Is that really you? Are you still the same Liang Feng we know? Let me see. Did you put your underwear on the outside and transform into a superhero?" Ha ha. Everyone present burst into laughter. Chen Jing stuck out her little nose, wanting to mention some of Liang Feng's other exploits. Liang Feng gave her a look, stopped her, and snorted, "What transformation? I just did something without thinking, and it turned out well." He added, "Enough with the nonsense. Let us drink." Right, let us drink. Drink. Everyone raised their glasses, laughed, and drank. Only Wang Shan, Chen Feng, Feng Kai, Su Pang, and others remained stunned. Liang Feng had completely stunned them. Liang Feng had transformed. Chapter 94, Stockbroker, Lu Bingyan. Liang Feng had been looking for a reliable stockbroker to manage his stocks. His money can't just sit there forever. But there hasn't been a suitable candidate. He had originally considered Chen Shanxian, but alas, this formidable woman simply had no interest in such matters and her ambitions lay elsewhere. At that moment, he thought of Lu Bingyan. This woman is well-traveled and experienced, she might just be the one. Mainly, Liang Feng wanted to help her out. After the gathering dispersed, Liang Feng stepped away from the others, turned back, and returned to the kitchen. At that moment, it was past midnight. The night wind howled. Lu Bingyan wrapped herself in a shawl coat, tiptoeing to hail a taxi and hurry home. Her daughter had already called several times. But at this hour, there were few taxis around. Whoosh! Whoosh! The night wind blew. She huddled her neck, anxiously waiting. The surroundings are pitch black, making her feel a bit scared. Fortunately, a taxi sped toward her from the distance. She instantly perked up and waved frantically. Gak! The taxi stopped. But it was Liang Feng who opened the window, waved, and said, "Aunt Lu, it's me." Liang Feng. Lu Bingyan was startled. She had been watching from above and saw clearly that Liang Feng had left with a group of friends. Why had he come back? She hurried over and said, "Mr. Liang, why did you come back? I need to talk to you. Get in the car." Liang Feng pointed to the door. Oh. Lu Bingyan stood there dumbfounded, not quite understanding. But she still opened the car door and got in. Seeing Liang Feng's serious expression, she guessed he must have something to ask her, so she smiled faintly and said, "If there's something you need, please tell me." "Ms. Lu, no need to be so formal. Just call me Liang Feng. Where are you going? Let's talk on the way." Liang Feng pointed at the taxi driver. Lu Bingyan was still dazed, but she trusted Liang Feng, so she muttered, "I'm going to Donggang residential area. Driver, take us to Donggang community." Liang Feng called out. "All right." The taxi driver stepped on the gas, and the car sped off toward Donggang residential area. On the road, Lu Bingyan was confused, biting her lip, unsure of what to say. Facing this young man who was the same age as her daughter, she felt a sense of pressure. She didn't know why. She huddled to one side, her legs wrapped tightly in fitness pants, her graceful figure half crouching, listening to what Liang Feng was about to say next. Liang Feng cut straight to the point and asked, "Ms. Lu, do you know anything about stocks?" "Stocks?" Lu Bingyan paused, shook her head, and didn't know how to respond to this sudden topic. "I don't understand. Do you want to learn?" Liang Feng asked again. Lu Bingyan thought for a moment and said, "Liang Feng, what do you mean? You've stumped your aunt. I want to teach you how to trade stocks." "No, actually, I want to hire you as my stockbroker to help me trade stocks." Liang Feng explained patiently, "At my age, you should know that many things are complicated and time-consuming. So I want to find a reliable stockbroker, and I think you're the right person for the job. But I don't know anything about stocks." Lu Bingyan was completely confused, staring at Liang Feng, feeling more and more unfamiliar with him. However, his demeanor made her feel an involuntary sense of awe, causing her to speak timidly. Liang Feng said, "No need. You can learn slowly, but you have to be willing to learn, work hard, and endure hardships. Of course, after enduring hardships and working hard, there will be a generous reward like 50 million. He pulled out a bank card and handed it over, saying, "This is your advance payment. There is 50,000 inside." What? Lu Bingyan was completely stunned, unable to believe it. She leaned back in disbelief before realizing that Liang Feng was trying to help her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she asked, "Are you saying I should take this 50,000 and start trading stocks?" No, this is just your compensation. What you need to do is start learning everything about stocks starting tomorrow. Liang Feng said seriously. Tomorrow is Sunday. You'll study for the day. The day after tomorrow is Monday. You'll go to the stock trading hall to open an account. I'll come find you then. We won't miss each other. What? Lu Bingyan was still dazed, feeling that all of this was too unreal. Holding the card, she said blankly, "You want to help me, I can tell, but the problem is, I know nothing about stocks. What if I end up losing your money? And to be honest, I don't want to touch this kind of thing anymore. I just want to earn money honestly, pay off my debts, and make sure my daughter isn't dragged down by me." She lowered her head, speaking honestly. Ever since she lost money gambling on sports, she realized she wasn't cut out for making quick money. She had to take things one step at a time. So naturally, she had a strong aversion to such things. Liang Feng laughed. "Your mindset is good. What you need to do isn't gamble or trade stocks yourself. You'll be my stockbroker. I'll tell you what to buy, and you just buy it. If I ask you anything, you tell me. You'll be my subordinate, my eyes and hands in the stock market. Do you understand?" Lu Bingyan nodded, roughly understanding. She knew Liang Feng was very capable and enigmatic. Chen Sando had always treated him with great respect, and now it made sense. As she thought about all this, everything became clear. She hurriedly nodded and said, "Thank you, Liang Feng. I will do exactly as you say, familiarize myself with everything about stocks, and then become your eyes and hands in the stock market." Liang Feng shook his head and said, "You don't need to thank me. You're the ones who are saving yourselves, heaven will help you." He added, "Today at noon, I met Lu Duo at the Bohai Grand Hotel. She was working as a golf caddy, very diligent. I saw you too. I saw the efforts of both mother and daughter, so that's why I'm willing to help." Daodu's matter, sigh. Lu Bingyan definitely didn't want her daughter to work. But what could she do? That was the situation. She could only lower her head in resignation, feeling guilty toward Duo. She saw Gu Yuan and Jean Nana and felt that if they saw her like this, it would bring shame to her daughter. So when Liang Feng mentioned Lu Duo, she felt even more guilty. Fortunately, things are better now. With Liang Feng's help, they will surely get through everything. Her eyes brimming with tears, she sincerely thanked him. "Thank you. You are our family's savior. No need to be so formal. As I said before, those who help themselves are helped by heaven. This is what you deserve." Liang Feng checked the time again and said, "Remember what I said. Tomorrow, put aside all your work and study for the day. The day after tomorrow, Monday, we'll meet at the stock trading hall." "All right." Lu Bingyan nodded firmly with determination in her eyes. This young man seemed to give her endless confidence. She smiled confidently again. "No matter what, thank you so much." "No need to thank me." Liang Feng smiled back at her. He did this purely out of kindness. He felt that, as the little butterfly that had returned to the year 2002, the flapping of his wings had already altered the fate of this mother and daughter, so he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Especially after witnessing their self-rescue, he was even more certain of this belief. Chapter 95, Overjoyed to Tears, Lu Bingyan. Liang Feng's life plan for this lifetime was not to be a meddlesome do-gooder. But the saying, "those who save themselves are saved by heaven," is indeed true. He saw it again, so naturally he had to do something about it. In the dimly lit taxi, the streetlights by the roadside flickered on and off. Lu Bingyan wept with joy. All her burdens vanished in an instant. The sudden onset of this feeling made her unable to hold back her tears. "Liang Feng, thank you so much." Liang Feng took out a tissue and handed it to her, saying, "Auntie, don't cry. Everything is over now." Lu Bingyan wiped away her tears, suddenly clutched Liang Feng's hand, and looked at him with fervent eyes, saying, "I really thank you. Without you, who knows what would have become of me and Daodu." This physical contact startled Liang Feng. Plus, they were in a taxi, which reminded him of his encounter with Yu Xian. He couldn't help but recall Lu Bingyan's stunning beauty in the dim light. Her fitness pants hugged her curves perfectly. She was no less stunning than Yu Xiyuan. In fact, her figure was even more slender and youthful. She was a stunningly beautiful young woman with a touch of innocence. She batted her tearful eyes, her oval face, cherry lips, high nose bridge, and fair skin, and said emotionally, "Liang Feng, you will be our family's savior. I don't know how to thank you enough. Aunt Lu, you're too kind." Liang Feng withdrew his hand. He didn't want things to get out of hand. He certainly didn't want to become a womanizer. The taxi driver happened to turn his head and looked over, puzzled by what was being said. Lu Bingyan blushed and wiped away her tears, then turned away. But her gratitude toward Liang Feng was beyond words, and she couldn't help but say, "So, you're my boss now, right?" With a faint smile, he nodded slightly and said, "Boss, let us reintroduce ourselves. I'm Lu Bingyan, your stockbroker. It's a pleasure to be your subordinate." "Ha ha." Liang Feng laughed. The journey ahead was still long. Liang Feng decided to tell Lu Bingyan something he had planned to share on Monday. "Little Lu, as a stockbroker, you don't just get paid for nothing. Remember what the boss says." "Yes." Lu Bingyan giggled. Liang Feng followed suit and the atmosphere relaxed. He then said seriously, first, you should familiarize yourself with the basics of stocks, how to trade, how to switch positions, how to do short-term trading, and how to do long-term trading. Don't go into too much detail. That's not necessary for you yet. You can learn more later. What you need to do now is use tomorrow to master the basics. Don't end up knowing nothing when the time comes. Lu Bingyan nodded hurriedly, yes, boss, I'll do exactly as you say. She felt like she had become a secretary. She had never had a formal job before. She had been dancing all her life. This time, it felt quite novel to her, and she couldn't help but giggle. Be serious. Liang Feng shot her a stern glance. Lu Bingyan quickly composed herself, yes, boss. That's better. Liang Feng laughed heartily. This feeling wasn't so bad after all. Lu Bingyan followed suit with a smile. The remaining time. Liang Feng gave his instructions, and Lu Bingyan listened carefully. When they arrived at Donggang Community, Lu Bingyan had already jotted down most of the tasks for the upcoming work. She pursed her lips and smiled, saying, well, handsome boss, see you on Monday. Smooth talker. Liang Feng snorted with a laugh, feeling that this woman was teasing him about his age, which wasn't acceptable. Lu Bingyan smiled shyly, no. Get out of the car. Yes. After getting out of the car, Lu Bingyan waved goodbye to Liang Feng, clutching her bank card excitedly. As the car drove away, she couldn't help but let out a joyful ah. Releasing her joy. Dressed like this and dancing everywhere, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But the debt was there, hanging over her. Her daughter had already gone out to work. She had no choice but to set aside her pride and earn this money she once looked down on. But now it's all right. After enduring the clouds, the moon finally shines through. She was overjoyed, holding the bank card, giving it a quick kiss, and rushing back home to share the news with her daughter. Alas! Click! Click! After opening the door, the house was completely silent. Lu Duo was already asleep. The table was set with food and a note. Mom, you've worked hard. There's egg soup in the pot. Heat it up and eat it. I'm too tired, so I'll go to sleep first. Lu Bingyan couldn't help but feel like crying again, but thinking that everything was over, she forced a smile. She went to the kitchen on her own, heated the egg soup and the meal. She enjoyed a delicious meal. Her heart was filled with joy. Looking at the bank card, she took out her phone, found Liang Feng's phone number she had just saved, and sent a text message, Boss, your stockbroker Lu Bingyan has arrived home safely. Thank you for everything you've given me. Get some rest. Liang Feng replied. Lu Bingyan read it and couldn't help but smile. When she was on the brink of falling into an abyss, he had saved her. On the day she wanted to start anew, he had pulled her back. Deep down, her gratitude toward Liang Feng was beyond words, and she silently marveled, he truly is my savior. She then happily picked up her bank card and gave it a quick peck. She lay on the sofa. But she felt dirty and disheveled, so she went to the bathroom, took off her clothes, and began to shower. Today, she had danced in the department store and at the night market, enduring the lecherous stares and judgmental glances of countless men. She had seen it all clearly, though she felt a bit embarrassed. But there was no denying it. This feeling also proved she was still attractive. At this moment, standing naked in the shower, she admired her own graceful figure and fair skin, unable to resist admiring herself. Her breasts remained firm and perky, her abdomen flat with little excess fat, her legs round and long, her thighs full and her calves straight, still enough to captivate any man's gaze. Turning around, she looked at the full, round drone-like skin and slapped it, exclaiming involuntarily, Boss, you must be craving my body too, otherwise why would you be so kind to me? As a man in his 30s, Lu Bingyan couldn't understand why Liang Feng would help her without expecting anything in return. She thought he might be interested in Duo. But she had heard from Dodo that Liang Feng had a girlfriend from the same class. So she dismissed the idea, deciding not to waste Liang Feng's kindness and instead focus on understanding the stock matters he had entrusted to her. On Monday, she was well prepared when they met. Right, that's it. Lu Bingyan, you can do it. She looked at herself in the mirror, silently encouraging herself, ready to give it her all. Chapter 96, Examiner Liang Feng. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana had extensive connections. After returning home, I followed the plan and began contacting my classmates to spread the news about the CS match against Haicheng. Over the past couple of years, students from Haigang were getting more and more arrogant. Many students from Tangcheng No. 1 High School couldn't stand it anymore. So when word got out, there were plenty of volunteers. The meeting place was set at the Chaochuan Internet Cafe outside Liangfeng's Steel City residential area, where they would gather to take on the show-offs from Haicheng. The Chaochuan Internet Cafe wasn't very big, with only 20 or 30 computers, and it was crowded and chaotic inside. Gu Yuan, Jean Nana, Fengyan, Zhang Yun, and a few other girls had some pocket money, so they pooled their money to rent 5 consecutive computers. Haigang High School had been quite arrogant in recent years, and the students from First High School were all eager to prove themselves. Many students showed up, even those who weren't very good at gaming came to join the fun and cheer on their friends. Soon, the internet cafe was packed with people, with layers of crowds inside and outside, drawing curious glances from passers-by who wondered what was going on and why there were so many girls there. The girls were all very pretty and attracted a lot of attention. Guyuan, you really know how to turn heads wherever you go. Someone flattered her. Guyuan replied, let's get back to the matter at hand. If the poor team wins, our school's reputation will be ruined. Right. Jean Nana chimed in. They were witnesses, and they felt even more embarrassed. At that moment, the crowd had gathered. Wang Shan, who had previously faced off against the Haigang school team, volunteered to speak first. Everyone, listen to me first. No matter who participates later, don't underestimate them. I've fought against them before. Their aim is incredibly accurate, and their tactical strategies are also very cunning. They attack in waves. As soon as you take down one, another immediately takes its place, leaving you no time to catch your breath. There were several times when I killed one, but because I ran out of bullets too quickly, by the time the second one appeared, I was reloading, and they took me out. So we have to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Don't let your guard down. He then added, I noticed they're good at the White House warehouse map, so they'll probably choose that location. Let's practice the White House map more later. Liang Feng took a computer and said with a smile, the top priority is to determine the team members. The team is the most important thing. Wang Shan rolled his eyes and said, I'm out. It's up to you guys. At that moment, some people in the crowd were already itching to show off. Zhao Jun from class 1 stepped forward and said, I'm a good shooter. I'm known as the sniper god at the internet cafe near my place. My sniper skills are top-notch. Wang Shua from class 7 retorted, I'm skilled with machine guns. Though my shots look a bit chaotic, my aim is precise, especially with AK burst fire. That's my specialty. Liang Feng nodded and said, alright, give it a try on stage. The two stepped out of the crowd, sat down at two empty computer stations, put on their headsets, moved the mouse, and entered the game. Everyone else watched with wide eyes, eager to see how skilled these two were and whether they could match them. The girls, of course, were there to cheer them on. They bought sodas and cheered them on, saying, we can't help much, but we'll chip in some money. You guys, don't rush. Wang Shua and Zhao Jun took the drinks, took a sip, and got ready to show off their skills. Fight me. Liang Feng built a house and chose the simpler blood battle corridor, selecting the police side. He said to Wang Shua, you go in first. Let me see how good you are with the AK. Alright. Wang Shua nodded, clicked on the game, and charged in. He had heard that Liang Feng was now quite skilled, having exposed Hua Lei's pretentious facade and knowing many influential people in society. But seeing Liang Feng testing him, he still felt a bit. He chose the bandit side, bought an AK as soon as he entered, and charged out. Liang Feng wielded an M16 and charged out, engaging in a direct firefight. Let's see who's better. Wang Shan, you should take a look too. See if you can match up against the guys from Haicheng. In theory, in such a firefight, the AK should be more powerful. But Liang Feng's gaming experience from his previous life was clearly more extensive. Bang! 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 A barrage of fire left Wang Shua with only half a health bar, and he was killed. Damn it! Wang Shua took a deep breath, let's go again. Keep going. Liang Feng maneuvered the mouse and keyboard with ease. Wang Shan, Guyuan, Jean Nana, and the others finally understood why Liang Feng dared to challenge the Haicheng team. He really had a strategy. Liang Feng is impressive. Bro, you're the man. Yeah, I remember his skill was about the same as mine not too long ago. He must VE been practicing a lot. No doubt about it. Everyone praised him one after another. Wang Shua wanted to win even more, but when operating the machine gun, his movements were clearly disorganized and lacked composure. However, it was evident that his aim was still precise, and his AK burst fire was particularly powerful. After 5 rounds, he managed to beat Liang Feng in one. Damn it, I give up. Wang Shua, covered in dust and dirt, was about to leave. Liang Feng laughed, you did pretty well. I'll count that as a win for you. What? Winning one game against you is already pretty good? Wang Shua was stunned. Liang Feng nodded and said, of course. Okay. Wang Shua nodded dazedly. Watch me. As he had claimed, Zhao Jun was skilled with a sniper rifle and exceptionally adept at finding blind spots to ambush his targets. Liang Feng once again chose the blood battle corridor, and the two began their sniper duel. After 5 rounds, the score remained 4-1. Can I do it? Zhao Jun could tell that Liang Feng was a skilled marksman, so he asked with a smile. You can. Liang Feng nodded. Wang Shan laughed, I asked Qin Feng, and the other side wants 5 against 5. With that, we already have 3 people. We just need to pick 2 more. Right, anyone else who thinks they can do it, step forward. Liang Feng sat down, taking on the role of examiner. Everyone looked at each other, hesitant to show their weakness. But they also wanted to make a good impression. Wang Shua and Zhao Jun were selected after winning just 1 match. Someone shouted, I'll give it a try. Alright. Liang Feng accepted everyone's challenge. The result. Most people couldn't even defeat Liang Feng once and had to admit defeat. At that moment, people finally realized just how powerful Liang Feng truly was. Wang Shuai and Zhao Jun, with their chests puffed out, also felt pretty good about themselves, as being able to kill Liang Feng once was already quite an achievement. Liang Feng, you're really powerful now. Yeah, you're good at everything. That gunplay is truly impressive. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana marveled. Wang Shan nodded in agreement. I can barely recognize my own good brother anymore. Enough, stop talking. Let's pick the people. Liang Feng looked at the people behind him. Who else is coming? Don't be afraid to show your weakness. It's all for the school. I'll go. Another person stepped forward. After much deliberation, they finally selected Wang Xian, the chubby boy from class 6. Wang Xian had excellent aim and could handle various weapons with ease, earning him the nickname Jack of all trades. With that, the 4 candidates were finalized, leaving only one more to go. Chapter 97, Internet Addicted Girl, Zhang Hongyao. Most students at Tangqing First High School prioritize their studies, and their families are strict, so few have time to go online and play games during their free time. Therefore, selecting 5 suitable candidates was no easy task. The main issue was the urgency of the matter. It was mentioned last night, and the competition is scheduled for this afternoon. Many people probably didn't even know about this. For a moment, everything came to a standstill. Liang Feng sat in his computer chair and glanced back at Wang Shan. Wang Shan hurriedly said, "No, I can't do it. I can tell you're all better than me. Plus, I really can't beat them." After looking around and not finding anyone suitable, he said, "If it really can't be helped, I'll go alone. I've fought them before and have some experience, but don't blame me if I lose." You're already admitting defeat before even starting. You've been completely defeated. Liang Feng shook his head helplessly. Then, who should we choose? Feng Yan looked around. Gu Yuan spoke anxiously. It starts at 2 p.m. We're still looking for someone. We might not have enough time. Jean Nana turned to ask, do you know anyone in your class who's good at CS? Hurry up and call them. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a bit lost. Because all the obvious experts were already there. Unless there were hidden experts. But finding hidden masters at this point was out of the question. The internet cafe fell into silence. Liang Feng clenched his teeth and said, forget it, I'll find an outside helper. Wang Shan hurriedly said, an outside helper won't work. We all agreed that only students from our school can participate. If they find out we brought in an outside helper, even if we win, it'll be embarrassing. Right, we can't do that. We can't lose face. Zhao Jun and Wang Shuai chimed in. Liang Feng laughed, don't worry, it'll definitely be someone from our school. Who is it? Everyone was taken aback. Liang Feng gave a mysterious smile, the internet-addicted girl, Zhang Hongyao. Who? Everyone was completely confused. Only Feng Yan knew, and she giggled, right, she's definitely an internet-addicted girl. She's always playing games at home, so she must be good. Plus, she lives nearby. I'll go get her. She ran out in a hurry. Who is she? Everyone was still confused, unaware that there was such an internet-addicted girl at the school. Wang Shan explained, she'll be attending our first middle school starting next semester. She's already enrolled as a student at our school. What do you mean sort of? She's already enrolled and has completed all the necessary procedures. Liang Feng emphasized. Everyone was still a bit confused. Liang Feng said, you'll see for yourselves. Her skills aren't bad. Oh. Wang Shan and Gu Yuan remained silent. Soon, Feng Yan arrived at the scene with Zhang Hongyao. On the way, Zhang Hongyao had already been informed of everything and was already feeling a bit awkward. Upon arriving at the internet cafe and seeing the scene before her, she felt even more embarrassed. Inside the internet cafe, she didn't recognize many people, so she hesitated and said, Liang Feng, you called me here. This isn't good. Why don't you guys play without me? Zhang Hongyao dared to come, which meant she must have some skills. When it comes to games, talent matters, but experience is even more crucial. Experience, of course, comes with time. As an internet-addicted girl, Zhang Hongyao must have spent a lot of time playing. The longer you play, the better you get under normal circumstances. When Liang Feng chatted with her that day, he realized she was a pro. Liang Feng smiled and said, since you're here, why not show off your skills? This concerns the honor of our school. You'll be a student at our school once the new term starts, so it's only natural. Feng Yan pulled her over and said, that's right, Hongyao, show us what you've got. Don't be modest, come on. Zhang Yun chimed in. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana finally realized who Zhang Hongyao was. She was the Beijing girl who had gone swimming at Helushan that day. Seeing that she dared to come, they all realized she must be capable and said, that's right, give it a try. Let us girls save face too. Gu Yuan spoke up personally. Zhang Hongyao saw that even such a beauty had spoken up and everyone was so enthusiastic, so she nodded and said, alright, I'll give it a try. She sat down, opened the game, and entered the blood battle corridor. Liang Feng continued as the examiner, read medicine, be careful. Liang Feng remained with his M16. Zhang Hongyao's gaze was intense. She didn't say a word. She skillfully switched guns and operated them with fluid movements. She bought an AK-47 and charged straight into the fray. Impressive. Zhao Jun couldn't help but praise her. That's not bad. Wang Shuo nodded in agreement. The result. At first glance, Liang Feng fired a shot with a loud bang and blew his head off. Damn it. Zhang Hongyao cursed. Everyone burst into laughter, saying losing to Liang Feng isn't shameful. It's embarrassing, but not shameful. Let's go again. Zhang Hongyao glanced at Liang Feng and clenched her teeth. All right. Liang Feng nodded. This round, Zhang Hongyao chose to snipe. Liang Feng didn't notice and charged forward, firing a shot that blew his head off. Losing to me isn't a disgrace. Zhang Hongyao raised an eyebrow. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, realizing that Zhang Hongyao was extremely powerful. Feng Yin praised, I feel she's even stronger than Wang Shuo and Wang Xin. That's right, she is amazing. This foreign aid is really impressive. Wang Shan remarked with emotion. However, Liang Feng and Zhang Hongyao were locked in a fierce battle, engaging in constant combat. In the end, after 5 games, Liang Feng narrowly won 3-2. Zhang Hongyao refused to accept the result. But there was no denying it. With Zhang Hongyao's emergence, everyone now had a clearer idea. The 5 suitable candidates were finally determined. As the commander, Liang Feng smiled and said, let's not waste any time. Let's get started. The 5 of us will work out a strategy together. We can't go into battle unprepared. All right. Wang Shuo, Wang Xin, and Zhao Jun eagerly began their practice. Zhang Hongyao, however, hoped to teach Liang Feng a lesson during training. As a seasoned internet user, he couldn't afford to lose. However, as the training progressed, Zhang Hongyao was impressed. In terms of tactical strategies and game understanding, she couldn't keep up. As agreed, at 2 p.m., both parties met at the Pioneer Internet Cafe. At that moment, the so-called school team of Haigang High School had gathered together, numbering around 15 or 16 people. Additionally, since this match was against First High School, it had caused quite a stir within the school, attracting a crowd of around 20 or 30 people. There were both men and women. Among them was Liang Feng's cousin, Bai Ying. She had come along with her classmates to join the crowd and cheer them on. Watching the confident expressions of the Harbor High School team members, who were all brimming with confidence and ready to take on First High School, the supporters also smiled. Let those bookworms from First Middle School see how tough we are. Right, a bunch of bookworms, what else can they do besides study? Exactly. They chatted and laughed. Chen Feng confidently guaranteed, Brother Jin, you can rest assured. With their meager skills, they're no match for us. We'll wipe them out completely. Exactly. That Liang Feng let him keep showing off. This time, we'll make sure they don't win a single game. Li Ming clenched his teeth, determined to take down Liang Feng. Liang Feng? Bai Ying froze, sighing inwardly. Could it be her cousin? There weren't many people with that name. She couldn't help but look down on him. Yesterday, when they met, Liang Feng was so arrogant. This time, they'd show him how powerful the Harbor team was. Train hard and aim for a clean sweep. Right, shut them out completely. Xiao Jian led the way, each of them brimming with confidence, itching to prove that Haigang High School was stronger than Tangcheng First High School. Chapter 98, the match officially begins. Around 1:40 p.m. Liang Feng, Zhang Hongyao, Gu Yuan, and their group entered the Pioneer Internet Cafe in a large group. The Pioneer Internet Cafe was quite famous in Tangcheng, located in the city center's prime location. It had high-spec machines and well-equipped facilities, but the prices were also steep, at 10 yuan per hour. In 2002, that was a significant expense. Therefore, when Liang Feng and his group arrived at this time, there were still some available seats. The students from Haigang High School had just arrived and had already secured 5 computer stations. They were about to start practicing. Chen Feng, with his sharp eyes, noticed Liang Feng and his group entering and hurriedly reminded them, they're here. Everyone looked up. They saw Liang Feng leading the group, with no fewer than 20 people. There were both men and women. Among them, several beautiful women stood out. Gu Yuan, Jin Nana, and Zhang Hongyao caught the attention of many others in the internet cafe. 2 beautiful ladies, you really came? Hee, hello. Chen Feng greeted them with a laugh. Jin Nana rolled her eyes. Gu Yuan, fortunately, ignored him. Chen Feng, feeling unamused, waved his hand and called out, Liang Feng, why are you guys so late? Liang Feng pointed at the clock on the wall of the internet cafe and said casually, it starts at 2 o'clock. Why are you in such a hurry? The emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Let you guys get familiar with the machines first. Screw that, we don't need to. Chen Feng swallowed his frustration and didn't say another word. Both sides had already agreed on a 5-on-5 match. Each round would end when one side was completely defeated or the game time ran out. Xiao Jian, leading the 5, was acting tough, each wearing a black t-shirt emblazoned with Harbor High School CS Team and other words. Li Ming from yesterday was also among them. Chen Feng and Lu Yu were not qualified to join. Li Ming, feeling cocky, shouted loudly, "Don't worry, I'll handle Liang Feng." Yesterday, Liang Feng had stolen the spotlight, and with the two beauties, Guan Yuan and Jean Nana, present, Li Ming was itching to show off and make a big splash. Xiao Jian, also showing off, wore a baseball cap and sneered, "Let's aim for a clean sweep." The team members nodded one by one. At the Pioneer Internet Cafe, many seats were empty. The high fees deterred many people from entering. So, Liang Feng and her group quickly selected 5 adjacent seats. There was still some time left before the agreed upon 2 p.m. Liang Feng, Zhang Hongyao, Wang Shua, Zhao Jun, and Wang Xian sat down one by one, familiarizing themselves with the mouse and the computer, without any extra comments. The number of people cheering for Haigang High School was also quite substantial. There were around 20 or 30 people. Men and women stood there. There were many prominent figures from Haigang. For example, the top beauty of Harbor High School, Zhang Yueya. Her real name is Zhang Yu, and her nickname is Yueya. Since she was a child, most people have called her Zhang Yueya, and she likes this name, so she changed her name. She is now known as Zhang Yueya. With her tall, slender figure and graceful posture, she stood out in the crowd at the Harbor High School, wearing a white silk dress. However, when compared to others, she clearly falls short of Gu Yuan and Zhang Hongyao. She scanned the crowd and suddenly froze. There's another girl from First High School participating in the competition? The students of Haigang High School heard this and all turned their gaze toward Liang Feng. Seeing that Zhang Hongyao was indeed sitting there, they confirmed the news. Wow, there really is a girl. Haha, is First Middle School out of contestants? Yeah, why let a girl compete? Who cares about gender? We'll fight anyway. Xiao Jian arrived, sticking out his neck, and shouted loudly, the competition rules were clearly stated beforehand, no one is allowed to use cheat devices. Chen Feng, go over there and keep an eye on them. If anyone uses a cheat device, report it immediately. Of course, you can also assign someone to watch us from behind. If anything seems off, report it immediately. All right. Liang Feng nodded, looked around, and ordered, Wang Shan, you go watch them. He added, be careful. Don't worry. Wang Shan responded and walked over, passing by Chen Feng. Chen Feng wore a smug expression. Wang Shan gave him a cold glance and hurried over. Among the crowd, Liang Feng finally noticed his cousin Bai Ying. In fact, Bai Ying had already spotted Liang Feng, her eyes filled with contempt, but she said nothing. Liang Feng didn't want to make a fool of himself, so he also remained silent. At that moment, Xiao Jian raised his head and asked, should we start now, or wait until 2 o'clock? Liang Feng smiled and said, we don't mind. Either way is fine. They had already tried the mouse and keyboard and nodded in agreement. Liang Feng said directly, get familiar with the computers quickly. We don't want you complaining about lag or the mouse being uncomfortable later. We don't need that. We're ready to start building the room. Xiao Jian snorted and sat down. Following the pre-arranged rules, both sides would play 10 rounds, taking turns selecting maps, with one person choosing per round, and the police or criminals determined by the map selector. Xiao Jian followed their plan and started setting up the game. Neither side said much. The tension was palpable, making the atmosphere feel tense. Although it was just a regular CS match, it was about the honor of 2 schools, so it was inevitable to feel nervous. Come on. Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, and others silently cheered them on. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana thoughtfully bought a bottle of Red Bull for each person, placing them on the table and saying, have some Red Bull to stay alert. Liang Feng skeptically asked, will that really work? Zhao Jun said, of course it works. It's from our beautiful Gu Yuan, so it must be special. Right. Wang Shua joined in the laughter. Let's drink it then. Liang Feng opened it and took a sip. The atmosphere wasn't as tense anymore. After a morning of practice, everyone felt pretty confident. Chen Feng stood behind Liang Feng, watching coldly, scrutinizing every detail. No one's cheating, right? Zhang Yun snorted and teased, you're just a traitor. Chen Feng retorted, how am I a traitor? We're not fighting against the steel mill kids. We're competing against 2 schools. I'm from Haigang High School. How can I be a traitor? If we say you are, you are. Feng Yan chimed in. I'm not bothering with you guys. Chen Feng continued to stare intently. Wang Shan also widened his eyes, staring intently. Li Ming said, don't worry, we'll beat you up, we don't even need to cheat. Damn it, I'm starting to think you guys were using cheats yesterday. Wang Shan didn't hold back. Xiao Jian said, let him watch. It doesn't matter. He moved the mouse and set up the room, you can go in now. Everyone, go in. Liang Feng nodded, and the others moved their mice, entering the map. The first map was White House Warehouse. Xiao Jian shouted, let's begin. Alright, let's go. Liang Feng glanced at Zhang Hongyao, Zhao Jun, Wang Shua, and Wang Xian, who were wearing headsets, and gave each of them a thumbs up before focusing intently on the computer screen. As the classic background music of CS began to play, the first round officially began. Chapter 99, Taking the Lead. Inside the Pioneer Internet Cafe, the onlookers held their breath. though both sides had faced off countless times in the White Warehouse map before. But this time, it was about the school's honor, so everyone couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. The team from Harbor High School was confident they could win, but they still couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Liang Feng and his team were no different. Although they had been warned by Wang Shan about the opponent's strength, they had never faced them before, and entering the battle directly still made everyone hold their breath. Come on! All the onlookers were silently cheering, rooting for their school students. First round. Liang Feng and his team played the role of bandits. Xiao Jian and his team chose to be the police. This suggests that they are more skilled with police guns, or perhaps more adept at offensive tactics. The battle begins. Liang Feng turned to Zhang Hongyao, Wang Shua, Zhao Jun, and Wang Xian and said, Plan 3. Got it. Everyone nodded in unison and quickly took up their positions according to the plan, without rushing out recklessly. Zhang Hongyao and Zhao Jun, armed with sniper rifles, took up positions at the high ground on both sides. Liang Feng, Wang Shua, and Wang Xian formed a triangular formation, securing the main entrance in the skylight. Everyone remained silent, focusing intently on waiting for the enemy's attack. Chen Feng knew that any word spoken at this moment could serve as a signal, so he also kept his mouth shut. Wang Shan did the same, scanning the area back and forth without uttering a word. Even the other onlookers held their breath, staring intently, watching the actions on the computer screen. Time ticked away, second by second. Whoosh! The students from Haicheng High School launched the first attack, throwing in smoke grenades. Immediately after, whoosh! 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 3 more smoke grenades were thrown. From the skylight, another one was thrown in with a whoosh. In an instant. Inside the warehouse, white mist filled the air. Xiao Jian and the others began to charge inside. The result. Bang! Zhang Hongyao acted swiftly, killing one first. My goodness, that was fast. Feng Yan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She stood behind Zhang Hongyao, not expecting him to act so quickly. In the hazy white mist, she could only sense that someone had been killed. Impressive, keep going. Liang Feng praised, moving the mouse, guiding Wang Shua and Wang Xian to retreat according to the plan. Someone across from them let out a curse. He even stood up to look around. Who was that? Damn, they're so accurate. Sit down, you, don't break the rules. Wang Shan grumbled under his breath. He turned around and glared, but eventually sat back down, still feeling annoyed. It's okay, leave it to us. Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and the others had already charged in through the white mist. The skylight also began its attack. But most of the gunfire was just random shots in the smoke. Due to the obstructed vision, none of the shots hit anyone. The smoke grenades not only impaired Liang Feng's vision but also made it difficult for both sides to see clearly. Just then, the smoke began to dissipate slowly. Both sides were searching for enemies. Liang Feng shouted first, 3 o'clock direction, 6 o'clock direction, fire. Roger. Roger. Wang Shua and Wang Xian's machine gun fire erupted instantly. Liang Feng followed with a burst of fire. Bang! 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 The sounds of gunfire echoed continuously. 2 more fell instantly on the opposite side. Damn it! Xiao Jian couldn't help but curse. At the same time, Zhang Hongyao and Zhao Jun at the vantage point weren't idle either. Bang! Bang! Several shots were fired, though they missed their targets, they succeeded in disrupting and annoying the enemy. Another person attempted to climb in through the skylight. Liang Feng acted swiftly, firing a shot that hit the intruder in the head, ending the fight. 0 casualties. Wang Shua excitedly snapped his fingers and burst into laughter. A student from Tangcheng First Middle School let out a burst of relief, all his tension gone. Haha, that was way too fast. 0 casualties means we didn't lose a single person, while they lost all 5 of theirs. This was way too easy. Haha, we won. Everyone laughed. Over at Haigang No. 1 High School, it was dead silent. They had been aiming for a clean sweep. But they never expected to be shut out in the first round, leaving them all red-faced and embarrassed. White Warehouse was the map they had played the most and were most experienced in. They never expected to get beaten so badly right off the bat. The main reason was that they lost too quickly, almost wiped out in a single exchange. They were all stunned, just swallowing their saliva. The classmates standing behind them to cheer them on couldn't help but mutter, can they even do this? They got shut out by the other team. Man, if I'd known it was going to be like this, I wouldn't have come. They sighed in frustration. Xiao Jian hurriedly said, we were too impatient. This time, everyone stay calm and fight back in the next round. Right, let's fight back. Li Ming chimed in, relieving the pressure on everyone. Wang Shan chuckled and reminded them, don't forget the rules, one side chooses a map, and the next round is our turn to choose. No need to remind me, I know. Xiao Jian forced himself to stay calm and said, let's keep going. Right, let's keep going. One by one, they grabbed their pants, wiped the sweat off their brows, and gripped the mouse once more. Jiang Yueya, the school beauty, had come to support the CS team, and seeing this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, seeing Gu Yuan and Jean Nana busy serving tea and massaging shoulders, she followed suit and said, "Right, Xiao Jian, don't get nervous. Just play at your usual level." As soon as she spoke, Xiao Jian and the others finally relaxed a bit and smiled. Yeah, Yue, don't worry. We'll definitely win. Right. Li Ming and the others all laughed. Go for it. Jiang Yue clenched her fists. Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and the others felt full of energy. Bai Ying, however, was a bit stunned and couldn't help but glance at Liang Feng a few more times. Watching Gu Yuan, the tall, beautiful woman, massaging Liang Feng's shoulders, she was utterly astonished. Her cousin was pretty impressive. Second round. Liang Feng chose the sniper rifle range and said seriously, "Plan 2, begin." "Alright." Zhang Hongyao, Wang Xan, Wang Shua, and Zhao Jun nodded firmly. Chen Feng watched from the side, filled with confusion, not expecting them to have any more plans. After all, while their school team was decent, they seemed less prepared compared to Liang Feng's group. For instance, the map for this round was the sniper rifle range, which Chen Feng hadn't played much before. Xiao Jian and the others usually played maps like White House Warehouse or Blood Battle Corridor. They had rarely ventured into this sniper range. They had played it before, but not very much. As soon as they entered, Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and the others looked a bit uneasy. The distance between the two sides on this map is too great. Charging in recklessly would be suicide, leaving them no choice but to rely on sniper rifles to exchange fire. Earlier, they had already witnessed Zhang Hongyao and Zhao Jun's sniper skills. This time, it wouldn't be easy. "Let us go," Xiao Jian shouted, then signaled to everyone to get ready. They entered the sniper rifle range. Chapter 100, Everything Under Control. The moment they entered the game, Liang Feng, Zhang Hongyao, Wang Shua, Zhao Jun, and Wang Xan immediately grabbed 5 sniper rifles and hid in the trenches, ready for action. Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and the others were almost ready. However, they appeared slightly disorganized, with their positions not sufficiently spread out. "Li Ming, go to the left," Xiao Jian reminded him. The result. He stood up and was about to run, but as soon as he showed his head, there was a loud bang. Liang Feng fired first, shooting him in the head, and laughed, "One down." "Well done, Liang Feng, nice work." Jean Nana couldn't help but cheer. Li Ming was completely stunned. He didn't bend down or move, but as soon as he raised his head, almost in an instant, he was speechless. Jean Nana thought Li Ming was dead, and shouted triumphantly, "You wanted to take down Liang Feng, didn't you? Go ahead and do it." Li Ming clenched his teeth, swallowed his anger, and sat down dejectedly. "Ha ha." Gu Yuan followed suit and laughed. Feng Yan and Zhang Yan also felt proud, lifting their chins and laughing. The onlookers from Haichang High School frowned again, and Jiang Yue shook her head. As for the situation, after Liang Feng headshot Li Ming, no one dared to show their heads again. According to the agreement, the side with fewer members would be declared the loser when the map timer ended. In that case, as long as none of Liang Feng's men were killed, they were certain to win. Xiao Jian and the others were stunned. They never expected Liang Feng and his group to pull this move. They're not charging, not showing themselves, just stalling. What should we do? They're being way too sleazy. One after another, they were so anxious they were scratching their heads. They've already lost one man. If they keep hiding like turtles, they'll definitely lose once time runs out. But charging forward would be no different from suicide. Time was ticking away. Xiao Jian clenched his teeth and said, "We can't wait any longer. You two charge forward, and the two of us will cover you. We can't afford to lose." "All right." Two of them switched to machine guns and began to charge. Soon, Liang Feng warned, "Footsteps. They're charging. Numbers 2 and 5, aim and fire together." "Got it." Number 2 was Zhang Hongyao, and number 5 was Wang Xian. Bang! Bang! Several gunshots rang out. All random shots. But it attracted the attention of Xiao Jian and the others behind them. At the same time, Liang Feng, Zhao Jun, and Wang Shua looked up. Bang! Bang! 3 more shots rang out and 2 more people fell. We're in trouble. At that moment, everyone realized they had lost this round. Their formation was in disarray, and they hadn't killed a single enemy. At this point, the remaining 2 charging forward was pointless. They could only grit their teeth and complain, "This is so damn cowardly. Is this even playing CS?" But the outcome was already decided. As time passed, the 2 of them charged recklessly and were easily sniped by Liang Feng and his team. Liang Feng announced with a smile, "Second round, another clean sweep." Nice! Gu Yuan and Feng Yan cheered excitedly. All of this was part of Liang Feng's meticulously planned strategy. Everyone laughed uncontrollably. These guys from the port really aren't very bright. Yeah, they don't even know how to use the rules. They're so stupid. They're so stupid. The people from the harbor were so frustrated they couldn't even speak. This also made many students unable to resist muttering, "We'll win, but we'll win fairly. Unlike you guys, who are so underhanded. Exactly, you're too cowardly to charge. What kind of heroes are you? He snorted coldly. Wang Shan sneered, "This is a sniper range. Why charge? The rules are set like this. Why should we charge recklessly like you brutes? Damn it." The few of them were so angry they wanted to fight. But they were stopped, muttering that Liang Feng knows people from the underworld. "We can't afford to mess with him." "We know." Wang Shan snorted, strutting around and laughing loudly, "0 kills, keep going, this is awesome." Zhang Yuya was equally surprised by the turn of events, feeling embarrassed and humiliated. Many of them were itching to turn and leave. On the other side, Gu Yuan smiled happily and said, "Hurry up, take a sip of Red Bull to moisten your throat." Right. It's from the beautiful Ms. Gu, so you must drink it." Liang Feng and Zhang Hongyao both took a sip of Red Bull, looking confident and smirking as if they had already won. After winning 2 consecutive rounds, the team from Haigang First High School was a bit stunned. They had crushed Wang Shan yesterday and thought they had the upper hand, but they were completely overwhelmed from the start, leaving them red-faced with embarrassment. After all, there were quite a few people watching, and they had even invited them themselves, hoping to show off in front of everyone. Now they had lost so badly that they couldn't even keep their armor on, and their faces were completely lost. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Don't get nervous. There are 10 games in total. Losing 2 isn't a big deal. Keep going and pick a map you're familiar with." Right. So, after discussing it, they chose White House Warehouse for this round. However, this time, they took on the role of the defenders as the criminal team. Liang Feng saw this and smiled, saying, "Proceed according to Plan 7. "All right." Everyone responded in unison. Chen Feng was deeply shocked and couldn't help but wonder, what is Plan 7? It seems like there are a lot of plans. Soon, he understood. He saw that Liang Feng and the other 4 hadn't moved at all. They were just standing there, randomly swinging their knives around, not even attempting to advance. Xiao Jian's 5 men, on the other hand, were fully focused on guarding the warehouse, daring not to make a single move. Time ticked by. Everyone gradually figured it out. Liang Feng and his group had already won the first 2 rounds. If neither side had any casualties in the 3rd round, it would be a draw. In that case, the next round would be Liang Feng's team's turn to choose the map. The harbor side was likely to lose again. Xiao Jian was so angry he could grind his teeth, muttering under his breath, "Those guys from First Middle School are way too sneaky. How can this be? We can't let this happen. Let's charge. Right, we can't waste our chance to choose the map." With only 1 minute left, Xiao Jian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Charge." The result. Liang Feng and his group suddenly moved, charging out in an instant. Instead of guns, they held knives, moving at an astonishing speed. When they reached the door, they collided with Xiao Jian and his group. One group was prepared, the other was not. Bang bang bang. A hail of gunfire erupted. All 5 were killed. Liang Feng declared, "One more round, keep the score at 0. "Ah, Liang Feng, you're so skilled. Everything was within your calculations." "That's right, they're just a bunch of amateurs." "Ha ha. They're already in disarray. They're really brainless." Zhao Jun, Wang Shua, and Wang Xian cheered and jumped for joy, overjoyed. Zhang Hongyao also smiled approvingly. After a morning of training, everything was arranged for various situations. How to fight when trailing, how to fight when leading. How to handle the police, how to handle the criminals. All of this had been meticulously planned by Liang Feng, and sure enough, the opposing side acted exactly as Liang Feng had described, prompting laughter all around. "Forget it, I'm not watching anymore. Embarrassing." The students of Harbor High School watched as the score reached 3-0. And every time they lost without scoring a single point, they were so frustrated they could barely contain their anger. Fortunately, they turned and left. Zhang Yuya, Bai Ying, and others felt the same way and also wanted to leave. But since they'd already come, they couldn't just leave. Bai Ying, however, was impressed by Liang Feng. She thought to herself, after the game, "I should at least say hello. I didn't expect this kid to be so skilled." She rolled her eyes, but she had to admit he was impressive. Chapter 101, A Decisive Victory. Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and the others were completely panicked. They were completely unprepared for this situation, their limbs numb, frantically rubbing their pants as if they were sweating, as if it were affecting their performance. This time, when they saw that Liang Feng had chosen the 4th image a missile base and designated himself as the enemy, they were even more dumbfounded. The terrorists' mission was to install a nuclear bomb. Once the bomb exploded, the terrorist side would win. Therefore, in this round, the terrorist side held the upper hand. Xiao Jian and the others felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the map. Not only was the terrorist side clearly at an advantage, but the map layout was also chaotic. They rarely played this map and weren't familiar with it, so they quickly found themselves defeated again. Then, they chose Blood Battle Corridor and decided to give it their all. However, they had already lost their fighting ability, their hands were numb from being hit, and their minds were numb, so they lost again. The onlookers gradually dispersed, muttering unkind remarks under their breath. "You've really brought shame to the Harbor School. Don't even claim to be part of the Harbor School team. So embarrassing. You played so many rounds and didn't kill a single person. What's the point? Damn it, don't ever say you're from Harbor again. It's too embarrassing. Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and the others were red-faced, gritting their teeth and sighing. They were just casual players, slightly better than average internet cafe gamers. But they weren't that strong, so when they faced Liang Feng and his team, who had prepared meticulously, they were quickly defeated. 6-0. They were completely defeated. We won. Complete victory. Shut out the port, that's awesome. Zhao Jun, Wang Shua, and Wang Xian were the first to stand up and cheer with raised arms. We won. The onlookers joined in the cheers. Liang Feng, you guys are amazing. Gu Yuan shouted triumphantly. Liang Feng looked at Zhang Hongyao and extended his hand. Zhang Hongyao slapped his hand and said, the feeling of winning is nice. Of course. Liang Feng stood up with a smile and waved his arms. As Zhang Hongyao had said, the feeling of winning was indeed nice. For Liang Feng, it wasn't a big deal, but seeing the smiling faces of his classmates around him still made him happy. Go back, traitor. Feng Yin shoved Chen Feng aside. Now let us see what you have to say. If your Harbor team is so great. Chen Feng never expected this outcome. He sighed dejectedly and walked back. Wang Shan cheered triumphantly, waving his arms. How about that? All your big talk and bragging. When it comes down to it, you lost. 6-0, a shutout. What kind of level are you at? You still have the nerve to call yourselves the school team? Are all the members of the Harbor school team this mediocre? He laughed uncontrollably. Xiao Jian was so flustered that his face turned red. He stood up and turned to Wang Shan, shouting, stop showing off. You didn't even play. What does this have to do with you? Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Chen Feng, did you see that? They're cheating, right? How could they be so accurate? Yeah, did they use X-ray vision? How did they know where we were? Li Ming stood up and spoke up. Chen Feng shook his head and said, no, they planned it perfectly. We're just not as skilled as them. After saying that, he felt embarrassed and lowered his head with a sigh. He had boasted so much. The result? They were defeated so utterly. He too felt his face was lost. Losing is one thing, but losing so humiliatingly left him speechless. Li Ming felt the most humiliated. He had been talking about taking down Liang Feng, but ended up being taken down by him. He couldn't help but shout, Chen Feng, you're not on their side, are you? Why are you always taking their side? Chen Feng snorted, what are you talking about? How could I be on their side? I'm from the port district. Why would I betray my own people? He continued, they were well prepared, considering every possible situation and tactic. They were more thorough than us. Admit defeat. If you're not satisfied, let's have another round. Wang Shan laughed mockingly and said, we don't have time to play with you bunch of losers. We're students from first middle school. We've already given you face by lowering ourselves to compete with you. You want another match? Do you even deserve it? Laughing triumphantly, he walked over. The other few from Haigang were furious, grinding their teeth in anger. If they hadn't known beforehand that Liang Feng knew someone from the underworld, they would have already attacked him. Wang Shan's words were too provoking. Don't be such a sore loser. Liang Feng stood up and snorted, Wang Shan is right. We students from first high school prioritize our studies. We just play around in our free time, yet we're so much better than you. So, if your brain doesn't work, it doesn't work. Don't make excuses. Jean Nana giggled, standing beside Liang Feng and chimed in, exactly. If your brain doesn't work, nothing else does. Gu Yuan joined in the laughter. You're so weak, little loser. Zhao Jun sighed. Wang Shu shook his head and said, that's for sure, they're so weak. Right, a bunch of trash. Wang Xian chimed in. The students from the harbor wanted to argue back, but the score was there for all to see. The gap was too vast to deny. They sighed helplessly, clenched their teeth, and turned to leave. They're gone. Can't afford to lose. We won. Wang Shan mocked them one by one with a smile. Xiao Jian reached the door, clenched his teeth, and said, we can afford to lose. We just lost. We admit it. We'll come back another time. He stormed out angrily. Looking at the team uniform printed with Harbor High School CS team, he wanted to tear it to shreds. He ripped it off and threw it aside, saying, I'll go back and train harder. Right, train harder. He took everything off, threw it away, and gritted his teeth, determined to take revenge. At that moment, Bai Ying took the opportunity to show off, suddenly shouting, cousin, you're pretty impressive. Everyone turned to look at her, wondering who this cousin was. Liang Feng snorted and said, I thought you couldn't see me anymore, my dear cousin. Gu Yuan blinked her big eyes and asked, is that your cousin? Liang Feng nodded and said, yes, she's my uncle's daughter, Bai Ying. Bai Ying, Liang Feng is your cousin? The people from the harbor were equally surprised. Liang Feng's name had already become quite famous in the harbor through Chen Feng and the others' accounts. Today, surrounded by several beautiful women, he looked even more charming. Even Jiang Yueya, the most beautiful girl in the harbor, couldn't help but glance at him a few times, finding him quite handsome. He's your cousin? My cousin, my aunt's son. Bai felt very proud and smiled as she waved to Liang Feng, saying, let's chat again sometime. Sure, okay. Liang Feng gave his cousin the utmost respect. At the harbor, students could form small groups and even receive support from school teachers, who would help them coordinate with teachers for tutoring and other assistance. But now, this situation. They really have no face left. Little do they know. Harbor High School will completely close down in 5 or 6 years. By the time these parents realize what's happening, their children will have already gone down the wrong path and missed out on the best years of their education. Especially for the students who went abroad to study, upon returning home, they couldn't find any jobs, and their diplomas weren't recognized by anyone. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. This group of students, along with those who came before and those who will follow, will become the sacrificial lambs of this so-called comprehensive education system. The so-called path of comprehensive development and multifaceted cultivation for children at the beginning of the century will also become a joke with the widespread use of the internet and the dissemination of information. For ordinary families, the college entrance exam is the most important thing, the only thing that can truly change one's fate. Though it may sound harsh, it is an undeniable fact. Ah! Liang Feng couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Chapter 102, The Scum of the Earth, Hualei. Wang Shan, you still say they're good? What's so good about them? At this level, even casual players wouldn't want to team up with them. They're too weak. Zhao Jun laughed heartily. Wang Shuo agreed, exactly. Do we really need to bother the beautiful Gudit to buy us Red Bull? This is just a waste of time. Ha, right. Wang Xian nodded repeatedly. After winning, it's hard not to boast a little. Mainly because they had prepared for many unfavorable scenarios, but none of them were needed. The three of them couldn't help but laugh and joke around. But they were well aware that it was all thanks to Liang Feng's thorough preparation. Zhang Hongyao stood up and said, with sufficient preparation and having considered every possible scenario, victory comes naturally. Right. Zhao Jun nodded with a smile. Wang Shuo and Wang Xian, of course, knew this and walked over to Liang Feng together. Wang Xian raised his thumb and said, today's top credit goes to our commander, Liang Feng. Right, you didn't go into battle unprepared. Wang Shan wrapped his arms around Liang Feng's shoulders. Your intelligence was also timely, you deserve credit too. Liang Feng laughed heartily and hugged Wang Shan's shoulders. Gu Yuan added, Red Bull wasn't bought for nothing. As long as you won, that's all that matters. Exactly. Those guys from the harbor, let's see how they brag now. I've heard their nonsense every day, and I'm sick of it. You're absolutely right. Those pretentious fools at the port should shut up now. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Gu Yuan laughed, we've got to celebrate properly. We really gave the harbor a good thrashing. That felt great. Right. Feng Yin chimed in. Jean Nana said, at this time, Liang Feng's kitchen is just opening. Why don't we go there? Have some beer, some barbecue. I'll treat you. I brought money. Sounds good. Everyone chatted excitedly as they got off the plane and headed toward the internet cafe. They were ready to celebrate properly. The biggest hero of the day is Liang Feng. Liang the young hero, you've got to drink more. Wang Shan wrapped his arm around Liang Feng's shoulder and walked out. Liang Feng laughed, no problem. Feng Yan surrounded Zhang Hongyao and said, Hongyao, you haven't even attended one day of school at first middle school yet, and you've already done a great service for our school. You're truly remarkable. Right. Your aim is truly impressive. Zhao Jun was very interested in this Beijing beauty and kept moving closer to her. Zhang Hongyao blushed and smiled, Liang Feng prepared so well, and those people from the port were so weak. Anyone could have won. No, you're still very skilled. Wang Xian chimed in. Everyone wanted to get to know this new transfer student better. There was no helping it, she was truly beautiful. Zhang Hongyao felt a bit shy, as she wasn't very familiar with any of them. Just then, a jeep suddenly pulled up at the entrance. 4 people got out of the car, with Hualei leading the way, along with a few others from Class 8, including Chao Ming from last time. As soon as they got out, they looked menacing and charged toward Gu Yuan. However, upon spotting Liang Feng in the crowd, their arrogance diminished by half. However, they still walked over. Hualei, as always, was dressed in designer brands. Even though he had been exposed, he refused to change his ways, gritting his teeth and saying, Gu Yuan, I have something to say to you. Come over here. Gu Yuan looked helpless, both ashamed and angry, and replied, I have nothing to say to you. We've already broken up. Let's part ways amicably and leave a good impression. There's no need to tear each other apart. I'm just asking if you're coming over or not. Hualei shouted, gritting his teeth. He didn't care about saving face at all. Gu Yuan sighed helplessly, Hualei, don't even leave a good impression. At that moment, Jean Nana leaned over to Liang Feng and whispered, these past few days, Hualei has been harassing Gu Yuan. She's already broken up with him, yet he's still pestering her. Please help Gu Yuan. Ha! Liang Feng hadn't expected this turn of events. Thinking back to 10 years later, Gu Yuan looked utterly helpless. He finally understood why Hua Lei had been so persistent with Gu Yuan. What a scumbag! Liang Feng wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. He would see it through to the end and resolve Gu Yuan's matter completely. At that moment, Hua Lei didn't care at all, gritting his teeth and shouting, Gu Yuan, don't think that climbing onto Liang Feng's high branch makes you special. Liang Feng likes Lin Yusen, not you. He's just playing around with you. I'll ask you one last time, are you coming over or not? Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed red. She glanced at the people around her and sighed helplessly, I've already said it. Let us part ways amicably. There is nothing left to talk about. Hua Lei, just leave. I hope you'll at least leave me with a good impression. Hua Lei, furious and humiliated, shouted, fine, you're just another used-up woman I've played with. Then he shouted at Liang Feng, she's mine. You can have her now. He laughed loudly and prepared to leave. Gu Yuan was speechless, unable to believe what Hua Lei had said. Her face turned bright red, and she hurriedly explained, Hua Lei, you're lying. When did we ever sleep together? What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. She was so upset that her eyes welled up with tears, trying to explain further. Hua Lei sneered, when? You know exactly when. When you were with me, it wasn't your first time. You told me it happened in middle school? You're just a whore. Gu Yuan couldn't bear it anymore. She let out a sob and burst into tears, crying out, you're lying. I'm a virgin. When have I ever done anything like that? Hua Lei, we were together for a while. How could you say such things about me? I didn't. She cried bitterly. Everyone looked at each other in shock. No one had expected this turn of events. The joyful atmosphere vanished in an instant. Though everyone suspected that Hua Lei might be there to slander Gu Yuan. But who could be certain that he wasn't telling the truth? Everyone was completely baffled. Hua Lei snorted derisively and shouted, Liang Feng, I know you're tough, but you're just playing with my leftovers. What can you do to me? Just find someone else to beat me up? I'll take it, but let me tell you, Gu Yuan is just a used-up whore who's been with me. As he spoke, he pretended to walk away. Liang Feng clenched his teeth and stepped forward, sneering, what are you bragging about? You said you played with her, but Gu Yuan told me you two never did anything. When she was with me, she was still a virgin. You dare to mess with her? I'll beat you to death. He quickly gave Wang Shan a meaningful glance. Wang Shan understood and charged forward instantly, with Liang Feng backing us up, beat him up. Beat this bastard and make him stop showing off. Many of the boys present were already furious with Hua Lei. At school, he was the one who always acted tough, and he'd even been beaten up by Liang Feng before. Now that Liang Feng was there, Wang Shan charged forward. Wang Xian, Zhao Jun, and others followed suit, shouting, yes, let's settle both old and new scores. Beat him up. Grab him and give him a good beating. Yes, let's go together. Wang Shua followed closely behind. Hua Lei tried to get into the car and escape. Wang Shan acted quickly, grabbing his collar and pulling him down. Zhao Jun, Wang Shua, Wang Xian, and others surrounded him and kicked him viciously. Liang Feng shouted from the side, beat him to death. Let him show off. He glanced at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was crying uncontrollably. Jean Nana rushed over, hugged Gu Yuan, and comforted her, don't listen to him. He's just trying to slander you. Everyone knows that. Wah! Wah! Gu Yuan cried even harder, never having imagined that this would happen. Chapter 103, The Downfall of a Scoundrel. Liang Feng strode over to Hua Lei, looked at Chao Ming and the others, pointed at their noses, and asked, do any of you want to get beaten up too? If you do, I'll beat all of you up. No, we don't want to. Chao Ming hurriedly stepped back and said, we didn't know you were here. We really didn't know. Right, we didn't know you were here. The other two followed suit, dodging away. Then get out of my way. Liang Feng waved his hand. Everyone stepped back. Pull him up. Liang Feng grabbed Hua Lei by the hair, smack. Smack. 2 slaps across the face, he demanded, you really know how to brag. When she was with me, I knew everything. What business was it of yours? Hearing this, Hua Lei went wild, crying and cursing, Gu Yuan, you. I've been with you for half a year, begging you for half a year, and you wouldn't even let me touch you. You've been with Liang Feng for just a few days, and now you're like this? Now the truth was clear. It turned out that everything he had said before was a lie. Everyone suddenly understood. Gu Yuan cried and explained, I don't have anything with Liang Feng. He was just trying to provoke you. Liang Feng slapped her twice, shouting, now you're telling the truth, aren't you? You wanted to ruin Gu Yuan. What were you thinking? She was with you, and when you broke up, you still wanted to destroy her. I'll beat you to death. Wang Shan shouted from the side, you're such a bad person. You can't have her, so you want to destroy her. Beat him. Right, if we don't beat him, we'd be letting Gu Yuan down for buying us Red Bull. Beat him. Zhao Jun kicked him. Wang Xian slapped him across the face with a loud smack. Wang Shua, unwilling to back down, delivered 2 more blows. The others followed suit, beating him mercilessly until Hua Lei was left with a swollen face and bruises. Gu Yuan kept crying, "Wah! Wah!" Everyone knew what was going on. More people came over to comfort Gu Yuan. Feng Yan said, "Gu Yuan, don't listen to him. Everyone understands. He's already told the truth." "That's right, don't get angry." Zhang Yun tried to persuade her. But Gu Yuan couldn't stop crying. In such a situation, not crying would be the odd thing to do. At that moment, Hua Lei had already been beaten until his nose and mouth were bleeding. He was lying on the ground, crying, holding his head, too scared to move. "Stop beating him. He is just trash." Liang Feng stopped Wang Shan, Zhao Jun, and the others, looked at Xiao Ming, and said, "You, drag him out of here. If I see him again, I'll beat him every time." "Yes, yes." Xiao Ming helped Hua Lei to his feet and drove away. The matter was finally settled. But the scene didn't stop. Gu Yuan continued to sob, "Wah! Wah!" Liang Feng hurriedly explained, "Everyone, don't spread rumors. There's nothing between me and Gu Yuan. He and Hua Lei are just ordinary lovers. I was just trying to provoke that guy. Don't believe these words. Gu Yuan is pure and virtuous. Everyone knows the truth. Don't spread rumors. This concerns Gu Yuan's reputation for the rest of her life." Jean Nana chimed in, "I'm with Gu Yuan every day. She didn't do anything like that. Hua Lei is just making things up. Hua Lei just said it himself. No one will believe it." Feng Yan chimed in. Zhang Yun nodded and said, "That's right. Everyone heard it. As long as you're not stupid, you can understand." Liang Feng added again, right, I was just making things up. I was under house arrest these past few days, staying home all the time. I didn't do anything with Gu Yuan." Everyone thought about it and agreed. They had all heard that Liang Feng was grounded, so it was impossible for him to have done anything with Gu Yuan in the past few days. As for Hua Lei had already said it himself. He had begged for half a year and nothing happened, so naturally no one believed him. Wang Shan, however, was still suspicious. Although Liang Feng claimed to be under house arrest, he was seen going out every day and seemed quite familiar with Gu Yuan. Maybe there was something going on after all. But he dared not say more, only nodding in agreement, right. Liang Feng has been under house arrest these past few days. Nothing is going on. Gu Yuan Wah cried, looking at Liang Feng gratefully. But no matter what, the originally cheerful atmosphere had completely vanished. Everyone had been planning to celebrate properly, but after this incident, no one felt like it anymore. Especially since Gu Yuan kept crying and crying. The others tried to comfort her, but seeing that the situation was the same, they all dispersed. Though they had defeated the harbor team, everyone was initially quite excited. But in the end, it was just a game, and the excitement quickly faded. Only a few people remained: Wang Shan, Jean Nana, Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Hongyao gathering around the crying Gu Yuan. Wang Shan, who was always quick-witted, brought out a few bottles of cola and shared them with everyone. They sat down by the roadside. Liang Feng whispered comfortingly, "A woman will inevitably encounter a few scoundrels in her lifetime. Gu Yuan, you just happened to meet yours earlier than others." Glancing at the other girls, he added, "You girls should be more careful and learn to judge people. Don't end up getting taken advantage of by jerks." Everyone looked confused, not quite understanding. "What does scummy guy mean?" Liang Feng scratched his head and explained, "It's internet slang. It means the same as scum, but it's gender specific, so it's scummy guy or scummy girl." "Oh, I see. That's pretty vivid." The others nodded in understanding. Zhang Hongyao chuckled from the side, teasing, "Liang Feng is such a seasoned netizen. There are so many new terms I've never heard before." She had always considered herself quite seasoned. She surfed the internet every day. But compared to Liang Feng, she felt she was far behind. She couldn't help but glance at Liang Feng again. "You're so quick on your feet." "That's right, Liang Feng, you're so quick on your feet." If you hadn't deliberately provoked Hua Lei, Gu Yuan's matter would have been impossible to clear up for the rest of her life. Jean Nana chimed in. Feng Yan nodded in agreement. At the time, everyone was stunned. If we had let Hua Lei just walk away, it would have been over. But you stepped forward and provoked Hua Lei, clearing Gu Yuan of any wrongdoing. That was truly impressive. That's right, Liang Feng, you really made everyone look at you in a new light. Zhang Yun gave him a thumbs up. Liang Feng laughed. "I was just acting on impulse." "Don't be angry, Gu Yuan." "No." Gu Yuan cried and shook her head. Liang Feng laughed. "You girls, in the future, you'll inevitably encounter some jerks. So you must be able to tell the difference. They don't have to be handsome, but they absolutely can't be jerks. Otherwise, you'll be the ones who suffer." Wang Shan laughed. "Someone like me definitely isn't a jerk, right?" Liang Feng hurriedly agreed. "Of course. I can vouch for him. Wang Shan is very loyal. Once he's married, he'll be completely devoted to his wife and children. He won't have any other thoughts. He's a true gentleman of our time." Bro, you really know me. Wang Shan laughed happily and gave Liang Feng a punch on the shoulder. Liang Feng smiled and returned the punch. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, brother, I've witnessed your entire life. How could I not know? Chapter 104, The Past with Gu Yuan. Across the street from the Pioneer Internet Cafe, Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, Zhang Hongyao, Wang Shan, Feng Yin, and Zhang Yun sat there one after another. The clear blue sky shone down. Liang Feng sat in the middle, looking at everyone around him. The destinies of their lives, except for Zhang Hongyao and Jean Nana. He had witnessed most of it. Feng Yin would graduate from high school and successfully enroll in Tangcheng Institute of Science and Technology, where she would eventually fall for a slightly clumsy but honest classmate. That young man would eventually stay in Tangcheng and join Tangcheng Steel with Feng Yin. The two supported each other through thick and thin, had a son and a daughter, and lived a fairly smooth life. Feng Yin, leveraging her mother's connections and her own adept interpersonal skills, eventually rose to become the director of the factory office, achieving a fairly fortunate destiny. Zhang Yun, however, was less fortunate. Her college entrance exam scores were average, so she attended a vocational college. After graduation, she worked various jobs and even opened her own store before finally marrying at the age of 30. Her husband drank heavily and lacked ambition. They lived a difficult life. He remembers the last time he saw Zhang Yun. Her husband had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and was hospitalized, leaving him partially paralyzed. Every day, Zhang Yun pushed her husband in a wheelchair to go out and soak up the sun. Gu Yuan. Liang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Because he and Gu Yuan had been involved. At that time, Gu Yuan had been separated from Hua Lei for a while. They met at the hospital, hit it off, exchanged WeChat contacts, and stayed in touch. Later, during a period when Liang Feng was single, they tried dating and even had a physical relationship. However, Gu Yuan ultimately chose to break up with Liang Feng. Because she said that seeing Liang Feng reminded her of everything he knew about her, and she didn't want that. She regarded everything she had with Hua Lei as a shameful part of her life. In the end, she left a message saying, Liang Feng, you're a good person, and disappeared from his life. It was said that she went south, and others claimed she went to Beijing. But there has been no word from her since. This is also why Liang Feng was willing to help Gu Yuan. He felt he owed her. At that moment, he patted Gu Yuan on the head and said, I know there will still be people who believe these rumors, but you must believe that those who believe such rumors are foolish, and it's not worth worrying about what foolish people think. That's right. Jean Nana chimed in, Gu Yuan, look forward. The past is the past. Gu Yuan nodded vaguely. Wang Shan suddenly nudged Liang Feng and said, by the way, what did you mean by hitting the mark with that shot? How did you manage to anger Hua Lei so quickly? Can you explain? Liang Feng looked helplessly at Wang Shan and said, I just complimented you a few times, and you're already making things up. I was just trying to get Hua Lei to tell the truth. What are you talking about? Stop making things up. Wang Shan stuck out his tongue and said nothing more. Feng Yan shot her a disapproving glance. She had no idea how to deal with this reckless person. She felt a bit embarrassed by what she had said and couldn't help but glance at Liang Feng, thinking to herself, he must have experience with this kind of thing, otherwise, how could he speak so bluntly? Fortunately, at that moment, Gu Yuan gradually stopped crying and pouted, saying, Liang Feng, thank you. I know you said that to help me. Don't worry, I won't be angry with you. If anyone spreads rumors about you, I'll explain to Yusen. There's really nothing between us. Liang Feng waved his hand and said, there's no need for you to explain. Anyone who believes such rumors must have issues. Why bother caring about their opinions? Right. Jean Nana chimed in. The girls nodded in agreement. Jean Nana looked at Gu Yuan, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and couldn't help but worry for her best friend. We're in the same class as Hua Lei. If we run into him again when school starts, it'll be so embarrassing. Gu Yuan pouted and said, I've already decided. I'll ask my mom to help me transfer schools. It's not that bad, is it? Just for this? Feng Yan was taken aback. Zhang Yun hurriedly tried to persuade her, right, it's not worth it for something like this. Liang Feng laughed, in this situation, it's Hua Lei who should transfer schools, not you. Why would Hua Lei transfer schools? Jean Nana asked curiously. Liang Feng laughed, don't worry, he'll definitely transfer. Gu Yuan heard this and suddenly understood. She smiled and said, thank you, Liang Feng. She added, right, why should I hide? I didn't do anything wrong. I just happened to meet a jerk, right? Right. Everyone laughed. Gu Yuan excitedly shouted, I want to drink beer, not Coke. Let's go to Liang Feng's kitchen. I'll treat everyone to beer and grilled skewers. That's more like it. Liang Feng patted her head and felt reassured. Liang Feng's kitchen. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, there weren't many stalls open, only Old Ma's barbecue stall was operating. As soon as Old Ma saw Liang Feng, he smiled broadly, Mr. Liang, you came yesterday, why didn't you stop by my stall? Liang Feng laughed it off, your business is too busy, I couldn't find a spot. That's not right. Just let me know, and I'll make room for you. Old Ma laughed heartily. Liang Feng looked around and said, "Alright, I'll come next time and definitely find you." He added, "Make sure the whole roasted lamb is ready. Get one whole lamb, and the rest is up to you." "No problem." Old Ma quickly got to work. Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Hongyao were all first-timers and found everything intriguing. Zhang Yun looked around and said, "I heard it gets really lively here at night, with performances too." "Yeah, I heard that too." Feng Yan looked around curiously, then nudged Zhang Hongyao and said, "Hongyao, street food stalls, are you used to them yet?" "Yeah, it's pretty good." Zhang Hongyao actually quite liked the feeling of being by the roadside. She also heard there was roasted whole lamb, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Gu Yuan's mood gradually improved, and she turned to Liang Feng again and said, "Thank you so much, Liang Feng. I really don't know how to thank you." "Don't mention it. I was worried you'd blame me for talking nonsense earlier." Liang Feng smiled. "No way." Gu Yuan blushed and bit her lip. Thinking back to that phrase, "one shot, one kill," she felt a bit embarrassed. She felt that Liang Feng might actually have some experience in that area. Otherwise, how could he describe it so accurately? She couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at Liang Feng, then felt shy and looked away. Soon, the roasted whole lamb was served, and the ice-cold beer was brought out. She stopped thinking about anything else and simply shouted, "I'm going to get drunk today. Nana, you better be ready to carry me back." "All right." Jean Nana nodded with a smile. "Enough talk, come on, let's drink." Liang Feng gestured, and everyone raised their beers and took a big sip together. At that moment, Zhang Hongyao suddenly remarked, "I feel like I've already become part of this group." "Really?" Feng Yan smiled and said, "I hope you have a wonderful year in Tangcheng." "Yes, I'm sure I will." Zhang Hongyao took a bite of lamb leg meat, took a sip of beer, looked at Liang Feng, and smiled. "I think this year will definitely be very interesting for me." Chapter 105, Chen Shanxian vs Wei Yinyan. Gu Yuan eventually got completely drunk. Jean Nana, Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Hongyao helped her into a taxi. The rest of the group followed along. Finally, they dropped Gu Yuan off at her doorstep. Jean Nana helped her into the room, and the others left with a sense of relief. Everyone knew Gu Yuan was in a bad mood, so they stayed by her side to comfort her. Once she was safely home, they finally felt at ease. It was already nearing evening. They bid farewell to Jean Nana. Liang Feng, Zhang Hongyao, Wang Shan, Feng Yan, and Zhang Yin returned to Gangcheng residential area together and went back to their respective homes. Upon returning home, Liang Feng felt a sudden headache. The room was empty, with only a note left behind. "Dear son, your father and I have gone to your grandfather's place. Please go out to eat on your own tonight." There were also 10 yuan left beside it. A dish of fish-flavored shredded pork from 2002 cost 7 yuan. A plate of kung pao chicken cost 8 yuan. 10 yuan was enough to eat until he was full. Liang Feng scratched his head. "I knew no one was home, so I didn't come back." He sighed helplessly. Thinking about it, his parents had gone to his grandmother's house and might not be back until later. "Let's go out and play." He was tired again. Fortunately, he quickly called Chen Shanshan. Ring. Ring. After a few rings, it picked up. "Mr. Liang, what's up? Why did you suddenly have time to call me?" Chen Shanshan said with a smile. Liang Feng lay on the bed, grinning mischievously. "No one's home tonight. Want to come over?" Chen Shanshan heard this and instantly lit up with joy, biting her lip and laughing. "Is it no one home all day, or just for a little while?" "Yeah, before 10 o'clock at night, I shouldn't be back." Liang Feng teased. "Come on, I miss you. Our cozy little bed misses you too." "Alright, my little troublemaker." Chen Shanshan muttered. "Actually, I have something to discuss with you." "Wait for me." "Alright." Liang Feng was delighted. Less than half an hour later, Chen Shanshan rushed over in a hurry. As soon as she entered the room and saw no one else there, she immediately wrapped her arms around Liang Feng's neck, leaned in close, and kissed him passionately. Liang Feng responded, feeling Chen Shanshan's passion, holding her tightly, kissing her from the door all the way to the sofa before finally letting go. "Your lips are numb from kissing me." Chen Shanshan smiled with a playful glance. Liang Feng reminded her, "Did you park the motorcycle far away? If you keep doing this, someone will notice." "Don't worry, I won't ruin your good boy image." Chen Shanshan giggled, then turned serious and said, "Speaking of which, let's talk business." "Go ahead." Liang Feng spoke while going to get her a drink. Though it was evening, the weather remained scorching hot. Chen Shanshan was parched, took the coke Liang Feng handed her, and guzzled half the bottle before speaking. "There's news about that piece of land. It's in the high-tech zone, Shizuanzi town, Liangdazwang village. The village chief is particularly greedy. Seeing how profitable that land is, he wants to get involved. But he knows it was we who developed it, so he said we could rent the land, but we have to give him a 30% stake, and the rest will be handled according to the rules." Liang Feng asked, "Can't we just buy it outright?" Chen Shanshan sighed and said, "We can't buy it. We're not villagers, so we can't buy village land. We can only rent it." He said we can sign a 10-year contract. Liang Feng thought it over briefly and shook his head. "Let's sign a 15-year contract." The rest will be handled as he said. Chen Shanxian rolled her eyes, looking worried. These people, they just demand 30% equity without lifting a finger. It's so frustrating. I'm tempted to report him. Liang Feng smiled and tried to persuade her, in business, you have to let them have a share of the profits. You'll get used to it over time. He added, as the saying goes, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. Give them a little something to keep them happy, and it'll save trouble later. Alright, I'll get right on it. Chen Shanxian, hearing that Liang Feng agreed, no longer hesitated. Though 3 shares meant less profit. But being able to secure this once-in-a-lifetime deal made her incredibly happy. She swayed her delicate hips, moved seductively, and sat in Liang Feng's lap, cooing, now, big sister, I finally have a pension plan. With this, I'll never have to worry about money for the rest of my life. Haha, thanks so much for giving me such a great idea. Liang Feng slapped her pert buttocks with a loud smack and said, this is just pocket money for you and your friends. If you want to make big money, you need to think long-term. How do you mean long-term? The 2004 European Cup? By then I'll have some capital. I'll follow you and bet more, and maybe I can become a millionaire too. At the thought of that, Chen Shanxian couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, a millionaire? I dare not even dream of it. Liang Feng laughed, that's nothing. I meant. But the words stopped at his lips. He thought it was better to wait until she had sorted out the shop first, so he stopped himself. Never mind, let's not talk about that now. I had a lot of beer and lamb with my classmates at lunch, so I'm not hungry yet. Have you had dinner? Chen Shanxian pouted, I want to eat you. She suddenly pounced on him and began kissing him passionately. Liang Feng responded, feeling her passion. The two were already well practiced, quickly getting into the groove. With both their efforts, Chen Shanxian was soon completely naked, writhing like a beautiful snake on Liang Feng's body. She stood at 1.72 meters tall, barefoot, with long legs, a slim waist, fair skin, and a blonde, looking extremely seductive. Liang Feng wanted to carry Chen Shanxian back to their love nest. However, the two had just lain down. Outside the window, Wei Yanyan's voice echoed, Liang Feng, are you there? She peered through the window with a smile. Luckily, she was short, otherwise she would have seen them. Liang Feng hurriedly said, Yan Yan, yeah, I'm here. Is something wrong? This scene came too suddenly. Chen Shanxian looked dejected and pinched Liang Feng in frustration. Liang Feng jumped up and down, laughing, Yan Yan, go home. I'm not singing today. No, I came to bring you some good food. My mom bought a cake from Saiwangxiang. It's so delicious. Wei Yanyan leaned in, showing off. Liang Feng felt helpless. He thought to himself, this little girl is really taking sides. Her family bought some cake, and she's bringing it to me? He couldn't help but laugh and said, thank you, Yan Yan. Put it by the window. I'll get it later. Oh, okay. Wei Yanyan pouted and left, saying, Liang Feng, will you sing tomorrow? I told my classmates, and we're all coming to see you. I have something to do tomorrow. Let's reschedule. Liang Feng urged, another time. I'll let you know. Oh, okay. Wei Yanyan left disappointed. Chen Shanxian bit her lip and muttered, you really know how to attract girls. If I'm popular with girls, I'm yours too. Come on. Liang Feng let out a sharp gah and pulled the curtains shut. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Chapter 106, A Busy Morning. Gah! Bai Jing pulled back the curtains. The morning light flooded into the room. Turning to look at his sleepy-eyed son, he complained, you came back last night and just stayed in your room all night. What have you been doing all day? You didn't even empty the urinal. The room smells like urine. He looked around, picked up the urine basin, and went to empty it. The bathroom is so close. Why do you keep using a urine basin? You're not allowed to use it anymore. This morning, before Bai Jing went to work, there was a loud bang. Bang! Knocking on the door, waking up Liang Feng and Chen Shanxian, the couple. Liang Feng kept refusing. Bai Jing kept shouting. He hurriedly hid Chen Shanxian in the wardrobe. He leaned against the wall, trembling with fear, as Bai Jing went to the urinal, looking embarrassed. Mom, I can do it myself. Don't worry about it. The whole house smells like urine. I'm not going to clean it up. I'm telling you, next time, go outside to pee. Bai Jing said, emptying the urine and then picking up a brush to scrub. Liang Feng felt embarrassed and scratched his head. It's late at night. I woke up as soon as I came in. I'm not going to do it. You're so old, why are you still so lazy? If it weren't for your recent good behavior, I'd really have to give you a good talking to. Bai Jing finished up, came back, and opened all the windows, saying, let the smell out. Otherwise, no one will be able to come in. He added, hurry up and eat breakfast. We have to go to English class soon. You've spent the money, so study hard. He picked up his bag, glanced around the room, and went to work. Phew! Liang Feng exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders as he opened the wardrobe. Chen Shanxian, naked, huddled inside, covering her mouth and giggling, before even getting married, the future mother-in-law has me peeing in a basin. How embarrassing. You're the one who pees a lot. Liang Feng glanced out the window. His mother Bai Jing and father had already left. He picked her up and said, "That's the side effect of drinking laundry detergent." "You're so mean." Chen Shanxian lay back down, put her clothes on, stretched, and said, "That was so scary." If your mom catches you, what do you think she'll do?" "What could she do?" "She'd have to accept you as her daughter-in-law." Liang Feng and Chen Bo leaned in to take a sip of Chen Na's drink. Chen Shanxian, as graceful as a snake, smiled and said, "That's not bad either. Next time, I'll deliberately make some noise so your parents will know you're hiding a mistress in your house. Then I can marry into your family legitimately." Alright. Liang Feng sensed something was up. Chen Shanxian batted her eyes and asked, "Your mom mentioned class, was that the bamboo leaf green class?" That venomous snake, she really has a big mouth." She looked at Liang Feng again and said, "You say you don't like big ones, but I think you do. Hers must be saggy, unlike yours, which are so perky." Liang Feng chuckled. Chen Shanxian laughed, feeling the mood building, and walked over to hug Liang Feng's neck, starting to get intimate. Liang Feng had made plans with Lu Bingyan today to go to the stock trading hall. After having breakfast with Chen Shanxian, they parted ways. He then found Zhu Xiaoqing again. Zhu Xiaoqing had arrived early, wearing a white and black spotted off the shoulder waist cinched long dress, her hair styled in a high bun, and wearing black framed glasses. Though not particularly tall, her figure was incredibly curvaceous. Her swaying hips were quite eye-catching, and she could be described as a curvy beauty. Especially the pair in front, which seemed ready to burst out of her clothes, were truly impressive. Holding her textbook, she swayed her hips as she approached the entrance of the residential complex. Upon seeing Liang Feng, she paused for a moment before walking over and said, "What's up, Mr. Liang? Are you here to greet the teacher for class?" She pushed her black-framed glasses up and smiled broadly. However, the frequency of her swaying movements was noticeably more intense than before. Liang Feng chuckled, "My little Cheng teacher, no need to shake your hips like that. You're already charming enough. A woman has to be a little wild. If she's not wild, who would like her?" Zhu Xiaoqing walked over with a smile. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Then you'll just get cheated by a scumbag. You deserve it." "A scumbag?" Zhu Xiaoqing froze. Liang Feng didn't bother explaining. He waved his hand and said, "We made a deal. I'll help you meet Chen Shanxian and you'll cover for me. I have something to do today and need to go out. See you later." "What?" Zhu Xiaoqing was taken aback. Liang Feng had already walked away quickly. "You're just leaving like that? We didn't even settle things with Chen Shanxian." Zhu Xiaoqing stomped her foot in frustration. She had dressed up nicely today, hoping to get closer to Liang Feng, but she never expected him to leave after just seeing her. She was so frustrated she clenched her teeth. Go. I'll tell your mom later. Next time, I'll treat you to roasted whole lamb." Liang Feng waved and called out. "I don't care." Zhu Xiaoqing said, then realized he was inviting her to his kitchen, and immediately smiled, "Don't worry, I'll cover for you. Go have fun." "All right." Liang Feng gradually walked away. Zhu Xiaoqing smiled, her lips curling up, growing even happier. Holding her textbook, she happily went to class. In an era before smartphones were widespread, professional stock traders would typically gather in stock trading halls. Except for a few major clients who could operate remotely via computers. Ordinary stock traders would come here. At 9 o'clock in the morning. The stock trading hall was already bustling with activity, filled with the sound of voices. Stock traders gathered in small groups, pointing at the stock screens and discussing enthusiastically. Others pull out their notebooks and enthusiastically discuss their upcoming trades. Men and women, young and old, create a lively scene. Lu Bingyan arrived early today, afraid of keeping Liang Feng waiting. As an employee, she couldn't afford to be late. She looked eagerly toward the entrance, waiting for her boss, Liang Feng, to arrive. She had specially dressed in a professional suit. A Korean-style lace white blouse perfectly accentuated the curves of her chest. Her slender waist was barely visible, swaying gently with each step, accentuating her full, delicate hips. Her legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings, and she wore black high heels. With each step, she made a crisp click sound. Her long hair was slightly curled, flowing smoothly down her slender neck. Her flawless face, lightly adorned with makeup, instantly became a striking sight in the hall. The crowd in the trading hall was relatively fixed, with stock traders who knew each other. The sudden appearance of such a stunningly beautiful woman naturally drew the attention of many men. A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a neatly tailored suit with a slightly receding hairline, who had some standing in the trading hall, approached her with a smile and struck up a conversation. "Beautiful lady, trading stocks? Let's exchange some insights. I won't boast, but when it comes to this trading hall, I've got the best connections." Lu Bingyan responded with a polite smile, "Sorry, I'm waiting for someone." She was enveloped in the alluring scent of perfume. It was hard to resist taking a whiff. The man chuckled, "Who are you waiting for? Tell me, maybe I know them. If I know them, you know them too, and we're friends, right?" He chuckled and moved closer to Lu Bingyan. Lu Bingyan furrowed her delicate brows, her icy beauty causing him to step back involuntarily. "All right, I won't bother you anymore. The middle-aged man turned and left in a huff. Those who had tried to approach her saw this and could only shake their heads in frustration, abandoning their plans. Lu Bingyan shook her lips, which were still stained with bright red lipstick, and kept craning her neck to stare at the door. This left the men who had been kept at a distance wondering what kind of person could make such a beautiful woman wait so patiently. He must be a big shot. Chapter 107, The Stunningly Beautiful Lu Bingyan. Lu Bingyan glanced at the watch on her fair wrist. It was already 9:15. The event would officially begin at 9:30. By now, Liang Feng should have arrived. She took out her compact mirror and examined herself once more, making sure there was nothing amiss. Her almond-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, and fair skin framed a classical beauty's oval face. She was stunning in every way. This will do. Lu Bingyan put everything away and waited patiently. At 9:20 p.m. Liang Feng, wearing the new Nike outfit his mother had bought him, finally entered the lobby and began looking around. Lu Bingyan spotted him immediately, hurriedly waved her hand, stood up, and walked quickly toward him. "Mr. Liang, here you are." Liang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful Lu Bingyan, his eyes lit up. As soon as they met, he couldn't help but compliment her. "Ms. Lu, your outfit is absolutely breathtaking. I bet you'll turn heads wherever you go." Lu Bingyan smiled faintly and teased, "Mr. Liang, don't tease your little employee like that. I'm already an old woman." Ha ha. Liang Feng found her tone and choice of words amusing. He waved his hand and said, "What middle-aged woman? You're a stunningly beautiful woman in her prime, the most charming age for a woman. Look, all those men are staring at you." "There's no such thing." Lu Bingyan swept her white fingers through her long black hair, a fleeting gleam of something unusual flashing in her eyes. The scenes from last night's wild fantasies involuntarily floated into her mind. Her heart fluttered slightly. Seeing that Liang Feng was truly admiring her, she walked around in a circle, letting him take his fill, and said, "Just don't make the boss lose face." "Of course not." Liang Feng couldn't help but marvel. This woman takes such good care of herself. Her skin is fair and radiant, and her figure is curvaceous. If someone said she was in her late 20s, people would believe it. But for some reason, she still had a youthful vibe about her. Perhaps it was a habit cultivated from dancing since childhood. Of course, the allure of a young married woman's figure was still captivating. Her breasts were full and round, her waist slender, her abdomen flat, and her hips curved like a full moon. Her legs were equally mesmerizing. Under the influence of Liang Feng's seasoned perspective, one couldn't help but exclaim, "Aunt Lu, you're truly beautiful, so beautiful you're almost glowing." "Not at all." Lu Bingyan smiled, biting her lip, slowly sensing something. Liang Feng's gaze was quite blatant. As someone who had been through it all, she could tell, so she walked over and wrapped her arm around Liang Feng's arm, smiling affectionately and saying, "Mr. Liang, let's get down to business. I've prepared everything you asked for. What should we do next?" This. Liang Feng hadn't expected this beautiful woman to be so proactive, and he felt a bit awkward. The stares from those around them were quite intimidating. Everyone was staring over here. Mostly because they were also surprised it turned out that Lu Bingyan, the beauty, was waiting for this young man. It felt like he was Lu Bingyan's younger brother. "Sir." Lu Bingyan covered her mouth and pouted playfully, then laughed, "My daughter is the same age as you were generations apart. It's no big deal." Okay. Liang Feng let her be, but the intimate feeling made him quite enjoy it. Lu Bingyan's perfume was very strong. The scent permeated Liang Feng's nostrils. Not only did it not smell unpleasant, but it actually smelled quite nice. This woman must have some natural body scent, right? Liang Feng mused to himself, savoring the presence of the beauty beside him. He pointed to the account opening counter and said, "Ms. Lu, did you bring your ID?" Lu Bingyan nodded and said, "Of course I brought it. I've prepared everything. I even brought my household registration book, just in case it's needed." Liang Feng laughed, "You don't need the household registration book, the ID card is sufficient." "Alright, go ahead and open the account first, we'll discuss the rest later." "Alright, I'll follow the boss's instructions." Lu Bingyan, like a thoughtful little secretary, walked toward the account opening window in her high heels, swaying her waist in round, plump hips. Those drum rolls are really big and firm. Liang Feng watched from behind and couldn't help but remark. The account opening procedures were not complicated. However, even after opening the account that day, one couldn't start trading immediately, it required waiting another day. If the account was opened after noon, it would take 2 days, making the entire process relatively cumbersome. By the time Lu Bingyan finished all the procedures and returned, the stock market had already opened. The stock traders were all craning their necks, watching the day's stock movements. She looked around and finally spotted Liang Feng, who had already found a seat and placed a bottle of water beside it, clearly saving the spot for her. She tidied her clothes and walked over to Liang Feng with a light step, sitting down beside him and saying, "Boss, everything's done. What's the next step?" "Watch." Liang Feng pointed at the stock information scrolling across the trading hall screen and said, "Our task for this morning is to thoroughly analyze these stocks." Lu Bingyan looked confused, not knowing what to look at. She had studied a lot the previous day, but most of it was still unclear to her. She knew how to buy and sell, but if asked to make a choice, she would definitely be unable to do so. Looking at the information on the screen, it was like reading a foreign language to her. Ms. Liu, don't worry. Liang Feng emphasized seriously, just look. Look first. Okay. Lu Bingyan obediently nodded and sat beside him, watching alongside Liang Feng. But as she looked at the screen filled with rows of dense numbers and stock names, she was still completely confused, unable to make head or tail of it. Liang Feng, however, was completely focused. He was trying to recall his memories from his previous life. In his previous life, Liang Feng had traded stocks and experienced various stock market crashes, losing almost all the wages and overtime pay he had saved up in the stock market. But it had been too long ago. He could barely remember any of it. He hoped to use the stock information before him to awaken those long-forgotten memories. Soon, stocks like Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, Changan Automobile, and Swan Group caught his eye. He clearly remembered that these stocks would experience a massive surge in 2002. Of course. The safest and most conservative investment choice was to buy large-cap stocks like Tencent and Mutai in the coming decades. These stocks would yield hundreds of times the initial investment. At that moment, Liang Feng holds 45 million yuan in funds. If he were to invest it all, the future wealth would be unimaginable. However, this is too long-term. He also wants to select some stocks that can generate profits in the short term, both to increase his wealth and as a means of money laundering. His reputation is growing, and those coveting his wealth will only increase. Someone might already be secretly investigating him. If there are any issues with his finances, he'll have no way to defend himself. Therefore, this step is absolutely necessary. Liang Feng watched intently. Lu Bingyan stood by his side, watching over him with care. She occasionally glanced at the young, enigmatic boy in front of her. She couldn't help but feel that this boy was far more capable than she had imagined. Like a diligent little secretary, she gently twisted open the bottle cap and handed the water to Liang Feng's lips, speaking softly, "Sir, please drink some water." "All right." Liang Feng found it odd that Lu Bingyan addressed him that way. But he also found it rather amusing, so he smiled and took a sip of water. He then continued to focus intently on the scrolling stock information. Chapter 108, Lu Bingyan's Sweet Whispers. However, Lu Bingyan was simply too outstanding. Such a mature and alluringly beautiful woman holds an irresistible appeal for adult men. Even the slightest gesture, tossing her hair or adjusting her clothing, is utterly captivating. At that moment, a tall man in a white shirt, wearing a belt and slightly overweight, approached her with a smile and said, "Oh, isn't this Bingyan? What are you doing here?" Lu Bingyan paused for a moment, then recalled and said, "Oh, it's Mr. Wang. Hello." She stood up and nodded politely, vaguely recalling that he was in business, though she wasn't sure exactly what he did. Judging by his demeanor, he was likely here to trade stocks as well. Mr. Wang, with his bulging belly and a briefcase in hand, his eyes darting around, smiled and said, "Bingyan, I heard you've been dancing around lately? Are you short on money? Tell your older brother and I won't let you down." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Lu Bingyan. Lu Bingyan's expression darkened instantly, and she snapped, "Show some respect." Mr. Wang didn't take it seriously, laughing, "Everyone knows what you're up to. You go out dancing dressed like you're naked, making maybe 500 or 600 a night. Come with me, and I promise you won't lose out." Lu Bingyan clenched her teeth in anger, wanting to slap him. "I earn my money with my own skills. What's it to you? Get out of my way." "Haha, is that so?" Mr. Wang remained unfazed, snorting, "Everyone knows you lost 50,000. You owe third brother money. If you work for me for a month, I'll talk to third brother for you and waive the interest. Get out of my sight." Lu Bingyan couldn't bear to listen anymore. Just then, Liang Feng suddenly stood up, slapped Wang Boss hard across the face with a loud smack, and shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? Spouting nonsense here? I think you're asking for a beating." Wang Boss covered his face, stunned, staring at Liang Feng, dazed from the blow. Seeing Liang Feng raise his hand, ready to strike again, Wang Boss hurriedly stepped back, terrified, and asked, "Who are you?" "Your father." Liang Feng sneered, "Go find Chen San and ask around. My name is Liang Feng. If you dare to speak another word, I'll beat you to death." That slap immediately drew the attention of those around them, and security guards hurried over. Mr. Wang spotted a few familiar faces in the crowd and, feeling humiliated, shouted, "You know third brother? Who are you? Are you just bragging?" But he dared not confront him directly, having been intimidated by Liang Feng. But he slowly regained his composure and, furious with shame, shouted, "I don't care who you are. You dared to hit me? I'll never let this go." Liang Feng picked up his phone and coldly said, "You're asking for trouble. Fine, today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." Wang Boss saw that Liang Feng was about to call for backup and felt a chill run down his spine. Looking around at the situation, he eventually covered his face and slinked away. Ha ha. The onlookers had expected a big fight. But it ended like this, causing them to laugh out loud. Liang Feng was equally surprised by the outcome and couldn't help but laugh. He shrugged at Lu Bingyan and said, "What a coward. It's all over now. Mr. Wang, you're really impressive. Lu Bingyan witnessed the entire scene and was left speechless. She had always known that Liang Feng was no ordinary person, but she never imagined he could be so bold and fearless. In that moment, she felt like a little girl being protected. However, in reality, she was much older than Liang Feng, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. She muttered under her breath, "Boss, I caused you trouble." "I'm sorry." Liang Feng shrugged it off, saying, "You've already called me boss, so you're my employee. How could I not take care of your matters?" "Alright, stop thinking about it. Keep watching the stocks." Lu Bingyan continued to accompany Liang Feng in watching the stocks, but she couldn't help but feel worried. She said, "Boss, that Wang boss won't just let this go. I remember he used to deal in construction materials. People like him aren't easy to deal with." Liang Feng said confidently, "I've already introduced myself. He'll go ask around about me. Don't worry, I'm not someone to mess with either." "Oh, okay." Lu Bingyan listened, stuck out her tongue playfully, and said no more, but kept glancing toward the door, afraid someone might come looking for trouble with Liang Feng. Fortunately, the morning passed without incident. She finally relaxed and smiled, saying, "Mr. Liang, it seems you're really quite capable." He didn't dare come looking for trouble again. Not really. He dared to come after such a beautiful female employee. Liang Feng chuckled and gave her a playful slap on her shapely leg. "Ha!" Lu Bingyan's heart fluttered, and she understood even more. She laughed and said, right, the boss is the best." She felt like she was trying to comfort a child, and laughed again, "Boss, it's so great to be your employee. The best is yet to come." Liang Feng could see right through Lu Bingyan's overtures. But then he thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, he had helped her solve such a big problem. If she didn't show her gratitude, that would be strange. Earlier, he had slapped Lu Bingyan's thigh. It was mainly this morning. Liang Feng had gained a lot, jotting down several stock codes in his notebook. He smiled and said, "Alright, let us not talk about this anymore. It's time for lunch." "Alright, boss." Lu Bingyan, wearing high heels, swayed her hips as she followed Liang Feng out. Outside the trading hall, there were many small restaurants. They randomly chose a dumpling restaurant. After sitting down, each ordered a plate of dumplings and 2 cold dishes. During the meal, Liang Feng finally said, "Tomorrow, buy 5 million shares of each of these 4 stocks. The money is in this bank card, take it." "What? 5 million each? That's 20 million in total." Lu Bingyan was stunned, her eyes wide with shock. 5 million yuan per stock? That's 20 million yuan. She couldn't help but recall the rumor she had heard about Liang Feng winning over 100 million from gambling, and cautiously asked, "Mr. Liang, you're not really a billionaire, are you? You just casually throw around 20 million. Liang Feng, still eating dumplings, smiled and said, "Just buy what I tell you to buy. Remember, you're my eyes and hands in the stock market. Do exactly as I instruct, and don't ask any questions." "Yes, sir." Lu Bingyan agreed, but hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are we using my account to trade?" Liang Feng said, "Yes, this money is just for testing the waters. You can handle it." Lu Bingyan's heart was in turmoil as she looked at the young man in front of her, who was roughly the same age as her daughter. Such a massive transaction was being discussed so casually, it was hard for her to fathom. She couldn't even bring herself to believe it. She recalled the scene where Liang Feng had stood up for her earlier, and couldn't help but bite her lip, thinking to herself, if I were a few years younger, and met a man like this, maybe I would actually be tempted to pursue him. At that thought, she couldn't help but smile softly, then bowed her head and agreed, "Thank you for your trust, boss." "Ha ha." Liang Feng laughed. The sound of being called boss was so sweet that it made him feel like he was floating on air. Chapter 109, Lu Bingyan's Fatal Attraction. Liang Feng and Lu Bingyan sat across from each other eating dumplings. The dumpling shop was bustling with customers, most of whom were professional stock traders, discussing the morning's market conditions. At that moment, a tall man suddenly walked in. The man was in his 30s, younger than Lu Bingyan. However, Lu Bingyan looked young, so he boldly said, "Beautiful lady, I noticed you've been sitting here all morning without buying any stocks. Would you like me to recommend a few?" Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes in annoyance and snapped, "Get lost." The man wasn't giving up and tried to approach her again. Lu Bingyan quickly raised her voice, "Get lost." Seeing her firm attitude, the man could only slink away. Lu Bingyan felt a bit embarrassed. She picked up a peanut and placed it in Liang Feng's dumpling plate, blushing as she said, "Sorry, boss. I made you witness that." Liang Feng, still eating his dumplings, laughed and said, "You're such a troublemaker. We've already encountered 2 groups of harassers this morning. I'm curious, how have you managed to deal with all this trouble since you were a kid?" Lu Bingyan smiled awkwardly and said, "It's not usually this dramatic, but occasionally there are indeed some troubles." She glanced around and noticed that many men were still glancing her way. She shrugged helplessly and said, "This has always been my dilemma. Your problem is truly unique." Liang Feng smiled, continued eating his dumplings, and said, "With your looks, you could easily be a brand ambassador at the company. Unfortunately, we're short-staffed right now, so you'll have to do some extra legwork." Yes, boss, I'm willing to run errands for you. Lu Bingyan nodded and smiled, feeling a warm glow in her heart. She had many questions she wanted to ask Liang Feng about the funds and stocks, but she didn't know how to bring it up, so she held back. She also had other questions, but after hesitating for a long time, she finally asked, Mr. Liang, can I use the 500,000 you gave me earlier as I see fit? Liang Feng nodded and said, yes, that was your salary. Once you've created wealth for the company that exceeds 500,000, I'll give you a new salary. If you haven't reached that yet, just keep working hard for the company. Lu Bingyan nodded excitedly, thank you, boss. You can count on me. I'll be with the company until the end. She then asked, boss, what's the name of our company? I haven't thought of one yet. Since there's only the two of us right now, there's no rush. Liang Feng lowered his head to eat the dumplings. Oh, okay. Lu Bingyan started eating on her own and asked again, what are we doing this afternoon? Liang Feng smiled, we'll keep watching the stock market this afternoon. Okay. Lu Bingyan followed Liang Feng blindly, just going along with him, and asked with a smile, boss, is there enough dumplings? I can't finish mine. Why don't you eat it? That's fine. At his age, a plate of dumplings wasn't enough for Liang Feng. Seeing that Lu Bingyan had only eaten half of hers, he took it and started eating. If they weren't particularly close, he wouldn't have done that. Lu Bingyan had a pretty good idea of what was going on. She smiled, put away the stock code bank card Liang Feng had given her, then leaned over, lifted Liang Feng's leg, placed it on her own slender leg, and said, boss, let me massage your legs for you. The dumpling shop was quite crowded. Such behavior was far too suggestive. Liang Feng was also taken aback. Aunt Lu, this isn't appropriate, is it? You've already eaten my dumplings, what else one more? Lu Bingyan bent down, placed Liang Feng's leg between her own, and began massaging it with her white, delicate fingers, one stroke at a time. This kind of pleasure. Liang Feng had actually tried it before, especially under such a gaze, it was both stimulating and pleasurable, so he smiled and nodded, continuing to eat his dumplings. But the expressions in their eyes were clearly different now. Lu Bingyan's hands, which had started massaging his calf, gradually moved up to his thigh. The suggestive nature of the gesture caused both of their eyes to grow misty. Aunt Lu, your hands are so soft. Liang Feng gazed at Lu Bingyan with a dazed expression. Lu Bingyan massaged her thighs with both hands and smiled, I've been dancing since I was a child, so my whole body is soft. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with desire. Liang Feng felt like he was about to be swept off his feet by this beautiful woman. There was nothing he could do. She was too beautiful and alluring. If Lin Yusen and Yusian were essentially mature and youthful versions of the same type. Lu Bingyan and Lu Duo, it was clear that Lu Bingyan was the more beautiful one. This woman who once captivated the entire city of Tangcheng. Aunt Lu, switch legs. Liang Feng finished eating the dumplings, sipped the dumpling soup, and gave a subtle nod. Sure, boss. Lu Bingyan moved to another seat and continued the massage. This scene left everyone speechless. They felt like she was their older sister, yet something didn't quite add up. They never expected such a beauty to willingly do this. The age difference between the two was also puzzling. But there was no denying it. The relationship between Liang Feng and Lu Bingyan had indeed taken a step further. Liang Feng watched Lu Bingyan, this stunning beauty, massaging him, feeling a surge of excitement. The way she looked at him seemed to suggest she had already noticed his perverted preference for married women. But he already had Yuan, and he didn't want to collect married women. No, he didn't want to collect schoolflower mothers. That was too evil. Yet for some reason, he enjoyed this feeling and closed his eyes to savor it all. Lu Bingyan felt slightly disappointed. But she knew deep down. The age gap between them was too vast to bridge, so they continued massaging each other in silence. After finishing the legs, she moved on to the shoulders. She did it wholeheartedly. If it weren't for Liang Feng, her fate might have been different, so she had no complaints. Wait. When the time came, the two returned to the stock trading hall. They continued to watch the various stock information scrolling across the screen together. They kept watching until the trading session ended. Liang Feng wrote down another stock and said to Lu Bingyan, buy 5 million shares of this one as well. Yes, boss. Lu Bingyan nodded. The total funds to be invested tomorrow would reach 25 million. Just thinking about it was terrifying. But deep down, she still had a faint belief. If Liang Feng had arranged it this way, he must have had a reason for doing so. Liang Feng instructed Lu Bingyan, remember what I said. Before the market opens tomorrow morning, buy all these stocks. If the stock prices fluctuate, send me a message immediately. Don't worry about anything else. He added, oh, and you have that dance studio, right? If you feel overwhelmed, close it early. I want you to focus entirely on the stock investment. Lu Bingyan nodded and said, my dance studio doesn't require me to be there all the time, I just need to drop by occasionally. That's good. Liang Feng looked at the afternoon sun at 3:30 p.m., stretched, and said, no problem. You can come on your own tomorrow morning. I can only accompany you 1 day a week. Remember what I said, be my eyes and hands. Yes, boss. Lu Bingyan gave a faint smile. Liang Feng waved his hand and said, "Well, Ms. Lu, goodbye." "Alright, boss." Lu Bingyan had grown accustomed to calling him boss. She felt nothing but admiration for this young boss and waved goodbye with a smile. However, Lu Bingyan couldn't help but wonder if there was really 25 million yuan in that bank card. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, she approached the bank ATM and inserted her card. When the screen displayed the account balance, she was completely stunned. The card didn't just have 25 million, it had a full 45 million. She counted it over and over again to make sure she hadn't made a mistake. She carefully withdrew the card, afraid that someone might notice, her mind filled with awe. She realized that what she held in her hands was a massive fortune, enough to ensure a life of comfort and security for 10 lifetimes. She couldn't help but marvel in her heart. Who was this mysterious young man, and how had he come to possess such astonishing wealth? This intense sense of awe left her unable to calm down for a long time, her thoughts constantly dwelling on her admiration for Liang Feng. Chapter 110, Gu Yuan's Mother's Story. Liang Feng had a date that evening. It was arranged by Yu Siyuan, who had invited him to dinner as a thank you for carrying her to the hospital that day. Lin Yusen and Yu Siying would also be there. However, Liang Feng and Yu Siyang had already met up at a nearby hotel. At that moment, Liang Feng, who had been distracted by Lu Bingyan's goji berry fish, finally found Xianxi's location and became quite aggressive. Yu Siyuan, with a flushed face, bit her lip and said with a smile, "It's only been a few days, and you're already in such a hurry. Look, you've left red marks all over me." Liang Feng blew a smoke ring and replied with a smile, "Who told you to dress so beautifully today?" Yu Siyuan was wearing a white shirt, paired with a black pencil skirt, black stockings, and black high heels, looking exactly like Lu Bingyan. This made Liang Feng even more impulsive, and his actions became increasingly reckless. Yu Siyuan giggled and said, "Good thing you didn't leave any marks on my neck. Otherwise, if Yusen sees them later, I don't know what she'll say." Thinking about the young man in front of her, who was her daughter's classmate, Yu Siyuan felt a surge of shame. But for some reason, this sense of taboo felt especially thrilling. She lay on top of Liang Feng, gently drawing circles, and whispered softly, "My sister and Yusen will be here soon. The four of us will have dinner together. Officially, it's to thank you for carrying me that day, but really, it's because I missed you and wanted to have dinner with you." Liang Feng knew full well that this dinner had been planned long ago. Going out to dinner tonight was part of the plan. So the two of them found a place in advance and indulged in passionate embrace. After the passion subsided, Yu Siyuan glanced at the time and said, "We still have plenty of time. Why don't we do it again? I miss you too." Liang Feng tossed his cigarette aside and replied with a smile, "Am I afraid of you?" In his mind, Lu Bingyan's face kept flashing before him, along with the way she swayed her hips as she walked. He knew it wasn't fair to Yu Siyuan, but the thought had taken root in his mind, emerging uncontrollably. He couldn't help but imagine. If it were Lu Bingyan by his side right now, what would that feel like? The more he thought about it, he felt his thoughts growing increasingly wicked, yet the idea was like a raging flood. Once it entered his mind, it swept him away, leaving him unable to escape. Yu Siyuan felt that urge and teased him with a smile, "Next time, you can't make me wait this long, my little naughty husband?" Liang Feng didn't care about any of that. His mind was filled with wild thoughts, and he continued to devour the fish balls until there was nothing left. The evening sun shone into the hotel room. Liang Feng and Yu Siyuan dressed and stepped out of the hotel. Yu Siyuan wore a pair of large sunglasses, her neck held high, looking as proud as a swan, but her delicate hands were wrapped around Liang Feng's arm, pinching him playfully and teasing, "You've hurt me so much, it hurts to walk." Liang Feng felt relaxed and content. He reached out and gave her a firm squeeze on her rounded hips, laughing, "You said you liked this feeling, didn't you? You're so annoying." Yu Siyuan pushed her sunglasses up and giggled. At 38, she was no longer a naive young girl. What she craved was a man who could make her feel so intense that she felt like she was dying. That feeling. It made her feel like she was being electrified, from the tips of her hair to the tips of her toes. The long-standing disharmony made her crave that feeling even more. So no matter how much Liang Feng torments her, she is willing to comply. First, to please her naughty little husband, and second, because she herself enjoyed this feeling. They say women at 30 are like wolves, and at 40 like tigers. At your age, which is like a wolf and a tiger combined, I'd have to put in some effort to tame you. Liang Feng whispered in her ear, teasing her. This old soul of his also enjoyed this kind of unrestrained banter. Yu Xian smiled, bit her lip, and playfully nudged Liang Feng, whispering, "My naughty little husband, I'm still savoring the moment. My feet are tingling. You little vixen." Liang Feng chuckled, feeling utterly satisfied as he stepped out of the elevator. However, Yu Siyuan suddenly froze, quickly pulling Liang Feng into the nearby stairwell. Liang Feng understood immediately, followed closely behind, and hid properly before asking, "Did you run into someone you know?" "Yes." Yu Siyuan nodded and said, "I ran into someone I know. There's a girl named Gu Yuan at your school. Do you know her? She's tall and beautiful." Liang Feng frowned, wondering why she suddenly mentioned Gu Yuan, and nodded, "I know that girl." Yu Siyuan continued, "Her mother just left with a man. They must have just checked into a hotel. She sighed again and said, that was close. If she had found out, everything would have been ruined. She then said, this woman isn't someone to mess with. Her name is Su-ing. We used to work at the same place. She was in charge of external affairs and was often away from her husband, so they got divorced. Since then, she's become more open-minded, flirting with everyone. She even became the mistress of a deputy factory director at our factory. Later, the factory director's wife caused a scene at the factory and she was fired. I never thought I'd run into her here. Running into an acquaintance at a hotel isn't exactly ideal. The situation and location speak for themselves. But what Liang Feng didn't expect was that Gu Yuan's mother had already divorced. In 2002, divorce wasn't very common. Many women would rather endure domestic violence or have a husband who gambles and drinks than divorce. They feared the stigma of divorce. Looking back now, perhaps beautiful women are an exception. The mothers of several of the school's most beautiful girls had all divorced. That's really something. What about Zhang Hongyao? Liang Feng dared not think about it, shrugged his shoulders, and laughed, let us wait a bit. It's not convenient if we run into someone we know. Yu Xian nodded and said, I think she's jealous of us. Her boyfriend is going bald, he's nowhere near as handsome or as capable as you. Liang Feng snorted and laughed, my naughty auntie-wife, don't say that. He gave her a firm squeeze. Yu Xiyuan hugged Liang Feng tightly, and the two began to kiss passionately again. Watching the still blushing Yu Xiyuan, Liang Feng couldn't help but feel utterly captivated. Perhaps he wasn't used to being 18 yet. You've really tamed me. No, it's you who's conquered me. Yu Xiyuan lay in Liang Feng's arms, lifting her head and blinking her big eyes as she spoke. Enough. The two of us met at the perfect time. Liang Feng gently pinched her nose and kissed her again. The kiss lasted a full 10 minutes before they reluctantly parted. See you later. Okay, see you later. The two parted ways. They each headed to their agreed upon locations. Chapter 111, The Torn Yen. Around 2002, the most famous restaurant in Tangcheng was the rotating seafood buffet on the top floor of Xinhua Mansion. Each person was charged 99 yuan, which was considered a high-end expense at the time. Downstairs at Xinhua Mao, Lin Yusin and Yu Xiying had been waiting for quite some time. Lin Yusin wore a white lace trimmed off the shoulder long dress, revealing her snow-white collarbone and neck. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her unadorned face was still radiant and captivating. She walked in her cream-colored high heels, click, click, her slender waist swaying back and forth, looking a bit impatient. She complained, why isn't my mom here yet? I told her to come early, or all the good food will be gone. Yu Xiying wore a black, form-fitting skirt that hugged her hips, revealing her snow-white thighs and red high heels. Her long hair was neatly tied up. She crossed her arms, showcasing her curvaceous, fiery figure. With a slim waist, round hips, beautiful legs, and a mischievous smile, she teased, maybe your mom went to find your stepdad. Lin Yusin rolled her eyes and muttered, Auntie, where's my uncle? When can I meet my uncle? Enough, okay? Yu Xiying rolled her eyes, you're just like your dad, sharp-tongued and sassy. You don't take after your mom at all. Lin Yusin shot her a glance and didn't bother responding. Every time Yu Xiying joked about this, she would bring up the fact that Yu Xiying wasn't married. She was already well aware that her parents had divorced, and she could tell that her mother was happy with her new stepfather. She didn't feel too burdened by it, but every time the topic came up, she still felt a little uneasy. At that moment, hearing her aunt tease her, she couldn't help but vent her frustration. Fortunately, Yu Xiying walked over from a distance, her high heels clicking click. Click. On the ground. Lin Yusin waved happily, Mom, over here. Yu Xiying looked around and teased, Sis, why didn't you bring my brother-in-law along for everyone to meet? Yu Xiyuan rolled her eyes at her and said, He'll be here soon. You'll see him in a moment. Hearing this, Lin Yusin was unhappy and muttered, Mom, we agreed that before I graduate from high school, I don't want him to appear in my life. After saying that, she turned around and started to leave. Her pouting expression clearly showed she had hit a nerve. Yu Xiyuan hurriedly said, I was just joking with your aunt. Don't worry, he won't show up in front of you before senior year. After saying that, she glared at Yu Xiying. Yu Xiying stuck out her tongue. Yu Xiyuan continued, Alright, Yusin, stop fooling around. Your classmate Liang Feng is about to arrive. Are you really leaving? Just in time. Liang Feng waved from the other side. See, he's here. Yu Xiying said with a smile, adding under her breath, That's your stepfather, your sister's husband. This feeling was still quite thrilling. The two had been apart for only 3 or 5 minutes. They had just emerged from the hotel behind them. Even those with a smile on their lips found it amusing. Yu Xiyuan kept smiling, feeling like she was playing a prank with Yu Xiying and Lin Yusin, a secret only the two of them knew. Here it is, here it is. Lin Yusin waved excitedly at Liang Feng. Yu Xiying watched and sighed, girls grow up and can't be kept. Keeping them only leads to sorrow. Lin Yusin couldn't help but turn around and tease, my grandparents never kept you kept yourself. I won't say anything, okay? Yu Xiying conceded defeat. Lin Yusin smiled and walked up a few steps, saying enthusiastically, "You're the only one missing. You sure made us wait." She added, "I heard you guys played a CS match against Haichang and won?" Liang Feng laughed, "You weren't there? I didn't perform very well. If you had been there, I'm sure I would have done better." Lin Yusin pursed her lips and giggled, batting her eyelashes and humming, "You're just good with words. Let me tell you, I know everything." "What do you know?" Liang Feng glared at her, feigning innocence. Lin Yusin hummed, "You helped Gu Yuan, stood up for her, and even said you'd take her down with one shot. Don't think I don't know." After saying that, she playfully hit Liang Feng on the shoulder. She seemed to know that Liang Feng had gained his mother's approval, so she wasn't as shy anymore. However, since Liang Feng had helped other girls multiple times, she was still jealous and began to complain softly. Liang Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "Where did you hear that?" "It's completely made up." Lin Yusin snorted and said, "Of course it's not true." She then pinched him again and warned, "You can help Gu Yuan, but don't go overboard." "I'm telling you." Liang Feng hurriedly replied, I know. The two continued talking as they walked forward together. Yu Xian watched the scene, furrowing her brows slightly. Jealousy and confusion swirled inside her, leaving her unsure of how to feel. Just moments ago, this man had been in bed with her, lost in passion, completely one with her. In the blink of an eye, that shy expression was still clearly visible. Now, he was flirting with his daughter, and this made her feel extremely uncomfortable. But for some reason, she also felt a sense of excitement, even a sense of victory. She was more attractive than her daughter. In this complex mix of emotions, he smiled and said, "Liang Feng, you're here. Let's go upstairs. Yusin has been urging us for ages, saying that if we're late, the good food will be gone." "Yes, Aunt Yu." Liang Feng nodded politely, thinking about how the two of them had just been kissing passionately and doing all sorts of shameless things on the bed, and now they were here. It was really something. Unconsciously, he envisioned her crawling over the wound, about to touch Xue Baopi's drum. This made him feel a surge of heat, and his eyes involuntarily locked with Yu Yuan's. "This is my aunt. She's the old maid of our family." Lin Yusin couldn't resist mocking him. "Yusin, what are you doing?" Yu Xiying rolled her eyes. "Hello, auntie." Liang Feng smiled and nodded. Yu Xiying said, "Don't call her auntie, call her second auntie." "Oh, no, that's wrong. Let's just call her auntie like Yusin." She didn't have much of an impression of Liang Feng. They had only met once at the department store. But her sister and niece had praised him quite a bit, so she couldn't help but take a good look at him, thinking he was quite handsome. "Oh, stop standing there like an idiot. Let's hurry up and go." Lin Yusin urged, "If we're late, the good food will be gone. There's hairy crab, caviar, and lobster." Liang Feng nodded and said, "We'd better hurry up then." The two walked ahead. Yu Xiying and Yu Yuan followed behind. Yu Xiying frowned slightly and said, "It's so nice to see them so close. But, older sister, are you just going to let it be?" Yu Xiying felt uneasy inside. She and Liang Feng had already developed a close relationship, but if Liang Feng became her sister's husband, what would she do? This forbidden feeling made her feel inexplicably aroused, yet she also felt guilty toward her own daughter. She shook her head quickly, daring not to think further. Yet she also thought that if it could really happen, perhaps she could keep Liang Feng by her side forever. These conflicting emotions swirled within her, leaving her utterly confused. Chapter 112, Lin Yusin's Anxiety. Buffet restaurants were still a novelty in 2002. Especially high-end buffet restaurants were extremely rare. At that time, 99 yuan could feed a family of 4 a nice meal at a restaurant, so paying 99 yuan for one person was considered a luxury. At the restaurant entrance, Yu Yuan paid and entered. Below the revolving restaurant's large floor-to-ceiling windows, a spacious area was filled with various dishes. Fruits, pastries, and drinks were piled up like small mountains. Lin Yusin's eyes widened in amazement, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, there's so much food." Liang Feng nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm going to eat my fill. I'll start with 2 bottles of drinks." Lin Yusin knew he was teasing her, so she playfully pinched him and said, "You're just drinking drinks and filling your stomach. This 99 yuan buffet will be a total loss. We have to eat seafood, it's expensive. Look over there, the display counter looks like an aquarium. There are all kinds of crabs and shrimp. Let's go eat seafood." She smiled and called out, "Mom, Auntie, let's go pick out some seafood. I love eating seafood." Yu Yuan slipped her sunglasses into her chest, clicked her high heels, click, click, as she walked around, then looked around and said, "Let's pick a seat first. We can choose later after we've settled in." "Yeah, that's a good idea." Lin Yusin walked ahead, smiling as she looked for a seat. She was overjoyed that her mother was inviting Liang Feng to dinner today. First, it meant her mother approved of Liang Feng, and second, she was thrilled to have the chance to dine with him. This Saturday and Sunday. She had gone to her grandmother's house with her mother, otherwise she could have gone to cheer for Liang Feng. She felt really sorry about that. Today was the perfect opportunity to make up for it. Here. Lin Yusin chose a table for 4. After the 4 of them sat down, they put down their bags. Yu Si-ying sat in the innermost seat, pulled out a lighter, lit a lady's cigarette, and smiled, saying, "You guys go ahead. I'll watch the bags. We'll eat later. Let us go." Lin Yusin gave Liang Feng a nod. The two headed toward the seafood counter. Yu Si-ying looked at her younger sister and asked, "What are you going to eat? Aren't you going to choose?" "Whatever you choose, I'll eat. I love everything you pick." Yu Si-ying looked at the other couples and couldn't help but feel envious. Even her older sister had a new brother-in-law, while she remained single. She was in a bad mood and had no interest in anything. Shuebai sat inside with her legs stretched out, crossing one leg over the other, taking slow puffs on her cigarette. "Alright, I'll go pick something." Yu Si-ying couldn't do anything about her younger sister, so she shook her head and went to choose. Seeing some grilled meat over there, she decided to go get some to try. But when she looked at Liang Feng and her own daughter, they looked so perfect together. She couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, like her heart was in turmoil. She pursed her lips, still feeling uneasy, unsure of how to handle the situation moving forward. She felt as though she had been pushed into an awkward position, unsure of how to describe it. Fortunately, she had already made up her mind. She was older, and Liang Feng was still young. Once he reached the age to marry and start a family, she would fade out of his life. She would just consider it a thrilling affair in her life. She was 38 years old, while Liang Feng was only 18. The age gap was too significant. Though Liang Feng seemed more mature in terms of mental age, his actual age was undeniable. At most, another 5 years. Liang Feng would enter the stage of marriage and starting a family. She has mentally prepared herself for this. But when she looks at her daughter, she can't help but shake her head, unable to imagine what it would be like if Liang Feng really became her son-in-law. Thinking about it, she can't help but chuckle to herself, feeling both exhilarated and a bit helpless, and also secretly feeling guilty toward her daughter. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Liang Feng and Lin Yusin are still young. They haven't reached that point yet. There are still many unknowns ahead. Yu Si-yuan no longer dwelled on it, instead focusing on enjoying the present moment. Liang Feng and Lin Yusin each took 2 plates, intending to take more seafood. There were clearly many people eating seafood, forming a long line with at least 15 or 16 people ahead. Lin Yusin, wearing a white silk dress, stood elegantly at the front and smiled, saying, "Let's take some extra now so we don't have to come back and wait in line later. It's a hassle. Right, we have to eat our fill and get our money's worth out of these 99 yuan. Liang Feng clenched his fists, looking determined. "Ha ha." Lin Yusin rolled her eyes at him and whispered, "Liang Feng, I've noticed you've changed a lot this summer. Back in school, you were so quiet, but now you're much more outgoing. You're even more likable now." After saying that, she blushed and gave a shy smile. Liang Feng adjusted his hair and said, "I'm the kind of guy who gets better looking the more you look at me." "No way." Lin Yusin felt that Liang Feng had changed a lot. His entire demeanor had changed. He was more confident, more at ease, and more fearless. That's exactly it. Or perhaps he was simply more daring. But it wasn't reckless boldness, it was boldness backed by preparation. Take the incident with Chao Ming last time, for example. He acted without hesitation, having already planned everything in advance. Everything was within his calculations. This feeling made Lin Yusin feel that Liang Feng had matured. Women are naturally drawn to men who are more mature than they are. Or perhaps they are naturally drawn to being conquered or led. At this moment, the impression Liang Feng gave Lin Yusin was exactly that. Her feelings for Liang Feng were growing stronger by the day. Thinking back to that secret kiss, she felt shy. But she was also annoyed. Liang Feng hadn't confessed his feelings yet, and she was getting impatient. She had already been very direct about it, but Liang Feng just stood there, looking dumbfounded, as if he didn't know how to confess. Now all the classmates were spreading rumors that the two were a couple. But Lin Yusin knows that Liang Feng has never confessed his feelings. There is still a very thin layer of paper between them, and thinking about it gives her a headache. At this moment, she just wants to urge Liang Feng to make a move. But then, suddenly, a charming figure flashed by. Lu Duo popped out with a smile. She was wearing a deep blue denim overalls, paired with a white t-shirt, her long hair tied in a ponytail, blinking her big eyes, and said with a smile, "Oh, you two are here too." Liang Feng was startled, then glanced around and indeed saw Lu Bingyan had also arrived. Lu Bingyan stood at a distance, her beautiful face flushing with embarrassment. She had just parted ways with her young boss, only to run into him again here. Recalling their flirtatious gestures, it would have been strange if she hadn't felt shy. Lu Duo smiled and hurriedly said, "My mom found a new job, so the two of us came to celebrate. What about you two? Why did you come together?" She acted as if she had discovered a big secret. She thought Liang Feng had invited Lin Yusin here for a date. Lin Yusin blushed and hurriedly explained, "No, it's not us. My mom twisted her ankle that day, and Liang Feng helped take her to the hospital. So my mom invited us here to thank him." She pointed to Yu Si-yuan in the distance. "Oh, I see." Lu Duo looked over and understood, feeling a bit relieved. If they had really come together, they would have been a couple for sure. Fortunately, it wasn't. She giggled, "Perfect, we can all go together." Lin Yusin pouted in frustration. Their peaceful time for two had turned into a trio. Chapter 113, Lu Bingyan and Liang Feng's Secret. Lu Bingyan blushed as she looked at Liang Feng, biting her lip awkwardly and still feeling a bit shy. Thinking about their flirtatious physical gestures, her cheeks turned pink. But in this situation, it wouldn't be appropriate to ignore them, so she eventually walked over in her high heels with a smile, saying, "What a coincidence. We meet here." She knew Liang Feng didn't want to reveal his identity, so she didn't mention it. She swayed her graceful figure, her long legs on display, looking like an ant. Liang Feng smiled and said, "Aunt Lu, hello. I heard you found a new job. That's wonderful." Lu Bingyan smiled, thinking to herself, "You're really something," lying without even blushing. "You're clearly my new boss, what are you pretending to be?" She shot Liang Feng a disapproving glance, feeling like underground operatives meeting on the street. Lin Yusin nodded politely and said, "Aunt Lu, hello." She whispered to Lu Duo, "Your mom is so beautiful, just like your sister." "Yes, she is. My mom has been dancing since she was young, so she looks young. Many people mistake her for my sister when we go out." Lu Duo held her mother's hand proudly. Standing there. If you didn't know the truth, you'd really believe it. Lu Bingyan had fair skin and looked so young. Lin Yusin envied her and hurriedly said, "After the college entrance exam, I'll start practicing dance too. I'll strive to be as young as Auntie by the time I'm her age." "Sure, come to my dance class, and I'll teach you for free," Lu Bingyan said with a smile. "Auntie, it's settled then." Lin Yusin was overjoyed. She was serious about it. Lu Bingyan looked so great, as if she were 3 or 4 years younger than her mother and the same age as her aunt. But in reality, she was probably close to 40. Or maybe she has already passed 40. Girls are naturally vain, so she envied her and pulled her closer, saying, "By the way, you should hurry up and get in line. Pick some seafood. If you don't eat seafood, you'll be missing out on a great deal for 99 yuan. Lu Duo hurriedly nodded and said, Right, Mom, let us get in line." "All right." Lu Bingyan couldn't help but smile. Liang Feng had just spent several million. But here he was, standing in line. She thought to herself, "He's really quite amusing." She glanced at Liang Feng. Liang Feng happened to look at her and glared at her fiercely. Lu Bingyan couldn't help but giggle, nearly laughing out loud. "Mom, what are you laughing at?" Lu Duo held her tray and followed behind Liang Feng and Lin Yusin. Lu Bingyan smiled, "Nothing, I just think you two are so young and full of life." "Auntie, you're young too. I want to call you sister," Liang Feng teased. "I think that's fine." Lin Yusin smiled. Lu Bingyan couldn't help but overthink it. Was this his way of hinting at something? She bit her lip, smiled, and looked at Liang Feng. Liang Feng noticed that Lu Bingyan's gaze was too direct, and he shot her a sharp glance before quickly changing the subject. "Speaking of which, Dodo, are you still working as a ball girl at the Bohai Grand Hotel?" Lu Duo nodded. "I've been working there for over a week now. Once I get paid, I'll treat you to a meal." She added, "Of course, I'll treat you too, Yusin." Lin Yusin smiled and asked, "Are you working part-time to save money?" "Yes, I'm working as a caddy at the golf resort of the Bohai Grand Hotel, just helping people carry clubs and pick up balls," Lu Duo answered honestly. Lin Yusin took an interest and asked, "How much do you make a month?" Lu Duo said, "What, do you want to work a summer job too? Well, you can earn 800 yuan a month." 800? That's so much. Lin Sun was taken aback. In 2002, the average monthly wage for ordinary workers was only around 400 to 500 yuan, and 600 to 700 yuan was considered a pretty good job. Lu Duo said, "They're picky about who they hire. They want people like us who are 18 or 19, good looking, so they pay more. But the working hours are really long. You have to start preparing at 8:30 a.m. and don't get off until around 7 p.m., which is almost 11 hours. Plus, you only get 1 day off a week. Sometimes you have to move those golf clubs, which is so tiring. I can't even lift one by myself." Lin Yusin listened and felt a little tempted. She was already an adult and wanted to find a job. She knew that her mother was spending money on a car and clothes, all from her mother's new boyfriend, and she felt a bit uneasy about it. She had even asked her father for money, but he only gave her $100 or $2 as a token gesture. She wanted to find a job and support herself. She didn't want to spend another man's money. Liang Feng said, "At 18, this is the most important year of your life. There will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. I think you should stop working for now and wait until you graduate from university. There's no rush, and besides, your aunt has already found a new job." Lu Duo rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "My mom thinks the same way, but our boss already said that if you don't work for at least a month, you won't get paid. That would be a huge loss for me." Liang Feng laughed and said, "That's true. Just work the full month and consider it life experience. Plus, I'm counting on you to treat me to a big meal afterward." "No problem." Lu Duo giggled, "Anyway, I don't have anything else to do during summer break. Might as well use it to gain some life experience." "Sounds good to me." Liang Feng nodded. The two chatted enthusiastically. Lin Yusin felt a pang of jealousy and quietly tugged at Liang Feng from behind. Liang Feng laughed heartily, understanding the hint, and stopped talking. Just then, Gu Yuan, looking charming, suddenly appeared at the door, accompanied by a pair of adults. As soon as they entered, Lu Duo spotted her and hurriedly pointed, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, it's Gu Yuan." She waved her hand. Gu Yuan saw them and immediately spotted Liang Feng. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly told her mother before running over, excitedly smiling and saying, "What are you all doing here?" Seeing Lu Bingyan, she recalled how she had danced that day and hurriedly greeted her, "Aunt Lu, hello." Gu Yuan, hello. Lu Bingyan nodded. She knew that Gu Yuan had seen her dance, but she didn't make a big deal out of it and remained calm, standing behind Lu Duo. Gu Yuan wasn't one to spread gossip, so she simply asked, "You guys, how did you all end up here together? Did you plan this?" The three girls were all renowned beauties at school. Lu Duo and Gu Yuan were somewhat familiar with each other. One danced folk dance, the other ballet, and they often represented the school in competitions, so they could be considered friends. Lin Yusin was slightly less close, but they had exchanged a few words before. Lin Yusin blinked her big eyes and explained, "It's just a coincidence. My mom invited Liang Feng to a big meal to thank him, and Duo is here because her mom found a new job and they're celebrating." "What about you? Did you come with your parents?" Lin Yusin didn't know much about Gu Yuan's family situation. At this question, Gu Yuan furrowed her brows slightly and bit her lip, saying, "That's not my dad, it's my mom's friend." "Oh." Lin Yusin roughly understood and stuck out her tongue. Liang Feng quickly interjected, "Today is really a big gathering. So many people came. What a coincidence. Yeah, let me take a look around and see if there's anyone else we know." Lu Duo looked around and pouted, "It looks like there are more girls today. You're the only guy." Gu Yuan laughed, "3 beautiful girls to keep you company, aren't you happy?" Liang Feng laughed, "Of course I'm happy. I'm almost laughing so hard I can't close my mouth." "You're such a tease." Lin Yusin playfully pinched his ear as if staking her claim. Liang Feng quickly cried out in pain, "It hurts, it hurts." Lin Yusin giggled and let go, then proudly showed off to Lu Duo and Gu Yuan. Lu Duo and Gu Yuan glanced over, rolled their eyes slightly, but the expression vanished quickly. Lu Duo smiled and said, "Liang Feng, we didn't know you well before, but now we realize you're actually pretty smooth talking." "Yeah, you're always so irresponsible." Gu Yuan shot Liang Feng a glance. Needless to say, the incident of one shot, one kill had already spread among the students. Some people just love spreading gossip, or they just love believing in these dark things. The rumors were detailed and vivid. Some even claimed to have seen Gu Yuan and Liang Feng checking into a hotel. This forced Gu Yuan to explain herself to others. But later, she didn't bother to care anymore. You can't argue with a cute little thing like that. So these words are just playful teasing. Lu Duo and Lin Yusin knew about it and both blushed slightly, too embarrassed to bring it up. Lu Bingyan noticed their unusual expressions and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you laughing about? Is something wrong?" "Nothing, Mom." Lu Duo hurriedly waved her hands. Lin Yusin secretly pinched Liang Feng, "It's him. He's always so inappropriate." "Ha ha." Liang Feng laughed awkwardly. "That's right, I'm just an old man who can't behave himself." At that moment, Lin Yusin saw another group of people coming and hurriedly said, "Gu Yuan, come in and get in line. Pick some seafood. Seafood is expensive, eating anything else wouldn't be worth it." "Okay." Gu Yuan smiled and nodded, following the crowd. Chapter 114, Gu Yuan and her mother's story. Inside the rotating seafood restaurant, Gu Yuan's mother, Suing, walked in arrogantly in her high heels. She wore a black long dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders, with fair skin and a high neckline, exuding a hint of wildness. If Lin Yusin and Yusayan were carved from the same mold, they were merely the young and mature versions. Then, Lu Duo and Lu Bingyan were more like Lu Bingyan, with Lu Duo being slightly less attractive. Gu Yuan and Suing, however, were the opposite. Suing wasn't as beautiful as Gu Yuan, but the flat-chested trait was inherited from Gu Yuan. The breasts, however, were indeed not large enough. The middle-aged man beside her wore gray trousers, a white short-sleeved shirt, with the belt tied outside, holding a briefcase. He looked to be in his late 40s, exuding the air of a boss. As soon as he arrived, he spotted Lu Bingyan, gave her a once-over, and then smiled and asked, "Gu Yuan, are these all your classmates?" Gu Yuan replied with a curt "hm" and ignored him. "Oh." The middle-aged man was used to this, shrugged his shoulders, and said nothing. But his eyes kept glancing at Lu Bingyan. If it weren't for Gu Yuan's mother being there, he might have stared so intently that he couldn't tear his eyes away. He was quite taken with this stunningly beautiful young woman. Lu Bingyan, of course, noticed, but she ignored him and continued to accompany Lu Duo. Gu Yuan smiled at Liang Feng and said, "Liang Feng, I haven't had a chance to thank you properly for yesterday. Let us have a few drinks later. I see there's beer over there." Lu Duo and Lin Yusin were taken aback. They usually didn't mind sneaking a few sips of beer, but they were still cautious around adults. Gu Yuan's words were too direct. Suing furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. She glanced at Liang Feng and said, Gu Yuan got drunk yesterday. You were the one who got her drunk, weren't you? You kids who just turned 18, all you do is drink every day, and now you're getting girls drunk. What do you think you're doing? You're acting like little hoodlums. At that, Lin Yusin pouted, clearly upset. Lu Duo wanted to explain for him, but Liang Feng wasn't that kind of person. However, Lu Bingyan spoke up first. Gu Yuan's mother, you shouldn't say that. Liang Feng is a good kid. Your daughter got drunk, but Liang Feng took her home. That doesn't mean he got her drunk. How can you say that? Lin Yusin followed, that's right, auntie. You don't know Liang Feng at all. Why call him a little thug? Liang Feng is the best boy in our school. Gu Yuan, tell your mom. You can't talk about Liang Feng like that. Lu Duo chimed in, that's right, auntie. You're being too hasty. You're not distinguishing between right and wrong. Blaming Liang Feng like that is inappropriate. You should apologize. This. Suing furrowed her brows tightly, not expecting all three women present to speak up for Liang Feng. Especially Lu Bingyan. She knew this woman, yet she was also speaking up for Liang Feng. She couldn't help but look at Liang Feng with newfound respect. Gu Yuan huffed unhappily, Mom, don't make me lose face in front of my classmates, okay? And mind your own business. I'm already 18 and an adult. Suing's face turned red as she clenched her teeth and refused to back down. She turned to Gu Yuan and said, we came out to eat today. Don't cause trouble for no reason. Gu Yuan retorted, who's looking for trouble? You're the one looking for trouble. You're talking about my classmates like that, making me lose face. Who's really looking for trouble? This. Everyone present was taken aback. The intense verbal clash between this mother and daughter clearly revealed the strained relationship between them. A middle-aged man nearby smiled and tried to smooth things over. Oh, Gu Yuan is right. She's an adult now, you shouldn't meddle so much. Let's go pick a seat first. Suing shot Gu Yuan a glare and stormed off. The middle-aged man could only follow her. Gu Yuan blushed and said to Liang Feng, I'm sorry. Liang Feng observed everything and roughly understood why Gu Yuan had such a personality. It's the fault of her original family. He smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. You did drink too much yesterday. If I had a daughter and some troublemaker brought her back home drunk, I'd say something even harsher. That's true. Lu Bingyan nodded. If anyone gets dowdy drunk and sends her home, I won't have anything nice to say either. Gu Yuan felt a little better hearing this, knowing everyone was trying to stop her from getting angry with her mother. She nodded and said, okay, I understand. Then let's line up and eat seafood. Liang Feng chuckled. But recalling the situation when he encountered the two of them downstairs at the hotel, he couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Yuan's mother was no pushover. The fact that Gu Yuan and her mother were so at odds with each other suggested that their temperaments were quite similar. Both were quick-tempered. Thinking about Gu Yuan's life, it wasn't surprising. Sometimes, the original family is the biggest graveyard in a person's life. Being exposed to such an environment from a young age can influence one's judgment and perspective on things. Gu Yuan is likely no exception. Liang Feng watched, feeling that he needed to change Gu Yuan's mindset. Otherwise, even if she avoids Hua Lei, there might be another Hua Lei waiting in the wings. At that moment, Gu Yuan blinked her big eyes and suddenly said, why don't we eat together? I don't want to eat with my mom and the others. Gu Yuan definitely didn't want to have too much contact with her stepfather. But the problem was, Lu Duo and her mother Lu Bingyan had finally managed to come out for a rare outing and wanted to celebrate properly. They couldn't just leave her mother behind. Lin Yusin was there to accompany her mother, and her aunt was also present. Moreover, she didn't want Liang Feng and Gu Yuan to have too much contact, so she didn't respond. Liang Feng thought it was a good idea and suggested, why don't we all eat together? Let's invite everyone over to the big table over there. That's not a good idea. It'd be awkward. Lin Yusin pinched Liang Feng. Liang Feng understood and laughed it off. Yeah, you're right. We don't know each other well. Yeah, right. Gu Yuan bit her lip and didn't insist further. Finally, it's our turn. Lin Yusin stepped forward first, holding two large plates and said, I want crab, all crab. All right. The staff, seeing the young beauty, smiled and carefully placed the Thai crabs one by one onto the plates. Lin Yusin carefully carried the plates and said to Liang Feng, you want lobster, lobster. Liang Feng firmly shouted, I want lobster, fill it all up. Put. Lu Bingyan laughed, thinking to herself, my boss is a billionaire, yet he's having all these lobsters lined up. That's really something. Mom, it's our turn. I want crab, and you want lobster, right? Lu Duo said seriously. All right. Lu Bingyan nodded. The mother and daughter each ordered two large plates. It was Gu Yuan's turn. He smiled and said, one plate of crab, one plate of lobster. All right. The staff piled everything onto the plates one by one. Everyone was finally satisfied, carrying their lobsters and crabs, and dispersed with smiles. Chapter 115, Lu Bingyan's restless mood. On the way back with the crabs and lobsters, Lin Yusen carefully carried the crabs, glanced sideways at Liang Feng, and suddenly said, "I've noticed something about you. You're really a magnet for women. I never noticed before, but you've got quite the love life. I'll have to watch out for you." Liang Feng, holding the lobster, responded just as cautiously, feigning ignorance, "What's wrong? How am I attracting bees and butterflies?" Lin Yusen snorted and said, "You saved Lu Duo, and she thinks you're a hero. You also helped Gu Yuan, and she must be grateful to you. You tell me, isn't that your good luck with women? Isn't that you attracting women?" Liang Feng shook his head and said, "We're all classmates. If I can help, I will. There's no need to overcomplicate things." Lin Yusen looked at him and snorted, "I don't believe you. If it were anyone else, would you help them too? You're just being nice because they're pretty." The jealous one asked again, "Are they prettier than me?" Liang Feng was taken aback and said, "You're asking that? Of course you're prettier. You're much prettier than them." Lin Yusen didn't believe him and pressed further, "I don't believe you. Tell me, what's so pretty about me?" Liang Feng knew Lin Yusen loved compliments, so he smiled and said, "Gu Yuan's chest is too flat. I don't think it'll get any bigger, and it definitely can't compare to yours." Lin Yusen spat out, "You pervert. You're thinking about that vulgar thing you said before. You're such a pervert." Her face flushed as she asked again, "What about Lu Duo? Her chest is much bigger. Last time we went swimming at the reservoir and changed clothes, I saw it's bigger than mine." Liang Feng hurriedly said, "Her legs aren't as long as yours." Lin Yusen retorted, "Then why didn't you mention Gu Yuan's legs? Gu Yuan dances ballet, her legs are long and well proportioned." Liang Feng laughed, "I have to pick the good things about you to say, otherwise, how would it be beauty is in the eye of the beholder?" Lin Yusen playfully scolded, "I knew you were up to no good. You're such a bad guy, always paying attention to girls. Your mind is full of dirty thoughts." Liang Feng laughed heartily, scratched his head, and said, "At our age, Mom? If we don't pay attention to these things at our age, that's a sign of illness." "Poof." Lin Yusen blushed and glanced over at Yusayan, who was looking their way. She hurriedly said, "Stop talking nonsense. My mom and aunt are watching." She hurried her steps, carrying the items back. Yuan saw that the steamer was already open and smiled, saying, "Just put it in. Steam it for a while, and it'll be ready to eat." "All right." Liang Feng and Lin Yusen placed the crabs and some lobsters inside. Yuan had just brought over some grilled meat and smiled, saying, "Have some grilled meat first, it tastes pretty good." Lin Yusen hurriedly said, "Mom, eat this first. Once you feel full, nothing else will taste good. Let's eat some fruit first and wait for the seafood. You can only really enjoy seafood when you're hungry." Yusayan laughed, "You're usually not this frugal. Why do you have to get your money's worth this time? The point of a buffet is to enjoy the variety and have a good time. You can't really eat your money's worth. How much can you eat for $100? Yusayan chimed in, "That's right. There's just the few of us, none of us can eat our money's worth." She pointed at Liang Feng, "This young man is the main eater, let him eat more." Liang Feng patted his chest and assured them, "Don't worry, I'll take it all home." He picked up his chopsticks and started eating the grilled meat, saying, "This tastes good. It's Orlan's style. Try some." Lin Yusen refused with her chopsticks in her mouth, "No way, I'm waiting for the seafood." All right, I'll eat." Liang Feng continued eating on his own. Yuan watched happily and picked up her chopsticks to eat as well. Yuan noticed her sister's unusual expression and saw that Liang Feng was clearly showing signs of affection toward her. But she didn't think much of it, assuming that her mother-in-law was just getting more and more delighted with her son-in-law. She smiled and said, "I'll go get a few bottles of beer. They're free anyway." Lin Yusen scolded playfully, "Auntie, you drink like this every day. You're going to become an alcoholic. By the way, you've even started smoking. Smoking and drinking, who would dare to marry you?" Yuan retorted, "Mind your own business. My parents don't even care about me. You're the only one who talks so much." She then gave her a disapproving look and walked away. Lin Yusen felt defeated and muttered, "Mom, hurry up and find an eligible suitor for your younger sister to marry. This old maid is too much to handle." Yuan snorted, "You're meddling in your aunt's affairs? Focus on your studies and aim for good grades. Then everything will be fine." Lin Yusen rolled her eyes and said nothing. She felt she had spoken too much today. If she left a bad impression on Liang Feng, that wouldn't be good. She focused on the steamer, hoping it would cook quickly. Yuan looked at Liang Feng, finding him more and more attractive. She couldn't resist extending her legs, clad in stockings, and gently nudged him. Liang Feng glanced at her and continued eating the grilled meat, signaling her to behave herself and not make a scene. Yuan looked around nervously, growing more daring. Her stocking-clad feet teased him relentlessly. Finally, Liang Feng grabbed her. She jumped in surprise, her eyes pleading. Liang Feng finally let go and stopped. Lu Bingyan and Lu Duo watched the mother-daughter pair, their patience finally rewarded, and their mood lifted. Lu Duo ate heartily, while Lu Bingyan ate alongside her. They also took some beer and started passing cups back and forth. Duo, I think Liang Feng is right. What's most important for you now is to focus on your studies. My debts are all paid off now, so you don't need to work. Just enjoy your 18th year. You can start working when you're 28. Lu Bingyan set aside a crab and handed it to Lu Duo. Lu Duo ate while pouting, but I've already worked for over a week. If I don't go, it'll be such a waste. There's nothing to be sorry about. Just consider it life experience. Lu Bingyan thought for a moment and said, use all those experiences in your studies. Get into a good university, that's more important than anything else. I'll think about it. Lu Duo ate while thinking. Alright, you're 18 now, an adult with your own opinions. I'm just sharing mine. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Lu Bingyan looked at her precious daughter. She knew deep down that after going through this, she had grown a lot. It was a blessing in disguise. Eat slowly, there's more. Lu Bingyan smiled and helped peel the crab. Lu Duo clenched her teeth and said, yes, Mom, I want to eat it. I have to eat it all back. Otherwise, it's too much of a waste. Haha, okay. Lu Bingyan ate and peeled, looking very happy. She glanced at Liang Feng from afar, and the smile on her lips was a bit different. This little boss of hers was truly interesting. She couldn't help but recall their ambiguous gestures, her mind wandering wildly. What was he thinking? They say eyes don't lie. As someone who had been through it all, Lu Bingyan could see clearly that Liang Feng's gaze was fiery, clearly lusting after her body. When she walked with her back to him, those burning gazes. She could feel them staring at her skin. But the age difference made her lack confidence, and she couldn't help but doubt herself. Yet for some reason, she began to feel a different kind of emotion toward Liang Feng. She found this young man truly outstanding, someone worthy of admiration and affection. Ah! Lu Bingyan let out a long sigh, so overwhelmed by her emotions that she couldn't even enjoy the delicious food in front of her. Chapter 116, Su Ying's Virtue. The three families. Only the Gu Yuan family's side was the most quiet. Gu Yuan ate gloomily, her mood far from cheerful. The seafood seemed tasteless to her, and she sat there with a sour expression, as if everyone owed her something. Su Ying clenched her teeth in anger. The man beside her was Zhang Dalan, a down-to-earth truck company owner. Tangcheng was famous for its steel production, and there were trucking companies responsible for transporting the steel to various cities. Zhang Dalan had once been a truck driver but later bought his own truck. Through hard work, by the age of 45, he had accumulated 8 trucks. He made a decent living with the constant movement of trucks and cargo. It sounded like he was a small-time boss. But those 8 trucks are like mobile banks. Ordinary traders couldn't even begin to compare. His net worth exceeds 5 million, no small feat. Once a man has money, he develops a wandering eye. Su Ying and Zhang Dalan had known each other for years, but back then, Su Ying was the town's most sought-after beauty, and he could only watch from afar, playing the role of a sidekick. Once he had money, he started pursuing her. In the end, after chasing her relentlessly, he actually won her over with his money. But there was one problem: Zhang Dalan had never divorced. They agreed that Gu Yuan would go to university. Zhang Dalan would divorce his wife and marry Su Ying. Su Ying wasn't stupid, she wouldn't let him into her bed based on empty promises. Today, she bought a white gold bracelet worth over 10,000 yuan, and only then did she agree. Looking at Zhang Dalan, she knew he might not be the right match for her. But that was her nature, she couldn't help it. She couldn't bear to be alone, even if it meant settling for someone who wasn't right for her. She feared the feeling of being unwanted. At that moment, looking at her daughter Gu Yuan, she didn't want her to repeat her mistakes. She whispered comfortingly, Yuan, Mom was wrong to mention your classmates earlier, but girls must know how to value themselves. You drank so much, what if you encountered some thugs who raped you? What would you do then? You're already 18. You should know these things. Those boys don't let their harmless appearance fool you. Once they get the idea in their heads, they're capable of anything. She handed her a steamed crab. Gu Yuan pouted, knowing her mother was concerned, and mumbled a response, yes, Mom, I understand. But looking at Zhang Dalan, she felt uneasy. She knew her mother had a new boyfriend, but she never expected him to be so old, so ugly, so short, and so dishonest. He kept glancing at her. She really disliked him. Plus, with the matter involving Hua Lei, she was already in a bad mood, so she couldn't help but snap at him. After hearing Liang Feng and Lu Bingyan mention it earlier, she understood and wasn't as rebellious anymore, but she still ate her own food in silence. Even a child this age acts like this. Just eat your own food. Zhang Dalan smiled and picked up a crab, handing it to Su Ying. Su Ying took it, smiled, and began to eat. In the distance, she had already spotted her old colleague, Yu Yuan. Unfortunately, they weren't very close, so she didn't go over to greet her. She had heard that she had recently divorced and found a wealthy businessman who had bought her a brand new Toyota Camry and even mentioned plans to open an internet cafe. She glanced at Zhang Dalan. Su Ying rolled her eyes, thinking that if Zhang Dalan bought her a Toyota Camry, it would cost him his life. She snorted, feeling a bit upset. Yu Yuan had also noticed Su Ying long ago. Glancing at the middle-aged man beside her, she couldn't help but smile, silently sighing to herself, Suing, this man's hair is almost completely gone, and you still can't resist him. Back when they were at the company, Suing was in charge of fieldwork, and she dressed up in flashy outfits every day, which was quite eye-catching. Now, in comparison, Yu Si-yuan felt a surge of happiness. She looked at Liang Feng, couldn't help but smile, and handed him a freshly steamed crab, saying, the crabs aren't very fatty this season, but it'll do for now. Okay. Liang Feng took it. He brought it to his mouth and began to eat. But this action still startled Yu Si-ying and Lin Yusen. It felt too familiar. Yu Si-ying hurriedly said, thank you for taking me to the hospital last time. Without you, my mother and I would have been in a real bind. It's nothing, Ms. Yu. You've already said it several times. Liang Feng chimed in, trying to divert attention from his earlier action. Was it just that you didn't thank me in person? Yu Si-yuan didn't stop what she was doing and handed another one to Lin Yusen, then passed it to Yu Si-ying. The two girls finally felt it was nothing. As a guest, Liang Feng naturally gave it to the guest first. They followed suit and began eating. They're all fresh, aren't they? It tastes good. Lin Yusen peeled open the crab and devoured it greedily. Yu Si-ying bit into a crab leg, savoring the flavor. Phew! Yu Si-ying broke out in a cold sweat, exhaled deeply, and shot Liang Feng a glance. Liang Feng was no less startled. Eat, Yu Si-ying urged. Just then, Lu Duo suddenly ran over. She was wearing a pair of denim overalls, a white t-shirt, and had her hair tied in a ponytail. Standing there with a charming smile on her lips and her hands behind her back, she said, Auntie, hello. My mom said to come over and thank Liang Feng and invite him over for a while. Yu Si-yuan was taken aback, a bit confused. Lin Yusen, who was eating crab, explained, Lu Duo was harassed by some thugs recently, and Liang Feng stepped in and chased them away. She then glanced at Liang Feng and teased, go on, the hero who saves the damsel in distress. Liang Feng felt awkward and scratched his head, saying, how come everything you say sounds different? No, you didn't. Lin Yusen's cheeks turned red. Lu Duo giggled shyly, hero, let's go. She tugged at Liang Feng's arm and led him outside. Liang Feng said, Anchu, Yusen, you all eat first. I'll be right back. Yao Si-yuan waved her hand and said, alright, go ahead. Yu Si-ying saw Liang Feng following him and snorted, Yusen, your little boyfriend is quite the charmer. You better keep a tight grip on him, don't let him slip away. Lin Yusen blushed and retorted, what little boyfriend? We're just ordinary classmates. I need to focus on my studies now. Yu Si-ying didn't believe her, rolling her eyes and saying, alright, study hard and get into a good university. She poured herself a glass of beer and ate some seafood. Yu Si-ying poured herself a glass as well, thinking to herself, if Liang Feng ends up with this girl, that wouldn't be so bad. Maybe the future isn't as I imagined it. She poured herself a glass as well and began drinking with her sister. Her mood improved a bit. Yu Si-ying wasn't in a good mood. She was already an old maid in the family, and even her young niece dared to tease her. She drank her beer in silence, one glass after another, drinking quite a lot. Lin Yusen muttered, Auntie, you're drinking like that, you'll get drunk easily. By the way, the seafood seems to be gone. Why don't you go queue up and get some? Yu Si-ying rolled her eyes, if you want to eat, go get it yourself. I'm not going. Yu Si-ying snorted, don't always pick on your aunt. There's still plenty left. If you want some, go get it yourself. Oh, okay. Lin Yusen stuck out her tongue, munching on a crab, but her eyes kept glancing toward Liang Feng, afraid he might really leave. Chapter 117, Lu Bingyan's cunning plan succeeds. After sitting down, Liang Feng looked at the alluring beauty Lu Bingyan, recalling their earlier moments together, and couldn't help but smile. However, he pretended to be serious and said, Aunt Lu, you're too kind. There's no need to thank me so much. He knew Lu Bingyan hadn't mentioned the fact that he had hired her, so he went along with her. Lu Bingyan smiled and said, I still need to properly thank you for last time. She picked up the wine glass and handed it to him, come, have a drink. All right. Liang Feng took the glass, looked at it, and said to Lu Duo, aren't you going to drink? If you're not drinking, I won't either. We're family. Lu Duo smiled and shook her beer bottle, saying, of course I'll drink. Come on, cheers. Lu Bingyan suggested, and the three of them drank a glass of beer. Lu Duo took out the lobster, broke it open, and handed it to Liang Feng, saying, you eat it, it's so tender. Liang Feng ate while watching Lu Bingyan and her daughter. He found Lu Bingyan even more beautiful than Lu Duo. Every smile and glance exuded natural charm. Her arched eyebrows, cherry lips, and oval face, with long hair flowing down her shoulders. Her chest was full and rounded, her waist slender, and when she sat there, she was truly a great beauty. Liang Feng sighed wryly. At his age, he actually found a woman of Lu Bingyan's age beautiful. He was truly beyond hope. But taste is something that cannot be changed. Lu Duo blinked her big, innocent eyes and smiled, saying, Liang Feng, my mom found a new job as a stockbroker, helping people buy stocks. She said it's very profitable. Our family's debts will be paid off soon. Of course, if it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Liang Feng nodded and smiled. That's good. Pay off the debt as soon as possible and be free of burdens. But don't forget our promise. You must study hard. Working part-time during summer vacation to gain life experience is good, but studying is the most important thing. Lu Duo patted her chest and promised, don't worry. I won't get into Tsinghua University, but I'll get into Peking University. If that doesn't work out, I'll just roast sweet potatoes, haha. Lu Bingyan and Liang Feng both laughed. At that moment, Lu Bingyan shifted her legs slightly and suddenly kicked Liang Feng. Liang Feng froze, looking at Lu Bingyan. An unusual feeling spread instantly, making his heart flutter involuntarily. Their eyes met, and a strange expression flashed between them. On one side, Lu Duo was busy eating. Lu Bingyan bit into a crab leg, then bit her lip suggestively. Her legs, which had been crossed, kicked Liang Feng again. She sensed Liang Feng's intense gaze. But she dared not make her intentions clear. There was nothing she could do, the age gap was too great. She felt a bit burdened. But she thought to herself, if Liang Feng had feelings for her, it would be a good thing. She didn't know how to repay him. That's right. Lu Bingyan was thinking exactly that. Although Liang Feng was handsome and charming. But Lu Bingyan didn't have time to admire such things now. She was only thinking that this young man had helped her so much. Without him, her future might be uncertain. If he liked her, she would give herself to him. Only then could she repay him in some small way. Otherwise, she'd always feel like she owed him, and that wouldn't be good. She tried again, biting the crab leg, then quietly slipped off her high heels under the table and used her stocking-clad feet to rub against Liang Feng's calf. This time, however, Liang Feng suddenly grabbed her ankle with one hand and didn't let go, staring intently at her as if to tell her she was playing with fire. Lu Bingyan felt embarrassed and tried to pull back, but he held her tightly, so she could only give Liang Feng a meaningful glance. Liang Feng finally let go and continued eating the lobster. After finishing, he said, Aunt Lu, Daodu, I'm heading back now. Oh, okay. Lu Duo gave a sweet smile. Alright, see you. Lu Bingyan nodded with a flushed face. Liang Feng walked back. But the sensation from earlier lingered, leaving Liang Feng restless for a long time. He couldn't help but glance at his hand that had just gripped Lu Bingyan's ankle, feeling his heart race wildly. As the saying goes, it's better to steal something you can't catch. This feeling was too wonderful. He was beginning to feel a bit addicted. Lu Bingyan felt the same way, her heart racing and unable to calm down. This was the first time in years that she had felt this way, as if her entire heart had been opened. She exhaled deeply. She calmed her turbulent emotions. She could sense that Liang Feng was interested in her. Fortunately, she stood up and said, Dodo, you eat first. I'll go to the restroom. Okay, go ahead, Mom. Lu Duo blinked her big eyes, completely unaware of what was happening. Lu Bingyan walked out with her long, slender legs swaying gracefully. Liang Feng watched from afar, the feeling in his heart growing stronger. He could no longer contain himself and said to Lin Yusin and Yusian, Aunt Yusin, you two eat. I'll go to the restroom. Alright, go ahead, but be careful. Yuan, who had been drinking, had a flushed face. Lin Yusin focused on the crab. Liang Feng and Lu Bingyan walked toward the restroom, one in front and one behind. Just as they reached the bathroom door, Lu Bingyan was indeed waiting there. Leaning against the wall, biting her lip, she looked as though she were waiting to be picked. Liang Feng, seeing no one around, suddenly embraced Lu Bingyan, feeling her slender body, and took a deep breath of her fragrant hair, saying, Do you know what the consequences of this will be? Lu Bingyan's body trembled slightly, feeling the strong embrace, making her heart race. She nodded and said, I know. But I also know that you like me. Her eyes met Liang Feng's with earnest intensity. The age gap. At that moment, it seemed no longer important. What mattered was the mutual attraction between a man and a woman. Liang Feng looked back at her intently, his mind going blank. He bit his lip and suddenly leaned in for a kiss. Lu Bingyan seemed to have been waiting for this kiss, immediately embracing him and responding passionately, murmuring, Good man, I've finally waited for you. Does Liang Feng like Lu Bingyan? Of course he did. But liking someone can be different, it could stem from physical instinct or deep-seated emotions. In any case, at that moment, his feelings for Lu Bingyan were like a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable. He let his emotions run wild. Lu Bingyan tightly embraced him in return, completely immersed in the moment. She seemed like a weary bird that had finally found its nest, throwing herself into Liang Feng's embrace. As long as you don't mind that I'm older. Lu Bingyan closed her eyes, savoring the moment. I like big ones. Liang Feng spoke with a double meaning. As long as you like it. Lu Bingyan said vaguely. But, in this situation, it wasn't appropriate to be too bold. Soon, the two parted ways. Liang Feng took a deep breath, looking at Lu Bingyan's smudged lipstick, and whispered, Do you know that this is wrong? Lu Bingyan shook her head gently, her eyes firm. I don't know. I only know that you like me very much. Liang Feng smiled bitterly, looking helpless. A woman's intuition is always spot on. Such a beautiful body, who wouldn't be attracted to it? Liang Feng felt that even if he were truly 18, he would still be attracted to her. With this old soul, he'd definitely be obsessed. He pinched her fair chin and asked tentatively, "Can we not go home tonight?" Lu Bingyan batted her eyes, smiled triumphantly, thought for a moment, and replied, "We can go back later, but we can't not go home." Liang Feng, upon hearing this, embraced her tightly once more, his hands roaming freely over her body, intoxicated by her scent, as if he wanted to merge into the depths of her soul. Lu Bingyan giggled, responding passionately, "I'm yours. No matter when, I'll always belong to you. Don't worry, I won't run away." "All right." Liang Feng's eyes blazed with passion as he stared at the beauty, unable to tear himself away. Though this was not his life's goal, after gaining wealth and power, he had gradually lost himself in this life of luxury and beauty. If it weren't for the fact that someone was waiting for them, the two of them would probably have gone to a hotel right away. "Let's go back first. After we've dispersed, wait for my call." Liang Feng spoke with a serious expression. Lu Bingyan hurriedly smiled. "All right, boss, your secretary Lu is at your beck and call." The triumphant one giggled, swaying her hips as she entered the bathroom to touch up her makeup. Liang Feng washed his face and returned. Chapter 118, The Summer Vacation at 18. After returning, no one noticed. Liang Feng finally relaxed. Lin Yusin's little mouth made crunch. Crunch. Sounds as she finished all the crabs, then said, "Liang Feng, all the crabs are gone. Should we go back in line for some more?" Liang Feng scratched his head and said, "Yusin, eating too much seafood isn't good for your health. Why don't we try something else?" Yuan said, "Seafood is cold in nature. Eating too much isn't good. No way, I have to get my money's worth." Lin Yusin pouted her lips and looked at Liang Feng, pleading, "Come on." "All right." Liang Feng sighed helplessly and followed her to the queue. Lu Duo saw this and ran over with a smile, saying, "We've finished ours too. Hee, let's keep queuing." "Right." Lin Yusin looked determined, as if she was determined to get her money's worth. Liang Feng smiled. At 18, he probably would have done the same. Sometimes he reminded himself that he was 18-year-old Liang Feng, but other times he would lose himself, especially after spending too much time with women like Yuan and Lu Bingyan. It made him forget his age. Ending up like this is a failure. Liang Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. Looking at the alluring beauty Lu Bingyan in the distance, and the two young women, Lin Yusin and Lu Duo, gathered around him. These two young beauties. Innocent and carefree, with graceful figures and tall, beautiful appearances, they seemed more suited to him. But for some reason, he couldn't help but be captivated by a woman like Lu Bingyan, sighing helplessly and cursing his own preference for married women. "Liang Feng, what's that red stuff on your lips? What is it?" Lu Duo pointed and asked. Liang Feng was startled, fearing it might be lipstick, and quickly wiped it off, saying, "It must be from eating crab." "Oh, it's gone." Lu Duo smiled, not even considering that it was her mother Lu Bingyan's lipstick, nor could she imagine that the man before her was already her mother's new boyfriend. "Ah." Liang Feng couldn't help but sigh, then felt a wave of amusement. He really had gotten himself into a mess. But for some reason, Lu Bingyan and Yuan seemed to attract him more, to be more alluring to him. That was probably just the natural inclination of an old soul. Liang Feng mused randomly. Lin Yusin and Lu Duo chatted back and forth. They were slowly getting to know each other. They were still talking about getting summer jobs at the Bohai Grand Hotel, and it seemed like Lin Yusin was really serious about it. Liang Feng wanted the two girls not to go. At 18, they should enjoy themselves and not rush into work. After all, they would have plenty of time to work in the future. But before she could speak, Gu Yuan walked over, looking charming, and smiled. "What are the three of you talking about? You all look so happy." She had been eating in a bad mood. So when she saw the three of them gathered together, she came over. Liang Feng said, "It's not the three of us. It's the two of them. Duo is working as a golf caddy at the Bohai Grand Hotel, and Yusin wants to go work there for the summer." "Summer job? How much do they pay?" Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but ask. Lu Duo laughed. 800 a month, with meals provided 3 times a day. She added, "I was about to back out, but if the two of you are going, I'll stick with it." She pulled Gu Yuan and asked, "Are you going?" Gu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "It's only mid-July now, and we don't start school until mid-August. We could work for a month, but my mom." She pouted. Lin Yusin exclaimed, "I need to talk to my mom too, but I really want to go. Otherwise, I'll be stuck at home doing homework all day, and it's giving me a headache." Liang Feng shrugged and said, "What you're doing is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. For one egg, you're killing the goose. Poof. You should focus on studying now and get into a good university. That's more important than anything else." "That's true." The three of them bit their lips, unsure of what to do. Lu Duo suddenly blinked her big eyes, crossed her arms, and said, "Liang Feng, you're acting so old-fashioned. You talk like you're a generation older than us, lecturing us." "I feel the same way." Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Lin Yusin said, "That's right. You didn't used to talk like this. Lately, you've been acting like you've been around the block a few times. Ha? Liang Feng scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. That's not me acting like I'd been there before. I'm just an outsider with a clear perspective, pointing out what I see. What's wrong with giving my opinion as a friend? Alright. The three women giggled. Women all prefer mature men who can lead them. They teased Liang Feng, but deep down, they really liked him. The way they looked at Liang Feng was filled with a smile. There's nothing they can do about it. Women are naturally drawn to strong men and enjoy being protected. That's just how women are. But in this matter, Liang Feng's opinion clearly didn't work, and she started chattering again, expressing her longing to go work summer jobs together. Little did they know. They would reminisce about this summer vacation when they were 18 for decades to come. Fortunately, the line moved quickly, and it was their turn again. The three girls had prepared plenty to pack. Liang Feng reminded them, if you can't finish it, it's a waste, and you'll have to pay a fine. Lin Yusen, Gu Yuan, and Lu Duo finally restrained themselves and didn't take too much. This round was finished. Everyone was mostly full. As they were about to part ways at the restaurant entrance, Suing smiled warmly and said to Liang Feng, I heard from Gu Yuan that it wasn't your fault. Auntie spoke harshly earlier, but don't take it to heart. Liang Feng hurriedly smiled and said, Auntie, it's okay. Lu Auntie also said earlier that if I had taken Duo home, she would have said the same thing. As a mother, she's just thinking about her child. I understand. Suing smiled and nodded. No wonder so many people spoke up for you back then. You're such a sensible and good child. She smiled and looked at Yu Siyuan, praising her. Siyuan, you're getting more and more beautiful. From a distance, I didn't even recognize you. Yu Siyuan and Suing had once been colleagues, though not in the same department, and were familiar with each other. She hurriedly responded politely, Su Jia, you two, you're still as radiant as ever. I'm getting old. You're still so young. Suing looked at the graceful Yu Siyuan and knew that she had also divorced and reportedly found a wealthy husband who planned to open an internet cafe. True or false, who could say? But driving a Toyota Camry was a fact. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious and said, let's get together again sometime. Oh, sure. Gu Yuan followed Suing and Zhang Dalan, leaving first. We should go too. Lu Bingyan and Lu Duo smiled faintly and got into the car and left. Lastly, it was Yu Xian's turn. She asked Liang Feng, do you need us to give you a ride? Liang Feng? You've been drinking. Better be careful. I'll just take a taxi back. Liang Feng waved his hand. Alright, let's meet again sometime. Yu Siyuan smiled slightly, then drove away with Yu Xiying and Lin Yusen. An unexpected gathering. It ended there. But for Liang Feng, the most anticipated part had only just begun. Chapter 119, Lu Bingyan cried. 15 minutes later. Liang Feng remained where he was, holding his phone. Soon, he saw the address Lu Bingyan had sent him. It was at a hotel near her residential complex. Liang Feng hailed a taxi and rushed over. The time was nearing 10 o'clock. But when he pushed open the agreed-upon door, Lu Bingyan was already waiting inside, her legs stretched out, revealing her slender calves, and she shyly waved her hand, saying, little boss, don't wait. Your secretary is always at your service. Liang Feng pounced on her like a starving tiger, unable to contain his desire. Liang Feng had never considered becoming a traitor. But there was no way around it. Whether it was Yu Xian or the current Lu Bingyan, they both held an irresistible allure for him. He couldn't help but notice these more suitable, voluptuous beauties. To explore their ample curves, full breasts, and the alluring sway of their hips as they walked. This isn't to say that Lin Yusen, Lu Duo, or Gu Yuan weren't good. They were certainly beautiful. But to Liang Feng at that moment, they seemed like they were a generation younger than him. On the contrary. A mature beauty like Lu Bingyan left him utterly captivated. Lu Bingyan responded passionately, leaning close to his ear and whispering, I'm on the pill. You can do whatever you want. Such words made Liang Feng even more unrestrained, savoring the beauty of Lu Bingyan's body. Let him lose himself completely. It didn't end until past 2 a.m. Lu Bingyan was limp, lying there, not wanting to move, her brows furrowed as she said, I've been divorced for over 4 years, and this is the first time. But I'm exhausted. Liang Feng, dressed neatly, stood at the door, looking at Lu Bingyan lying there half naked, and asked, aren't you going home? Isn't Daodu in a hurry? Lu Bingyan smiled and said, at this hour, she's probably already asleep. What about you? If you go home now, your mother will definitely scold you. Liang Feng sighed and nodded. It was indeed too late. There was no telling if there were any taxis outside. Looking at her lying there motionless, yet still possessing that irresistible allure, Liang Feng stopped in his tracks. Lu Bingyan looked surprised and asked, aren't you going to leave? Why did you stop? I don't want to leave. Liang Feng swallowed hard. Lu Bingyan was speechless, muttering, my little boss, I can't run away. It's not that bad, is it? No, I'm not leaving tonight. Liang Feng pushed aside the clothes and pounced on her again. That night was destined to be sleepless. Liang Feng finally made it to Zhu Xiaoqing's English class. In class, he was listless and yawning constantly. This morning, he came home and said he had stayed up all night at the internet cafe. He was scolded by his parents. After that, he took a hot shower, rested for a bit, and then came here for class. He and Lu Bingyan had been battling it out until dawn. At this point, he had no interest in listening to an English class. It went in one ear and out the other. Yawning, his mind was still replaying everything that had happened the night before. He couldn't help but marvel. Dancing really was different. It left him wanting more. He could feel it. Lu Bingyan was different from Yu Siyuan. Yu Xian was like a ball of fire. Once ignited, she burned forever. Lu Bingyan is like a block of ice, always giving off a cold sensation. It seems she isn't particularly obsessed with this matter. Yu Siyuan is like dry kindling meeting a raging fire. Lu Bingyan is different. Each time, it seemed as though Liang Feng was forcing her, but this only fueled his desire to conquer her, leading him to demand more and more. In the end, Lu Bingyan lay there, motionless, crying. That's right. She was crying. This feeling brought Liang Feng an immense sense of satisfaction deep within his heart. He even felt a bit twisted. But it felt so good. He couldn't help but smile, wanting to catch up on some sleep and then go find Lu Bingyan later that night to continue their date with this beautiful young woman. Zhu Xiaoqing was delivering her lecture with utmost dedication, pouring her heart and soul into it. However, Liang Feng had finally come all the way, but he kept dozing off and didn't even look at the blackboard. She gritted her teeth and endured it for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed the pointer and tapped the blackboard, saying, Liang Feng, you had something to do yesterday and didn't come, so I didn't say anything. But today you finally came, and as soon as class started, you're yawning non-stop. What's going on? Is my lecture that boring? Wang Shan and Chen Feng, sitting beside him, couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Feng chimed in with a smile. Liang Feng, you stayed up all night at the internet cafe last night, didn't you? Wang Shan chimed in, yeah, when I went to look for him, his mom was scolding him for staying up all night playing games. Feng Yan heard this and couldn't help but turn around and say earnestly, Liang Feng, did you go to the internet cafe again with Chen Shanshan and the others? They may be loyal, but don't keep hanging out with them. You'll end up just like them. Don't neglect your studies. Zhang Yun hurriedly nodded, that's right. Getting into a good university is more important than anything else. Liang Feng yawned while responding half-heartedly, you're both right. I'll be more careful next time, I promise. He then pleaded with Zhu Xiaoqing, Ms. Zhu, please be lenient. I'm trying my best to stay awake and pay attention. I won't yawn anymore and disturb you. That's more like it. Zhu Xiaoqing shot him a disapproving glance. She finally continued with the lesson. Liang Feng forced himself to stay alert, daring not to distract himself. But by the end of the class, he was so exhausted he couldn't keep his eyes open. His head felt heavy, and he decided to go home and catch up on sleep. Zhu Xiaoqing had wanted to talk to Liang Feng yesterday, and today she saw her chance. Knowing that Liang Feng was going home to catch up on sleep, she stopped him. Liang Feng, the teacher wants to talk to you. Liang Feng rolled his eyes but couldn't refuse, so he said, alright, teacher, let's talk while we walk. Alright. Zhu Xiaoqing, wearing high heels, swayed her graceful figure as she followed Liang Feng out. Chen Feng, Wang Shan, Feng Yan, and Zhang Yun saw this and looked at each other in confusion. Wang Shan couldn't help but mutter, Teacher Zhu seems to be particularly interested in Liang Feng. Yeah, it's the second time she's gone to his house. Feng Yan pouted. Wang Shan said, that's right. She's never even been to my house. What's there to envy? Just focus on your studies, and the teacher won't be watching you. Chen Feng waved his hand with a smile, changing the subject. Don't mind them. Let's talk about what we're going to eat. I'm starving. This was the happiest moment for the four of them at the moment. Every day at noon, they could have lunch together. They had all left money for lunch at home. When they gathered together, they could enjoy a hearty meal. Wang Shan's eyes lit up with excitement. I want spicy hot pot. What about you guys? Sure. I want something spicy too. Feng Yan agreed. Zhang Yun couldn't help but bite her lip. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Wang Shan waved his hand, and the four of them quickly gathered their books and ran out of the neighborhood to enjoy their meal. Chapter 120, Liang Feng's Protective Instinct. Under the glaring sunlight, Liang Feng yawned constantly, his knees weak from fatigue. This wasn't entirely due to fatigue, it was the result of indulgence. Thinking about it made his head ache. Relying on his teenage body's quick recovery, he had been a bit reckless. He wouldn't dare do that again. Zhu Xiaoqing wriggled her slender body beside him, pouting and saying, Mr. Liang, you promised to treat me to roasted whole lamb yesterday. When are you going to keep your word? I'll find an opportunity. I'll definitely treat you. Liang Feng didn't hear his mother scolding him this morning for skipping class yesterday, which meant Zhu Xiaoqing had managed to brush it off. He naturally had to keep his word and treat Zhu Xiaoqing to roasted whole lamb. Zhu Xiaoqing snorted with a smile, when are you going to take me to Liang Feng's kitchen to eat the roasted whole lamb? Chen Shanshan is in charge there. If I go alone, she'll definitely pick a fight, and who knows, it might even turn into a scene. If you take me, it'll be different. Liang Feng yawned and brushed her off, saying, we'll find a time. I promised you, and I'll make it happen. Xu Shaoqing wouldn't let it go, pulling him by the arm and demanding, when exactly? You have to give me a specific time. I heard that Chen Shanshan has already secured that piece of land. She plans to build a row of shops and become a landlord. That's a surefire money-making scheme. Did you give her the idea and the startup capital? Sort of. Liang Feng said, his head spinning. Then you're the biggest shareholder. Setting up a shop would be a piece of cake. Xu Xiaoqing smiled and said, Liang Feng's kitchen is really popular now. Many stalls are moving further away, but the prime location is still there. You can't refuse to help. I've been doing my best for you. Liang Feng smiled and teased, you're pretty well informed. Alright, thanks for yesterday. I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as you pay the same amount as everyone else, I'll make sure to reserve a spot for you. Deal? That's fair. Xu Shaoqing was finally satisfied. Soon, they arrived at Liang Feng's house. Liang Feng pulled out his keys and prepared to enter the door, impatiently saying to Xu Shaoqing, we've already settled everything. Why are you still following me? I'm going inside to sleep. I'm exhausted. Xu Shaoqing rolled her eyes and scolded him, I'm your teacher. We're at your front door, and you won't even invite me in for a glass of water? Liang Feng sighed helplessly and waved his hands, stop it, just go. I'm really tired. Xu Shaoqing stomped her foot in anger, feeling extremely wronged. She muttered, what makes me any worse than Chen Shanshan? Just because she has a? This guy is so boring. She turned and stormed off. Liang Feng's head was spinning, and he didn't care about any of that. As soon as he entered the house, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep immediately. He slept straight through until after 5 p.m., only to be woken up by the sound of Liang Qinggong and by Jing opening the door. He sat up groggily, sighing to himself. He had missed the afternoon class again. Fortunately, Xu Shaoqing was there to take care of things. His father, Liang Qinggong, saw Liang Feng at home and smiled with relief. You know not to run around anymore, huh? That's good. You're not going anywhere tonight. That's right. You've been spoiled rotten these past few days. No one could keep you in line. Bai Jing chimed in. Liang Feng scratched his head, thinking to himself, Xu Shaoqing really is helpful. He lay back down on the bed and muttered, Mom, I'm reading a book and my head hurts. Call me for dinner. He lay down. He dozed off again. It was Bai Jing who woke him up. You stayed up all night, and now you're sleeping so soundly. Don't do that again next time. Liang Feng mumbled as he ate his meal. He returned to his room. As soon as he lay down, he fell asleep again. The next morning, Liang Feng finally felt well rested, took a hot shower, and felt completely refreshed. They say that at 17 or 18, you can break through the sky, but even if you keep trying, it doesn't work. A wry smile. But he had to admit. The body at 17 or 18 really recovers quickly. Chen Bo was looking straighter again. You really could pierce the sky. Liang Feng laughed bitterly, wiping his hair. The result. The phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Lu Bingyan calling. Just thinking about her made him feel a bit excited, and he smiled as he answered, Ms. Lu, what's the matter? Did you need to speak to the boss? Lu Bingyan detected the teasing in Liang Feng's voice and replied softly, Mr. Liang, you finally answered the phone. On Tuesday, as soon as the market opened, I bought the stocks as you instructed. You know how exhausted you've left me. I had to crawl to the stock trading hall. After buying them, I went home and took a nap. This morning, I checked, and all 5 stocks are up. Overall, they've risen by about 5%. That's over $1 million in profits. I need to report this to you. From the way things are looking, the market might drop this afternoon. Liang Feng asked with a smile, Lu Secretary, you've only been trading stocks for a few days, and you can already predict that it'll drop this afternoon? Lu Bingyan stuck out her tongue playfully and said with a smile, I'm just guessing. We've already made over $1 million, so I thought we should cash out quickly. Liang Feng laughed, we're investing over $25 million in stocks. Making over $1 million and selling? Are you joking? Keep holding and keep watching. And don't make such a big deal out of it. Lu Bingyan pouted and said, alright, I'll listen to the boss. I'm the boss's eyes and hands in the stock market. That's more like it. Liang Feng hummed pretentiously. Well, this little secretary is out of here. Lu Bingyan hummed as she spoke. Liang Feng laughed, enough joking around. This time, we'll monitor these 5 stocks for a month. They should yield over 10% returns. By the end of the month, we'll focus on monitoring them. He added, as for you, study up on stock knowledge. Don't waste your time. Yes, boss. Lu Bingyan felt reassured by his words and no longer had to worry every day. She smiled and asked, why didn't you answer my calls? Were you embarrassed? It's okay, as long as you're happy. Lu Bingyan finally cried and begged for mercy, lying there, feeling Liang Feng's impact. Wah! Wah! She kept crying, like a little girl. Liang Feng didn't care at all and was enjoying it. Now, he could only awkwardly laugh and say, "Sorry, I got too excited. It's nothing. It's all my fault. Who told me to be so charming?" Lu Bingyan said angrily. Liang Feng hurriedly laughed, "Buy a car, a luxury car. From now on, I won't let my wife take a taxi anymore. The money is yours to spend however you like. Buy whatever you want. Gold and silver jewelry, whatever you want. Wife, this should be okay, right?" Liang Feng chuckled, realizing he had gone too far. Lu Bingyan felt inexplicably excited and a little happy when he called her wife. But she had never been one to be swayed by such things. She snorted, "Throwing money at me? What do you think I am? I don't think of you as anything. This is just to make it up to you." Liang Feng chuckled. Lu Bingyan burst out laughing. As a stock manager with access to nearly $500 million, not having a car would be too embarrassing. "Alright, I'll buy a car." "Alright, whatever you like, my wife," Liang Feng said cheerfully. That night was too much. It was time to make amends, so he said, "Whatever car you want to buy, just buy it. Don't ask me." "Alright, then I'll have to make it up to you properly. My wounded heart needs some healing." Lu Bingyan laughed along. Women, after all, are material creatures. When it comes to spending money, shopping, and buying things they like, they have no resistance at all. Liang Feng was curious and whispered, "Why did you cry in the end? Is it really that bad? They say women in their 30s are like wolves and in their 40s like tigers. At your age, you shouldn't be like this. It's been over 4 years since I last did it, and it still hurts like hell." Lu Bingyan looked helpless and shyly said, "You're still so rough. You don't know how to be gentle with a woman. I was in so much pain, how could I not cry?" She added, "Did you make me cry? Does that make you feel accomplished?" That's true." Liang Feng chuckled. For this stunning beauty, he couldn't help but feel an extra surge of protective instincts, which brought him immense satisfaction. Chapter 121, Lu Bingyan's Shyness. As someone who had been through it all, Lu Bingyan wasn't as shy as a young girl. She avoided such topics like the plague. However, the problem was that the person across from her was a young man, and being teased like this made her feel a bit embarrassed. She held her phone, found a secluded spot, crossed her legs, and whispered with a pout, "You're having fun, but what about me? Yesterday morning, when I got up, I felt like you had forced me into your arms. My whole body ached and I still had to go to the stock trading hall. I stayed at the stock trading hall until 3 in the afternoon before going home. I slept all the way until this morning and came back again. Following you, I guess I'm never going to have a good life. How could you be so strong? At 17 or 18, you could have broken the sky." It was like a young girl pouring out her first heartbreak. She was both ashamed and angry, yet there was a hint of a young woman's teasing in her tone. This feeling was something Liang Feng greatly enjoyed. He smiled as he opened the window, sat down on the sofa, and let the summer morning breeze blow against his body. "I never thought that you hadn't touched it for so long. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so reckless. I told you back then. Don't act like you don't know." Lu Bingyan sat in the corner of the stock trading hall, humming to herself like a thief. Liang Feng laughed heartily. "At that moment, how could I hear a word you said? If I'm not your husband, I'm not human. It's all your fault for being so tempting. Wife, you call me that so sweetly. Do you really think of me as your wife?" Lu Bingyan blushed and bit her lip. Thinking about this young man, surrounded by countless beautiful girls, including her own daughter. In the end, he was seduced into bed by her, and she couldn't help but feel a little proud of herself. Although she was older, she was still more beautiful than those young girls. Hearing him call her wife over and over again, she felt delighted and very happy. But on the surface, he teased, "You young boys, I've figured you out. You say anything and everything, and you just go ahead and call someone wife. Do you really dare to marry me? What's there to be afraid of?" Liang Feng coaxed her. Lu Bingyan giggled and said, "Even if you dare, I wouldn't dare marry you. I'm afraid when we go to your house, your mom and dad will beat me out." She giggled. She found it absurd. But she was also very happy, as it proved her charm still worked on people of all ages. This natural confidence made her feel proud, and she strutted around in her high heels, laughing non-stop. It felt like she had touched upon something forbidden. She couldn't help but love this feeling. People are drawn to excitement, they crave things they've never done before. Men and women are the same. Lu Bingyan thought about the young man on the phone, who was only 18, the same age as her daughter, yet he was flirting with her, which felt unbelievable, making her blush. She was still a bit uneasy about it. But for some reason, she felt excited, as if she were teasing a pure-hearted young man. Though this young man wasn't innocent at all. She pouted and said, "You're such a smooth talker. I'm impressed. Every time we met before, you called me Aunt Lu this and Aunt Lu that, so respectful. I never thought you'd have such intentions toward me." She huffed, "I'll tell you, you can't fool me. Every time I walk in front of you, you're staring at my butt, aren't you? Of course I do. Who can resist how charming Aunt Lu is?" Liang Feng chuckled. As for Lu Bingyan, she was completely different from Yu Siyuan. Yu Siyuan was an accident, a complete accident. But this also opened Liang Feng's Pandora's box. Lu Bingyan had her own allure, but Liang Feng was also proactive. At this moment, the relationship had already begun. Liang Feng feels wonderful now, unlike the first time with Yu Siyuan when he was still troubled. He had completely let go, following his heart, feeling an immense sense of pleasure, better than anything else. He felt the summer breeze caressing his body, looked out at the bright sunlight, and said, "Wife, I'm tired. Let's go home. I've researched these 5 stocks and I've been optimistic about them recently. You can just drop by every now and then. No, let's set up a computer at home. We can trade from there. We're big investors, we don't need to spend all day at the stock exchange." Lu Bingyan shook her head. "I don't know how to use a computer." In her eyes, a computer was too advanced. Even if one were placed in front of her, she wouldn't know how to operate it. Liang Feng laughed. "If you don't know how, your husband can help. Let's go to Silicon Valley first and buy you a computer. Then you won't have to go to the trading hall every day." He added with a smile, "Those men in the stock trading hall, when they see you, they're like wolves seeing meat. I'm afraid they'll try to lure you away." "Nonsense, those sleazy men? I wouldn't give them the time of day." Lu Bingyan looked around at the professional stock traders and couldn't help but laugh. None of them could compare to her little lover. Liang Feng said this. She was very happy. "A computer? I'd love to learn, but I'm afraid I'll mess it up." Lu Bingyan was very happy to hear this. If only there was a computer at home, she wouldn't have to come here every day. She didn't want to give up her dance studio. She could manage both. Upon hearing this, she smiled. "You can teach me? Really?" "Of course. If my wife wants to learn, her husband will definitely teach her," Liang Feng assured her. Lu Bingyan was delighted. "All right, let us meet at Little Silicon Valley then? No rush." Liang Feng laughed it off. Lu Bingyan froze. "What's wrong? Do you have something to do?" Liang Feng teased with a smile. "I've been calling you wife all this time, and you haven't even called me husband once. That's not fair." "Oh my gosh, that's so embarrassing." Lu Bingyan couldn't bring herself to say it. He was 20 years younger than her. How could she call him that? Just thinking about it made her blush. "You're not listening, are you? I knew it. I'm the one doing all the work, and you're just taking advantage of me. Now you want to kick me out." Liang Feng sighed. Lu Bingyan pouted inside. "Who's eating who clean? You're really something. It was you who seduced me first. I was the one who was taken advantage of," Liang Feng said stubbornly. Lu Bingyan couldn't argue anymore, but she didn't know how to start, so she pouted and said, "Can't I just call you?" After a moment's hesitation, she called out, "Husband." "I didn't hear you clearly." Liang Feng teased her. "Husband." Lu Bingyan shouted loudly. "Ah, that's better." Liang Feng laughed. "Come on, give me a kiss." Lu Bingyan never expected such a trick. She blushed and looked around shyly, then kissed the phone and said, "Is that good enough now?" "All right, I'll be right over." Liang Feng was thoroughly enjoying the teasing of this beautiful young woman. Breaking this taboo felt incredibly exhilarating. He quickly got up, dressed neatly, and left the room. Xu Xiaoqing's class. Liang Feng pushed it out of his mind, thinking to himself that if he could attend 5 days of the 10-day makeup class, that would be pretty good. But there was nothing he could do. A beauty had invited him. He really didn't care much about the makeup class, so he hailed a taxi and rushed over. Chapter 122. Lu Bingyan wants to keep up with the new era. The stock trading hall was quite close to Little Silicon Valley. Lu Bingyan arrived first. She was wearing a tight-fitting black dress with a plunging neckline and a short skirt that hugged her hips, revealing her snow-white thighs, slender neck, and fair collarbones. With her tall, slender figure, she stood there wearing sunglasses, undoubtedly the most eye-catching sight in the room. She looked around, eagerly awaiting Liang Feng's arrival. She had been looking forward to buying a computer for a long time, but had been waiting for the right opportunity. Now that she could finally buy it, she was naturally overjoyed. Plus, someone was going to teach her how to use it. She smiled slightly, waiting impatiently. Liang Feng arrived in a taxi and spotted her from afar. He signaled for the taxi to pull over, paid the fare swiftly, opened the door, and smiled. "Here I am." Lu Bingyan smiled radiantly, her high heels clicking on the ground as she swayed her waist and walked toward him, teasingly saying, "I've been waiting for you for ages." Liang Feng looked at her and couldn't help teasing her. "Wife, dressed like this, which man wouldn't be tempted? You're truly beautiful." He joked, "It's not that my younger brother isn't human, it's just that my older sister is too charming." As he spoke, he examined Lu Bingyan closely. Lu Bingyan had snow-white skin, full thighs, slender calves, and perfectly shaped legs. Her waist was slim, her abdomen flat, and her chest was full and rounded. But what was most stunning were her round, delicate breasts. As she walked, her hips swayed seductively. Seeing no one around, he took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Lu Bingyan's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace and planting a firm kiss on her cheek. Lu Bingyan was both shy and flustered, hurriedly saying, "Stop it, someone will see and laugh at us." Liang Feng didn't care. "What's there to laugh about? Others would envy us. Look at your skin, you could easily pass as my sister." As he spoke, he stared at the stunningly beautiful Lu Bingyan before him, his nose filled with the scent of her perfume. It must be said. Thanks to her years of dancing, Lu Bingyan had an amazing figure. Her skin didn't look like that of a woman nearing 40. She even had a touch of youthful grace. Standing there, if someone said she was in her late 20s, no one would doubt it. Recalling the sensual scenes from last night that kept flashing through his mind, his mood grew even more joyful, and he couldn't help but praise her again. My dear, you're truly beautiful. Calling me wife over and over again, you have no shame. Lu Bingyan blushed and smiled shyly, feeling delighted inside. Thinking about this young man, who didn't like all the beautiful young women around him but had chosen her instead, she felt a surge of pride. Seeing no one around, she couldn't resist kissing his cheek and whispered, "Husband. You're such a good girl." Liang Feng burst into laughter and slapped her round drumstick hard. Ouch. Lu Bingyan blushed shyly and scolded playfully, "Enough, stop fooling around. Let us go buy a computer." Actually, she had been wanting to find an opportunity to learn how to use a computer. She always felt that if she didn't know how to use this thing, she would be completely outdated and left behind in the old days. In the new century, how could one not know how to use a computer? She had once gone to an internet cafe, but upon entering, she saw the lecherous glances of the people there and some openly watching adult films, which filled her with disgust. Since then, she had never gone back. But her curiosity about computers never faded. At the turn of the century, both official and unofficial sources had a saying. In the 21st century, people must master 3 things: computers, English, and driving. Lu Bingyan could drive and had even bought a car, but she later divorced and gave it to her husband. As for English, she felt she had no opportunity to interact with foreigners and therefore saw no practical use for it. But computers she really wanted to learn. She doesn't want to be left behind by the times. Now, she has Liang Feng by her side. She was overjoyed, playfully linking her arm through Liang Feng's, and said in a soft voice, "All right, from now on, I'm your older sister. Call me sister and let me hear it." Wife. Liang Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a mischievous smile, gently tapping her round, plump cheek and teasing, "How did you get such a figure? It's unbelievable long legs, a tiny waist, and such a cute little drum." Lu Bingyan's cheeks flushed red, and she pouted, "Stop it, you're embarrassing me." But when she glanced around, she noticed that no one else was looking at them. She leaned closer to Liang Feng's ear and whispered, "It's natural." "What, you want to again?" She blushed again after speaking. Although she was married, she had never flirted so openly before, and her heart began to race. Liang Feng nodded and replied, "Of course, but let's handle the important matters first. We'll talk about this later." All right. Lu Bingyan felt a bit uneasy from Liang Feng's direct teasing. She thought to herself, Liang Feng is so young, he looks like an inexperienced teenager, but he acts so boldly. Looking at his eyes and the way he handled things that night, she knew he was no amateur. She pretended to be angry, gently pinching Liang Feng's arm and muttering, "When I seduced you back then, I thought you were a pure-hearted young man. I hesitated for a long time before making my move. Who knew you were such a seasoned seducer?" Liang Feng wrapped his arms around her waist and smiled, "In front of you, even a pure-hearted young man can't resist. It's all your fault for being so charming." Inhaling the fragrance of her hair, he felt a surge of desire. Lu Bingyan loved wearing perfume. Her body also had a faint natural fragrance. The two scents blended together, creating an irresistible aroma. Lu Bingyan giggled and said, "My dear husband, don't worry. I'll be yours forever. Let's get down to business first, shall we?" "All right." Liang Feng composed himself and stopped fooling around, then walked into the Little Silicon Valley together. Little Silicon Valley was modeled after Beijing's Silicon Valley. However, it was much smaller in scale. The shops were packed tightly together, looking crowded and chaotic. In fact, there were more computer sellers than buyers. Additionally, during this era, computer prices were inflated, with a significant markup. While there are many people coming and going, few actual transactions are made. Moreover, most people know very little about computers, which are still a novelty. Lu Bingyan looked around and couldn't help asking, "Should we buy a brand-name computer or assemble one ourselves? I heard that custom-built computers are much better than desktop brand-name ones, but some people say that custom-built ones might have issues. What do you think?" Liang Feng smiled and said, "It seems like you know quite a bit about computers. You've been thinking about buying one, haven't you?" Lu Bingyan nodded in agreement. "Yeah, if it weren't for Daodu playing with it, I would have bought one already. I just feel like if I don't even know how to use a computer, I'll really be outdated and left behind by the times." Liang Feng smiled and said, "You're right. In my opinion, based on your needs, a brand-name computer should suffice. Assembled computers are not only troublesome but also prone to being ripped off by sellers." Though Liang Feng didn't know much about computer specifications, the current era was vastly different from what he was familiar with, so he thought buying a quality brand-name computer was safer. Mainly because it's simpler. Lu Bingyan nodded in agreement, thinking that a well-known brand would be more reliable, and asked, "Which brand should we go with? Lenovo, Fangzheng, or foreign brands like HP or Dell?" Chapter 123, Lu Bingyan's Dance Studio. In this era, Fengjiang and Lenovo were evenly matched in the domestic computer market, with neither clearly superior until Lenovo gradually overtaken them. Liang Feng remembered that his first computer was a Fengjiang brand. As for Lenovo, although its reputation wasn't great in later years, it was still a decent choice at the time. Foreign brands like HP and Dell also performed well. Liang Feng said, "These brands are all pretty good. Pick whichever one you like, and we'll go with that." "All right." Lu Bingyan smiled slightly, feeling happy inside, and began to browse through the options. Computers in this era, despite their modest specifications, were absurdly expensive, ranging from 6,888 yuan to 8,888 yuan, and even as high as 10,888 yuan. Everyone was certain that computers would become an essential item in every household in the 21st century, and life would be unimaginable without them. Little did they know that within a decade, smartphones would revolutionize the world. By then, computers would only be used for work and would not have become as widespread in everyday life as expected. This is the marvel of technological development. Liang Feng was lost in thought while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Every computer brand was surrounded by a crowd of people. Men and women, young and old, were all there. All of them were curious about this new invention. Finally, Lu Bingyan chose a top-of-the-line computer from Fengjiang priced at 10,888 yuan, and happily left the store with Liang Feng, holding the computer in their arms. Liang Feng and Lu Bingyan, panting as they carried the computer, looked very much like a symbol of the times. They happily hailed a taxi and headed to Lu Bingyan's dance studio. Originally, Lu Bingyan wanted to leave it at home. However, she was worried that Lu Duo might play with it and disrupt her studies, so she decided to keep it at the dance studio. Lu Bingyan felt that her dance studio should also have a computer. Her dance class was quite renowned in Tangcheng. There were many students, including elementary school students, middle school students, even high school students and college students. There were several dance studios, bustling with people coming and going. Lu Bingyan carried the computer tower into the room. Someone called out, "Oh, Lu Jia, you bought a computer. Is our dance studio finally getting a computer?" Several girls gathered around instantly. Lu Bingyan wiped the sweat off her forehead and explained with a smile, "In the future, everything will require a computer. It's only a matter of time." She then turned to Liang Feng and said, "Come on, let's go to my office." "All right." Liang Feng followed behind, carrying the computer monitor, keyboard, and other items. Everyone looked on curiously. In 2002, buying a computer was definitely a big deal. "Lu Jia, can you use a computer?" the girls asked curiously. Lu Bingyan smiled and said, "I don't know how to use it yet, but I can learn. You guys go ahead and get busy. Once I figure it out, I'll teach you." "Okay." The girls reluctantly dispersed. In the office, Liang Feng sipped the tea Lu Bingyan had brought him and suggested, panting, "Actually, you could save all your member information on the computer. That would be more convenient." Lu Bingyan thought for a moment and shook her head. "Let's just use a notebook. You should teach me how to trade stocks first. That's the real business." "All right, no problem. It's simple." Liang Feng sat down at his desk, skillfully moved the mouse, and clicked open the program. The stock trading software had been installed when he bought the computer. He operated the computer and smiled, "Just enter your account information." "All right, I'll give it a try." Lu Bingyan looked at the keyboard, extending her fair fingers, and carefully typed each key, saying, "That's right, just like that." Hit enter. Liang Feng took her hand and gently pressed the enter key. A ding sound rang out, and the account was successfully logged in. "There you go." Lu Bingyan exclaimed in surprise, "It's that simple? Then doesn't that mean if someone knows the password, they can transfer the money? That's why you should never tell anyone your password. By the way, don't use something too simple, like your birthday or Lu Duo's birthday, those are easy to guess." Liang Feng reminded her. Lu Bingyan hurriedly said, "I didn't use that. I used my old phone number." "Oh no, could that be discovered too? It shouldn't be that easy." Liang Feng said, "But it's still better to change it." "How do I change it?" Lu Bingyan looked curious. Liang Feng smiled and said, "Come here, sit on my lap, and I'll teach you." Lu Bingyan blushed and glanced around. Seeing no one, she locked the office door and, with a red face, shifted her delicate legs and sat on Liang Feng's lap, urging, "Teach me quickly." "All right." Liang Feng held the mouse in one hand, while the other hand began to wander restlessly, following the curve of her waist, slowly moving upward. Lu Bingyan shot him a disapproving glance but didn't stop him. She stared at the computer screen, watching Liang Feng patiently teach her how to change the password and perform the necessary operations. "Let's set the password as the date of our first meeting." Liang Feng chuckled. "All right." Lu Bingyan noted it down and smiled, saying, "It's actually pretty simple." She was overjoyed, feeling proud that she could use the computer. She tried operating it herself and burst into laughter. "I feel like I already know how to do it. See? I told you it was simple." Liang Feng's large hands never stopped moving, making Lu Bingyan feel uneasy. Her face flushed, and her breathing grew rapid. Lu Bingyan hurriedly said, "We can't do that here. There are students and staff outside." Liang Feng gave her a mischievous smile. That's what makes it exciting. Don't. Lu Bingyan resisted shyly but eventually couldn't resist Liang Feng. Liang Feng gently pressed her against the desk. Lu Bingyan lay there, twisting the leather drum, biting her lip, and letting him do as he pleased. Lu Bingyan, still dressed, felt the sweat and mud on her body, her face flushed with embarrassment. She pouted, "You, at your age, recover so quickly." "Oomph, I'm still sore." Liang Feng lit a cigarette, sat back in the boss chair, crossed his legs, and savored the smoke, chuckling, "I think you actually like this. Pain and pleasure, right?" "No way." Lu Bingyan blushed deeply. Fortunately, they had played some music on the computer in between, otherwise someone might have heard. Thinking about her students and employees outside, she felt shy and pinched Liang Feng hard. But she also felt it was really thrilling. It felt like she was doing something she had never dared to imagine before. It made her feel an unprecedented rush of pleasure deep within her. But she also felt a bit shy, thinking she shouldn't be doing this. All these emotions swirled around her. Lu Bingyan puckered her lips, not knowing what to say, and looked at Liang Feng sitting there smoking, unable to help but snort. "I feel like I'm 18 in front of you, and you're like a divorced single guy in his 30s. She was an experienced woman who had married young. But she had never felt this way with Liang Feng before. That night, they did it 4 or 5 times. A day passed. It happened again. Just thinking about it made her blush. She muttered, "Don't think about such things all the time when you're so young. It's bad for your health. It's harder to hold it in." Liang Feng chuckled. He recalled how he had been pressing against Lu Bingyan's desk earlier, and a wave of heat washed over him. There's nothing he can do about it. She was too captivating. "If you're not my brother, you're not human. It's you, this beautiful woman, who is too captivating." Liang Feng couldn't help but sigh again. Chapter 124, The Virtuous Wife and Mother Lu Bingyan. The office is the ultimate fantasy for many men. Liang Feng was no exception. Watching Lu Bingyan tidy up the mess, put her clothes back on, and wipe the table, he couldn't help but tease her, asking, "Wife, have you ever done this in the office before?" Lu Bingyan furrowed her brows, shot him a sharp glance, and said, "What do you take me for? You're just a little brat. If it were anyone else, even if they were my husband, they'd have to get lost. You know your wife loves you." Liang Feng chuckled. Watching Lu Bingyan's graceful and alluring figure, he was still very satisfied. Her figure was graceful, her body seductive, and she had a faint fragrance about her. She always seemed a bit afraid of Liang Feng. This only fueled his desire to conquer her, leaving him utterly satisfied both mentally and physically. They say that the key to a lasting romantic relationship is that every bite you take feels better than the last. Liang Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Wife, I must admit, looking at you, I feel exactly that. The bite I just took wasn't sweet enough." He smoked a cigarette, his eyes burning with desire as he looked at the seductive beauty. "I give up." Lu Bingyan pouted, afraid something might happen. "I'm telling you, don't get any ideas. Relax." Liang Feng stood up and slapped her, but with a loud smack. "It's already noon. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you." Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes, rubbed her stomach, and admitted she was indeed hungry. She gritted her teeth and said, "My place isn't far from here. Daodu isn't home. Why don't I cook you 2 of my specialty dishes to treat you? You've been so tired these past few days." "Put." Liang Feng was overjoyed, thinking to himself, "This woman knows how to take care of herself. She's really great." He couldn't help but say, "You're such a good wife, knowing how to take care of your husband." "All right, let's go to your place. I'll go get ready then." Lu Bingyan wiped the table that Liang Feng had dirted and glanced at her newly purchased computer. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't help but feel happy. Lu Bingyan truly loved the computer. She fetched a cloth, covered it to prevent it from getting dusty, carefully put away the keyboard, and smiled as she looked at it, unwilling to take her eyes off it. "Oh, my dear wife, you'll get to look at it every day when you go to work. Now, go home and cook dinner, your husband is starving." Liang Feng tugged at her. "Okay." Lu Bingyan smiled, reluctantly returning home. As soon as she entered the house, she rushed into the kitchen and got to work. Liang Feng, wearing slippers, looked around. Lu Bingyan called out, "Don't touch Daodu's things. She's very particular about cleanliness and hates it when others touch her belongings." "Don't worry, I won't touch anything." Liang Feng looked around and noticed that the bed where she was lying down was covered with things. There were 2 cups on the main bed, so he laughed and said, "Daodu is so big now, and she still sleeps with you?" "She used to sleep alone, but one day the heating broke down in the middle of winter, so we slept together for a few days and never separated again." Lu Bingyan explained. Liang Feng nodded in understanding and continued to look around. The room was spotlessly clean inside and out. It was almost spotless. Liang Feng said, "Daodu's obsession with cleanliness must come from you. You've kept the house so clean. I never would have guessed you're such a devoted wife and mother. What do you think I am? A woman who goes around flirting with men all day?" Lu Bingyan pouted. Liang Feng laughed, "No, I just thought that a woman like you would have a messy house, but I never expected it to be so tidy." "What kind of thinking is that? I've been living in a dormitory since I was a child, learning to dance, cleaning rooms, and so on. I've gotten used to it. If it's dirty, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Lu Bingyan spoke, then clatter. Clatter, as she started stir-frying the vegetables. Liang Feng leaned against the kitchen door and asked, "Can I ask you something? You're so beautiful, you can earn money, and you're so good at managing a household. Why did you get divorced?" Lu Bingyan didn't want to talk about it. But seeing Liang Feng's expression, she reluctantly said, "We were apart most of the time. He was in Beijing, had someone to keep him warm at night. He wanted me and doubted to go there, but I didn't want to give up my career, so we divorced." "Alright, I won't ask anymore." Liang Feng said no more, returning to the sofa to wait on his own. But he couldn't help but think. Lu Bingyan's image had undergone a complete transformation in his eyes. He had always thought that a woman like Lu Bingyan, who danced for a living, wouldn't care much about her family. But now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. Lu Bingyan was the exception. Watching her cook with such skill, it was clear she must spend a lot of time in the kitchen, thinking about her fate. She does a pretty good job herself. What a wonderful woman. Liang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Lu Bingyan quickly brought out a plate of spicy bean curd with chili peppers, steamed a fish, and stir-fried 4 eggs. Lu Bingyan held 2 bottles of beer in her hands and said, "There is an old saying in our hometown, eating eggs can give men strength. You should eat more. Don't rely on your youth and act recklessly every day. My dear wife." Liang Feng was deeply moved and attacked the eggs. "I'll eat them all to make up for it." Don't choke. Have some more beer." Lu Bingyan poured Liang Feng a full glass, then poured herself one, and sighed, "With a computer, I don't have to go to the stock exchange all the time. This computer is truly a wonderful thing. Thank you for teaching me how to use it." She raised her glass. Liang Feng smiled and said, "This isn't really learning yet. There is still so much more to learn." Lu Bingyan nodded in agreement. "That's true. There's so much a computer can do. I also want to try playing games. Though I'm not very good at it, I still want to give it a shot. You have to teach me when you have the chance. Once I get the hang of it, I might even beat you soundly." She smiled broadly, giggling, and grew even more pleased with this young boyfriend of hers. Never mind that. Having taught herself how to use the computer, that was enough to make her happy. That was also why she had gone out of her way to cook for him. She was so happy. It felt like she had opened the door to a whole new world, drinking beer with a smile on her lips. Liang Feng shook his head and said, "Playing games? You've got a long way to go." He chuckled and continued attacking the eggs, asking, "When is Duo coming back?" Lu Bingyan knew exactly what he was thinking and smiled, saying, "She won't get off work until after 7 p.m., so she'll be home around 8 p.m. With that said, the meaning was clear. The rest of the afternoon was another sweet, private moment for the two of them. Liang Feng wouldn't let Lu Bingyan idle. "These eggs are really effective. In a moment, there'll definitely be 4 more. I can't do anything about you." Lu Bingyan looked helpless, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she had boarded this ship of thieves. Chapter 125, Memories Awaken. Liang Feng returned home and went to sleep around 7 or 8 o'clock, sleeping almost the entire day. The next morning, his phone was ringing off the hook. He took a hot shower, dried his hair, sat down at the dining table, and peeled the tea eggs his mother had boiled the night before, glancing at his phone screen from time to time. Unanswered calls from Yu Xian and Chen Shanshan were clearly visible, and they had also sent messages, mostly flirting but also updating each other on their recent activities. The paperwork for the internet cafe had been completed, and renovations were underway in full swing. Chen Shanshan had also successfully signed the lease agreement for the land, and the construction of the commercial street was proceeding smoothly. Liang Feng replied briefly to a few messages before putting his phone down. He picked up the phone, intending to contact Lu Bingyan. He felt he was overly fond of Lu Bingyan, but there was nothing he could do. New loves are always better. But he also felt it was wrong. She must be busy. Fortunately, he idly flipped through an English textbook. English, that thing. In another 20 years, once simultaneous translation devices are invented, the profession of English translation will become obsolete. Yet, in the present day, English remains the most important subject after Chinese and mathematics. From the perspective of future generations, English will have no meaning beyond its use in exams. Abolishing it would be the best solution. But from the perspective of people in 2002, in the 21st century, everyone must master 3 skills: English, computers, and driving. However, as time progresses, autonomous driving will also emerge. English and computers will become completely useless. The most important thing in the 21st century is paying off your mortgage. Liang Feng muttered to himself. Looking at the English textbook, he naturally had no interest. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a newspaper in the corner of his eye, which had the weather forecast printed on it. In this era, checking the weather often still relied on newspapers or TV. Liang Feng took a closer look and saw that it clearly stated that starting tomorrow, Tangcheng would be hit by heavy rain for 4 or 5 consecutive days, with extremely heavy rainfall. This Liang Feng suddenly slapped his thigh and a long-forgotten memory flooded back. He carefully recalled the date. It was indeed the summer vacation of 2002. Tangcheng had been the site of a shocking murder case that had shocked the entire nation. A dog breeder, addicted to gambling, had lost everything he owned to debt collectors. He even copied a scene from a Hong Kong movie, taking out insurance policies on his elderly mother, wife, and 13-year-old daughter. Then, taking advantage of the rainy night, he stuffed them all into an iron cage and cruelly threw them into the lake to drown. The case caused a huge stir at the time, but no one suspected the dog owner. Until 5 years later. He made a drunken slip of the tongue, which was overheard by someone who reported it to the police. When the police retrieved the cage, only 3 bleached white skeletons remained inside. This tragic case. It was finally made public. It caused a huge stir and sent shockwaves through the community. Liang Feng could recall it clearly. He tapped his head, racking his brain, and finally recalled the dog owner's name, Chang Li. He knew nothing else. He only remembered his name, Chang Li. At the time, people were discussing the incident, saying all sorts of things about Chang Li. To repay the debt, he killed his mother, wife, and children. He was a monster, and so on. But the rest of it? He can no longer remember the details. A rainy night was approaching. Liang Feng, who had been given a second chance at life, felt he should do more good deeds. He couldn't just think about enjoying himself. Those were 3 lives, after all. Liang Feng recalled carefully. It felt like the time had come. The continuous rain had forced Chang Li to stay indoors, where he decided to act. But Liang Feng only knew Chang Li's name. He had no idea about his exact address or the details of the situation. How could he stop this tragedy from happening? He thought it over and over again, and eventually thought of Chen San. Chang Li was a gambler. Perhaps he had some connection with Chen San. But Liang Feng didn't want to get too involved with Chen San. After much deliberation, he dialed Chen Shanxian's phone number. He felt it was worth a try to ask Chen Shanxian. She might know something. If she didn't know, he could always go find Chen San later. Ring. Ring. A few rings. Chen Shanxian answered with a smile. My naughty little brother, why aren't you in class? You have time to call me? Liang Feng said urgently. Sis, I'm looking for someone. He is a dog owner named Chang Li. Do you know him? Chang Li who raises dogs? Chen Shanxian thought for a moment and muttered. I'm not sure. Why are you suddenly asking about this person? Is he your friend? Liang Feng hurriedly said. No, just help me find out about him first. We need to find this person urgently. Alright, I will. Chen Shanxian sensed the urgency in Liang Feng's tone and guessed it must be important, so she agreed. She started making calls, asking around one by one. Within 10 minutes, Chen Shanxian's phone rang again. She said, Brother, I found him. He's a gambler. Everyone on the streets calls him Chang Guzi. His family used to have some money and owned a dog farm, but they couldn't afford his gambling losses, so they sold the farm and now only keep some stray dogs at home. What do you need him for? He's just a pure gambler. Liang Feng listened to Chen Shanxian's words and became even more certain that it was him. He clenched his teeth and said, Send me his detailed address and information. The more detailed, the better. Okay. Chen Shanxian went to inquire further. After finding out everything, she edited the message and sent it to Liang Feng. I've sent you all the information I could find. What exactly do you want to do? This kind of person is best left alone. Dog breeders are all shady characters, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control those dogs. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll hang up now. Liang Feng looked at the message Chen Shanxian sent, confirmed Chang Li's address, hung up the phone immediately, and rushed over. Zhu Xiaoqing's class had to be postponed again. This was a matter of life and death. He was determined to handle this matter. After being reborn, Liang Feng had obtained everything too easily, too effortlessly. Wealth, women, status, and power, whatever he desired, he obtained. He believed this was a gift from heaven, a blessing from the heavens. In this life, he was determined to do more good deeds. Therefore, he decided to save others. As the saying goes, when one is poor, one should cultivate oneself. When one is wealthy, one should benefit all under heaven. He wasn't rich enough yet. But the good deeds he could do, he would still do. For example, saving these 3 lives, which would otherwise be brutally slaughtered by their father, husband, and son. The time, the people, and the relationships all match. It must be this Chang Li. Liang Feng clenched his teeth, hoping that it hadn't already come to pass, and rushed toward his target. He sat in the taxi, struggling to piece together the memories in his mind. This incident had caused quite a stir at the time. He remembered. He had even followed up on it and thought of a particularly useful piece of information. That was that Chang Li had given the 3 of them sleeping pills, then put them in a metal dog cage, loaded it onto a dog transport truck, and had them drowned in the lake. He later lied, claiming that his mother, wife, and child had gone out to play. He was drinking at home and claimed he didn't know. He deceived the police and the insurance company. Mainly because in 2002, people weren't as vigilant about such matters, so it took another 5 years before Chang Li was finally apprehended. In this lifetime, you'll just have to wait for your karma to catch up with you early. Liang Feng's gaze was unwavering as he clenched his teeth, determined to save the 3 lives. Chapter 126, The Criminal Investigators Strike. Following the address provided by Chun Shanshan, Liang Feng rushed over quickly. As the taxi entered the narrow streets at the urban-rural fringe, before even reaching the address, he heard a series of woof, woof dog barks. This is the place. Liang Feng pointed to the courtyard ahead. All right. The taxi driver slammed on the brakes and came to a stop. Liang Feng paid the fare, got out of the car, and looked at the grand courtyard with its red brick and iron gates, listening to the woof, woof barking, growing more certain. Just then, an elderly woman in her 60s walked by. Liang Feng hurriedly asked, "Grandma, is this the Changli family's house?" "Yes." The old woman, with snow-white hair, didn't stop walking. She pointed and said, "That's his house." She then complained, "Every day, the dogs bark, and half the village can't rest in peace." Everything matches. Liang Feng was certain. His mind began to race, reviewing the plan he had devised earlier that morning. After some thought, he finally made up his mind and set off to find his uncle Bai Yuzhang. That's right. He didn't have Bai Yuzhang's pager number or office phone number, so he had no choice but to go find him in person. In this era, even criminal investigators didn't have cell phones. Having a pager with a display was already considered pretty high-tech. Those who had cell phones were at the deputy bureau level or higher. Wait. Liang Feng arrived at the entrance of the Tangchung Criminal Police Headquarters. The gates were tightly closed, and security was tight. He hurried up to the guard and smiled, saying, "Officer, could you help me? I'm looking for Bai Yuzhang. He's my uncle. Could you please tell him that his nephew Liang Feng is here to see him?" "All right, wait here." The security guard at the door recognized Bai Yuzhang, nodded, picked up the phone, and dialed the number. "Is Bai Yuzhang there?" "His nephew Liang Feng is waiting for him outside." "Oh, okay." The guard hung up the phone and said, "All right, your uncle is on his way down." "Thank you." Liang Feng waited patiently. Soon, Bai Yuzhang, dressed in police uniform, walked out with long strides. Upon seeing Liang Feng, he raised the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile, "It's really you, Liang Feng. Why did you come looking for your uncle here?" Liang Feng feigned a look of fear and said, "Uncle, I have something very important to discuss with you." "What's so important?" Bai Yuzhang chuckled as he stood beside Liang Feng. Looking at his tall, over 6-foot-tall nephew, he couldn't help but smile. He had heard from his daughter Bai Ying that this nephew was a prominent figure at First Middle School. Perhaps in the future, he might even benefit from his nephew's influence. He spoke politely, "If there's something important, just tell me. Let your uncle hear it." "What's such a big deal?" Liang Feng pulled him aside to a corner and said in a trembling voice, "Uncle, it's like this. Today I met someone who was acting strangely, constantly talking about killing people. He said he wanted to kill his wife, children, and mother, then put them in a dog cage and throw them into the lake. He also mentioned buying insurance with himself as the beneficiary. He said a lot of similar things, and it was really scary, so I thought I'd tell you about it." He continued, "At first, I thought he was drunk and talking nonsense, but when I saw his bloodshot eyes and clenched teeth, I thought he might be serious, so I came to tell you right away." Bai Yuzhang was taken aback by this sudden news. As an experienced detective, Bai Yuzhang listened to Liang Feng's account and his instincts told him something was off. Often, police solve cases because the perpetrator reveals the truth while drunk or slips up and lets someone overhear. Such cases were not uncommon. Before committing a crime, people often say things beforehand. This was mainly based on what he had heard from Liang Feng. He analyzed several points. First, the target of the crime was identified, the method of execution was planned, and the location for committing the crime and disposing of the body had been chosen. It sounded like nonsense from someone who didn't know the details. He was bragging about how skilled he was, but few people would go into such detail. But to kill his own wife, daughter, and mother? Bai Yuzhang scratched his head and muttered, "Liang Feng, where did you hear all this? Even if he really wanted to do it, he wouldn't tell a stranger like you." Liang Feng explained, "This morning, I had a bowl of beef noodle soup at a stall. After finishing, I suddenly needed to use the restroom. While I was in the corner, I heard someone whispering through the wall, and that's how I overheard the conversation. Later, I kept an eye on him and followed him all the way home. I even asked around and found out his name is Changli. He's a gambler who lives in the northern part of the city and makes a living by raising dogs." "You're really brave to follow someone like that." Bai Yuzhang gave Liang Feng a disapproving look and scolded him, "Next time something like this happens, just call the police. Don't go following people around. If he's really a murderer, you won't even have time to run away." Yes, I understand." Liang Feng awkwardly scratched his head. Bai Yuzhang fell into deep thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt there might be some truth to it, but it also seemed too bizarre. Could someone really kill their wife, mother, and child? Could it just be a psychopath? He looked at Liang Feng, thought for a moment, and said, "Tell your uncle the truth. Is that really what happened? Something doesn't sound right to me." Liang Feng hurriedly said, "Uncle, I took a taxi here early this morning just to come see you." "Am I lying to you? This isn't a joke." I wouldn't dare lie to you, let alone to the police. But how come I feel like you found out about this so easily? Bai Yuzhang looked at Liang Feng suspiciously. As an experienced detective, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He scrutinized Liang Feng. Liang Feng sighed, "Uncle, it was just a coincidence. I even suspected myself of overthinking it, so I followed him. Turns out, his family really does have an iron cage for their dog. The more I thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed, so I came to you for advice." "Alright, I'll think it over." Bai Yuzhang pondered for a moment and felt that there might be some truth to it. 3 lives were at stake, and even if the likelihood was low, it had to be investigated thoroughly. He clenched his teeth and said firmly, "Alright, I'll go. But the police have rules when investigating cases, we can't act alone." He returned to the station and called a young detective in his 20s. "This is my apprentice, Zhang Lu." Bai Yuzhang introduced him. Zhang Lu was tall and muscular, standing at 185 centimeters, with a square face, furrowed brows, and broad shoulders, clearly someone with exceptional physical abilities. "Hello, Zhang Lu." Liang Feng greeted him with a smile. "Oh, hello." Zhang Lu gave a sheepish smile. Bai Yuzhang said, "Alright, we'll talk on the way." "Alright." Liang Feng followed Bai Yuzhang and Zhang Lu into the police car and headed toward their destination. On the way, Bai Yuzhang and Zhang Lu briefed him on the situation. Zhang Lu listened with a confused expression, then turned to look at Liang Feng in the back seat and said, "Young man, you're something else. You've got some guts, daring to follow us." Liang Feng laughed and said, "My mom always said I'm as bold as my uncle." "Haha, your mom really said that?" Bai Yuzhang laughed. Liang Feng said, "That's right, she said I'm a foolhardy fool." "Ha ha." Zhang Lu laughed. Bai Yuzhang gritted his teeth and said, "Next time, finish the whole sentence." Everyone laughed along. The overall atmosphere was relatively harmonious. Criminal investigators were a step above regular police officers and didn't feel afraid about going to arrest a murderer. They chatted and joked along the way. Soon, when the police car arrived at its destination, they heard a series of woof, woof dog barks, causing Bai Yuzhang and Zhang Lu to immediately grow alert. Chapter 127, Cutting Through the Chaos. Liang Feng pointed to the distant house where the dog barks echoed, saying, "Uncle, Zhang Lu, that's it. That's Chang Li's house. There are so many dog cages inside." "Alright, I got it." Bai Yuzhang got out of the car with Zhang Lu. They approached the door and banged on it loudly. He then shouted to Liang Feng, who was about to get out of the car, "You stay in the car. Don't get involved." Liang Feng hurriedly said, "Uncle, I know that person. It'll be easier for me to point him out to you." Bai Yuzhang snorted, "Then just stand far away and don't say a word." Liang Feng moved back 7 or 8 meters. Zhang Lu began banging on the door again with a loud bang. Bang! At the urban-rural fringe, the area was densely populated and chaotic. The road was narrow and full of potholes. When a police car stopped, people had to squeeze past sideways. When it came to police cars, people instinctively step aside, but since they were knocking on Chang Li's door, passers-by couldn't help but complain, "Officer, you finally arrived. This Chang Li is keeping dogs like this in the village. How can this be acceptable? Half the village can't sleep at night. Officer, this Chang Li, he plays cards every night. You can't wake him up." Bang! 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 Zhang Lu paid no attention and continued knocking on the large iron gate. It went on for 5 or 6 minutes. Finally, a voice from inside cursed, "Who the hell is it?" Bai Yuzhang shouted in a stern voice, "Police! Open the door! Just open it! Stop wasting time!" Chang Li, who was inside, heard this and froze. He hadn't done anything illegal recently. At most, it's gambling and disturbing the peace. But in his eyes, this was nothing, and he shouted, "The police can't just barge in like that." As he spoke, he opened the door with a loud click. "The police are looking for you. Just cooperate and stop talking nonsense." Bai Yuzhang snorted and walked in. Behind him, Zhang Lu, who, with his broad shoulders and bulging muscles, glared angrily. Chang Li instantly backed down. The seasoned detective's natural authority wasn't something just anyone dared to challenge. Zhang Lu, who, with his broad shoulders and muscular build, was clearly someone who had trained in martial arts. Even Chang Li, who had spent years raising and killing dogs, felt intimidated by him. He avoided his gaze and scratched his head. But seeing the villagers gathering around, he put on a tough front and retorted, "Well, you have to tell us what's going on, right? Stop wasting my time. You know exactly what you did." Zhang Lu glared at him and snorted. Chang Li scratched his head, truly clueless. At that moment, Bai Yuzhang entered the courtyard first. Inside, there were dogs in cages everywhere, with a brand new large iron cage placed right in the middle, standing out prominently. It didn't look like a cage for ordinary dogs, it was at least 3 times larger than a regular dog cage. Bai Yuzhang's heart sank, and he became even more certain that this young man was suspected of murder. He immediately gave Zhang Lu a meaningful glance. Just in time. Chang Li wanted to enter the house. Zhang Lu feared he was going to grab a weapon, so he acted swiftly, grabbing Chang Li from behind and slamming him to the ground with a loud thud, then quickly handcuffing him. Chang Li fell hard, nearly losing consciousness. He coughed a few times before catching his breath and wailed, "What are you doing? Even the police can't beat people like this." Bai Yuzhang pointed at the large iron cage and coldly snorted, "What did you build this huge cage for?" Chang Li, held down by Zhang Lu, lay on the ground, shouting, "I keep dogs. Can't I keep Tibetan mastiffs?" Bai Yuzhang kicked Chang Li in the body and said, "Hiding Tibetan mastiffs? I think you're trying to hide people." At those words, Chang Li froze in shock. His plan had always been carried out in secret. How could it have been exposed? Mainly, he had been hesitating himself, but ultimately decided to go through with it because of the continuous rain, which made him feel the opportunity had arrived. Timing, location, and people, all three were essential. At that moment, he hadn't made up his mind yet, he was still wavering. That's how murder works. Many people have had thoughts of killing someone, but few actually carry it out. Ultimately, when it comes to carrying it out, everyone needs a trigger. 5 consecutive days of heavy rain were that trigger. At this moment, it was revealed in advance by Bai Yuzhang. Chang Li froze for a moment before saying, No, officer, you're really making things up. How could this dog cage hold a person?" But, just that moment, Bai Yuzhang was even more certain of his judgment. He said to Zhang Lu, "Keep an eye on this kid." Zhang Lu replied, "Don't worry, master. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't get away." Chang Li, despite his considerable strength, but under the skilled hands of Zhang Lu, who was top-notch in martial arts at the police academy, he couldn't break free. He kept shouting, "You're lying. I'm just a dog handler." Oomph. Bai Yuzhang entered the room to inspect and discovered ropes and other tools used in the crime. He asked, "What are these?" "For tying up dogs." Chang Li insisted. Bai Yuzhang didn't believe him at all and snorted, "I think you're the one who tied people up." At that moment, a crowd had already gathered outside the front door. Liang Feng was among them. Looking at this national sensation, his appearance had already merged with the deep memories in his mind. It was him who had killed his own mother, wife, and child. All for a mere $100,000 in compensation. Such a person is a pure gambler, driven mad by gambling, capable of anything. Worse than a monster. Finally caught you early. You wretch. Liang Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, looking particularly pleased. He even couldn't help but glance at the clear blue sky, as if to show the heavens that he was doing a good deed, upholding justice, smiling with satisfaction, knowing that he had saved 3 lives this time. At the same time, an old woman with a hunchback and a young girl of around 13 or 14 walked in, panicking and shouting, "Oh my goodness, why are you grabbing my son?" Behind the old woman, a young girl of around 13 or 14 blinked her big eyes, looking confused, but said nothing. It seemed she knew her father wasn't a good person. Bai Yuzhang, seeing that the target was the right person, asked, "Old woman, calm down. Where is your daughter-in-law?" "Little girl, where is your mother?" The young girl replied, "My mother went to work." The old woman refused to give up, stepping forward to grab Zhang Lu. "You can't just arrest people like this. My son only likes to play cards, he hasn't done anything illegal." Bai Yuzhang heard this and became even more certain. He clenched his teeth and said to Zhang Lu, "Take him back." Then he turned to the old woman and said, "Auntie, we're just taking him in for questioning. Don't worry." "What?" The old woman felt a little reassured. Chang Li shouted, "Mom, I didn't mean to kill anyone. You're framing me. Go back to the police station and explain everything clearly." Bai Yuzhang feared escalating the conflict and gave a forced smile. Zhang Lu escorted Chang Li onto the police car. Chang Li continued to protest, "I didn't do anything. Don't frame me." The old woman was anxious, but after hearing Bai Yuzhang's words, she thought they were cooperating with the investigation and said, "Son, cooperate with the police. We have nothing to hide." "Mom, it's not like that." Chang Li shouted, trying to resist. Zhang Lu pushed him from behind with his knee. Chang Li instantly lost his strength and was shoved into the car, unable to utter a word. Bai Yuzhang thought for a moment, looked at the situation, and decided to have Zhang Lu take the person back first while he stayed behind to keep watch. However, Liang Feng pulled out his phone and waved it around. Bai Yuzhang saw it immediately, smiled, and walked over, saying, "Where did you get that phone, you little rascal?" "Borrowed it." "Hurry up and make the call." Liang Feng knew what to do next. He had to seal off the area immediately. There were too many people around, and the old woman might not cooperate. He needed to call for police backup immediately. Bai Yuzhang didn't have a phone, which was a problem. So he took out his own phone. Bai Yuzhang nodded approvingly and said, "You're a good kid. You've got what it takes to be a police officer." He took the phone and dialed the number, saying, "Captain Wu, we've discovered an attempted murder case here. Send someone over immediately." Chapter 128, Bai Yuzhang shows his true colors. Police investigations must follow proper procedures. You can't arrest someone without cause, nor can you make assumptions. You need evidence. Zhang Lu restrained Chang Li in the police car. Bai Yuzhang skillfully controlled the scene, maintaining basic order. Time passed, second by second. Everyone present realized that something was wrong and felt that they were not cooperating with the police investigation. Fortunately, the criminal investigation team arrived at the scene shortly thereafter. They first set up a cordon, dispersed the onlookers, and then began a thorough search of Chang Li's home. This was a matter of life and death. The deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, Wu Wei, personally led the team. Upon seeing the situation, he leaned close to Bai Yuzhang's ear and asked, "Old Bai, is this reliable?" "It's as good as done." Bai Yuzhang furrowed his brows, looking serious and certain. Wu Wei said no more. "What are you doing here?" Chang Li's mother, seeing that something was wrong, started shouting and causing a scene. "This is my house. You can't just search it. My son didn't do anything wrong." She lunged forward desperately. If it weren't for the two female police officers who had already intervened and restrained her, she might have charged inside. "Auntie, please calm down and listen to us." Bai Yuzhang walked over and said sternly, "According to the information we have, your son, Chang Li, is planning a murder. The targets are you, his daughter, and his wife." "What?" Chang Li's mother was speechless. Bai Yuzhang continued, "Did he buy accident insurance for all three of you, with himself as the beneficiary?" This. Chang Li's mother was completely overwhelmed, her head spinning. She couldn't believe it. After a moment, she shouted, "Impossible! Impossible!" She began to wail and cause a commotion. "You can't frame my son. You can't frame him. How could he possibly want to kill his own wife, children, and mother?" Bai Yuzhang glanced at the young girl, who was around 13 or 14, and said, "Tell me, did your father buy 3 accident insurance policies for you?" "Yes, he did." The young girl was stunned by the news but nodded anyway. Bai Yuzhang grew even more certain and didn't bother arguing with the old woman anymore. He gave the female police officer a nod and led her away. The criminal investigation team searched quickly. After a thorough search, they found the sedative and the book that Chang Li had prepared in advance, along with other pieces of evidence. "Take a look. What's going on here?" Bai Yuzhang ordered Zhang Lu to drag Chang Li out. Chang Li was completely stunned. How had his unimplemented plan been discovered in advance? He was completely in the dark, too stunned to speak, and his legs were trembling so much that he could only stand upright with Zhang Lu holding him up. He couldn't utter a single coherent word. "Take him away." Bai Yuzhang waved his hand dismissively. "Go." Zhang Lu dragged Chang Li away. As the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, Wu Wei saw everything clearly. He immediately patted Bai Yuzhang on the shoulder and laughed, "Old Bai, you're really something. You knew about this in advance. Let us wait until the interrogation is complete before discussing it further." Bai Yuzhang knew in his heart that the matter was settled. But he still needed to wait for the interrogation before celebrating. When Chang Li, still dazed, was brought into the interrogation room, Chang Li still couldn't understand. When Bai Yuzhang revealed Chang Li's entire plan, his psychological defenses collapsed completely, and he confessed everything. "Officer, I did have such thoughts. I bought the sedative, prepared the dog cage, and even purchased accident insurance in advance. But the problem is, I didn't actually do it. Is that also illegal?" After regaining his composure, Chang Li began to show his tough side. He had been detained numerous times for various reasons. In his youth, he had even been imprisoned for causing serious injuries in a fight. He was well versed in the law. He believed that intending to kill someone wasn't illegal. He confessed without feeling he had done anything wrong, though he was utterly shocked. Slam! He slapped the table. Bai Yuzhang angrily shouted, "Thinking about killing someone isn't illegal, but you've already bought insurance for your mother, wife, and daughter. You've also prepared the tools for the crime. That's not just thinking about killing someone, it's attempted murder." This. Chang Li backed down. But he hadn't killed anyone, so he wasn't afraid. He stubbornly replied, "Anyway, I didn't even touch her. You didn't act on it because we discovered it early." Bai Yuzhang gritted his teeth and glared at him. Chang Li had been to prison before and knew a little about the law. This was hard to classify as attempted murder, so he clung to his statement, "Anyway, I only prepared the weapon. That doesn't make me a murderer. You can sentence me however you want." He added, "I owe over $1 million in gambling debts and was desperate for a place to hide. Prison isn't so bad." He owed over $1 million yuan in debts and, to repay them, had hatched a scheme to commit insurance fraud. He had already purchased insurance policies for his mother, wife, and daughter, waiting for the heavy rain in the coming days to act. Bai Yuzhang and the other police officers were furious. He actually intended to kill his own mother, daughter, and wife. He was nothing but a beast. No, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Yes, worse than a beast. If they hadn't been discovered, that would have been 3 lives lost. Even in the criminal investigation unit, where they've seen their share of ruthless criminals, they've never encountered someone who would target their own wife, children, and mother. A beast among beasts. Bai Yuzhang clenched his teeth, stomped his foot, and gave a subtle signal. Zhang Lu immediately rushed over, slapped him across the face with a loud smack, and said, "Do you think this is over? It's not. I'll make you pay for being such a beast. In 2002, police torture during interrogation was common. And this was no ordinary case. This guy was a despicable monster, so what was there to wait for? Zhang Lu's fists were as big as a clay pot, and a barrage of punches and kicks followed. Chang Li was beaten so badly that he could only beg for mercy. The main thing was that no tragedy occurred. That was the greatest success. Bai Yu Zhang made a name for himself and earned a great merit. The colleagues from the Criminal Investigation Division all gave Bai Yu Zhang a thumbs up. Old Bai, you're amazing. You just saved 3 lives. That's right. If this had really happened, our Tangchang would have been singled out for criticism by the Provincial Bureau. Old Bai, well done. Everyone who passed by couldn't stop praising him. Chang Li had already confessed everything, admitting he had intended to kill someone but hadn't gone through with it. Bai Yu Zhang not only solved the case but also saved lives and did it so quickly. He felt a sense of pride, smiling even more than he would have if he had solved a murder case. He walked to the door, looked at Liang Feng waiting there, and smiled, showing his white teeth, saying, "My dear nephew, this time we really owe you. You saved 3 lives. I've interrogated Chang Li thoroughly, and it's exactly as you said. He owed a mountain of gambling debts and had already taken out insurance on his family, waiting for a rainy day to act." Liang Feng heard this and finally felt at ease. He too smiled with satisfaction, having successfully prevented a horrific murder from unfolding. This feeling filled him with a sense of pride. Chapter 129, The Happiest Day After Crossing Over. Liang Feng clenched his fists tightly, silently encouraging himself, then smiled innocently and said, "Uncle, as long as I haven't caused you any trouble, I'm just worried about wasting your time." "How could that be?" Bai Yu Zhang laughed heartily. "You're such a kid. This time, you're a real hero. I've already decided we'll send a banner to your school in the name of the Criminal Investigation Team to give you a proper commendation." He couldn't resist ruffling Liang Feng's hair. This matter. If it had been anyone else, they would have just listened and let it go. But Liang Feng, after hearing it, grew suspicious and went to investigate. He ended up being the one to do the dirty work, arresting the suspect on the spot and bringing him back for questioning. This case was solved so smoothly. He was overjoyed. Since joining the Criminal Investigation Team, he had participated in countless major cases, but to no avail. This time, however, he had finally turned the corner. This kind of case. Although it's not a homicide case. But acting swiftly and making an early arrest is still a major achievement. At over 40, he was at the age where he should have been stepping back in the Criminal Investigation Team, but this time, he was finally going to turn his life around. He was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. "My dear nephew, you're my lucky charm. You're too cautious. It was because of the information you provided that 3 lives were saved. These are 3 precious lives. Since I joined the police force, this is the biggest and fastest case I've ever solved. From the moment you came to me until now, it's been less than 2 hours. You're truly your uncle's lucky star." Bai Yu Zhang was genuinely overjoyed, his lips curled into a wide smile, his joy evident on his face. He repeated himself, 1, 2, 3. He kept patting Liang Feng on the shoulder in admiration. Liang Feng waved his hands and said, "Uncle, I'm no lucky star. I just heard that man muttering to himself and felt something was off, so I followed him. It was just a coincidence." No, you're just being cautious. A banner of gratitude is definitely in order." Bai Yu Zhang felt. This man dared to kill his own wife, children, and mother, who knows what other crimes he might be hiding? Therefore, the interrogation was still ongoing, hoping for more leads. Liang Feng naturally knew nothing about this. For him, the commendation wasn't important. He only hoped that his little butterfly could flap its wings and bring more good things, preventing the tragedy from repeating itself. He has always been puzzled. Is this world a time-traveled one, or a parallel universe? If it's a parallel world, does that mean the timeline is decades behind the world he originally came from? Everything felt so incredibly real. So every time he thinks about this, he doesn't want those horrific murders to happen again. Those were all living beings. Liang Feng felt that heaven had sent him to this world with a mission. Now that it's done, he feels incredibly relieved. He couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, does this count as attempted murder? How many years would that be?" Bai Yu Zhang pondered for a moment and said, "The exact sentence will depend on the circumstances, but it won't be light. At least 7 years. Liang Feng thought to himself, 7 years later, Chang Li's daughter would be 20 years old. His wife might have already remarried. His mother was still wailing and refusing to believe that her son would kill her for money. But that was the truth. Because when people turn bad, can't compare. Alright, uncle, I need to continue interrogating Chang Li. I won't keep you any longer. Oh, thanks for everything. Bai Yu Zhang happily patted Liang Feng on the shoulder again. Alright, uncle, you go ahead. I should head back to my tutoring class. Liang Feng waved and left. He was in a great mood as he returned to Gangchang residential area. Though he hadn't managed to catch Xu Xiaoqing's class after all. But compared to that class, the matter of 3 lives saved had him beaming with joy. He couldn't help but look up at the sky, smiling and muttering to himself, no matter which deity brought me to this world, I must thank you. And now, I'm doing pretty well, aren't I? Of course, I'll try harder. I hope I don't let you down. He was very proud. He wasn't completely immersed in the benefits of having been transported to this world. He only remembered to enjoy them, only remembered to use the information he had gained in advance to benefit himself. He was thinking about doing good deeds. Along the way, he thought about many things. Murder cases. He thought of many major unsolved cases from the future that would take a long time to solve, such as the Baiyin case, the Nanjing University dismemberment case, the Tsinghua University poisoning case, the CIE white bone case, and many others. These murderers would eventually be apprehended as time passed or technology advanced. But these were all matters of decades, or even several decades, in the future. Some of them would have already passed away. Liang Feng decided to take action, bringing these individuals to justice first. Let them face the consequences of their actions under the law, rather than continue to live in freedom and comfort. Yes, that's exactly what we'll do. Back home. He took out paper and pen and began to write down the details as he remembered them. But the problem was, he had only witnessed these cases as an observer, having seen the news, and his memories were not very clear. He needed to recall them carefully. But where there's a will, there's a way. Liang Feng quickly searched his memory. As a doctor, he had some understanding of such matters, especially since many criminal investigation techniques relied on medical advancements. One by one, the final perpetrators of the cases. He had a vague recollection of them. He wrote down each case using a single report form. He feared revealing his identity as a time traveler. In this era, although time travel novels hadn't yet emerged, such concepts were still too unsettling, so utmost caution was necessary. Fortunately, he believed in doing good deeds without worrying about the future. What he was doing was good, so he had nothing to feel guilty about. It took him the entire morning to finish writing these materials. He dared not leave them lying around carelessly. If his parents or others found out before he had mailed them, it would be difficult to explain. Of course, mailing it is also a hassle. Many of the relevant agencies are hard to locate. He needed to come up with a more reliable method to handle all of this. So after finishing all this, he had no choice but to put them away for now. But sitting there looking at the materials, he felt great, full of energy, as if he were doing the right thing. That's right, let us do it this way. This is how I won't disappoint the benevolent deity who sent me here. Liang Feng chuckled to himself. As for Zhu Xiaoqing's class, it naturally paled in comparison to these matters. He sat upright at his desk, gazing out the window at the large locust tree, at the sky as blue as washed silk, his hands behind his head, legs crossed, smiling broadly. Big locust tree, if you can understand me, you should know I'm a time traveler, right? Ha, I'll help you out this once. When this area is demolished, I'll definitely find you a place to settle down. How about that? Fair deal, right? He smiled, lost in thought, his heart filled with joy. This might be the happiest day of his life since he had traveled through time. Chapter 130, Bai Yuzhang's Future. To express his gratitude. That evening, Bai Yuzhang took some time out of his busy schedule to host a banquet for Liang Feng's family. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing had no idea what was going on. When they heard Bai Yuzhang's call, they were speechless. Brother, what are you saying? Liang Feng encountered a murderer, followed him, and then told you? You got him arrested? You've done a great service. Bai Yuzhang laughed. It wasn't a murderer, just an attempted murderer. Oh well, don't worry about it. Tonight, I'll treat your whole family to dinner at the dumpling restaurant outside the police station. Click. He hung up the phone. Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong were both stunned. Meng Meng returned home in a daze, staring at Liang Feng in astonishment and said, Son, you've done your uncle a great favor. Your uncle praised me highly on the phone. What's going on? Liang Qinggong stood beside him, frowning and said, Didn't I tell you to stay home and study? Where did you go again? I see you acting so strange every day, just running around aimlessly. Bai Jing hurriedly said, Let him finish first. Liang Feng didn't expect Bai Yuzhang to tell his parents so quickly. He scratched his head, chuckled, and said, This morning, I went out to eat a bowl of noodles and saw someone talking to himself in a strange manner. I mentioned it to my uncle, and when he went to investigate, it turned out that the man was planning to kill his own mother, wife, and children. Isn't that cruel? Bai Jing was utterly shocked, speechless. There are people like that? They wouldn't even spare their own mother, wife, and children? They deserve to die. Yeah, that's terrifying. Liang Qinggong said, You're really brave to follow someone like that. What are you thinking about all day? He couldn't help but poke him. In the eyes of parents, the safety of their children is the most important thing. Liang Feng scratched his head and said, Don't worry, I was just exaggerating. It's not as bad as my uncle made it sound. That's a relief. Liang Qinggong felt relieved. Bai Jing hurriedly said, Hurry up and get ready. Your uncle is treating us to dinner tonight. This. Liang Feng pointed to the notebooks and papers spread out on the desk and said, I haven't finished my homework yet. You can finish it when you get back. Bai Jing went to change clothes, and Liang Qinggong followed suit, taking the opportunity to wash his face. Liang Qinggong muttered, "Your uncle specifically instructed that you must go. You can't refuse." "Alright, I got it." Liang Feng scratched his head and reluctantly put down the test papers, washing his face. The family hailed a taxi and headed to the dining venue. As far as the case was concerned, it hadn't been closed yet. Bai Yuzhang should have been busy as a bee. But he must have been too happy to take the time off to join them for this meal. The location was set at a dumpling restaurant just a short distance from the Criminal Investigation Division. Aunt Zhang Ping and cousin Bai Ying were both there. The two families gathered together in a lively atmosphere. Bai Yuzhang was full of excitement. As soon as he arrived, he said, "Little sister, brother-in-law, and my nephew, don't be so formal. I only took an hour off work, so we need to eat quickly." As he spoke, he couldn't help but walk over and pat Liang Feng on the shoulder. "Liang Feng, you've really helped your uncle out. I'm already in my 40s, and although I hold a deputy position, I'm still just a lowly officer. With this big case, if I can make some connections, maybe I can get promoted to captain." He spoke bluntly and directly, clearly indicating that he considered Liang Feng's family to be his own. Or perhaps, he was simply too overjoyed. This time, Bai Ying didn't harp on about connections like she usually did. Instead, she smiled brightly, thinking to herself that if her father became the captain of the criminal investigation team, she'd benefit too. A smile played at the corners of her mouth, and joy was evident on her face. Liang Feng glanced at her, understanding her thoughts, and sighed inwardly. When he had connections, using them wasn't wrong. What he hated wasn't he using connections or backdoor deals, but the fact that he had no connections or backdoor deals himself. He gave a dismissive smile and said, "Uncle, you really need to start networking. Don't rush to give the savings to my cousin for her studies abroad. Once you become the captain of the criminal investigation team, my cousin might be able to get into the police academy. Being a female police officer is so cool. Wherever you go, people will respect you. Right, cousin?" Ying heard this and was about to object, but then thought that being a police officer wasn't so bad after all. She smiled and replied, "It depends on the situation. If my father becomes the criminal investigation team captain, I'll naturally benefit. But if he's still just a lowly officer, it's better for me to study abroad." With that, she smiled happily. It seemed as though the choice was already hers. Zhang Ping was overjoyed, looking at Liang Feng with gratitude and chiming in, "Of course. This is a good start. I can see that everything will go smoothly from here on out." She laughed again and said, "It's all thanks to Liang Feng. You're truly your uncle's lucky star." She added, "No, you're a lucky star for both our families. Your father got promoted because of you, and your uncle will probably get promoted too." Bai Yuzhang smiled and waved his hand. "Enough, let's eat. As I said before, we really owe you, Liang Feng." Right, eat. The two families began eating one after the other. Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong watched their son being praised with joy. In Bai Yuzhang and Zhang Ping's eyes, they also regarded Liang Feng as a lucky star. Especially in Bai Ying's eyes, Liang Feng was now very different from before. She could see clearly that he was surrounded by beautiful women and held a high status at First Middle School. Though she claimed that Harbor Middle School was better than First Middle School, she knew deep down that the academically gifted students were all at First Middle School. Liang Feng was the most outstanding among them, inspiring admiration and respect. Especially on the day of the CS competition, Liang Feng had given her plenty of face, making her feel very proud and high-gang. At that moment, she enthusiastically picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and said to Liang Feng, "Cousin, you're really amazing. Even the school's most beautiful girl, Jiang Yueya, asked me about you. I didn't hold back in praising you." "Who?" Liang Feng was busy eating and didn't even look up, saying, "I didn't even know your school had any beauties. Stop teasing me, I'm not." Bai Ying said with a smile, then touched the pimple on her face and added, "Just brag all you want." She then asked, "Do you already have a girlfriend? Is it the one you met at the department store the other day, or the one who gave you a shoulder massage at the internet cafe?" He rolled his eyes and said, "Those were all beauties. Don't get your heart set on them, you little guy." Liang Feng continued eating, saying, "Men's business is none of your concern." "Ha?" Bai Ying held back her laughter. "Ha ha." Bai Yuzhang, Zhang Ping, Bai Jing, and Liang Qinggong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bai Jing poked him and scolded, "Who told you that nonsense? Men's business, women should mind their own? How old are you?" Liang Qinggong and Bai Yuzhang burst into laughter. Bai Yuzhang said, "Liang Feng, I think you should study medicine and become a forensic doctor. Your uncle works in the police department, maybe he can help you get a job too." Bai Jing hurriedly said, "That's out of the question. Being a forensic doctor makes it hard to find a wife. Besides, Zhang Yaoyong already said before that once we graduate from medical school, he'll help us find jobs. I remember that clearly. His daughter's life was almost taken by my son, so he'll definitely help us out." He then hurriedly reminded Liang Feng, "Good son, don't do anything reckless. Remember what I said. Next time, whether it's at the reservoir or anywhere else, if someone falls into the water, don't save them. Do you hear me?" There are water spirits down there. Bai Yuzhang waved his hand and said, "Little sister, what era are we in? Don't believe in those superstitious nonsense." Bai Jing didn't want to upset his older brother, so he went along with it, but he secretly signaled to Liang Feng not to cause trouble. Bai Yuzhang was in a good mood today. The faint wrinkles on his face had smoothed out, and he was smiling ear to ear. It seemed like everything was going smoothly for him. Sometimes, a person's life is like that. A single opportunity can bring about earth-shattering changes. Liang Feng mused to himself, if only I had an influential uncle in the police department to help me out, it might not be such a bad thing. With this thought in mind, he made up his mind to help his uncle advance in his career. After all, being a lowly soldier wasn't going to cut it. And besides, his uncle's family's fate might also be rewritten. With this in mind, Liang Feng's lips curled into a smile, and he already knew exactly what to do next. Chapter 131, The Mysterious Man. The next day, Liang Feng specifically rented a room, bought a computer and a printer, typed up the information about the silver case on the computer, and then printed it out to avoid anyone finding his notes. He feared that his identity as a time traveler might be exposed. Therefore, he left no stone unturned, ensuring everything was flawless. The next morning, at dawn, he secretly slipped the documents into the motorcycle seat of his uncle Bai Yuzhang. The cover bore 4 large characters, Bai Yuzhang's car. He bought a telescope and watched from the rooftop of a building across the street. Around 7:30 a.m. Bai Yuzhang happily came downstairs, got on his motorcycle, and was about to go to work when he noticed a letter on the seat, with the words Bai Yuzhang, open written on it. He thought someone was seeking revenge or playing a prank on him. He picked it up, looked around to make sure no one was there, and tore it open with a swift motion. He opened it. He froze in place, speechless, his eyes wide with shock at the contents written on the letter. As a seasoned detective in the Criminal Investigation Unit, the silver case. He was crystal clear. This envelope of unknown origin actually laid out the entire matter in clear detail. For example, why the real culprit wasn't caught was because during the thorough search, the police searched by area, and the murderer happened to be at the junction of 2 areas. Both sides thought it was the other's territory and missed him. Another example. Why did the murderer stop committing crimes? Because his son had been admitted to a prestigious high school, and he saw a new hope for the future. All these details were revealed in full. Signed, a good person who does not wish for the mastermind to live a carefree life, and another good person who does not wish to reveal their name. Bai Yuzhang was completely flustered, looking around frantically, even shouting loudly, "Who is it? Who's there?" He was completely bewildered. Even if what was said was true, why would someone send it to him? Tangchang was thousands of miles away from the crime scene. Even if someone wanted to provide clues, why would they come to him? Bai Yuzhang's mind raced, but he couldn't make sense of it. He ran to the intersection and shouted, "Who is it? Who is it? Who else could it be?" "Your own nephew, of course." Liang Feng watched everything unfold, smiling calmly. He even felt like he had become Detective Conan. Meanwhile, his uncle Bai Yuzhang had become Kagoro Mori. Once the matter is settled, I'll fade into the background. I'll keep my achievements and fame hidden. Liang Feng had always wanted to expose these hypocrites hiding among the crowd, one by one, but he hadn't known how to do it. So he'd let his uncle take care of it. He would be Kagoro Mori. And he would be Conan. Liang Feng smiled with a smile on his lips, feeling incredibly happy. Standing on the rooftop, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and mutter, "Time-traveling deity, I haven't let you down, have I? Rest assured, I'll make sure to do everything that needs to be done." He smiled broadly, his lips curled upward, and ran away happily. He tossed the telescope into a trash bin. It felt very much like something James Bond would do. In his eyes, what he was doing at that moment was absolutely the right thing to do. As for the rest, he left it entirely in the hands of his uncle Bai Yuzhang. Within the same system, Bai Yuzhang was sure to have the means to become a master detective and uncover all these monsters in human form. By then, his uncle would surely have a bright future ahead of him, and he would have an extra ally and protector. This was a perfect strategy that benefited everyone. Liang Feng had even begun to envision that after the Baiyin case was solved, he would arrange other cases for his uncle. My uncle will surely become famous nationwide. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Detective Bai Yuzhang, what a grand title. With no one to share his joy, he could only celebrate alone. Today, we're so happy. He chuckled, his face and voice filled with laughter. This sense of pride and fulfillment was more exhilarating than becoming a billionaire. Billions of dollars were within his grasp. Only by exposing these wolves in sheep's clothing one by one could he truly achieve inner fulfillment. What a rush! He raised his arms in triumph, letting out a celebratory shout, his mind and body filled with pure joy. He had left early today, and it was only around 8 o'clock. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. The city was bustling with energy and vitality. Everyone wore expressions of joy, bustling about in the early morning light of the new century. At that moment, They hadn't yet been crushed by mortgage payments, and though supplies were scarce, there wasn't the overwhelming internal competition that would make one's hair fall out. Upon reflection, Liang Feng felt a surge of greater ambition and determination and returned home with a smile on his face. He hadn't attended Zhu Xiaoqing's class for several days. So he went to Feng Yan's house as planned. As soon as he entered the door, Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, and the others were all shocked, rushing over to exclaim, "My goodness, Liang Feng, you finally came." "Yes, I thought you weren't coming to this English class anymore. What have you been up to all this time?" Wang Shan joined in and asked. Liang Feng smiled and replied, acting bravely, learning from Lei Feng, a good example doing good deeds without seeking recognition. "You're just smooth talking." Feng Yan, following her mother's lead, was kind-hearted and loved to meddle in other people's business. She couldn't help but advise Liang Feng, "We've grown up together since childhood. Don't blame me for saying this. I know Chen Xianxian and you are close, and they are good people, but you're always hanging out with them. That's not a proper use of your time. Your English isn't very good to begin with. Take this opportunity to study hard and improve your skills. It won't hurt you." Wang Shan chimed in seriously, "That's right. I like Xianxian too, but we're still students. Our studies come first. Just finish the last few days of class properly and get into a good university. That's more important than anything else." Zhang Yun nodded in agreement. Liang Feng could tell these people were genuinely concerned about him. He hurriedly smiled and agreed, "Don't worry. I'll definitely study hard in the coming days. That's the spirit." Feng Yan, Wang Shan, and Zhang Yun, who were concerned about Liang Feng, all smiled. Only Chen Feng rolled his eyes, looking a bit unhappy. In his mind, he probably hoped Liang Feng would just keep failing. Then, he could finally step on Liang Feng. But how could Liang Feng give him such an opportunity? In the previous life, it didn't work out, and in this life, it definitely wouldn't either. He walked up to Chen Feng with a smug smile and said, "Chen Feng, I wasn't around for a few days. Did you go showing off again? Humph, what else does your harbor have to prove? Let's keep competing. I've been studying hard. I haven't been showing off." Chen Feng snorted. After being soundly defeated in the CS match, he had lost his initial arrogance and his arrogance had diminished considerably. Ha ha. Liang Feng, Wang Shan, Feng Yan, and Zhang Yun all laughed. They knew it, this kid was completely intimidated. Chapter 132, The Elusive Zhu Xiaoqing. Zhu Xiaoqing wore a white Korean-style lace blouse, her snow-white peaks straining against the fabric, her slender waist swaying gracefully. She carried a delicate round drum, and her legs were encased in black fishnet stockings. Standing there, she was a sexy and beautiful teacher. However, her demeanor was that of a mature teacher. She unscrewed the thermos and took a sip of fat seaweed. Her lesson was well-structured and clearly well-prepared. The morning's lessons proceeded smoothly. She packed away her teaching materials and playfully asked Liang Feng, "Were you paying attention in class today?" The teacher explained it well. Liang Feng chuckled and began to pack up his textbooks. "I think it's because the teacher is so good-looking." Wang Shan laughed heartily without regard for the situation. Everyone rolled their eyes instantly. It was one thing to say such things in private, but not in front of the teacher. Besides, they were all 18 years old, not elementary or middle school students. Wang Shan felt embarrassed and scratched his head, hurriedly saying, "What I meant was, Miss Xiaoqing, you're beautiful. You can't change. Think before you speak." Liang Feng tapped him on the head. Wang Shan nodded sheepishly and said, all right. He then asked, "Should we all get together today? Miss Xiaoqing, will you join us? It's rare that we're all here." "Sure." Feng Yan was the first to agree. Just as they finished speaking, outside, a loud rumbling sound echoed. The weather suddenly changed. The heavy rain that had been forecast arrived as expected, lasting for 4 or 5 days. Chen Feng spoke quickly, saying, "I checked the weather forecast a couple of days ago. It said there might be heavy rain here." Feng Yan added, "My mom also said it's going to rain for several days straight." Zhu Xiaoqing furrowed her delicate brows and bit her tender red lips. She had come on a motorcycle, which was parked outside the residential area, and had walked over. With the rain pouring down, her motorcycle would definitely get soaked. She said, "You guys eat first. I'll go out for a bit and definitely come back this afternoon." Liang Feng guessed she had come by motorcycle and that it would be troublesome later, so he said, "Teacher Xiaoqing, do you need any help?" Zhu Xiaoqing thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "All right, come with me." The two of them went out together. Wang Shan, Chen Feng, Feng Yan, and Zhang Yun watched in astonishment, looking at each other in disbelief. What on earth is going on here? Those two seem more familiar with each other than we are. Who cares? Let's just eat our own meal. Chen Feng said this, but he couldn't help but feel a little envious. He could come to class every day and study so diligently, all thanks to Zhu Xiaoqing's beauty. Otherwise, he might have been distracted. He never expected that after all this time, he was still not as close to Liang Feng and Zhu Xiaoqing as he had hoped. He could only pout in jealousy. But outside, thunder roared, dark clouds covered the sky, and rain began to fall. It's really starting to rain. Oh no, they've gone out. Wang Shan ran to the window and looked down, but couldn't see anyone anymore. He shook his head. Feng Yan went to the refrigerator and said, "Let's just eat at my place. I have some leftovers, I'll just cook some rice." All right. The four gathered at Feng Yan's house for another joyful meal together. Rumble. The thunder grew louder. Large raindrops fell with a plop, plop, onto the ground. The damp, musty smell in the air foretold that a heavy rain was on its way. Xu Xiaoqing furrowed her brows, her legs wrapped in stockings, walking quickly while muttering, "I thought it wouldn't rain until the afternoon. Now look at this, it's already started." Liang Feng followed behind and asked, "Didn't you park the car somewhere sheltered from the rain?" Xu Xiaoqing nodded and looked up. Plop, plop. The rain continued to fall relentlessly. "Let's hurry up." Xu Xiaoqing and Liang Feng quickened their pace. Fortunately, the parking spot wasn't far away. After finding the car, Xu Xiaoqing immediately got in and asked, "Is there a covered parking lot nearby?" Liang Feng shook his head and said, "Where would we find one? Why don't you ride into the residential area and find a stairwell to take shelter in?" That's fine." Xu Xiaoqing rode the bike, looked at Liang Feng, and said, "What are you standing there for? Get on, I'll give you a ride." "All right." Liang Feng got on the bike and gently wrapped his arms around Xu Xiaoqing's waist. Xu Xiaoqing stepped on the gas and sped into the neighborhood. But the rain grew heavier and heavier. Splash! It turned into a downpour. The two of them were instantly soaked to the bone. "Oh my gosh, it's really coming down." Xu Xiaoqing complained. "Stop complaining. Come over here, there's an empty spot in my building's stairwell." Liang Feng guided them to the entrance of his building's stairwell. Both of them were already soaked through. Xu Xiaoqing was already wearing a lace-white blouse, and the rain made the purple bra straps faintly visible. She got off the motorcycle, wiped the rain off her face, and instinctively shivered. The draft from the hallway blew cold air, piercing their bones. Outside, a torrential downpour poured down, the sound of rain pounding the ground echoing continuously. "It's really coming down hard." Xu Xiaoqing sighed. Noticing Liang Feng's evasive glance, she looked at herself and realized what he was thinking. She snorted and said, "What's the big deal? I just wear this to the swimming pool." "Alright, you're not going to invite the teacher. Why don't you just go home and take a hot shower? Are you waiting for me to catch a cold before you'll be happy?" "Alright, my good teacher." Liang Feng pulled out the key, click, click. The door opened with 2 clicks. Xu Xiaoqing was freezing and rushed inside first. Liang Feng was also soaking wet. He said to Xu Xiaoqing, "My little teacher, go to the bathroom first and take a hot shower. Don't catch a cold." He added, "I'll go find 2 sets of clothes for you to change into. Your clothes can be washed later and dried with a hairdryer, they don't have much fabric anyway." "Alright, I'll do as you say, my good student, Mr. Liang." Xu Xiaoqing giggled, took off her high heels, and walked into the bathroom with her stocking-clad feet, making a soft splashing sound. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard from inside. Liang Feng was in the wardrobe. He took out 2 clean, neat, loose t-shirts and shorts, placed them outside the bathroom door, and said, "My little Qing teacher, I've put them by the door. Once you're done washing, just put them on for now." Okay, you're such a good student of your teacher." Xu Xiaoqing giggled in the bathroom. Liang Feng shook his head, feeling like laughing, then walked over to the window, closed it, and couldn't help but look outside. All he could see was a white, misty expanse. The rain was falling heavily. This rain lasted for 4 or 5 days. It came down heavily at times and lightly at others, on and off. Many areas were likely to suffer from flooding. This rain would be remembered for many years to come as the heavy rain of the summer of 2002. Only the murder case was absent. Liang Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a smile, wiping his hair with a handkerchief, feeling pleased with himself for what he had done over the past 2 days. He thought of his uncle Bai Yuzhang, who was probably processing the news about the silver case at that moment. He thought to himself that once the rain stopped, it might be time to take action. A faint smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. "Uncle, you'd better step up your efforts. Don't let those monsters in human form continue to live under the broad sky. They all deserve to die." Liang Feng mused randomly. Just then, there was a loud boom. Xu Xiaoqing's voice rang out, "Ouch, that hurts." It broke Liang Feng's train of thought. Xu Xiaoqing's voice pleaded weakly, "Liang Feng, I fell on my butt, it hurts so much. Why is your floor so slippery?" Liang Feng heard clearly that she must have fallen hard. He hurried to the door and shouted, "Our floor gets slippery when it gets wet with shampoo. I forgot to remind you." Xu Xiaoqing was inside, crying out in pain, "Ouch. Ouch," and shouting, "It hurts so much, I can't move. I can't move. I'm in too much pain. I think I've hurt myself." Then she shouted again, "I'm in too much pain to get up. Hurry in and help me up." Liang Feng froze. This beautiful teacher was trying to seduce him, wasn't she? Chapter 133, Xu Xiaoqing falls on her butt. Outside. Splash. The rain grew heavier. The doors and windows in the room were closed. Instead, it felt stuffy and hot. Liang Feng, soaking wet, stood at the bathroom door, holding the doorknob, and chuckled, Ms. Xiaoqing, this isn't appropriate. You're probably naked right now. It wouldn't be proper for me to come in. Xu Xiaoqing sniffled, oh my gosh, I'm in so much pain, and you're saying that? Just come in already. She added, I don't mind you being here, so stop acting so shy. I think I must have hurt myself badly, the pain is making my legs feel numb. Alright, as long as you don't blame me. Liang Feng pushed open the door and saw Zhu Xiaoqing lying there naked, clutching her body and grimacing in pain. Her eyes brimming with tears, she pouted and said, if I get hurt, you're responsible. Liang Feng turned off the faucet first, looked around, and asked, where did you fall? My butt. It hurts so much. Zhu Xiaoqing was in so much pain she couldn't move, let alone get up. Liang Feng looked at her and said, let me carry you out and lie down for a while. Zhu Xiaoqing protected her chest, clenched her legs tightly, and nodded with a pouting cry, please rinse my hair first, there's still foam on it. Alright. Liang Feng had no choice but to lean forward, take the showerhead, and hold it to her forehead, rinsing the foam from her hair. But this was still too awkward. Liang Feng moved a bit too quickly. Help me with my hair. I can't breathe. Zhu Xiaoqing shook her head repeatedly, feeling uncomfortable from the water. Alright. Liang Feng had no choice but to reach out and place his hands on her hair, gently rinsing it out. You've never washed a woman's hair before, have you? Don't scratch me. Xu Yeqing protected her chest, crossed her legs, and complained. Sis, in this situation, stop talking so much and get up quickly. Liang Feng felt it was enough and turned off the showerhead. Xu Xiaoqing huffed, I'm telling you, I hit my tailbone. If I end up disabled because of you, I'll sue you for the rest of your life. Liang Feng snorted and said, relax, the human body isn't as fragile as you think. A fall like that won't break anything. You're not a doctor, how would you know? Zhu Xiaoqing looked terrified. She was genuinely in pain. Her legs were numb. Liang Feng helped her up, looking at her exposed stupidity, and smiled coldly, my goal for the college entrance exam is to become a doctor. I've studied some of this, so you can rest assured. Really? That's good. Zhu Xiaoqing felt a little reassured. But the scene was simply too awkward. Though both of them were seasoned social climbers who didn't care about such things, there was still a difference between men and women. Liang Feng turned his head away. Zhu Xiaoqing exclaimed, oh no! Oh no, she cried, I can't move, it hurts so much. Please carry me out. Pouting her lips, she said helplessly, don't think I'm trying to seduce you. I'm telling you, I'm really in pain. Alright. Liang Feng bent down and picked her up in a princess carry. Ouch, it hurts. Xu Xiaoqing grimaced in pain, feeling the sting on her buttocks. Seeing that Liang Feng wasn't looking at her, she teased him with a hum, you're not some naive youngster who's never seen the world before. What's the matter? You're not taking advantage of this opportunity? Once this chance is gone, it's gone for good. She then asked, between me and Shen Xianxian, who has bigger breasts? Who has a better figure? Liang Feng had no interest in responding. He looked around and helped her sit on the sofa. As soon as Zhu Xiaoqing sat down, she winced in pain, twisting her buttocks and exclaiming, Dr. Liang, are you any good? My spine hurts so much. She twisted her hips again. Her grimacing expression showed she was genuinely in pain. But in this situation, it was too awkward. Liang Feng sighed helplessly, you really have a big heart. I did say I wanted to be a doctor someday, but I'm not one yet. A future doctor is still a doctor, right? The patient is begging you, please take a look. I'm really in pain. Zhu Xiaoqing's expression seemed like she was deliberately teasing Liang Feng, the young man. Liang Feng couldn't help but reach out and give her drum a sharp slap. Zhu Xiaoqing's drum head trembled and she let out a startled cry, ah. Her face turned bright red. What are you doing? I asked you to look at my injury, why are you hitting my drumhead? Liang Feng snorted and said, I told you it's nothing. It's nothing. If it hurts, just lie down and rest for a while. I'll go take a shower anyway. He was still soaking wet. The longer he stayed, the colder he got. He had been wanting to take a hot shower for ages. But you have to find something to cover me with. If your parents come back and see me lying here naked, what will they think? Zhu Xiaoqing pouted. Liang Feng said, don't worry, my parents won't be back at this hour. But he still took his own bath towel from the bathroom and threw it to her, saying, it's mine, but you can use it for now. That's more like it. Zhu Xiaoqing wiped her hair while sitting on the sofa, grimacing in pain. It hurt so much that she eventually had to lean sideways, clearly having fallen pretty hard. Liang Feng fetched a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao and tossed it to her, saying, if it really hurts too much, spray some on or rub it in. The spine is very hard, so falling like that shouldn't be a big deal. Zhu Xiaoqing took it, sniffed it, and wrinkled her nose. What is that smell? I'm not putting that on my body. She added, you're a doctor, I trust you. As long as you're okay, it'll probably ease up after a while. What are you saying? You're the one who said it. Liang Feng snorted and didn't bother with her anymore, turning around and entering the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he spotted Zhu Xiaoqing's underwear hanging there, which was incredibly provocative. Liang Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, this woman really doesn't make things easy. He steadied his mind and stopped looking around. This woman wasn't someone to be underestimated, and she was also Chen Shanxian's sworn enemy. He couldn't afford to act impulsively and cause trouble, or he wouldn't be able to face Chen Shanxian afterward. As he showered, he thought about Chen Shanxian's virtues, finally suppressing that wicked desire. In the end, after finishing his shower, as he was using the hairdryer to dry his hair, he realized he hadn't brought any clean clothes. He felt frustrated and shouted toward the door, Zhu Shaoqing, does your butt still hurt? Zhu Shaoqing grinned and replied, call the teacher, humph, it hurts badly. She added, did you really see it clearly? It wouldn't have really broken, would it? Now it hurts whenever I move, and my legs feel numb and tingly. Liang Feng snorted, don't worry, you've got plenty of flesh on your butt. It won't break. You're so mean, you pervert. You were watching pretty closely. Zhu Shaoqing smiled, biting her lip. Liang Feng felt a headache coming on. There was no dealing with this woman. Fortunately, after drying his hair, he opened the bathroom door and bolted out. Chapter 134, Zhu Shaoqing was stunned by the fall. Zhu Shaoqing was busy checking the state of her but after the fall, when she suddenly saw a white figure flash by. She jumped in surprise, covered her eyes, and shouted, what are you doing? Why are you still running around naked? Liang Feng was searching for his clothes while saying, I didn't take any clothes. This is my house. Humph, you should have told me beforehand so I could close my eyes. Zhu Shaoqing huffed, you made me get a sty in my eye. You're responsible for that. If I get a sty, who should I blame? Liang Feng found his clothes and put them on. He finally walked out. Zhu Shaoqing sniffed her little nose and said, don't act so aloof. A beauty like me is showing herself to you, and you might not be that happy about it. I'm happy. Liang Feng said to Zhu Shaoqing, lie down properly, I'll take a closer look to see if there's really nothing wrong. You didn't say that earlier. Zhu Shaoqing rolled her eyes, wrapped in a bathrobe, and pouted, do you even know what you're doing? Don't you just want to take advantage of me? Relax, I can tell the difference between a scratch and something serious. Liang Feng spoke solemnly. Zhu Shaoqing was in intense pain and felt uneasy, but fortunately, she obediently listened and turned around, bending over and lying down there. But this position was way too suggestive. The main issue was that everything was fully exposed. I'll tell you this, if you don't study medicine in college, I'll kill you. It's too embarrassing. Don't worry, I really did study it. Liang Feng reached out and touched her, the unusual sensation causing both of them to shiver. Zhu Shaoqing was both ashamed and embarrassed, unable to imagine herself doing such a shameful thing. But Liang Feng's demeanor was so professional that she forced herself to endure it and asked, are you done looking? Don't rush. Don't overthink it. Patients don't avoid doctors. Liang Feng carefully felt along the tailbone, section by section, and concluded there was nothing wrong. He gave it a sharp tap and said, it's fine. If you want to heal faster, spray some medicine, if not, just let it heal on its own. Zhu Shaoqing turned around, rewrapped the bath towel, and asked shyly, you looked, but why did you hit my butt? You're such a rogue. It was just a reflex. Liang Feng shrugged. Zhu Shaoqing huffed, how do I take care of it? Do I have to walk less and not even ride a motorcycle? Liang Feng shook his head. Just avoid strenuous exercise, no running or jumping. Normal walking is fine. Are you even capable? Why does it still hurt so much? Zhu Shaoqing still didn't believe him, looking at Liang Feng suspiciously. The main issue was the numbness and tingling in her legs, making her feel like she had broken something. She had fallen off a motorcycle before, but it had never felt like this. The lower half of her body felt numb and achy, as if she had lost sensation. Liang Feng grew impatient and said, believe it or not, it's up to you. I don't see anything wrong with you. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen on his own and asked, my mom only prepared some food for me, 2 steamed buns, a plate of potato strips, and some leftovers from last night that I brought back. Do you want to eat? Zhu Shaoqing winced in pain, with no appetite at all. She grumbled, I'm not eating. I'll just consider it dieting. Alright, if you don't want it, I'll eat it. Liang Feng sat in the kitchen, heated it up, and began to eat greedily. Zhu Shaoqing sat on the sofa, unable to move at first due to the pain. Gradually, the pain eased a bit. She reached out to touch herself and felt that it didn't seem too serious, so she finally relaxed and continued drying her hair. She didn't know how much time had passed. The aroma of boiling instant noodles wafted out of the kitchen. Liang Feng called out, have a bowl of hot instant noodles. It'll keep you from catching a cold. By the way, do you want an extra egg? Zhu Shaoqing's lips curled upward as she said happily, yes, add 2. Do you have any ham? Give me another piece of ham. You've been so kind to me today. Eating your noodles and 2 eggs isn't enough. I must have ham. There's ham sausage, my dear teacher. Liang Feng added the eggs and sausage to the pot, cooked a large bowl of steaming hot instant noodles, and brought it over, saying, eat up, my little Cheng teacher. Sweat it out, and you'll be fine. This is starting to look like a student. Zhu Shaoqing slowly sat up. Though she still felt a bit unwell, the pain wasn't as intense as before. Thinking back to the embarrassing moment earlier when both swallows had been seen, she gave Liang Feng a playful glare and said, "You got the better end of the deal today. Don't act like you're the one who lost out." Liang Feng rolled his eyes and ignored her. He walked into the bathroom and said, "You can get up in a bit. Go wash your clothes first, then dry them, and you'll be fine." "I know, no need to remind me." Xu Xiaoqing shot her a sideways glance and continued eating her noodles. To be honest, the taste was actually pretty good. With eggs and ham, it was quite tasty. Her embarrassed and angry mood improved slightly and she said, "I didn't expect it, Mr. Liang. Your instant noodles are pretty good. That's my specialty." Liang Feng said as he walked to the window and looked out at the heavy rain. The heavy rain poured down with a loud splash. Everything was shrouded in a white mist and water bubbles were forming on the ground. One could imagine how heavy it was. He pulled out his phone and sent a group message to Chen Xianxian, Yu Xian, and Lu Bingyan, saying, "This rain is heavy and will continue for 4 or 5 days. Stay home and don't go out, okay? Soon." Yu Siyuan replied, "Bad auntie isn't that idle. I'm at the internet cafe working overtime. If I follow your instructions, the project might have to be delayed. If only I could have a warm bed right now, lying there with my little bad husband, listening to the rain together, that would be perfect." Liang Feng replied with a smile, "I'd love to lie in bed with my naughty auntie wife and listen to the rain, but I have class this afternoon." Yu Siyuan replied, "Stop teasing the bad auntie." She sent another message, "The bad auntie has to keep working. Let's chat later." Chen Xianxian followed up with a message, "Oh my gosh, it's going to rain for 4 or 5 days. My project will definitely have to stop. Ugh, what a bummer." She sent another message, "I miss you. Why don't I come find you? Let's go to our little love nest and watch the rain." Liang Feng glanced at Zhu Xiaoqing, who was eating something, and felt a headache coming on. He hurriedly replied, "It's pouring rain. That's too much trouble. Let's talk about it when the rain eases up." If Chen Xianxian really came over, things would get interesting, especially with the fruit girl at home. Lu Bingyan replied, "I'm at the dance studio. I haven't gone out." She replied again, "Boss, our stocks have risen by 3% again. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars in profits. I can't believe it. In the blink of an eye, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. I never dared to dream of this before." Liang Feng replied, "We've invested over 20 million in this. Making this much money every day is only natural. As for the rain, tell Duo not to go to school. The flooding in Tangchang must be severe these days." Lu Bingyan replied, "Okay, I got it. What about you? What are you doing?" Liang Feng replied, "I miss you." After replying, he felt guilty toward Chen Xianxian and Yu Xian, so he quickly sent them both a message, "I miss you." Soon, the two girls sent messages again. Yu Siyuan said, "Bad auntie, the bad little husband who misses her, give me a kiss." Chen Xianxian said, "I miss you too. Sai, let's wait until tomorrow. I'll come visit you when I have time." "All right." Liang Feng replied to each one. They chatted back and forth like this. A smile occasionally appeared at the corners of their mouths, and their hands never stopped moving. It felt like they were both enjoying the attention, which was quite amusing. The lust aroused by Zhu Xiaoqing earlier had finally subsided, or else they might have almost lost control. There was nothing he could do. This beautiful teacher actually loves to tease. Chapter 135, Zhu Xiaoqing's self-narration of life. Zhu Xiaoqing was eating instant noodles on the sofa, watching Liang Feng huddled in the bedroom, and couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Liang, are you texting your girlfriend Chen Xianxian? Did you tell her about my embarrassing moment so she can laugh at me too?" She added, "Did you tell her about how you carried me out of the bathroom naked? Or about how I made you look at my butt?" "Humph, I bet you didn't have the guts to tell her." Liang Feng stopped smiling, put away his phone, and walked out of the bedroom. "I'm done eating. The pain has subsided. I'll go wash my clothes and dry them. The rain might ease up soon, and I still have to go to class." Zhu Xiaoqing heard the word class and immediately frowned, saying, "I'm still a bit sore sitting here. Standing up will probably hurt even more. I have to go to class for another hour. Sigh, money is hard to earn, and life is tough." She then laughed and added, "I've never actually eaten, I was just saying. Eat your noodles." Liang Feng shot her a sideways glance. Zhu Xiaoqing finished the last sip of soup and said, "I'm done. I have to say, you really know how to cook instant noodles. You sure ate a lot. 2 eggs, a sausage, and a bowl of noodles. You ate all that?" Liang Feng stood up to clean up. Zhu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and said, "I won't eat you for a meal. It's only fair since you saw me naked." All right. Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. He added, "If you're still in pain, rest a bit longer. If you can't make it to class this afternoon, just skip it for half a day. The money is already paid, and it's only 10 days of class, we can make it up later." Zhu Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, "Looking at it like this, I probably can't make it. Let's just make it up later. I'm really in pain." She frowned and dared not move. Liang Feng tidied up the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing that Zhu Xiaoqing was still like this, he said, "Come on, let me help you walk around. It's probably just swollen. Moving around will help it heal faster. Zhu Xiaoqing wrapped herself in a bathrobe, held onto Liang Feng's arm, and tried to stand up and walk, but the pain made her wince. Looking at Liang Feng, she joked, "I look like I just lost my virginity to you." "Stop talking nonsense." Liang Feng felt helpless inside. This woman was so carefree and thoughtless. He supported Zhu Xiaoqing and walked around the living room once. Zhu Xiaoqing exclaimed in delight, "Oh, it's definitely better. Try it yourself, teacher." Liang Feng let go of her hand. Zhu Xiaoqing walked on her own, smiling. "It really doesn't hurt as much anymore, but my legs still feel a bit weak." Then, just as she finished speaking, she wasn't paying attention, and the bath towel swoosh fell to the ground. "Oh no!" Zhu Xiaoqing quickly bent down to pick it up, her face flushing red with embarrassment. "You saw it again." Liang Feng shook his head and smiled wryly, tossing his own loose-fitting undershirt and shorts to her. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Just put these on. You can't stay naked like this." Zhu Xiaoqing snorted, "You're not really a virgin, are you? Chen Qianqian won't let you sleep with her? That little is still playing hard to get with you? I let you look for free, and you're not even grateful. I won't let you look anymore." Saying this, she turned away, put on her clothes, and sniffed. "Just washed, right? Don't worry, everything's freshly washed." Liang Feng went back to tidying up the kitchen. Zhu Xiaoqing sat on the sofa, feeling her but wasn't as sore anymore, and asked with a smile, "Dr. Liang, is Chen Qianqian really your girlfriend? Your taste is really unique. You like someone with a..." Liang Feng heard it in one ear and out the other, completely ignoring her. Zhu Xiaoqing grew curious, dragging her feet to the kitchen door, leaning against it, and teasingly asked, "What were you texting earlier? Was it with Chen Qianqian? Don't tell me there's another woman out there? I feel like you're hiding something pretty deep." She moved closer, reaching for Liang Feng's phone. Liang Feng hurriedly said, "Zhu Xiaoqing, our relationship isn't that close yet. What happened today was a complete accident. You're my teacher, and I respect you. Don't let this little bit of respect disappear." Zhu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and said, "Alright, I understand. Since I'm your teacher, let's talk about it." "Alright, let's talk. We're just hanging around anyway." Liang Feng continued tidying up the kitchen while speaking. Zhu Xiaoqing snorted, "I'll ask you this, I showed you the drumhead, and you didn't react at all? Are you even a man? Damn it." Liang Feng was speechless. He hadn't expected the conversation to start like this, so he rolled his eyes and ignored her. "I can tell you're not a man." Zhu Xiaoqing crossed her arms and spoke provocatively. Liang Feng still didn't respond, quickly tidying up the kitchen, washing his hands, and then walked out. Looking outside, the heavy rain was still pouring down. He walked into his bedroom, took out the cigarettes he had hidden, lit one for himself, and tossed another to Zhu Xiaoqing, saying, "Have one. Let us talk properly. Don't bring up those useless things. Wow, you have such good stuff? Why didn't you bring it out sooner?" Zhu Xiaoqing smiled as she took it, saw it was Zhenghua, and laughed. "Zhenghua? That's rare." Wearing Liang Feng's loose vest and shorts, she felt around and shrugged, "No lighter." Liang Feng leaned over and lit it for her, saying, "Go ahead." Zhu Xiaoqing took a puff, sat by the window, and listened to the heavy rain outside before saying, "Don't listen to Chen Qianqian talking bad about me. My situation isn't as bad as they think." She recalled with regret, "When I just graduated from university, I met a scammer who was a department head at a state-owned bank. He said he didn't have a wife, so I dated him for over half a year. Well, never mind. 6 months later, his wife came to my workplace with her younger sister and mother-in-law, accusing me of seducing her husband. That's when I found out he was already married with children. Now I'm ruined. I couldn't continue working at my old job, and I've gained such a bad reputation. Can you blame me?" As she spoke, Zhu Xiaoqing felt more and more wronged. She lit a cigarette, looked out the window, and her eyes welled up with tears. In such matters, women always suffer the most. No matter how you explain it, once your reputation is ruined, it's ruined. Moreover, the section chief from the state-owned bank must be quite old. Zhu Xiaoqing really didn't know if he was married or not. Liang Feng had heard the basic details from Chen Qianqian. Apparently, after Chen Qianqian found out the truth, she still got entangled with that man for a while. So Liang Feng didn't take a stance. Zhu Xiaoqing clenched her teeth, lit a cigarette, and continued, "That bastard told me he'd divorce his wife, and I actually believed him. We were together for a few more months. In the end, everything he had was thanks to his mother-in-law's family. He didn't want to divorce her and dared not divorce her. He was just playing with me. That bastard. Later, I found a prostitute with an STD to seduce him, and that bastard actually fell for it. Dare to play with me? I'll make sure his entire family never knows peace." Zhu Xiaoqing's furious expression touched Liang Feng's heart a little, making him feel that Zhu Xiaoqing might have been genuinely deceived. His tone softened slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "In this life, one inevitably encounters a few scummy people. Let it go once it's over." But he only said it offhandedly. He wouldn't take Zhu Xiaoqing's words to heart. This woman wasn't someone to be underestimated. Zhu Xiaoqing snorted and said, "You make it sound so easy. I just graduated from university, never had a proper relationship, and just wanted to find someone to marry and start a family. But he ruined everything that was my whole life." She grew more and more emotional, even breaking into tears. "Sometimes I really want to leave this city and start over, but I know deep down that I can't go back." As she spoke, she looked out at the rain with a heavy heart and said bitterly, "I wish I could start my life over again, avoid that scum, and have a proper romance and marriage." Looking at her expression and the tone of her voice, it wasn't hard to tell. Zhu Xiaoqing was speaking from the bottom of her heart, and her words matched what Chen Xianxian had said earlier. It seemed clear that this woman was likely a victim. Chapter 136, Beautiful Women Are All Liars. Liang Feng looked at Zhu Xiaoqing, her face streaked with tears, her tears falling one after another, and he couldn't help but believe her a little, feeling that she was also a tragic woman. But he wouldn't fully trust her either. There were still some inconsistencies in her words. There's no way a woman that stupid would date someone for half a year, sleep with them, and not even know if they're married? Or perhaps, given that he was so much older and she had just graduated from university, was she really that naive to get involved with a married man? Full of holes. But seeing Zhu Xiaoqing looking so wronged, crying her eyes out, Liang Feng couldn't help but feel a little moved. He took out a tissue and handed it to her, saying, "Wipe your tears. Talking about it will make you feel better." The result. Zhu Xiaoqing suddenly threw her head back and burst into a wild laugh. "Ha ha." She pointed her finger straight at Liang Feng, laughing and mocking him. You're really just an innocent young man who's never been through anything. You were so easily fooled by me. Oof. How could you possibly believe a woman's tears? I just said something offhand, and you believed it so easily? How could you be so stupid?" She wiped away her tears and continued her mocking tirade. "You silly boy, haven't you read Jin Yong's The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Didn't Nin Susu say that the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving people? Am I not beautiful? Haha, you actually believed my words. You've really surprised me. The renowned Liang Dashi of the martial arts world is so easy to deceive. This is truly hilarious." She covered her stomach, laughing as if she had seen the funniest joke in the world, pointing at Liang Feng and laughing uncontrollably. Liang Feng's face turned cold instantly, feeling betrayed. Trusting someone is hard. Liang Feng almost believed her. And she had taken that trust and turned it into a joke. Liang Feng frowned, clearly displeased. But something felt off. Logically speaking, Zhu Xiaoqing had deceived him, so she should have gone all the way. Why did she suddenly spill the beans? It left him completely baffled, unable to figure out what game Zhu Xiaoqing was playing. This woman was nothing but a temptress. "Stop staring at me. I'll tell you the truth." Zhu Xiaoqing took a tissue, wiped away her tears, and sniffled. "I said I was completely deceived, and you believe me? That man was already in his mid-30s, while I was only in my early 20s. Why would I want to date him? There were plenty of older male students and classmates my age chasing after me on campus, and there were plenty of good-looking guys. Why would I just randomly get involved with him? Have you never even thought about these things? And when I said I got an STD from a prostitute and passed it to him, why didn't you think that the woman might have been me? Maybe I went out and slept with some random guy, got infected myself, and then passed it to him. How could you be so stupid? No wonder Chen Xianxian has you wrapped around her finger. You're just too young. You can't trust a woman's words." After finishing, she turned her body, crossed her legs, and stared out the window, taking one drag after another. Wearing Liang Feng's loose-fitting vest and shorts, it looked slightly ridiculous. Yet there was an indescribable quality to it. Liang Feng and Zhu Xiaoqing ended up in this mess by sheer coincidence. It wasn't because of the heavy rain, and it wouldn't have happened otherwise. Especially after those ambiguous gestures earlier, it seemed like their relationship had taken a step forward. But Liang Feng had never even considered getting involved with this woman nicknamed Venomous Snake. Keeping his distance was the best option. He felt he didn't know Zhu Xiaoqing at all. Zhu Xiaoqing's nickname was Bamboo Leaf Green, and people called her Snake Sister. That wasn't just a random nickname. Therefore, Liang Feng remained vigilant. But at some point, Zhu Xiaoqing looked at the bed with eyes filled with love, and suddenly tears welled up in her eyes. Drip! Drip! They couldn't be stopped, flowing out as if she were filled with grievances. Liang Feng roughly understood Zhu Xiaoqing's intentions. She knew that Liang Feng might not believe her words. Fortunately, everything had been laid bare. This was probably the most widely circulated rumor in town. Liang Feng hadn't heard Chen Xianxian mention that Zhu Xiaoqing had a sexually transmitted disease. This was probably the last thing she wanted to hear. Liang Feng was a doctor and could tell that Chen Xianxian had never had such a disease. Such illnesses leave lasting complications and traces. Therefore, he was certain that Zhu Xiaoqing was just acting out of anger. Fortunately, he stood up, patted her shoulder, and said, "Go wash your clothes. They're still wet." "Hey, are you kicking me out?" Zhu Xiaoqing took a drag on her cigarette, chuckled, and teased, "Are you really angry?" I just pointed out the questions you were thinking. Do you really believe everything I said?" If you dare to say that, I wouldn't even believe you." People's hearts are inscrutable, you must be doubting yourself. Liang Feng couldn't fully trust Zhu Xiaoqing. Take the first point she mentioned, for example. That man had risen to the rank of department head in a state-owned bank, so he must be quite old. Zhu Xiaoqing was involved with him, she must have ulterior motives. Otherwise, who would date a man that old? Of course, it's not entirely impossible. At that time, Zhu Xiaoqing might have just been an innocent young girl, charmed by sweet talk and deceived. But judging by common sense, there was likely some kind of mutual benefit between the two. Liang Feng remained silent. Zhu Xiaoqing raised her eyebrows and laughed, sighing, you see, once a girl's reputation is ruined, she's truly finished. No matter how you explain or clarify, no one will believe you. Just like now, I'm pouring my heart out to you, even crying while speaking, but you still doubt me, wondering if I got something from that man. So you see, women are truly unlucky. I swear I'll never be a woman again in my next life. As she spoke, she puffed on her cigarette, her teeth clenched, and tears streamed down her face. Liang Feng had lived 2 lifetimes and had plenty of experience in matters of the heart. Especially in the hospital, where he had witnessed countless cases of life and death. There were also countless tragic stories in the world. Girls betrayed by scummy men were countless. At 17 or 18, they were lured into bed, became pregnant in a haze, and the only one who suffered was herself. Some even end up with lifelong health issues, forced to bear the burden alone. So he has become numb to such things and no longer cares much about them. Because this is the way things are in this era. In this era and the decades that follow, even finding a pure woman to marry is nearly impossible. If she hasn't had an abortion and can give birth to a child smoothly, it's like burning incense to the heavens. Countless men marry women only to discover they've had abortions, are unable to conceive, and must then take them to doctors, buy medicine, and pray to the gods in hopes of having a child. And that child might not even be their own. This is the tragedy of this era. Zhu Xiaoqing is just one of the countless women in this situation, isn't she? Liang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile, finding it all pointless, whether true or false. Chapter 137, The Life Circumstances of Zhu Xiaoqing. Outside the window, the heavy rain continued to pour down. Inside the house. On the desk. Liang Feng sat on the left, holding a cigarette in his hand, taking puffs one after another. Zhu Xiaoqing smoked faster, and most of the cigarette was already gone. The atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Liang Feng broke the awkward silence and said, "You're right. After hearing your initial words, I still can't help but wonder if there's a financial arrangement between you and that man, or if you're after something from him. After all, who would willingly date a man who's 35 or 36 years old and more than a decade older than you? Of course, I'm not saying it's impossible, but nowadays, most young women are practical and usually have ulterior motives. Thinking this way isn't unreasonable, is it?" Zhu Xiaoqing crossed her legs and sat on the desk, nodding in agreement. "You're right. That's how people think. So I guess I'll never be able to clear my name." She pouted her delicate red lips, tucked her long black hair behind her ears, and huffed, "If I told you now that I was just swept off my feet and he deceived me back then, he said he wasn't married, and I believed him, would you believe me?" Zhu Xiaoqing widened her eyes, blinking rapidly, and stared intently at Liang Feng. Liang Feng pondered for a long time before speaking honestly, "I wouldn't believe you." "See, that's exactly what I meant," Zhu Xiaoqing said with reddened eyes, "so, you should believe the second version. Just say I was after his things and ended up catching a sexually transmitted disease from him. Maybe he even passed it on to his wife and family. Just thinking about it makes me feel better." She smoked, her eyes fixed on the window, no longer looking at Liang Feng. The rest of her words. Liang Feng didn't believe her. He patted Zhu Xiaoqing on the shoulder, unsure of what to say. Mainly because he couldn't figure out why Zhu Xiaoqing was telling him all this. Were their relationship not that close? Or did she think Chen Qianqian had spoken ill of her and wanted to explain herself? Liang Feng couldn't figure it out. His relationship with Zhu Xiaoqing wasn't very close. Their relationship as teacher and student was limited to a tutoring class. In summary, they were at most acquaintances. He found it all rather boring to listen to. But out of politeness, he tried to comfort her, saying, "Ms. Zhu, look forward. Whether the past was true or not, you're only in your early 20s. Don't dwell on these things too much." Zhu Xiaoqing snorted and said, "You make it sound so easy. It's not that simple." Then she added, "I ate your instant noodles, smoked your cigarettes, and wore your clothes. I've told you all these things from the bottom of my heart. I feel better now. That's enough. I can tell you don't want to hear my troubles. There's no point in me saying more. I'll go wash the clothes, dry them, and put them on. If the rain lets up a bit, lend me your umbrella and I'll leave." "All right." Liang Feng nodded. He helped her up. She got down from the desk. She wiggled her hips and smiled, saying, "Never mind that, but you were spot on. It doesn't hurt anymore." She reached out and pinched Liang Feng's arm, saying, "If you go to college, you better not study medicine. I'll still cut you up. You're so shameless." Her face flushed red as she glared at him, then stomped off to the bathroom. Liang Feng called out, "If I get into Tsinghua or Peking University, I won't study medicine either. Pfft, with your English grades, I'd be a fool to believe you." Xu Xiaoqing retorted. The sound of washing clothes could be heard from the bathroom. The two of them, one inside the house and one outside, didn't exchange another word. The rain outside continued to pour down relentlessly. Liang Feng sat on the sofa, unable to stop thinking about Xu Xiaoqing's words. In the eyes of ordinary people, Xu Xiaoqing was definitely an immoral woman. Even if she had been deceived, sleeping with a man in his mid-30s was problematic. Normal girls wouldn't act that way. But with Liang Feng's seasoned perspective, he could understand some of it. Some girls simply admire strength and the sense of security that older men provide. Such women do exist. So if she was deceived, it could only be attributed to her own misfortune, and there was little else to say. Risk and reward are directly proportional. But Xu Yeqing, who looks like a tough girl, doesn't seem like the type who'd be easily deceived, does she? Or maybe she started messing around after she was deceived? All sorts of thoughts swirled around Liang Feng's mind, leaving him feeling very confused. But there was no denying it. This woman is no pushover. The nickname Venomous Snake wasn't given to her for nothing. Liang Feng felt it was best to keep his distance. Fortunately, he managed to push those thoughts aside. He took out paper and pen and began working on the homework assigned by Xu Xiaoqing in the morning, reviewing the material and waiting for Xu Xiaoqing to finish washing her clothes, dry them, and put them back on. He had almost finished. Xu Xiaoqing smiled, regaining her sexy teacher's charming appearance. She crossed her arms, wearing high heels, and couldn't help but lean in, saying, "Hey, Liang Feng, you're pretty motivated, aren't you? I thought you didn't care about this at all. Your English is pretty good too. Study hard, and you might just get into Tsinghua or Peking University." Liang Feng stretched lazily and said, "I've been too busy lately to go to class. Otherwise, with my English skills, I'd probably scare you silly." He looked out the window and said, "This rain isn't going to stop anytime soon. Why don't you stay a little longer? My parents aren't coming back anyway." "What, aren't you kicking me out?" Xu Xiaoqing stretched out her beautiful legs, lifted her skirt slightly, and extended her white fingers, waving them. "Where's the cigarette? Washing and drying the clothes wore me out. Even my stockings are curled at the edges. I can't wear them anymore. Hurry up and give me a cigarette to calm down. Here you go." Liang Feng retrieved it from his hidden stash. Xu Xiaoqing lit it with a click, took a puff, then pulled out the curled-edged stockings from her hand and said, "It's not appropriate to throw them at your place. If your parents see them, it'll be trouble." Liang Feng hurriedly replied, "Give it to me. I'll take care of it." Xu Xiaoqing held her fishnet stockings and smiled. "You don't have any special fetishes, do you? You want to collect them? If you do, just tell your sister. I have plenty." Liang Feng rolled his eyes, found a plastic bag, wrapped it inside, and threw it into the bathroom among the leftover food, finally feeling at ease. The rain continued to fall outside. Inside the house, the lone man and woman smoked together, and the air was filled with a hint of ambiguity. Xu Xiaoqing wore a lace-trimmed white tank top, accentuating her increasingly curvaceous figure. She was stunningly beautiful, with a fox-like face, not very tall, around 5 feet 3 inches, but with a graceful, curvaceous figure. She was the kind of sexy, alluring beauty that was hard to resist. She was exactly Liang Feng's type. However, Liang Feng couldn't fathom Xu Xiaoqing's true nature. After their eyes met, he quickly looked away and said, "It's only 2 o'clock. Why don't you take a nap?" Xu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and said, "Are you a pure-hearted young man? Or do you think I'm dirty? I've been flirting with you like this, and you're not even tempted? Or is it that you can't perform?" As she spoke, she glared at Liang Feng. Those words were very straightforward. Liang Feng smiled wryly, took a drag on his cigarette, and said, "You should call Feng Yan's family and let them know you won't be coming to class this afternoon, so they won't wait for you in vain. Why not go to class?" Xu Xiaoqing crossed her arms, stuck out her chest, and snorted, "What, you believe the second story and think I have an STD?" Liang Feng shook his head and said, "No, I didn't. I studied medicine and can tell you haven't had that kind of disease." "Then that's settled." Xu Xiaoqing walked over to Liang Feng, wiggled her hips, and sat directly on his lap, laughing, "Stop overthinking it. I don't need you to take responsibility. I just like your cute face. It's enough, right?" As she spoke, she suddenly leaned in and kissed him. Chapter 138, Xu Xiaoqing's Cunning Schemes. The kiss came out of nowhere. Liang Feng hadn't expected it at all and instinctively pushed her away, saying, "Stop fooling around." Xu Xiaoqing wriggled her slender, graceful body, pouted her lips, and refused to give up. "You still think I'm dirty, don't you?" She added, "Men aren't virgins, so it's no big deal. Women aren't virgins either, so why is that dirty?" She glared at him and demanded, "No way. I'm going to have you today, no matter what." Liang Feng tried to stop her again. "Stop fooling around." Xu Xiaoqing snorted, pushed Liang Feng onto the bed, and said, "Let me tell you, once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. We're all adults out in the world, don't be so stubborn. We're a man and a woman alone. I'm not asking you to take responsibility. If you keep this up, I'll really get angry." After saying that, she suddenly kissed him. Liang Feng was completely confused. What was Xu Xiaoqing thinking? She confided in him about her past, and now she wanted to have a physical relationship. According to conventional wisdom, when dating, the last thing you should do is mention your ex, as it can make the other person feel uncomfortable. Keeping things hidden from each other is the best approach. She said all that and then had a relationship. That's basically self-destructive. This kind of thing never ends well. The result. Zhu Xiaoqing suddenly leaned close to Liang Feng's ear, crying, "It was my first time. That bastard drugged me, and I ended up with him without knowing what was happening. I'm not dirty, I'm not dirty." She cried as she spoke. "Wah! Wah!" she cried. This. Liang Feng was completely taken aback. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, her face streaked with tears. Liang Feng didn't know what to say. This woman, how could she be so unpredictable, leaving him completely baffled? Zhu Xiaoqing sobbed, tears streaming down her face, and said, "I graduated from university and work at a real estate company. He's in charge of loans at a bank. I often had to coordinate tasks with him. One time, we worked late together, so we agreed to have dinner. But he drugged me, and I ended up following him without knowing what was happening. I wanted to report him to the police, but I knew I had no evidence, and my reputation would be ruined. He knelt down and begged for forgiveness, saying he wasn't married and loved me so much. What could I do? I had no choice but to accept it. I'm the victim. I'm not dirty. I'm not a. Wah! Wah!" she cried. "I often think about finding a prostitute to give him a sexually transmitted disease, but I'm too scared. It's all just empty talk. I'm afraid if he gets sick, he'll go after other girls and harm them too. I'm a worthless piece of trash. Wah! Wah!" Crying hysterically, "I'm the unluckiest one, the unluckiest one." Weeping and wailing. Liang Feng had no idea which words were true and which were lies. One scene after another. Liang Feng was speechless. But she was clinging to his chest, crying so bitterly. Her tears soaked through her clothes. Tears flowed like a flood breaking through a dam. He felt it might be true, so he comforted her. "I believe you, I believe you." "Isn't that enough?" "You don't believe me, I know." Zhu Xiaoqing clung to Liang Feng's neck like a spoiled child. "Wah! Wah!" crying and wriggling. "Why don't you believe me?" "Why not? I'm telling the truth. I'm the one who was wronged." I believe you." Liang Feng mumbled in response. He was now afraid that this woman would suddenly start laughing and point at him, saying, "You've been deceived." Fortunately, this time, she didn't. Zhu Xiaoqing continued to cry hysterically. "Why are women so unlucky? Why are they so unlucky? Once their reputation is ruined, it can never be restored. For a girl, a ruined reputation was truly ruined. It's hard to change." Zhu Xiaoqing continued to grit her teeth and speak, "I'm not dirty, I'm not dirty. It's that man who's dirty. Why should I, the victim, have to endure all this? Why? Why is it so unfair?" She cried and spoke through her tears. It seemed like all the pressure and helplessness had finally come pouring out. Liang Feng didn't know why she was telling him all this. He couldn't figure it out, but he sensed that this woman must be living a very suppressed life. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoqing suddenly kissed Liang Feng. "I'm not a bad woman. Trust me. Let me be reckless just this once." Kissing passionately. Liang Feng was doomed. After the storm, Zhu Xiaoqing snuggled into Liang Feng's arms, as docile and obedient as a kitten. She smiled and looked up at Liang Feng, who was smoking, and said, "See? I've got you now." Liang Feng rolled his eyes, knowing exactly what she meant. "Am I really that good? You just made all that up to mess with my head. Of course you're good." Zhu Xiaoqing giggled. "Who doesn't know you have connections that reach the heavens and are friends with the big bosses of Las Vegas casinos? Who doesn't know that your future is limitless? Who doesn't know that you're destined to become a big shot? Who doesn't know you're good to women? Which woman wouldn't want to climb aboard your ship? Chen Qianqian and Lu Bingyan are no exception." She added, "Don't tell me they're just beginners. I don't believe it. I want the same treatment." She licked Liang Feng like a kitten. Liang Feng was stunned, speechless. "You know about Lu Bingyan's affairs? How could you possibly know?" Zhu Xiaoqing smiled. "Silly boy, how could I not know? There is no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. Of course I know. Chen Qianqian probably knows too. Lu Bingyan owed Chen San 50,000 yuan, and she paid it back a few days ago. Don't say it has nothing to do with you. In our circle, there are no secrets. Have a drink, and everything comes out. Everyone knows about you. You like to drive a small car like a big one, and you're still driving an old Bentley. I'm better than her. I've got a new Ferrari, and the rear bumper is brand new. Want to give it a try?" Liang Feng was speechless. He never expected that everyone knew about what he had done. He felt a headache coming on, unable to laugh or cry, even feeling a bit embarrassed that his hobby had been exposed. He sighed deeply in frustration. "What the hell is this? Ah!" He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Zhu Xiaoqing giggled. "I know about the time you saved a beautiful woman at Chen San's bar. I've investigated you. You're really good with women. So, I'm not going to let you get away. I have to climb into your bed. She giggled wickedly, as if her scheme had succeeded. Liang Feng slapped her delicate drum and said, I've fallen into your trap. Yay, I won. Xu Xiaoqing laughed happily and added, but there's one thing I didn't expect. You're quite skilled, no wonder Chen Shanshan, that little vixen, is always circling around you. Oomph. You really know how to please a woman. She shyly glanced at Liang Feng and continued, at first, I thought you were just a pretty face with no substance. I never expected you to be such a stud. You made me feel like I was electrocuted. This is the first time I've ever felt so high. She added, speaking of which, isn't there an old saying in Tangchang? At 17 or 18, a boy can pierce the sky. Haha, it's true. She was still savoring the excitement of the moment. A smile lingered on her lips, clearly satisfied with Liang Feng's performance. Chapter 139, Xu Xiaoqing's realization. Liang Feng was in a foul mood. Being climbed into bed by Xu Xiaoqing was secondary. The main issue was that his own affairs had been exposed in such detail. Thinking about it, it wasn't that hard. The incident with Yu Siyuan, which Bald Lu witnessed, would inevitably come up during drinking sessions. As for Lu Bingyan's matter, as Xu Xiaoqing had mentioned, repaying 500,000 yuan would inevitably draw people's attention to him. But the fact that Chen Shanshan found out? He recalled sending the text message, carefully considering how to spread the favor evenly so that other women wouldn't find out. Now, everyone knows. There is nothing he can do about it. Tangcheng is just that small. He was speechless for a moment. Are you angry with me? Xu Xiaoqing pursed her lips, wrapping herself around Liang Feng like a beautiful snake, and said, Don't think I'm too calculating. You're handsome, rich, and good to women. As a woman, it's only natural for me to want to get you into bed. There is nothing wrong with that. Right? Right. Liang Feng understood a bit more after hearing this. As Yu Siyuan had said, after spending 4 or 5 years with him, she would leave his life. Most women probably think that way. Is this the power of money? Not necessarily. Lu Bingyan probably doesn't know that much. Yu Siyuan probably doesn't either. Moreover, he could sense that Yu Siyuan liked him. Chen Shanshan definitely knows, but she also has feelings for him. As for Lu Bingyan, she was the one who seduced him. So, thinking about it this way, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. As for Xu Xiaoqing, he felt pretty good about the beauty before him. As a doctor, he could tell she wasn't a promiscuous woman. And she was very dedicated. In this regard, she seemed to have little experience. Liang Feng surrounded Xu Xiaoqing and smiled, saying, I'm not angry with you. In fact, you did quite well. It's just that I'm feeling a bit down because you know everything about my affairs, which makes me feel embarrassed. What is there to be embarrassed about? These days, a man with talent having a few women isn't a big deal. There are plenty of men who aren't as good as you, yet they still keep their home life stable and have affairs on the side. Xu Xiaoqing smiled, her lips curled up like a kitten, and said, a man like you having a few more women is perfectly normal. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Giggling, she said, I knew you were a man who treats women well. Hee, I bet I won big. You're the bad one. Liang Feng was speechless. This woman with the nickname Venomous Snake is truly formidable. He was truly at her mercy. Thinking about it now, she must have planned many schemes, layering one after another, trapping me inside. Fortunately, the thrill was quite enjoyable. This seductive little MO is top-notch, and she also provided a lot of information she didn't know. He was quite satisfied. You're the worst. Xu Xiaoqing, with her fox-like face, rested her chin on Liang Feng's shoulder and looked sideways, saying, I'm your teacher. Even if I'm being bad, I'm still your teacher. Call me teacher, my little handsome student. She looked out the window with a smile, seeing the mist and rain falling endlessly, and continued, I must say, with the heavy rain outside, rolling around in bed with you is quite pleasant. Especially you're so handsome and so fierce. You almost broke my waist. Liang Feng slapped her delicate drum-like skin and said, you wouldn't dare say that beautiful women are all liars, so everything you've said is a lie, would you? Of course not. You're so experienced, can't you tell what kind of woman I am? Xu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and said, Mr. Liang, I'm an adult woman too. I let you see my bare butt, and you're running around naked. I might get caught in a fishing net, so that's why I thought of it. She muttered, you know how it is. Once a woman thinks about something, she really wants it. That's why it happened. There's no need to make it complicated. That's the truth. Liang Feng was speechless, unable to laugh or cry. Your mouth is unbelievable. I have no idea which words are true and which are lies. My heart is sincere, isn't that enough? Xu Xiaoqing leaned against Liang Feng's chest and pouted, just trust me. I won't tell Chen Shanshan. I'll be your secret lover and stay loyal to you. The role of a secret lover. Liang Feng liked it very much. He wasn't lacking in women. There were beautiful young women like Yu Xian and Lu Bingyan, and unconventional types like Chen Shanshan. Gu Yuan and Lu Duo were just a wave of his hand away. Lin Yusen, of course, went without saying. Liang Feng has a cleanliness obsession, so he dares not get involved with girls like Gu Yuan and Lu Duoduo, fearing he might ruin their lives. With a woman like Zhu Xiaoqing, however, he didn't care. Everyone gets what they want, men and women enjoy each other's company, it's perfectly normal. Smack! A loud slap echoed. Liang Feng smiled and suggested, punishment for you on top. You're so mean. Zhu Xiaoqing smiled and continued. They continued like this until 4 or 5 in the morning, when the rain finally began to ease. Zhu Xiaoqing, feeling utterly refreshed, lay in Liang Feng's arms, gazing out the window at the cold wind. She pouted and said, looks like we can't ride the motorcycle now. Sigh, I really want to stay in this little bed with you, but I have to go back to my rental house. It's cold and the pot is empty, there's nothing to do there. She raised her eyebrows, implying that she wanted Liang Feng to accompany her to the rental house. Liang Feng asked in confusion, you live in a rental apartment? Aren't you from Tangchang? Zhu Xiaoqing nodded and said, of course I'm a local from Tangchang. It's just that my relationship with my parents is very strained, so I rent a place outside. If it weren't for this job you found for me, I probably wouldn't even be able to afford the rent. She stretched lazily, stood up, and said, get up, my little treasure. Find me an umbrella. If my parents catch me, we'll be in trouble. Liang Feng got up to get dressed and look for an umbrella. He thought for a moment and asked, where do you rent your place? It's raining so hard outside, and many areas are flooded. Traveling must be quite troublesome. Zhu Xiaoqing sighed as she dressed, pouting, what kind of place can I afford? It's in the Dongha residential area, an old neighborhood near the river. There are tons of mosquitoes, but at least the rent is cheap, only 150 yuan a month. Seeing Liang Feng bring the umbrella, she reached out to take the umbrella Liang Feng was offering and prepared to leave. Liang Feng grabbed her hand and said, let's do this, come with me. I happen to have an empty room. Zhu Xiaoqing froze, looking confused. What? You have an empty room? Yes. Liang Feng took another umbrella and said, come with me. It's not far. Zhu Xiaoqing stood there dumbfounded, still confused. How could you have an empty room? You'll see when we get there. Liang Feng tugged at Zhu Xiaoqing and opened the door. Zhu Xiaoqing pouted but decided to follow Liang Feng anyway. Chapter 140, Hiding a Beauty in a Golden House. Liang Feng had rented the house to store his computer and printer, and also for his own convenience, so he chose a place in Steel City residential area. The overall condition of the house was quite good. The monthly rent was 300 yuan. Liang Feng had chosen it because it was close to his home, making it convenient for any future matters. It was only 4 or 5 buildings away from where he lived. Yesterday, Liang Feng printed out what he needed and decided to put it aside for now. This time, it came in handy. Liang Feng, carrying the bamboo leaf green, opened the door with an umbrella. Liang Feng skillfully opened the door and said, go inside and take a look. What do you think? Zhu Xiaoqing looked stunned and asked, your house? Upon entering, it was a 2-bedroom apartment, clean and tidy, with a sofa, TV, and refrigerator. There was even a computer and a printer. She smiled instantly and said, this is nice. Is this your house? Liang Feng explained, no, I'm renting it. Why are you renting a place? Could it be that you're hiding a mistress here, living a cozy life with Chun Shanshan? Hee, is it that Lu Bingyan again? Zhu Xiaoqing pouted. Liang Feng stroked her hair and said, don't worry, you're the first woman I brought here. He continued, I rented it because I wanted a place to use the computer. I've already paid a year's rent. You're going back so late, and the commute will be inconvenient. Plus, the living conditions here are much better than where you are. Why don't you stay here? You'll still have to come over to teach us, and it's more convenient for you to stay here. Liang Feng pointed at the computer and said, I've already scheduled someone from the internet service provider to come set up the network in a couple of days. If you like playing games, the specs are more than enough for any online games. Sure, I love playing Legend. Hee, this is perfect. Zhu Xiaoqing looked around, examining everything, overjoyed, my goodness, there's even a flush toilet. This is amazing. It's so much better than my little place. She said contentedly, I knew it. You're a man who treats women well. Hee, your older sister didn't choose you wrong. Liang Feng embraced her tenderly and said, I'm not the type to forget my roots. From now on, if anything good comes up, I'll definitely think of you. As for this place, there's no point in keeping it rented. It's perfect for you to move in. It's closer to me too. Alright, I'll do whatever you say. Zhu Xiaoqing smiled shyly, feeling very happy. She curiously looked around the computer and asked, what do you use this printer for? Liang Feng replied, don't worry about that. Just tell me if you're staying or not. If you are, I'll give you the keys, and I'll come over when I need it. Of course I'll stay. You've been giving me such a hard time, my back is about to break. Zhu Xiaoqing took the keys with satisfaction, then gave Liang Feng a meaningful look and said, you little rascal, suddenly being so nice. It's quite touching. No wonder so many pretty girls like you. You're really generous with women. What's that supposed to mean? Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. Renting a place is being generous? It seems like Zhu Xiaoqing hasn't met a good man either. Zhu Xiaoqing happily began exploring the place, saying as she looked around, there's just a bit of dust. I'll clean it up tonight. If it doesn't rain tomorrow morning, I'll move all my stuff over. My landlord isn't easy to deal with, so I'm glad I won't have to deal with him. It'll probably rain tomorrow. Let us just hire a moving company. It's not that much money. Liang Feng didn't mind spending a little extra on women, especially since he had developed this relationship with Zhu Xiaoqing. Though it was a bit messy, doing someone a favor wasn't a big deal. There was nothing he could do about it. The woman was quite attractive. He lit a cigarette, looked around, and said, "You mentioned before that you wanted to start a barbecue stall to make money. Are you trying to find work for your brothers, or do you want to earn that money yourself?" Zhu Xiaoqing lit a cigarette too, sat down on Liang Feng's lap, and whispered, "If I wanted to make money myself, it would be easy. I'm a college graduate, teaching you guys would be fine. I want to do the barbecue stall mainly because I want to work with those friends. It's not easy for us to all get together." Liang Feng said, "I'll talk to Chen Shanxian about it, but this heavy rain will probably delay the rental of the storefront, which might take a few days. However, in my opinion, you should just focus on being a teacher. It's a decent job, and you can let your friends handle the storefront. That way, you'll be doing them a favor. As a girl, it's not appropriate for you to be out in public all the time." "What, am I bringing shame on you? I'm not your relative or anything." Zhu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, looking a bit upset. Liang Feng snorted, "You've always wanted to live a good life, haven't you? To live a good life, you need to act like you're living a good life. Just hanging around all day won't do." Zhu Xiaoqing heard this and was about to argue, but she felt there was some truth to it. She pouted and nodded, saying, "You do have a point. But being a teacher isn't that easy, is it?" Liang Feng smiled, "I can help you." Forget it. I'd feel really uncomfortable. I prefer to be free and unrestricted." Zhu Xiaoqing shook her head as she spoke. However, she was truly satisfied with the rental apartment. No matter how she looked at it, she found it delightful. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Liang." She added, "Oh, there's even an electric stove. Let's have hot pot tonight. I'll go buy the ingredients as a thank you for letting me stay." Liang Feng sighed and nodded, "All right, do whatever you like. As for the hot pot, it's perfect for a rainy day. Let's get to it, let's go." Zhu Xiaoqing picked up her umbrella again and went with Liang Feng to the neighborhood supermarket for a big shopping spree. When they returned to the rental house, the two of them enjoyed their hot pot with great relish. After spending time together like this, their relationship grew even closer and more harmonious. Between their eyebrows, Zhu Xiaoqing smiled, unable to resist teasing him, "You're such a little rascal, so handsome. You look slim in clothes but muscular when you take them off. Do you think I'm an old cow eating tender grass? No, you like mature women, so we're a perfect match." Liang Feng shot her a glance and said, "You're so silly. Sometimes you're so cunning, but when you're smart, you end up saying useless things. Remember, from now on, our conversations should only be between the two of us. Don't bring other women into it. This feeling is not good." "Alright, I got it." Zhu Xiaoqing playfully stuck out her tongue, picked up a piece of lamb with her chopsticks, and placed it in Liang Feng's bowl, saying, "Mr. Liang, it's my first time staying here, and I'm scared. Why don't you stay with me tonight?" She bit her lip, looking pitiful. "You're really good at acting." Liang Feng looked at her. Such a big house, living alone, it's no wonder she is scared. He said, "Alright, I'll stay with you tonight." "Yay! I knew it. You're so soft-hearted when it comes to women." Zhu Xiaoqing chuckled. Liang Feng was completely under the spell of this little vixen. Chapter 141, Zhu Xiaoqing is a treasure trove. Does Liang Feng like Zhu Xiaoqing? Of course he does. However, this liking is entirely different from his feelings for Lin Yusen. His affection for Lin Yusen stems from the depths of his soul, an indelible, heart-wrenching love that would endure even through countless reincarnations. In comparison, his feelings for Zhu Xiaoqing are more physical in nature. Zhu Xiaoqing stands just over 5 feet tall, with a graceful and curvaceous figure, full and delicate, with a large bust, a slim waist, and a pert behind, a true meat-egg type of beauty. Men who see her can't help but want to hold her in their arms and never let go, captivated by her allure. Her bones are delicate, yet her flesh is soft to the touch. Such a beauty is the kind of fox spirit described in ancient novels. Her fox-like face, always adorned with a mischievous smile, makes one want to tease her. Once she shed her teacher's disguise and the aura of a tough older sister, she was nothing but a delicate young woman. At that moment, inside the rental apartment, Liang Feng gazed at Zhu Xiaoqing, who stood naked, her graceful figure swaying, her snow-white skin radiant, her breasts full and her hips curved. Liang Feng's hands roamed freely, unable to resist, and kissed her forehead. Zhu Xiaoqing pouted, saying with a touch of self-deprecation, "They say that white-collar workers are unlucky in marriage. I guess I'm really not meant to get married in this lifetime." She then looked at Liang Feng and giggled, "Being your mistress isn't so bad. After all, you're so skilled and capable." With that, she snuggled into Liang Feng's arms, her delicate, dependent demeanor making him feel utterly satisfied. Yu Xian, Lu Bingyan, and Chen Shanshan were all over 1.68 meters tall. Especially Chen Shanshan, who was nearly 1.72 meters tall, with long legs and a graceful figure. Compared to Zhu Xiaoqing, who was curvy and seductive, they were different, each with their own unique charm. Liang Feng's large hands roamed over Zhu Xiaoqing's body as he asked, "Why don't you have any tattoos? A girl like you, who's always causing trouble, shouldn't you have some?" Zhu Xiaoqing pouted, "I'm afraid of pain, and I don't know what to get. A dragon and phoenix? That's too tacky. Besides, don't forget, I'm a college student, not some middle school dropout hanging around on the streets. I have some class." Right. Liang Feng's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask, "But you're a college student. How did you end up hanging out with those street thugs?" Zhu Xiaoqing laughed, "I love riding motorcycles. I met them while riding around. Hee, don't read too much into it. Even though I make friends in the real world, I'm not the kind of girl who sleeps around." She playfully pinched Liang Feng and scolded him, "You're always thinking the worst of people. If you weren't so outstanding, I wouldn't have approached you. There are plenty of guys chasing after me enough to line up all the way to your neighborhood and then back again. I believe you." Liang Feng felt the charm of this seductive beauty and laughed heartily. Zhu Xiaoqing's body was a treasure trove, soft and tingling to the touch, fragrant and full of elasticity, a rare beauty. Her fox-like face had large eyes, a small upturned nose, cherry red lips, a pointed chin, and a radiant smile at the corners of her mouth. Liang Feng couldn't resist caressing her hair and kissed her, saying, "You're so wonderful, it's no wonder you have so many admirers." Zhu Xiaoqing felt Liang Feng's deep affection and cooed, "You know that already." She then clung to Liang Feng and pouted, "Of course, you don't know how outstanding you are. You're also very outstanding." Liang Feng shook his head and said seriously, "I don't agree with that. I know my own strengths. So, I agree with most of what you say, but you just express it more directly." Liang Feng had secretly pondered this in his heart. Whether it was Yu Xian, Lu Bingyan, or Chen Shanshan, most of them were won over by his financial advances. Yu Xiyuan's situation was slightly better, their destinies had led them together. As for Lu Bingyan, it was definitely because he had helped her repeatedly. She realized she was attracted to mature women and seduced him. Chen Shanshan, on the other hand, was a case of mistaken identity, but the outcome was similar. Zhu Xiaoqing was even more direct. Women, after all, are creatures that need protection. While emotions are important, material satisfaction is equally indispensable. This is something Liang Feng understands well. So he wasn't as averse to Zhu Xiaoqing. He slapped her delicate drum and joked half-heartedly, "I didn't even go home tonight to accompany you. My parents will probably scold me tomorrow." Zhu Xiaoqing hugged Liang Feng's waist, thought for a moment, and said, "I know that. Here, you can do whatever you want. You didn't even make me open the back door, and you're still complaining. You little vixen." Liang Feng was completely at a loss with this female temptress, saying anything that came to mind without a shred of shame. Zhu Xiaoqing stuck out her tongue playfully and suggested, "I'm your teacher. Why don't I ask for a day off for you? Would that be better?" Liang Feng thought for a moment and shook his head, refusing, "Forget it. I'll just say it's raining, and I went to a classmate's house to play and got delayed." Zhu Xiaoqing smiled and said, "All right, I'll do as you say." She giggled, looking at her little house, filled with joy and satisfaction. Although Gangcheng residential area was public housing, but it was well built in every aspect, except for the lack of an elevator, making it one of the best in Tangcheng. She looked around contentedly and asked with a smile, "Liang Feng, how long have you been renting this place?" "As for your question, Miss Xiaoqing, it's been a year." Liang Feng found this kind of banter rather pointless, but it also felt thrilling. He lit a cigarette and said, "My dear teacher, you can rest assured. I've told you before, I won't treat you unfairly." Zhu Xiaoqing hugged Liang Feng, smiled contentedly, and even sighed, "Women can't live without men, and they especially need a man with strong arms to protect them." Looking up at Liang Feng, she said, "My little man, you have to protect me, okay? I'll also make sure to let you protect me properly." She giggled and hugged Liang Feng tightly, as if afraid he might run away. Chapter 142, Teacher Becomes Student. In the new century, people's horizons had broadened, and their desire for money had become increasingly unrestrained. Though it hadn't yet reached the extreme materialism of a decade or 2 decades later. But the early years of the century were no small matter. As the saying goes, a penny can stump a hero, let alone a woman. Women seeking a capable man who can guide them and support them in every way is perfectly understandable. The strong survive, and that's how the world works. Liang Feng looked at Zhu Xiaoqing, knowing she must have hit many walls. Now that she had followed him, he naturally had to take responsibility. He slapped her on the cheek and said, "Follow me, and you must behave yourself, understand?" Zhu Xiaoqing pouted her lips and shook her head. "My dear Liang Feng, you fed me when I was a child. How could I go back and steal food? Besides, I'm not that kind of person." She added, "You know how outstanding you are. Why would you worry about this? Only insecure men think their women are cheating behind their backs. You shouldn't think that way. Your excellence is even more charming than you imagine." The fox-like woman smiled, "In every way, you're outstanding. People can't help but be drawn to you. That's the nicest compliment you've given me. Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh. He was increasingly satisfied with Zhu Xiaoqing. Unlike Chen Shanxian, who always followed his lead in everything, Zhu Xiaoqing had her own ideas and her own opinions. This made him admire her even more. He felt that this woman would be of assistance to him in the future, though he wasn't sure when or in what way. But having a smart little lover is always a good thing. He held onto Zhu Xiaoqing's snow-white shoulders and smiled, saying, "We have to go to class tomorrow, my little Qing teacher." Zhu Xiaoqing pouted, "No, you're my teacher. The poses you taught me are so embarrassing." She called out in a sweet voice, "Mr. Liang." Liang Feng chuckled in response, "Xiaoqing student, Liang teacher's class is about to begin again. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Zhu Xiaoqing gave a seductive smile. The two were completely engrossed, carefree, and continued their playful antics until nearly midnight before finally drifting off to sleep. The next day, it was almost time for class. Liang Feng and Zhu Xiaoqing finally woke up in a hurry and rushed to wash up. Liang Feng put on his pants, rinsed his mouth briefly, and said, "Honey, I have to go home and get scolded. By the way, it's still raining outside. Remember to bring an umbrella to class. Then have Wang Shan come call me, or else I don't know how long I'll be scolded." Zhu Xiaoqing huddled in the bathroom, brushing her teeth and mumbling, "Okay, I know." Liang Feng rushed out the door. Zhu Xiaoqing hurried out after him and said, "Mr. Liang, isn't there an early class? I have to go to early class." Hugging Liang Feng's neck, barefoot, she tilted her head up and said, "Teacher, Xiaoqing wants a kiss. I need to go to morning class." You. Liang Feng had no choice but to give her a quick kiss. She was so cute, instantly wrapping her legs around Liang Feng's waist, giggling and teasing, "Mr. Liang, you're so bad. You don't want to go to class, do you? That won't do. Xiaoqing, that's enough. We're going to be late." Liang Feng pinched her nose, giving her a light smack on her delicate cheek. Zhu Xiaoqing giggled and finally got down, saying, "See you later, Mr. Liang." "See you later." Liang Feng hurried out with his umbrella. A light morning rain was falling gently. A breeze blew by. It felt refreshingly cool. Liang Feng held the umbrella, wrapped his arms around his shoulders, and hurried home. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the day he had broken through the barrier with Zhu Xiaoqing. Liang Feng felt that it was similar to his experience with Chen Shanxian, both being a case of mistaken circumstances. Chen Shanxian had accidentally ended up at his house and things had happened by accident. As for Zhu Xiaoqing, a heavy rain had served as the catalyst for their connection. He looked up at the sky and laughed, "Heaven, are you rewarding me for the good deeds I did a few days ago? Hee, it must be." Zhu Xiaoqing was truly a treasure. Liang Feng found her quite appealing. Especially with a woman like Zhu Xiaoqing, who was straightforward and never hid her feelings, he found her quite appealing. In bed, she let Liang Feng do as he pleased, her delicate, dependent demeanor different from Chen Shanxian's. Men, after all, always crave something new. Liang Feng had even forgotten about Lu Bingyan's kindness because he had obtained Zhu Xiaoqing. To be honest, among all these women, whether it was her figure, appearance, or demeanor, Lu Bingyan was the most outstanding. As for Zhu Xiaoqing, she was the most seductive. A fox-like temptress, that's what she is. Thinking about this, Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh to himself. He had only been here for a little over a month, and already had 4 women by his side. He wondered how many more women he would become entangled with in this lifetime. However, this feeling was intoxicating. He decided to indulge himself without restraint, looked up at the sky, and said, "After doing good deeds, one must enjoy the rewards. Heaven, let me indulge myself once." He returned home with a cheerful smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. Bai Jing and Liang Xing had gone to work early, leaving behind a note filled with scolding for him. Liang Feng looked at the note, smiling happily, relieved that he had avoided being scolded in person. "Alright, I dodged a bullet." He then noticed that breakfast was ready in the kitchen. Hungry and cold, he shivered but decided to take a hot shower first. Then he happily ate his breakfast, a pot of white rice porridge and a steamed bun. Recalling everything that happened last night at Zhu Xiaoqing's house, he felt a tingling sensation in his heart and couldn't help but reminisce. That fox-like creature is quite charming. Liang Feng ate while imagining the scene of meeting Zhu Xiaoqing later. It was sure to be interesting. "Teacher, I think it's more like labor wet," Liang Feng thought randomly. At that moment, Wang Shan, holding a small umbrella, shouted loudly from the window, "Young Master Liang, Teacher Xiaoqing is calling you to class. Didn't you say you wouldn't skip class anymore? How can you change your mind after just one day?" Liang Feng walked to the window and hurriedly said, "I overslept. I'll go right now. Hurry up, it's too cold in the rain." Wang Shan was wearing a short-sleeved vest and shorts, hunching his shoulders. "Put on more clothes." Liang Feng put on a pair of jeans and a short-sleeved white t-shirt, grinning as he walked out and said, "I'm not cold." "You're so tough." Wang Shan huddled his neck and walked toward Feng Yan's house with Liang Feng. The rain continued to fall lightly from the sky. Wang Shan couldn't help but sigh, "This rain is going to last for days. It's really frustrating." "Let it rain. It's fine." Liang Feng chuckled. With Xu Xiaoqing, that little vixen, by his side, he wasn't afraid of anything for the next 100 days. Chapter 143: The Troubles of Good Brother Wang Shan. Under the continuous rain. At dawn, an occasional cold wind blew past with a whoosh. It chilled people to the bone. Wang Shan was dressed lightly, hunching his shoulders and stamping his feet in the cold. He kept touching his acne, grimacing as if there were more of them, and muttered angrily, "I was planning to go play some pool at noon, but now forget it. It's freezing out here, and I don't want to go anywhere." He glanced at Liang Feng and said, "And you don't even go to class properly. You have to be called here. You've almost frozen me to death." Liang Feng walked beside him, looking at this lifelong friend. He knew he had to help him out this time. He joked, "Why don't I take off my coat and wrap it around you? You just wait. Save it for the beautiful women who like you." Wang Shan shook his head and couldn't resist touching his acne again. If Liang Feng remembered correctly, this guy was too greedy, loved spicy food, and loved fish. Even in his 40s, he occasionally still got a big pimple. Before he turned 30, he hadn't had a good life. This also put him at a disadvantage when it came to dating. There was nothing he could do about it. Which girl wouldn't prefer a clean-cut guy? As a doctor, Liang Feng knew this was caused by allergies. He couldn't help but remind him, "I've told you before, you need to be careful. Don't keep eating spicy food and fish. Just endure it for a few years, or else it'll keep coming back. It's fine. It'll be better in a couple of years." Wang Shan chuckled, dismissing Liang Feng's words, and said with a smile, "I heard that once you have a girlfriend and do that, it won't grow back, right?" Two teenagers in their late teens, with hormones raging, easily drifted off topic. He looked at Liang Feng's pale cheeks and couldn't help but mutter, "Have you already lost your virginity? Hee, tell me, who was it?" "Get lost." Liang Feng snorted, "Your acne is all from overindulgence. It has nothing to do with that." He added, "You have so many acne, I'm too embarrassed to introduce you to a girlfriend." If you have fewer acne, I promise I'll introduce you to a pretty one." "You mean it?" Wang Shan's eyes lit up. Liang Feng patted his chest and guaranteed, "I'll keep my word. Then I'll give it a try. I'll quit spicy food and fish and strive to become a fair-skinned guy too." Wang Shan felt motivated. Under the influence of hormones, boys of this age naturally begin to feel attracted to girls. Wang Shan, tall and muscular, was no exception. Liang Feng smiled, hoping his good friend would turn out okay. At that moment, Wang Shan couldn't help but nudge Liang Feng again and muttered, "By the way, Miss Xiaoqing looked really beautiful today. She even put on makeup." I think women need to have some age. By the time they're in their mid-20s, they have a certain charm. Lin Yusen, Gu Yuan, and Lu Duo are pretty, but women need that mature vibe." Liang Feng rolled his eyes and teased, "Just say they have big breasts, that's all." Wang Shan chuckled, Right, they're really big." He added quietly, "Not only that, but has to be perky too. She's so alluring. If you ever introduce me to a girlfriend, make sure she has big breasts too." Liang Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His brother was finally starting to catch on. He agreed readily, "All right, I understand." Deep down, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "Brother, you can only watch from afar. I, on the other hand, can not only watch but also touch." Wang Shan continued his enthusiastic praise. "I told Qin Feng too, Miss Xiaoqing is more beautiful than Lin Yusen, Gu Yuan, Lu Duo, and even Jiang Yueya from their school. She's just too beautiful." He laughed again. "Of course, once Lin Yusen and Gu Yuan grow up, they'll definitely be even more beautiful." He chuckled, almost drooling. "No wonder you two kids never miss a single class. You're secretly in love with Miss Xiaoqing, aren't you?" Liang Feng chuckled. Wang Shan said, "Teacher Xiaoqing is so beautiful. What's wrong with having a crush? When I grow up, if I can marry a wife as beautiful as Teacher Xiaoqing, that would be perfect." He looked up, savoring the thought, looking utterly lecherous. Liang Feng wanted to laugh. "Your perfect life? Last night you were with me, and I can't help but feel a little proud." He added, all right, just focus on clearing up your acne. When the time comes, I'll definitely introduce you to someone you'll be satisfied with. You better keep your word." Wang Shan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, motivating himself. Liang Feng thought to himself. The little wing he had stirred up might just change the fate of his good brother. Wang Shan had lived an honest life all his life. Perhaps this time, he could stir up a different kind of excitement. "Brother, keep going. You too." Wang Shan chuckled. "All right, let's both keep going." Liang Feng followed suit, cheering and walking forward. They arrived at Feng Yan's house. Liang Feng and Wang Shan put away their umbrellas, changed their shoes, and walked inside. Xu Xiaoqing, wearing black-framed glasses, crossed her arms across her chest and waited with a mischievous smile on her face for Liang Feng and Wang Shan. She wore a black-fitted blazer, a black mini-skirt that hugged her hips, and white stockings with a white lace trim, highlighting her curvaceous, fiery figure and fox-like face, making her irresistibly alluring. For teenage boys of 17 or 18, it was an irresistible temptation. No wonder Wang Shan couldn't stop praising her. "You sure dare to wear that." Liang Feng couldn't help but admire her secretly. These days, it's rare to see someone wearing such stockings. It's too alluring, too stunning, isn't it? He couldn't help but think of that saying, the key to a lasting relationship between a man and a woman isn't the most beautiful moment, but the one you share together. Looking at Zhu Shaoqing at that moment, Liang Feng felt he hadn't savored it enough. He should have worn more stockings last night. Teacher Shaoqing, I've brought someone along. Wang Shan smiled eagerly. Hello, Teacher Shaoqing. Liang Feng followed suit. Zhu Shaoqing smiled, her white stockings wrapped around her legs, and stomped her feet angrily, saying, Liang Feng, why did you have someone else come to fetch you? Didn't you say yesterday that you'd come on time every day for my class? This was a double entendre. Liang Feng hurriedly nodded and smiled apologetically. Teacher Shaoqing, I wasn't trying to skip class. I just woke up a bit late. He then assured her, Teacher, you can rest assured. I won't miss a single class from now on. Zhu Shaoqing shot him a glance, smiled slightly, and said, That's more like it. Let's start class. Their eyes met, filled with seduction, making Liang Feng feel restless and hot inside. This little vixen is truly intriguing. Liang Feng couldn't help but sigh. So, after the morning class went smoothly, Liang Feng hurriedly called Zhu Shaoqing back to the rental house. Don't get my clothes dirty, I need to wear them this afternoon. Zhu Shaoqing pouted and tried to take off her clothes. Liang Feng hurriedly said, Don't take it off. I want it just like this. You're so annoying. Zhu Shaoqing smiled, biting her lip, but she could only let him have his way. Chapter 144. After the rain, the sky clears. The rain outside. At times, it poured down in torrents, and at other times, it drizzled gently. Zhu Shaoqing had originally planned to move during the day, but after being delayed by Liang Feng, she had no choice but to hire a moving company. By the time school let out in the afternoon, everything had been moved over. She happily settled in and began to tidy up. Her joy was evident as she hugged Liang Feng's arm, looked at her little home, and said with a smile, This is our first home. It's so nice. It's not bad. Liang Feng looked around and felt just as happy. It was originally just meant to store the printer and computer. But it had unexpectedly become his own little hideaway. You've really made it look nice. Once we get the internet in a couple of days, it'll be perfect. Zhu Shaoqing smiled. She wasn't a seasoned internet user, but she occasionally went to an internet cafe to play Legend of Mir. Now that she had a computer at home, it was much more convenient. She smiled and asked, Mr. Liang, do you play Legend? If you buy another computer, we could play together, that would be great. I think that's a good idea. Liang Feng had played Legend before. No. At his age, anyone who had hung out in internet cafes had played Legend. Legend can be considered the first IP in China's online gaming history, and many games that came after it couldn't compare. Alas. Piracy was rampant, the official version was outdated, and development stalled. This led to the IP becoming overused and overrated in later years. However, the total number of Legend players still surpasses that of any other game. It is still in its early stages. Liang Feng thought to himself, I might as well play it in my spare time and relive the feeling of hacking and slashing in Legend. That's great, but I wonder when we can get the internet connection set up. Zhu Shaoqing couldn't wait, pouting her lips and looking up at Liang Feng with a delicate expression. Liang Feng enjoyed this sense of superiority, being taller than her by a head, which satisfied his inner desire to protect her. He cradled her head affectionately and smiled, We've made plans for the next few days, but the network service provider's efficiency is too low, and our city doesn't have China Telecom, so we'll just have to wait. All right. Zhu Shaoqing shrugged helplessly, looking at her little house, feeling very happy. I can tell you really like it here. Why don't I buy the house and give it to you? The deed will be in your name. Liang Feng thought the house was close to home and in good condition overall, so it was worth buying. As his own little base. In the future, he could handle anything here. Mainly because Zhu Shaoqing had followed him, and having her live in a rental wasn't a good solution. Buying a house now is also a good investment, it will appreciate significantly over the next decade or so. Liang Feng could tell that Zhu Shaoqing really liked it, so he suggested, If you like it, I'll buy it for you. Zhu Shaoqing looked surprised but couldn't hide her joy as she said in a playful tone, That's not appropriate. Just tell me, do you like it here? If you do, buy it. It'll be convenient for me too. Liang Feng needed his own independent house. It's not just for printing things. He would probably need it in the future as well. It's a win-win situation. Zhu Shaoqing giggled, Of course I like it, but there's nothing to worry about. It's settled. Liang Feng thought for a moment and said, However, you'll have to handle this yourself. You go talk to the landlord. As for the price, anything within 20% of the market price is acceptable. No, even 30% higher is fine. He sighed, housing prices are low now. You can buy it for $5,000. In another 10 years, it might not even be worth $50,000. That's exaggerated. Zhu Shaoqing giggled, thinking about how the house would be hers, growing even happier. She spread her arms wide to embrace everything, saying, Teacher, you're so kind. She hugged Liang Feng's waist, rubbing her face against him, acting spoiled. Her clingy demeanor made Liang Feng even more fond of this fox-like, seductive beauty. Time flew by quickly. Xu Xiaoqing had finished all her English classes. The continuous rain had finally stopped. The sky was sunny and cloudless. She went happily to discuss buying the house with the landlord. This little vixen is so cunning she won't get the short end of the stick. Liang Feng felt reassured and entrusted the matter to him. As for Wang Shan and Chen Feng, who had been feeling frustrated for a while, they wanted to invite Liang Feng to play pool to unwind. However, Liang Feng was preoccupied with his uncle Bai Yu Zhang's matter and declined the invitation. Because he had roughly calculated. He had already informed him about the silver case 5 or 6 days ago. There should have been some action by now, shouldn't there? Liang Feng pondered, finding an excuse to call his uncle Bai Yu Zhang. But if he asked too directly, it would be easy to expose himself. He pondered his words. Just then, the home phone suddenly rang. He quickly picked up the receiver and answered, "Hello, who is this?" On the other end, Bai Ying's cheerful voice came through, "Hey, cousin, it's your older sister, Bai Ying." Liang Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was exactly what he needed. He had been planning to ask about his uncle's situation, so this was the perfect opportunity. He followed up, "Cousin, why did you suddenly call me? Is something wrong with uncle?" Bai Ying chuckled, "What's wrong? Can't I call you if I have something to say? Your cousin is inviting you out for a drink." "Oomph, don't be rude. I'm telling you, there's a surprise for you." Liang Feng hurriedly asked, "A surprise? What kind of surprise?" Bai Ying teased with a smile, "You'll see when you get there. Hee, it's at the bump cool place right at the entrance of Jianguo Road. If you don't come, our sister-brother relationship is over." With a click, she hung up the phone. Liang Feng was about to ask his cousin for news about his uncle, so he didn't hesitate and immediately hailed a taxi to go there. However, the taxi had only gone halfway. His phone rang. He couldn't help but reach for his phone while muttering, "The weather's nice, everyone's out." It was Gu Yuan calling. He answered, "Gu Yuan, what's up?" Gu Yuan smiled and said, "The weather is so nice today. I wanted to invite you out to play. Do you have time? I have something I want to talk to you about." Liang Feng scratched his head and muttered, "I don't have anything urgent to do, but my cousin is waiting for me. How about this? I'll meet her first, and then I'll come find you?" Gu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Your cousin, right? I know her. She's the tall girl with a pimple on her forehead from the CS game the other day, right?" Liang Feng nodded and said, "Yeah, that's her." "You know her?" Gu Yuan laughed, "I don't know her. I just saw her that day." "Well, we're all the same age. Why don't you bring me along? I've been cooped up at home for 2 days and I just want to get out and breathe some fresh air." Liang Feng thought about it and decided that since they were all young, it wouldn't hurt to go out together. He hadn't said much to his cousin Bai Ying either, just asked about her uncle Bai Yu Zhang, so that was enough. He agreed enthusiastically, "Alright, meet me at the entrance of your apartment complex. I'm in a taxi, I'll have the driver pick you up on the way." "Great. See you later." Gu Yuan giggled and hung up the phone excitedly. Chapter 145, The Leggy Beauty Gu Yuan. Liang Feng gave the taxi driver the new address, and the car headed toward Gu Yuan's residential complex. After waiting for a moment, Gu Yuan emerged wearing a light blue denim hot pants, a strapless black tank top, and striding out with her long, slender legs. Usually with her long hair flowing down her shoulders, she had tied it into a ponytail. She looked a bit more playful and cute. As soon as she appeared, she instantly drew the attention of everyone around her. Even the taxi driver couldn't help but glance at her a few times and asked, "Young man, you've been waiting for this leggy beauty, haven't you?" "Yes, that's her." Liang Feng chuckled, opened the car door, and waved his hand, "Gu Yuan, over here. I see her." Gu Yuan hopped into the car with a bounce in her step. Today, she had applied a light coat of lipstick and a touch of makeup, making her look radiant and captivating. Her attire was simple and casual. But her pair of snow-white legs were simply too eye-catching. The strapless top barely covered any skin, making her snow-white legs look like those of a doll. Liang Feng couldn't help but admire her from head to toe, saying, "My beautiful Gu, you really caught my eye today. You're so beautiful, and those long legs are making my heart race." Gu Yuan blushed and smiled shyly, saying, "This is our first time out alone together, so I naturally had to dress up a bit. Otherwise, if the students from Haicheng High School saw us, they'd think there are no beautiful girls at our school." Liang Feng teased, "No way. You've completely outshone all the girls at Haicheng High School." He couldn't help but look her up and down again and said, "Gu Yuan, you're so beautiful. Your skin is so white, it's glowing." Gu Yuan smiled happily, her eyes crinkling with shyness, and said, "Just don't embarrass me." Liang Feng continued to admire her, unable to stop himself from praising her. "Gu Yuan, your ballet training hasn't been in vain. Look at those long, straight, white legs, you're a true leg goddess." "Leg goddess? What does that mean?" Gu Yuan was taken aback. This term didn't exist in this era. Liang Feng explained with a smile, "It means your beautiful legs are so stunning they seem like they've been enchanted by a demon, hence the term leg goddess." Gu Yuan laughed, delighted by the nickname. "Leg goddess, huh? I like it. Gu Yuan and Liang Feng had many intersections, but rarely had time alone together. At that moment, seeing the two alone together, Liang Feng was so complimentary about her. Gu Yuan was overjoyed, swaying her snow-white, slender legs and blushing as she nodded repeatedly. I love this nickname. Yes, from now on, you can call me Leg Spirit Gu Yuan. It sounds so nice. Liang Feng shook his head and said, that's not a nickname, it's a term of endearment. The word love. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she playfully tapped Liang Feng on the shoulder, saying, what are you talking about? You're so annoying. Liang Feng laughed it off, we're all classmates. You look so beautiful today, it's only natural for me to compliment you. Really, you look stunning today. Alright, I know. Gu Yuan smiled, her lips pressed together, clearly overjoyed. Liang Feng's praise clearly made her feel very good. She usually liked to show off her legs and wear shorts, not for any other reason. She loved the feeling of being noticed. She was born that way, always seeking the spotlight. But today, for Liang Feng's sake, she had put some extra thought into her outfit. Her hot pants were noticeably shorter, and the strapless top was newly purchased. Now, seeing Liang Feng staring intently at her, she felt that her little effort hadn't been in vain. Those long, white legs of yours would be even more sexy and alluring if you wore stockings. Liang Feng praised her. Gu Yuan blushed and nodded shyly. I'll wear them for you next time. Oh, no need, no need. I was just joking. Liang Feng laughed heartily, waving his hand, and realized he had gone too far, quickly turning his head away. Gu Yuan's flushed cheeks turned red as she swayed her sexy legs and said, my family already has one, but I just don't like wearing it. Oh, never mind. She also felt it was too much. Fortunately, the topic shifted. By the way, I invited you here because I heard from Chen Xianxian that you asked her to help put pressure on Hualei's family so he'll transfer schools. Chen Xianxian said there's an 80% chance it'll work. Thanks for your help. No need to thank me. I promised you this a long time ago. Liang Feng waved his hand. Gu Yuan felt a weight lifted off her shoulders and was overjoyed. Looking at Liang Feng's handsome appearance, she said, I still have to thank you. Without you, I don't know what I would have done. These words made Liang Feng think of Gu Yuan 10 years later. At that time, she had lost her youthful vigor and her youthful smile. Though she was still as beautiful as ever. But her life had been severely damaged. Seeing Gu Yuan smiling happily now, he felt relieved and said, as long as you're satisfied, I can rest easy. He couldn't help but pat her head. It was like an elder looking out for a younger person. Gu Yuan blushed shyly, and the atmosphere in the taxi became ambiguous. There was a peculiar feeling in her heart. Usually, she and Liang Feng rarely had the chance to spend time alone together. Today was a rare chance for the two of them to be together. She noticed that Liang Feng was talking more than usual, and couldn't help but wonder if he had feelings for her. The thought made her heart race like a frightened deer. Thump! Thump! She felt that this outing was truly perfect. Though everyone knew about Liang Feng and Lin Yusen's relationship, who could say for sure about matters of the heart? The more she thought about it, the happier she became, her lips curling into a smile without her noticing. Little did she know that it was merely Liang Feng's concern for Gu Yuan's fate. This little butterfly was constantly flapping its wings, hoping that everyone who came close to him would have a better outcome. Gu Yuan, you must always stay this beautiful. You deserve everything. Liang Feng suddenly blurted out without any warning. Gu Yuan was startled, bit her lip, and nodded, yes, I will always stay beautiful. After saying that, she realized that Liang Feng always spoke like an old-fashioned parent, so she added, Nana always says you talk like an old fogey. Looks like she was right. Oh, I'll try to change that. Liang Feng laughed it off and looked ahead. Gu Yuan smiled, finding Liang Feng's words very comforting. She followed his gaze forward, as if she could see a bright future ahead. However, they noticed the taxi driver occasionally glancing at them through the rearview mirror. Gu Yuan furrowed her brows, leaned toward Liang Feng, and whispered, the driver is always staring at me. Liang Feng paid attention and noticed it too. He smiled and leaned toward Gu Yuan, saying, don't blame the taxi driver for being so lecherous. It's mostly because you're too alluring, little sister. Stop it, there's no such thing. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed red as she giggled and playfully hit him. Liang Feng laughed heartily. Suddenly, he felt that being with these innocent and carefree girls was quite enjoyable, making his old soul feel young again. Gu Yuan, keep it up. Ha! Gu Yuan was a bit confused by Liang Feng's words but roughly understood, and smiled, okay, let's both try harder. Alright. Liang Feng smiled and looked ahead. Gu Yuan gathered around him, looking ahead together, then burst into laughter with a pft. The feeling of innocence is so nice. Liang Feng couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction, gazing at Gu Yuan's white, shimmering, slender legs, and exclaimed once more, youth is truly wonderful. Chapter 146, Zhang Yuai at Harbor High School. Liang Feng often mingled with older women, sometimes forgetting that he was only 18. Only when he saw the young Gu Yuan and the young Lin Yusen did he suddenly remember that he was still young and very young. His aging body was gone, and he was full of vitality. He should be sunny and optimistic. He gazed at Gu Yuan's snow-white, slender, and graceful legs, thinking about the little moments they might share in the future, and secretly wondered if something might happen. Gu Yuan was indeed very charming, though Gu Yuan had dated before. But if having a high school romance counts as a stain, then there are no pure women in this era. He didn't care about such things. But if he were to date Gu Yuan and something were to happen, what about Lin Yusen? Lin Yusen was the woman he truly couldn't let go of, the one he couldn't abandon. As for Yu Xian and Lu Bingyan, the rest no need to say more. The two women wouldn't dare to make their relationship public, nor would they ever consider marrying him. Chen Shanshan and Zhu Shaoqing probably wouldn't either. Liang Feng finally felt fearless. But Gu Yuan might be different. She sat there with her legs tightly crossed, not even a sheet of paper could slip between them. She was clearly a virgin. He dared not act rashly and could only restrain himself. They chatted and joked all the way to the Bump cooling shop. As Liang Feng and Gu Yuan walked in, the young and attractive pair immediately caught the attention of everyone in the store. Most of the customers were young men and women. Gu Yuan's outfit was truly stunning, revealing her snow-white legs, fair shoulders, and slender neck. As she walked, she swayed slightly. Her face was the epitome of beauty, with a delicate oval shape, cherry red lips, a high, straight nose, and sparkling eyes. Her lips always curved into a gentle smile, making her the object of admiration for young men of her age. This caused the young men to turn their heads, their eyes wide with admiration. Wow, there's a beauty here. My goodness, she's so beautiful. Her legs are so long. So sexy. Some boys even shoved their friends who were facing away from the door, giving them knowing glances. The boys turned around and were instantly mesmerized. They felt it was too sudden and quickly turned away, some even blushing. Did you see that? Gu Damei, that's the power of your charm. Liang Feng chuckled playfully. Gu Yuan loved being the center of attention and enjoyed the feeling of being noticed. She walked in proudly, like a swan, and whispered, "You're not bad either." Liang Feng, standing at 182 centimeters tall, with a straight posture, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes, wore a Nike outfit, exuding a sense of calm and confidence, drawing many girls to glance back at him. Standing together, they were the perfect match. It's mostly because you make me look good. Liang Feng chuckled, looking around. Here they come. Bai Ying and a girl were sitting inside. Upon seeing Liang Feng enter, they hurriedly waved their hands and gestured, "Liang Feng, over here. Why are you sitting so far inside?" Liang Feng saw Bai Ying, waved back, and hurriedly led Gu Yuan over. The girl beside her, however, was unfamiliar to him. The girl was quite beautiful, with light makeup, clearly well groomed, wearing a black, fluffy princess dress that revealed her snow-white calves and delicate collarbones. She was tall and slender, though her features were slightly less striking. She had a slender, oval face, large eyes, and delicate eyebrows. Her lips were painted with a touch of pink lipstick. Compared to Gu Yuan, she was slightly less striking. Nevertheless, she was still a stunning beauty. Liang Feng walked over, nodded politely to the girl, then turned to Bai Ying and said, "Cousin, I'm here. What's the surprise you mentioned?" Bai Ying froze, glancing at Gu Yuan standing beside Liang Feng, and scratched her head awkwardly. "Cousin, is this your girlfriend?" Gu Yuan's face flushed red, and she shyly waved her hands. No. I made plans with Liang Feng, but you also invited him. Then I thought, since we're all the same age, I decided to come along too. If I'm bothering you, I can leave first. Bai Ying hurriedly said, No need. Your name is Gu Yuan, right? I remember you. I thought you were Liang Feng's girlfriend. No. Gu Yuan smiled faintly, shaking her head hurriedly to deny it. But the smile on her face clearly showed that she was delighted by the nickname. Who is this? Liang Feng asked politely. She is the most beautiful woman in the harbor, Zhang Yueya. Bai Ying introduced her grandly. This was the reason behind it all. Zhang Yueya had invited Bai Ying out, saying that it was finally a sunny day and they should go out and have some fun. She then indirectly persuaded Bai Ying to invite Liang Feng along as well. Bai Ying understood her intentions. She agreed immediately, but never expected that after all another person, Gu Yuan, had been added to the group. Zhang Yueya looked at this stunningly beautiful woman with long legs and felt clearly awkward. She nodded along and said, Right, my name is Zhang Yueya. Nice to meet you all. Zhang Yueya, what a nice name. Liang Feng smiled politely, unaware of the complicated situation, and then asked, Cousin, what was the surprise you mentioned? This question. The atmosphere grew awkward. Bai Ying had originally meant the surprise to refer to bringing Zhang Yueya, the beautiful woman, but now, seeing Gu Yuan beside Liang Feng, who was clearly more beautiful than Zhang Yueya, she could only force a smile and say, This is the surprise. Isn't Zhang Yueya, the most beautiful girl at Harbor High School, surprising enough? Liang Feng glanced at Zhang Yueya and quickly replied, Surprise, a special surprise. However, he clearly wasn't impressed by the surprise. After glancing at her, he changed the subject and said, By the way, cousin, your uncle must be very busy lately, right? Liang Feng had come this time primarily to inquire about Bai Yuzhang's situation. He had handed over the silver case to Bai Yuzhang, hoping to help him out and also hoping to find that monster in human form as soon as possible. The heavy rains a few days ago had caused flooding everywhere, so he hadn't had time to go, and that was that. If he didn't act now, Liang Feng would have to find someone else. A loser who can't be helped is pointless. Bai Ying hurriedly said, how can we not be busy? We're still interrogating that Changli. Apparently, this guy is involved in a murder case. After saying that, she looked at Gu Yuan and Jiang Yueya, who were staring blankly, and hurriedly added, you two don't know yet? Liang Feng is really impressive. He can accomplish great deeds even while eating a bowl of beef noodles. What kind of great deed? Gu Yuan looked at Liang Feng with a look of admiration. Jiang Yueya was equally curious about Liang Feng's exploits and asked, yeah, what is it? Let me tell you. Bai Ying launched into a detailed account of how Liang Feng, while eating beef noodle soup, encountered someone confessing to a murder, how he tracked them down, and finally reported it to the police. She recounted the entire series of events. Gu Yuan and Jiang Yueya were so shocked they covered their mouths, their lips forming an O shape, once again amazed by Liang Feng. Gu Yuan and Jiang Yueya already knew how outstanding Liang Feng was. But they never imagined he was so capable that he dared to track down a murderer. Chapter 147, Jiang Yueya's Invitation. Gu Yuan covered her mouth, staring at Liang Feng in disbelief, exclaiming, Liang Feng, you're so bold. You dared to track down a murderer. Aren't you afraid he'll turn around and kill you? She sighed again, is this really true? Someone actually wants to kill his own wife, children, and mother? That's not human. Jiang Yueya followed suit. Bai Ying's father is a detective, so he wouldn't be wrong, but it still sounds too unbelievable. This man is a monster. He deserves to be executed by slow torture. Staring at Liang Feng, she said, and you, Liang Feng, you're so reckless. Why didn't you just call the police? Why did you follow him? Yeah, don't be so reckless next time. Gu Yuan urged him with concern, not wanting Liang Feng to get into trouble. This story was already terrifying, and yet he dared to follow him. Gu Yuan couldn't help but add, Liang Feng, we're all only children. Think about your parents before you act. Don't be so reckless, okay? I know. Liang Feng scratched his head and lowered his voice, don't say anything yet. Listen to me, especially you, cousin. As the family of a police officer, don't you know? The police investigation isn't over yet. You shouldn't be talking about this outside. If others hear about it, what if the murderer has other accomplices? This kind of thing is best left unsaid. That's right. Bai Ying panicked. Jiang Yueya, equally frightened, looked around nervously and hurriedly said, right. Liang Feng is right. This kind of thing can't be talked about carelessly. Yes, Liang Feng is right. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement, feeling uneasy as if everyone around them was eavesdropping on their conversation. She hurriedly said, let's not talk about this anymore. If someone with bad intentions hears us, we'll be in big trouble. Right, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Bai Ying, of course, knew that if Liang Feng were harmed, it would be trouble. She hurriedly nodded, right, let's not talk about this anymore. Cousin, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Right, let us not talk about it anymore. Jiang Yueya covered her mouth. Gu Yuan also made an X with her fingers, signaling that she wouldn't say another word. That's the right attitude. Liang Feng chuckled. The three women then all laughed. Looking around at the noisy crowd, it seemed as though they had formed a small secret group, united in keeping this secret. Bump into each other. The noisy crowd came and went. The shop assistants were bustling about. Gu Yuan and Jiang Yueya no longer mentioned the murderer. But they were still astonished by Liang Feng's boldness. Who else would dare? Looking at Liang Feng, they found him both impressive and reckless. Liang Feng remained calm and composed, acting as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, he said, cousin, you said you'd treat me to some bump cool, but my throat is dry, and I haven't had a chance to drink yet. Bai Ying hurriedly stood up and said, oh my, we've forgotten the main reason we're here. She glanced at Gu Yuan and asked, beautiful lady, what would you like to drink? Gu Yuan smiled sweetly and said, I'll have a cup of sour plum soup. All right, just a moment. Bai Ying ordered 2 cups of sour plum soup and brought them over. Liang Feng teased, 1 cup isn't enough. I want 3 cups. Drink up first, I'll make sure there's enough. Bai Ying chuckled and rolled her eyes. Gu Yuan and Jiang Yueya joined in the laughter. According to the original plan, Bai Ying should have proceeded to introduce Jiang Yueya in a more formal manner. But Gu Yuan was there now. She didn't dare to speak up abruptly, so she changed the subject and said, you just asked me if my dad was busy, right? My dad has been really busy lately. My mom said he has to go on a business trip, but she doesn't even know where he is going. But my mom said it's better this way. Men should aim high and explore the world. Staying at home is no good. I've already decided if my dad really gets promoted this time, I'll apply to a police academy instead of studying abroad. She looked smug, as if everything was already set in stone. Liang Feng and Gu Yuan knew exactly what she was talking about. This was a common excuse among students at the Port City High School. Basically, they weren't doing well enough academically to get into a top university in China, so they were resorting to the idea of studying abroad. But one can't bite the hand that feeds them. Liang Feng and Gu Yuan sipped their plum soup in silence. For Liang Feng, Hearing this news was naturally cause for joy. His uncle Bai Yuzhan was making a move, planning to go on a long trip, which meant everything was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. That was the most joyful part. Bai Ying smiled and added, by the way, Yuya said she's inviting us to New Power for some dancing. You two better not back out. She grabbed Liang Feng by the arm, especially you. You have to go. If you don't, I'll cut off our sibling relationship. Liang Feng felt a headache coming on, rolled his eyes, and said, my dear cousin, I feel like you're selling me out and making me count the money for you. Ha ha. Gu Yuan and Jiang Yueya both laughed along. I think that's enough. Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. Jiang Yueya smiled and said, yeah, I think so too. Stop it, I didn't. Bai Ying let go of her hand. The two had grown up together since childhood. They even used to wrestle together as children. They were also blood-related relatives. Although Bai Ying had many flaws, was vain, and had a sharp tongue, there was no denying that blood was thicker than water. Bai Ying is still family after all. As for the new energy she mentioned, it was a newly opened disco bar. It is quite famous in Tangchang and ranks among the top entertainment venues in the area. In today's world, spending 1,000 or 2 there is considered ordinary, let alone the rumors circulating about hostesses and provocative dances. For students, it's basically off limits. Liang Feng clearly remembered that the place was filled with thugs, and many girls had been drugged and lost their virginity there. Going there was definitely not a wise choice. It was shut down during the anti-prostitution crackdown around 2008. At its peak, it was said that condoms littered the restrooms. But look at them now, 3 girls, including Xing Guiyuan, all seem eager to try something new and are quite interested in the new trend. It was said that Jiang Yueya had invited everyone to go. Gu Yuan couldn't help but light up with curiosity and asked, I heard that at New Power, a bottle of Coke costs 20 yuan. Is that true? Young men and women took pride in spending money at the new place. Many rumors have been circulating. Jiang Yueya said with a touch of pride, it's not that expensive. It's just a rotating cup system, with ice and cola, 10 yuan per cup. Bai Ying rolled her eyes and complained, that's not expensive? That's almost 20 yuan per bottle. It is expensive, but the sound system is amazing. They say it's modeled after the one in Beijing Sanlitun. Jiang Yueya boasted proudly. We've got to check it out. Gu Yuan, who loved to show off and craved excitement, looked at Liang Feng with sparkling eyes full of anticipation. She had come with Liang Feng. If Liang Feng went, she could go too. Liang Feng felt a bit put off, thinking that kind of place wasn't suitable for people their age. Entertainment venues in the early 20th century were vastly different from those of later generations. They were filled with petty thugs and loiterers. Girls were often targeted by thugs, dragged into cars, and taken away as soon as they stepped out of the door. Such incidents were commonplace, and even reporting them to the police rarely made a difference. There were no surveillance cameras like in later times. Many cases lacked eyewitnesses or physical evidence, and most of them were eventually dropped. Liang Feng frowned and said, I can't stay out too late tonight. Maybe we should just forget about it. Bai Ying snorted, I knew you didn't want to go. Oomph, my dear cousin, don't back out now. We all came together, it'd be better if we went together. Jiang Yueya chimed in, you're not afraid to follow a murderer, but you're afraid to come back late? Bai Ying glared at Liang Feng and said, no way. I'll call your mom and my aunt to get you a day off. Alright, I'll go. Liang Feng had no choice but to agree. With Bai Ying around, he couldn't use his family as an excuse. After all, his mother was her own aunt. Besides, he could tell that if he didn't go, the 3 girls would dare to go on their own. Might as well go along as a chaperone. I'll go, but we're agreed we're out by 10. Alright, we'll leave at 10. Bai Ying agreed readily. Right, if I get home late, my mom will start nagging. Jiang Yueya smiled, biting her lip. Gu Yuan sipped her plum soup, nodding along, eagerly anticipating the trip. A bunch of wild girls. Liang Feng looked at these 3 young girls who knew nothing about the world and couldn't help but roll his eyes. They have no idea how dangerous the world can be. Chapter 148, New Motivation. After dinner. As their escort, Liang Feng took Gu Yuan, Bai Ying, and Jiang Yueya to the entrance of New Power by taxi. The entrance was bustling with traffic, lively and brightly lit. Many young men and women were coming and going. In 2002, New Power was one of the top entertainment venues in Tangcheng. It was always packed on weekdays. Under the dazzling, colorful sign, a dark, imposing door stood out, sparking curiosity about what lay inside. The door required a firm pull to open. Many people were coming and going. Jiang Yueya knew someone and had made a reservation in advance. She swayed in her fluffy black princess dress, smiling as she led the way inside, saying, don't worry, I've been here a few times. I know the manager, and we've already reserved a spot. There's no need to worry about the crowd. The loud music inside pierced the eardrums. The dazzling lights caught everyone's attention. A group of young men, smoking cigarettes, with bare upper bodies and tattoos on display, swayed back and forth. Upon seeing the beautiful women, they whistled sharply. Gu Yuan was dressed slightly provocatively, her snow-white legs exposed, wearing a strapless top that was quite fitting for the place. But she had never seen such a scene before. As the men's leering glances swept over her, she couldn't help but shrink closer to Liang Feng, feeling afraid. Liang Feng snorted and said, "Got it? Here, you're just the main course." Gu Yuan leaned against Liang Feng and pouted, "I was just curious. I'll stand by your side later, so you have to protect me, okay?" Liang Feng gently poked her and said, "At least you're not completely stupid." Gu Yuan chuckled again and said, "With you here, I feel safe." She wrapped her arms around Liang Feng's arm. They looked like a couple. Liang Feng let her be. He knew what this trip was about. The girls were just curious, wanting to take a look. Once they'd seen it, they'd probably find it uninteresting. He would just play the role of a chaperone and follow the three girls as they continued deeper inside. Bai Ying and Zhang Yueya were leading the way. The place was bustling with people. The music was thumping in their ears. Sexily dressed waitresses carried drinks in and out. At that moment, it was the peak operating hours at New Power, nearly packed to capacity. The minimum charge per seat is 500 yuan. In an era where the average monthly wage was only 300 or 400 yuan, this was definitely considered high-end spending. Zhang Yueya moved with ease, walking around until she finally spotted a familiar face. She greeted him, "Chen Gu, over here." A handsome man in his early 20s, with a slick-back hairstyle, wearing a tight-fitting suit and leather shoes, heard the greeting and smiled broadly as he hurried over. "Yueya, you're here. Haha, I saved a spot for you." He acted like a big shot, his eyes lingering on Gu Yuan for a moment before asking, "Who are these people?" Zhang Yueya introduced them, "Brother Chen, these are my classmates. I brought them here to have some fun." "All right." This man was just an ordinary staff member responsible for greeting regular customers at the store. Now that New Power was so popular, it was no easy task for new customers to book a table. These people were also riding the wave of success. He walked in with a smug expression, leading Liang Feng and the others inside. Along the way, every booth was filled with young men and women of various backgrounds. There were plenty of couples kissing passionately and groping each other. Above the dance floor, two tall women wearing thang bikinis and fishnet stockings were performing pole dancing. For Gu Yuan and Bai Ying, it was too bold, making them blush. "This is way too explicit." Bai Ying muttered. Liang Feng snorted, "You had to come, didn't you? We've been here before, we already know." Bai Ying rolled her eyes. Gu Yuan clung tightly to Liang Feng's arm, asserting her claim as if to ward off the lecherous man. The scenes unfolding before her were too explicit for her to bear, and she dared not look. Yet she also found it thrilling. Her heart was racing wildly, thump, thump. The loud music blaring inside the store was deafening. The lights flickered, alternating between bright and dim, making it hard to see clearly. But there was no denying it. Even here, Gu Yuan, with her snow-white legs exposed, still drew everyone's attention. Many people turned to look at her. She finally understood the true meaning of the phrase, "She's the new kid here." In a corner, Chen Gu stopped in his tracks and shouted, "The minimum charge for this table is 688 yuan, which is already the cheapest in my area. I'll throw in 2 fruit platters for you. That's generous, right?" "That's generous." Zhang Yueya gave a faint smile. She had only come here once before with her classmates. Today, she wanted to show off in front of Liang Feng and the others, so she followed suit, pulled out 700 yuan from her wallet, and handed it over, saying, "Mr. Chen, that's all I have." "All right." Chen Gu counted the money, stuffed it into his pocket, and turned to prepare the drinks. This kind of spending. For a high school student, it was a fortune, and even for an adult, it was considered a high-end expense. Bai Ying was speechless with astonishment. "Goodness, the table fee is 688? That's way too expensive." Zhang Yueya explained, "It's different. It's a minimum charge. If you want to sit down, you have to spend at least 688, with no upper limit." She glanced at Liang Feng, who was sitting closely next to Gu Yuan, and furrowed her brows slightly. Everything planned for today was ruined. But getting to know Liang Feng was a good thing. Zhang Yueya had her own plans, to win over Liang Feng and show the beautiful girls of First High School that she was the most charming one. At this moment, it seemed difficult. But it also ignited Zhang Yueya's determination. As the fruit platters, beer, champagne, and cocktails were brought to the table one by one, she casually handed out the beers to everyone and said, "Here, this is for each of you. You must drink it all tonight. Cheers." "Cheers." Bai Ying followed suit. Liang Feng and Gu Yuan raised their bottles, shouted cheers, and took a big sip. Gu Yuan pressed close to Liang Feng, feeling increasingly uneasy. Several guys were staring at her, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Liang Feng picked up a slice of watermelon, eating it as he spoke. "See? I told you were just here to be picked on. Will you dare come again next time?" "I won't come again. Never again." Gu Yuan pouted. People are always curious about the unknown. Once they've been there and seen it, they find it uninteresting. At that moment, on stage, 2 pole dancers, dressed provocatively, were performing a leg dancing routine. Their movements were nothing more than twisting their waists and shaking their hips, with no acrobatic moves in the air, appearing vulgar and lacking sophistication. Surrounding them, men and women danced wildly to the deafening music. Their dancing was mediocre at best, lacking any sense of rhythm or form, merely an outlet for pent-up hormones. Gu Yuan took a look, rolled her eyes, and also felt it was pointless. She felt she'd seen enough and decided to leave. Liang Feng, taking things as they came, ate his watermelon, finding it more interesting than everything around him. He even remarked, "Watermelon, so sweet." Chapter 149, Gu Yuan in the dance floor. The deafening music blared. Under the flickering lights, unchecked hormones were released like never before. Men and women were cuddling and groping each other, a common sight in such places. People in the early 20th century were far more uninhibited and daring than the young people of later generations. Gu Yuan couldn't take her eyes off the scene, watching as a man boldly slipped his hand into a woman's inner thigh, completely uninhibited. She blushed fiercely, her heart racing, as she noticed Bai Ying and Jiang Yueya staring just as blankly. Only Liang Feng remained calm and composed. She couldn't help but pout and ask, "Liang Feng, have you been here before with Chanshan and the others? You seem pretty familiar with this place." Liang Feng replied, "I've been to better places than this. This is too ordinary, it's not very interesting." Gu Yuan stuck out her tongue, glad she wasn't looking around anymore, and picked up a piece of watermelon to eat. Bai Ying was equally curious about everything around her, wanting to try everything, even thinking about going dancing, but she dared not, so she just sat there drinking beer and watching. Gu Yuan spotted some sunflower seeds and smiled at Liang Feng, saying, "Liang Feng, let me peel them for you." She extended her slender, white fingers, crunch, crunch, peeling the seeds and placing them in her palm. When she had enough, she handed them to Liang Feng. Liang Feng took them, ate them in one bite, and chewed them with a crunch. Bai Ying watched with a frown, thinking to herself, he's not even her boyfriend yet, and this beauty is being so proactive. She's practically throwing herself at him. Though she knew her cousin was capable, she never imagined he could charm such a beautiful girl so completely. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, Liang Feng, this guy is pretty skilled. Jiang Yueya was equally puzzled. She could see that Liang Feng was handsome, but the situation still left her speechless. She felt that this Gu Yuan was too forward, and she even began to look down on her. Gu Yuan wore a smile on her face, clearly delighted. However, she couldn't help but glance at the people on the dance floor from time to time, feeling a bit restless, but her hands were busy bandaging Liang Feng's wound. Liang Feng ate while saying, "What's the matter? Want to dance? Come, I'll take you." Gu Yuan shyly leaned back, "I don't know how." Liang Feng stood up and pulled her, "It's simple. Haven't you seen them? Just move around randomly. In a moment, just follow my rhythm. You can do it? Great." Gu Yuan had been eager to try for a while. She had never danced before. This trip wouldn't be much fun if she just sat around eating and drinking. Upon hearing that Liang Feng knew how to do it, she immediately followed him out happily. Jiang Yueya and Bai Ying were taken aback and asked, "What are the two of you going to do?" "Dancing." Gu Yuan smiled slightly. "Oh." Jiang Yueya felt a slight pang of jealousy. She had planned to go out with Bai Ying today. Jiang Yueya's initial plan was to go after Liang Feng, hoping to get closer to him. She never expected things to turn out this way. So this money was spent in vain, leaving her feeling frustrated. 700 yuan was no small amount of her pocket money, so she vented her frustration by throwing a watermelon. Bai Ying, of course, understood. She wanted to bring Liang Feng and Jiang Yueya together, but she didn't have any other motives. She just thought that since Jiang Yueya was the school beauty of Haigang High School, if she were to date her cousin, it would make her feel proud. Little did she expect that Gu Yuan would show up, and now everything has changed. Watching Liang Feng and Gu Yuan dancing in the middle of the dance floor, she couldn't help but admit, the two of them were truly a perfect match. Bai Ying naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Jiang Yueya watched, feeling increasingly depressed. Fortunately, she turned her attention to drinking her sorrows away. Liang Feng and Gu Yuan danced with particular enthusiasm. In later generations, these dance moves would almost be considered part of square dancing. As for Gu Yuan, she had studied ballet and had a solid dance foundation. Under Liang Feng's guidance, she quickly got the hang of it. That's right, just like that. Liang Feng stepped forward with his front leg. Gu Yuan stepped back, and the two of them danced in a front-back formation, making her giggle uncontrollably. She couldn't help but lean in close to Liang Feng and shout over the loud music, "I never knew you could dance. You're always surprising me." Liang Feng danced around and said, "This isn't even dancing. It's just square dancing level." "What is square dancing?" Gu Yuan asked in confusion. Liang Feng explained, "It's a dance that people do in the square when they get old. That's what it's called. I've never seen it before." Gu Yuan shook her head, unable to grasp what Liang Feng meant. Liang Feng thought to himself that the young men and women in the dance floor would eventually become the main participants of square dancing. He took Gu Yuan's hand, one in front and one behind, following the rhythm as they danced, and said, "I must say, Gu Yuan, you dance really well. You clearly have some training." In just a moment, you're already more coordinated than me. Of course, I studied ballet, and I have a solid foundation. Gu Yuan smiled proudly, watching the other girl's intimate movements. She wanted to try, but dared not. She kept wondering if Liang Feng had any feelings for her. If he didn't, he still seemed to care about her. If he did, he never said it directly. This left her feeling anxious and unsure of what to say. Oh my! Liang Feng's foot was stepped on, and he hurriedly said, Miss Gu, you're being too considerate. Oh, I'm sorry. Gu Yuan's cheeks turned red, and she giggled. A young couple nearby were hugging and dancing, completely oblivious to their surroundings, even kissing each other. Liang Feng thought she was embarrassed, so he said, young people should be like that. He pulled Gu Yuan up and started dancing again. Gu Yuan froze, thinking to herself, young people should be like this. Is he reminding me to be more bold? Distracted, she stumbled. Ouch, she exclaimed. Liang Feng was speechless. Why are you always stepping on my left foot? Can't you be more considerate and step on my right foot too? Next time. Gu Yuan giggled. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and said, next time, I'll step on you. He lifted his foot, pretending to step on her. Stop it. Gu Yuan giggled, her body trembling, dodging repeatedly. Enough, stop fooling around. Focus. Liang Feng pulled Gu Yuan back and started again. The music suddenly turned tender. Couples embraced each other. Many even began to kiss passionately. Liang Feng and Gu Yuan saw this and felt a bit awkward, but they soon embraced each other as well. Gu Yuan looked around and noticed that most of the girls had their hands around the boys' necks, pressed against their bodies, swaying gently to the music, while the boys held onto the girls' waists. Gu Yuan, who had already harbored feelings for Liang Feng, followed suit, pressing herself against him. In an instant, her heart raced wildly. Liang Feng, you're so handsome. She couldn't help but mutter under her breath. You're pretty too. Liang Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, they were just dancing, and besides, Gu Yuan's chest wasn't very big. He playfully leaned in close to Gu Yuan's ear and teased, Gu, the beautiful lady, you're lying on my chest and I don't feel a thing. Gu Yuan was taken aback, unsure of his intentions. Liang Feng laughed and continued teasing her, your chest is too small. From now on, drink more soy milk and eat some papaya. The rest still hope. You're so mean. Gu Yuan blushed bright red. She knew her chest was small, and such things were hard to change. Back in middle school, many people had called her Princess Flatchest. Though she had developed a bit since then. Being called out on it directly still made her feel embarrassed. She asked again, does drinking soy milk and eating papaya really work? It might help a little. Liang Feng chuckled. Okay. Gu Yuan's mood dropped instantly, feeling like she had a flaw she couldn't bring herself to mention. Liang Feng continued dancing and said, it's okay, you have small breasts, but you have long legs. Hee, those beautiful legs of yours could drive so many men crazy. But I still have small breasts. You don't even notice. Gu Yuan pouted, still feeling annoyed inside. Fortunately, she said, let's go. I'm not dancing anymore. It's not fun. Liang Feng noticed her thoughts and whispered in her ear, people aren't perfect. No, I want to be perfect. I'll get up early every day to drink soy milk and eat papaya? Gu Yuan said through gritted teeth. Liang Feng chuckled and said, alright, they'll definitely be bigger than they are now. You're so annoying. Gu Yuan blushed and looked down. It was very small, and she couldn't help but silently encourage herself. She had also heard rumors that a girl's bear would grow larger if touched by a man. Looking at Liang Feng, she snuggled into his arms and said, really, you don't feel anything at all? That can't be. She pressed herself against him tightly. Liang Feng said, I'm just teasing you. It's very sensual. He held her waist and danced gracefully to the music, saying, 1 word, amazing. 2 words, very amazing. 3 words, absolutely amazing. You're a pervert. Gu Yuan felt she had been tricked, hitting him repeatedly, yet she found it thrilling, so she said, then I'll keep going. This time, she pressed even tighter. Liang Feng couldn't help but speed up. He was thoroughly enjoying this flirtatious moment. Can I touch your legs? I've been wanting to for ages. He stared intently at Gu Yuan, his eyes seeming to shoot flames. Gu Yuan had long since lost control of herself. Blushing, she clung to Liang Feng and said, go ahead. Then she felt a pair of large hands begin to roam freely up her snow-white legs, making her feel as though she were floating on a cloud, unable to resist. Chapter 150, The Dumb Blonde by Ying. After the song ended, Liang Feng led the soft, blushing, and flushed Gu Yuan back to their seats. You two danced so well. Bai Ying, with stars in her eyes, couldn't see clearly. She only saw the two of them jumping and dancing, hugging and embracing, and couldn't help but praise them. Then she said, Liang Feng, dance with me for a while. She added, I'm your cousin. It's okay, I just want to dance too. Come with me. Liang Feng had just taken advantage of Gu Yuan and was thinking of saying a few words, but he didn't have time. He hurriedly said, sister, stop teasing me. Dancing like this is too embarrassing. No, let's just dance close together. Come on, accompany me. Bai Ying, who had taken dance lessons, pulled Liang Feng and said, "Don't make me look bad." Alright. Liang Feng had no choice but to give in. He had no choice but to follow Bai Ying down. Bai Ying had studied dance and was the lead dancer at school, so she danced exceptionally well. Liang Feng accompanied her. Bai Ying was equally impressed by Liang Feng's dancing skills. "You're pretty good at this. No wonder you're so good at picking up girls. You've actually studied dancing before?" Liang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "You don't need to learn that. If you have legs, you can do it. You're so good, aren't you?" Bai Ying danced happily, experiencing the thrill of dancing, which was very liberating. She now had a clearer understanding of Liang Feng. "You're really opening my eyes. Gu Yuan is such a beautiful woman and she's actively pursuing you. You're really something." She asked again, "And what about that Lin Yusen from last time? Which one is your girlfriend? Don't be so picky, or you'll end up with nothing. As long as it's not Jiang Yueya, that is fine." Liang Feng snorted. Bai Ying stuck out her tongue, knowing exactly what Liang Feng meant, and explained, "Jiang Yueya may not be as beautiful as Lin Yusen or this Gu Yuan, but she is still a real beauty. Plus, her family runs a business. I'll introduce you to you one T regret it. As they say, someone's treating us to dinner at the New World. Isn't that great?" She could tell that Liang Feng wasn't interested in Jiang Yueya, so she added, "Don't worry, I won't let her treat us for nothing. I'll take her out sometime. My mom told me that if someone treats you to a meal, you should return the favor. You can't let them feel like they're getting the better end of the deal. That's what followers do." "That's right. Yeah, we should return the favor. 700 isn't a small amount." Liang Feng nodded. He looked at his cousin Bai Ying with new respect. He hadn't noticed before, but she was pretty capable. "You haven't told us yet who is your girlfriend? You were almost kissing Gu Yuan just now. That's not your girlfriend, is it?" Bai Ying snorted. "I feel sorry for her. She's such a beautiful woman, she must have so many suitors. She's chasing after you, and you're still showing off. It's really annoying. Men's affairs are none of a woman's business." Liang Feng snorted. Bai Ying exclaimed, "Oh my!" in anger, then stomped her foot and said, "This kick is for Gu Yuan. Why the left foot again?" Liang Feng was speechless. Bai Ying giggled, "You go around flirting with women and leaving your heart everywhere. You deserve it. You're my own cousin. Don't side with her." Liang Feng snorted. Bai Ying stuck out her tongue and stopped teasing him. Let's dance. Hee hee, you dance really well." Finally. Liang Feng was so tired his legs were numb. He finally went back, plopped down, and hurriedly said, "Moon Crescent, if you want to dance, wait a bit longer. I'm really tired." Jiang Yueya rolled her eyes and said, "If I want to dance, there are plenty of people who would invite me. I don't need you." Alright, I was just being overly forward." Liang Feng was exhausted and started eating watermelon on his own. Bai Ying had had enough but dared not dance with the other boys, so she said, "Yueya, let's go dance together. I see lots of girls dancing in pairs." "No way." Jiang Yueya thought to herself, "You're all dancing with boys. If I dance with you, what would that make me? No way." She buried her head in her beer. Bai Ying wasn't satisfied and looked at Gu Yuan, saying, "Gu Yuan, let's dance together." Gu Yuan thought for a moment and glanced at Liang Feng. She had so much to say to Liang Feng. But Bai Ying grabbed her and pulled her up. Let's go. What? Gu Yuan could only be dragged along to jump. This woman. Liang Feng was speechless. Jiang Yueya finally got the chance to speak to Liang Feng alone, so she walked over and said, "Liang Feng, nice to meet you. Let's have a drink." "Sure." Liang Feng smiled and picked up the bottle, clinking it with Jiang Yueya's. Jiang Yueya tilted her head back and downed half the bottle. "You can really drink." Liang Feng took a few more sips and said, "Jiang Yueya, your name is really nice. It's not like mine, Liang Feng. Liang Feng is too casual." Jiang Yueya smiled and said, "When I was a child, my name was Jiang Yu and my nickname was Ziyueya. Later, I thought Jiang Yueya sounded better, so I changed my name. My middle school and elementary school classmates still call me Jiang Yu." "Jiang Yu, that is a nice name too." Liang Feng chuckled politely. He wasn't stupid, he naturally understood why his cousin had brought him here. Alas. He had no interest in having anything to do with this Jiang Yueya, so he turned his attention back to watching Gu Yuan and Bai Ying dance. Gu Yuan had been studying ballet since she was a child. Bai Ying studied modern dance. Both of them danced beautifully. They danced so well. Liang Feng pointed and said. Jiang Yueya noticed Liang Feng's lack of enthusiasm. Having been adored by countless people since childhood, she rolled her eyes but didn't initiate anything, merely nodding and saying, yes. The music played one song after another. The lights flickered. It made people feel exhilarated. At that moment, 3 boys suddenly walked over from a distance. One of them smiled and greeted her. "Hey, Jiang Yueya, I saw you from afar and didn't dare to recognize you. It really is you, Yueya." "Oh, it's you guys, Jiawei." Jiang Yueya looked delighted and stood up, saying, "Did you come here on your own?" "No, we came with my brother and his friends." Zhao Wei glared at Liang Feng with hostility. It seemed like he had a crush on Zhang Yueya and was unhappy seeing her with a stranger. At that moment, Gu Yuan and Bai Ying, who had been dancing until they were tired, happened to walk back over. Zhang Yueya hurriedly introduced them. Zhao Wei, this is Bai Ying from our school as Class 6. This is her cousin Liang Feng and the beautiful Gu Yuan. They're both from first middle school. Liang Feng. Zhao Wei was a pretty tough guy at Haigang High School. He looked up and down at Liang Feng, furrowed his brows, and said after a moment, I remember now. Liang Feng from first middle school. Weren't you the one who beat our school's CS team? His words betrayed a hint of resentment. The atmosphere felt a bit off. Liang Feng nodded and smiled, that's right, it was me. What's the matter? Are you still not convinced at Haigang? He playfully teased, if you're not convinced, let's fight again. The two behind him immediately flew into a rage. One of them, a tall, burly man over 185 centimeters, gritted his teeth and spat, you want a CS game? What are you trying to pull? Come on, let's fight. The other, shorter and thinner, not even 1.7 meters tall, cursed, what the hell do you have to brag about? If you're not satisfied, let's fight. Zhao Wei even made a move as if he was going to grab a bottle, pointing at Liang Feng and saying, watch your mouth. Zhang Yueya hurriedly intervened, Zhao Wei, enough is enough. They're my friends today. If you have any issues, let's settle this another time. Don't do this in front of me. Zhao Wei snorted and spat, you little bastard, watch your back. I'll kill you someday. With that, he stormed off angrily with his men. The other two, one tall and one short, looked equally furious, as if they wanted to devour Liang Feng. If it weren't for Yueya's face, you wouldn't be leaving here standing today. You little bastard, just wait. We won't let you off the hook. Each one spoke more fiercely than the last. The atmosphere grew tense. Zhang Yueya and Bai Ying were extremely nervous, knowing that the three of them wouldn't let it go once they returned, and might even come looking for trouble. Only Gu Yuan couldn't help but giggle, leaning close to Liang Feng's ear and muttering, a bunch of jerks. Exactly. Liang Feng shrugged in agreement. Zhang Yueya and Bai Ying felt they should introduce Zhao Wei to them. They probably didn't know how formidable Zhao Wei was at their school. Chapter 151, The Shoulder-High Dragon Thug. Amidst the noisy commotion, Bai Ying looked worried for her cousin and said, Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, you don't know this Zhao Wei. He's a dangerous guy. When he goes crazy, he even beats up teachers. Glancing at Zhang Yueya, she added, if it weren't for you being here, he'd dare to lay a finger on you. He's completely out of control. Zhang Yueya nodded in agreement, that's right. He went to number 12 middle school. Students from number 12 middle school are known for being fierce in fights. They don't hold back when they fight. That's right. He once got into a fight with a boy from our school and called over 100 people. It was terrifying. Bai Ying was speechless. Zhang Yueya asked with concern, Liang Feng, do you need me to say a few words for you? Otherwise, he might really block you outside and he'll probably come back again. Yes, Yueya, please say a few kind words for my cousin. Don't fight. Bai Ying pleaded. All right. Zhang Yueya agreed readily and started to go over. She knew these people too well, she was definitely going to call for reinforcements. That would only make things more complicated. No need. Gu Yuan didn't wait for Liang Feng to speak. She chuckled and stood up, saying, Yueya, I appreciate your kindness on Liang Feng's behalf, but don't worry. In Liang Feng's eyes, they're just a bunch of kids. She added, daring to hit a teacher shows that your school has a poor discipline. If this were our first middle school, anyone who dared to hit a teacher would be expelled immediately. There are even police on campus. Haigang High School was a private school. As long as you paid the tuition, any student could enroll. Some wealthy students took advantage of this and acted recklessly. Gang fights and student brawls were common occurrences. If they didn't like a teacher, they'd argue with them. It was a common occurrence. At Tangqing First High School, such behavior wouldn't work at all unless one had a particularly influential family background or worked in the government. Even then, no one dares to hit a teacher. After all, the school is under government jurisdiction, and the teachers and principal have corresponding ranks, so students dare not easily offend them. Moreover, students who get into first middle school aren't the kind of troublemakers who would dare to act that way. Therefore, for Gu Yuan, the fact that a student dared to hit a teacher was not enough to make her think the person was impressive. Instead, she thought the school's discipline was poor. Bai Ying said with concern, I know my cousin is capable, but you really don't know Zhao Wei. Yeah, that guy is really crazy. He'll do anything. You can't let him get away with it. Zhang Yueya muttered. Bai Ying even suggested, why don't we just leave? No need, let them have their fun. Liang Feng had noticed Zhao Wei from the moment he arrived, noticing his bold and unrestrained demeanor. At first, he didn't think much of it. If a guy suddenly appeared alone with Lin Yusen, he would also feel hostile. That was normal. Later, the kid started acting up and showing off. Liang Feng naturally couldn't let him get away with it, so he stood up and confronted him. He just found it amusing and didn't think much of it. At that moment, it was all smooth sailing, and he didn't think much of it. You too. Bai Ying looked worried. Jiang Yueya pouted unhappily. Seeing Liang Feng's unconcerned expression and then glancing at Gu Yuan's mocking smile, she huffed, since they don't appreciate our kindness, we shouldn't mention it anymore. She plopped down, looking dejected, and muttered, what a waste of kindness. Right. Bai Ying snorted. These two women were definitely well-meaning. Jiang Yueya had stepped forward earlier to drive away the three of them, which was already quite considerate. Liang Feng didn't want to be rude, so he hurriedly smiled and said, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for you to worry about this. These people are just children, nothing will happen to them. He glanced at Gu Yuan again and admonished her, be serious. Don't smile so much. Gu Yuan pursed her lips and nodded in agreement, alright, I'll peel the sunflower seeds. She then continued to slowly extend her white, delicate fingers to peel the sunflower seeds, handing a handful to Liang Feng. Liang Feng took them and started eating, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yueya and Bai Ying watched in astonishment, wondering to themselves if Liang Feng also knew some people from the underworld. Otherwise, why wouldn't he be afraid? Such a beautiful woman, why would she be so proactive? But the two of them knew better. Zhao Wei wasn't someone to mess with, and they couldn't help but sigh, thinking that Liang Feng was too naive. He might be able to get away with anything at First Middle School, but at Harbor High School, it wouldn't work. Perhaps he had won a game of CS and thought everyone at Haigang was easy to handle, but he had no idea how deep the waters were at Haigang High School. Ah! Bai Ying sighed. Jiang Yueya, on the other hand, hoped Liang Feng would make a fool of himself, so he'd learn a lesson about Haigang High School. She thought to herself, let him show off. He'll get what's coming to him. Sure enough. It didn't take long. Zhao Wei's side stirred. This time, 7 or 8 people arrived, led by a man with dyed yellow hair, ear piercings, a bare upper body, and a dragon tattoo reaching past his shoulders. He charged over angrily. Jiang Yueya saw this and hurriedly said, did you see that? They called for backup. That's right. They always call for backup before attacking. They never fight unprepared. Bai Ying worried, they know people in the underworld. Yueya, you've got to help. She then added, no, I need to call my dad and ask him to come over. He's a police officer, he can definitely handle these guys. Jiang Yueya snorted, calling the police? That'll be so embarrassing. Let me handle this. She prepared to step forward. Gu Yuan looked at the situation and was also surprised that the other side had called for backup so quickly. She hurriedly asked, why don't we call Qianqian and the others? Liang Feng waved his hand and said, no need. They're just a bunch of rowdy kids with too much energy. As he spoke, he stood up and looked at the group with a fearless expression. The leader, with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, swayed his shoulders tattooed with a dragon, strutting around with his neck held high. In the midst of the chaotic music, he held a bottle of alcohol, slightly intoxicated, pointing at Liang Feng and shouted, you little bastard. You just provoked my younger brother. Get down on your knees and apologize to him. With that, he stomped his foot on the table, followed by another kick, sending all the alcohol on the table flying across the floor. Ah, a scream echoed. Gu Yuan, Jiang Yueya, and Bai Ying were all startled. They didn't expect him to attack so suddenly. Zhao Wei. Jiang Yueya mumbled, trying to intervene, but she was also too scared to think straight. Zhao Wei wasn't very tall, with a round face and a short neck. He stood up arrogantly and snorted, Yueya, this isn't about you. I'll pay for the drinks. Damn it, I'm going to teach this pretentious little bastard a lesson today. So you're from First Middle School, huh? Screw it, let us do it. Right, we're going to take down First High School. Among the crowd, other students from the Harbor School joined in, pointing at Liang Feng and cursing him. The situation quickly got out of control. The result. While everyone was still pretending to be cool, feeling the intense stares around them, Liang Feng suddenly sprang into action, grabbed a wine bottle, and with lightning speed, smash, he threw it at him. It struck the man wearing a shoulder-length dragon-themed jacket. Then he grabbed his hair and slammed his head against the table with a series of loud thuds. The sound was horrifying. The bang, bang sounds reverberated through the ears. The man was beaten until his head was split open, lying on the ground unable to get up. Chapter 152, Capture the leader first. You dare hit Dragon Brother? Beat him. You're asking for trouble. The others reacted and quickly rushed forward. I'll see who dares. Liang Feng held a broken beer bottle with sharp edges, slashed it quickly, and scared everyone back, shouting, all of you, look clearly. Anyone who dares to come closer, I'll stab you. The words had barely left his mouth. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Liang Feng to act so ruthlessly from the start. Moreover, Liang Feng didn't stop, continuing to grab the man with the long hair by the collar and slam his head against the table. The sound echoed with each blow. Those with head injuries were bleeding profusely, their heads swollen and covered in blood. These guys were just small-time thugs, relying on their numbers to bully the honest folks. They'd never seen anything like this before. The real tough guys just came in and started fighting. They weren't here to show off. That means they didn't necessarily have to act now. They were all cowards. Liang Feng watched clearly, snorting coldly, bang, 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 as he stomped on the man with the shoulder-length dragon tattoo, continuing to strike. It seemed as though he intended to reduce the man to a pulp. Everyone was stunned. The group surrounding Zhao Wei, who had been acting so arrogant and cocky, were now cowering, along with the other small-time thugs. At that moment, they were all frozen in fear, wide-eyed and speechless, unable to believe how ruthless this young man was. Is he trying to kill him? Each of them thought fearfully to themselves. They still wanted to rush over to save their boss, Long Gu. But seeing the broken beer bottle in Liang Feng's hand, they hesitated. Because they could tell that Liang Feng was capable of stabbing someone. People are made of flesh and blood who wouldn't be afraid? Even Zhao Wei, who was known as the madman at Haigang High School, was scared. This scene was too terrifying. It felt like Liang Feng was going to beat Long Gu to death. People were already knocked unconscious, yet he kept hitting them. The sounds of bang, bang shook him so much that his pupils dilated and he dared not move. Bai Ying and Jiang Yueya were completely stunned. They never expected that Liang Feng, who had been laughing and joking just moments ago, could unleash such incredible combat power. It was terrifying. This is murder. Only Gu Yuan understood what was happening. Liang Feng was using his old trick again, hitting hard but not aiming for a fatal blow. But regardless, this scene had left everyone in awe. That was cool and ruthless. Gu Yuan loved the attention, loved the thrill of it all. Suddenly, she remembered how he had been groping her legs, and she couldn't help but smile. If only he were her man, how wonderful that would be. The man with the dragon-shaped scarf had his head smashed like a blood-soaked gourd, lying there like a pile of mud, unable to move. This scene left the entire bar in shock. The bar fell silent instantly. People around them scattered, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Even the previously loud voices fell silent. Who would have thought that a few words could lead to such a brutal fight? Inside the new power bar, there were many thugs, and fights and disturbances were a common occurrence. Naturally, there had to be a so-called big shot to keep things in order. As the saying goes, to watch over the place. The enforcer at New Power was quite famous in Tangchung, and people called him Hong Gu. His real name is Hong Dashan. As soon as a commotion breaks out, staff members immediately shout, "Quick, notify Hong Gu there's a fight." Boom. The security guards quickly grabbed their walkie-talkies and called out, "Hong Gu, table 17, there's a fight here, and someone's bleeding." They rushed over and tried to stop him, shouting, "What are you doing? New Power isn't a place for fights. Stop it right now." A group of 7 or 8 security guards rushed over from all directions. The scene fell silent instantly. Liang Feng finally let go of his hands. "Kid, let me tell you, if there's blood here, you'll be the one to pay for it." The security guards saw that someone had already been beaten to a bloody pulp and knew the situation was getting out of hand. A fight or disturbance could usually be handled by just kicking them out. But blood was a whole different matter. Especially that guy, beaten so badly he looked like he was about to die, causing them to involuntarily look at Liang Feng and ask, "Brother, what kind of grudge do you have against him to beat him like this? Just playing around? Let's make it more exciting." Liang Feng brushed his hands off, looking nonchalant. He took out a cigarette, put it between his lips, and glanced at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan hurriedly lit it, found it, and quickly lit it for Liang Feng. Liang Feng exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Just stretching out, having some fun." "Damn it." The security guard muttered under his breath, feeling outwitted by this guy. But one had to admit, Liang Feng's actions had intimidated everyone, including the security guards, who realized this kid wasn't someone to mess with. Someone daring to hit someone like that was rare, even at New Power. Especially the man with the long, flowing hair, who had completely passed out. His head was bleeding profusely, and it wasn't clear what his condition was. The security guard frowned slightly, glanced around at the others who had been scared by Liang Feng, and cursed, "You idiots, why aren't you sitting at your own seats? What are you doing here? You got beaten up, you idiots." Zhao Wei and the others, who had been shouting and bragging earlier, now looked defeated and scared by Liang Feng's actions. They had come here to show off, not to fight. Or maybe take Liang Feng outside and beat him up. In New Power, fighting was out of the question. Who would have thought that Liang Feng would just charge in and end up like this? Watching their leader, Long Gu, beaten into a bloody mess. Everyone was furious. Daring to beat up a teacher at school is one thing, but daring to beat up a thug with a shoulder-length dragon tattoo in society is a whole different story. The main thing is, Zhao Wei had always boasted about daring to beat teachers, but he had never actually done it. Mainly because he had come to his senses at that moment and was thinking of charging forward to avenge Long Gu. But the security guards from New Power arrived. They didn't dare to provoke them, so they all cowered there, making it difficult to move. That's the situation. Liang Feng's demeanor was too steady, too confident, as if he had some connections, making them dare not act recklessly. The music in the bar stopped, and the lights ceased to flicker. Everyone turned to look this way. Some looked stunned, unsure why it had come to this. Some looked excited, finding the bloodshed thrilling. Most people were just there to watch the show, smiling and craning their necks to get a better view. Others shouted, "That guy's pretty tough." I saw it earlier, a bunch of people were trying to surround you, but you just charged in and beat them up. That's impressive. Yeah, the young hunk is really impressive. These guys are so weak. The leader is getting beaten up and they're just standing there watching. All cowards, intimidated by one person. That's right, such cowards. Cowards. They chatted back and forth, laughing, and the atmosphere eased up a bit. Slowly, the crowd dispersed. The security guard from the new venue, Honggo, walked over. It was time to handle the next matter. Chapter 153, Hong Ji's brother. Hong Dashin had a shaved head, stood about 1.75 meters tall, was short and stocky, and was spinning two steel balls that made a clank sound in his hands. He had a cigarette hanging from his mouth. He was wearing a deep red traditional Chinese robe, wearing a pair of old Beijing cloth shoes. As soon as he appeared, everyone made way for him. Everyone knew that Honggu had arrived. Blood had been spilled in the courtyard. He had to step in. The security guards who had been maintaining order knew that Honggu was coming, so after restoring order, they stayed put. At that moment, seeing Honggu arrive, they hurried over and said, "Honggu, it's this guy. He caused a fight at our new power venue." As soon as Honggu showed up, Zhao Wei and his gang of small-time thugs and hoodlums cowered in fear, not daring to even glance at him. There was nothing they could do. Hong Ji's reputation was too intimidating. Over 20 years ago, in the 1980s, he was already a seasoned criminal in Tangcheng. These young thugs had all grown up hearing about his reputation. The moment he appeared, they all froze in their tracks. With his furious eyes scanning the area, he fixes his gaze on everyone involved in the fight. Anyone who meets his gaze immediately shrinks back in fear. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Only Liang Feng remained calm, casually puffing on his cigarette. "Hey, kid, you're pretty tough. Where are you from? You're so ruthless, showing up just as we're about to get a taste of blood." Hong Dashin sensed there was something special about this man and decided to ask first. Liang Feng continued smoking, smiling faintly. "I belong where I am." Whoosh! The entire crowd was stunned. They never expected this kid to speak so boldly in front of Honggu. Everyone was speechless. Wow, that's bold. He's so cocky even in front of old Hong. Yeah, that's too bold. He's just putting on a show. He'll stop once he gets beaten up. That's true. Showing off in front of old Hong is just asking for a beating. This is going to be interesting. Zhang Yueya and Bai Ying were equally stunned by Liang Feng's every move, speechless. They never expected Liang Feng to be so ruthless, so crazy, and so powerful. Even now, in the presence of the renowned Honggu, he remained unfazed, leaving them all speechless. Especially Bai Ying, who never imagined that her quiet and reserved cousin would be so brutal. Earlier, that man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder, who claimed to be Dragon Brother, was being beaten by Liang Feng, who was holding him down by the hair. He had even beaten Zhao Wei and others at school, terrifying them so much they dared not move. Now, facing the real big shot, he remained the same. She couldn't believe it and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Only Gu Yuan remained firmly standing behind Liang Feng. "Kid, you're something else. You've got guts. You're even more reckless than I was when I was your age." Hong Dashin laughed loudly, spinning the steel ball even faster, but his tone clearly showed his displeasure. Being confronted like this in front of so many people was unacceptable. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What's your name? Let me hear it." "Liang Feng." Liang Feng took a drag on his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. "Cool wind? What? Wind?" Everyone was taken aback. They had never heard of him before. They thought to themselves, "Who are you? You're not even fully grown yet, and you dare to act tough with Honggu? You're finished today." But seeing Liang Feng's calm and composed demeanor, they felt he might be someone important. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. The entire venue fell silent. Even the pole dancers stopped their routines and turned their heads to look over. "Liang Feng." Honggu swung the steel balls in his hand. At first, seeing that he was just a young upstart, he didn't take him seriously. He had seen plenty of men like this before, drunk, relying on their family's money and connections, willing to do anything for a woman. But the kid had just bragged a bit. He was still angry and wanted to teach him a lesson. There were so many people watching. His reputation was at stake. He couldn't afford to lose face, or else the new power gang wouldn't be able to maintain its authority. But when he heard the name Liang Feng, he was startled, glanced around, and asked, "Are you sure you're that Liang Feng?" Liang Feng smiled, lit a cigarette, and nodded. "I am that Liang Feng." He added, "Can you make decisions here? If you can't, call someone who can." "What kind of talk is that? It's all up to Honggu." The henchman beside him couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Hong Dashin burst into laughter and said, "This is no big deal. Of course I can make the decision. Better to meet in person than hear about it. Now that we've met, you're indeed quite the character." He raised his thumb and said, "I recognize you, brother." The word brother had barely left his mouth. Everyone was stunned again, looking at each other in disbelief. Only then did they realize that Liang Feng was no ordinary man. And Hong Dashin knew him. It seemed that even Hong Dashin had to give him some respect. Who is Liang Feng? Have you heard of him? No. Everyone was stunned, including Zhao Wei and his crew. They had assumed that Liang Feng had gotten into a major altercation at New Power and was sure to face consequences, especially since he had been acting so arrogant that even Hong Gohenti bothered to acknowledge him. They were even more convinced that Liang Feng was doomed. But unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the better. Honggu actually recognized him and even called him brother. Everyone was speechless, realizing they were finished this time, having stepped on a landmine. Only Gu Yuan smiled and handed Liang Feng a wet wipe, saying, "Your hands are dirty." Liang Feng took it, wiped his hands, then threw the wet wipe in Zhao Wei's face with a thud and kicked him again, shouting, "Keep acting tough, you bastard. You wanted to bring people to beat me up without even asking who your grandfather is. Remember this, your grandfather is Liang Feng." He stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Wei by the hair, and slapped him across the face with a loud smack. "You're the one, aren't you? You think you're so tough? You dare to beat up a teacher? Show me what you've got." This time, Zhao Wei dared not move, covering his face and dodging. There was nothing he could do. He knew now that Liang Feng was a big shot. They couldn't afford to provoke him. "See? This is the coward of your harbor?" Liang Feng grabbed his hair and dragged him in front of Jiang Yueya and Bai Ying, spitting, "Go ahead and hit him. You were so bold earlier. Come on, don't be a coward." Zhao Wei, seeing the situation, was already terrified out of his wits. He dared not move, not even daring to lift his head, afraid to meet the glances of Jiang Yueya and Bai Ying. Bai Ying and Jiang Yueya were equally stunned, never expecting Liang Feng to be so formidable. He was so powerful that they couldn't even imagine it. Even Honggu, the enforcer from New Power, referred to him as brother. It was too terrifying. Crack! Liang Feng held a broken beer bottle and smashed it onto Zhao Wei's forehead with a loud smash. The blood flowed uncontrollably. But Liang Feng didn't let go, dragging Zhao Wei down onto the table and smashing him with a series of bang. Bang! Exactly the same as before. "Stop hitting him." The security guards saw this and tried to stop him. "No need. Let our young master Liang vent his frustration." Hong Dashin stepped in, smiled slightly, and gave Liang Feng all the face he needed. Chapter 154, The God of Wealth of Tang City. "Hong Dashin, why are you giving Liang Feng so much face? How does he even know Liang Feng?" "It's simple. As Zhu Shaoqing mentioned, the underworld in Tangcheng is a small circle. Any incident quickly becomes common knowledge. Moreover, Liang Feng is such a big deal, having made millions with Chen San. As an old-timer of the same age as Chen San, how could Hong Dashin not know about him or have never heard of him? That's why Liang Feng dared to hit someone he guessed correctly that the people here might know about his affairs. Now that he knows for sure, he has nothing to fear and acts on impulse. Because once they knew, they know how powerful he is. At this moment, he rolled up his sleeves and finished beating Zhao Wei. Still not satisfied, he looked at the group of pretentious bullies who had been so arrogant moments ago and spat out, "Everyone, get up on the stage and slap yourselves in the face. Give the audience something to watch." "What?" These people tried to resist and run away. Hong Dashin chimed in, "Didn't you hear me? All of you, get to the center and slap yourselves in the face." "What?" These people were terrified. When Liang Feng shouted, they still held out hope. As soon as Honggu shouted, they all backed down. "Hurry the hell up and move. Honggu has spoken, what are you still standing there for?" Hong Dashin's men numbered over a dozen, plus the security guards, making nearly 20 in total. They immediately rushed over, pinning down the group and dragging them to the center. Slapping each other's faces, while shouting, "I'm sorry if you don't shout, you're finished today." Liang Feng shouted. Some of Hong Dashin's men had heard of Liang Feng's reputation and rushed over, grabbing their hair and asking, "Should we do it, or should you do it yourselves? Damn it, are you going to fight or not?" One by one, they drew the knives they had been hiding at their waists. We'll fight, we'll fight." Seeing the situation, they could only start beating each other, smack. Smack. Their minds wanted to run, but they were surrounded by Hong Dashin's men and couldn't escape. They were both ashamed and angry, continuing to fight each other. All of them were stunned. The sounds of smack. Smack echoed continuously. "Haha, this is interesting. Little handsome guy, you're so bold. That's really interesting. This show is truly amazing." One scene after another had many onlookers who didn't mind the commotion, shouting and laughing non-stop. If there had been smartphones back then, people would have been pulling them out to record the scene. Of course. More people realized that Liang Feng was no ordinary person. At such a young age, he had earned such respect from Hong Dashin. He must be a big shot. At that moment, Liang Feng picked up the beer, splash, 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 and splashed it onto the faces of the man with the shoulder-length hair and Zhao Wei, shouting, "Get up there yourselves." The man with the shoulder-length hair was still dazed and confused. He was pushed onto the stage by Hong Dashin's men, who shouted, "Hit yourself. If you don't, we'll hit you." Ah! He had a dragon tattoo on his shoulder, his head covered in blood, and he didn't understand what was happening. He saw his own brothers slapping him and he froze. Hongo, I. Damn it, asking for a beating. Hong Dashin's men immediately slapped him across the face. Then, they surrounded him and beat him mercilessly. He screamed, ah, ah, in agony. This also shattered the last shred of hope in Zhao Wei and the others, who had been clinging to a faint glimmer of hope. They joined in, delivering blow after blow, smack. Smack. Ha ha. The crowd erupted into laughter once more. Interesting, interesting. Liang Feng had vented enough, so he walked over to Hong Dashin and said with a smile, Honggu, right? Thanks. We're family, no need to be so formal. Hong Dashin, as steady as a rock, continued to massage the steel ball, smiling and saying, Chen-san told me about you. Because of your information, I also made a few million. So this favor, I definitely have to return to you. A few days ago, the news that Chen-san had won money from gambling spread like wildfire in Tangcheng district. Many people knew he had made money and wanted to follow suit. Many went to seek Chen-san's help, and in doing so, they also came to know Liang Feng. Some, like Chen Xianxian's group, each made a few thousand. Others, like Hong Dashin, made several million. Therefore, Liang Shan's fame was greater than he had ever imagined, which was also why Chen Xianxian and Zhu Xiaoqing were willing to throw themselves at him. Liang Feng's great name. In the current Tang city, it surpasses everything. Hong Dashin initially didn't believe the information was so accurate, so he bet a few thousand yuan. But after seeing how accurate the information was, he bet his entire fortune. After a few rounds, his net worth surpassed 5 million. Therefore, Liang Feng is not only Chen San's god of wealth. He is also Hong Dashin's god of wealth. Today, having met the real deal, not showing some respect would be a disservice to the savings in his bank account. He saw the beer on the table, picked up a bottle, and raised it, saying, Brother, honor us, have a drink. Sure. Liang Feng grabbed a bottle, nodded, and said, let's go. The two clinked bottles, then gulp. Gulp. They downed them in one go. Ha ha. Hong Dashin laughed heartily. No one knew Liang Feng's background, only that he was acquainted with the big casino bosses in Las Vegas. They said he was 17 or 18 and still in school. Upon seeing him now, it seemed to be true. Everyone in Tangcheng now wanted to get to know this Liang Feng. Hong Dashin, having met him, felt honored and shouted, Brother, that's the spirit. He glanced around the scene again, then shouted to his men and security guards, pay attention. This is the legendary Liang Xiao. From now on, seeing him is like seeing me. Yes, sir. Mr. Liang, hello. You're Mr. Liang? They say you're young, but you're really so young. Yes, Mr. Liang, it's an honor to meet you. Everyone bowed and scraped. The matter of Hong Dashin making several million. As his close associates, they naturally knew about it. Moreover, they had received information from Hong Dashin and had also invested some money, making a profit, albeit varying amounts. They had seen the god of wealth. No need to be so polite. That wouldn't do. Everyone nodded and smiled. No need to be so polite. We're all brothers now. Liang Feng raised a bottle of beer. Seeing this, the others felt both honored and nervous, hurriedly fetched some alcohol, and raised their cups one by one, shouting, to be called brothers by Mr. Liang, we are truly honored. Mr. Liang, we'll drink first. You go ahead. Right, you go ahead. The security guards and other men under Hong Dashin all tilted their heads back and downed their beers. Liang Feng followed suit. That's the spirit. Hong Dashin burst into laughter, overjoyed. As Chen-san said about you, you're bold and fearless, with unmatched loyalty. Seeing you today, it's truly refreshing. Refreshing. He couldn't stop laughing. Everyone present were all dazzled, their faces filled with stars. They finally learned of Liang Xiao's fame. Some seemed to have heard of him before and couldn't help but look around. Is he really that Liang Xiao? Is it true? I've heard of him too. They say he's incredibly powerful and even knows the big boss of the casinos in Las Vegas. Yeah, I've heard too. He's incredibly powerful. I have an uncle who followed him and made several $1 million. Everyone stared, looking on with envy, proud to know Liang Feng. This left Pijian Longlong and Zhao Wei completely speechless. They finally realized who they had provoked, someone so powerful that even Hong Dashin had to kiss up to him. They slapped themselves in the face, thinking that if they could resolve this matter, they would be lucky. None of them dared to stop, continuing to slap themselves, smack. Smack. This left Bai Ying and Zhang Yueya so shocked their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. They finally realized what Gu Yuan had said. They didn't know Liang Feng at all. Liang Feng was too formidable. Compared to him, Zhao Wei and the others were just causing trouble, just children. Chapter 155. Tonight, Liang Xiao picks up the tab. Hong Dashin's life had actually been quite tough. His father was a miner who died in a mining accident. At the time, Hong Dashin was still too young to understand, so he followed his mother when she remarried and always believed that his stepfather was his biological father. It wasn't until he was around 10 years old that he found out. He endured endless coldness and rejection. At 14 or 15, he started getting into trouble, and his life took a turn for the worse during a crackdown on crime. After spending over a decade in prison, he had nothing left but a bad reputation. In recent years, he's been working honestly as a security guard and doing odd jobs, earning some money. But it's only around 10,000 yuan. In 2002, 10,000 yuan was already considered a decent sum of money. But ever since he started gambling with Liang Feng, his net worth has been rising steadily. I'm now worth several million. Recently, the boss of New Power encountered some business issues and sold 30% of his shares to Hong Dashan. So Hong Dashan not only oversees operations at New Power but has also become one of the major shareholders. All of this is thanks to Liang Feng. He has always wanted to find an opportunity to meet him and express his gratitude. Alas, Chen San said that Liang Feng doesn't like to meet people, so they had to give up. Today, he finally met him. He was delighted and hoped to stay in touch with Liang Feng. With a smile, he said, "Mr. Liang, I've always wanted to find an opportunity to treat you to a proper meal. I never expected to run into you here today. Since it's still early, why don't we grab a drink later and have a good chat?" In terms of age, Hong Dashan was more than twice Liang Feng's age. Calling him a father figure wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet Hong Dashan addressed him as an equal. This also highlighted Liang Feng's status. Liang Feng looked at the scene, with almost everyone watching their direction, and joked with a smile, "Honggu really wants to treat me to a meal? That's quite a expense." Hong laughed heartily and said, "How much could it cost? Besides, if I can treat you to a meal, I'd be happy to spend whatever it takes." Liang Feng took the opportunity to say, "That's what you said, Honggu." Honggu laughed heartily, "I said it. I'll pay for whatever you eat." He thought to himself, having followed Liang Feng and won several million, if he didn't spend this much, it would be too stingy. If word got out, he wouldn't be able to mix with these people anymore. Liang Feng smiled, then suddenly straightened up and shouted, "Everyone here, listen up. All the drinks and expenses today are on me, Liang Feng, Liang Xiao." He then shouted again, "Honggu is treating everyone." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd was stunned for a moment, then erupted into chaos. "What did you say? Everything's free today? Are you serious? That can't be right, can it?" "Yes, it's all free." "Mr. Liang, say that again." Everyone became excited and started shouting. Liang Feng laughed heartily, "What Honggu says is always right. Today, all expenses are on me. Honggu is treating everyone." His voice carried a confident tone. Honggu was taken aback for a moment, then also laughed heartily, "All right, today Mr. Liang is treating everyone to drinks, and I'll cover the bill." In an instant, the entire venue erupted in excitement. "Great, we don't have to pay." "Ha, that's awesome." Someone else shouted, "I've already paid." "What should I do?" "Yeah, I've already paid." "Those who paid first aren't being fair." Liang Feng smiled and replied, "I'll refund everyone, and then you can drink as much as you want, it's on me." "Ha ha." Honggu laughed heartily. Though he felt a pang of regret, Liang Feng's generosity earned his admiration. Back in the day, when he was young, he too had eaten heartily, drunk freely, been generous with his wealth, and acted on impulse. It wasn't until he ended up in prison that he learned to rein himself in. He knew it well. The New Power bar made at least 5 or 6,000 yuan in a single night. Though it sounded daunting, the costs weren't high, and he could afford it. He was in a great mood, and being able to form a connection with Liang Feng made this small amount of money insignificant. It was like a drop in the ocean. He had already given Liang Feng enough face today, so he might as well let him do whatever made him happy. Who knows, he might need his help in the future. Such a person should not be underestimated. There are many rumors about Liang Feng in the underworld of Tangcheng, and it's hard to tell what is true and what is not. However, it cannot be denied that he has connections that reach far and wide, and the people he knows are beyond the imagination of these local toughs. Rumor has it that Liang Feng met a powerful figure through the internet. Whether it's true or not. But regardless, being associated with Liang Feng is the best thing that could happen to him. He happily joined in, shouting, "Refund your money, then drink as much as you want until you're satisfied." Liang Xiao is treating. In an instant, the entire New Power was in an uproar, with excited voices growing louder and louder. "Ah, Mr. Liang is so generous. Liang Xiao, thank you so much. Everyone's been talking about how great Mr. Liang is, and today I see it for myself. He's truly remarkable. Mr. Liang, I love you. Mr. Liang, you're truly one of a kind. Awesome, awesome, awesome." The cheers grew louder and louder. Liang Feng and Hong Dashan watched, exchanged a smile, and both burst into laughter. "Now that's more like it." Liang Feng felt a surge of relief. Of course, Liang Feng and Hong Dashan had only just met for the first time. He wouldn't really let Hong Dashan spend money, though Hong Dashan had made several million following him. But it was better not to owe such a favor if possible. He leaned close to Hong Dashan's ear and whispered, "The bill for the drinks will be settled by someone else. Honggu, you can rest assured." He had given this Honggu enough face today. He was already very pleased. Hong Dashan looked serious and shook his head hurriedly. "What are you saying?" "I said I'm treating, so I'm treating. I know you're rich, Liang Xiao, and you don't care about this. Even if you treated everyone for a month, you wouldn't mind. But I'm not the kind of person who's short on money. Once I've said it, that's how it is. Alright, then. Let's continue our journey together in the underworld. Liang Feng laughed heartily, saying no more, and raised the wine bottle again. Hong Dashin followed suit, picking up a bottle, then suddenly shouted, Mr. Liang, please have everyone drink with you. Let's all toast Mr. Liang with a bottle. Right, toast to Liang Xiao. Haha, to Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang, thank you. Mr. Liang, you're so handsome. Men and women alike raised their bottles. Almost no one didn't raise theirs. Someone was buying drinks for free, so everyone was thrilled. Gu Yuan, Bai Ying, and Jiang Yue saw this, smiled, and joined in the fun, raising their glasses. They watched as Liang Feng was the center of everyone's attention, unable to imagine such a scene. They even felt a sense of pride and excitement. Bai Ying and Jiang Yue were completely captivated by Liang Feng deep down, finally realizing how capable and well-connected he truly was. Where in the harbor could anyone compare to him? No wonder Gu Yuan was serving him like a little maid. Gu Yuan smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. She thought simply, if this were my man. She recalled how he had wiped his hand on her leg and giggled. She had some ideas. Come, let's drink. Cheers. Nearly 100 people raised their cups and drank in unison. That's refreshing. Liang Feng burst into laughter, finding it quite amusing. Chapter 156, the party comes to an end. A lively, bustling, and undoubtedly memorable grand party. No matter how lively or bustling it was, it eventually had to come to an end. Night. The night breeze blew gently. Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, Bai Ying, and Jiang Yue walked out of New Power with smiles on their faces. Moonlight like water shone on the path ahead of them. All four of them were having a wonderful time. Finally, almost everyone rushed over to toast Liang Feng. Liang Feng drank a cup and they drank a bottle, making for a lively scene. The three women felt honored and had never been so happy before. Bai Ying, full of joy, ran and jumped ahead, smiling and saying, today was so much fun. Yes, it was. Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. Jiang Yue's cheeks were flushed red. She hadn't drunk much, but she was still a bit dizzy as she walked. I thought I was taking you out to broaden your horizons, but it turns out I'm the one who's been enlightened. Liang Xiao, you're so cool. She suddenly hugged Liang Feng's arm and gave him a thumbs up. Cousin, you're really impressive. You've really opened my eyes. Bai Ying danced over happily, blinking her big eyes, her breath reeking of alcohol. Go home and wait for your aunt. She'll deal with you. Liang Feng pinched his nose. He glanced at Jiang Yue and said the same thing. Someone like you, going abroad to study? Once you're overseas, no one will be there to look after you, and you'll end up as an alcoholic too. Ha ha. Bai Ying and Jiang Yue both laughed. But Bai Ying couldn't help but feel puzzled. She and Liang Feng had grown up together. She never imagined her cousin could be so formidable. She stared wide-eyed, hugging Liang Feng's shoulder, and asked with a smile, my dear cousin, tell your cousin what's going on. How did you get so close to these roughnecks? And why does he call you Liang Xiao? This evening's expenses weren't cheap. You said you'd let them treat you, but this isn't something to joke about. She asked again, you've got to tell me the truth. I've always been curious. Right, tell us what's going on. Jiang Yue blushed, batting her big eyes curiously. Gu Yuan felt she already understood Liang Feng. But upon looking at him now, she realized she was still far from understanding him. Liang Feng was hiding too deeply. She too looked at him with curiosity. Liang Feng shrugged and explained, the profit margin here is very high, and the actual costs are minimal. So, treating someone to a meal doesn't cost much. Bai Ying countered, that may be true, but profit is still money. You're clearly making them earn less, so in that sense, your face is still very big. Jiang Yue nodded in agreement, exactly. If they earn less, it's like they're losing money. This whole night is like working for free, and they're even losing some. Thinking about it that way, your face is really big. That's right, it's really big. They're all flattering you. Gu Yuan chimed in. Liang Feng chuckled mysteriously, but they know me now. This meal wasn't for nothing. That's exactly the problem. Why? Bai Ying looked puzzled and pressed further, knowing you is worth a day's profit? Then we're the ones who made a profit. Exactly. We all know you now. Jiang Yue knew that Liang Feng had become so powerful beyond her imagination, but she still couldn't understand. How could knowing him grant such favor? Gu Yuan had a rough idea. But between the lines, it seemed like everyone had made money following Liang Feng. But no one mentioned how they made it. She pouted and said, Liang Feng, just tell us. Gu Yuan, you don't know either? Bai Ying was stunned. Jiang Yue exclaimed in astonishment, really? I thought you knew everything. Gu Yuan shook her head and said, I know some of it, but not everything. You've been hiding it too well. You have to tell us everything today. Bai Ying blocked Liang Feng from leaving. The night was dark and windy. Alone and isolated. Liang Feng looked around nervously, hugging his chest, and said, You're such a female troublemaker. Stop it, I'm your cousin. Bai Ying rolled her eyes, took up the thread of the conversation, and continued, everyone calls you Master Liang. When did you become a young master? I don't even know what my uncle does. That's the key point. Jiang Yueya stood aside with her hands on her hips, mimicking a female troublemaker. Gu Yuan followed suit, blocking the way and saying, that's right, tell the truth. If you don't, we'll all be little troublemakers. No, we can only kidnap for pleasure, not for money. Liang Feng pretended to start undressing himself. Oh, how annoying. How could you do that? Gu Yuan, Bai Ying, and Jiang Yueya were instantly defeated. Just tell me, or else I won't be able to sleep tonight. Bai Ying tugged hard on Liang Feng's arm as she asked. Gu Yuan and Jiang Yueya widened their eyes, eager to know. Liang Feng could only brush it off, joking, it's not as complicated as you think. Everything is because I'm good at CS. Ha! This answer left Gu Yuan, Bai Ying, and Jiang Yueya completely confused and full of doubts. Originally, Gu Yuan had thought Liang Feng was so capable because he had befriended Chen Shanshan, assuming she would speak up for them. But now it seemed like Chen Shanshan had hooked up with Liang Feng. Earlier, Liang Feng had been so imposing that it was hard not to think that way. Gu Yuan widened her eyes and exclaimed, I was planning to call Shanshan and the others, but you handled the situation on your own. It seems I was wrong. These people are just a bunch of rabble, that's why I dared to act. Liang Feng chuckled. He went straight in to beat them up because he could tell they were just a bunch of cowards. Those who hang out with students can't be much of anything. As for what happened later, he completely trusted Zhu Xiaoqing. Zhu Xiaoqing often said that Tangcheng was such a small circle even the slightest thing would be known by everyone. That's why he dared to cause trouble, thinking that someone must recognize him and know who he was. He just didn't expect Hongge to be so polite. He was in a great mood and equally satisfied. However, Liang Feng's response was insufficient to satisfy Bai Ying, Jiang Yueya, and Gu Yuan. Bai Ying pouted and asked, Dear cousin, explain this to me clearly. What's going on here? How is this related to playing CS? It feels like you're trying to deceive us. Right, it feels like you're lying to us. Jiang Yueya and Gu Yuan crossed their arms and blocked Liang Feng. Bai Ying took the lead. Today, they wouldn't let it go without getting to the bottom of it. Liang Feng was prepared and explained with a smile, it's nothing complicated. I met a really skilled friend while playing CS. He gave me face, so they naturally gave me face too. That's all there is to it. Who did you meet while playing CS? Yeah, a really skilled friend? How skilled could they be? Shanshan's sister doesn't have that kind of influence, does she? Gu Yuan, Bai Ying, and Jiang Yueya all chimed in, feeling that Liang Feng was lying to them again. Liang Feng acted mysterious, chuckling and lowering his voice, who could I have met? He's incredibly skilled. The mayor of Tang City. Do you think they wouldn't give me face? Chapter 157, Zhu Beiji carries his wife. What? The mayor? Gu Yuan, Bai Ying, and Jiang Yueya found it utterly absurd. Bai Ying rolled her eyes. Liang Feng, you're just making stuff up. The mayor plays CS with you? You're really good at making things up. Can't you just tell the truth? Yeah, like we're little kids. Jiang Yueya shook her head in disbelief. Liang Feng sighed helplessly, I'm telling you the truth, but you don't believe me. Think about it, if it weren't for this, who would give me such face out of the blue? One sentence, and a day's worth of sales is gone. This isn't something to joke about. Oh, that's true. The three women looked at each other, finding the story both implausible and yet somehow plausible. Perhaps only this reason could explain why Liang Feng had such influence. But deep down, they still found it hard to believe. They couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. Gu Yuan and Jiang Yueya exchanged glances, each grabbing one of Liang Feng's arms. Bai Ying blocked the way in front, speaking in unison, you won't be leaving today unless you tell the truth. Right, don't even think about it. The quiet street at night. The three women blocked Liang Feng's path. Liang Feng was utterly helpless and muttered, men and women shouldn't touch each other. What are you doing? Never mind, just say it. Right, you must say it. Gu Yuan and Jiang Yueya, who had had a few drinks, began to act recklessly. Bai Ying gritted her teeth and came over to tickle him, saying, if you don't say it, we'll give you a proper serving. The three of you are all on the same side now. Gu Yuan, why are you siding with them? Liang Feng couldn't take it anymore and was scratched until he was itching unbearably. Gu Yuan was about to let go but hesitated, then hugged him tighter and said, this is a gender conflict. It has nothing to do with First Middle School or the harbor. Right, we have to make it clear. The three girls worked together to scratch the itchy spot. Liang Feng couldn't take it anymore and finally explained in detail, alright, I'll tell you. But what I'm saying is the truth. I'm good at CS and I met someone while playing games. After meeting in person, I found out he was the mayor. Even mayors need to relax and have fun, so we became friends. A few times we played games together and were seen by others, so everyone found out. That's why these guys on the streets give me face. That's how it is. That one do. It sounds like you're lying. Bai Ying and Jiang Yueya remained skeptical. Gu Yuan knew a bit about Liang Feng and thought he was definitely making it up. But Jiang Yueya and Bai Ying were starting to believe him. Jiang Yueya even bit her lip and asked, "So, are you going to become an official in the future?" Liang Feng joked, "If I were to pursue a political career, I'd at least start as a secretary, then get assigned to a lower level position. Who knows, maybe I could even become a county magistrate for fun." "You're really daring to make things up." He sounded even less credible. Jiang Yueya and Bai Ying wanted to ask more questions. Gu Yuan stopped asking, knowing that Liang Feng really didn't want to talk about it anymore. At that moment, the night wind blew, whoosh, whoosh. On the pitch-black asphalt road, a cloud of dust was stirred up. Liang Feng shivered and said, "The night wind is cold. Let's hurry home. You're reeking of alcohol. Go home. Everyone's waiting to be scolded. Let the wind blow then." Right. Jiang Yueya, Gu Yuan, and Bai Ying didn't seem in a hurry at all. It was already nearing 11 o'clock. Under the night sky, Liang Feng scared them, saying, "It's late at night. I'm telling you, there are people who come here specifically to pick up bodies. You'd better keep quiet." "What do you mean by looting corpses?" The three women were startled, looking puzzled. They had no idea what he was talking about. Liang Feng explained, "It means girls who've had too much to drink, they're dazed and confused, and some men take advantage of them." Girls, they don't even know who did it to them, they just have to suffer in silence. "You three, get home right now." "What?" The three women looked around, frightened, and stuck out their tongues in shock. They then said, "All right, we'll go home first." It's getting late." They had just reached the intersection. Liang Feng looked at the three girls. Jiang Yueya's face was flushed, and her feet were trembling slightly. He hurriedly said, "Yueya drank the most. Where do you live? I'll take you home first." Jiang Yueya laughed, "I just get shy easily." "It's okay, I'll go with Bai Ying." Bai Ying assured her, "Don't worry, I'll make sure she gets home safely." "Is that okay?" Liang Feng gave a final reminder. He was worried it might get too dark and something might happen. Each of them was a stunning beauty. If anything happened, it would be a regret they'd never forget. Bai Ying smirked, "The security in Tangqing isn't that bad. You can just send Gu Yuan home." Just then, a taxi pulled up. Bai Ying waved it down and got in with Jiang Yueya. The two goddesses were in good spirits, waving goodbye repeatedly. "Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, let's hang out together next time." "Yeah, we had a lot of fun tonight. Let's play again next time." "Yeah, next time we play." Liang Feng and Gu Yuan waved goodbye. Bai Ying and Jiang Yueya left first. Under the moonlight, Liang Feng looked at the sexy and beautiful Gu Yuan and said, "This time, if your mom finds out I took you out to play and it's so late, she'll probably scold me again." Gu Yuan remembered that last time when they went to the buffet, Liang Feng had been scolded by her mother. She giggled and said, "No way. I won't tell my mom." After saying that, she looked around to make sure no one was nearby and suddenly said in a playful tone, "But if my mom finds out you were touching my legs, she'll definitely scold you." "Oh, you made me touch you, and now you're turning it around on me? You little devil." Liang Feng rolled his eyes. He knew Gu Yuan was flirting. He had had a few drinks and leaned in, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Under the moonlight, he watched the delicate beauty in mimic dancing, pulling her into a waltz and said, "Gu Yuan, you said I could do whatever I wanted. You forgot." "Stop it." Gu Yuan liked dominant men and the feeling of being conquered. Today, Liang Feng had stolen the show. She fantasized about how wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. At that moment, seeing Liang Feng holding her, shy and hesitant yet clearly delighted, especially as he danced gracefully, she felt he was very showy and excited. But she pouted and said, "Stop it, someone will see. There's no one here." Liang Feng thought about the passion they would share in the future and couldn't resist the urge to kiss her. But he knew what that kiss would mean. He resisted, smiling and saying, "Come here, let me take a good look at your beautiful legs." Suddenly, he knelt down and wrapped his arms around Gu Yuan's snow-white legs. "What are you doing?" Gu Yuan was stunned, thinking to herself, "You have lips, why are you rubbing my legs? Could it be that my legs are that captivating? So white, so straight, so long." Liang Feng couldn't stop praising them, kissing them twice. "Oh my." Gu Yuan blushed fiercely and was about to say something. But then, Liang Feng gave her a sudden lift, picking her up onto his shoulders, and laughed heartily, "Piggy, carrying your wife. Oh my gosh, you're so mean, so mean." Gu Yuan was carried on Liang Feng's shoulders, feeling unsteady as she walked, her head hanging down, completely dazed. She was both shy and excited, repeatedly hitting him, "Put me down, no, I don't believe it. No way." Liang Feng carried her and ran around, faster and faster. Gu Yuan screamed, "Ah! Ah!" but then giggled, run faster." They played around like a couple. Chapter 158, The Beauty Under the Moonlight. Under the moonlight as smooth as water in the dead of night. Liang Feng carried Gu Yuan on his back, playfully running until they were out of breath. Just ahead was a fountain. He set Gu Yuan down and said, "I'm exhausted." "You're so mean." Gu Yuan blushed, fiddling with her hair. Her whole body felt like it was about to explode, yet she found it amusing. Seeing Liang Feng rubbing his shoulders, she said, I'm not that heavy, is it really necessary? It's not that bad, it's not that bad. Liang Feng smiled apologetically. He looked up at the moon. The moonlight was like water, and under the crescent moon, the sky was filled with stars. There are so many stars tonight. Liang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Tangchang was an industrial city. In a few years, there would be more and more private steel mills, and air pollution would become extremely severe. The sky back then won't have as many stars as it does now. Gu Yuan gathered her long black hair and looked up, unconvinced. It's already past 11 o'clock at night, of course there are lots of stars. Whoosh! A night breeze blew past. Gu Yuan shivered slightly, feeling a chill. Let's go home. Liang Feng stood up to call a car. Gu Yuan sat there, motionless, pouting her lips, gathering her long black hair, clearly unwilling to leave. What's the matter? Want to stay here? Liang Feng reached out to pull her. Gu Yuan pouted and said, I just wanted to talk to you alone today. Going out to play with Jiang Yueya and the others was fun, but I didn't get a chance to talk to you alone yet. She pouted her lips in a delicate, girlish manner. She looked like a little girl. Liang Feng laughed heartily, sat down, and said, Go ahead, I'm listening. He added, It's cold, isn't it? Come into my arms, and you'll be warm. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around Gu Yuan, pulled her into his embrace, and held her tightly. This way, I can hear you clearly. You're a rogue. Gu Yuan was startled but still sat on Liang Feng's lap. Her arms were tightly embraced. She wasn't cold anymore. But this gesture was also too embarrassing. But it seemed to say it all. He must have feelings for her. Gu Yuan was so embarrassed she couldn't control herself, fidgeting and saying, What are you doing? That's not how you do it. I'm cold too. Let's huddle together to stay warm. Liang Feng hugged Gu Yuan's long, beautiful legs tightly, his hands unconsciously beginning to explore her legs again. Wearing such short shorts, your legs must be cold. Let me rub them for you, and you'll feel better. You're so annoying. Gu Yuan blushed bright red but didn't stop Liang Feng. Instead, she relaxed her body, making it easier for him to continue. Under the moonlight. Her white, shimmering legs. As if they were glowing. Legs of a goddess, you live up to your reputation. Liang Feng couldn't resist admiring. Gu Yuan, how did you grow such legs? How can they be so perfect? Your thighs are firm, your calves are slender, and they're so long and straight. They're absolutely mesmerizing. Stop it, you're making me blush. Gu Yuan knew that some men noticed a woman's chest, her skin, or her face. But those who were so fixated on a pair of beautiful legs were actually few and far between. However, she also knew that many people had complimented her on her long legs before, but this was the first time someone had praised them so directly. She felt delighted but also shy. Come on, stand up. Let me take a good look. Liang Feng held Gu Yuan and helped her stand up. You're a pervert. Gu Yuan's face turned bright red, feeling too embarrassed, but she couldn't help but listen to Liang Feng's words, standing there, letting him admire her. Have you had enough? These beautiful legs, I could never get enough of them in a lifetime. Liang Feng knelt down, pressing his face against her thigh, rubbing it back and forth. Oh, stop it. Gu Yuan couldn't take it anymore and shyly tried to dodge him. Liang Feng chuckled and finally restrained himself. I won't be a pervert anymore. Hee, thanks. This time, I really had my fill. You're so annoying. Gu Yuan blushed and stamped her feet, then snuggled back into Liang Feng's embrace, feeling more at ease than before. She murmured, I have something to tell you. Liang Feng held the long-legged beauty in his arms and said, Go ahead, I'm listening. Gu Yuan lowered her head and sighed. I talked to Hua Lei, but we really didn't do anything. It wasn't even as far as what you did earlier. So, I'm still a virgin. Don't think too much into it. She was trying to give herself an advantage. Claiming she was a pure girl. Liang Feng pinched her cheeks and said, I can tell. How can you tell? Gu Yuan froze. Liang Feng patted her beautiful legs and said, Look at your legs. Even when you sit down, there's not a single gap in between. Most importantly, you're not fat, so you must still be a virgin. Is that so? Gu Yuan waved her hand dismissively. It was true. She glanced at Liang Feng, who seemed to know everything, and rolled her eyes at him, saying, What do you study all day? How do you know these things? Studying medicine? I know a little of everything. Liang Feng hugged Gu Yuan and chuckled. Gu Yuan, you smell so good. That's unique to virgins. It's more alluring than any perfume. You're a pervert. Gu Yuan reached out and pinched him hard, huffing, I figured it out. You're studying medicine, but you're really studying gynecology so you can look at women all day, right? Liang Feng laughed heartily. You're wrong. If I'm going to study medicine, I'll study the best. I'll cure cancer first. You're just bragging. Gu Yuan suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around Liang Feng's neck, pouting, You wouldn't look down on me just because I dated Hua Lei, would you? No way. A beauty like you, if you hadn't dated anyone, that would be the real surprise. Liang Feng hugged her and said. He had drunk too much today, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted this way. Gu Yuan's life was entangled with his own, and that wasn't necessarily a good thing. But here was such a beautiful woman throwing herself at him. He couldn't refuse, so he just went with the flow. But Lin Yusen hasn't dated anyone, has she? She has always been with you. Gu Yuan lowered her head. Liang Feng naturally valued Lin Yusen the most in his heart. This was undeniable, and he said nothing. Gu Yuan raised her head again and asked, "Then what is your relationship with Qianqian?" Liang Feng felt his true nature was about to be exposed and was momentarily speechless. "Liang Feng, I've seen through you. You're just a pervert, one in school and one outside. You're so bad." Gu Yuan twisted her arm hard and huffed, "Yusen and Qianqian know about this. What will they think of you? You're such a rogue." Liang Feng rolled his eyes, feeling exposed. But Gu Yuan didn't leave Liang Feng's embrace, she was still sitting in his arms. Liang Feng grew bolder, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and said, "It's not as complicated as you think. What's with the one at school, one outside? They're just friends. You're really bold, shameless." Gu Yuan shot him a glance but then wrapped her arms around Liang Feng's neck, pouting her lips and gazing at him with eyes filled with desire. The implication seemed to be, she could also become that kind of friend with Liang Feng. Liang Feng chuckled and naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Just then, an old man in the distance, holding a flashlight, waved it around and shouted, "What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Go home." Oh no. Gu Yuan blushed and covered her face, hurriedly standing up. Liang Feng saw the old man still walking toward them, so he grabbed Gu Yuan and pulled her away. "Mind your own business. Let's go." Ugh. Gu Yuan covered her face, too embarrassed to show herself. Liang Feng laughed heartily and ran off quickly. Such a great opportunity, ruined by that old man. But he also found it quite amusing. Chapter 159, The Changed Lu Bingyan. These days, Tangcheng has been shrouded in continuous rain. The stock market remained unaffected, continuing its ups and downs, bustling with activity. The 5 stocks Liang Feng had selected continued to rise steadily, maintaining a daily increase of 2 to 3%. The 25 million yuan invested had generated a substantial income. Lu Bingyan watched the numbers in her account change every day, feeling as though she were dreaming. She had previously lived a comfortable life in a middle-class family, running a dance studio, enjoying a leisurely existence. However, it was far from being considered wealthy. Now, faced with the substantial returns from the stock market, she feels as though she's floating on a cloud, marveling at how effortlessly the wealthy make money. Of course, as Liang Feng had said, investing 25 million in the stock market and not even making a few $100,000 would be a complete waste. However, over the past few days, the stock had risen by nearly 10%, meaning that 2.5 million had already been securely in her pocket, which still excited Lu Bingyan greatly. She had wanted to Liang Feng to cash out while the going was good, but she was merely a spy Liang Feng had placed in the stock market, tasked only with reporting on the gains. She couldn't say much else. There was nothing she could do. She simply didn't understand. All she knew was that the money in the account was increasing daily. Sometimes she even considered urging Liang Feng to invest the remaining 20 million as well, which would yield even greater profits. But she also knew that no matter what, she couldn't invest everything she had to keep some money to cover losses. So she just followed orders. In her personal life, Lu Bingyan's life had undergone a complete transformation. Liang Feng loved her deeply and learned that she had mortgaged her house and dance studio, and even taken out loans, all for gambling. The total debt amounted to nearly 500,000 yuan. Liang Feng generously told her to pay off the debts first, then gave her another 500,000 yuan to buy a car. In total, that amounted to 1.5 million yuan. Lu Bingyan was so moved that she felt she could never repay him, so she desperately tried to please him in bed. Alas! Despite having lived for over 30 years and been married for over a decade, she was still no match for Liang Feng in terms of intimacy. She could only let Liang Feng do as he pleased, doing whatever he asked, and in doing so, she discovered a whole new world. Every time she thought about it, her whole body would grow hot, and she couldn't control herself. She realized that there were so many more things to explore in bed. As for buying a car, she saw Yusayan driving a Toyota Camry and was so envious she couldn't stand it. She just didn't show it. She took the money and went to buy a Toyota Camry, but in a deep red color. Though the dance studio wasn't too far from her home. But having a car made Lu Bingyan incredibly happy. Sure enough, after the rain stopped and the sky cleared up, she drove her new car, in a great mood, and made plans with her friends to go out and have fun, eager to show off her current happy life. The friend she had invited was her former dance partner, Lang Xiaoyu. Lang Xiaoyu was a year younger than Lu Bingyan, tall and slender with a fiery figure, and had been a prominent figure in the dance troupe with many admirers. She was smarter than Lu Bingyan and had chosen a son of a high-ranking official during her most valuable years. Alas! Due to issues with her upbringing and family background, her relationship with her in-laws became strained after marriage. She divorced less than a year after marriage. After that, Lang Xiaoyu drifted through society, changing boyfriends as frequently as she changed clothes. Originally, the two had little contact. A few years ago, Lu Bingyan got divorced, and Lang Xiaoyu felt she had found a kindred spirit, so the two began to see each other again. Recently, Lu Bingyan was short on cash and borrowed 50,000 yuan from Lang Xiaoyu. Lang Xiaoyu secretly felt pleased, thinking that Lu Bingyan had finally come to her for help, so she lent her the money. But today, Lu Bingyan suddenly returned the money. Lang Xiaoyu was very surprised and told her not to worry. Lu Bingyan insisted on paying it all back and even expressed her gratitude by offering to treat her to coffee. Lang Xiaoyu agreed. However, upon exiting the residential area, she saw Lu Bingyan sitting in a brand new Toyota Camry, leaving her utterly speechless. Yan, where did you get this car? It's so new. Lang Xiaoyu was wearing a light blue tight-fitting jeans, hugging her long, slender legs and round, delicate calves. A crop top revealed a sliver of her waist, paired with a red t-shirt, and she wore a large pair of sunglasses on her forehead. If you didn't know her exact age, saying she was in her late 20s would have been believable. She had a naturally small face, a slender figure, large breasts, and a curvy butt. She had been hanging out on the streets all day, and she always claimed to be 29, and everyone believed her. She envied and said, "This car must cost around 400,000 to 500,000 yuan, right? It's not that expensive, 420,000. Lu Bingyan smiled and replied, "It's brand new. Get in." Ah. Lang Xiaoyu was stunned as she got into the car, looking around in disbelief. She knew it wasn't a used car, everything was brand new. She hurriedly asked, Yan, tell me, where did you get all this money? It can't be from your dance school, right? Lu Bingyan's nickname was only used by her parents and classmates. Lu Bingyan felt young hearing herself called Yan. She didn't consider herself a materialistic person. But the feeling of being envied by her classmates was still quite pleasant. She turned the steering wheel awkwardly, wearing sunglasses, released the brake, and gently pressed the accelerator, smiling as she said, "Nothing, just stock trading." Stock trading? You know how to trade stocks? Lang Xiaoyu looked surprised. Over the years, she had been too busy changing boyfriends to make many real connections, and most of the people she knew were just braggarts with little substance. However, she knew Lu Bingyan. If she hadn't made real money, she wouldn't have spent over 400,000 on a car. Lang Xiaoyu grew increasingly envious. The sense of superiority she had felt earlier because Lu Bingyan had borrowed money from her vanished instantly. She hurriedly asked, "Tell me quickly, how can you make so much money from stock trading?" Lu Bingyan smiled and said, "I have a mentor guiding me. If it were me, I wouldn't know any of this." "Where did you find this expert? Could you introduce me to?" Lang Xiaoyu asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Lu Bingyan giggled, "Alright, I'll take you to the stock trading hall to learn the basics first, and I'll tell you more later." Lang Xiaoyu was already in her 30s, with little hope of remarrying, no children, and both her parents had passed away in the past 2 years. She was alone, without a steady job, and only thought about saving as much money as possible for her old age. Otherwise, when she was old, she might die alone with no one to know. Hearing Lu Bingyan say this, she was filled with anticipation and happily got into the car, arriving at the agreed-upon cafe. After sitting down, Lang Xiaoyu sat down with her legs stretched out, took out a pack of women's cigarettes, lit one, and smiled as she teased, Yan, your complexion looks much better than before. Have you been nourished by love again? Is that mysterious man your lover?" Lu Bingyan knew deep down that years of an unhappy life had left her with a sallow complexion, and the past few years of loneliness had only made her look even worse. Now, after being pampered by Liang Feng, she not only looked radiant but even the dark spots under her eyes had disappeared. Her overall state had improved, making her feel like she had aged several years. She was fully aware of it herself. Her attire had become more youthful and vibrant, wearing a black strapless dress that hugged her curves, revealing a glimpse of her cleavage. Her snow-white thighs are layered, and her skin has a healthier glow. Women truly cannot live without men. As a woman who has been there, Lu Bingyan was well aware of this. A woman without a man is like a fish out of water. At this moment, she had regained her source of water, stirring her coffee and smiling as she said, "At my age, I should find myself a companion." "A companion? How old is he? Looking at you, he must have you wrapped around his finger. He's quite the catch, isn't he?" Lang Xiaoyu smoked a cigarette and giggled. "He's not an old bachelor who finally got to taste some meat, is he?" Chapter 160, The 18-Year-Old's Big Boost. Lang Xiaoyu loved telling dirty jokes, and they would slip out of her mouth from time to time. Lu Bingyan had grown accustomed to it, stirring her coffee and humming, "Right, you found an old bachelor. Don't lie to me." Lang Xiaoyu knew Lu Bingyan had high standards and wouldn't settle for just anyone. Besides, it's impossible buying a car, investing in stocks, he must be a big boss. She leaned in and whispered, "I've seen your ex-husband. He was skinny and quiet. He couldn't possibly satisfy you in bed. This new one looks like he's got some skills. You walk differently now." Lang Xiaoyu had been around the block a few times and didn't hold back with her words. Lu Bingyan used to dismiss such talk with disdain, but now she didn't think much of it. She sipped her coffee elegantly and smiled, "Right, old but still going strong. He can go 4 or 5 times in one night." "Really? Lang Xiaoyu, with her experience, knew that men over 30 find it hard to go a second time, and couldn't help asking in a low voice, Yan Yan, how old is he? Are you just making this up? Lu Bingyan swirled her coffee cup and laughed, I found an 18-year-old. He's so strong he could knock out a young man and even punch a hole in the sky. She giggled after saying that. Thinking about Liang Feng, wasn't that exactly right? He doesn't even know what tiredness is. She covered her mouth and giggled, thinking to herself, if I had met Liang Feng when I was young, I might not have been able to handle him. Now she could barely keep up. Lang Xiaoyu wrinkled her little nose and snorted, an 18-year-old guy? That's a real tonic. She then puffed on her cigarette and said, aren't you afraid I'll steal him away from you? Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes, you? You'd never manage it. Poof. Lang Xiaoyu felt embarrassed, knowing full well that she had never been a match for Lu Bingyan back in school. And it was the same in society. She had thought Lu Bingyan was in for some bad luck, but instead, she was back on top again. She pursed her lips, still feeling a bit resentful. Women, after all, are always competitive. Sometimes it starts from graduation and continues throughout their entire lives. Cold Xiaoyu crossed her legs, lit a cigarette, and hummed, 18-year-old boys are great. I wish I could find an 18-year-old boy to date, just to relive the feeling of being in love at 18. Lu Bingyan smiled to herself, thinking that she was living the life Cold Xiaoyu had always dreamed of. She thought of Liang Feng again, thinking about how she was an older woman with a younger man and had even made money. Other women would probably laugh in their dreams. However, every time she thought about what she had done with Liang Feng, she felt afraid. But afterward, she couldn't help but savor the memories. Perhaps that was just how women were. She thought about it happily, unable to suppress a smile. Lang Xiaoyu watched her and couldn't help but snort, you're thinking about your 18-year-old lover again, aren't you? Looking at you like that, you must be well taken care of. Hurry up and tell me, how did my brother-in-law become so capable? Lu Bingyan looked around, glared at Lang Xiaoyu, and said, enough. Just say a few words. Why keep bringing this up? She didn't have many friends now. A divorced woman's social circle tends to shrink. So Lang Xiaoyu and she could be considered close friends who could talk about anything but didn't share their deepest feelings. Seeing that Lang Xiaoyu was always hanging around like this wasn't good, she brought up the topic of stocks again. If you want to trade stocks, I can recommend a few good ones to you later. You can make some money. But I'll say this up front, if you lose money, don't blame me. Lang Xiaoyu laughed, you've already bought a Toyota Camry, you must not have lost any money. If I buy and lose, it's just bad luck, I'll accept it. Lu Bingyan heard this and started chatting excitedly. Lang Xiaoyu listened carefully, hoping to follow suit and turn her fortune around. Later. Lu Bingyan couldn't help but sigh. Since meeting Liang Feng, her entire life had changed, and she couldn't help but pout a little, feeling that she hadn't been good enough to him. She couldn't resist taking out her phone and sending Liang Feng a message, I miss you. After sending it, she eagerly awaited his reply. She felt like a young girl caught up in a passionate romance, unable to suppress a giggle. An 18-year-old guy is really invigorating. Liang Feng didn't have his phone with him and couldn't receive Lu Bingyan's unexpected text message right away. At that moment, he was at home playing Legend of the Condor Heroes with Zhu Xiaoqing. Zhu Xiaoqing was clearly more efficient than Liang Feng. Originally, the telecom company had planned to wait another 2 days before coming to connect the internet. She was wearing a leopard print miniskirt and black stockings, swaying her hips, and called out in a sweet voice at the telecom service center. The staff immediately followed her and quickly connected the internet cable. After that, Zhu Xiaoqing bought another computer. At that moment, the two of them were enjoying the air conditioning, eating icy watermelon, and teaming up to play online in Beijing City. They entered a new zone. They both chose the mage class. One male mage and one female mage. Their names were couple nicknames. One is called Dog Man and the other is called Dog Woman. After learning the fireball spell, they targeted lone players. Before long, they had become notorious players with red names. Zhu Xiaoqing was having a blast, laughing and shouting, honey, over here. Over here. There's someone else. Liang Feng moved the rollerball mouse, reminiscing about this game that he would occasionally play again years later. In this era, Legend was the undisputed king of the gaming world. When a new server was launched, it was immediately overcrowded. Zhu Xiaoqing, quick on her feet, shouted repeatedly, honey, come on, let's throw fireballs together. Coming. Liang Feng followed closely behind. Immediately, the two pressed F1 simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 fireballs flew through the air. The warrior, who was leisurely hunting a deer and cutting its meat, was caught off guard and hurriedly fled. Haha, you can't escape. Zhu Xiaoqing chased after him excitedly. Liang Feng took charge of the outer perimeter. Continue. Search. Search. 2 fireballs were thrown. The warriors were successfully killed. Unfortunately, the loot dropped was just ordinary cloth armor, nothing special. Ugh, all deer meat. Even the medicine was dropped. Zhu Xiaoqing picked everything up one by one, frowning in frustration. But the feeling of teaming up and playing together was truly refreshing. Zhu Xiaoqing giggled and muttered, "It's more fun to play together. Playing alone is so boring." Liang Feng had played many games from the future, and in his opinion, Legend was exceptional in every aspect, from its setting to its mechanics. Equipment could be looted. Even the top-tier equipment could be obtained by defeating monsters, rather than through in-game purchases. The thrill of storming Shabbat together is more exhilarating than any other game. The feeling of killing enemies together is also unparalleled. Unfortunately, in the later stages, pirated versions flooded the market, and such a massive game IP fell into decline. He couldn't help but think to himself that if he could have been reborn a few years earlier, he might have secured the Legend copyright before Shanda did. However, at that moment, he was content with his current life, and such thoughts fleeted away as he continued to play online, enjoying the thrill of surfing the internet in Legend. Chapter 161: Zhu Xiaoqing's Tenderness. In 2002, the internet was still in its infancy, and online games were rare. QQ hadn't even become widespread yet. Playing Legend could be considered a fundamental memory for a generation of internet users. Liang Feng was so engrossed in the game that he lost track of time. Alas, time waits for no one. The evening sunlight streamed into the room. Liang Feng was feeling a bit tired, stretched his arms, and moved his hand away from the mouse, saying, "Xiaoqing, that's enough for today. My eyes are getting tired." He felt he had been wasting his time. He had wasted the entire afternoon. But what else could he do? It was all a waste of time. Liang Feng sighed wryly, stood up, and lay down on the sofa. Zhu Xiaoqing, wearing leopard print underwear, swayed seductively and plopped down into his lap, whining, "No, stay with me and play some more. Let's stay up all night together. I want to keep playing in Legend and be a couple of lovers." Liang Feng pinched her cheek gently and said helplessly, "I have to go home. If I don't, my parents will lock me up again." Mentioning being grounded, Liang Feng suddenly thought of Chen Xianxian. The two hadn't been in touch for a long time. Chen Xianxian had been busy with the shopfront business and he didn't know how things were progressing. He checked the time, it was already evening. He considered stopping by Liang Feng's kitchen to take a look. The recent heavy rain had dampened the enthusiasm for the outdoor barbecue, extinguishing most of the heat. Though outdoor grilling had its own charm, it was a hassle for customers when it rained. Fewer people came as a result. Therefore, the storefront was essential. Without a storefront, Liang Feng's kitchen would eventually go out of business. I suppose they've already started laying the foundation, right? No. Zhu Xiaoqing clung to Liang Feng, refusing to let go. "Let's play some more." "I'm not done yet." Liang Feng had no idea how to handle this beautiful teacher. He gave her a light tap on the butt and said, "Are you going to listen to me or her? I really need to go home." Zhu Xiaoqing pouted and gave in, saying, I'll listen to you. You're the boss." Reluctantly stepping away from the game, she then cheerfully added, "But can you at least have dinner with me, Mr. Liang?" Liang Feng nodded and said, "That's no problem. Let's go to the kitchen behind Liang's house. I was just thinking of going there to take a look. How's it coming along?" Zhu Xiaoqing heard this and immediately pouted, "That's too much trouble, and it's not even finished yet. I'm not going." She was actually afraid that seeing Chen Xianxian would prevent her from spoiling herself with Liang Feng. These days, she and Liang Feng were inseparable, and she felt restless if they didn't see each other for a day, longing to be together every moment. She swayed and sat back into Liang Feng's arms, whining, "We can't go anywhere today. Just stay with me. She whined like a little girl. All right. Liang Feng couldn't resist and nodded in agreement. As for Zhu Xiaoqing, he feels no emotional burden, unlike with Gu Yuan, where he must at least consider her future. There were plenty of beautiful women around. But he couldn't betray her. Liang Feng had an obsession with cleanliness, so he didn't care about non-virgins. But if it's the first time, he felt he had to take responsibility for her. Someone like Zhu Xiaoqing is a good choice. She's beautiful, has a good figure, and I don't have to worry about her future. This made him feel quite content. Of course, it wasn't irresponsible, it just meant he could be a bit more carefree. Zhu Xiaoqing was delighted and exclaimed, "Yay!" She suggested, "Why don't we just have a hot pot at home? We can turn on the air conditioner, enjoy the hot pot, and drink beer. How pleasant that would be." Liang Feng couldn't resist this little girl, so he agreed, "All right, let's have lamb hot pot." He asked curiously, "By the way, why do you love lamb hot pot so much? I remember we just had it a few days ago." Eating lamb hot pot in the middle of summer is easy to get hot and bothered. Zhu Xiaoqing smiled smugly and said, "I'm a tiger in the zodiac, so I love lamb." After saying that, she skipped off to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. "I have everything we need for lamb hot pot in the fridge. Just wait and enjoy." All right, let's have hot pot lamb." Liang Feng crossed his legs and watched Zhu Xiaoqing bustling around in the kitchen, still feeling quite happy. It felt like this was his secret hideout. There was a fox-like young wife waiting for him. This is too good. He chuckled, "Cooking in your underwear? Aren't you afraid the oil will splash on you? We're having lamb hot pot, no need to light the stove." Xu Xiaoqing smiled sweetly, crossed her legs, and gave a flying kiss at the kitchen door before returning to her chores, saying with a playful smile, "Watch TV for a bit, I'll be ready soon." "Alright, sure." Liang Feng acted like a hands-off boss, lying there in a good mood, watching Xu Xiaoqing bustle around the kitchen. "This little wife of mine is quite the model wife and mother." He smiled and picked up his phone out of habit. He had intended to send a message to Chen Xianxian to check on things she wasn't there, so he should at least check in. However, he noticed that Lu Bingyan had sent him a text message that read, "I miss you." His heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this ice queen, why is she suddenly sending such a flirtatious message? Could something be going on? He lay on the sofa and replied, "What do you miss about me?" Half an hour had passed since Lu Bingyan sent the text message. Lu Bingyan and Lang Xiaoyu had already left the cafe and were shopping at the mall, picking out clothes to wear for dinner together. Hearing her phone vibrate, she smiled, knowing it must be Liang Feng. Sure enough, it was him. She smiled, pressed her phone against her shoulder, and replied, "I don't want to think about it anymore." Liang Feng replied, "That's no fun." "I miss you." Lu Bingyan asked, "What do you miss about me?" Liang Feng chuckled and replied, "I miss your big softy." Lu Bingyan felt a bit shy. Seeing no one around, she replied, "My big fluffy one, I miss you too." "I'm going." Liang Feng suddenly jumped up, filled with excitement. He thought to himself, Lu Bingyan has finally come around. He wanted to ask her out immediately. For this ice queen, Liang Feng was head over heels in love, and he even felt that his feelings for her surpassed those for other women. There was nothing he could do about it. This ice queen always cried so much, making him feel like he was being too harsh. He couldn't help but feel a little pity for her. This perfectly illustrated the saying, "A crying child gets fed." Every time she cries, people naturally pay her more attention. The most money spent on her. Looking at the text message Lu Bingyan sent him, he felt delighted and his mood improved greatly, feeling that his efforts hadn't been in vain. This ice queen has finally melted. Ha, good. Liang Feng couldn't contain his excitement. But he had already promised Xu Xiaoqing, so he could only say, Monday, let's go to the stock exchange together, check the stocks, and by the way, see you." "Alright, I'll wait for you." Lu Bingyan agreed readily, then gathered her things and couldn't help but smile. An 18-year-old guy is like a tonic. She felt as though she had been rejuvenated, unable to suppress a giggle. She typed a message and sent it, "Having you is truly wonderful." Chapter 162, A Glass of Erguotu. Liang Feng lay on the sofa, exchanging flirtatious, slightly explicit messages with Lu Bingyan, who was smiling at him. Occasionally, he glanced at Xu Xiaoqing busy in the kitchen. He felt a little guilty toward Xu Xiaoqing. Among all these women, he seemed to have given the least to Xu Xiaoqing. Renting an apartment made her happy. He had said he would buy it, but hadn't he followed through? He then asked loudly, "Xingqing, how's the house deal going? Is the landlord not selling?" "They're selling, but the price is too high, they want 6,000 yuan. Xu Xiaoqing shook the water off her hands, walked out of the kitchen, leaned against the doorframe, and pouted, "I've already asked around. The highest price for a house in this area is 5,000. We've already paid a year's rent, so we're losing over 10,000. That's not acceptable. I'll just drag this out with him and see who can outlast who." She pouted, "But I really like it. I can't let him take advantage of us." "Alright, as long as you have a plan." Liang Feng smiled, waved his hand, and motioned for her to come over. "Don't bother arguing with him. It's not worth it. In the future, the room will skyrocket in value, maybe even 10 times more." "Are you serious?" Xu Xiaoqing swayed her slender legs, sitting in Liang Feng's lap, and shook her head. "This house is worth hundreds of thousands? Are you kidding? Haha, just wait and see." Liang Feng slapped her but with a loud smack, and sniffed the faint fragrance of a young girl on Xu Xiaoqing's body, saying, "If you have any relatives or friends, tell them that if they have money, they should buy a house. In the future, nothing will be more valuable than a house." "I don't believe you." Xu Xiaoqing pouted and added, "But since you said it, I believe you." She giggled and gave Liang Feng a kiss, saying, "Don't disturb me. I'll wash the vegetables first and we'll talk after that." "Alright." Liang Feng waved his hand. Xu Xiaoqing bounced away and returned to the kitchen to continue her chores. He also thought of Lu Bingyan, Yu Xian, and Chen Xianxian. He felt elated, as if he had already begun a life with multiple wives. One should be content with what one has. Liang Feng stretched lazily, nodded to himself, and thought, "I should be content." He stood up and walked into the kitchen, gently wrapping his arms around Xu Xiaoqing, who was still wearing her leopard print lingerie, and said in a voice full of affection, "Having you is truly wonderful." Xu Xiaoqing leaned back, playfully wiggled her hips, and replied in a teasing tone, "Having you is even better." After speaking, she turned around, shook the water droplets from her hands, wrapped her arms around Liang Feng's neck, and pulled him tightly, her legs wrapping around his waist. The two instantly plunged into a passionate kiss. Liang Feng held her up, a mischievous smile on his face, as he moved toward the refrigerator, pressing her against it, fully immersed in the intense atmosphere. At dinner time, the steaming hot pot mingled with the cool air from the air conditioner. Xu Shaoqing emerged from the kitchen with a bottle of Nolanchen Erguotu, skillfully unscrewed the cap, and suggested with a smile, "They say that lamb hot pot pairs best with white wine. Care for some?" As she spoke, she poured herself a glass. The 2-ounce cup was filled to the brim. She raised her eyebrows. "Come on?" Liang Feng smiled and pointed at the cup, saying, "If you dare to drink it, why should I be afraid?" It was already 8 p.m. After their earlier exertions, they had rested for a while, and now their stomachs were growling, so they got up to eat. That's the spirit. Xu Shaoqing smiled and poured Liang Feng a full cup. The steaming electric stove bubbled. Gurgle. Gurgle. The lamb was already cooked. There was also a plate of peanuts and a dish of sliced cucumbers on the side. It goes well with white wine. Liang Feng felt that placing Xu Shaoqing here was the best decision. If you want to play games, come over. If you want to drink, come over. There's also a little fairy-like lover waiting. Liang Feng felt incredibly happy and raised his cup, saying, "Come on, my dear, take a sip first." "All right." Xu Shaoqing raised her cup, clinked it against Liang Feng's, and downed half the cup in one gulp. Liang Feng tilted his head back and took a similar sip, instantly feeling the heat make his ears itch. "Erguotu, that's really strong." Liang Feng quickly added a piece of lamb, dipped it in some sesame paste, and stuffed it into his mouth. "The meat is good, so fragrant. I specially bought this lamb leg meat." Xu Shaoqing fanned her tongue, still feeling the heat, and followed suit. "I love lamb. I've loved it since I was a child, especially hot pot lamb. I can't go 3 days without it." She enjoyed every bite, even munching on a peanut. She was also very happy with the scene before her. Looking at Liang Feng, she felt that her future was secure. This feeling made her feel indescribably at ease and happy. She swayed and sat in Liang Feng's lap, whining, "Good man, can you stay tonight? I don't want to be apart from you. I want to follow you for the rest of my life." Liang Feng took a big bite of lamb, sighed helplessly, and said, "You little devil, always asking for more. I was supposed to go home for dinner today, but you asked me to stay, so I stayed. Now you want me to stay the night. If I keep staying out this late, my mom will really lock me out of the house again." Xu Shaoqing chuckled, "Then I'll sneak over to your place. You have a spare key, so it's no problem." Liang Feng looked utterly helpless. Xu Shaoqing clung to him like a clingy kitten, pleading softly, "Please stay the night, please stay the night. It's so boring being alone at night. Good person, good person, good person," she pleaded in a coquettish voice. Liang Feng had no resistance to such tactics. He gently pinched Xu Shaoqing's cheek and relented, "All right, but if I get grounded, you're responsible." "Yay!" Xu Shaoqing giggled excitedly, "I knew it. As long as I beg you, you'll agree. You're so kind." After saying that, she planted a firm kiss on Liang Feng's face and then skipped away like a child. Liang Feng looked at her and felt as though she were his own sister. And he was starting to feel a bit love-struck. "Eat, eat." Liang Feng ate the lamb, unable to help but laugh and cry at the same time. However, this feeling of being in love filled him with joy. The feeling of being needed was quite nice. "To express my gratitude, Xu Shaoqing will perform a dance for Mr. Liang." Xu Shaoqing turned on the recorder, played the music, and started swaying her hips and dancing wildly, showing how happy she was. Liang Feng drank his wine, ate peanuts, and watched, feeling in high spirits. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He hurriedly picked it up and saw that it was Chen Qianshan calling. Liang Feng quickly made a shushing gesture to Xu Shaoqing. Xu Shaoqing understood immediately and turned off the music. Liang Feng answered the call. Before he could speak, a man's anxious voice came through. "Mr. Liang, this is Lin Wu. Little Wu and Shanxian were attacked. We're on our way to the People's Hospital. We have no other choice but to contact you. Please come over immediately." Liang Feng's expression turned serious, and he stood up abruptly. He never expected to receive such news and hurriedly asked, "I'll be right there. You stay there and tell me the details first." At the same time, he signaled to Xu Shaoqing to go get clothes and shoes. Xu Shaoqing nodded and listened intently as Lin Wu explained the situation over the phone. Lin Wu sighed helplessly. Shanxian wanted to set up a shop in the back kitchen of Liang's house. Everything was already arranged, and the foundation was even being dug. But there's a local thug who wants a cut. He demanded a 10% stake and a rent-free storefront. Shanxian refused. Then, just now, they suddenly showed up with a group of people and let their dogs attack us. Shanxian and Taozi were both bitten. The situation is really bad. Bitten by dogs? Liang Feng was startled and hurriedly asked, "How severe are the bites?" Chapter 163, Dogs Bite People, People Eat Dog Meat. Liang Feng had already put on his jacket, holding his phone in one hand and trying to put on his shoes with the other. His mind was filled with worry, and he kept asking about the situation. Did they hit any vital areas? Lin Wu replied, "Mr. Liang, don't worry. The bites aren't too severe, but they're bleeding." Taozi was bitten more seriously, his wrist was bitten. Liang Feng asked again, "Who is the other party? What's his name? Do you know all the details?" Lin Wu explained, "This guy is a dog owner named Gung Biao. He's a well-connected figure in the underworld, known as Biaozi or Biaoga. He has a group of men under him who are extremely ruthless. They were well prepared, got out of a van, and released over a dozen large wolf dogs that immediately attacked us. Although we were also armed and prepared, we had never seen such a large-scale attack before and suffered heavy losses. Alright, I got it. Gung Biao, right? Alright, I'm heading over there right now. Liang Feng hung up the phone and was already dressed. Xu Xiaoqing was getting dressed beside him and said, I know this Gung Biao. He's the notorious local thug in that area. Now that he's making money, he probably wants a share. But I didn't expect him to dare touch Chen Shanshan. That's not giving Chen San any face. Liang Feng gritted his teeth and muttered, this is also not giving me face. Xu Xiaoqing agreed with a laugh, exactly, and what about our Mr. Liang? Oomph, your reputation isn't any worse than Chen San's now. This time, Gung Biao is asking for trouble. She was dressed neatly, ready to follow. Liang Feng thought for a moment and said, you might as well go with him. Maybe you can help turn hostility into friendship. Xu Xiaoqing snorted with a smile, what turning hostility into friendship? I'm just worried you'll act impulsively, so I'll keep an eye on you. Alright. Liang Feng pinched her cheeks affectionately. The two then left the house and rode their motorcycle straight to the people's hospital. Under the night sky. There weren't many cars on the road. They arrived at the address quickly. Upon entering, they saw a group of people dressed in black leather jackets sitting in the corridor outside the outpatient hall, all looking dejected and sighing. Upon seeing Liang Feng arrive, they perked up slightly, stood up, and called out, Mr. Liang, you're here. Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang, I'll go call Qianshan and Xiao Wu. One of them ran inside. Liang Feng looked around. Everyone was covered in dust and looked ejected, but none of them seemed seriously injured. Those who were injured were probably being treated inside. As long as everyone is okay, it's not a big deal. Liang Feng smiled faintly and offered a comforting word. Yes, sir. Mr. Liang, with you here, we can rest assured. Right. Everyone nodded, regaining some of their composure. However, the appearance of Xu Xiaoqing still caught them off guard, and they were unsure of the situation. How did Liang Xiao end up with Xu Xiaoqing? But no one dared to ask. Xu Xiaoqing hugged her shoulders, hiding in the back, watching coldly without saying a word. Not long after. Chen Shanshan, with her calf wrapped in a bandage, limped out, followed by Qin Jing and Lin Wu. As soon as Chen Shanshan saw Liang Feng, her eyes welled up with tears, filled with grievance. But when she noticed Xu Xiaoqing, she couldn't help but pause, wondering why the two of them were together so late at night. Xu Xiaoqing shrugged and explained, don't get jealous. We were just taking an evening class and happened to hear about this, so we gave you a ride on our motorcycle to bring you here. What's the matter? Don't you appreciate it? Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes and snorted, I think you're just here to mock me. Xu Xiaoqing shrugged back, if I wanted to see you make a fool of yourself, there'll be plenty of other chances. This one isn't necessary. She snorted, you take kindness for granted. Don't you know it's hard to hail a taxi at night? Well, you don't have to bother. It's like a cat crying over a dead mouse, fake compassion. Chen Shanshan retorted with a single word. They exchanged words, neither giving an inch. Enough. Both of you, just shut up. Liang Feng saw the situation and stepped in to stop them, saying, let's talk about what really happened first. Chen Shanshan shot Xu Xiaoqing a disdainful glance. She knew that Xu Xiaoqing was giving Liang Feng lessons. But it was late at night, and something didn't feel right. She couldn't press the matter further, so she said angrily, what else could it be? We were set up. I knew that Thug would come looking for trouble, so I told the guys to bring their weapons. But I didn't expect him to send his dogs. I'll tear his place to the ground and stew those dogs for meat. She was so angry she was grinding her teeth. After refusing Gung Biao's suggestion, she had already guessed that Gung Biao would come looking for trouble. She just didn't expect him to use dogs to ambush them, catching Chen Shanshan and the others off guard. Chen Shanshan shot Liang Feng a glance and said defiantly, don't worry about it. I can handle this myself. Liang Feng shot her a disdainful look and said, if you could handle it, you wouldn't be here. It's just a business dispute, right? He wants a 10% stake in a rent-free storefront, isn't that right? Chen Shanshan nodded. Right. He didn't do anything, yet he is demanding so much. I'll make sure he leaves. She grew angrier as she spoke, clenching her teeth and muttering, damn it, why is it so hard to get anything done? In the early 21st century, that's how it was. Everything required connections and favors, and the slightest mistake could ruin everything. You had to pay off everyone and everything. If you skipped one, you'd be in trouble. Chen Shanshan was already considered lucky. She could get things done by throwing money around, but if it were someone else, it would take at least a year or two to get it done. Liang Feng patted her on the shoulder and said, don't take it to heart. It's just a minor issue. We can handle it. He then asked with concern, how's the bite? Is the wound big? Chen Shanshan looked dejected, pouting and said, it's not big, just a scrape. But I'm worried about rabies, so I got the rabies vaccine. She then pouted, I've always been afraid of shots. It hurt so much. Liang Feng reassured her, it's okay. We'll figure it out gradually. No need to rush. He then looked at the others and asked, what about the other brothers? Did everyone who was bitten get the rabies vaccine? This isn't something to take lightly, everyone must get vaccinated. Lin Wu replied, Mr. Liang, don't worry. All the brothers who were bitten have gone to get the vaccine. Only Tao's wrist is a bit serious, they're still treating the wound. That's good. Liang Feng nodded reassuringly. As for that local thug named Biaozi, they would naturally find a way to deal with him and avenge this insult. Otherwise, his own reputation would be tarnished, and that was out of the question. He pondered his strategy. Dealing with such a local thug head-on would be pointless. If a dog bites you, you shouldn't bite back, instead, you should figure out how to eat the dog meat. Moreover, the other side was certainly already on guard, knowing that Chen Xianxian would seek revenge. Going in directly now would play right into their hands. We must outsmart them, that's the only wise course of action. As for how to outsmart them, Liang Feng is slowly forming a plan. Chapter 164, The Delaying Tactics. In the quiet corridors of the hospital, Xu Shaoqing stood at the back, arms crossed, watching everything unfold with a cold gaze. At this moment, the situation was already clear. She couldn't help but offer advice to Liang Feng, frowning and saying, this Geng Biao has some connections. His maternal uncle is the chief of the local police station, which is why he's so brazen. I think they've already planned this out. They probably knew you'd ask Chen San for help, but they're not afraid at all. Chen Xianxian waved her hand dismissively and said firmly, my business, I don't need my older brother. I can handle him myself. Xiao Wu, contact the brothers. Let's go deal with him now. I just don't believe that a dog owner could be that powerful. Lin Wu looked dumbfounded and was about to follow her lead. Liang Feng grabbed him and snorted, you're just a hothead. Charging in like that will only get you caught in their trap. Then they'll release the dogs, and you won't be able to escape. We need to come up with a more thorough plan. Chen Xianxian asked urgently, what good plan could there be? I'm trying to think of one, but I can't come up with anything. Everyone had just been through a rough ordeal and were still reeling. They knew they needed to outsmart them, but no one had any concrete ideas. Liang Feng smiled, having formed a plan in his mind. He patted Chen Xianxian on the shoulder and said with a smile, Xianxian, go tell that brute that you'll agree to his terms and let the kitchen at Liang's house resume normal operations first. As for the rest, we'll take our revenge in due time. What? Chen Xianxian wasn't about to give in so easily. She clenched her teeth and said, what? Agree to him? Impossible. 10 years? I can't wait that long. No way, absolutely not. Xu Shaoqing nodded in agreement beside her and said, Xianxian is right. She just opened her shop there. If she can't handle Geng Biao, the other small-time thugs and hoodlums will think she's easy to bully and will all come to take advantage of her. Then the shop won't be able to stay open. This is a hurdle we must overcome. Liang Feng explained, when I said 10 years, I didn't mean you have to wait 10 years. It's just a figure of speech. He added, what I mean is, let's get the construction started smoothly first. I already have a plan. It's just a delaying tactic. Don't delay the construction schedule. That's so embarrassing. Lin Wu rolled his eyes. He felt this was too humiliating and couldn't be done. Chen Xianxian shared the same thought and wanted to lead her people there immediately to settle the matter. But she knew deep down that the other side had already prepared for this. Even if she led her men there, they might not gain the upper hand. So Liang Feng was right. But she couldn't bring herself to agree. She felt that she wouldn't be able to get by in the future. Bide your time and let the storm pass. It's just a delaying tactic. What is so shameful about that? Liang Feng snorted, even Emperor Taizong of Tang had the Wei River Alliance, and Emperor Gaozu of Han had the shame of Baidi City. But no one remembers those things. The ultimate victor is what matters most. He looked around and spoke earnestly. Chen Xianxian, Lin Wu, and the others nodded reluctantly. To get started first, we can use a delaying tactic, but we must have a plan eventually. Chen Xianxian pouted. Lin Wu followed up curiously, yeah, Liang Xiao, what's the plan? Liang Feng gave a mysterious smile and uttered 2 words, fire attack. What kind of fire attack? Right, what kind of fire attack? Chen Xianxian clenched her teeth, confused. But then she had a sudden idea and laughed, saying angrily, is it setting fire to that dog kennel? Hee, that's a good idea. It'll be so satisfying. He set his dogs on us, so we'll set fire to his place. Let's do it. Lin Wu followed suit, gritting his teeth and shouting. The others heard this and immediately agreed, chattering excitedly, let's charge over there now. He'll definitely release the dogs to attack us. We'll bring some gasoline in advance, pour it on, light it, and burn them to the ground. Dogs are scared of fire, they'll run away. Then we'll rush in and beat them senseless. Right, that's exactly it. This plan is great. It's all thanks to Liang Xiao. Everyone grew more excited as they talked, convinced the plan was feasible. I think it'll work too. Chen Xianxian patted Liang Feng on the shoulder and praised him, only someone educated can think of such a clever plan. Let's use fire to attack them. Xu Shaoqing nodded in agreement and said, I think it's a good idea. They're probably waiting for us to come. Let's set a big fire and burn them all to ashes. If we don't have enough people, I can call all my brothers to help us eliminate that local bully, Dung Biao. Right. I think that's a good plan. If Snake Sister helps, we'll have enough men. Regarding the fire attack, everyone agreed, thinking it was a good plan, and nodded in agreement with smiles on their faces. Only Liang Feng looked stunned, shook his head with a bitter smile, and hurriedly explained, the fire attack I mentioned wasn't about actually setting fires. It was like the fire attack in the Battle of Red Cliffs, just a joke. If we really set fires at night, the wind would be strong, and the flames would be impossible to control. It could cost lives. This isn't something to play around with. Then what should we do? Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, not expecting it to be a fire attack. Upon further thought, they realized he was right. Setting a fire could kill people, and that would be a major incident. This wasn't the same as releasing dogs. Dogs could be controlled, but fire couldn't. Everyone continued to stare at Liang Feng. Liang Feng remained calm, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I have a plan. You all rest and recover first. Xianxian, do as I say. Go tell that man named Biao that you agree to his demands. Let Liang Feng start work in the kitchen on time every day without delaying the schedule. The rest is up to me." Chen Xianxian looked puzzled, still feeling humiliated. Liang Feng glared at her. She lowered her head and muttered softly, "Alright, I'll do as you say. I'll send someone to negotiate, but if you mess this up, my reputation will be ruined." "Don't worry." Liang Feng smiled and patted her shoulder confidently, saying, "Your reputation is solid. Nothing will go wrong." Chen Xianxian was skeptical, but she still turned to Lin Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, do as Liang Xiao said. Call them and tell them we've given in. Ask for peace and offer them a 10% stake." Lin Wu felt resentful inside, but since Liang Feng had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. "Alright, I'll go tell them." Xu Xiaoqing looked puzzled and followed up, "Mr. Liang, this is just a delaying tactic. Deng Biao will probably believe this, but once you've delayed them, you'll need reinforcements. Who will they be?" Liang Feng smiled smugly, keeping the answer to himself. "Just wait and see. Once my reinforcements arrive, we'll wipe them out completely." "Alright, we'll just wait and see." Xu Xiaoqing replied with a smile. She naturally believed Liang Feng. She knew he could handle such a minor matter, but she was simply curious. Chen Xianxian felt frustrated, thinking it would be more satisfying to just charge in and kill them. She gritted her teeth in annoyance and stomped her foot. Liang Feng smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry. If he dares to touch you, I won't let him get away with it. But there's no need to make a big deal out of such a trivial matter. It's just a small hurdle. Once we get past it, the path ahead will be smooth sailing. But you're telling me to back down, and I just can't accept that. That bully, who does he think he is? He's showing off in front of me and sending his dogs to bite me. I can't stand it." Chen Xianxian sighed in frustration. Liang Feng laughed and said, "Once you get through this, you'll understand. There's no need to stoop to their level." He laughed again. "If a dog bites you, you shouldn't bite it back. You should kill the dog and eat its meat. Do you understand?" Chapter 165, Kill the Dog and Eat Its Meat. At those words, everyone's eyes lit up. The saying circulating in the streets was that if a dog bites you, you shouldn't bite the dog back, meaning one should endure and not stoop to the dog's level. But Liang Feng's words made them all see things in a new light. That's right. If a dog bites us, we can't bite back because it's just a dog. We're the ones who should be killing dogs and eating their meat. Liang Xiao is right. That's a nice way of putting it. That's right. If a dog bites you, you should eat its meat. Exactly. That's spot on. Eating dog meat is the real treat. Everyone burst into laughter. Their disheveled and dejected demeanor returned to normal. Everyone highly approved of Liang Feng's words. Xu Xiaoqing, with a smile on her lips, couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, "Dogs bite people, people eat dogs." Mr. Liang, we're all waiting for you to take us to eat dog meat. Right, we're all waiting for you. Chen Xianxian also perked up at this, smiling as she spoke. Though they didn't know Liang Feng's plan. But after hearing Liang Feng's words, they all saw hope and believed that Liang Feng must have a good plan for eating dog meat. The sense of frustration and embarrassment they had felt earlier had completely vanished. If they charged over now, even if the dog bit them, they wouldn't dare retaliate. That would be unpleasant, but there was no need to stoop to the level of a dog. Because what people should do is eat dog meat. That's what's truly satisfying. Everyone burst into laughter. Liang Feng said, "I've already figured out how to eat the dog. For now, I invite everyone to eat and drink first, to get rid of the bad luck." Everyone nodded in agreement and shouted, "Let's go drink first." Right, drinking to forget our sorrows. Mr. Liang, let's go. Mr. Liang, we're all waiting for you to take us to eat dog meat. The group chatted and laughed as they left the hospital. Though there were still some unresolved issues between Xu Xiaoqing and Chen Xianxian. But once they sat down at the table, the atmosphere had clearly eased up a lot. Chen Xianxian glared at Xu Xiaoqing, finding something off about her, and suddenly asked, "Why are you so late? Did you have class?" Xu Xiaoqing held her wine glass and hummed, "Many tutoring classes are scheduled in the evening." Haven't you ever taken one? This question left Chen Shanxian speechless. She had dropped out of a vocational school after graduating from junior high school and didn't even finish her studies, so she had no idea about such things. She could only wave her hands and change the subject. Let's just drink. Why so much talk? You've been bitten by a dog, can you even drink? Xu Xiaoqing raised her glass of white wine. The same lamb hot pot. Gulp. Gulp. They dipped and ate, the atmosphere lively and bustling. Chen Shanxian hummed, why don't you try it and see? Not backing down, she picked up the wine cup and downed it in one gulp. What a bold move. Liang Feng watched the two of them, finding it amusing, but not wanting to take sides. He cheered them on from the side. As for Liang Feng's reinforcements, naturally, it was his maternal uncle, Bai Yuzhong. According to reason, his uncle had been in Baiyin for several days, and things should have gone smoothly, with the mission successfully completed. Afterward, he would certainly be promoted. From an official standpoint, being able to bring the criminals to justice without shedding a drop of blood was the best possible outcome. That was his entire plan. When it comes to dealing with such matters, relying on official channels is the most reliable approach. As for now, it's time to keep eating and drinking to your heart's content. Shanxian, your task now is to ensure that the kitchen where Liang Feng is working remains operational without delay. Do not interfere with anything else. Do you understand? Liang Feng held up his white wine cup and gave a final instruction. Chen Shanxian rolled her eyes and said, don't worry, I know what to do. If a dog bites me, I won't bite back, I'll find a way to eat the dog meat. That's the spirit. Let us drink. Liang Feng raised his white wine glass, clinked it with Chen Shanxian's, and said, drink up. Alright, cheers. Chen Shanxian smiled. Watching Liang Feng look so happy. Though he was younger than her, he was someone she could rely on. Whenever she needed help, he would always step up and offer his assistance. Earlier, Lin Wu had asked Chen Shanxian whether she wanted to ask Chen San or Liang Feng for help. Chen Shanxian chose Liang Feng, and now she saw that it was the right choice. She couldn't help but smile and give him a flirtatious glance. Having you around is so nice. You're just being polite. Liang Feng laughed heartily. Looking at Xu Xiaoqing, she was also looking at him with delighted eyes, flirting heavily. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at her, laughing heartily, and then just focused on drinking. Come on, cheers, cheers. Alright, cheers. Everyone raised their cups and drank them dry. The original gloom was completely swept away, leaving only joy and anticipation. Anticipating the day they would eat dog meat. 3 days passed. Liang Feng was having dinner with his parents. The TV was showing the Tangcheng evening news. In his ears, Bai Jing kept nagging, I'm telling you, if you dare to stay out late again, I'll lock you up and never give you any pocket money again. Liang Qinggong chimed in, that's right. You're always either at a classmate's house or staying up all night at an internet cafe. You're only 18, still in high school. What kind of example are you setting? Alright, I understand. Liang Feng replied half-heartedly, glancing at the news. Sure enough. The evening news suddenly shifted gears, reporting, Deputy Captain Bai Yuzhong of the 3rd Criminal Investigation Squad of our city, although stationed in Tangcheng, has been closely monitoring a major unsolved case nationwide. Yesterday, he successfully solved the serial murder case in Baiyin City. Please watch the detailed report below. The TV screen switched. It showed Bai Yuzhong, wearing a large red flower, returning home in triumph. He was walking at the train station. Police officers on both sides saluted him in welcome. After that, it was time for the reporter to interview Bai Yuzhong. Oh my older brother. Bai Jing was eating with his head down when he suddenly froze, pointing in astonishment and said, what's going on here? Yeah, how did my older brother end up on TV? Liang Chang put down his wine glass and stared. Liang Feng raised his voice slightly and said with a smile, my uncle seems to have done something great. They say he solved a major serial murder case. The Baiyin serial murder case had become widely known on the internet in the outlying areas. However, in an era when the internet wasn't widely available, few people outside the province had heard of it. Solving a serial murder case? When did that happen? Bai Jing turned up the volume on the TV. On the TV, Bai Yuzhong, dressed in police uniform, was enthusiastically giving an interview. It was mainly under the leadership of our superiors and with their care that I was able to achieve such results. He was speaking in vague, empty phrases. Liang Qinggong was a bit tipsy, rubbed his eyes, and said, could it be that Chang Li is the serial killer? They caught him by accident. It's from another city. Liang Feng laughed. Bai Jing shouted, stop talking, everyone. Listen to my older brother. Everyone listened intently, eager to hear more. Bai Yuzhong, in his 40s, knew exactly what to say in such a situation. He kept praising the leader's achievements, saying that he had only solved the serial murder case under the leader's guidance. Liang Feng sighed wryly, uncle, you're really suited for politics. This little butterfly, flapping its wings, had already changed the fate of many people. A murderer has been caught. Next up is a local thug. Over the past 3 days, Liang Feng hadn't been idle. He had gathered a lot of evidence against Geng Biao. Everything has been meticulously documented. All he's waiting for now is Bai Yuzhang to return in triumph. At this moment, it's time to kill the dog and eat the meat. Chapter 166, The Divine Detective by Yuzhang. The next day, early in the morning, Liang Feng followed the plan and delivered the letter he had written to his uncle by Yuzhang's motorcycle. He stood on the rooftop of a distant building, holding a pair of binoculars, watching everything from afar. Bai Yuzhang had celebrated lavishly the night before, drinking heavily, and didn't return home until midnight. However, the criminal investigation team had many tasks to handle, so he got up around 8:30 a.m. and prepared to ride his motorcycle to the criminal investigation team. Then he spotted the envelope. He froze for a moment, then rushed over and snatched it, glancing nervously around like a thief, searching for the mysterious person in the world. Only he knew how he had solved the Silver Special serial murder case. It was the guidance of this mysterious person. Even his wife and daughter asked him. He claimed it was all his own hard work, that he had discovered the clues and solved the case. At that moment, he never expected that as soon as he returned home, another letter arrived. He was extremely excited, knowing it must be more news. Seeing no one around, he carefully opened it. The result. When he opened it, he was completely stunned. He had originally thought the mysterious person would bring the second major case. He had considered this possibility. But to his surprise, it was a very minor case. A gang of land thugs. The evidence and crimes were clearly documented, and the offenses were serious enough to warrant a decade or more in prison. But compared to the silver case, it was far inferior. But the notes and signatures were undeniably authentic. He calmly pondered for a moment, feeling that this mysterious person was someone who could move freely between heaven and earth, making it impossible for him to guess their origins. But he was definitely from Tangcheng. Why target him? He didn't know, and besides, the silver case had been solved too smoothly. He had been arrested on the spot, and this case, involving 11 murders over a span of 14 years, had been solved by him. The entire nation was shocked. The Ministry of Public Security had highly praised him. His promotion was certain. Yet now he was given such a minor case. He couldn't understand it. But since it was delivered by a mysterious person, he knew he had to handle it, no matter the reason, and bring this Gung Biao to justice. He carefully put the envelope away. He looked around, then got on his motorcycle and set off. Liang Feng watched from afar with a smile, knowing that Gung Biao's days were numbered. "Uncle, you're a good cop for taking down both tigers and flies." He smiled and left the roof. In a good mood, he ran lightly to greet the new morning. Bai Yuzhang was a discharged soldier who joined the police force after leaving the military. Starting from the bottom, he rose through the ranks to become a detective thanks to his outstanding performance. His record was spotless, and he was known for his integrity and fairness. After over a decade on the job, though his position hasn't changed much, he has become an expert in how to investigate cases and enforce the law. Bai Yuzhang arrived at the criminal investigation team with information provided by a mysterious individual. His colleagues immediately gathered around him with smiles on their faces, clapping enthusiastically. The applause echoed throughout the criminal investigation team. "Brother Bai, you're really something. Such a big case, and you managed to solve it. You're a detective renowned even at the Ministry of Public Security. By good, you're amazing." "That's right, Brother Bai. You've been keeping a low profile at the bureau lately, but it turns out you were studying the Baiyin case." "That's amazing." "That's right. You've brought honor to our province, our city, and the Criminal Investigation Division." Clap, clap, clap. The applause continued enthusiastically. Bai Yuzhang publicly stated that he had been dedicated to studying the Baiyin case, even using his vacation time to travel to Baiyin for on-site investigations and gather crucial clues. This is how he successfully solved the case and apprehended the murderer. When the suspect was apprehended, he confessed immediately. The entire process took only 3 days, an astonishingly smooth operation. Everyone couldn't help but shower him with praise, calling him a master detective. "From now on, our Bai brother is the Bai detective." "That's right, Brother Bai, you're so amazing. If there's any major case in the country, they'll definitely call you in." "Right, there's no way he'll escape. He's a detective with the Ministry of Public Security's name on it." Everyone laughed and flattered him. Bai Yuzhang smiled modestly, waving his hand. "As a police officer, it is our duty to solve cases and bring criminals to justice. What I've done is simply my duty." "Brother Bai, you're too humble." "Yeah, you're so amazing." The compliments kept coming. Bai Yuzhang was overjoyed. This feeling was still quite enjoyable. But he had business to attend to, so he smiled and said, "Everyone, let's talk later. I need to go see Captain Pan." His colleagues all agreed. Right, you should go see Captain Pan." "White brother, you should go quickly, the captain is waiting for you." "Brother Bai, you must tell us all about it later. This is a major case involving 11 lives and spanning 14 years. How did you solve it?" All right. Bai Yuzhang smiled broadly and agreed readily. He had already earned countless accolades at the provincial bureau, and his promotion was a foregone conclusion. As a detective renowned even at the Ministry of Public Security, working as an ordinary criminal investigator was beneath him, and it also showed that the Tangcheng Police Department didn't know how to use talent. Therefore, his promotion was only a matter of time. Bai Yuzhong naturally rose with the tide, and everyone had to look up to him. The current captain of the Tangcheng Criminal Investigation Team, over 55 years old, is about to step down from his position as the head of the Criminal Investigation Team. His name is Pan Dahai. He is known as Captain Pan. Bai Yuzhong has been promoted to deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Team at the Provincial Bureau. As long as he continues to perform well, taking over as captain of the Criminal Investigation Team will not be difficult. After all, the Baiyin case was a major case that garnered significant attention at the national level. Its successful resolution truly put Bai Yuzhong in the spotlight. As he entered the captain's office, Captain Pan stood up with a smile and greeted him, saying, "Ah, old Bai, you've finally arrived. Ha, you've really done a great job this time. You've brought honor to our province, our city, and our criminal investigation team." Bai Yuzhong smiled, removed his police cap, saluted, and said, "Captain Pan, you're too kind. I'll always be one of your men." Captain Pan laughed heartily, clearly delighted. "We're all here to serve the people. We're all soldiers. Come, sit down." Then, unable to contain his emotions, he added, "When you asked for leave, I thought there was something wrong at home. I never imagined you'd be like a hero returning from battle, receiving commendations all the way from the Ministry of Public Security to the Provincial Bureau. You truly are someone who doesn't speak unless it's worth saying, and when you do, it's astonishing. I can't compare to you. I can't compare at all." He stood up and went to pour water for Bai Yuzhong. As fellow police officers, he couldn't help but admire those with investigative skills, especially on such a major case in a distant place like Tangcheng. One can't help but admire and praise such achievements. Especially since both the Ministry of Public Security and the Provincial Bureau have sent commendations. This is truly unprecedented in Tangcheng. He couldn't help but praise him again and again. "Old Bai, you're really something." Chapter 167, Bai Yuzhong solves the case swiftly. Last night, the one hosting the welcome banquet for Bai Yuzhong was the deputy mayor of Tangcheng, the secretary of the Municipal Committee for Political and Legal Affairs, the director of the Public Security Bureau, the deputy director, and many others. He had heard such words many times before. Though they sounded flattering, making one feel as though they were on cloud nine, he remained unfazed. But Bai Yuzhong, in his 40s, was well aware of how things worked here. He remained humble in his response, saying, "Officer Pan, this is all thanks to your excellent leadership. Your guidance has always been etched in my heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today." "Ah, old Bai, you're too modest." Pan team leader laughed heartily. Though these empty words held little meaning, they still sounded pleasant to the ears. He personally poured Bai Yuzhong a cup of water, set it down, and said, "Old Bai, let's get together again tonight. The people from our team yesterday didn't get a chance to meet you." "All right." Bai Yuzhong's expression turned serious. "However, Captain Pan, I actually have something to report to you. When I was at the Provincial Bureau, Lu, the director of the anti-gang office, mentioned a case to me. Coincidentally, I had some prior knowledge of it and wanted to discuss it with you." "What case?" "The deputy director Lu from the Provincial Bureau's anti-gang crime office got involved?" Pan team leader immediately grew tense. These days, Bai Yuzhong was a powerful figure with connections to high-ranking officials, and many influential people held him in high regard. In the police force, being able to solve cases was the ultimate proof of one's ability, and being a good police officer meant being able to solve cases. This was even more direct in other departments. So what Bai Yuzhong said? Pan team leader must pay special attention to this. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Bai Yuzhong knows exactly how to handle cases in a grassroots criminal investigation unit. If it's routine procedure, there's no need to wait until a certain time to make an arrest and solve the case. Unless it's a case like the Baiyin case, where all the police are determined to solve it, then they'll speed things up. Otherwise, if it involves local interest groups, dragging it out for 3 or 5 years is commonplace. That's why he had already planned to use a big name to get things done, so that his subordinates could handle the case quickly. Of course, he now has the leverage to do so. He spoke solemnly, without a hint of a smile. The head of the anti-gang unit said that there's a man named Geng Biao in the Tangcheng Development Zone who has formed a criminal gang. They've been causing trouble, setting dogs on people, extorting protection money, and committing all sorts of crimes in the area. We need to take him down immediately. Is that so? Pan team leader was taken aback. Someone like Geng Biao, a local thug, wasn't usually the kind of case the criminal investigation team would handle. Especially cases involving economic disputes, which were generally not under their jurisdiction. But Pan had been stationed at the Tangcheng criminal police team for over a decade. Such a figure. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Geng Biao is easy to deal with, just a small-time local thug. But he's connected to someone inside the police department. So they generally won't go looking for trouble unless someone higher up is pressuring them. Inside the office, Bai Yuzhong suddenly lowered his voice and said, "I think he must have offended Lu, the section chief, or one of his relatives." That's why Lu specifically reminded me about it. I think we need to handle this matter, and we need to do it well. We have to do it. Pan team leader understood the deeper meaning behind the words. Lu, the section chief, mentioning Bai Yuzhang to him meant he considered Bai Yuzhang one of his own. Therefore, his position was eventually destined to be Bai Yuzhang's. This was Lu Chu's way of testing Bai Yuzhang's ability to handle matters. As someone who had been through it all, he knew exactly what was going on and couldn't stand in Bai Yuzhang's way. He smiled and said, "Old Bai, this case is all yours. Haha, if you handle this well, in a few years, the position of criminal investigation team captain will be yours." Bai Yuzhang stood at attention and saluted, "Captain Pan, rest assured. I will always be one of your men. As for this Gung Biao, I will handle this matter properly and bring him to justice." "Alright, go ahead." Captain Pan waved his hand dismissively, issuing his orders. "Yes, sir." Bai Yuzhang saluted again and left with a smile. He well understood the complexities of police investigations. Even with evidence in hand, cases could become extremely difficult due to the involvement of multiple parties with conflicting interests. Gung Biao had managed to establish himself as a local tyrant. He must be connected to numerous local factions. By invoking the provincial bureau, local officials dared not interfere lightly. This is nothing more than using influence to intimidate others. But for the instructions from the mysterious figure, Bai Yuzhang naturally had to do his best to carry it out. Thus, he managed to gather all the evidence mentioned in the envelope in just 1.5 days. That same afternoon, Bai Yuzhang personally led a squad of criminal investigators straight to Gung Biao's dog farm, ready to take down this criminal organization with ties to organized crime in one fell swoop. Gung Biao, 38 years old, was tall and muscular, with a broad face, a large nose, and big ears. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, he had a crew cut and a tattoo of Guangong on his back. In their village, he was considered a local tyrant. Any good thing in the village, there was nothing he wouldn't take. This time, having secured Chen Shanshan's promise, he was at the height of his confidence. He was celebrating with his men, eating meat and drinking wine in large quantities. His men were fawning over him, flattering him non-stop. "Biao, this Chen Shanshan looks tough, but at the end of the day, she's still just a woman. Ha, a few dogs scared them into submission. Ah, they're really useless. That's because our brother Biao has a big name." Chen Shanshan was intimidated. Right, it's all thanks to our brother Biao. He's so powerful. That so-called Chen San, all hyped up, I don't think even her older brother would dare to mess with our Biao. Exactly. Brother Biao, in my opinion, we could even ask her for a 30% cut. Her place makes a lot of money every year, she'd have to give it to us. Gung Biao's tall, fat body still had several scars from being bitten by dogs. It was clear he had put a lot of effort into raising dogs. While eating lamb skewers and drinking beer, he chuckled, "This is just the first step. Once the time is right, we'll just take that place by force. What's there to talk about 3/10 of the profits? That place will be ours from now on." Everyone nodded in agreement. Right, Brother Gung is right. Once they finish building, we'll cause trouble. They'll be scared, and then it'll be our territory. My goodness, that'll be amazing. With that territory, we'll be unstoppable. Exactly. Biao Gu really has a brain. Let's wait until they finished building before we act. Otherwise, we'd have to invest tens of thousands of dollars. Exactly, that's right. Haha, Brother Biao, let me toast you. Come on. Everyone raised their glasses. Gung Biao burst into laughter, drinking his beer, feeling so happy and content, thinking about how great it would be if they really took down Liang Feng's kitchen. He would truly become famous. And that Liang Feng? He's nothing. All the hype is overrated. Look at him, he's just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Exactly, compared to our brother Biao, they'd all be running their guts out. Haha, right, all of them. One after another, they flattered him. Gung Biao couldn't stop laughing, feeling invincible. Tangcheng, he was the boss. Come on, cheers. Everyone ate and drank non-stop, celebrating wildly, venting their joy over this decisive victory. Chapter 168, Gung Biao meets his end. After several rounds of wine and various dishes, Gung Biao was still basking in the glow of his bright future. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. What's going on? Why are the police here? Yeah, why are the police coming to our village? Everyone looked bewildered, never having imagined that they were coming for them. Gung Biao was completely unafraid. His uncle was the chief of the police station. He had nothing to fear. But he never expected this. The criminal investigation team's police car drove straight toward his dog kennel. And, in the blink of an eye, the police got out of the car and quickly surrounded him. One squad charged straight toward them, shouting loudly, "Everyone get down! Get down and don't move! Everyone, stay where you are! You there, don't move!" The police officers glared angrily, holding batons, and some even had guns drawn. Gung Biao and the others were completely stunned, stammering, "Officer, what did we do?" "Yes, we were just drinking together. We didn't cause any trouble." Bai Yuzhang walked in with a stern expression, head held high, wearing his police cap. He surveyed the room and looked at Gung Biao, saying, "You're Gung Biao, right?" Gung Biao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I'm Gung Biao. My uncle. Who your uncle is doesn't matter. Handcuff him and take him away." Before he could finish, Bai Yuzhang gave the order directly. Before Gung Biao could react, the police officers swiftly subdued him. Click. Click. The handcuffs snapped shut. "What did I do? I didn't do anything," Gung Biao shouted, trying to resist. The criminal investigators weren't pushovers. They shoved him from behind. "Just behave yourself." Gung Biao let out a sudden ugh sound, struggling to catch his breath as he was forced into the police car. Seeing this, the others dared not resist. They all surrendered meekly, were pinned down one by one, and loaded into the car. In the face of the powerful state apparatus, these small-time thugs were as fragile as ants. They arrived at the criminal investigation team. Gung Biao still tried to resist, arguing, "I didn't do anything. What right do you have to arrest me?" Because of this, Bai Yuzhang presented the irrefutable evidence, laying it out one by one before him. There were confessions from those who had been forced to buy or sell. There were testimonies of illegal gambling. Most importantly, there was evidence of assault with a weapon and eyewitness accounts. And so on, all laid out before Gung Biao. Some of these incidents had occurred 4 or 5 years ago. He had thought they were all settled. Little did he know it would resurface. Gung Biao realized someone was targeting him and hurriedly asked, "Who is it? Who is trying to frame me?" "You deserve your punishment. You have brought this upon yourself." Bai Yuzhang slammed the table with a loud snap and gave him a cold stare. Gung Biao was completely stunned, his entire demeanor deflated. It would likely take him a decade or more to recover. Monday. Liang Feng was as promised, sitting with Lu Bingyan in the stock market, watching the changes in stock prices on the screens in the trading hall. Chen Qianxian suddenly answered her phone. Liang Feng glanced at it and guessed most of it, smiling as he answered, "Is there some good news you want to tell me?" Chen Qianxian laughed excitedly, "Oh my god, you already knew? Haha, how did you arrange this?" Gung Biao was taken away by the criminal police, and his dog farm was sealed off. Apparently, he's facing multiple charges and could be sentenced to 10 or 8 years. His family is going crazy, desperately trying to pull strings, but it's all for nothing. She sighed again. Even his uncle has been suspended from his position. Liang Feng snorted with a laugh, "I told you, if a dog bites you, you can't bite back. Hee hee, you have to eat dog meat to satisfy your craving." He then ordered, "Gung Biao won't be out for 10 or 8 years. You just focus on building your storefront. This time, I'll keep an eye out. No one will dare to cause you trouble. No one will dare now." Chen Qianxian was thrilled and giggled. She knew that after all this commotion, no one would dare to cause her trouble anymore. The rumors were already spreading. Chen Qianxian had connections at the provincial department, and she had intentionally said she would give Gung Biao a 10% stake to leave evidence. Plus, with the rumors spreading and getting worse, Chen Qianxian had become someone no one dared to mess with. Not to mention the small-time thugs around her, even the big shots in the city had to think twice. Chen Qianxian has transformed into a true big sister. The main reason was that the construction schedule hadn't been delayed by a single day. Chen Qianxian was overjoyed and couldn't help but marvel at Liang Feng's incredible abilities. She couldn't help but smile and exclaim, "Thank goodness I listened to you. Otherwise, we would have wasted an entire week. Haha, now things are starting to take shape. Want to come take a look? Let us do it in the afternoon. I have class in the morning." Liang Feng replied casually. "All right." Chen Qianxian giggled, "Then you must come this afternoon. I'll be waiting for you." "All right, see you there." Liang Feng hung up the phone. He was equally delighted inside. With Gung Biao out of the way, the rest would be smooth sailing, a clear path ahead. That's how things work. Someone has to be the first to take the plunge. In the early 21st century, starting a business was like that. If you wanted to get something done or build a career, without some social influence or connections, you couldn't accomplish anything. Especially in a city like Tangcheng. It was even more challenging. So this incident serves as a warning to others, a lesson to be learned. Liang Feng was naturally delighted. Additionally, his uncle Bai Yuzhang's ability to get things done exceeded Liang Feng's expectations. He had originally thought it would take 10 days or half a month, or even longer. That's why he had Chen Qianxian agree to a delay tactic with Gung Biao, so that Liang Feng could start work in the kitchen quickly and not delay the schedule. A warm bed is hard to come by, but a cold one is even harder to endure. If the kitchen's momentum faded before the storefront was completed, it wouldn't be very popular. That's why Liang Feng had Chen Qianxian delay Gung Biao. Looking back now, the choice made at the time was the right one, including choosing Bai Yuzhang. With this ally, the tasks ahead would be much simpler. A satisfied smile involuntarily appeared on his lips, and he felt quite pleased with his arrangements. "Boss, what's going on? You look so happy." Lu Bingyan, with her slender, shapely legs crossed, looked over and teased playfully, "You're smiling so happily. Must be something good." She wore a sleek black bodycon mini skirt that hugged her curves, her entire figure radiating beauty. Her thick hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing her fair collarbone, white shoulders, and the deep cleavage of her chest. Her flawless oval face was lightly made up, and her delicate lips, painted with bright red lipstick, curved into a playful smile as she said, "Share the good news with me, boss. Let me share in your joy. Great news, let's go all out." Liang Feng tilted the chin of this stunning beauty, watching the stock market soar, and smiled broadly. "We can't just sit around either. We need to launch a major offensive." "Ha?" Lu Bingyan was startled. Liang Feng had been watching all morning and had figured it out. He waved his hand and said, "Buy the remaining 20 million as well, because I've seen clearly that it will keep rising." Chapter 169, Lu Bingyan's Epiphany. Liang Feng entered the stock trading hall, looking at the various stocks, mainly to rekindle past memories. At that moment, he had already recalled those memories. The year 2002. The stocks he had chosen would all rise by year-end, with gains of around 50%, though there would be fluctuations. However, the upward trend would remain unchanged, so buying now would definitely not result in a loss. He didn't need the money. But he couldn't just sit idly by. Earning more was always better. Lu Bingyan listened, her brows brightening with joy. She nodded repeatedly and said, "All right, boss, I'll go right away." "All right, go ahead." Liang Feng nodded. With 25 million yuan in capital, there were already hundreds of thousands coming in every day. If it became 45 million yuan, there would naturally be even more. He couldn't just let that money sit idle. The main reason was that this method of making money was transparent and easy to explain. That's why he chose the stock market. Liang Feng still had a plan in mind. If someone were to investigate him, he could clear his name, which would be the best course of action. He knows a bit about other things like gambling and futures trading. But none of them were as stable or legitimate as stocks, so he temporarily ruled them out. He could always consider them later if he ever needed money. Lu Bingyan, with her long, shapely legs and graceful figure, made her way to the trading hall to conduct her transactions. Once everything was done, Liang Feng saw no need to look any further. He stretched lazily and said, "The boss is done. It's time to rest now." "Yes, boss." Lu Bingyan gave a faint smile, obediently linking her arm through his, and said, "We're all listening to you, boss. Be a good girl." Liang Feng chuckled. He found himself growing more and more fond of this stunning beauty. He couldn't help but admit, among all his women, in terms of beauty and grace, Lu Bingyan was undoubtedly the most stunning. With her classical beauty, oval face, almond-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, and cherry red lips, every smile and gesture was utterly captivating. Her figure was graceful and alluring, the most fiery of them all. She had lost the innocence of youth yet retained a touch of it. At the age of a beautiful young woman, she is mature, sensual, yet not something a young girl possesses. The perfect age for an upright woman. No matter how you look at her, you can't help but be drawn to her. "Boss, let's go." Lu Bingyan gave a faint smile, leaned close to Liang Feng's ear, and teased playfully, "My dear boss, there's no need to look at me like that. I'm all yours." Smack! He slapped her full buttocks. Liang Feng smiled as he followed Lu Bingyan out of the trading hall. Once outside, Lu Bingyan started her Toyota Camry and said, "Boss, take a look at my car. Isn't it beautiful? I love it so much. Why another Toyota Camry?" Liang Feng and Lu Bingyan had come separately, and this was their first time seeing the car. It was identical to the one owned by Yusayan, except one was silver white and the other was blood red. The silver white one looked more futuristic. The red one was more eye-catching. In this era, this is what luxury cars are all about. Only bosses worth several million would own such a vehicle. Lu Bingyan naturally liked it, but when she heard Liang Feng mention it again, her eyebrows furrowed, and she huffed, "What do you mean again? What, have you bought one for another woman before?" Her large eyes fixed on Liang Feng. Liang Feng snorted, "My classmate's mother drives this car. You've seen it before. You see Yen, right?" Poof. Lu Bingyan looked at Liang Feng as if she had seen through him. Liang Feng didn't explain, waving his hand and saying, "It's the boss's business. Mind your own business and do your own work." I've seen through you. You just like beautiful women, you're a womanizer." Lu Bingyan didn't get angry, instead, she giggled. She was well aware that she was still beautiful and alluring now, but once she grew old and wrinkled in a few years, this forbidden romance would come to an end. A man like Liang Feng would never be without women. If he didn't have women, that would be the real oddity. She had it all figured out. Enjoying the present was more important than anything else. With a cheerful smile, she said, "As your secretary, I should mind my own business. So, boss, would you like to come to my place and try the food your young secretary has cooked, or should we find a hotel nearby? Let's south go to your place." Liang Feng, the boss, gestured toward the car door with an air of authority. Lu Bingyan, looking charming in her cream-colored high heels, opened the door and said, "Sir, please get in. Watch your head. Now that's more like it." Liang Feng got into the car with a smile. He had an appointment with Chen Chanxian in the afternoon and couldn't stay long. But seeing this beauty, he couldn't resist taking a bite. Where's Duo Duo? Is she still working at the Bohai Grand Hotel? After getting into the car, Liang Feng watched Lu Bingyan drive off skillfully and asked. Lu Bingyan sighed. She didn't want to go at first, but she heard that a classmate was going with her, so she went too. By the way, that girl is your classmate, Lin Yusen, the daughter of Yu Xian. After saying that, she gave Liang Feng a playful glance. She was completely baffled by Liang Feng's little hobby. There are so many pretty young girls out there. Always hanging out with these beautiful women, it's enough to make one laugh just thinking about it. Yusen went too? Liang Feng felt a pang of frustration. No wonder Lin Yusen hadn't contacted him lately. She was working the summer job with Lu Duo Duo. Those two really have big hearts. They're in their senior year of high school. They should be studying hard, not working a summer job. It's just a few $100s. He sighed. You, as her mother, shouldn't you do something about this? She's about to start her senior year. Studying is what matters most. I can't control them. Lu Bingyan kept her eyes on the road as she drove, sighing. Daughters grow up and they're hard to manage. I dare not interfere. You're not a mother, so you don't understand. She chuckled. Why don't you, as the stepfather, take charge? I think that's a good idea. Liang Feng chuckled. At the Bohai Grand Hotel, the place was crowded and chaotic. Those two stunningly beautiful women might get into trouble. He really needed to keep an eye on them. He'll have to find an opportunity. Lu Bingyan smiled with her eyebrows arched. What, you really want to be Daodu's stepfather? That would be so exciting. I can't even imagine the scene. Giggling. She couldn't stop laughing. Liang Feng could tell that Lu Bingyan also found this taboo-breaking situation thrilling, so he said, I'm not embarrassed, I just don't want you to be. Yeah, I dare not think about it. Lu Bingyan glanced at Liang Feng, driving while asking, Boss, I have a question for you. There are so many young girls and beauties out there. Isn't that better? Rich bosses like you should go for the young ones. Why did you fall for me and Yu Siyuan, two mature women? She laughed. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. How did you get involved with Yu Siyuan? Don't make things up. I was seduced by you and ended up on this ship. Don't slander me. Liang Feng snorted. Lu Bingyan stuck out her tongue and said, I was the one who seduced you, but I know you have feelings for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared. She added, meeting you was a blessing. You're my elixir of life. Elixir? Liang Feng was taken aback. Lu Bingyan smiled mischievously. A friend told me that for an 18-year-old guy, you're like a spiritual elixir. Now I really feel it. She giggled mischievously. Liang Feng rolled his eyes, pinched her waist, and said, You're getting more and more like a female troublemaker. Yeah, I noticed too. Lu Bingyan drove the car, sighing helplessly. I won't lie to you. After giving birth to Daodu, I didn't feel much about this anymore. I didn't even do it for over a decade. But since I've been with you, we can do it 3 or 4 times a night, and my whole body feels tingly and electric. It makes me feel like I wasted my life before. You must be my tonic. She looked at Liang Feng and said, I feel like I'm 18 again. She kissed Liang Feng again and said, You're so good. Don't tempt me. Otherwise, I'll do it in the car. Liang Feng raised his eyebrows. Lu Bingyan, seeking excitement, said, I've never tried it in the car before. Why don't we give it a try? I'm not afraid of you. Liang Feng couldn't resist the temptation of this beauty and gave her a meaningful glance. Lu Bingyan understood and looked around, searching for an empty street to unlock a new position. Chapter 170, Lu Bingyan's masterful acting. Liang Feng came up with a good idea. He would have Lu Bingyan pretend to twist her ankle, needing someone to take care of her, so that Lu Duo Duo couldn't go, and Lin Yusen probably wouldn't follow either. At that moment, the two lay lazily on the bed. Lu Bingyan held her phone, lying there, showcasing her graceful and alluring back, and said in a fake voice, Listen to me, do I sound like her? Daodu, Mom twisted her ankle and can't get out of bed. Hurry home and check on me. Lu Bingyan frowned, her tone pleading. But when she caught sight of her own snow-white ankle, she put down the phone and said, That's not a good idea. My foot looks fine, and Daodu isn't stupid. That's true. Liang Feng looked around. This was too easy to expose. What else could he do? He furrowed his brows in deep thought. In any case, he couldn't let Lu Duo Duo and Lin Yusen go to work during summer vacation. Senior year is too important, they should study hard and review thoroughly. And, 18 years old. It's the only summer vacation you get at 18. It wasn't worth wasting it on a few thousand yuan. The main issue is that the staff at Bohai Grand Hotel are too complicated, who knows what trouble they might cause. As someone who has been through it, Liang Feng must stop this, but he can't think of a good solution. Lu Bingyan stretched out her beautiful legs, lying there like a mermaid, propping her chin up, and said helplessly, Dodo has been working there for over half a month. She doesn't want to waste that pay. Because they agreed before starting that if they didn't work for a full month, they wouldn't get paid. I heard it from Daodu. Liang Feng didn't care about a few $100s. But the problem was that for Lu Duo Duo and Lin Yusen, it was a different matter entirely. Lu Bingyan stood up, leaned against Liang Feng's back, and said shyly, I told Daodu to be careful. I also said that once she works for a full month, she can quit. Maybe we should just wait a little longer. Seeing that Liang Feng didn't seem to agree, she pouted and said, no, I'll really twist my ankle. She blinked her big eyes at Liang Feng. Liang Feng chuckled, you're willing to give it up, but I'm not. You still have a conscience. Lu Bingyan smiled, her lips pressed together, feeling happy. He knew his daughter well. She should study hard and go to school properly. But when she first started working, the family desperately needed money. She couldn't bring herself to stop her daughter, and later, it was just that Duo didn't want to work for nothing and waste her salary. One thing led to another, and things ended up this way. At that moment, it's almost August. In mid-August, the high school seniors will have to start school early. Just thinking about it, Lu Bingyan also felt she couldn't let her daughter work for such a small amount of money. If it weren't for her, Duo wouldn't be in this situation. She said, dear husband, think of a way. She's your future daughter-in-law. At this point, you're still causing trouble. Liang Feng shot her a disapproving glance. Lu Bingyan covered her mouth and smiled dreamily. Given their current relationship, calling Liang Feng Lu Duo as stepfather wouldn't be an exaggeration. There was nothing to be done. Who could blame them for ending up together? At that moment, the two lay naked on the bed, having just gone through a storm. It all started in the car. Alas, there were always passers-by. Lu Bingyan couldn't bring herself to face them, so she drove back home. In her own big bed, Lu Bingyan tried every trick in the book to win over Liang Feng, afraid he might run away. Of course. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore and was killed by Liang Feng, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Lu Bingyan's body was still flushed, but the tingling sensation that ran from the tips of her hair to the tips of her toes lingered, leaving her with an endless sense of longing. She grew even more obsessed with this sensation. In broad daylight, not even the curtains were drawn. She was sitting there, shamelessly hugging Liang Feng like a precious treasure. Husband, think of a way out. Liang Feng thought about it and felt a headache coming on. He pinched her nose and said, this is really not easy to handle. He had considered asking Yu Xian to persuade Lin Yusen. But Lin Yusen wasn't going. Lu Duo had probably backed out as well. But the problem was, Lin Yusen had told him. Her mother was now spending all her stepfather's money, including hers. This makes her feel very uncomfortable. It's really annoying. She wanted to prove herself. She could earn her own money, which is why she hit it off with Lu Duo. But what she didn't know was that her stepfather was Liang Feng. Liang Feng sighed wryly. This little butterfly was flapping its wings, causing Lin Yusen's fate to change as well. Just thinking about it was laughable. Lu Bingyan leaned against Liang Feng's back and said shyly, why don't I act really convincingly? I'll go to the hospital and have the doctor wrap me in bandages, say it's all taken care of. And that I need someone to look after me. She wouldn't dare to peel off my bandages to check, would she? She clenched her teeth and added, I can endure it for 3 or 5 days. That way, she won't have to go to work. What do you think? She blinked her big eyes at Liang Feng. Liang Feng thought it was a good idea and nodded, saying, but it's so hot outside. You'll have to endure it, my dear. It's not hard. I just want her to stay home and study. Lu Bingyan leaned close to his ear and smiled, it's you who's suffering. 5 days without me, can you endure it? Then let us make up for it now. Liang Feng pounced on her, and with Lu Bingyan's giggles, they started again. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Duo rushed back in a hurry. Upon seeing the thick bandage wrapped around Lu Bingyan's ankle, her heart ached and tears welled up in her eyes. She hurriedly asked, Mom, is it serious? The doctor said it's not too serious, just a sprain. It should heal in 10 days or so, but she can't put weight on it for the next 3 days. Lu Bingyan saw her daughter's expression and instantly felt a pang of regret. But then she thought about it. She had insisted on wearing high heels these past few days to make her feel more confident for her exams and get into a good university. She bit her lip and said, it's my fault. Those heels were too high. As long as you're okay. Lu Duo looked around and said, then you'll have to rest for a few days. Lu Bingyan nodded helplessly, afraid that Lu Duo would figure it out. After speaking, she lowered her head to untie her ankle, afraid to meet Lu Duo's gaze and be exposed. Lu Duo, on the other hand, felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders and relaxed. These past few days, she and Lin Yusen had been working at the Bohai Grand Hotel and had been harassed quite a bit. She and Lin Yusen had already mentioned it before, wondering if they should just quit. Seeing her mother like this, she felt at ease and said, Mom, don't worry. I'll take care of you these days. I won't go to the Bohai Grand Hotel anymore. But what about the past half month? Lu Bingyan looked embarrassed and quickly changed the subject, saying, that's fine. Mom is making good money as a stockbroker now, we don't need your money. Here, Mom will give it to you as a token of appreciation for your hard work. Alright, then let Mom splurge. Lu Duo grinned and said, Mom, I'll go tell my classmate. She's still working. Alright. Lu Bingyan smiled, sighing in relief. She had been worried that Lu Duo would figure it out. As she watched Duo go home to make a call, she quickly pulled out her phone and sent a text message. Husband, everything went smoothly. You've worked hard, my dear. Liang Feng was downstairs, watching Lu Duo go upstairs. He then saw the text message from Lu Bingyan and finally relaxed with a smile. At 18, one should enjoy the happiest times of their youth. Duo, Yusin, you should thank me. With a smile, he finally left with peace of mind. Chapter 171, Changes in Liang Feng's Kitchen. The former greenbelt had been completely leveled. In its place stood a row of uniform storefronts. Since no high-rise buildings were needed, construction progressed rapidly. The basic framework was already in place, with only some infrastructure left to complete. Chen Xianxian beamed with joy, her voice light and cheerful as she hurriedly showed Liang Feng around the results of her recent efforts. In another 10 days or so, this place will be completely finished. I've already started renting it out, and many people are eager to rent it. Hee, some even want to rent it for 3 or 5 years. This is going to be a moneymaker. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time, I can finally make money without lifting a finger. I'll never have to worry about money for the rest of my life. Wearing a blue hard hat, she led Liang Feng through the construction site. Looking around, all he could see were red brick and cement buildings, sturdy yet spacious and bright. Each unit is approximately 300 square meters in size, with a total of around 30 units constructed. This area is home to many factories, with a significant number of workers. By the time the workday ended, workers gather here for meals has become a common sight. In the next 2 decades, the domestic economy will experience rapid growth, and people will have more disposable income. Dining out at restaurants will become a commonplace activity. In a few years, large companies like Tangcheng Steel will also relocate to the industrial park. That will be a factory employing tens of thousands of people. Therefore, doing business here is a surefire way to make a profit. 30 or so shops might not even be enough. Liang Feng smiled as he looked around, feeling the changes of the times and the turning of the gears of fate. He looked at Chen Xianxian, a person whose life had no connection to his own, wondering what her life would become in this lifetime. Not bad, very good. You've really made a name for yourself. In recent times, Chen Xianxian had been fully dedicated to this endeavor. She felt both relieved and proud, smiling as she revealed, I've already planned it out. The best locations will charge 10,000 yuan in rent per year, with the rent decreasing by 1,000 yuan for each subsequent shop, down to 5,000 yuan for the cheapest ones. With just 30 storefronts, that adds up to at least 200,000 yuan in annual income. Though it's not a huge amount, it's a stable income that can sustain us comfortably for years to come. Changing the subject. She rolled her eyes, looking helpless, and said, but 30% of that has to go to that good-for-nothing village chief. Sigh, it's really frustrating. Liang Feng heard this and smiled, trying to comfort her. In business, you can't expect to keep everything for yourself. This is already quite good. Chen Xianxian understood the logic. If you keep all the money for yourself, it's just a one-time deal. Everyone getting a share is the way to go in the long run. But whenever she thought of the village chief's face, she felt a wave of disgust. He's taking collective property. If it were for the village, I wouldn't say a word, but it's a hidden share, going to an individual. Humph, a corrupt official. This is the limit of the times. What can we do? Just endure it. Liang Feng, also wearing a hard hat, stepped out of the construction site, took off his helmet, looked around, and said, you have to look ahead, think long term. Once this is built, you can start developing other commercial districts. Who knows? You might even become a real estate tycoon. By then, you won't care about this little profit. Chen Xianxian smiled slightly, shaking her head repeatedly, I dare not think that far ahead. I just hope that with this rental income, I'll have enough to eat and drink, and I'll feel at ease even lying down. She was always someone who was easily satisfied. However, in reality, the next decade or so would be the golden age of rapid development in the real estate industry. Commercial real estate would be no exception. Wanda isn't making too much. Especially now, many plots of land are still priced very affordably, offering tremendous investment potential. Buying them now could mean a fortune. Liang Feng had no intention of forcing Chen Xianxian to make a decision. He merely offered a gentle reminder from the sidelines, saying, things must be done step by step. Once this phase is over, your perspective might change. After all, the desire to make money is endless. Chen Xianxian countered, no, my dream is simply to save 1 million yuan in the bank and live off the interest, plus a stable income. That's enough for me. She shot Liang Feng a glance, I'm not like you, who already has so much money and still wants more. Liang Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If he wanted to make money, it would be far too easy. He feels like he's been slacking off too much. But to encourage Chen Xianxian, he patted her on the shoulder and said, a person's horizons and aspirations are constantly expanding. Just wait and see, you'll change your mind in no time. Chen Xianxian found this somewhat convincing. Her thoughts and mindset had already changed completely from before. She couldn't believe she could actually develop this commercial district. If it weren't for Liang Feng's constant reminders, she would have just thought about it and then forgotten about it. Now, in just a little over 2 weeks, she is already a landlord, able to collect rent. In a cheerful mood, she wrapped her arms around Liang Feng's shoulders and said playfully, "When I think about it, I'm already so different from before. My parents even say I'd become more mature and steady." As she spoke, she looked at Liang Feng with gratitude in her eyes. "All of this is thanks to you, my good brother." The former Chen Xianxian was just a street thug, relying on her older brother's reputation to live a slightly more comfortable life. In reality, she was no different from the other street thugs. But ever since she met Liang Feng, her life has been completely transformed. She now had assets, a business, and a bright future ahead of her. Meeting you was truly a blessing. Chen Xianxian felt that taking the initiative to seduce Liang Feng that night was the right thing to do. If she had missed that opportunity, she wouldn't have had the chance to win him over, and she wouldn't be where she is now. She couldn't help but giggle with joy. She felt this was the best decision she had ever made in her life. Not far away, the barbecue stalls were still lined up, but compared to the previous few days, the crowd had thinned out. Especially during the afternoon, there weren't many customers. But Old Ma's barbecue was still packed with people and doing brisk business. Liang Feng and Chen Xianxian finished inspecting the construction site and headed toward Lao Ma's barbecue stall. Old Ma greeted them with a broad smile, rushing forward to welcome them. "Hey, Mr. Liang, you're a rare guest. What would you like to eat today? It's rare for you to come by, so I'll treat you. And Miss Chen, thank you so much for renting me the best spot. I must treat both of you to a good meal." Chen Xianxian chuckled playfully. "You should be the one treating us. You're making more money than I am now." No. Old Ma laughed heartily, quickly bringing over a few skewers of freshly grilled lamb and a few bottles of beer. He said, "Mr. Liang, Ms. Chen, please go ahead and eat and drink. I'll go cut a lamb leg for you both right away. Don't bother, just enough for us." Liang Feng waved his hand. "No way, it's not easy for you to come all this way. You must eat well." Old Ma greeted them warmly. Chen Xianxian said, "He's busy making money right now. Eating one meal with him isn't a big deal." "All right." Liang Feng smiled and finally sat down. The surrounding streets remained wide and still not very busy. The two sat by the roadside, devouring the lamb skewers while sipping ice-cold beer. They felt relaxed and content. Chen Xianxian couldn't help but sigh. "When we first arrived here, who could have imagined that this place would one day become our money-making haven?" Liang Feng nodded in agreement. "Yeah, who could have predicted that?" In his heart, he thought to himself, this little butterfly, fluttering its wings, has changed the destinies of so many people. Chapter 172, The Shock Brought by Spider-Man. 2002 marked the dawn of the golden age of Chinese blockbusters. At the end of that year, a film destined to be etched into the annals of Chinese cinema, Hero, was set to premiere. The film sparked intense debate upon its release, yet its box office performance was nothing short of spectacular, sweeping the competition and claiming the title of 2002's box office champion. Its total box office revenue accounted for a quarter of the entire year's box office. A true miracle. However, at that time, Hero had not yet hit the big screen. But for someone like Liang Feng, the summer blockbuster Spider-Man that premiered in 2002 had already left an indelible mark on their memories. Time flies, and over a decade has passed. When Dr. Octopus quietly asked the original Spider-Man in the third Spider-Man film, "How have you been all these years?" it moved every audience member to tears. It felt as though he was speaking to himself. And now, the first Spider-Man is still leaping and twisting across the movie screen, full of energy. Still young. His thrilling jumps and maneuvers in the skies above New York have brought domestic audiences an unprecedented visual experience. Liang Feng and Chen Xianxian were originally cozying up in Liang Feng's kitchen, sipping beer and munching on grilled skewers, enjoying this rare moment of peace and quiet. Then, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana happened to be practicing driving nearby and ended up driving right there. This chance encounter seemed almost prearranged. However, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana had no time for beer or grilled skewers. The two women had planned to watch Spider-Man, and upon seeing Liang Feng and Chen Xianxian there, they enthusiastically invited the two to join them. Chen Xianxian knew very little about Spider-Man, and could even be said to know nothing about it. Liang Feng, on the other hand, became interested. So they agreed to go together. At that moment, watching Spider-Man leap and dart through the skies of New York on the huge screen, Chen Xianxian's eyes widened, her hands tightly clutching the popcorn, forgetting to put any in her mouth, completely immersed in this cinematic spectacle. This movie had such a profound impact on Liang Feng's generation that even years later, when Spider-Man reappeared in The Avengers, they would still go wild with excitement. There was no way around it. Spider-Man was the first superhero they had ever encountered on the big screen. Even after watching it countless times, Liang Feng still savored every moment, fixated on the screen. He still remembers the last time he watched it, back in 2002, when he took his parents to see Spider-Man. Though the plot is now etched in his memory, the sheer impact of the big screen still makes him smile involuntarily, whispering to himself, "Spider-Man is still young, and so am I. How wonderful." When the movie ended and the iconic line, "With great power comes great responsibility," was spoken, everyone snapped out of their trance, as if waking up from a beautiful dream. One by one, they walked out with smiles on their faces, still marveling, my goodness, American movies are so amazing. Do you think all of that was filmed on location? How could it be real locations? If it were real, how could they fly around the city? Yeah, it's unbelievable. It was so intense, my palms were sweating. Everyone chatted excitedly, their smiles evident on their faces. Chen Shanxian swallowed hard and couldn't help but remark, this is the second time in my life I've watched a movie with a group of people. The last time was when I saw the Underground War. It's no wonder Spider-Man left Chen Shanxian so awestruck, leaving her wide-eyed and shaking her head in wonder. It wasn't until then that she finally managed to stuff the popcorn into her mouth. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were equally captivated, laughing and saying, it was truly amazing. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. Yeah, I was so nervous for Spider-Man. The four of them chatted as they walked out. Once they reached the cinema exit, Jean Nana teased with a smile, Liang Feng, did something bite you too, giving you superpowers and making you so amazing? Gu Yuan smiled and nodded, I think it's possible, right, Liang Feng? The two women were still wearing denim hot pants and white t-shirts, their snow-white, slender legs and long necks on full display. Standing there, they looked like models. Especially Gu Yuan, whose denim shorts were extremely short, revealing her fair, slender legs. With a smile on her lips, she had clearly become more affectionate in her words since their relationship had grown ambiguous. Her eyes sparkled with a hidden smile as she asked, Liang Feng, am I right? Liang Feng rolled his eyes at her and snorted, right, I was bitten by a mosquito and turned into a vampire, howling and wanting to bite you all. Oh, don't bite. Stop it. Jean Nana and Gu Yuan were tickled into giggles, their beautiful legs stretching out as they ran around. It was already evening. Looking out at the evening glow, Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana were still savoring the moment. Among them, Chen Shanxian was the most amazed, unable to tear herself away from the movie. She couldn't help but exclaim, I want to buy a ticket and watch it again. It was so amazing. She quickly added, Gu Yuan, Nana, thank you so much for letting me watch such an amazing movie. It was truly incredible. I must say, Americans really know how to make movies. At that time, people hadn't yet developed the habit of going to the cinema to watch movies. As Chen Shanxian mentioned, the last time they had watched a movie together was when the school organized a group outing to see a war film like The Battle of the Alley. It's easy to imagine the impact of watching a movie like Spider-Man, which features the world's most cutting-edge technology. Yeah, it was really amazing, especially the dialogue. With great power comes great responsibility. That line was really profound. Yeah, that line is really good. Liang Feng muttered under his breath, with great power comes great responsibility, smiling to himself. This principle aligns well with his own approach to life. After all, wasn't that exactly his situation now? He couldn't help but say, I think it's really great too, very impactful. The only thing is, the female lead isn't as pretty as the three of you. Oh, come on, Americans have different standards of beauty than we do. Right, they value physique more. Jean Nana chatted cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but glance at Liang Feng, knowing he was also paying attention to this, and she smiled to herself. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and ignored her. During the movie, he pinched Gu Yuan's snow-white, slender legs and took the opportunity to rub them. Gu Yuan, however, clamped her leg around his hand, smiling slightly and refusing to let him pull away. If it weren't for Chen Shanxian being engrossed in the movie, they would have been noticed. He was defeated by this little vixen. Humph, she is quite the temptress. Chapter 173, Coincidences Make for Good Stories. Liang Feng, Chen Shanxian, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana walked out while still chatting and laughing about how amazing the movie was. Then, after walking a few steps, they suddenly spotted Wang Shan, Chen Feng, Feng Kai, and Su Peng gathered around a stall selling fried ice, each reaching into their pockets to buy some. Liang Feng saw this and couldn't help but laugh. He hurried forward a few steps and called out, Wang Shan, Feng Kai, what are the four of you doing here? Ah! Wang Shan looked up and saw Liang Feng, his face lit up with joy. He smiled and walked over while saying, we're here to watch a movie. I went to your house to look for you, but you weren't home. Otherwise, I would ve invited you to come with us. He then spotted Gu Yuan, Chen Shanxian, and Jean Nana and asked, did you all come here to watch a movie? You're such a guy, you have no brotherly love. Going to the movies with beauties and not even calling them brothers? That's inhumane. We just happened to be here by chance. Liang Feng hurriedly explained. Jean Nana smiled and chimed in, that's right, we didn't plan it. We met at Liang Feng's kitchen and decided to come together. Yeah, that's right. I can vouch for that. Gu Yuan raised her hand. That's more like it. Wang Shan chuckled and asked, you were watching Spider-Man too, right? Ha, we just finished watching it. It was amazing. We just finished watching it too. I don't think we were much slower than you. Liang Feng said. Wang Shan sighed, hee hee, this movie was really good, so satisfying. He imitated Spider-Man and sprayed webs. Yeah, it was amazing. Feng Kai, Su Peng, and Chen Feng walked over. Feng Kai imitated them, spraying webs with both hands. Yes, it was truly amazing. Ah, that's so funny. Chen Shanshan, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana, the three girls, watched the two of them being funny and covered their mouths to laugh. Wang Shan felt awkward and scratched his head, then enthusiastically greeted Chen Shanshan, saying, "Hello, Chen Shanshan." Chen Shanshan recognized Wang Shan, glanced at him, and said, "I saw you guys rummaging through your pockets earlier. What's the matter? Four young men can't even afford a few bowls of fried ice?" Wang Shan was too embarrassed to respond and explained, "We arrived late and had to take a taxi. We actually had enough money. It's all Liang Feng's fault. I was waiting for him, otherwise we would have taken the bus." "Right, it's all your fault. Otherwise, how could we even afford a bowl of shaved ice?" Chen Feng felt embarrassed and added. Liang Feng waved his hand and laughed, alright, it's my fault. This is what we'll do, I'll treat everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bowls. Great. Feng Kai heard this and immediately told the owner, bring 8 bowls. He's treating us, and make them the largest ones. Su Peng nodded in agreement, right, the biggest bowls. The largest bowl of fried ice only cost 3 yuan. Stir-fried ice is made by grinding an ice block into shaved ice using an ice shaver, then adding ingredients like sunflower seeds, raisins, and gummy candies. Liang Feng walked over, pulled out 50 yuan, and said, "Boss, I'll cover it." Alright. The owner used the ice shaver to make a grinding sound while serving, and called out, "What flavors do you want? Come over and tell me." Wang Shan laughed and said, "I'll take everything, add more raisins, more sunflower seeds, and pour extra syrup." Liang Feng teased, "Just get 2 bowls for yourself." The boss laughed heartily and said, "Sounds good to me." Wang Shan imitated Spider-Man and shouted, "You talk too much. I'll tie your mouth first." "Oh, let go. Liang Feng pretended to be tied up, curling into a ball. For a moment. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana couldn't stop laughing. "Liang Feng, you're so funny." "Yeah, so childish." The boss chimed in, "You must have watched Spider-Man. So many people watch that movie, everyone comes out like this." "Really?" Liang Feng laughed and stopped teasing Wang Shan, putting his arm around his shoulders. But it felt really good. Perhaps this is what 18 should be like. In 2002, the movie theaters. It wasn't like later years when so many movies were released at the same time. Basically, when a movie was released, multiple screening rooms would show the same film, so it was common for people to watch the same movie but in different theaters. Summer vacation was also the peak season for movie-going students. In the small town of Tangcheng, there was only one Xinhua cinema, so it was only natural for people to meet there. At that moment, the fried ice was ready. Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, Chen Shanshan, Wang Shan, and the others held their bowls, using small spoons to eat while enthusiastically discussing the exciting scenes from the movie. They praised Spider-Man's incredible abilities and marveled at the advanced technology of American films. How do you think they filmed those scenes where they're flying off the rooftops? It's so realistic. It might have been computer-generated. I think so too. Everyone chatted animatedly. Wang Shan laughed and said, "I feel like Liang Feng was bitten by some kind of insect and suddenly became so powerful that I barely recognized him." "Yeah, we think so too." Gu Yuan, holding a spoon in her mouth, blinked her big eyes and nodded. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "I told you, I was bitten by a mosquito and turned into a vampire. I'm going to bite each and every one of you." He lunged toward Wang Shan. Wang Shan hurriedly fled, saying, "I smell of blood and feces. If you want to bite, go bite Gu Yuan. Her blood smells sweet." "Alright, I won't eat anymore." Liang Feng, holding a spoon in his mouth, dragged the fried ice and lunged toward Gu Yuan. "Oh no, I spilled it." Gu Yuan giggled, running around with her long, slender legs. Feng Kai suddenly flipped over and said, "Watch this, spider web. Search." They mimed with their mouths. Liang Feng surrendered, saying, "I was bitten by a spider after all." "That's impressive." Ha ha. A group of people giggled continuously. The joy of a thrilling movie filled the air. "Oh my gosh, our school's beauty queen, Zhang Yueya." Chen Feng had become much more low-key since the CS competition, no longer showing off recklessly. Especially now that Chen Shanshan, the big sister, was present. He dared not speak much, just following along quietly. However, this guy couldn't help himself. While eating his ice cream, he kept stealing glances at Gu Yuan's long, beautiful legs, afraid of being caught, and his gaze was rather lecherous. Just then, suddenly, something caught his eye, a familiar face. He pointed and shouted, "Look, isn't she beautiful? She's the school beauty, Zhang Yueya." "Who?" Everyone followed his gaze and saw a tall, beautiful woman wearing a white dress, smiling as she walked out of the cinema. The white dress fluttered in the wind, giving her an ethereal aura. She was truly eye-catching. She was accompanied by 2 girls, not Liang Feng's cousin Baiying, but 2 unfamiliar girls, equally tall and graceful. "She's so beautiful." Chen Feng, holding a spoon in his mouth, couldn't stop praising her, his eyes fixed on her, unable to look away. Chapter 174, More Friends, Easier Path. Outside the Xinhua cinema. Wang Shan was eating fried ice cream, glancing in the direction Chen Feng was pointing, and snorted dismissively, "What's so beautiful about them? Compared to our Gu Yuan, the real beauty, they're nowhere near. They can't even compare to Qianshan's sister. At best, they can only compete with our Nana." Jean Nana raised the corner of her mouth and smiled, "You have good taste." Wang Shan chuckled, "So, Nana, if you went to Harbor High School, you'd be a school beauty too." I'm at first middle school. Doesn't that count as a school flower?" Jean Nana rolled her eyes. Wang Shan chuckled, all right. That's more like it." Jean Nana chuckled. Wang Shan glanced at Chen Feng and said, "Your school's most beautiful girl, call her over here. Introduce her to everyone. You're the one who knows everyone at your school, right?" This. Chen Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. He and Jiang Yueya weren't in the same class. They were in the same grade in high school, with over 100 students across 10 or so classes. A beauty like Jiang Yueya was known to everyone. Chen Feng, however, was just a minor figure at school, known mainly for his big talk. He wasn't very familiar with Jiang Yueya, they didn't even exchange nods. When Wang Shan asked him, he felt a bit awkward. Wang Shan laughed heartily, "Remember what you said about me last time? You called me a coward for not knowing the school beauty. Well, you're no better, are you? All you do is brag about how great you are." Right, that is exactly what you said." Feng Kai took a bite of his ice cream and nodded in agreement. Su Peng, enjoying the spectacle, nodded along and said, "Chen Feng, you can't back down now. Go on, bring her over so everyone can meet her." I. Chen Feng stammered, trying to gather his courage to say hello. He couldn't lose face here. But Gu Yuan smiled and waved repeatedly, calling out, "Yueya, over here. I'm here with Liang Feng." "Ah? Liang Feng, you know each other?" Chen Feng was startled. Liang Feng, eating fried ice, chuckled, "Just watch." At that moment, Jiang Yueya was still lost in the afterglow of the movie, chatting with her two female friends. Hearing the shouts, she looked over and instantly lit up with joy, waving her hands excitedly and exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, Liang Feng and Gu Yuan, it's you too." Saying this, she happily led her classmates over. This. Chen Feng was completely speechless, looking utterly astonished. "How do you two know Jiang Yueya from our school?" Gu Yuan giggled, "Maybe we know her better than you do." Sure enough, Jiang Yueya came over and greeted Gu Yuan first. "Gu Yuan, you look really beautiful today." Then she turned to Liang Feng. "Liang Feng, are you here to watch a movie too? Is it Spider-Man? Oh my gosh, it's so exciting and amazing." "Yes, we're watching Spider-Man." Liang Feng made a search gesture with both hands, spraying air, and said, "Moontooth, you're tied up. You're so childish." Jiang Yueya covered her mouth and laughed, then looked at the others eating fried ice and said, "Liang Feng, aren't you going to treat us? That's not very considerate. Last time, I treated you to drinks." Sure. Liang Feng called out, "Owner, bring 3 more bowls. I'll pay you later." "All right." The owner laughed, "What do you want? Come over and ask yourself." "That's considerate." Jiang Yueya led the other 2 girls over happily. Chen Feng was completely speechless. Gu Yuan smiled at Chen Feng and said, "See? Isn't she more familiar with them than you?" Wang Shan couldn't help but mock, "Hee, are you going to keep pretending now? Last time you said you didn't know Gu Yuan and called me a coward. What about you? You didn't know her either. She's the school beauty, you know. How embarrassing." "Who said I don't know her?" Chen Feng snorted and smiled, "Miss Jiang Yueya, I'm Chen Feng from class 3. Do you remember me? Our 2 classes even played a basketball game together, and I was the starting player." Jiang Yueya thought for a moment and nodded, I think I remember you." Wang Shan pressed further, "Do you know his last name?" Jiang Yueya paused, feeling embarrassed, and shook her head, "I don't know." Ha. Wang Shan burst into laughter, pointing at Chen Feng's nose and mocking him, "You're exposed now, aren't you? You've been bragging to me all the time about how awesome you were at Haigang Middle School, but now you don't even recognize a beauty like her. What's the point of bragging anymore?" Chen Feng clenched his teeth in anger and snorted, "You're just trying to provoke me. And you, Miss Jiang Yueya, come on, you really don't remember my name?" Jiang Yueya felt awkward and shook her head, then asked, "By the way, do you know Liang Feng? We're from the same neighborhood." Chen Feng sighed, feeling that knowing Liang Feng made him cool. He looked down on them and snorted, "Liang Feng is our school's enemy." "How could you know him?" Jiang Yueya smiled and said, "We're friends, of course we know him." "Friends?" Chen Feng was surprised again, looking up and down at Liang Feng and sighing, "You must have been bitten by some kind of insect, right? How do you know everyone? Even the most beautiful girl in our school, you know her?" Liang Feng snorted, "Didn't I tell you? A mosquito bit me. Look at this bump. It's been biting me, and now I just want to suck blood." Jiang Yueya giggled and laughed, "If you really become a vampire, remember to bite me. I heard that vampires can live for hundreds of years." "Right, bite me. I heard that vampires can stay young forever, as long as they avoid the sun." Gu Yuan spoke with a smile. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and said, No way. You two are too sweet. I can't bring myself to do it. I hate it. Zhang Yueya and Gu Yuan blushed and smiled shyly. Zhang Yueya hurriedly introduced, oh, I almost forgot to introduce them. These two are also the most beautiful girls in our school, Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding. This is Liang Feng, whom I've mentioned to you before. Oh, hello. Liang Feng, hello. The two girls were tall and fair-skinned, with ponytails, and very beautiful. They were dressed in white dresses, looking very ladylike. Standing beside Zhang Yueya, they were equally stunning. They smiled at Liang Feng, apparently having heard about him from Zhang Yueya, and seemed eager to get to know him. Liang Feng nodded politely and said, hello. After that, he didn't say much more. However, it was clear that the two girls were also quite eager to get to know Liang Feng. Chen Feng watched from the side, sighing, Liang Feng, you've already caused trouble for your high school. Now you want to cause trouble for our port city? Let me tell you, that's not going to happen. He suddenly stood up, blocking the three girls in front of him, adopting a protective stance. If you want to mess with the beauties of our harbor, you'll have to get past me first. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 175, Brotherhood. Zhang Yueya, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding were the three most famous beauties at Harbor High School. Not only were they stunningly beautiful, but they also came from affluent families. At Haicheng High School, every boy aspired to date one of them. Someone like Chen Feng was completely out of their league. However, when Zhang Yueya, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding saw Liang Feng, they all greeted him with enthusiastic smiles, leaving Chen Feng seething with anger. Absolutely cannot let the beauties from Haigang be pursued by someone from first middle school. Where would the boys from Haigang High School put their faces? Chen Feng threw himself in front of the women, adopting a heroic stance, and shouted, Liang Feng, let me tell you, if you dare to lay a finger on them, you'll have to go through me first. Ah, you're really funny. Zhang Yueya, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding weren't thinking the same way. Especially Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding. Today, they had planned to go shopping, drink coffee, and watch a movie together with Zhang Yueya. During their outing, Zhang Yueya had talked endlessly about Liang Feng's story at the new power disco. The two women were utterly amazed. They never expected that someone so ruthless could exist in their age group. They suggested that Zhang Yueya arrange for them to meet him. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding came from affluent families and even offered to treat them. They never expected to meet him so soon. He was indeed very handsome. He really has a lot of presence. At that moment, Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding were just about to strike up a conversation with Liang Feng to get to know him better, but Chen Feng interrupted them, so how could they be happy? Oh my, you're such a joker. Yeah, are you from the harbor? I've never seen you before. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding rolled their eyes. Zhang Yueya felt embarrassed as well and snorted, Chen Feng, stop fooling around. I told you, we're friends with Liang Feng, we know him better than you do. Gu Yuan giggled, that's right, Chen Feng, stop messing around. When we were drinking together, you probably didn't even know. Chen Feng was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe how popular Liang Feng was. Even the beautiful women from the harbor were throwing themselves at him. He couldn't help but ask again, Liang Feng, did you really get bitten by a bug? Liang Feng sighed and laughed, you bit me. Is that better? Ha ha. Everyone laughed again. Wang Shan came over and pulled him aside, saying, Chen Feng, stop embarrassing yourself. Those three beauties all want to talk to Liang Feng. Don't be a third wheel. Yeah, you're being silly. Feng Kai rolled his eyes. Su Peng chuckled, Chen Feng, I get it now. You're really full of it. Those beauties don't even know you, and you're still trying to protect them. You're so funny. I. Chen Feng's cheeks turned bright red, and he couldn't take it anymore. He was so embarrassed he didn't know where to look. Enough. Chen Shanxian, acting like the boss, finished her fried ice cream and smiled, enough. Stop fooling around. There are so many people here. I'll treat you. Let's go to Liang Feng's kitchen to eat roasted whole lamb. What are we doing here arguing? Roast whole lamb? Great. I was just wondering where to have dinner. This is perfect. Roasted whole lamb, great. Wang Shan praised, Chen Shanxian is so generous. Unlike Liang Feng, who only treats us to a bowl of fried ice. That's not sincere at all, so stingy. If you're so brave, don't eat it then. After you finish, you can talk about it here. Next time, don't expect me to treat you. Liang Feng snorted teasingly. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Wang Shan laughed heartily. Enough, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Chen Shanxian was as efficient as ever, wearing leather-tight pants, a leather jacket, and marten boots. Standing there, she looked quite imposing. Her yellow, though a bit unconventional. But among so many beautiful women, she held her own and even had a unique charm. Let's walk with Sister Chanxian. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana hurried over. Zhang Yueya, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding, the three girls, heard about the roasted whole lamb and were also delighted. They nodded and said, all right, thank you for treating us. No need to be so polite, let us go. Liang Feng finished his fried ice, paid the bill, and said, Chen Feng, are you coming? If not, you can go back first. We're going to eat roasted whole lamb. Why not? Let's go. Chen Feng said resentfully. Ha ha. Everyone laughed again. There were too many people. It took 3 cars to finally head toward Liang Feng's kitchen. Everyone gathered in small groups and took their seats. Liang Feng, Wang Shan, Chen Feng, and Feng Kai sat together. At that moment, Wang Shan pulled out a wooden stick from somewhere, held it up to Liang Feng's mouth, and said seriously, audience members, we will now interview Liang Feng, the young hero. How did you meet this beautiful girl named Jiang Yueya from Haigang High School? Chen Feng chimed in, yeah, how did you two meet? Did you really go drinking together? Is that true? Liang Feng pushed away Wang Shan's wooden stick and hummed, Wang Shan, I've noticed you. You should become an entertainment reporter. You're too nosy. And where did you get that wooden stick? Wang Shan hummed, mind your own business. Just tell us how you met. Yeah, how did you meet? Chen Feng asked with wide eyes. Liang Feng waved his hand and said, how else would we have met? We just drank together. He added, this Jiang Yueya can really hold her liquor. Don't let her get away with it later, she'll end up exposing herself. You know all that? Chen Feng was stunned and completely baffled. He couldn't help but ask again, what the hell, BQ? How did you become so popular with girls? It's one thing at your school, but now even the girls at our port are looking at you with shining eyes, as if they can't wait to get to know you. Hurry up and tell us what's going on. Liang Feng snorted with a smile, I already told you. I was bitten by a mosquito and turned into a vampire. Whoever I bite becomes my subordinate and has to obey me. They were all bitten by me. Cut. Wang Shan, Chen Feng, and Feng Kai all rolled their eyes. However, it couldn't be denied that Liang Feng's transformation had indeed left them speechless. Not to mention the beautiful women surrounding him. His overall demeanor was completely different from before. Chen Feng had always thought he and Liang Feng were pretty much on the same level in every way, height, looks, the works. But now, upon seeing him, he felt completely overshadowed by Liang Feng's aura, unable to help but sigh deeply, realizing he had been completely outclassed. Wang Shan and Feng Kai, who were Liang Feng's closest childhood friends, shared the same feelings. They felt that the gap between themselves and this good friend was growing wider and wider. Liang Feng seemed to have become someone they could no longer reach. Liang Feng, you've really changed. We barely recognize you anymore. Wang Shan said seriously. Feng Kai nodded and said, yes, you've changed so much that sometimes it's hard to believe. Liang Feng laughed heartily, patted the two on the shoulders, and said, don't worry. I'm changing, but we're still brothers. That will never change. Wang Shan and Feng Kai immediately smiled. Having such a capable brother was the best thing that could happen to them. Only Chen Feng rolled his eyes. He, on the other hand, was completely deflated. Chapter 176, Chen Xianxian's Big Sister Act. The sky grew darker. In Liang Feng's kitchen, the atmosphere remained bustling. Though the earlier day's glory had faded, customers still came and went in a steady stream, the place bustling with activity. Old Ma's barbecue stall was still the liveliest spot, packed to the brim with people and filled with the aroma of grilled food. Chen Xianxian, wearing black leather tight pants, marten boots, a leather jacket, and a yellow, caused a stir as soon as she appeared. She's Chen Xianxian, the boss here. My goodness, she's so beautiful. Her legs are so long, and she's so beautiful. Yeah, she's so cool, and she's so young. She is probably only in her early 20s. Don't let her age fool you, she is really tough. She is the real boss around here. Everyone was secretly watching and whispering. Chen Xianxian was thoroughly enjoying all of this, striding forward with the confidence of a lioness surveying her territory, head held high, as if no one could rival her. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were already used to the attention, following closely behind Chen Xianxian with their chins held high, feeling quite proud. Jiang Yueya, Gao Jiayu, and Ling Yuding only now realized that this cool-looking girl in black was actually the boss here. Sister Qianxian? What is her last name? Jiang Yueya asked curiously. She had heard the name mentioned by her friends and thought it might be the same person. Gu Yuan introduced Chen Xianxian, Xianxian's sister. You can call her that too. Oh, she's Chen Xianxian. I've heard about her, she's so amazing. Jiang Yueya had heard rumors from her classmates about Liang Feng's head chef, a woman named Chen Xianxian, who was said to be incredibly skilled. She had assumed she was a woman in her 30s. But now she knew. She's not much older than us after all. That's so cool. Gao Jiayu couldn't help but mutter under her breath with sparkling eyes. Lin Yuding nodded in agreement, yeah, so cool. Earlier outside the cinema, I heard you guys calling her Qianxian's sister, but I didn't think about it. Turns out she's Chen Xianxian. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? Jean Nana said with a smile. Yeah, she's definitely the boss. She's just different. Jiang Yueya, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding all nodded in agreement, feeling that walking behind Chen Xianxian was quite prestigious, making them the center of attention in the entire venue. There was nothing they could do. Chen Xianxian's name was all the rage lately. At Harbor High School, where there were many troublemakers, everyone had heard rumors about her, which had been exaggerated and spread widely. At that moment, Zhang Yue, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding realized that the legendary Qin Shanshan was right in front of them, and they were thrilled, unable to help but marvel that they had entered a circle of tough individuals. A tough character who had made a name for herself in Tangcheng appeared out of nowhere. With a smile on their lips, they approached and said, "Sister Shanshan, you're so cool." Of course. Chen Shanshan listened to their chatter, feeling quite pleased with herself. What is mixing in society if not having people know your name, fear you, and respect you? Chen Shanshan was exactly that now. She walked with her head held high, enjoying every moment of it. Along the way, many people bowed and greeted her. "Sister Shanshan, why did you come so late?" "Sister Shanshan, have a drink later." "Sister Shanshan, you're getting more and more beautiful." "Shanshan's sister, have a drink later." They could already talk to Chen Shanshan, and out of respect, regardless of age, they all called her Shanshan's sister. There was nothing to be done. The news that Geng Biao had been arrested had already spread. Chen Shanshan's background was being talked about in mysterious terms, and ordinary small-time thugs dared not provoke her, so they all wanted to get to know Chen Shanshan. "Sure, have a drink later." Chen Shanshan waved her hand casually, without a smile. She exuded the aura of a boss. This attracted Gu Yuan, Jin Nana, Zhang Yue, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding, who all became her little fans. Wang Shan, Chen Feng, Feng Kai, and Su Peng were equally dazzled and stunned. "Chen Shanshan, you're so cool." Liang Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, this woman is really spicy. I'll definitely drag her home tonight and give her a good roughing up. The woman everyone looked up to as a big sister was actually his own woman. This feeling was also quite satisfying for Liang Feng. Old Ma was quick-witted and spotted Chen Shanshan and Liang Feng from afar. He immediately directed his men to bring over tables and chairs, smiling broadly as he greeted them. "Oh, Sister Shanshan, Mr. Liang, you're back from the movie? The table is already set. What would you like to eat tonight?" "It's on me." Chen Shanshan teased, "Old Ma, take a look. There are quite a few people here today. You better be careful not to regret it later and blame us for emptying your wallet." Old Ma chuckled, patting his chest and assured them, "No way. Mr. Liang, Shanshan, eat as much as you like, it's all on me." With that, he cheerfully called out, "Since there are so many of us, let us start with a whole roasted lamb." "All right." Chen Shanshan nodded casually. The tables and chairs were newly brought out, shiny and clean. "Sit down, sit down." As he gestured, everyone sat down. Gu Yuan and Jin Nana were regulars and helped out familiarly, bringing bowls, chopsticks, beer, and other items. These items were mostly self-service. The focus was on creating a casual street-side barbecue atmosphere. Zhang Yue, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding had heard of Liang Feng's culinary skills but were visiting for the first time. Looking at the bustling scene lit up by streetlights, Zhang Yue couldn't help but praise, "Shanshan's sister, you've done such a great job. This place even has a hint of the flavor from Hong Kong movies where they have hot pot." Gao Jiayu nodded and said, "Yes, it's so lively. Shanshan, you're really talented." "Yes, I never thought Tangcheng had such an interesting place." "Shanshan, you're so talented." Lin Yuding chimed in, her face glowing with a smile, using the opportunity to praise Chen Shanshan and get closer to her. "That's not really my concern." Chen Shanshan waved her hand dismissively and said grandly, "Do you know why this is called Liang Feng's kitchen, Mom?" Zhang Yue tilted her head and thought for a moment before shaking her head. Could it be related to Liang Feng? Exactly, it's all thanks to Liang Feng. Chen Shanshan picked up a bottle opener and started popping beers with a bang. Bang, before explaining, "Well, it used to be pretty quiet here. Just us motorcycle enthusiasts would come here to ride our bikes, because there were few cars and plenty of space. Later, Liang Feng invited us all here for a barbecue. The workers from the nearby factories saw the barbecue stall after work and started coming over in droves. Before long, it became popular, and everyone started calling it Liang Feng's kitchen. So that's how it happened." Zhang Yue, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding nodded in understanding, looking at Liang Feng in surprise and said, "We thought it was named after the cool breeze." "So it was you, Liang Feng. You're really something. Yeah, you're so talented." Liang Feng waved his hand and corrected them, "It was just a coincidence. It has little to do with me." With a smile on his lips, he took the beer Chen Shanshan handed him, unable to resist glancing at her. In his mind, the scenes played out like a movie, and he found it quite amusing. Chen Shanshan felt the same way and couldn't help but exclaim, "Your unintended actions have truly benefited me greatly." Seeing that everyone had beer, she called out, "All right, no more talk. Come on, take a sip first. Let's celebrate our chance to drink together today." "All right." Gu Yuan, Jin Nana, Zhang Yue, Gao Jiayu, Lin Yuding, Wang Shan, Feng Kai, Su Peng, and including Chen Feng, all raised their beers, their lips curled into smiles, and clinked their bottles together with a ding. Ding. They tilted their heads back and took big gulps. Everyone felt relaxed and happy. It felt like summer should be like this. After finishing their drinks, they couldn't help but shout together, "That's the life." Then everyone burst into laughter again. Liang Feng, including him, was laughing happily. This was the life he had always wanted. Chapter 177, The Drunkard Zhang Yue. Chun Shanshan often drank beer and could hold her liquor. She tilted her head back and drank 2 gulps, finishing 2/3 of it. Jean Nana, Gu Yuan, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding, the girls, were a bit slower, drinking a third, but still feeling a bit overwhelmed. Liang Feng, Wang Shan, and the other guys basically drank half in 1 gulp. Only Jiang Yueya had also drunk 2/3 of his beer. He wiped his mouth and looked like he wanted more. "You're really something, little drunkard." Liang Feng looked at her and reminded her, "Moon Tooth, we made a deal. Drink in moderation. Don't get so drunk that you stumble around and act like a troublemaker with me. That wouldn't be fun." Jiang Yueya blushed shyly, stuck out her tongue, and teased, "That's not my fault. You're treating, so I have to drink my fill until you go bankrupt." After saying that, she turned to Gu Yuan and whispered, "Gu Yuan, today, the 2 of us have to get Liang Feng drunk." Gu Yuan smiled and shook her head gently, whispering, "Forget it. He has a lot of friends. Who knows where they'll drag him off to later." "Yeah." Jiang Yueya rolled her eyes, looked at Liang Feng, and said with a smile, "Let you off today. Drink less, or else you'll get scolded when you get home. By the way, where's my cousin? Why didn't you invite her?" Liang Feng suddenly remembered and couldn't help but ask. "Yeah, where's Bai Ying? Why didn't she come with you guys to watch the movie?" Gu Yuan blinked her eyes and asked along. Jiang Yueya laughed. "Bai Ying's dad, who is also Liang Feng's uncle, is really impressive. He solved some silver case and got promoted. Today, the police academy had an event, so he took her along. She really wants to go to the police academy now." "Oh, I see." Liang Feng smiled slightly, thinking it was a pretty good choice. If her cousin Bai Ying became a police officer, then the tragic fate of her previous life would be avoided. He nodded with a smile and said, "Well, she won't get to eat with us then. We'll just eat our own meal." Okay. Jiang Yueya smiled. Gu Yuan was curious and asked, "Yueya, what's the silver case?" "I don't know anything about it." Jiang Yueya leaned closer to Gu Yuan and explained. Gu Yuan finally understood. At that moment, Jean Nana watched them interacting so familiarly, feeling a bit jealous. She pouted and leaned closer to Gu Yuan, whispering, Yuan, how do you know them?" "I didn't know about this." "As good friends?" She felt a little jealous. Gu Yuan chuckled and began to explain. "There are many people. There are many social circles. So everyone started chatting among themselves." Jiang Yueya, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding stood nearby, smiling and whispering to each other, thoroughly enjoying this carefree gathering. Gao Jiayu leaned close to Jiang Yueya and whispered, "It's so much fun hanging out with them. Yueya, introduce us to them later so we can get to know them better." "Sure, no problem." Jiang Yueya nodded in agreement. But as Gu Yuan had said, Liang Feng and Chen Chanshan knew many people. They didn't stay long. Lin Wu walked over and greeted them. "Hey, Chanshan, Mr. Liang, the guys are all over there. They all want to hear you talk about eating dog meat. Come on, let's go over and join the fun." Chen Chanshan, Jiang Yueya, and Chen Feng weren't very familiar with them, so they felt a bit awkward and said, "Alright, I'll go take a look." She glanced at Liang Feng again. Liang Feng had to go say hello, so he said, "Gu Yuan, Yueya, Nana, Shanzi, you guys eat first. I'll be right back." "Alright, go ahead." Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana were used to this and nodded. Jiang Yueya, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding were a bit disappointed, missing out on the chance to get to know Liang Feng and Chen Shanshan better. Chen Feng, however, saw an opportunity. He eyed Jiang Yueya and the other beauties, feeling a tingle of excitement, and tried to strike up a conversation. "Come on, ladies, let's not bother with them. Let's just drink our own drinks." Wang Shan teased from the side, "This kid has always loved to show off. When he was a kid, he used to compete with Liang Feng all the time, and every time he got beaten up by Liang Feng. It became a joke in our neighborhood. Now he wants to act cool again? Ha ha." Everyone burst into laughter. "Chen Feng, there's more to come." Jiang Yueya covered her mouth and laughed. Wang Shan nodded repeatedly, "It's going to be great." "Wang Shan, shut your mouth." Chen Feng's face turned bright red, and he hurriedly urged, "Wang Shan, I was just trying to pick up a girl, and you're ruining it for me. Next time we play pool or go to the internet cafe, I'll call you, and I'll be your servant." Wang Shan quickly apologized, Alright, I'm sorry. I won't ruin your plans anymore." Just as they were talking, skewered lamb and roasted whole lamb were served. The aroma and appearance were irresistible. Wang Shan's eyes lit up, and he laughed, "I'll just focus on eating my roasted whole lamb." Right, eating meat is more important than anything else." Feng Kai and Su Peng showed no gentlemanly manners and immediately reached for the lamb leg. "What are you doing?" Chen Feng, however, was quite the smooth operator. He knocked their hands away and proceeded to take a leg himself, saying, "Moon Crescent Beauty, that is, Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding, you two eat first. You're not so bad after all." Jiang Yueya took the lamb leg and smiled. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding nodded in agreement. "We'll remember you this time. Your name is Chen Feng." Okay. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Wang Shan, Feng Kai, and Su Peng looked down on him with disdain, eating other parts of the roasted lamb and muttering, begging for attention, "What a disgrace. Right, embarrassing. Wang Shan shot him a vicious glance. Chen Feng felt a surge of pride, thinking he had made a good start. Seeing that Gu Yuan and Jean Nana hadn't started yet, he said, "Ladies, let me help you." He reached out to pull a lamb rib, saying, "Lamb ribs, they're fragrant too." The result. At that moment, Chen Jing walked over with her wine-red hair exploding, smiling. She saw Jean Nana and Gu Yuan and said, "Oh, Yuan, Nana, why are you two still sitting here? Liang Xiao is over there talking about eating dog meat. It's so interesting. Come over and listen." Eating dog meat? What kind of dog meat? Gu Yuan and Jean Nana looked completely confused. Chen Jing laughed even harder. "You'll see when you get there. I promise you'll be amazed." She glanced at Chen Feng and Wang Shan, then dismissed them with disdain. "What's the point of drinking with these idiots? They're just a bunch of greenhorns. Let's go." She went to pull Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. Chen Jing was there, and she had quite a bit of influence. Being invited by her was a big deal. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana felt honored and immediately stood up with smiles, saying, "Sure, let's go listen too." "What is that?" Jiang Yueya looked curious. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding were equally eager to go. Gu Yuan smiled and said, "I don't know either. Why don't we all go together?" Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding nodded eagerly upon hearing this. "Sure, let's go." "Right, let's go." Jiang Yueya put down the lamb leg. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding quickly wiped their hands, their faces full of eagerness. "Let's go together. That'll be so much fun." Chen Jing waved her hand. The 5 women followed suit. Thus, only 4 young men were left, staring at the roasted whole lamb, glancing at each other and rolling their eyes. "Chen Feng, keep paying for it, keep paying for it. Aren't you so proud of yourself? Keep it up. Damn it." Chen Feng was filled with frustration. He had thought he had a chance, but in the blink of an eye, they were gone again. Watching Liang Feng over there, surrounded by a group of people, laughing and joking, he felt nothing but envy and resentment. Looking over at his own side, Wang Shan, Feng Kai, and Shuepeng were stuffing their faces, which made him even angrier. He snorted, "Wang Shan, all you know is eat. If it weren't for you causing trouble, I could have definitely gotten one of them." Wang Shan, with his mouth full of food, mumbled, believe it. I totally believe you. But next time we play pool, you're buying, or else I won't believe you." Chen Feng was even more furious, downing several gulps of beer. He glanced up and saw Liang Feng surrounded by everyone, laughing and chatting. Jiang Yueya and the others were also chatting animatedly, feeling even more bitter inside. They were all 18 years old, yet they were so different. Ah. A bitter sigh. All that was left was to drink in silence, and deep down, he couldn't help but scream, "Liang Feng, I hate you." Chapter 178, The Deserving Chen Feng. Chen Feng wasn't bad-looking, tall and handsome, fair-skinned, but he was too full of himself, always showing off. He was the type who, if he bought a pair of shoes, had to tell everyone the price and rub it in their faces that they couldn't afford them. Naturally, he didn't have many friends. Seeing that Wang Shan, Feng Kai, and Su Ping didn't bother to take care of themselves either, he kept pouring beer down his throat. Even the roasted lamb didn't taste good anymore. Slowly, he started to get a little tipsy. At that moment, 3 young, beautiful, and alluring women walked over, chatting and laughing, catching everyone's attention. They were dressed provocatively, wearing short shorts and t-shirts, exuding a seductive aura. Chen Feng noticed them and felt a surge of desire, looking eager to make a move. Wang Shan noticed this and deliberately provoked Chen Feng, saying, "You're always bragging about how tough you are. Why aren't you going to approach them now? Are you scared?" "I'm not a coward. No way." Chen Feng had had a few drinks and was feeling bold. He gritted his teeth, stood up, walked over to one of the girls, tapped her on the shoulder, and with a drunken smile said, "Hey, beautiful, let's get to know each other. Our table is big. Why don't you join us? We've got roasted whole lamb to eat." He was planning to use her to get something for himself. Anyway, everyone else had already left. Chen Feng felt pretty proud of himself. A whole roasted lamb costs over $200. The 3 girls turned to look at him, their faces filled with disgust. They glanced at Chen Feng and said, "Who are you? Do we know you?" "Yeah, who are you? Get lost." One of them even cursed directly. Chen Feng forced a smile, drunk and oblivious to the others' displeasure, and chuckled, "First time's a stranger, second time's a friend. We'll get to know each other next time." Then, several burly men rushed over, shoving Chen Feng aside and shouting angrily, "What are you doing? Dare you harass my girlfriend? You little punk, looking for a beating?" They raised their arms, ready to fight. Chen Feng saw the situation. The men were all in their 20s, while he was only 18 or 19 and dared not confront them. He hurriedly explained, "Hey, big brother, it's a misunderstanding. I just saw there were no seats, and thought we could share a table." "Go to hell. Who wants to share a table with you?" One of them saw that Chen Feng was backing down and pushed him hard again. Chen Feng stumbled, nearly falling over, and knocked over the table next to him. "What are you doing? If you want to fight, go somewhere else. That's right, this isn't the place for you to fight." Chen Feng hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry. It was utterly embarrassing. He had really made a fool of himself. Wang Shan, Feng Kai, and Su Peng saw that Chen Feng was about to get beaten up. Though they didn't think much of him, they were all neighbors in the same community and knew him by name. One by one, they hurried over to explain, saying, "Sir, we really didn't mean anything by it. We just wanted to share a table." Right, we were just trying to share a table. Go to hell. The man raised his hand to hit Wang Shan. Wang Shan reacted quickly, dodged to the side, startling him, and hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Hitting people? Hit you, you little bastard. What's the matter?" One of them went after Wang Shan. The biggest one went after Chen Feng. "You're the one who's asking for it." He swung a slap at him. Chen Feng quickly dodged and stepped back. He was completely terrified. He kept backing up. This commotion caused everyone around them to stand up. "What's going on? If you're fighting, take it somewhere else. Don't touch my table. Everyone get out of the way, get out of the way." The scene became extremely chaotic. Everyone around looked over. Gu Yuan curiously glanced over and saw it was Wang Shan. Noticing that the spot where they had been sitting was empty, she hurriedly shouted, "Oh no, Liang Feng, it looks like Wang Shan and his group are fighting." "Who? Wang Shan?" Liang Feng froze. Gu Yuan pointed and said, "Yes, Wang Shan and his group. They seem to be fighting with someone." "No way." Liang Feng knew Wang Shan well. Though he spoke without restraint, he wasn't the type to start trouble. He followed the direction Gu Yuan was pointing. Sure enough, Wang Shan, Chen Feng, Feng Kai, and Su Peng were being surrounded and forced to retreat. It looked like a real fight had broken out. "Damn it, you dare to bully my brother here?" Liang Feng wasn't sure what was going on, but seeing Wang Shan and Feng Kai being bullied, he waved his hand and hurried over. Chen Shanxian, Lin Wu, and the others hadn't figured out what was happening yet. When they saw Liang Feng striding over, they looked again and realized what was going on. "Damn it, go help him. Dare to touch Liang Xiao's friend? You're asking for trouble. Call your friends and let's go over there." Chen Shanxian still had a pretty good impression of Wang Shan. Seeing him being bullied, she hurriedly called out, "Alright, I'm a merman." Lin Wu followed suit. With around 20 or 30 people, they gathered in a dark crowd and surrounded him. Gu Yuan, Jin Nana, Zhang Yue, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding lagged behind. But they followed them over. What's going on? Zhang Yue was unsure of the intention. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding, however, found it cool. It looks like a fight is about to break out. It seems like it. Gu Yuan nodded and said, "Wang Shan and that Chen Feng from your school are fighting with someone." What? Zhang Yue, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding finally understood. They felt like there was going to be a show. This was Liang Feng's territory, and they waited eagerly for the show to begin. Liang Feng led his men over in a dark, menacing crowd. Over there, the fighting stopped instantly. Wang Shan saw it clearly and hurriedly shouted, "Liang Feng, they're bullying people." They were already in a sorry state. They were being pushed and shoved, retreating continuously. At that moment, Liang Feng walked over. Chen Feng, Su Peng, and Feng Kai gained some courage and stopped retreating, shouting, "You wait, you bastards. Let's see who beats who." "That's right, Liang Feng is here. Liang Feng, they're bullying us too much." One by one, they approached Liang Feng. The people around them all retreated, knowing that a tough guy had arrived. Especially Chen Shanxian with her, who stood out the most. "Chen Shanxian is here. Looks like this group has some clout." "It seems so." They whispered among themselves, staring intently. "Who's that? What's going on?" Liang Feng, who rarely spoke up, shouted loudly, and everyone quickly calmed down. Wang Shan and Chen Feng, though usually fearless, felt a bit intimidated by the group of grown men. Seeing Liang Feng arrive, they immediately stepped back. Chen Feng knew he was in the wrong and, feeling ashamed, dared not meet Liang Feng's gaze. He mumbled an explanation, "I just saw there was an empty table and wanted to share it with these ladies." Liang Feng heard this and immediately understood someone had tried to hit on them and gotten rejected, and now they'd run into the girls' boyfriends. This matter. They ignored them. Liang Feng thought someone was bullying Wang Shan and the others. But upon looking, it was Chen Feng causing trouble again. He snorted and said, "How careless of you. When you're hitting on someone, at least be a little more discreet. Check if they have a boyfriend first." I. Chen Feng was completely deflated. He knew that if Liang Feng hadn't been there, he would have definitely gotten beaten up. She had originally had some resentment toward Liang Feng, but now she dared not say a word, lowering her head and stammering incoherently. "It's fine. Don't worry about it." Liang Feng still had to give Chen Feng some face. Their parents were colleagues, and they had grown up together. He raised his head and looked at the people across from them. The 3 or 5 men and 3 beautiful women across the table, upon seeing Liang Feng, immediately switched to a smile, bowing and scraping, "Mr. Liang, so you're his friend? We didn't know. Mr. Liang, we've had drinks together before, and you even treated us." This group feared that Liang Feng might act unreasonably and start a fight, so they quickly mentioned their prior connection to avoid being beaten and having to accept their misfortune. They dared not provoke Liang Feng. Liang Feng wasn't the type to cause trouble or bully others. This was all Chen Feng's doing. He couldn't just stand his ground, and upon hearing their words, he realized what was going on. He smiled and said, "Didn't I invite you all out for a drink before?" "Yes, yes, yes." One of the big men hurriedly nodded, "You did. We all remember." One of the girls smiled and said, "Mr. Liang, the first time I ever drank XO was when you treated us. Your friend, why didn't you mention it sooner?" They were all laughing and joking around. Liang Feng couldn't bring himself to scold them. He glanced at Chen Feng, waved his hand, and snorted, "Well, we'll be friends now that we've had a fight. Let us call it even. Everyone, disperse." Alright, let us go. "Mr. Liang, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were his friend." I'm sorry. The men all looked apologetic, repeatedly apologizing to Wang Shan, Feng Kai, and Su Ping, but not to Chen Feng, thinking he deserved the beating. "Alright, let's go." Liang Feng waved his hand, and the commotion came to an end. Chapter 179, Many Friends Make the Road Smooth. Chen Feng looked at Liang Feng, feeling a bit ashamed and unsure of what to say. As the people across from him walked away and order slowly returned to normal, he muttered, "Liang Feng, I'm sorry. I caused you trouble." He was so ashamed he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Normally, he always compared himself to Liang Feng, wanting to outdo him. Little did he know that today, when trouble arose, he would need Liang Feng's help. He felt like a fool for ever thinking he could compete with Liang Feng. He kept his head down, his face flushed red, so ashamed he could have dug a 2-bedroom apartment out of his shoes. Liang Feng glanced at him and snorted, Chen Feng, flirting and hitting on girls is fine, but you can't be so blind and stupid as to go after girls who already have boyfriends. You're just asking for a beating." I. Chen Feng hung his head, not knowing what to say. "Oh, it's my fault. I provoked him." Wang Shan chimed in. Right, we provoked him too." Feng Kai chimed in. They didn't want Chen Feng to lose face. Zhang Yueya and Gao Jiayu from Haigang High School were there. Although they usually look down on Chen Feng, at this moment, none of them wanted him to lose face. After all, they were childhood friends who had grown up together. Liang Feng waved his hand and said, "I knew it. You two are the worst." Ha ha. Wang Shan scratched his head and laughed. The atmosphere eased a bit. At that moment, Gao Jiayu walked over with a smile, surprised, "Mr. Liang, you're really something. No matter where you go, people recognize you. You really have a wide network." Lin Yuding chimed in with admiration. Liang Feng shook his head and said, "What's so good about being recognized? It's meaningless." He then gestured, "The roasted whole lamb is ready. Eat and drink. My stomach is really growling." He waved his hand. The matter was considered settled. Everyone gathered around again. Chen Shanshan followed suit, shaking her head at Lin Wu and Chen Jing. Lin Wu and Chen Jing then led their people away. "What a bore. I thought we were going to fight. Alright, let's keep drinking. Sigh, this is so boring." Everyone dispersed in a hurry. Only Chen Feng remained, feeling his face burn with embarrassment. He was filled with regret, knowing that he had made a complete fool of himself and lost all face. He lowered his head and dared not speak a word. He was completely impressed by Liang Feng. From now on, he dared not compete with him anymore. There was nothing he could do, he simply couldn't match him. Moreover, he owed him such a huge favor. How was he ever going to repay it? He hung his head in defeat, looking as dejected as a wilted eggplant. At the dinner table, Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding were increasingly amazed by Liang Feng. At first, they heard Zhang Yueya talk about Liang Feng. They secretly thought Zhang Yueya was exaggerating. How could a boy of the same age have such a presence and influence, even making Hong Ge from New Power give him 3 points of respect? But Zhang Yueya was never one to exaggerate. The two remained skeptical. It wasn't until they arrived here, entered Liang Feng's kitchen, and heard everyone calling him Liang Feng and young Master Liang, that they were truly amazed. A group of motorcycle gang members were bowing and scraping before Liang Feng, and the renowned Chen Shanshan was gazing at him with adoring eyes. Someone came to cause trouble. Liang Feng stepped forward and settled the matter with just a few words. This aura left Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding mesmerized, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Students at Harbor High School mostly come from affluent families. Academically, they weren't particularly outstanding. Each of them had grown up as the best-off students in their class, naturally loving to show off. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding, despite their delicate-sounding names, actually both like the kind of rowdy boys who love to show off, do reckless things, and even get into fights. Seeing Liang Feng's style, they couldn't help but feel tempted. But Liang Feng was surrounded by beautiful women. Not to mention the big sister Chen Shanshan, even compared to Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, they felt completely outclassed. Looking at Zhang Yueya, she was so familiar with Liang Feng, the two of them clinking glasses and chatting and laughing, having a great time. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding were filled with envy, thinking that even if they couldn't be his boyfriend, making friends with him wouldn't be bad either. They hurried over to introduce themselves to Liang Feng. At that moment, Jiang Yueya, who had been drinking and chatting, was already flushed red. Liang Feng noticed this and couldn't help but chuckle. My beautiful Yueya, you're only 18 years old. Drinking like this every day, you'll end up an alcoholic. Besides, my cousin isn't here today. No one will take you home. You better think it through. Jiang Yueya raised her beer bottle, gulp. Gulp. She downed 2 mouthfuls and replied boldly, if no one is going to send me home, you should. I'm drinking your beer, so you have to take responsibility. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and said, I don't care. You little drunkard. There was a hint of indulgence in his words. Jiang Yueya was even happier. She thought it meant their relationship was solid. She placed her arm on Liang Feng's shoulder and smiled, I'm a drunkard. What's the big deal? Dare you drink with me? Liang Feng shook his head helplessly and said, I don't drink with alcoholics. You can drink by yourself. Ha ha. Jiang Yueya laughed triumphantly. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding saw this as an opportunity to talk to Liang Feng, so they quickly smiled and said, Mr. Liang, how can you not dare to drink with girls? Why don't we all 3 toast you together? Dare you drink? Forget it, I can't drink too much. I'm afraid you 3 have ulterior motives toward me. Liang Feng laughed it off. In truth, he had come to understand Jiang Yueya. Her politeness was mainly out of respect for her cousin, and since they were all peers, casual banter was normal. But Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding, to be honest, the 2 girls were only about 7 or 8 out of 10 in looks. They might be considered pretty in other schools, but in Liang Feng's eyes, they were lacking something. Liang Feng hadn't really paid much attention to them. They hadn't even exchanged a few words. He could tell that the 2 women were initiating conversation just to get to know him better. You don't hit someone who's smiling at you. He didn't embarrass the 2 girls too much. Instead, he joked, you 2 beauties, did I hit the nail on the head? Humph, you're just a bunch of troublemakers. No way. Gao Jiayue's face flushed instantly, not expecting Liang Feng to say such a thing. Lin Yuding was equally embarrassed, blushing and laughing, you're so annoying. Ha ha. Liang Feng laughed. They became acquainted in an instant. He then said seriously, I really can't hold my alcohol. Here's what we'll do, the 2 of you come over, and we'll each have a drink. Let's consider ourselves acquainted, and we'll have a proper gathering another time. Sure. Gao Jiayu nodded excitedly. Lin Yuding beamed with joy and hurriedly said, it's settled then. All right. Liang Feng raised the wine bottle. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding followed suit, clinking their bottles with a cheerful clink. Clink. They then downed half the bottle in one gulp, covering their mouths to cough, but soon burst into laughter, clearly delighted. Feeling like she had become friends with Liang Feng, she said, Liang Feng, you're really considerate. No wonder you have so many friends. More friends mean smoother roads, right? Liang Feng laughed heartily and set down his wine bottle. Chen Shanxian followed Lin Wu and the others over there. Liang Feng gathered with them. He glanced at Wang Shan, Feng Kai, and the others, and said, you guys, all you know is eating meat. Drink more wine. There are so many beautiful women here. This is such a great opportunity, and you don't even know how to cherish it. Wang Shan, with grease dripping from his mouth, retorted, we just crave meat. What's wrong with that? Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. All right, go ahead and eat. Liang Feng found it amusing. His silly younger brother was truly something else. Though the previous incident, Chen Feng felt a bit embarrassed, but the atmosphere had eased up considerably by now. Chen Feng picked up a newly opened bottle of beer and raised it in a toast, saying, Liang Feng, thank you again. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you. It's in the past. Let's not bring it up again. Liang Feng waved his hand dismissively. With this guy, a lifetime of bickering and teasing was nothing out of the ordinary. In this lifetime, he naturally wouldn't stoop to his level, so he didn't take it seriously. Chen Feng raised his neck, gulp, and downed it in one go. Wang Shan, the good-natured old man, pulled Chen Feng aside and said, you should stop acting so arrogant. It's better than anything else. Right. Feng Kai nodded. Chen Feng rolled his eyes and said, all right. Then he added, I'll try. Ha ha. Everyone laughed again. The atmosphere finally returned to normal. Chapter 180, The Ambiguous Gu Yuan. Liang Feng had initially helped Chen Feng out of misunderstanding the situation. Seeing Wang Shan and Feng Kai being bullied, he couldn't just stand by and watch, so he brought his men over to intervene. Wang Shan and Liang Feng were childhood friends. They attended elementary school, middle school, and high school together. We were in the same class in elementary school and high school. Our bond was unbreakable. Over the decades that followed, we became true friends. Even in our old age, we still go fishing and stroll through the park together. Feng Kai was a bit different. But we were in the same class in elementary and middle school. Alas, she didn't do well in school and only attended a vocational school. A technical school affiliated with a steel plant. It was a vocational school affiliated with Tangching Steel, and graduates could be assigned to work at the steel plant. They didn't interact much afterward. But the feelings were still there. Once he got in, Liang Feng realized that Chen Feng was just looking for trouble. They were acquaintances and had become familiar with each other, so he couldn't just ignore him. So he helped out. Moreover, after being reborn, Liang Feng had always adhered to the principle that with great power comes great responsibility, so he helped whenever he could. He didn't think much of it. Giving roses leaves a fragrance on one's hands. Seeing Chen Feng bow his head in shame, he thought maybe this old man might accidentally change his annoying, self-centered personality. He continued drinking and eating meat with a smile. This roasted whole lamb is delicious. Gu Yuan, you should try some. Liang Feng noticed that Gu Yuan hadn't touched her food, so he quickly pulled off a lamb rib and handed it to her. I'll eat. Gu Yuan took it with a smile. She had been looking for an opportunity to talk to Liang Feng alone, but hadn't found the right moment yet. Now that everyone else was chatting animatedly and no one was paying attention to them, she moved closer to Liang Feng and said in a playful tone, Liang Feng, I noticed you're pretty popular with girls. Those two beauties are clearly into you. Liang Feng looked at Gu Yuan, recalling the flirtatious moment from that night, and leaned in close to her ear, whispering, they're not that attractive, they don't catch my eye. Gu Yuan rolled her eyes and teased, but that Lin Yuding has a big chest, you're always into that kind of thing, aren't you? She giggled as she spoke. He felt the topic was getting a bit too much. Liang Feng glanced at Lin Yuding and retorted, she's not attractive, and having a big chest doesn't make her any better. He added, by the way, did you listen to me and drink soy milk and eat papaya? Stop teasing me. Gu Yuan blushed and smiled shyly, playfully hitting him and saying, I've been drinking soy milk every day lately. Even the ones that cost 5 cents a bowl, I buy the ones that cost 10 cents. I also bought some papaya, but it doesn't taste very good. She added, do you think it actually works? Liang Feng said seriously, don't worry, it does have some effect. That's good. Gu Yuan looked down at her chest. Looking at the other girls, it seemed like Gao Jiayu's were a bit smaller, while others like Jean Nana were quite curvaceous. She clenched her teeth and made up her mind. From now on, I'll drink soy milk instead of water. Papaya, as a meal. Liang Feng looked at Gu Yuan's delicate features, her high nose bridge, and her cherry red lips, blinking her large eyes, and felt she was still the most beautiful. Her long, slender legs were too eye-catching. There were few who could compare in the entire venue. He thought back to the hint of romance from that night. He changed the subject and asked, by the way, Yuan, when is your driving test? Will you pass smoothly? Don't keep following us around aimlessly if you don't get your license, that'll be embarrassing. Gu Yuan blushed and replied, why are you calling me Yuan? That's embarrassing. She added with a blush, don't worry, the instructor said that Nana and I don't need to practice every day anymore. We can still get our licenses. It's just parallel parking and the road test, it's easy. In 2002, the driver's license exam wasn't that complicated. As long as you could park in reverse and pass the road test, you could pass. From the first time she got behind the wheel to getting her license, it took less than a month, very convenient. Liang Feng planned to learn to drive after graduating from high school, so he said, as long as you get your license, that's fine. Gu Yuan picked up a beer bottle and took a sip, saying, I've had too much to drink today. Could you give me a ride home later? She blinked her big eyes and pursed her lips mischievously. Liang Feng agreed immediately, saying, no problem, but you're with Nana, so it might not be convenient for me to drive you. He knew exactly what she wanted, to spend time alone with him. In truth, he wanted to as well. Looking at the tall, beautiful woman in front of him, he couldn't help but want to tease her. Gu Yuan laughed softly, I'll distract her. You can relax. All right. Liang Feng agreed readily, eagerly anticipating their upcoming private meeting. There was nothing he could do about it. Gu Yuan was still so charming. Thinking back to that night's flirtatious exchange, he felt a lingering desire. Gu Yuan felt the same way. She smiled, biting her lip, and thought of ways to distract Jean Nana so she could meet with Liang Feng in private. At that moment, amidst the noisy crowd, Chen Xianxian, with her yellow, walked over confidently and called out, what else do you want to eat or drink? Hurry up in order. Old Ma said his stuff is almost sold out. If you wait any longer, there won't be any left. Liang Feng was astonished, it's only this early, and it's already sold out? Old Ma's business is really booming. Chen Xianxian smiled and explained, it rained the past few days, so business was slow. He didn't dare to stock up too much. He'll definitely bring more tomorrow. What else do you want to eat? Liang Feng looked around at everyone and said, ladies and gentlemen, what do you want to eat? Hurry up and order before it's all gone. The group ate until their mouths were greasy, and half the roasted whole lamb was gone. They simply couldn't eat anymore. Wang Shan waved his hand and said, we're all full. We don't want anything else. A few girls were still drinking and said, Xianxian, bring some more lamb skewers to help us sober up. Sure. Chen Xianxian, strutting her long legs, told old Ma. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding looked at Chen Xianxian with envy and praised, this Xianxian sister is so cool. Yeah, she's so carefree. Jean Nana explained, the shop fronts behind us are all Xianxians too. This entire area belongs to her. To put it bluntly, Xianxian is the boss here. How could she not be cool and carefree? Wang Shan nodded in agreement. Chui Chui's sister is mainly cool. Riding a motorcycle with a baseball bat on her shoulder, she looks just like a character from an anime. So handsome. Yeah, she's absolutely stunning. Feng Kai and Su Ping nodded in agreement. Many of them were fans of Chen Xianxian. Such a woman is rare in their lives. Once she appears, they can't help but admire her and become her fans, even idolizing Chen Xianxian. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding felt the same way, envying her deeply. In their hearts, they also hope to one day become like Chen Xianxian, a big sister who could command others with a single word, surrounded by a crowd of followers. How cool and stylish that would be. The two couldn't help but ask again, Liang Feng and Gu Yuan, you're both students at First High School. As good students, how did you end up knowing them? Jean Nana rolled her eyes and said, Chen Xianxian is such a loyal person. She's great with friends. In others' eyes, they might just be troublemakers who don't study well and love to fight, but once you get to know them, you'll see they're not like that at all. That's right. They're all good people. Shen Jing, Jing Jia, Lin Wu, and Xiao Wuge are all great. Gu Yuan blinked her big eyes and nodded in agreement. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding, having heard this, naturally knew what they were talking about, and their envy was evident. Yeah, that's so carefree. Right, so carefree. They raised their glasses, unable to tear their envious eyes away. Chapter 181, The Female Lion Becomes a Little Kitten. Zhang Ailing once said, every man has a white rose and a red rose in his heart. As for women, perhaps deep down, they also harbor a dream of becoming a bad girl. To act recklessly, be bold and carefree, call friends at will, and become the respected big sister everyone admires. Chen Xianxian has become the projection of that dream bad girl for many girls, hasn't she? Doing things they dare not do? Of course, they also attract men's admiration. Chen Xianxian is the red rose in every man's heart, isn't she? Sister Qianqian, you're so cool. In today's terms, you're absolutely amazing, beyond words. Wang Shan, as Chen Xianxian's die-hard fan, never hesitates to shower her with praise every time he sees her. Gu Yuan agreed, yeah, Qianqian, you're so cool. I really want to dye my hair like you and do whatever I want. But I'm too scared, hee, and I don't have the guts either. Jean Nana pouted, I wanted to, but I'm afraid of my dad. My mom will beat me. Hee, my dad and mom said that if I dare to dye my hair, they'll cut it off while I'm sleeping. My mom says the same thing. Yeah, my mom said the same thing to me. Zhang Yue, Gao Jiayu, and Lin Yuding giggled. They wanted to do it too, but they dared not take that step. Just then, Chen Xianxian walked over holding a big bunch of lamb skewers. Zhang Yue took the initiative to invite her, Xianxian's sister, sit down and have a drink with us. We all admire you. Yeah, you're my idol. Gao Jiayu said with a smile. What is there to admire about me? Chen Xianxian, with her yellow spiky hair, wearing a leather jacket, and sporting marten boots even in the middle of summer. In the eyes of ordinary people, she looked like she had a screw loose. But in the early 21st century, there weren't many people who dressed like that. They stood out even more as nonconformists. A famous advertising slogan from later generations captured the spirit of the time, where tap, don't follow the crowd. That was the mindset of people in that era. They wanted to break the mold, refuse to conform, stand out from the crowd, and avoid going with the flow. But how many dared to do so? Chen Xianxian was one such person. Gu Yuan, Jean Nana, Zhang Yue, Gao Jiayu, and Ling Yuding, four young women who had just turned 18 and were just beginning to navigate the world, naturally shared such aspirations and couldn't help but admire Chen Xianxian. Chen Xianxian is also a generous person, which only makes them admire her even more. Wang Shan, Chen Feng, Feng Kai, and Su Peng felt the same way, smiling as they looked at Chen Xianxian and said, Sister Qianqian, sit down. We all admire you. Right, you're so cool. Liang Feng joined in with a laugh. Regarding Chen Qianqian, Liang Feng initially found her too unconventional. But after spending more time with her, he found her cute and beautiful. He smiled and greeted her, sit down. We admire you, Qianqian. Get lost. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes at Liang Feng, then sat down and said, you're all good students. Study hard and don't follow my example. She smiled, picked up a beer bottle, and said, come on, have one. Sure. Come on, Qianqian, have one. Sister Qianqian, I'll drink one for you. Everyone raised their beer bottles, including Liang Feng, who clinked his bottle with a ding, and said, come on, have a drink. Drink, drink, drink. Everyone tilted their heads back and drank. Wang Shan and Zhang Yue downed theirs in one gulp. Gu Yuan drank 2/3 of hers. Chen Xianxian saw this and followed suit. She felt a sense of accomplishment mingling with these young boys and girls, her vanity greatly satisfied. She picked up a lamb skewer and handed it to the others, saying, have some lamb to soak up the alcohol. Drink slowly. Thanks, Qianxian's sister. Sister Qianqian, you're so cool. One by one, they took it and laughed. They all loved the feeling of drinking and eating skewers in big bites. Under the bright moonlit sky, a group of people gathered around a street stall. This feeling was also quite adventurous. Everyone wore expressions of delight, finding this unrestrained feeling very comfortable. Awesome! Wang Shan exclaimed with satisfaction. Ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Including Liang Feng, who wouldn't want to act recklessly, to feel carefree and unrestrained? Who wouldn't want to do whatever they pleased? Perhaps that was the ultimate human desire. Come on, let us drink. Jiang Yueya, with a hint of alcohol on her breath, invited them again. Come on, drink up. Everyone followed suit, raising their cups and drinking in large gulps. But drinking like this wouldn't do. They were all teenagers, with the courage to drink but not the stomach for it. It was already getting late. Liang Feng downed a bottle in 2 gulps, took a bite of lamb skewers, and urged them, everyone, don't compete in drinking, and don't force yourselves. Drink until you're satisfied. Master Liang, you can rest assured. Right, we got this. Jean Nana smiled and said, you're acting like our elder again. Right, always the same old routine. Jiang Yueya followed with a smile and nodded. Liang Feng felt awkward, shook his head, and said, I'm just getting old. Laughing, he looked at them and thought back to when he was young. Young people gathered together and chatted easily. Of course, they didn't drink lightly. In the end, Gu Yuan was drunk and disoriented, being supported and led away by Jean Nana. Jiang Yueya, Gao Jiayu, and Ling Yuding were all walking unsteadily. Can the 3 of you manage? It's so late at night, this is worrying. Liang Feng looked at them with a headache. Gu Yuan had Jean Nana with her. These 3 beauties were all party animals. Especially Jiang Yueya, who was drunk, red-faced, reeking of alcohol, and could barely stand upright. But she was still lucid enough to smile and say, Mr. Liang, don't worry. I'm just a little tipsy. Perfect. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding also laughed. Yes, Mr. Liang, we're fine. We can go home. Alright then. Liang Feng observed them for a moment, using his medical expertise to assess the situation, and saw that it wasn't too serious. He said, just be careful. Alright, let's meet again next time. Shanshan sister, thank you for treating us. We'll treat you next time. Jiang Yueya said. Gao Jiayu and Lin Yuding followed suit, repeating, next time, we'll definitely treat you. Shanshan sister, Liang Xiaoxia, goodbye. Alright. Liang Feng and Chen Shanshan waved goodbye. The 3 women left happily. Liang Feng, Wang Shan, Chen Feng, Feng Kai, and Su Peng were left behind, preparing to hail a taxi home. Let's go too. Yeah, let's go home. The night breeze is still quite cool. The night breeze blew, still a bit chilly. The group huddled closer together. The result. Chen Shanshan stood beside the motorcycle, stretching her legs, looking at Liang Feng with an inviting expression. Liang Feng could only say to Wang Shan, the 4 of you can take a taxi. I think Shanshan has something to discuss with me. Oh, okay. Wang Shan wasn't stupid, he chuckled and led the others to hail a taxi and left. It was a dark and windy night. The kitchen was bustling with activity, but the night breeze blew gently, and only a few scattered tables remained, with guests still drinking and chatting. Most of the guests had already left. Chen Shanshan had lost her usual confident demeanor, shrinking her shoulders like a little girl and giggling, you open it. I don't want to. Alright. Liang Feng smiled, pinched her cheek, and got into the driver's seat. Chen Shanshan followed closely behind, clinging tightly to him. Liang Feng gave the motorcycle a gentle push, and it started moving slowly. He turned to look at Chen Shanshan, who had just moments ago been as domineering as a lioness, now clinging to him like a little bird. He couldn't help but say, if anyone saw this, they'd never believe it's you. Oomph. Chen Shanshan pouted and said in a spoiled tone, I don't care what others think of me. But in your eyes, I'm just a little woman clinging to you. How about that? Is that not good enough? Alright. Liang Feng burst into laughter. This feeling was quite pleasant to him. The lioness had turned into a little kitten in front of him. Chapter 182, The Sweetness of a Love Nest. Under the moonlight. The wide asphalt road was nearly empty. Streetlights were lit. Liang Feng rode his motorcycle, carrying Chen Shanshan. Their shadows stretched long under the streetlights, moving slowly and aimlessly. Chen Shanshan hugged Liang Feng tightly, pressing against his back, and murmured, Dear, do you think I should straighten my hair and get long, flowing locks? Would that make me pretty? Liang Feng, hearing this, looked surprised and turned to glance at Chen Shanshan's messy hair, saying, What? You don't want to keep this messy hair anymore? Chen Shanshan pouted and explained, When I go out to do business, people might think I'm here to cause trouble. Plus, I feel like this hairstyle doesn't suit me anymore. It's too childish. Liang Feng burst into laughter. He never expected Chen Shanshan to come up with such an idea. It seems that when one's status changes, so do their thoughts. Otherwise, given Chen Shanshan's previous mindset, she probably wouldn't have changed. Now it's different. Now that she knows she has become the real boss, it's not appropriate to keep this hairstyle anymore. Liang Feng smiled slightly, acknowledging Chen Shanshan's transformation. But he was also curious. He smiled and asked her, Let's interview our dear Shanshan sister. What's going on with you now? Have you matured, so you want to change? Chen Shanshan replied seriously, Now that I have my own business and have become an even more famous big sister, keeping this wild hairstyle makes me look like a little tomboy. It's not appropriate. She smiled shyly and said, So I want to change it back. I've already decided long flowing hair for sure, it'll be so stylish. After saying that, she asked hesitantly, but I'm worried you won't like it, so I'm asking you first. Liang Feng smiled gently and said, as long as it's you, I'll like it. But I'm also curious to see what you'll look like with long hair. Give me a surprise tomorrow. Sure. Chen Qianshan nodded, feeling happy about Liang Feng's approval. She had been worried that Liang Feng wouldn't like it. She said happily, since you don't mind, I'll straighten it tomorrow and dye it black. To be honest, I'm also curious to see what I'll look like with straight hair. She recalled, I remember the last time I had straight hair was when I was in middle school. Thinking about it still makes me a little excited. Liang Feng nodded, me too. Under the moonlight, the two drove slowly. Since Liang Feng had been released from house arrest, they rarely had such opportunities to be alone together. Back then, Chen Qianshan was always by his side. Liang Feng's days were much more relaxed, and looking back now, he still found it quite enjoyable. Especially the things Chen Qianshan had secretly hidden in his room, thinking about them now still left him with a lingering sense of nostalgia. He even felt a touch of nostalgia. Liang Feng glanced at Chen Qianshan and said, it's so late. My parents must be asleep. Why don't we sneak into my room? I miss you. Chen Qianshan thought of Liang Feng's small room, filled with memories of the two of them, and happily nodded, as long as you're not afraid, I'm not afraid either. Liang Feng said, what am I afraid of? Let's go. He teased, tonight, let me feel your golden lion again. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. You're so annoying. Chen Qianshan pouted playfully but then suddenly hugged him tightly. She was very happy with this arrangement. She was even a bit excited. That little house was filled with their beautiful memories. She felt it was the most wonderful time of her life. Both thrilling and happy. Liang Feng drove Chen Qianshan back home. They stood at the door. He pulled out the keys, made a shoe gesture toward Chen Qianshan, and then turned the doorknob. Sure enough, the living room was pitch black. His parents were already asleep. But as soon as they heard the noise, Bai Jing's voice came from the bedroom, scolding, why are you so late? Where did you go? Liang Feng hurriedly explained, Wang Shan, Chen Feng, Bong Kai, and Su Peng invited me to watch a movie. We stayed late, so we came back late. Upon hearing that he had gone out with Wang Shan and the others, Bai Jing didn't think much of it and simply asked, have you eaten yet? We did, we just had something quick outside. Liang Feng answered, glancing at Chen Qianshan huddled in the corner, covering her mouth. He was also afraid his mother would come out. Fortunately, his mother was still lying down and hadn't gotten up. She was just complaining in the room, I gave you some pocket money, and all you do is waste it. You're always eating out. Don't even think about asking for more pocket money this time. She huffed again, go back to your room and go to sleep. Okay. Liang Feng quickly gave Chen Qianshan a discreet signal. Chen Qianshan took off her marten boots, barefoot, and nodded quietly. The two finally entered. Click. Liang Feng closed the door. Chen Qianshan quickly ran back to Liang Feng's side room. As soon as she entered the room, she hid. Liang Feng followed closely behind and locked the door from the inside. Ha ha. The two shared a quiet laugh, but dared not make a sound, afraid that Bai Jing might hear them. But this feeling was strangely thrilling. Their hearts pounded wildly, making them both tremble with excitement and joy. Perhaps this was the thrill created by the environment. Outside were their parents. In the small bedroom, there were only the two of them, and the feeling made their hearts race, finding it incredibly thrilling. At that moment, outside the window, moonlight streams into the room. The two of them stared at each other with burning eyes, suddenly embraced each other, and began to kiss passionately, quickly entering a fiery state. Looking at the familiar small bed and everything around them, Chen Qianshan happily leaned close to Liang Feng's ear and said with a smile, there won't be any more for me. Tonight, I want to do it 3 times. Liang Feng raised an eyebrow, smiled, and gently slapped her but, saying, I'm not afraid of you. Hurry up. Chen Qianshan rolled her eyes at him but let him have his way. For this little room, Chen Qianshan's memories were filled with happiness, laughter, and sweetness. Especially when she thought back to the first time, when Liang Feng had accidentally ended up sleeping on the floor, it made her laugh. Other memories flooded back one after another. She suddenly joked in a slightly mischievous tone, honey, I really need to pee, and it seems like you didn't bring the potty. I'll go. Liang Feng felt a headache coming on. He always brought the urinal, just in case it became a hassle later. He remembered that once, he was even blocked by Bai Jing in the wardrobe, and Bai Jing was the one who emptied the urinal. Thinking back on it now, he felt embarrassed. Mentioning it now. Liang Feng stopped what he was doing, glanced at the front door, and said, should I go get it for you? You're so slow, hurry up, I want to pee on your bed. Chen Qianshan swayed her graceful figure and giggled. Liang Feng understood and slapped her on the butt, punishing her thoroughly. Chapter 183, Chen Qianshan's appearance from behind. This kid, as soon as he gets home, he locks the door. As soon as he gets home, he locks the door. He's always out early and back late, like he's busier than us. Early morning. Bai Jing knocked on the door, bang. Bang. Hearing no response, he stopped knocking and complained to his husband, Liang Qinggong. Since Liang Qinggong had been promoted, he had become even busier, leaving for work 10 minutes earlier than before to set a good example. He glanced at the clock and said, "The kid is already 18, and school is about to start. Let him have a few days of fun. Once school starts, we won't have time for him." "That's true." Bai Jing muttered under her breath, picked up a piece of paper and a pen, wrote a few words, and followed Liang Qinggong to work. "Let's go." Liang Feng and Chen Shanshan were naked under the blankets, dared not make a sound. Earlier, Bai Jing had knocked on the door, terrifying the two of them out of their wits. Chen Shanshan even thought about getting up and hiding in the wardrobe. Liang Feng hugged her tightly, telling her not to make a sound. Chen Shanshan trembled in fear. Fortunately, after knocking a few times and hearing no response, he left. She peeked through the window and saw Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong riding their bikes away before letting out a sigh of relief. "I was holding it in so badly," she said. As if she were at home, she ran out naked, her little feet bare. Soon, the sound of splash, splash echoed out. Liang Feng lay there, watching everything unfold, feeling extremely satisfied. He chuckled to himself, the feeling of hiding a beauty in a golden house is truly delightful. This feeling was more thrilling than anything else. There was nothing he could do about it. The double pleasure made him even more smug. "Your mom left you a note." Chen Shanshan finished what she was doing, took the note, and walked over, throwing herself into Liang Feng's arms. She read aloud, "Your mom said she didn't prepare breakfast for you. She told you to make something to eat yourself. I ate too much last night, I'm not hungry. I want to eat." Liang Feng held Chen Shanshan, who was fair-skinned and tall, and pinched her nose affectionately, saying, "Just thinking about you straightening your hair makes me reluctant to let you go. You're so annoying." Chen Shanshan extended her white, delicate fingers and tapped Liang Feng's forehead, saying, "You can't skip breakfast. My mother-in-law won't make it for you. Go, I'll make it for you." She put on her underwear and ran into the kitchen to start cooking. Liang Feng lay there watching, smiling. "Wife, the tattoo on your lower back is so beautiful. And I noticed your figure seems to be getting better and better, you even have a waist now." "Waistline? What is that?" Chen Shanshan craned her neck to look, shook her head, and said, "I didn't even know that. It's on your butt, at the waist level. You can't see it yourself." Liang Feng chuckled, "It seems your butt has gotten bigger. Hee, my efforts lately have really paid off. Wife, your butt is getting rounder and bigger. You're truly a gem." "No way." Chen Shanshan looked down, shrugged her shoulders, and said with a smile, "You must have hit it too hard. I think it's about right." Liang Feng laughed heartily. This feeling of lying there and teasing the beautiful cook was truly delightful. He crossed his legs, watching Chen Shanshan bustling around the kitchen in her underwear, and thinking about how she acted like a lioness in public, he felt even more pleased with himself. "Honey, are you making instant noodles? I'll add a fried egg." Liang Feng said with a smile. "Sure." Chen Shanshan smiled as she continued her work, "To help you build up your strength." "Right, you do need to build up your strength." Liang Feng chuckled. Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes and laughed. She also enjoyed this feeling. She was that kind of woman. Once she fell for a man, she was willing to do anything for him without hesitation. This moment was a perfect example. She was also quite skilled at making instant noodles. Before long, she brought out 2 bowls of instant noodles and some pickled vegetables, smiling as she called out, "Honey, dinner is ready." "Oh, I heard you." Liang Feng stretched lazily, then smiled and got up, saying, "Look at you, acting like such a model wife and mother. I can't believe you're like this in public. You're one person in front of others and another behind their backs." Chen Shanshan glared at him playfully and said, "It's all because I love you." She then went over to pull him. "Hurry up, the instant noodles are too soft and won't taste good." All right. Liang Feng laughed as he stood up, looked at the instant noodles, and sniffed, "It smells so good." He then patted his own legs. Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes at him, sat on his lap in her underwear, and began eating the noodles with a slurping sound. She said shyly, "What would you say if your parents found out?" Liang Feng shrugged indifferently, "What can I say? Just say she's my girlfriend." He then sighed, "These days, the gender ratio is so out of balance. It's hard to find a partner. My parents should be happy." Liang Chen Shanshan touched her hair and said, "With how I look now, if your mom sees me, she'll think I'm a little delinquent. After breakfast, I'll take a shower and straighten my hair. Want to come with me?" Liang Feng, who had stopped attending tutoring classes, now had plenty of free time and hadn't spent much time with Chen Shanshan in a while, so he nodded and said, "Sure, I'd love to see what you look like with straightened hair." "Great." Chen Shanshan was overjoyed. She cherished the moments alone with Liang Feng. Sitting on his lap, eating noodles, her lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. At that moment, Chen Shanshan felt that her life was already complete. She had her own space, fame, and such a handsome boyfriend. She could even laugh out loud in her dreams. Liang Feng was no different. Seeing the formidable big sister he admired in public acting like a little woman in his arms, he felt a surge of pride. "Shanshan, come here, feed your husband." Liang Feng kept his hands still and raised his eyebrows. "You're just being difficult." Chen Xianxian could only put down her bowl, pick up his, blow on it, and bring it to his lips. Does it make you feel accomplished to boss me around? Of course. You're the big sister everyone admires. It's especially satisfying to boss you around. Liang Feng chuckled, eating as he spoke. Hurry up, the second bite. Use your mouth to feed me. Boring. Chen Xianxian was a love-struck fool. Once she was in love, she did do whatever her boyfriend wanted. Seeing Liang Feng happy, she giggled happily, took a bite, and fed it to Liang Feng's mouth. I like being bossed around by you too. Is that okay? It's so delicious. Liang Feng laughed heartily. Chen Xianxian's cheeks turned slightly red. She picked up some instant noodles, put them in her mouth, and fed them to Liang Feng. She felt a bit queasy. But this feeling also made her very happy. True couples are like this, doing things without shame or embarrassment. Slowly, things grew increasingly passionate. They quickly embraced each other and made their way to the sofa. Then, the phone suddenly rang. It was right within reach. Liang Feng picked it up and saw that it was Zhu Xiaoqing calling. His heart skipped a beat. If Chen Xianxian saw it, who knows what trouble she'd cause. He wanted to hang up. Chen Xianxian, however, bit her lip and turned around with a smile, saying, "Go ahead and answer it. I won't say a word. You little troublemaker." Liang Feng answered the call and pretended to be confused, saying, "I'm busy." "What's up?" Zhu Xiaoqing heard the tone and realized he couldn't take the call. She pouted and said, "Can't take the call? Then I'll say it. You listen. I miss you." Liang Feng felt Chen Xianxian's beauty while talking to Zhu Xiaoqing, which made him swallow his saliva in excitement. He replied, "Me too." Zhu Xiaoqing raised the corners of her mouth, bit her lip, and smiled, guessing he was probably with family or classmates. This conversation was amusing, so she laughed and said, "I stewed lamb ribs for lunch. Want to come over?" Liang Feng sighed and said, "I'm busy." Zhu Xiaoqing wouldn't give up, pouting, come on, I really miss you." "You have to come. If you don't, I'll go to your house to find you." Liang Feng was scared by this and sighed helplessly, "I really might not have time." Zhu Xiaoqing giggled and threw out an even more tempting offer, "I bought a lot of stockings. Aren't you going to come over and tear them? You're the one who loves tearing them the most." Liang Feng smiled wryly and said, "I like them, but I really might not have time." "Ugh. Fine, I'll wait for your message." Zhu Xiaoqing hung up the phone with a frustrated click. Liang Feng explained to Chen Xianxian, who was pouting, "A classmate invited me out." He then tossed his phone aside and continued his work. Chapter 184, Zhu Xiaoqing's View on Love. Chen Xianxian overheard Liang Feng's phone call and thought he was being invited to play games. She turned around, bit her lip, and murmured, "Why don't you just go? I'll go with you to get my hair done, but I feel a bit shy. I'll see you after I get my hair done. If it doesn't look good, I can always change it back." Liang Feng had originally planned to accompany Chen Xianxian to get her hair curled, as they hadn't seen each other in a while and he wanted to spend some quality time with her. But hearing her say that, it just so happened to coincide with Zhu Xiaoqing's invitation. But the opportunity was rare. He shook his head and said, "Never mind, I'll go with you. It's been ages since we last met. No, I'm really afraid it'll look bad. If you see me like this, I'll just find you later once I'm done." Chen Xianxian felt insecure, afraid she'd look too bad, and fidgeted, humming, "Just go. Don't follow me. I'm too embarrassed. We've already seen each other naked. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Liang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Chen Xianxian pouted, "I'm just embarrassed. It's not possible." All right. Liang Feng nodded and said, "Then I'll go find my classmates. You go get your hair done. Call me as soon as you're done." "Okay, sure." Chen Xianxian was delighted. She ran her fingers through her blonde hair, feeling a bit reluctant, and sighed, "I've had this hair for so many years. I wonder what it'll look like after the perm." She added, "If it doesn't look good, I'll just get it back to normal." Liang Feng slapped her cheek playfully and said, "Your hair will suffer then." Chen Xianxian didn't care, snorting, "If it comes to that, I'll just shave it all off. Bald heads can look good too." All right, just don't become a nun and leave me to sleep alone." Liang Feng felt Chen Xianxian's hair while smiling. He thought to himself, a shaved head could be quite charming in its own way. "Hurry up, I need to pee." Chen Xianxian turned around and urged him. Liang Feng laughed heartily, knowing exactly what she meant, and naturally sped up. Chen Xianxian finished washing up and rode her motorcycle off happily to get her hair done. Liang Feng stayed home, tidied up the room, and read a book. It was past 11 o'clock. He finally knocked on Zhu Xiaoqing's door. The door opened. Zhu Xiaoqing, wearing a sexy leopard print lingerie set and leopard print panties, rushed out naked, shouting, "Husband, I've missed you so much." Liang Feng hurriedly hugged her and pulled her inside, scolding playfully, "What are you doing? What if someone sees us?" Zhu Xiaoqing laughed carelessly, "I've already calculated it. At this time of day, most people in the building are probably at work. Hee, I'm not afraid." As she spoke, she playfully hugged Liang Feng's head and kissed him a few times. Liang Feng sighed helplessly and said, "You're not afraid, but I am." "Fine, whatever." He hugged Zhu Xiaoqing and sniffed the smell in the room, which was strong with the scent of lamb. He said, "Last night I ate roasted whole lamb, and today I had lamb ribs. Lately, I've been obsessed with lamb, always eating the same thing." Zhu Xiaoqing wrapped her legs around Liang Feng's waist, hugged his neck with both hands, and teased with a smile that's called "near the red, you turn red near me, you eat lamb." Giggling, she wriggled her waist, clinging tightly to Liang Feng and refusing to let go. "I was afraid you wouldn't come. You're so mean, scaring me. I made time to come." Liang Feng placed her on the sofa, looking at this mischievous girl, pinched her nose, and said, "If I have something to do this afternoon, I have to leave. I can't stay until tonight." All right, my busy bee." Zhu Xiaoqing smiled and hugged Liang Feng again, giving him a kiss before heading toward the kitchen. She glanced at the pot and said, "The lamb ribs are already stewed. I'll go stir-fry a few vegetarian dishes. No need to make too much. Just enough for us." Liang Feng looked at Zhu Xiaoqing, this alluring beauty, and secretly compared her to Chen Xianxian. Zhu Xiaoqing was a voluptuous beauty with a curvy figure. Standing at around 1.62 meters tall, her body was full of curves, a classic example of a seductive beauty. She had a full bust, a slim waist, a rounded butt, and slightly shorter legs. Chen Xianxian, on the other hand, was a tall beauty, standing at 1.72 meters tall, with long legs, a slim waist, and a similarly graceful figure, though inevitably with slightly less curves. If we were to use a fairy as a metaphor, Chen Xianxian is more like a snake spirit, with long legs, a narrow waist, a curvy butt, and narrow shoulders. Zhu Xiaoqing, on the other hand, is more like a fox spirit, utterly seductive. But it must be said, they are all one in a million beauties, true gems. They're all fairies. Liang Feng chuckled, feeling incredibly fortunate. These two are the big sisters out there. Now, they're cooking and cleaning for him, acting like little women. Watching Zhu Xiaoqing bustle about, he couldn't help but feel pleased. He was bored, wandering around the house, and noticed the computer was still on, playing Legend of Mir. Inside was a level 38 female mage named Bamboo Leaf Green. At this level, she could already use the Ice Storm spell. She was currently leveling up in the Centipede Cave. Liang Feng sat down and asked, "Xiaoqing, did you play all night last night? The computer is so hot it's burning my face." Zhu Xiaoqing poked her head out from the kitchen and smiled, "Mr. Liang, I didn't play all night. I just played until around 2 a.m., then I left it running." She added, "I've been bored lately, so I've been playing Legend every night. Our guild is preparing to attack Sand City." Liang Feng manipulated the mouse, pressing the ice roar button, and was killing enemies left and right in the Centipede Cave. He said, "You're pretty addicted to gaming." He glanced out the window at the beautiful weather and suggested, "The weather's so nice. Why don't you go out for a walk? Staying cooped up in the house all day isn't good for you." Zhu Xiaoqing wrinkled her nose and pouted, "Don't look at me being fair-skinned, I tan easily. Staying home is fine, I feel like I've gotten a bit fairer." All right. Liang Feng smiled and chatted casually. He went back to playing his game. Zhu Xiaoqing was busy cooking in the kitchen. Occasionally, Zhu Xiaoqing came over to take a look, wrapped her arms around Liang Feng's neck, watched him play the game, and said, "You're pretty good at playing the mage, huh? Let's team up later." "All right, let's do it when we have time." Liang Feng savored the feeling of playing Legend, his eyes fixed on the computer screen as he maneuvered his character through the Centipede Cave. "Awesome." Zhu Xiaoqing giggled and went back to the kitchen to continue her chores. Around noon, 4 dishes and a soup were neatly arranged on the table. There was braised lamb ribs, stir-fried 3 vegetables, stir-fried cauliflower, spicy pepper and tofu slices, and a meatball soup, making for a very generous spread. A pot of steamed rice was ready, and the lid was lifted, releasing a cloud of steam. Zhu Xiaoqing brought out 2 bottles of ice-cold beer. Pop. She opened them, poured a glass for Liang Feng, and said, "Have a beer. It won't take long, right? On a hot summer day, having a beer won't get in the way." Liang Feng looked at the table full of delicious food and couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm so lucky, darling. Come here, give me a kiss." As he spoke, he patted his thigh. Zhu Xiaoqing, like a beautiful snake, swayed her waist over and sat down, tightly wrapping herself around Liang Feng. The two shared a passionate kiss. In this regard, Zhu Xiaoqing was clearly more proactive than Chen Xianxian. Chen Xianxian, on the other hand, was always a bit shy. Zhu Xiaoqing, however, was more proactive, embracing Liang Feng without restraint, expressing her feelings freely, and touching him everywhere without hesitation. She straddled Liang Feng's legs, feeling his emotions. When it comes to this kind of couple interaction, she seemed to need it more than Liang Feng. This also shows that she is the kind of girl who likes to take the initiative, who seeks interaction, unlike Chen Xianxian. Chen Xianxian was the type who gave herself fully to make the other person feel moved, a classic example of being love-struck. Zhu Xiaoqing, on the other hand, takes the initiative but also needs the other person to interact with her to maintain the relationship. Liang Feng could see this, so he followed Zhu Xiaoqing's lead and began nurturing their love together. Phew! Zhu Xiaoqing reluctantly let go of her lips, wiped her mouth, and said, "I almost fainted." She batted her eyelashes and smiled, saying, "If I weren't hungry, I'd eat you right now. You little vixen." Liang Feng slapped her round, drum-like cheek. Zhu Xiaoqing giggled, then picked up a piece of braised lamb ribs and said, "Eat quickly, it's delicious." Liang Feng tasted it and praised, "It's really delicious." He looked at the dishes on the table and smiled, "Your mother taught you well." Zhu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and said, "It's not my mom who taught me. I learned it after I moved out and rented a place. As long as you like it." "I love it, I love it." Liang Feng ate heartily. Breakfast wasn't very filling, though there wasn't much physical labor. But at 17 or 18, one gets hungry quickly, and he ate voraciously. Zhu Xiaoqing carried a bowl of rice, biting her chopsticks, and sat across from him. She extended her white, delicate little feet and gently rubbed them against Liang Feng's body. Liang Feng pretended to be angry and huffed, "Eat your food properly. I'll deal with you after you finish eating." "You're so mean." Zhu Xiaoqing smiled, her lips pressed together, filled with joy. She loved this kind of life and the way Liang Feng interacted with her. This was the kind of love she had always wanted.